Chapter 1 Princess Hug. Shang Qingshi woke up in pain. Opening his brown eyes, the first thing he saw was a pool of greenish water, bubbling eerily with gurgling sounds. Most of his body was submerged in the water. The skin exposed outside was pale and fragile, looking like delicate snow porcelain under the shimmering ripples. What had happened to him? Could it be that the mushrooms he ate at noon were not fully cooked, causing hallucinations? As he puzzled over this, memories that did not belong to him suddenly surged into his mind. After some time, he finally understood his current situation. He had entered a book. He had transmigrated into a male-oriented novel called The Long Road to Cultivation, 30,000 Red Yen Companions, becoming Shang Qingshi, the universally despised leader of Lingxiao sect, conforming to the rule that if names match, transmigration occurs. In the book, there are 6 cultivation levels: Qi Refining, Foundation Building, Golden Core, Yuan Infant, Great Ascension, and finally Ascension. This sect leader was a cultivation wastrel, enjoying the best resources for practice. Over 200 years old, his cultivation was still stuck at the foundation building stage. Fortunately, he had a previous sect leader father who had ascended to divinity, leaving him an elder at the Yuan Infant stage who would attack any foe on command, meaning Shang Qingshi never had to personally intervene in problems. Therefore, the outside world's evaluation of him was low profile and restrained in behavior, with stunningly beautiful looks and unfathomable cultivation depth. The more others praised him, the more anxious he became, and the cycle repeated until he started going crazy, equally hating every genius. Unfortunately, the 3 new disciples he had taken in were geniuses among geniuses. His eldest disciple Yunheng, the cocky protagonist of the book, was the absolute world-class spirit root, wielding ancient divine artifacts, and had charmed 30,000 red-vested beauties. When other book protagonists were still yearning for the old man in the ring, all Yunheng had to do was make a slight move, and his 10 fingers would be full of rings, with 10 old men ensuring his path to immortality. His second disciple Xia Luyuan, the ultimate tragic villain of beauty, strength, and suffering, possessed the mutated fire spirit root, who was one of the few people able to contend with Yunheng even while part of the righteous path, growing stronger after later falling into the demonic path. If it weren't for Yunheng having the protagonists glow around him, this book might have been renamed Xia Luyuan Biography. His youngest disciple Mingzhu, living up to her name, was the only female disciple recruited by the sect and also its sole alchemist, rare as a national treasure, akin to a panda. This had driven the original host insane with jealousy, creeping around in darkness and twists, scheming ways to punish these 3 disciples. Among them, Yunheng and Mingzhu had many supporters and could not be openly punished. Therefore, Xia Luyuan, born humble and naturally reclusive, always alone, became the biggest victim. Because his left foot stepped into the cultivation hall first, he was forced to kneel at the door for 3 hours. Because his right foot stepped into the cultivation hall first, he was locked in a black room for 6 hours. Because both feet stepped into the cultivation hall together, Shang Qingshi used a whip to lash him until his skin split open, bleeding heavily. Whenever he tried to resist, the mad dog elder would charge up, firmly stepping on his spine, cursing, "The sect leader is punishing you for your own good, don't be ungrateful." Under extreme oppression, Yunheng and Mingzhu sought other paths. Only Xia Luyuan stayed behind, only to face even harsher torment. Finally, one day, the mad dog elder was poisoned and lay immobilized on his bed. The fact that Shang Qingshi was a waste in cultivation was made public, completely ruining his reputation. Xia Luyuan imprisoned him in a dungeon, removed his spirit roots, severed his hand and leg tendons, and looked down at him like a dog crawling at his feet. After being tortured for 5 years, Shang Qingshi finally breathed his last. At the end of the story, Xia Luyuan practiced evil techniques and fell into the path of demons, leading to a final battle with the righteous hero Yunheng from the proper path. Needless to say, the protagonist won narrowly. Yunheng successfully ascended to godhood, bringing along his 30,000 beauties to lead a carefree life. Having sorted through the memories, Shang Qingshi couldn't help but shiver. He scrambled out of the water using all 4 limbs. The plot currently had progressed to the 3rd month after he took in his disciples. Last night, the mad dog elder presented him with a bottle of cold marrow liquid, saying it had the function of purifying the body and enhancing physical fitness. The original host happily used it, but something went wrong. Not only did this stuff provide no benefit to his cultivation, it led to the invasion of cold toxins into his system. There wasn't much time to think, Shang Qingshi quickly got dressed and headed out. The bathing area was in a secret realm. Crossing a huge mirror could take him back to his residence, the Eternal Life Hall. Approaching the mirror, he clearly saw his current appearance. It was truly a very beautiful face, almost androgynous due to the weakness and paleness. His silver hair was like snow, just reaching his waist, smoothly flowing down his back. His facial features were exquisitely refined, with no flaws to be found. His brows and eyes exuded a cold, distant aloofness, his lips a pale hue, ethereal like clouds on the horizon, something to admire from afar but not to defile up close. Even when standing still, he was enough to make everything around him seem merely secondary. However, he was far too thin, his waist delicate as if it could snap with the slightest touch. The robes of the sect leader, embroidered with pearls and gemstones, draped over him, exuding an air of decadent splendor that was also moribund. Shang Qingshi turned away, stepping into the mirror, where darkness enveloped him momentarily before he appeared in his bedroom. It was so cold. Snowflakes as large as goose feathers fell outside the window. The courtyard was covered in thick snow, bare branches bowed under its weight, and howling winds swept through the half-open window. Shang Qingshi quickly retrieved a fox fur cloak from his spatial bracelet, wrapping himself snugly inside it. Still feeling the chill, he raised his hand to close the window. His gaze caught something outside and froze. He saw someone kneeling there. It was freezing. Snow clung to the figure, whose body trembled violently, yet despite this, his back remained straight as the pine tree standing steadfast at the mountain gate for 100 years. Shang Qingshi remembered what had happened last night. The previous host had ordered Xia Luyuan to clean the yard and then nitpicked, finding a dead leaf in some corner to accuse him of not doing a thorough job. As punishment, he was forced to kneel until dawn. It was already dawn now. Recalling how he was flayed and his bones extracted in the original storyline, Shang Qingshi still felt a twinge of fear. He opened the window slightly, calling out cautiously from a distance, "Xia Luyuan, you may return." The person kneeling in the yard did not move, showing no reaction whatsoever. "Xia Luyuan." Shang Qingshi called again. When there was still no response, he hesitated before stepping outside into the yard. Snowflakes landed on his cheeks, and the biting cold pierced through him, bone deep. Finally reaching Xia Luyuan, his limbs were numb from the freezing cold, barely able to move, accidentally tripping over a stone hidden beneath the snow. Then, Shang Qingshi lost his balance and lunged forward. Meanwhile, Xia Luyuan, who had been frozen stiff and half unconscious, only dimly heard the sounds around him, his vision blurred and senses numbed. Vaguely, he sensed something falling toward him and instinctively reached out. Thus, Shang Qingshi ended up being held securely in Xiao Yuan's arms, cradled in a princess hug embrace. Chapter 2, Cold Poison. Their eyes met. The air froze for a moment. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yuan's muddled consciousness cleared. He suddenly widened his eyes, almost incredulously staring at Shang Qingshi in his arms. Shang Qingshi's face was equally terrified, and his ear tips turned faintly crimson. He had been angered red. He lost all his dignity on his first day here, how could he bear himself now? In an instant, he got up from Xiao Yuan's embrace like lightning, pretending to be calm as he brushed off the snowfall from his fox fur coat. Then, he lowered his gaze toward the person in front of him. The young man was around 15 or 16 years old, still growing taller. Wearing the disciple uniform of Lingxiao sect, his features were sharp, with cold eyes, like a plum tree blooming amidst a snowy wasteland. Right now, his gaze was filled with confusion, clearly puzzled by what just happened with Shang Qingshi. Shang Qingshi cleared his throat and said, "You can go back." Upon hearing this, Xia Luyuan frowned suspiciously and tentatively stood up. His legs had lost some warmth from kneeling too long, and he nearly fell back. At that moment, a delicate pale hand steadied him, simultaneously sending a gentle scent of sandalwood into his nose. It was the smell emanating from Shang Qingshi's body. This was their first encounter. To Xia Luyuan, Shang Qingshi felt like a flower atop a snow-capped peak, untouchable and as cold and elegant as jade. His body exuded a tranquil aroma of sandalwood, soothing to others. But now, Xia Luyuan feared the scent of sandalwood and feared Shang Qingshi himself. The torment over the past 3 months had triggered a reaction within Xia Luyuan. In panic, he stepped back and his voice sounded somewhat hoarse, "I know my fault, please, master, punish me." Shang Qingshi blinked in surprise. Looking at this pitiful child made Shang Qingshi sigh lightly. He said, "Go back quickly. You're only at the qi refinement stage, having knelt for so long in the snow, you'll surely get sick. Remember to drink a bowl of ginger soup to dispel the cold." Xia Luyuan was confused but deeply moved. Was he going insane, or was Shang Qingshi? Or perhaps this was merely an illusion before his death. His thoughts momentarily blurred. When Xia Luyuan raised his eyes, he saw Shang Qingshi abruptly collapsing onto the ground. The fox fur and long hair created an elegant curve in the air, resembling a graceful butterfly. Xia Luyuan once again reached out to catch him. Seeing that Shang Qingshi remained motionless in his arms, his voice became extraordinarily dry, "Master." The snow continued to fall heavier. It couldn't go on like this forever. Carrying him horizontally, he sent him back to the bedroom and placed him on the bed. Rubbing his frostbitten red hands, Xia Luyuan prepared to leave but suddenly felt an overpowering pressure as he reached the doorway. This force forced him back to his knees. A younger elder dressed in black rushed in, with an exceptionally superior face. However, upon seeing Shang Qingshi lying lifelessly on the bed, his expression turned dark and even a little sinister. "You brat, what did you do to the sect leader?" "I didn't," Xia Luyuan defended, "Elder Fengyang, it's clear. Master passed out on his own, it has nothing to do with me." The elder, called Fengyang, obviously didn't believe his words and clenched his teeth angrily. "Looks like you won't tell the truth unless I show you some seriousness today." A small whip, full of thorns, appeared in his hand. Its mere sight sent shivers down people's spines. Xia Luyuan wanted to explain further when Shang Qingshi seemed to regain consciousness on the bed, murmuring something. Fengyang hastily retracted the whip and leaned closer to listen. He then heard Shang Qingshi mutter about being cold. How could one feel cold? He placed his fingers on Shang Qingshi's wrist and carefully felt his pulse. His complexion drastically changed yet again. Cold poison. Trouble. This must have been a side effect of the cold marrow liquid. For the rest of his life, every night Shang Qingshi would suffer the torture of cold poison until his death. When this cold poison flared up, no matter how thick your clothes or blankets were, there'd be no relief, causing unbearable pain. To take care of the sect leader and end up harming him this way, he deserved to die. Feng Yang's sword brows furrowed tightly. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he lifted the oppressive aura and looked at Xia Luyuan. I remember you possess mutated fire spiritual roots. Once the pressure was gone, Xia Luyuan awkwardly got up from the floor and slowly nodded. Then come over here quickly, Feng Yang said decisively, and hold the sect leader. What? Xia Luyuan almost thought his ears had malfunctioned. Still stunned, Feng Yang threw the whip again, producing a piercing sound through the air. Xia Luyuan, as if guided by muscle memory, trembled and walked to the bedside, embracing Shang Qingshi according to the command. Seeing his compliance, Feng Yang nodded in satisfaction and ordered with a stern face, hold him tighter, stimulate the fire spiritual roots within your body, and warm up the sect leader. Was he being used as a heater? After all, having only practiced for 3 short months, with half of that time spent enduring trials from the sect leader and elders, he had little spiritual power left. If he kept releasing his power, he would become weak and die within half an hour. Xia Luyuan wanted to say something more, but upon seeing the whip in Feng Yang's hand, he decided against speaking. Following the instruction, he held Shang Qingshi tighter. He hadn't noticed it before outside, but now inside, he realized how terrifyingly cold the skin of the person in his arms was, even the eyebrows had formed a thin layer of frost. He tentatively released his spiritual power, a faint flame gradually enveloping his whole body. The frost on the delicate brows and eyes began to melt slowly, and the cheeks, pale like paper, started to regain some color. Then, the long eyelashes trembled lightly, fluttering like butterfly wings struggling to open. The warmth spread all around. Shang Qingshi had just opened his eyes when Feng Yang had already dropped to his knees before him, banging his head 3 times loudly, devoid of any previous menace. It's my fault. I shouldn't have given you the cold marrow liquid. Sect leader, please forgive me. His tearful and remorseful appearance startled Shang Qingshi. He turned his head and saw that Feng Yang's forehead had swollen into a large lump, crying and sobbing as if preparing to atone with his death at any moment. This must be the mad elder left to him by his cheap father. Sensing that something was constraining him, Shang Qingshi feebly turned his head and met Xia Luyuan's cold and sharp gaze. His brain froze for a moment. At this point, Feng Yang had already stood up and waved towards Xia Luyuan. Leave, I have matters to discuss with the sect leader. Xia Luyuan practically couldn't wait to release his grip and hastily left the room. As soon as he went out, Feng Yang leaned close to Shang Qingshi's ear and whispered, Master, currently there are only 2 methods to cure your cold poison. Shang Qingshi twitched a brow, sensing no good words could come from his mouth. Sure enough, Feng Yang said eerily, Xia Luyuan has mutated fire spiritual roots, which is precisely what counters the cold poison. Master, why not take him as a male consort and practice dual cultivation with him every day? Chapter 3, I'm helping you. What nonsense are you talking? Shang Qingshi almost choked on his own saliva. He is just a kid, and besides, I am male, he is male too. How can we possibly? Seeing that he was against it, Feng Yang slowly revealed another plan. If this is the case, then why not dig out his spirit root and implant it into your body? This way, his death will also serve a purpose. Shang Qingshi's mouth twitched slightly as he firmly said, Lingxiao sect is a renowned orthodox sect, how could it ever do such a thing as digging out someone's spirit root? This matter shall no longer be mentioned. Now, Feng Yang was completely out of options. A hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. Then what does the sect leader intend to do? As long as you give the order, even if I have to brave boiling water and raging fire, I will do so without hesitation. Just as these words left his lips, Shang Qingshi's stomach suddenly let out an awkward sound. Once a practitioner reaches the golden core stage, they can fast indefinitely and don't need to eat any food anymore. Unfortunately, Shang Qingshi was merely at the foundation building stage. Feng Yang suddenly realized something and, with great significance, bowed deeply toward him. Please wait, I'll prepare breakfast for the sect leader right away. Having said that, he turned around and left, not forgetting to pull Xia Luyuan in and instruct him, you continue to nurture the sect leader's body. If I see you slacking off, there will be trouble for you. Xia Luyuan stumbled slightly, a few strands of hair falling onto his forehead, obscuring his beautiful eyes so one couldn't see the emotions in his gaze. Shang Qingshi shrank his neck. It seemed he had already anticipated being torn apart by the other party later on. He beckoned to Xia Luyuan, trying to make his voice sound as gentle as possible, come here. When things go awry, there must be demons involved. Xia Luyuan felt that everything about today's sect leader was off. After hesitating for a moment, he still walked over with heavy steps. The reason was simple. Disobeying would lead to a whipping, and he had been beaten enough to fear it. Standing by the bedside, seeing Shang Qingqi extending his hand, his body stiffened slightly. Memories of being beaten rushed back. Before he could dodge, he saw that Shang Qingqi did not strike him, but instead gently grabbed his hand. His hand was full of calluses and chilblains, pus flowing from between the joints, showing a shocking array of blue and purple marks. Shang Qingqi furrowed his fine brows and took out ointment for treating chilblains from his spatial bracelet, applying it meticulously to the wounds. The cool sensation made Xia Luyuan completely stunned. Even if he were beaten to death, he would never have thought that the sect leader of Lingxiao's sect would possess such a tender side. But soon, it seemed like he understood something. In 2 months, there would be the Triennial Cultivators Conference held where every somewhat reputable sect would send disciples to participate. Shang Qingqi should be wanting to maintain a good reputation in front of everyone, not wanting others to know about his penchant for abusing disciples. What hypocrisy! Xia Luyuan forced the corner of his lips to move, masking the hatred deep in his eyes, pretending to be subserviently obedient as he said, "Thank you, master." Shang Qingqi didn't know about the chaotic thoughts going through his mind. After applying the medicine, he released Xia Luyuan's hand, feeling a bit cold, and thus pulled his blanket closer around himself. Wrapped tightly in the thick quilt like a silkworm cocoon, only his head was exposed. A strand of white hair hung down beside his face, making him appear less icy and more warm and approachable. The moment this thought crossed his mind, Xia Luyuan hastily averted his gaze. He was probably mad. How could he think Shang Qingqi looked kind? Ridding himself of such strange thoughts, he also remembered Feng Yang's orders and sat by the bed, extending his arms to embrace Shang Qingqi. Although it was to resolve the cold poison, such a position seemed quite odd regardless. Shang Qingqi struggled a little, only to hear Xiao Yuan's voice in his ear, "Master, don't move, I'm helping you." The boy's voice was pure and clear, like snow floating over Kunshan Mountain, crystalline and resonant. Not sure whether it was because of his voice or the warm breath tickling his ear, Shang Qingqi became restless all over, his neck burning red. Fortunately, Feng Yang returned quickly. Placing a box of food by the bed, he impatiently waved at Xia Luyuan, "Go stand guard outside the door, come in when I call you." Clearly treating Xia Luyuan like a human hot water bottle, coming inside when needed, and going outside otherwise. Yet, despite seething with anger inwardly, Xia Luyuan dared not say anything. Just as he was about to get up, Shang Qingqi held his hand and spoke softly, "Eat together." The moment these words left his lips, the entire Eternal Life Hall seemed to fall into a deathly silence. In the past, this sect leader often called Xia Luyuan over during mealtime to torment him, leaving him physically and mentally exhausted, and unable to enjoy even one hot meal. Now, however, he invited him to eat willingly. Could it be that he had poisoned the food? Or perhaps... Xia Luyuan remembered how Shang Qingqi had fallen in the courtyard a little while ago. Could his brain have been damaged at that moment? With countless thoughts rushing to his mind, he momentarily forgot what he was doing, blankly holding Shang Qingqi as his pupils trembled slightly. As for Feng Yang, it seemed he was also shocked by that statement and took a moment to recover. Slamming the table hard, he angrily retorted, "What is he, that he deserves to share a meal with the sect leader? This goes against all reason. Against all reason." Shang Qingqi raised his eyes and looked at Feng Yang who was in a rage, saying calmly, "Not only him, you should eat together as well." Feng Yang's hand froze midair. He resembled a deflated balloon, his former vigor instantly wilting. Staring wide-eyed, Feng Yang watched as Shang Qingqi opened the food box and picked out a plate of lotus root steamed with glutinous rice and minced pork, handing it over. Trembling as he accepted it, Feng Yang choked up again after taking a bite. "The grace of our sect leader is boundless. Feng Yang has no way to repay this kindness. From now on, I live as the sect leader's man, die as his ghost, and even if I'm half dead, I'll be his plant person." Shang Qingqi felt somewhat unable to look directly, suspecting that his old father had brainwashed Feng Yang, otherwise, how could someone be so loyal? Turning away, he selected a dish of multi-layered meat pancakes from the food box and handed it to Xia Luyuan. The meat was wild boar fed on celestial fruits since its youth, while the pancakes' raw material came from wheat below the mountain that absorbed moonlight and sunlight, irrigated by divine dew. Only the sect leader could normally enjoy such good food, but Xia Luyuan believed that Shang Qingqi wouldn't be this generous. This pancake might possibly contain poison. But watching Feng Yang devour it like a starving dog, Xia Luyuan gritted his teeth, took the pastry, and began eating bite by tiny bite. His expression was as though he were gnawing flesh or drinking blood alive. Shang Qingqi's eyelids twitched constantly. After the other finished the whole pancake, he considerately handed over a bowl of corn and rib soup. Just one sip, the ingredients were fresh enough, but somehow it tasted overly sweet, and he usually disliked excessively sugary foods. However, upon receiving the soup, Xia Luyuan drained it completely without hesitation, not caring in the slightest that the rim of the bowl he just drank from had been touched by Shang Qingqi's lips. Chapter 4, He's straighter than anyone else. Everyone ate the meal with their own thoughts, but fortunately, it still appeared warm and harmonious. Feng Yang took the empty food box out, leaving Shang Qingshi and Xia Luyuan alone in the room once again. The snow in the courtyard had stopped. Although the sun wasn't visible, at least it wasn't as cold as before. Shang Qingshi decided to take a walk outside. He got up, and Xia Lu Yuan silently followed behind him. They arrived at the cultivation hall, one after another. The disciples were busy working, unaware of their presence. Senior brother Yunheng, my magical tool seems broken. Suddenly, one disciple spoke up, then someone walked over, towering over the disciple with a strong frame, saying soothingly, "Don't panic, let me check what's wrong." Shang Qingshi seemed deep in thought. This person should be the protagonist Yunheng from this book, the so-called arrogant yet noble hero. According to the book's description, Yunheng was nearly 6 feet tall, with eyebrows like swords and radiant eyes, looking proper and handsome. Capable both indoors and outdoors, able to fight demons, beat thugs, and possessed a selfless heart. If only he could latch onto Yunheng's support, he might end up with a better outcome. On the other side, Yunheng had already repaired his junior brother's magical tool. Senior brother Yunheng, my spirit pet appears to have been poisoned. Senior brother Yunheng, my clothes are torn. Senior brother Yunheng, I fell down. The cries for help from the disciples came incessantly, yet there was no sign of impatience on Yunheng's face as he darted around the cultivation hall, saving everyone from their troubles. At this moment, an abrupt female voice rang in Shang Qingshi's ears. I see it now. That disciple who fell must be gay. He obviously wants to flirt with Yunheng. Soon after, a high-pitched electronic sound came through. Congratulations, host, identification successful. This is the 6th gay person you found. If you can find 44 more, you will successfully return to the real world. Shang Qingshi's eyelids twitched, and he looked toward the source of the sound. By the pillar stood a petite girl with a slim figure. There was only one female disciple in the Ling Xiao sect, this must be Mingzhu. She looked pure and cute, her big eyes blinking as they swept over everyone in the cultivation hall. Even though her mouth hadn't moved, Shang Qingshi could still hear her voice. Fire Eye's golden gaze system, does Ling Xiao sect really have 50 gaze? I look left, right, up, and down, and there's no one else. The sharp electronic sound that she called the system quickly replied. Definitely. Some people aren't gay now, but they'll become so later. Shang Qingshi couldn't hold back, and almost choked on his own saliva. As the cough echoed, an unnatural silence fell over the entire cultivation hall. Everyone turned their gaze toward them, only to suddenly see Shang Qingshi and immediately were expressions filled with fear, bowing their heads low. From Shang Qingshi's angle, all he could see were the masses of black hair on top of everyone's heads. He pulled the corners of his mouth into what he hoped was a kind smile, nothing serious, everyone please continue. After speaking, he turned to leave but heard Mingzhu talking to the system again. Is Master gay? He's so handsome, young, with white hair. His waist is so slim, slick and slender. It doesn't make sense if he's not gay, right? Shang Qingshi nearly lost his balance. There wasn't enough time to hear the system's response, and he hurriedly fled from the cultivation hall, fast enough as if running for his life. It was a joke. He was straight as an arrow. Straight even more than the column in the cultivation hall. Back in the courtyard, he wrapped himself in blankets again, becoming like a little silkworm baby, and started sorting out the subsequent plotlines. The 3-yearly cultivation congress would soon arrive, where all famous righteous sects could send disciples under the age of 25 to participate. In the original plot, main character Yunheng bound himself to the Bing CC system, gaining the ability to never die even when being cut every day. Thus, despite being only at the initial foundation stage and having a battered body, he managed to deplete the spiritual power of a golden core disciple, claiming the title of this year's champion. Yunheng took all the glory, leaving none for others. Afterwards, the #1 sect in the cultivator world, Jingyang Palace, extended an invitation to him, and he naturally left Ling Xiao sect. Shang Qingshi thought that he needed to change the original plot, to keep the male protagonist here, after all, it was easier with powerful backing. Then came the question, how to make Yunheng willingly stay. Gift rare treasures. With these thoughts, Shang Qingshi rummaged through his spatial bracelet, only to find it filled with inexpensive trinkets and small vials of medicine for minor injuries. Anything valuable should be stored in the treasure vault, whose key was with Feng Yang. Shang Qingshi rose to look for him, but as he reached the doorway, his eyes caught a glimpse of a corner of moon-white robes behind the carved wooden door. He frowned and pushed the door open, only to see Xia Lu Yuan standing there. What are you back here for? Why aren't you staying in the cultivation hall? His voice carried no reproach, just confusion, which came as a surprise to Xia Lu Yuan. Yet Xia Lu Yuan still didn't dare to lift his head, his shoulders trembling slightly. After a long pause, he bit his teeth and said defiantly, I left something here. In the past, Shang Qingshi's hand would have already struck his face, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. But today, Shang Qingshi seemed to have taken the wrong medicine, instead showing concern and asking, then why were you hiding behind the door? Come in, tell me what you dropped so I can help you look for it. Xia Lu Yuan opened his mouth, shocked beyond words. Walking into the room, he saw Shang Qingshi looking around, genuinely helping him search. It was like waking up from a dream, his voice faint as if drifting from afar. It's a jade pendant that I dropped. A jade pendant? Shang Qingshi said, I see 2 pieces over here. Following his pointed direction, Xia Lu Yuan saw his jade pendant lying quietly on the floor, split cleanly into 2 halves. This jade pendant was the only relic his deceased parents had left for him. Once, he had a perfect family, living a happy and fulfilling life. Until that day when a direct disciple of Xingyang Palace summoned a demon seed, causing the deaths of 260 villagers, including everyone in his village. He was the sole survivor. When he confronted the disciple, the reply he received was matter-of-factly arrogant. The demon seed was far too violent. There was no way I could subdue it alone, so I had to use human blood to seal it and then deliver a fatal blow. Anyway, your villagers were all worthless cultivators who made no contribution to the world. Their deaths mean nothing. He couldn't accept that. But Xingyang Palace was the first prestigious sect of the cultivation world, its master intent on covering up the disciples' misdeeds. The death of the entire village caused not even a ripple. At that moment, Xia Lu Yuan decided that he must grow powerful enough to challenge Xingyang Palace and seek justice for everyone. Through hard work, he entered Ling Xiao's sect at the age of 16, believing he would gain knowledge and cultivate his abilities here. Instead, he ended up in a den of demons, enduring endless humiliation every day. From then on, Xia Lu Yuan understood one thing. These so-called righteous sects were no good. Chapter 5, A Good Child. Thoughts gradually drifted away as Xia Lu Yuan stared blankly at the jade pendant. Until a hand, pale as jade and with clearly defined knuckles, reached out to pick up the shattered jade for him. Xia Lu Yuan blinked, his thoughts snapping back instantly, as he looked towards the owner of the hand. Shang Qingshi held both hands together, slowly releasing his spiritual energy onto the jade. Though his cultivation was not particularly high, he was still barely able to repair objects like this. When he released the jade, it had already been restored. Smooth and flawless, shining like new, leaving no trace of its previous breakage. Here, he handed over the jade pendant, his voice soft, this jade is obviously very important to you. Don't lose it again in the future. Xia Lu Yuan just gazed at him in astonishment for a long time. His gaze swept over the man's snowy white hair, his charming eyebrows and eyes, and finally rested on his pale, delicate wrist. So fragile and prone to breaking, it seemed that he should wear jingling decorations instead. Reclaiming his odd thoughts, Xia Lu Yuan accepted the jade, his head hanging deferentially, thank you, master. No problem, Shang Qingshi shook his head. Just as he was about to dismiss Xia Lu Yuan, he reconsidered. Since he was going to the treasure vault anyway, why not bring along this future ultimate villain? As the saying goes, if you eat someone's food or take their gifts, it's hard to act against them. If Xia Lu Yuan ate his meals and accepted his presence, perhaps when he eventually decided to sever his hand and leg tendons, he would be more gentle. Thus, Shang Qingshi smiled faintly, follow me, I'll take you somewhere. Instantly, alarms rang in Xia Liu Yuan's mind. He could see a flicker of sincerity, even flattery, in the other's eyes. This was definitely not how Shang Qingshi usually behaved. Where was he taking him? Although filled with doubts in his heart, Xia Lu Yuan ultimately didn't dare to ask. He could only grip the jade tightly and silently follow behind. Shang Qingshi first went to Fengyang and obtained the key to the treasure vault. Then he led Xia Lu Yuan to the treasure vault located in the forbidden area. The moment the mechanism door was opened, the burst of golden light almost blinded him. Before his father ascended, Ling Xiao's sect had also been glorious. Although they fell into decline under the leadership of the original master, the rare treasures inside were still countless. Shang Qingshi thought that Yunheng was a sword cultivator, presenting him with a fine blade would be most appropriate. Inside the vault, while choosing, he reminded Xia Lu Yuan behind him, don't be shy, if you want something, just take it. And then, his gaze fell upon the long sword in the corner. Although the sword body was covered with dust, it couldn't hide its sharpness. Dark glimmers of light flowed through it, showing it to be an excellent weapon. As soon as he extended his hand, he saw Xia Lu Yuan also reaching toward the sword, their fingers briefly touching midair. Almost forgot, Xia Lu Yuan started off as a sword cultivator too. Later, Shang Qingshi broke his hands, making it impossible for him to hold a sword again. Helpless, he became a beast tamer, using summons and spirit pets to fight. Fortunately, the story hasn't reached that point yet. His hands are still intact currently. Shang Qingshi looked up and saw Xia Liu Yuan's face turning pale momentarily before withdrawing his hand immediately, his raven-like eyelashes trembling, disciple. Disciple was just looking. That frail, pitiful appearance made Shang Qingshi doubt that if there wasn't any response, he would kneel down and knock his head loudly. Shang Qingshi quickly drew out the sword, using a simple cleaning spell to wipe off the dust, then solemnly handed it over to Xia Lu Yuan, since you like it, this sword is yours now. Feeling its weight, Xia Lu Yuan couldn't believe his eyes, his mouth opening and closing without being able to utter a single sound. Just that morning, he had endured hunger and cold, kneeling in the icy and snowy ground, his decaying hands clasped together, praying for heaven's mercy. It seemed that heaven really answered him. He no longer starved, no longer froze, and his decaying hands were medicated. Standing inside the treasure vault, he obtained the fine sword he coveted at first sight. And then, the 15 or 16-year-old boy suddenly had red-rimmed eyes, his voice trembling, "Disciple thanks Master. From now on, regardless of what Master does to Disciple will have no complaints." This kid was quite easy to please. This was Shang Qingshi's first thought. But soon, he sighed again. Xia Luyuan wasn't always an evil villain from the start. On the contrary, his youth was marked by compliance, kindness, and genuine warmth. Because of his parents' death, he became quiet, and because of the torture inflicted by the original master, he became dark and twisted, eventually falling into the path of devilry, becoming the despised demon lord. If someone could lend him a helping hand, guiding him to lead a proper life and stop cultivating wicked devilish ways, it would indeed be considered a good deed. With these thoughts, Shang Qingshi patted Xiao Yuan's head and casually said, "In fact, the 3 months I tormented you were to test your nature. Good child, congratulations on successfully passing the test." Compared to this reason, Xia Luyuan would rather believe the other had suffered brain damage from a fall. And he called him, "good child." Though Shang Qingshi was over 200 years old, his appearance remained that of an 18-year-old, and his voice was also very young. Despite how strange this was, Xia Luyuan still felt delighted. He hugged the sword tightly in his hands and asked, "Master, what do you need? Let me help you." "I want to give Yunheng something," Shang Qingshi said, originally planning to send the sword, but since the sword was in Xiao Yuan's arms, he could only search again. "What do you think Yunheng likes?" Recalling the image of Yunheng being revered by other disciples, Xiao Yuan's usually solitary eyes dimmed a little as he softly asked, "Does Master really care about senior brother Yunheng?" Of course. Yunheng was the main male character in the whole book, so if one wanted to survive well within its plot, they had to try their best to please him. However, Shang Qingshi would never tell Xia Luyuan such things. Without answering, he searched among a pile of treasures for a long time before finally picking up a thin tassel, murmuring to himself, "How about giving him this? That way, every time he draws his sword and sees the tassel, he'll remember my kindness." "But Master." Xia Luyuan couldn't help interjecting, "Tassels are generally given to people one admires romantically." As soon as he finished speaking, he regretted it. He was afraid that Shang Qingshi would revert to his previous self and lash out at him with a whip. Fortunately, this fear did not come true. Upon hearing his words, Shang Qingshi discarded the tassel and turned around to look for something else. After quite a bit of effort, he finally came up with a storage brocade pouch, stuffing it with all kinds of elixirs and wound-healing medicines, and finally accomplished the task. When he opened the door of the treasure vault to leave, the incoming snowstorm made him pull back the foot he had extended outside. It was snowing again outside. The cold wind carried vast amounts of snow, turning the heavens and earth into a blinding white expanse. His silver hair brushed against his face, and the cold toxin in his body surged once more, freezing his entire body down to the blood. It made him shiver involuntarily, furrowing his eyebrows which were naturally beautiful as he sneezed. Chapter 6, Try and Perish. "Master," Xia Luyuan said, "if you're cold, you can stop the snow." Those who enter the golden pellet stage indeed possess the ability to control the weather within a small range. Those outside believed Shang Qingshi was at least a profound infant, but only he himself and Feng Yang knew that he was just a pitiful waste of a foundation establishment cultivator. This kind of information naturally couldn't be revealed to Xia Luyuan. Thus, Shang Qingshi adjusted the thick fox fur on his body as he stepped into the snow, contradicting firmly, "I'm not afraid of the cold." Unfortunately, after taking only a few steps, he began to shiver uncontrollably, his legs becoming unresponsive. At this moment, Xia Luyuan extended his hand. Shang Qingshi gripped it, warmth spreading from his palm all the way to his heart. A mutated fire spirit root truly was excellent. If only he could transfer this spirit root to his own body. He shook his head, casting off the chaotic thoughts, and walked leisurely through the icy snow with Xia Luyuan. Amidst the snowy wind, the two figures harmonized for the first time, beautiful like a painting. "Call Yunheng over here to help me," Shang Qingshi said as they reached the entrance of the Eternal Life Hall. When Xia Luyuan turned around, he added, "Also bring Mingzhu over." Mingzhu was an alchemist, perhaps she could someday concoct a pill to resolve the cold toxin. Relations had to be established early with her. As for what to offer, Shang Qingshi glanced back at an ancient zither placed in the room. Mingzhu wasn't just an alchemist but also a sound cultivator, using musical tones produced by playing instruments as her weapon. The zither inside the room was an object from ancient times, its body made from rare demon bones and its strings crafted from feather sinews worth 10,000 taels, free from dust in summer and frost in winter. If she understood the instrument's value, she wouldn't be able to resist such a precious treasure. With that thought settled, Shang Qingshi quickly entered the room, trembling in bed. This cold toxin was really tormenting him, spring was still half a month away, and if things continued this way, he might not survive until then. The cold wind howled outside the room. After an unknown amount of time, disordered footsteps approached, someone stopping under the corridor. Through the carved wooden door, they greeted Shang Qingshi. "Disciple Yunheng greets Master. Disciple Mingzhu greets Master." Bad news, why has he called me? Is he going to torture me again? All-seeing system, do you know what happens next? I don't know. This system is only responsible for helping you find gays in male-oriented novels. I'm unclear about the plot developments and won't interfere with them. Too noisy. Shang Qingshi couldn't comprehend why he could hear Mingzhu's conversation with the system. Barefoot, he climbed down from the bed, resisting the urge to tremble violently, and spoke outwardly, "Come in." Upon hearing his voice, Yunheng and Mingzhu looked at each other, neither willing to enter first. Mingzhu mouthed silently, "Big brother enters first. If you get hit, I'll immediately call others to plead on your behalf." Yunheng tightened his lips. He knew very well that whenever Shang Qingshi summoned him, there was nothing good planned for him. On the day of the apprentice ceremony, his celestial spiritual root stole all the limelight. After the ceremony, Shang Qingshi separately called him to the Eternal Life Hall and struck his leg with a whip while yelling with distorted features, "Do you think a celestial spiritual root makes you great? There are many geniuses in this world, and you're not essential among them. What do you have to show off?" This incident left a tremendous psychological scar on Yunheng. He had already decided to team up with other sects during the cultivation conference and leave. Today, when Shang Qingshi called him, it probably didn't bode well either. However, seeing Mingzhu's small, pitiable, helpless appearance, he resolved to enter first. There was no way out. A big brother is the sky, a big brother is the earth, a big brother is a man of high integrity. A big brother is iron, a big brother is steel, tough jobs are all suitable for a big brother. With these thoughts, he clenched his teeth, pushed open the door, stood straight, brimming with courage as though heading towards certain death. But when he entered, instead of scolding or tortures, what awaited him was Shang Qingshi's unusual smile, gentle and amicable. "Today at the training hall, you sincerely helped your juniors. Thank you for your hard work." Shang Qingshi handed over a storage satchel, looking earnestly at him and saying, "Yunheng, Lingxiao sect needs talents like you. I hope you will stay here permanently." Yunheng was shocked. Stunned. His face convulsed violently. "Don't worry, if you agree to stay, good things will never be short from now on," Shang Qingshi continued. "All right, go back and think carefully about it. Then let Mingzhu in." Yunheng turned around in a daze, trembling hands clutching the brocade pouch. It felt like his legs were filled with lead, and he moved each step extremely slowly. As he passed Mingzhu, she anxiously asked, "How did it go, brother Yunheng? Did master hit you? Did he scold you?" Yunheng glanced at her briefly before shifting his gaze back to the pouch, lost in thought. "It's over, why does he look like he lost his purity? And he was only inside for half a minute. Was master that quick? Should I refine some 10-ingredient great nourishing pills for him?" Inside the room, Shang Qingshi was drinking tea when he heard Mingzhu's inner voice, causing him to spit out all the tea onto the floor. When Mingzhu pushed the door open and entered, she saw his twitching face. The two exchanged glances, and Shang Qingshi wiped the water residue from the corner of his lips, attempting to maintain a smile while pretending he knew nothing. He asked, "Mingzhu, how far along are you with your music cultivation?" Mingzhu gave an awkward laugh, scratching her head sheepishly, "So, just getting by, not worth mentioning." Since that's the case, Shang Qingshi pointed to the ancient zither in the corner, "Try playing it. If you like it, you may take the zither away." Mingzhu appeared calm on the surface, but internally, she was already roaring furiously, emitting cries akin to those of prairie dogs. "I'm doomed, I'm doomed, I'm doomed. I'm not the original host, I don't know how to play the zither, At this point, Shang Qingshi had originally intended to say never mind, but her movements were too fast, and she had already sat down in front of the zither. "He's forcing me to play, might as well give it a try and see what happens. At least he won't whip me into a spinning top." The attempt ended up being disastrous. Her delicate fingers touched the strings, and waves of sound erupted from the room, startling the birds perched on the branches outside. No one knew exactly how she played, but the tunes coming out were completely dissonant, almost like eerie music from the land of Yamato. Shang Qingshi simply couldn't contain himself any longer. Unconsciously, 2 words escaped his mouth. "Whoa, crap." The zither music abruptly ceased. In an instant, Mingzhu widened her eyes, her cute little face filled with alarm. She stared at him hesitantly, her lips moving silently until finally managing to squeak out, "Odd ones transform, even ones remain unchanged." Chapter 7, If your body itches, go take a shower. Initially, Shang Qingshi did not want to reveal his identity too early. But the atmosphere had built up to this point, and Mingzhu's gaze was truly clear and pure like that of a college student, really showing no ulterior motives. Moreover, Shang Qingshi could hear her and the system's inner voices, so he wasn't afraid of her playing any tricks. After pondering for a moment, he finally replied, "The sign depends on the quadrant." Upon hearing the answer, Mingzhu almost jumped up in excitement, tears welling up in her eyes. "I never thought I'd meet a fellow townsman in such a desolate place." "Fellow townsman, how did you end up here? What is your mission?" "After eating mushrooms at noon, I took a nap and woke up here," Shang Qingshi answered. "I am not bonded to a system, nor do I have any missions. No bond with a system. Then how are you going to go home? Mingzhu stroked her chin. Surely you won't be stuck here forever, right? Take one step at a time, Shang Qingshi sighed deeply. Right now, the most important thing is that I've become the canon fodder antagonist in this book. I need to find ways to please the male lead and the ultimate antagonist to survive. Mingzhu's eyes lit up instantly. Do you know the plot? She enthusiastically told him about her and the Fire Eye system, which was consistent with what Shang Qingshi had heard in her heart, almost without reservation. Shang Qingshi then broadly narrated the subsequent development of the plot to her, making her nod at times, frown at times, and cover her mouth in shock, with all her joys and sorrows written on her face. The snow outside stopped, the sun rose and set again, and it was almost evening when the plot was finally told. Mingzhu patted her chest confidently. Don't worry, I will help you. I'll make Senior Yinheng stay in Lingxiao sect and let Senior Xia Luyuan reform and become a good boy. Looking at her confident appearance, Shang Qingshi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow slightly. You plan, how exactly do you intend to do that? Seduce him, Mingzhu said. Didn't you say this is an extremely clean novel? Below the neck can't be described. Senior Yunheng has 30,000 female friends, yet he hasn't even held their hands. If he likes me, I don't think he'll do anything inappropriate to me. By the time my mission is done, I'll just leave, and I won't lose anything. This. Shang Qingshi shook his head disapprovingly. This is somewhat despicable. What's despicable about it? He has so many female friends, one more or less doesn't make a difference. Mingzhu patted Shang Qingshi's shoulder familiarly. Just trust me, I'll take care of it. She paused for a moment and continued, as for Senior Xia Luyuan, it's even simpler. He blackened because he didn't experience care and favoritism. If we both warm him up in turns, we'll definitely have everything under control. It sounded quite reasonable. But putting it into practice might be another matter altogether. Seeing her full of confidence, Shang Qingshi was reluctant to shatter her beautiful fantasy and only deliberately changed the subject. There's another matter. My body has been poisoned by cold toxicity. Can you help me concoct an antidote? Mingzhu was silent for a while. After a while, she still nodded seriously. Don't worry, I'll find a way. However, the inner voice suddenly echoing in Shang Qingshi's ear betrayed her. I'm not the original owner, how would I know about refining medicine? Anyway, after hardly meeting a fellow townsman, I certainly cannot let him down. I'll give it a try once I get back. Shang Qingshi was already starting to fear the word give it a try. She gave it a try playing the guqin, resulting in chaotic sounds that made people dare not listen anymore. Now she's going to give it a try at refining medicine. If the luck isn't good, the roof could be blown off. But there was nothing to be done. She was the only alchemist in the Lingxiao sect. There was no one else besides her that could be trusted. Alas, Shang Qingshi sighed lightly, worrying about his own future. But he still forced out a smile and said to her, it's getting late, you should head back first. Mingzhu nodded, walked 2 steps out, and then raised her finger to point at the ancient qin. Are you giving this qin back to me? If so, I'll carry it away. Shang Qingshi's lips twitched slightly. Fine, might as well give it to her, leaving it behind as a self-defense tool. After all, enemies hearing her music will surely be unable to endure and run away. He waved his hand, it's yours, take it away. Mingzhu giggled, carried the guqin on her shoulder, and walked out. When she got to the yard's entrance, she found Yunheng waiting for her there. Seeing her come out unharmed, Yunheng sighed in relief, instinctively helping her carry the guqin, curiously asking, sister-in-law, what did you talk about with the master? Did he bully you? Nope. Mingzhu blinked her eyes and did not intend to tell Yunheng. Naturally, she hadn't forgotten the promise she'd made to Shang Qingshi and, with affected coughs, walked ahead of Yunheng in deliberate, dainty steps to showcase her alluring demeanor as much as possible. Yunheng's long legs took big strides, yet blocked by Mingzhu up front, he couldn't move fast. Instead, he was forced to admire Mingzhu's graceful backside. After a long pause, he could no longer resist speaking up, little sister Mingzhu, if your body itches, go take a shower. Mingzhu halted at this unexpected comment. The system inside her mind responded audibly. Ha 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 ha. The electronic voice, mechanically repetitive and devoid of emotion, made Mingzhu even more embarrassed and furious than if she had been ridiculed by a human. It was true, Yunheng being the leading male character in such a pure story wasn't without reason. Seeing that seduction wouldn't work, other means had to be considered. Mingzhu took a deep breath and ran off quickly, yelling, I'll go back and bathe then, senior brother. Remember to bring me the guqin later. She fled swiftly, returning to the disciple dormitory where she resided. The Lingxiao sect's dormitory was standard issue for 4 people, but since Mingzhu was the sect's only female disciple, it was impossible for her to live alongside males. As a result, she enjoyed an entire room to herself. Finding medicinal herbs in a brazier within the room, she started attempting to refine some medicine. Then came 2 clanging sounds followed by billows of black smoke surging out of the window, reaching toward the sky. When Yunheng arrived with the qin, this was the scene that greeted him. With genuine concern, he asked, little sister, do you need help? No. Mingzhu's muffled voice replied from inside. I'm refining medicine, just leave the qin at the door. Upon hearing this, Yinheng promptly placed the instrument outside the door, turned around, and after walking just a few steps, another loud boom sounded behind him, so explosive that even the windows were blown apart. Miss Mingzhu is truly fierce, he muttered under his breath before steadying himself and quickly retreating. The explosions continued into the night, leaving Mingzhu wide awake as she attempted alchemy repeatedly, destroying countless stoves and wasting numerous precious herbs in the process. Shang Qingshi wasn't faring any better either. The frost toxicity invaded deep into his bones, blurring his consciousness. He gritted his teeth and endured, finally unable to hold on when a soft plea escaped his lips. Though faint, Feng Yang stationed outside caught it clearly. Master, has your frost toxicity flared up again? Feng Yang said urgently. Just wait, I'll drag Xia Luyuan here right away. Chapter 8, Lop-eared Rabbit. Shang Qingshi had not heard clearly what the other person said at all. Cold. A bone-chilling coldness caused ringing in his ears, and even though he was covered with the thickest of blankets, the cold still permeated every pore. With a bang, the door burst open. He struggled to lift his eyelashes, his vision blurred as someone was thrown inside. Xia Luyuan clearly appeared as if he hadn't woken up yet. His hair was a mess like a chicken coop, wearing only his undergarments, and was carried along by Feng Yang like a little chick. The door slammed shut, and Feng Yang's authoritative voice came from outside, properly take care of the sect leader, if anything happens to him, I will not let you off easily. Take care. Was this term used improperly? Xia Luyuan frowned, taking in the brightly lit room, glancing around until his eyes landed on the bed. The bedspread was rumpled, Shang Qingshi curled up into a ball, his pale face looking even paler now. Under the faint candlelight, he almost seemed devoid of any color. In the morning, Xia Luyuan had already felt that there was something wrong with his icy body temperature, as if he'd been afflicted by a cold poison. But cultivators were protected by true qi. People outside had all said that Shang Qingshi was at least an infant yuan-level cultivator. How could mere cold poison harm him? Unless, his cultivation wasn't as profound as rumored. Xiao Yuan's pupils trembled slightly. If that were truly the case, then Shang Qingshi was currently like a fish on a chopping board, helpless. Recalling the humiliation of these past 3 months, for a moment, he entertained thoughts of retaliating together with Shang Qingshi. But quickly dismissed it. Even if Shang Qingshi wasn't decent before, today he had helped him apply medicine, fed him, and gifted him a fine sword. Taking advantage at this time would make Xia Luyuan seem despicable. Besides, Feng Yang was outside the room. If Xia Luyuan really dared to make a move, he would surely be ground into dust. There were more important matters awaiting his action, he needed to seek justice for everyone in the village. He mustn't die here at Lingxiao sect. Xia Luyuan suppressed his murderous intent, slowly walking to the side of the bed, lowering his head to look at Shang Qingshi. As if sensing warmth, the latter reached out to grasp his wrist, trembling long fingers. Probably because he was not fully conscious, his expression was fragile and confused, tiny frost gathering on his snow-colored eyelashes. The glass amber-like eyes lacked focus. Xia Luyuan thought his current appearance seemed familiar. Like who? It reminded him of a white lop-eared rabbit he kept as a child. On the day the village became ruins, the rabbit also perished beneath the rubble. When Xia Luyuan dug it out, its once pristine white fur was stained with blood and mud. Coming back to the present, Xia Luyuan instinctively hugged Shang Qingshi as if rescuing that young rabbit from back then. He released spiritual energy externally, and the scorching sensation of the mutated fire spirit root instantly filled the entire room. The originally nearly frozen stiff head gradually regained awareness. When Shang Qingshi lifted his head, he could see the sharply defined jawline of Xia Luyuan. At this moment, his head was buried in Xiao Yuan's chest, separated only by a layer of inner clothing. He could even feel the texture of the other's abdominal muscles. They were a bit hard, causing his head to ache. You. Panicking, Shang Qingshi almost bit his own tongue. How did you get in my room? I. Stammering as if contagious, Xia Luyuan unconsciously loosened his grip. I was thrown in here by the elder. The two stared at each other wide-eyed. After a while, Shang Qingshi rubbed his forehead and said gently, go back. It doesn't make sense for us to be in one room late at night. Xia Luyuan obediently nodded. Seeing his thin attire, Shang Qingshi threw over the fox coat he wore during the day, take this and wear it, don't freeze. Xia Luyuan extended his hand to catch it. Shang Qingshi was entirely immersed in the scent of sandalwood, even the fox coat retained a trace of the fragrance. It was strange, the previous Xia Luyuan dreaded this smell night and day, but now, after just a single day, he no longer seemed so averse to it. After putting on the fox coat, he turned to open the door. He pushed, but the door didn't open. Pushed again, it still wouldn't open. He turned back and said solemnly, this door seems to have a restriction placed on it by the elder. Would master please help to remove it? Shang Qingshi. A restriction placed by an infant yuan-level cultivator, how could a foundation building waste like him possibly remove it? After lightly coughing twice, he tried shouting towards the door, Feng Yang. Outside the room was deathly silent. Xia Luyuan revealed a puzzled gaze, as if questioning why Shang Qingshi wasn't doing it himself. In order to maintain his towering image in front of the disciples, Shang Qingshi was absolutely unwilling to disclose his Zuji Xiutu identity. He casually said, "Forget it, you should come over anyway. I feel a bit cold." Xia Luyuan remained neutral and sat back by the bedside, wrapping his arms around Shang Qingshi. The room was quiet for a long while until Shang Qingshi couldn't help but speak up, "Stop hugging my shoulder, it's really sore." Where else could he hold if not the shoulders? Being an obedient child, Xia Luyuan followed orders, sliding his hands down to embrace Shang Qingshi's waist. The strange sensation from his waist made Shang Qingshi regret ever mentioning it. It was better when he held the shoulders. Now all he felt was remorse, his gut twisting with regret. He pressed his lips together, planning to make another demand, only to find Xia Luyuan already leaning on his shoulder, eyes closed, fast asleep. The youth carried a somewhat melancholic air, but his sleeping face looked extraordinarily well behaved. His fierce brows softened, making him look entirely harmless. The dim yellow lamplight illuminated his high-bridged nose, casting fragmented shadows. Shang Qingshi stared at him silently for a long time. Finally, he let out a long sigh, shifting his head slightly closer to Xiao Luyuan's, closing his eyes and falling into slumber. With limited cultivation skills, Xia Luyuan couldn't sustain the release of his spiritual energy for a prolonged period. After a break, he would tightly hug Shang Qingshi and rely on the residual warmth of his body to mitigate the cold poison. When Shang Qingshi couldn't withstand the cold anymore, Xia Luyuan reinitiated the flow of his spiritual energy, repeating this cycle. Because of this, the night wasn't too difficult to endure. When Shang Qingshi woke up, the sky was just starting to brighten, the first streaks of morning sunlight breaking through the clouds, streaming directly into the room. Outside the door, footsteps approached nearer and nearer, accompanied by Mingzhu's excited shouts, "I did it! I did it! Am I really a genius?" Startled awake by the noise, Xia Luyuan snapped open his eyes, recognizing the time, his face instantly paled. "It's done for." The mentor responsible for morning lessons expected him to arrive at the practice hall before dawn to clean the house thoroughly. Standing up, he opened the door and found the restriction had been lifted. In a fluster, he rushed out, brushing past Mingzhu beside him. The wind lifted the edge of the fox fur, naturally revealing that he wasn't wearing any outer clothing, just innerwear and pants. Chapter 9, The Collapse of Morality. Shock. Was this a collapse of morality or the extinction of humanity? Mingzhu was terrified, her beauty drained of color, and hurriedly stumbled into the room, asking, "Did you sleep with him?" Shang Qingyi didn't respond. So Mingzhu asked again, "Is that wrong? Could it be that he slept with you instead?" "No." Shang Qingyi interrupted her, explaining, "He just came to help suppress the cold poison inside me. Would you stop thinking about those irrelevant things?" Upon hearing this answer, Mingzhu pouted slightly, as if somewhat disappointed. But soon, she brightened up with a radiant smile and tossed a porcelain bottle over. "This is the Yang Wei pill. After taking it, one will gain an endless supply of Yang energy, which can effectively counteract the cold poison within your body." After speaking, she blinked hard, looking for approval. However, all of Shang Qingyi's attention was caught by the name of the pill. His lips twitched, nearly doubting if there was something wrong with his ears. "What did you say this pill is called?" The recipe said so, hence its name." Mingzhu laughed nervously twice. "Don't focus too much on the details. You take care of yourself and eat the medicine well. I need to go for my morning class." She ran fast. Shang Qingyi looked up at her retreating back, then down at the pill, feeling somewhat unreliable. Still, she decided to wait until night when the cold poison becomes unbearable, then try taking one. Thinking like this, Shang Qingyi got off the bed and walked to the wardrobe. The emblem of Lingxiao sect is a white crane ready to spread its wings, thus most of the clothes in the wardrobe were snow white in color. However, with his already snowy hair and pale skin like paper, he looked frail wherever he stood. After searching through the wardrobe for a long time, Shang Qingyi found a light green long robe, putting it on leisurely, then picked out a few strands of hair, tying them into a small bun at the nape of his neck, securing it with a tassel hairpin. Feng Yang happened to come to deliver the meal, walking into the room while saying, "Today's weather is nice. The master can go out to the square and bask in the sun. It's also good to supervise the disciples' practice of magic." He placed the food box on the table and looked up at Shang Qingyi, momentarily stunned. If the previous master could be likened to someone built of frost and snow, the current master was akin to verdant bamboo glistening in the rain. In a daze, Shang Qingyi tilted his head and asked, "Where did you go last night?" His voice brought Feng Yang back from his thoughts, who quickly lowered his head, no longer daring to look. "Last night, a beast entered Lingxiao sect's jurisdiction. I went to check it out. I also set a seal on the room because I feared Xia Luyuan might run around everywhere. The seal will automatically unlock when the sky brightens." Talking about something unpleasant. Shang Qingyi deliberately focused on his earlier statement, "A beast." "Master, please don't worry. Lingxiao sect has a great protective formation. The beasts can't get in," Feng Yang consoled. and even if they do enter, I'll stand before you. Unless they step over my corpse, none shall harm you. Shang Qingyi stared at him. Actually, he wasn't bad, merely having no independent opinions, always placing the sect leader first, doing whatever the leader ordered. In the original storyline, his intense hostility towards Xia Luyuan stemmed solely from the leader's aversion towards him. Not understanding the source of his loyalty, Shang Qingyi questioned, Feng Yang, I don't understand why you listen to me so obediently. Seeing the hint of bewilderment between his eyebrows, Feng Yang smiled with bright eyes, when I was little, my hometown suffered from a major famine. We couldn't find food, so we began eating people. My foot was already thrown into the iron pot when the former master saved me. He paused, continuing, the former master gave me a new name, letting me avoid hunger, teaching me spells, and granting me magical weapons. The person he worried about most during his ascension was you. I promised him I would use my life to protect your safety. Was it like this? Practitioners can live up to 500 years old, only achieving immortality after ascending. Feng Yang is 400 years old, spending half his life with Shang Qingyi's father by marriage, and the other half with Shang Qingyi. Just for the saving grace, he was willing to sacrifice almost his entire life. Shang Qingyi walked to the table side, slender fingers opening the food box, passing him a plate of taro sweet cakes. Since that's the case, follow me well and conduct ourselves properly. I've thought clearly, my constitution isn't suited for cultivation. It's not anyone else's fault. From now on, let's not target those children anymore. All right. Feng Yang agreed without hesitation. After breakfast, the two of them arrived together at Lingxiao Sect Square. Today's lesson was about flying with a sword. It couldn't be practiced inside the cultivation hall, so the mentor brought everyone out for practice. The disciples were all chatting noisily. When most of them hadn't yet grasped the knack, Yunheng had already managed to hover briefly in the air. Shang Qingyi felt quite amazed. No wonder he was the male protagonist. In the crowd, Mingzhu stood on her sword. The sword didn't rise too high and swayed crookedly as it flew for a short distance. Shang Qingyi nodded. It seemed that this girl also had talent for cultivation. After observing for a long time, he felt something was amiss and finally realized, where is Xia Luyuan? Why isn't he here? Let me check. Feng Yang went over and asked the mentor, then came back to repeat what was said. Xia Luyuan failed to complete his task of cleaning the cultivation hall, so he was punished with kneeling. Shang Qingyi's eyelids twitched. Why make him clean? Doesn't the sect employ cleaning staff for this kind of job? Feng Yang went to ask again and returned to report, because Xia Luyuan was caught stealing food by the mentor. As punishment, he has to clean the cultivation hall daily. Stealing food. That's because he wasn't getting enough to eat. Ridiculous. Shang Qingyi scolded coldly, the cultivation hall is so large, cleaning it daily would waste a lot of time. That will delay his cultivation. Feng Yang walked over. This time, he didn't relay messages but directly dragged the mentor before Shang Qingyi. Headmaster, I know I was wrong, I'll immediately bring Xia Luyuan here. The mentor acknowledged his mistake incredibly fast, smiling apologetically. Please don't get upset, it wouldn't be good for your health. Just as he was about to leave, Feng Yang suddenly asked with a faint voice, if I'm not mistaken, the person in charge of cleaning the cultivation hall is a distant relative of yours. Caught off guard, the mentor stumbled slightly, his expression becoming more uneasy. How could such a thing happen? Shang Qingyi furrowed his brows, so the only reason you made Xia Luyuan clean the cultivation hall was so your relative could slack off and still get paid? Headmaster, it's a misunderstanding. The mentor, frightened and disregarding the stares of the distant disciples, knelt down with a thud. It's simply because Xia Luyuan has a bad temper, tells lies, and steals things. I wanted to give him a little lesson. You're talking nonsense, even Feng Yang couldn't tolerate it, refuting on the spot, Xia Luyuan is like a mute. It's rare to hear him speak. How can you say he tells lies? Chapter 10, Being Scorned by Ingredients. Seeing Shang Qingyi's darkening face, like an impending storm cloud, the mentor dared not offer any more excuses. He kept his head very low, his shoulders trembling slightly, awaiting punishment. However, Shang Qingyi showed no intention of punishing him but asked instead, where did you make Xia Luyuan kneel? The mentor pointed in a direction, and Shang Qingyi set off without delay. Thinking he had narrowly escaped a calamity, the mentor silently sighed in relief. But just as Shang Qingyi had taken a few steps, he suddenly turned around and coolly said, since you're reluctant to have your relative work, from now on, you'll be responsible for cleaning the cultivation hall yourself. This remark effectively saved the mentor's life, since angering the ultimate antagonist never boded well for anyone. Yet the mentor was ungrateful, grinding his molars audibly. He had worked like a horse in Lingxiao sect for many years, accumulating at least some merit even if not great achievements. Even the previous master respected him somewhat. Now, it seemed that he didn't even have the right to oppress a disciple. But Feng Yang was still there, suppressing all his resentment down his throat despite the bitterness. Silently cursing all the ancestors of Shang Qingyi's family, he forced an ingratiating smile and cautiously asked, Elder, may I stand up now? At the other end, Shang Qingyi sneezed. He had a feeling someone was mocking him behind his back. Tightening his outer robe, he looked up and saw Xia Luyuan kneeling under a willow tree from afar. Since it was winter, all the leaves had fallen off, leaving only dry branches that exuded an endless chill and desolation. There was no snow today, but Xia Luyuan's knees were pressed directly onto the hard stone road, clearly struggling to endure it. Shang Qingyi approached, extending a slender hand. Stand up. Xia Luyuan hesitated. He had noticed a flicker of light green fabric with his peripheral vision earlier, but he didn't expect the person to be Shang Qingyi. After all, the former Shang Qingyi always preferred white robes, as if doing so could prevent him from being tainted by worldly dust. After a brief moment of hesitation, Xia Luyuan placed his hand into Shang Qingyi's palm, using it to pull himself up. His knees hurt so much. He didn't even need to look to know they were surely bruised, both black and purple from the sharp stones underneath. After standing up, he immediately withdrew his hand. The fox fur belonging to my master is in my room. I will return it after I wash it. I didn't come here for that. Shang Qingyi looked at him. The mentor from the cultivation hall said you were stealing food. Is that true? No. Xia Luyuan almost instinctively refuted. He was just looking for an excuse to make me clean the cultivation hall for his relative. He knew everything, yet still worked hard day and night. Shang Qingyi sighed. If you are wronged in the future, feel free to tell me. His voice was very gentle. Xia Luyuan inexplicably felt a tremor in his heart and remained dumbfounded. Did you not hear me? Shang Qingyi leaned closer and repeated, what I just said was, if you are wronged in the future, feel free to tell me. That handsome face, almost surreal, suddenly enlarged several times in front of him, so close that Xia Luyuan could see a brown mole hidden at the corner of Shang Qingyi's eyebrows. An overwhelming aroma of sandalwood instantly swept over him. Xia Luyuan uncomfortably reached up to rub his hair, covering his crimson earlobes. I understand, thank you, master. You're such a good boy. Shang Qingyi patted his head as if coaxing a child. Have you eaten breakfast? Naturally, he hadn't. Xia Luyuan went straight from the Eternal Life Hall to the disciples' quarters, changed clothes, and hurriedly made his way to the cultivation hall. No sooner had he stepped in than he was expelled. In reality, he diligently cleaned the cultivation hall every day, so it wasn't really dirty. Yet the mentor still found some dust in the corners, exaggerating. You dare to be lazy, Xia Luyuan. Get out and kneel. To his surprise, Mingzhu, who usually had nothing to do with him, actually spoke up on his behalf. Senior brother Xia has to both clean and cultivate every day, it's already exhausting. Please don't punish him. But the mentor was deliberately making life difficult for Xia Luyuan and wouldn't let go of this opportunity. He frowned coldly. Want to speak for him? Then you kneel outside too. Mingzhu didn't dare say anything more but gave Xia Luyuan a look saying, you're on your own. Returning to the present moment, Xia Luyuan honestly shook his head. Disciple hasn't eaten breakfast. This was excellent. Shang Qingyi thought that if he personally cooked a sumptuous meal, it would surely warm the ultimate antagonist's heart, which was hard as stone, preventing him from going down the dark path and making him live a proper life. Instead of choosing another day, let me cook it for you today, he offered. Xia Luyuan expressed his concern. As exalted as the sect leader of Lingxiao sect, could he actually cook meals? Would what he cooked even be edible? But he dared not ask and could only follow behind Shang Qingyi, entering the kitchen together with him and sending the cook away. There were plenty of fresh ingredients in the kitchen. Fish swam in the water, chickens ran around the floor, and chili peppers and eggplants were freshly picked from the fields. Shang Qingyi thought for a moment and said, let's do kung pao chicken and braised fish. How does that sound? Xia Luyuan didn't dare to be picky and could only nod like a bobbin, standing by like a door god. Having received the response, Shang Qingyi reached out to grab the chicken running around the floor. When his fingers touched its feathers, spiritual energy spread from his fingertips, causing his hand to tingle. Unbelievably, he widened his eyes. This chicken was actually a spirit beast. It was at least at the foundation building stage, and he doubted he could kill it. Regaining his composure, Shang Qingyi feigned calmness and reached into the basin to scoop out the fish. But it also was at the foundation building stage, once again repelling his hand. He was thoroughly defeated. 200 years of cultivation practice couldn't even match a chicken and a fish, how could he bear the shame? Seeing him with an expression of despair, Xia Luyuan puzzled. What happened, master? Shang Qingyi coughed lightly and called the cook back in. Watching the cook cleanly cut the chicken and fish, he became even more dejected. Even the cook was at the golden core level, while he, the leader of Lingxiao sect, was only at foundation building. What kind of face would he have left if this got out? After the cook left, Shang Qingyi picked up the knife and sighed, his movements listless. Xia Luyuan held no hope. After all, Shang Qingyi didn't dare to slaughter chickens or fish and even had to call the cook for help. Unsurprisingly, the sect leader had probably never been in the kitchen before. The meals he prepared might not taste great, but at least they shouldn't be poisonous. Expectations sank lower and lower. Yet, in the next moment, Xia Luyuan saw Shang Qingyi skillfully wield the knife, cutting the chicken into uniformly sized chunks. He then coated the fish slices evenly with flour and dropped them into the oil pan, frying them golden and crispy. Xia Luyuan stared open-mouthed. Wait a second. Is he really that good? Chapter 11, Personal Disciples. Not long after, the inviting scent of cooking wafted from the kitchen, enveloping the entire Lingxiao sect. It was so aromatic that it made everyone's fingers twitch with anticipation and caused them to swallow saliva. The disciples in the square sniffed the air and all turned their heads toward the source, peeking curiously. What's that smell? So fragrant. It's not even noon yet, why is someone already eating? It must not be for us. We're only fit to eat the cold, hard rice and tasteless vegetables from the canteen. Mingzhu naturally caught the scent too. She glanced around, seeing that the mentor had been ordered to clean the cultivation hall and there was no one to supervise her. There would never be a better time to act than now. She tugged on Yunheng's sleeve and whispered urgently, "Senior brother, let's go see what's going on in the kitchen." Yunheng was always a disciplined individual, even if the mentor wasn't present, he was still the one who practiced most diligently. Instinctively, he refused, "That wouldn't be proper, junior sister. We haven't perfected our flying sword technique yet, so we can't leave at will. Besides." But Mingzhu didn't want to hear his nonsense and cut straight through his rambling, dragging him away. By the time they reached the kitchen, Xia Luyuan had already finished 2 large bowls of rice. Such a feast was nearly impossible to find in this world. He had never tasted food so delicious. Even if there were poison in the dishes, he would have no regrets in life. As he was eating, Mingzhu popped her head out from behind the door, clicking her tongue in surprise. Well, master, you're giving him special treatment. I'll throw a tantrum." Yunheng thought she'd lost her mind. Who dared say such things to Shang Qingyi? Was she trying to get herself killed? "Please don't be angry, master," he hastily stepped forward, trying to pull Mingzhu away. "I'll take her with me right now, I promise she won't bother you anymore." Unlike the expected explosive rage, today's Shang Qingyi seemed to have changed personality. He spoke gently and warmly, "It's fine. You can join us as well." Yunheng froze in place. Already inside the kitchen, Mingzhu acted like an old friend, grabbing chopsticks and serving herself a full bowl of rice. She sat down opposite Xia Luyuan. She took a bite of the braised fish, utterly shocked by its taste. Tears welled up in her eyes from the overwhelming joy. So delicious. Compared to this, the canteen food is just slop. What a hard life I've lived before. Could the difference be that great? With doubts, Yunheng also quickly served himself some rice. While glancing at Shang Qingyi's expression, he cautiously sat down and tried a piece of kung pao chicken. And then, his pupils slightly quivered as he couldn't care about anything else, hugging the bowl and scarfing down the food, fearing that if he delayed any longer, Xia Luyuan and Mingzhu would eat everything. "Don't grab. Leave some for me. Don't touch this plate. The leftover soup is for my fried rice. I'm a girl. Can't you give me some space? You're so skinny, eat more peppers. Leave the chicken chunks for me." After the meal, Shang Qingyi looked at the completely empty plates and bowls on the table, as well as the 3 people who had stuffed themselves full and were patting their bellies. Satisfied, he nodded. An ancient saying goes, to capture someone's heart, you first need to capture their stomach. As someone whose primary job was an elementary school teacher and whose side job was being a food blogger, Shang Qingyi was extremely confident. Taming these 3 kids was like shooting fish in a barrel. Cough, cough. He lightly coughed twice, instantly drawing the attention of the 3. Once their gazes were all focused on him, he slowly began, his tone as gentle and calm as always. "At the end-of-month assessment for new disciples, I've decided to recruit personal disciples." Both Xia Luyuan and Yunheng were surprised. The new disciple assessment has always been a tradition of the Lingxiao sect. After 3 months of training, the new disciples undergo a magic skill contest, and the winner will be personally taught by the sect leader. Personal disciples receive more resources, gain the attention of the elders, and are eligible to participate in trials held by various sects, which greatly benefit one's cultivation path. The previous sect leader often recruited personal disciples, but ever since Shang Qingyi became the sect leader, he has never once taken a personal disciple. Was he finally making an exception? Their surprises hadn't even started here, because they saw Shang Qingyi continuing calmly, "I've decided to take the 3 of you as personal disciples." Recruiting 3 at once? Without any competition, directly predetermined? Was this the sun rising from the west? That's not a good idea. If the 3 of us get recruited as personal disciples without placing in the top 3, won't we be drowned in other disciples' spittle? Mingzhu questioned with confusion. "That depends on you." Shang Qingshi gave her a look as if assigning an important task. "You're the alchemist. In future, attend your morning classes and practice refining pills in the afternoon. If you can refine those marrow-cleansing, cultivation-boosting elixirs, give some to these 2. As if remembering something, Shang Qingshi added, "To avoid disturbances during your refining, move into the bamboo hut behind the Eternal Life Hall. The environment there is serene and picturesque. Most importantly, it was rarely visited by others. Whether it be windows exploding or roofs blowing off, no one else would be harmed." Mingzhu raised no objections. Alchemists had two major benefits. 1. While refining pills, their own cultivation also improved. 2. The refined pills could be eaten like sweets without any side effects. Unlike others who, if they ate too little, it wouldn't work, but eating too much led to accidents of spiritual energy. Seeing her agreement, Shang Qingshi turned to Xia Luyuan and Yunheng. As for you two, I will have the mentors shorten your lessons and spare an hour so that Feng Yang and I can personally instruct you. For convenience, I'll send someone to prepare a side chamber of the Eternal Life Hall for the two of you to stay in. Shang Qingshi remembered that in the original story, Xiao Yuan's roommate frequently belittled him, making cold remarks, and secretly causing trouble for him. By having him and Yunheng stay in the side chambers, it would not only save Xia from such humiliation but also allow him to constantly absorb positive energy from the male lead, achieving both goals perfectly. Satisfied with his arrangements, Shang Qingshi awaited their cheers of respect for their master's wisdom. But after a long while, the room remained eerily quiet, devoid of sound as if it were an abandoned burial ground. He couldn't help but grow uneasy. Why aren't you speaking? Are you dissatisfied with my arrangements? Xia Luyuan pressed his lips. Yunheng hesitated. Finally, Mingzhu spoke up first. Why are you two men hemming and hawing? Spit it out, master won't eat you. With matters at this point resolved, Xia Luyuan revealed his concern. I'm worried that the elders might lash out with whips if angered. Yunheng nodded in agreement. The mentor may only punish physically, but Elder Feng Yang would beat someone until bloodied, bruised, and unable to care for themselves. It seems that this is what worries you. Don't worry, with me here, he'll only talk but won't raise a hand. Shang Qingshi combined soft persuasion with promises, and if you follow the arrangements, I will make dinner for you every night. How does that sound? The air still carried remnants of the fragrant meals. Eating such food daily would make enduring beatings worth it. At this, they nodded eagerly like chickens pecking. Mingzhu chimed in slurpingly, Master truly shows wisdom. Shang Qingshi felt very pleased. What male lead? What ultimate antagonist? What fellow alchemist? They've all been taken care of. There's no way he wouldn't survive until the grand finale. Chapter 12, Hand-by-Hand Guidance. After the meal, everyone went their separate ways to attend to their tasks. After they left, a figure slithered out from the corner, glaring viciously in the direction they departed, and laughed maliciously. I am clearly Ling Xiao Sect's most outstanding disciple. Why should you all get designated as personal disciples? Wait and see, I won't let you pass easily. Back at the Eternal Life Hall, Shang Qingshi quietly shivered, feeling something ominous might occur. But reviewing the original plot in his mind, everything during this time period seemed calm with no major events. He straightened his robes, concluding it must be the harbinger of impending chills from internal toxins. Feng Yang entered, pushing the door open and handing over a roster. Here, master, is the list for the new disciples competition. Please review it. Shang Qingshi extended his hand to receive it. The list had already divided the combatants for the first round. Glancing at it briefly, his eyelids flickered. Mingzhu versus Jiang Chuji. Yunheng versus Xia Luyuan. What misfortune. Jiang Chuji was the tallest and strongest among the current group of disciples. Without using any spirit force, mere brute strength allowed him to carry a 1,000-pound heavy tripod. If Mingzhu fought against him, she'd likely be hurled 800 meters away. Moreover, pitting Yunheng against Xia Luyuan, regardless of who eliminated who, trying to recruit them as personal disciples afterward would definitely stir public discontent. He flung the roster aside. Who devised this? Feng Yang replied, Elder Yuan Song has always overseen this matter. Yuan Song. In the original plot, he was the elder who despised Shang Qingshi as sect leader the most. Unfortunately, being incapable and weaker than Feng Yang, he didn't dare confront openly but preferred sneaking around creating small problems behind the scenes. This person must have noticed the recent change in Shang Qingxi's attitude and deliberately caused this. If he hadn't scrutinized this roster carefully, the other party might have succeeded. Never mind, this roster is void. I will redraft it, Shang Qingshi said indifferently as his gaze shifted, but since this matter has been handed over to me, Elder Yuan Song has nothing left to do. He has nothing better to do anyway, so let him represent the Ling Xiao sect to go to the Xinyang Palace to arrange the details of the upcoming Cultivators Conference in a few months. This was clearly a plan to strip him of power within the Ling Xiao sect and send him off to be a diplomat. Feng Yang understood at once. Fine, master can rest assured. If he refuses to go, I'll tie him up like a dumpling and throw him there. Perfect. Shang Qingshi nodded approvingly. Go quickly and come back early. I've promised Xia Luyuan and Yunheng to set aside time this afternoon to guide their cultivation. With his mission in hand, Feng Yang left. When he returned, it was already evening. As soon as he stepped into the Hall of Eternal Life, Xia Luyuan and Yunheng also just arrived. They were both sweaty from class, and seeing him at that moment made them even more drenched in sweat. Feng Yang looked at them, thought for a moment, and then forced out a kind smile. I've already promised the master that I will be a good person from now on and stop punishing disciples physically. Don't worry about it. It wasn't clear whether it was because he had not smiled for too long, but his smile was very stiff, with a large arc of his mouth stretched wide, looking as if he could eat 2 children raw. The two were even more terrified. Until a voice like spring rain came from inside the hall, "Don't just stand there. Come in quickly." The 3 entered together. Shang Qingshi stood under a bare branch far away, dressed in green robes, adding some color to the barren courtyard of winter. Even the sunlight seemed especially partial to him. Strands of light fell gently on his body. His clothing was soft and graceful, fluttering beautifully in the breeze. He lowered his eyelashes and stood silently there, surpassing countless scenes around him. Feng Yang worried, "Master, this is where the wind blows hardest. You'd better change your position and don't catch a cold." Yunheng muttered, "This tree doesn't seem bare, it looks dead. It's still a 1,000-year-old spirit tree, we should figure out a way to save it, or it would be too regrettable." Only Xia Luyuan gazed fixedly at Shang Qingshi's face, lost in thought. His dark eyes, like obsidian, now contained no one else. Shang Qingshi didn't notice anything unusual. Following Feng Yang's advice, he changed his spot and stood under the eaves, asking, "What did you study today?" Seeing Xia Luyuan still in a trance, Yunheng answered first, "We studied sword-flying techniques in the morning, and invisibility techniques in the afternoon." The sound broke Xia Luyuan's thoughts, and he finally snapped back to reality, saying, "Both Cloud Brother Yun and I have learned the invisibility technique, but as for this morning's sword-flying technique, I didn't learn it at all." In the morning, the mentor required him to kneel as punishment, then Shang Qingshi took him to the kitchen later, so he never went to the square. Yunheng, however, only mastered part of the technique. Given the difference in their progress, it appeared they needed separate instruction. Shang Qingshi considered that though he was just a lowly foundation builder, sword flying was a simple spell that wasn't too difficult even for someone in the qi refining stage. Teaching them shouldn't harm anyone. As for who he should teach, a cool breeze passed by, freezing him slightly, making him shiver. No longer hesitating, he instructed, "Feng Yang will teach Yunheng." Then raising his eyes, he looked at Xia Luyuan, "I'll teach you." The wind lifted his pale green robes, stirring confusion within Xia Luyuan's mind. Not until Shang Qingshi walked far away, turned back, and found that Xia had not followed, did he ask curiously, "Why are you standing there?" Xia Luyuan finally caught up with him. Together, they came to the plaza beside the Hall of Eternal Life. Sword-flying techniques need a broad area to practice. This place suited the need perfectly. At Shang Qingshi's indication, Xia Luyuan summoned a long sword and stepped onto it. However, the moment the sword didn't ascend much higher, he suddenly jumped down, blinking his eyes, the shadows of his raven-like long lashes cast in his eyes. "Master." He hesitated before opening his mouth, "I'm afraid of heights." What nonsense! How could someone who practiced spiritual arts be afraid of heights? Shang Qingshi was so shocked that he almost lost his balance. There was nothing written about this in the original plot. Could it be because he endured endless humiliation and dared not speak out, opting to endure the fear, thus curing his acrophobia without knowing? Or, now that Shang Qingshi had undergone a personality change, he felt less fearful towards him, and thus dared to speak up? No matter what, this psychological issue of his must be treated, otherwise, it would only bring him harm and no benefit in his future cultivation. Shang Qingshi said gently, "Don't be afraid. I will fly with you. Hold my hand, you won't fall." His voice was truly gentle, very soothing. Xia Luyuan stared at him for a long time, and finally nodded obediently. Thus, Shang Qingshi led him onto the sword. When they ascended, Xia Luyuan obviously became tense, and he gripped Shang Qingshi's hand with all his strength, veins popping up on the back of his hand. It hurt a little. But Shang Qingshi did not get angry. Instead, he raised his other free hand and covered Xia Luyuan's eyes. "Fearful? Then don't look. It's open here, no need to worry about colliding with anything. Just focus on experiencing the feeling of flying." Chapter 13, Everyone Gets a Share. Shang Qingshi's hand was very cool. Xia Luyuan, due to having an inherently mutated fire spiritual root, always had a warm body all year round. The moment his hand touched, all senses focused on his eyes. The sensation, it was strange, beyond description. He tried his best to ignore this feeling, concentrating on the flying sword, using his thoughts to control its direction. Cool wind swept past his face, blowing away the strands of hair over his forehead. Xia Luyuan thought, flying didn't seem that difficult. Until Shang Qingshi let go of the hand covering his eyes. Unbeknownst to them, they had already flown so high. The huge hall of eternal life shrank into a tiny dot, and clouds surrounded them. Not looking was fine, but this one glance caused Xia Luyuan to lose focus instantly. The previously stable sword began to wobble chaotically, nearly tipping over. Through the layers of clothing, he tightened his grip even more on Shang Qingshi's wrist. The latter could not endure such force, and involuntarily groaned in pain. "Sorry master, I didn't mean to." Xia Luyuan quickly loosened his hold. At that moment, the sword lost control and flung both of them down. This was by far the biggest setback since Shang Qingshi started as a teacher. Falling from such a bone-chilling height, he was bound to meet his supposed father who had already ascended. He hurriedly activated his spiritual power inside his body. However, this body seemed deliberately against him, regardless of how he tried forming the seals, spells failed to coalesce. As they were about to hit the ground, he managed to summon a little bit of spiritual energy just in time, slowing their descent slightly to avoid being smashed into a bloody pulp. Xia Luyuan was fine though. He fell slowly, cushioned by Shang Qingshi acting as a human cushion. He would surely emerge unharmed. Poor Shang Qingshi was not only going to hit the ground but also be crushed by him. With bad luck, he might end up losing a limb, or worse, his life if fortune wasn't on his side. At this critical moment, Shang Qingshi finally recalled Yuan Fengyang in the distance. Before he could speak, Xia Luyuan suddenly grabbed his sleeve mid-air, holding tightly onto him and switched their positions. This time, the person taking the fall and getting battered was Xia Luyuan. Shang Qingshi froze, momentarily forgetting even to call out for help. The sound of landing echoed, and Xia Luyuan emitted a muffled grunt. To make matters worse, the sudden jolt made Shang Qingshi lose balance. His forehead slammed hard into Xia Luyuan's chin. White hair intertwined with black, creating a stark contrast. Shang Qingshi immediately cupped his forehead, scrambling to rise anxiously asking, "Are you okay?" The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted them. Because at present, Xia Luyuan certainly did not look alright. In pain, his face paled, eyebrows knit attractively. Just looking at his expression told how much agony he was enduring. Shang Qingshi reached out to support Xia Luyuan. After a brief pause, Xia gained enough strength to stand up and tested moving his limbs. Good, nothing broken. Seeing Shang Qingshi's worried expression, Xia Luyuan hastened to reassure, "Master, I'm fine, just a bit sore from the fall." Shang Qingshi looked surprised. Ordinary people falling from such a great height would either die or become disabled. Xia Luyuan not only survived the fall but also cushioned Shang Qingshi. Yet, there seemed to be no injury. Could it be because in the cultivation world, people's constitutions couldn't be compared in the same way? Though unclear, he still felt uneasy and called for Yuan Fengyang, instructing him to take Xia Luyuan to the medical hall for inspection. However, Fengyang thought Shang Qingshi's concern unnecessary. He said, "He can walk and move, there shouldn't be any problems. Moreover, he himself said he is fine. Leader, there's no need to worry." But before Shang Qingshi could say more, Ming Zhu appeared, carrying a sack bulging with contents, heading towards them. Fengyang also saw her and waved to her, "Aren't you an alchemist? Could you come and check if Xiao Yuan's body has any problems?" In principle, alchemists could not diagnose patients, they would only follow the ancient pill recipes passed down by their ancestors, staying indoors day and night to refine pills. Unfortunately, Ming Zhu always accepted every task given to her without refusal, regardless of what it was. She believed she could handle it all. Adding to this, Fengyang placed great hopes on her. Without a second thought, she took up the task with great seriousness, walking around Xia Luyuan for a full round before saying, "There is nothing wrong. Brother Xia probably just hurt from the fall. I happen to have refined some basic pain relief pills." After finishing, she rummaged through her sack for a while, during which Shang Qingshi realized that this whole sack was completely filled with pills. He raised another question, "Did you refine all these in the afternoon?" 9 out of 10 are actually failed attempts, but for convenience, I lumped them together. Ming Zhu stuck out her tongue mischievously, and then as if finally finding what she wanted, swiftly pushed a pill into Xiao Yuan's mouth before Shang Qingshi could stop her. Afraid that this half-baked alchemist's 3-no product, no name, no certification, no standards, would cause trouble, Shang Qingshi anxiously stared at Xia Luyuan. After swallowing the pill, his previously knitted brows gradually smoothed out, and he said in surprise, "It really doesn't hurt anymore." Of course. Ming Zhu put her hands on her hips like a proud little peacock, "Alchemists are as rare as phoenix feathers or unicorn horns in this continent. I am the best among alchemists, everyone says my pills work wonders." All present were attracted to her show of confidence, except Shang Qingshi who still remained cautious and carefully examined Xiao Yuan's face. Unconsciously, their faces got closer and closer, even their breathing seemed intertwined. Xiao Yuan's pupils quivered slightly, asking quietly, "What's wrong, master?" Nothing, Shang Qingshi couldn't detect any abnormalities, thus lightly smiled and casually ended the matter, "Are you all hungry? I'll go cook now." As soon as the words "eating" were mentioned, everyone immediately showed respect and watched respectfully as Shang Qingshi walked into the kitchen. Ming Zhu excitedly rubbed her hands and found a place to sit, not forgetting to open her sack to distribute the pills. These enhance physical constitution, these keep spiritual roots stable, and these allow your body to flow smoothly during cultivation, all for you, Brother Yun. Next, she turned to Fengyang, taking out a bottle of pills, "This guarantees emotional stability. Whenever Elder gets irritable, take one and everything will feel beautiful." "For me?" Fengyang was surprised. Having played the villain for too long, this was the first gift he had received as a disciple in nearly 400 years of life. He carefully took it, feeling that what Shang Qingshi said indeed made sense. It turned out being good does garner goodwill. Everyone received gifts, making Xia Luyuan beside them feel a bit awkward. Deciding to find a corner to stay away, unexpectedly, Ming Zhu called him back, saying, "Don't leave yet, brother Xia. Wait while I look." Chapter 14, Killing the Chicken to Scare the Monkeys. Xia Luyuan couldn't believe it. Could it be that there was something for him as well? He never knew how to interact with others, therefore always went alone. In the vast Lingxiao sect, he failed to make a single close friend. Seeing the pill Ming Zhu handed over, he felt quite flattered. Before he could fully savor the emotion, Ming Zhu spoke, "This is Huan Yan Dan, which keeps your looks at their best. And this is Qian Si Wan Liao Dan, giving off a pleasant body fragrance that lasts for a long time." Xia Luyuan paused in mid-motion. Lifting his eyes, his calm black eyes cracked slightly. "Sister, I'm a man." "I know." Ming Zhu replied with confusion, "I've always called you brother Xia, never sister Xia." Xia Luyuan's lips twitched slightly, "Then why give me these pills? Seeing you come out of the master's room early in the morning, I thought you might need these." Ming Zhu said, continuing to rummage through her sack, "If you don't want them, wait while I look again for other kinds of pills." The surroundings seemed to grow silent. Yunhei appeared to have heard something shocking and drew in a breath sharply. Feng Yang's expression turned suspicious. He locked both of them inside for the treatment of cold poison. Judging by Ming Zhu's words, did something else unmentionable happen? "You guys stop guessing wildly," Xia Luyuan quickly explained, though his urgency only made things worse. "Master gets cold easily, I was just using my fire spirit root to help warm his body." As soon as these words came out, everyone in the room clearly didn't believe a word of it. Ming Zhu fished out a set of pills from her sack, the exact same configuration she had given Yunhei earlier, handing over both the Huan Yan Dan and Qian Si Wan Liao Dan. "Don't say anything, senior brother. Just take them." Her return home depended on Xiao Yuan's cooperation. If he could win Shang Qingshi's favor, it would speed up her journey by 2 points. She couldn't wait to leave this place behind. She wanted to use her phone, her computer, read novels, play online games. With tears welling up in her eyes, Ming Zhu looked sincerely at Xia Luyuan. Xia Luyuan felt sweat beat up on his forehead under her intense gaze, becoming very uncomfortable. Finally, Shang Qingshi finished preparing dinner and called everyone over from afar. He was confident today, having cooked enough food for 5 people, surely it would be enough. However, once everyone sat down, he realized too late that he had been far too confident. The group attacked the food like they were recovering from a great famine that hadn't let them eat for 800 years, their chopsticks flashing in blurs. In the blink of an eye, a plate of shredded potatoes disappeared, another blink and even the dish of braised pork knuckle vanished entirely, with the plate snatched away by Yunhei who used its juices to mix into his rice. Feng Yang took the pig bone, chewing on the cartilage still attached. As for the largest piece of meat, Ming Zhu snatched it with her chopsticks and began eating until her face gleamed with oil. Looking at their ravenous forms, then glancing back at Xia Luyuan, one suddenly felt a peculiar silence descend. Xia Luyuan ate quickly, but politely, finishing what was in his bowl before dishing more, unlike others whose bowls were already overflowing like small mountains. Afraid he might not get enough, Shang Qingshi swiftly picked 2 chicken legs, one for himself and the other for Xia Luyuan. Under such stormy eating, the food on the table disappeared in no time, leaving Shang Qingshi to start planning the evening's arrangements. "Feng Yang, come with me to revise the list of new disciple competitions. You 3, according to today's plan, move your bedding, clothes, and daily necessities to where they belong." Yunhei and Ming Zhu nodded happily and scampered off. Just as Xia Luyuan stood up, Shang Qingshi stopped him. "Are you sure there's nothing wrong with your body? Falling from so high, I'm afraid you may have hidden injuries. Perhaps we should find a physician to check you out." At the mention of physician, Xia Luyuan shook his head frantically like a drum being beaten rapidly. "Master, I'm really fine, no need to trouble anyone." Seeing his fierce resistance, Shang Qingshi let the matter rest. "How is it that someone your age still fears physicians?" "Well, I won't push you. Go ahead and move your things." Xia Luyuan practically fled the scene. He hadn't told Shang Qingshi that the pills Ming Zhu gave only healed internal injuries, not external ones. When he fell earlier, his back must have struck a sharp rock, and without doubt, a long gash was likely carved onto it. What's more, Xia Luyuan hadn't informed Shang Qingshi that he wasn't actually scared of physicians. What he feared was the strange mark on his back being discovered, leading to potential trouble. He himself didn't remember when the mark first appeared. It started as a tiny dot but grew gradually, sprouting patterns resembling vines. Though the pattern had continued to grow, lately it seemed to have shortened somewhat. Xia Luyuan thought to himself that he had finally stabilized his life somewhat, and under no circumstances did he want these patterns to disrupt it again. He hurried back to the junior disciples' quarters and fabricated some fake skin to cover the mark on his back in preparation for any unexpected checks. After finishing, Xia Luyuan dressed properly and was about to walk out when he heard footsteps coming outside the door. Turning around, he saw his roommates returning. He didn't pay much attention. Accustomed to being aloof, his roommates usually treated him as if he didn't exist unless they felt bad and needed to vent their frustrations by mocking or ridiculing him. Xia Luyuan gathered his belongings and walked directly past them towards the exit. His tall figure blocked the door, looking down at him from above. It was Jiang Chujie, a fellow disciple of his year. Possessing one of the strongest and most imposing builds among the disciples of this year, standing there like a wall. Every few steps, his face muscles wobbled left and right, making him look particularly difficult to approach. What do you want? Knowing his day might not end peacefully, Xia Luyuan tried to keep his tone level and calm. Xia Luyuan, you orphan without parents, seem to have some tricks up your sleeve. Jiang Chujie was filled with malice as he spoke. In the past, Master always detested you. Yet somehow, you've managed to make him smile and even want to take you as a personal disciple. Xia Luyuan clenched his fists tightly, not noticing the nails digging into his flesh. Who told you this? Of course, I heard it myself. Jiang Chujie gritted his teeth in frustration. It's fine for Yunhei since he just arrived at Lingxiao sect a month ago and has already broken through from cultivation to foundation establishment, being the fastest among our batch. Ming Zhu doesn't matter much either, she's a girl, so it's understandable if she's favored. But what about you? Do you deserve it because you're an orphan no one wants? Or is it because of your cultivation level in the qi refinement stage? Why am I inferior to you? By the end, he was almost in a frenzied state. The wooden door swayed with his motions, shedding splinters. No one will snatch my place as a personal disciple. Today, I'll give you a proper lesson to set an example. Chapter 15, The Unique Moon. This room wasn't large and had 4 beds crammed into it. Xia Luyuan had nowhere to escape. He looked at Jiang Chujie and countered, if you know Master intends to take me as his personal disciple, why do you dare to cause trouble for me? If something happens to me, do you think he would forgive any of you? The other 2 disciples, who were originally laughing with glee at the misfortune, instantly became uncertain upon hearing this. Jiang Chujie was half a prodigy with a father who was the imperial sorcerer backing him, whereas they had nothing. If the situation escalated, it wouldn't be beneficial to them. Therefore, after exchanging glances, they retreated quite harmoniously behind. Minding their own business, they crossed their arms and watched this farce unfold. Cowards. Jiang Chujie clearly was dissatisfied with their actions and sneered before refocusing on Xia Luyuan. I thought you were just a silent type, but you're pretty good at talking back, aren't you? As soon as these words came out, spiritual energy gathered into a sphere in his hand. Unfortunately, whether those 2 useless ones participate or not, you are bound to become disabled under my hands. This attack utilized tenfold of his spiritual energy. Only 1 step away from foundation establishment, given Xiao Yuan's current level of cultivation, there was no way he could endure it. Light exploded inside the room. Unexpectedly, Xia Luyuan remained unscathed while Jiang Chujie and the 2 disciples were thrown out unconscious. Strange. Staring dumbfounded at the 3 sprawled out on the ground, Xia Luyuan looked back at his own palm. There seemed to be a peculiar kind of energy lingering there, absolutely not his own. At that moment, a voice resounded in his mind. Did you see clearly? These so-called prestigious sects and righteous disciples, they're all hypocrites. The place where you truly belong is the demon realm. Who are you? Xia Luyuan glanced around but saw no one. Judging from the meaning of this voice, it must be a demon seed. But Lingxiao's sect had protective arrays which would trigger alarms upon the approach of any demonic aura. How could it possibly wander within the sect undetected? Stop looking, no one besides you can sense my existence. On the day of the new disciple trials, it's also when the gate of the demon realm opens. By then, find a way down the mountain, and I'll guide you to where you should go. That voice disappeared. Stunned, Xia Luyuan looked at the 3 who were still unconscious on the ground and hastily packed his belongings, fleeing towards the Hall of Eternal Life like his life depended on it. The side hall was divided into 2 rooms front and back. Yunhei chose the inner one. While arranging the bed, hearing footsteps, he peeked out and saw Xia Luyuan looking unusually flustered, as if encountering some sort of trouble. Little brother Xia, is there anything I can assist you with? Yunhei asked with concern. Xia Luyuan slightly came back to his senses, forcing himself to appear calm as he spoke. Senior brother Yunhei, please handle your affairs. You don't need to worry about me. Not knowing what else to say, Yunhei entered the room reluctantly, looking back every few steps. When he finished decorating the room and went outside, he noticed Xia Luyuan still standing there blankly and couldn't suppress his helpful nature any longer, extending his hand towards Xiao Yuan's luggage. Let me help you. Xia Luyuan refused. It's unnecessary. Yunhei persisted relentlessly. Look, it's already dark. Finish early, and you can sleep sooner. Truly, there's no need. Don't be formal with me. Their back and forth caught Shang Qingshi's attention in the main hall. Having already decided on the list of trials with Feng Yang, after taking Ming Zhu's pills, Shang Qingshi prepared for a good night's sleep. However, genuinely curious about what the 2 were shouting about, he wrapped himself in blankets and ventured out. As soon as he entered, he saw Xia Luyuan and Yunhei each tugging at one end of a blanket, looking exactly like 2 kindergarten children squabbling over a toy. Shang Qingshi coughed lightly and stepped between them to mediate. Stop fighting. If you're really cold, I'll share my blanket with you. I'm not fighting, Yunhei said, sounding aggrieved. I just wanted to help the junior brother, but he wouldn't let me. Xia Luyuan lowered his dim eyes. I'm not used to it. In just a few days, everything and everyone around him had changed. Shang Qingshi was kind to him, Ming Zhu and Yunhei were kind too, and even Fengyang stopped punishing or yelling at him. He wasn't accustomed to this kindness, nor did he know how he could ever repay them in the future. Handling small chores like tidying up a room felt like something he shouldn't bother others for anymore. Shang Qingshi observed him for a long time, seemingly understanding his inner thoughts, then waved at Yunhei, go back to sleep, there's nothing to worry about. With the master's command given, Yunhei reluctantly returned to his room. Complete silence reigned. The sky had grown dark, dotted sparsely with stars. Shang Qingshi led Xia Luyuan to the main hall, gesturing for him to sit on a chair, and considerately poured him a cup of tea. Then, leveraging his elementary school teacher skills, he began counseling the troubled youth. Even though Xia Luyuan was already 15 or 16 years old, Shang Qingshi spoke in a tone one would use to coax a child, gently questioning, do you know why I made you and Yunhei live so close? His voice was as soft and soothing as always, easily putting people at ease. Xia Luyuan shook his head. Yunhei also had some troubles when he was little, and ended up alone eventually. Shang Qingshi continued, I thought that since you both have similar pasts, you might have things to talk about and could become supportive friends. More importantly, Yunhei was the protagonist of this story. As long as they stuck together tightly, how could he fail to reach the end? Although Shang Qingshi couldn't express these thoughts outright, he still hoped Xia Luyuan could get along well with Yunhei. Evidently, Xia Luyuan couldn't comprehend Shang Qingshi's earnest intentions. He looked down, the shadow of his crowfeather-like lashes falling onto his eyes, his voice low and heavy, we are fundamentally different. He is passionate and outgoing, everyone likes him. As for me, I don't even know how to interact with others. After a while, Xia Luyuan bitterly smiled, and his cultivation talent is exceptional. Within just a month, he reached the foundation establishment stage. In everyone's eyes, he must be that shining sun. Even if we devoted our entire lives to catch up with him, we'd never succeed. Jiang Chujie was right, Yunhei was a prodigy chosen by heaven, Ming Zhu was a heavenly daughter, and only Xia Luyuan, he was nothing. Perhaps Master Shang didn't even want him as a personal disciple in the first place. He was just an afterthought, that's all. The feelings rose again, and the voice in his mind started shouting once more. Don't listen to him, your only path is to the demon realm. Then, both Yunhei and Ming Zhu will be no match for you. Before the voice could finish, Shang Qingshi patted Xia Luyuan's head. All of his wandering thoughts were instantly drawn to the action, and Xia Luyuan forgot what the voice had been saying, muttering blankly, Master. Shang Qingshi smiled, why always compare yourself with others? You are who you are, a unique moon. Chapter 16, I didn't use force. A unique moon. Wasn't he merely an afterthought in Shang Qingshi's plan? Or rather, was he equal to Yunhei and Ming Zhu, irreplaceable in his own way? Something seemed to have settled inside his heart, slowly sprouting. Xiao Yuan's eyelashes quivered slightly, and his tone was uncommonly earnest, I will focus on my cultivation, please rest assured, Master. Shang Qingshi didn't care much about his practice but prioritized his emotional state, always placing preventing his dark transformation as top priority. After all, he was the ultimate antagonist, the only one who could match wits with the male lead, his talent surely wouldn't be subpar. However, due to being punished frequently half the time, and recuperating from injuries during the other half, he had little opportunity to fully concentrate on cultivation, which slowed his progress compared to others. I believe in you, Shang Qingshi patted his back encouragingly, you won't disappoint me. Unfortunately, that pat happened to fall directly on Xiao Yuan's wound, causing him to grimace immediately, his brows furrowing in pain. When Shang Qingshi drew his hand back, he noticed blood stains on his palm, surprising him momentarily. I didn't use any force. How could it result in bleeding? Staring at Xia Luyuan, Shang Qingshi blinked bewilderedly. As the truth could no longer be concealed, Xia Luyuan reluctantly admitted, actually, the medicine given by Ming Zhu could only treat internal injuries, not external ones. When I fell, my back seemed to have scraped against a rock. Why didn't you say that earlier? Shang Qingshi immediately began pulling off his clothes. The disciple uniforms of Lingxiao sect, layered in multiple thick layers, were genuinely hard to take off. After removing the thickest outer layer, Shang Qingshi clearly saw that the two inner layers had already been dyed red with blood, looking quite shocking. Is this what you call a minor injury? Does it take half paralysis for it to count as severe? While muttering, Shang Qingshi continued pulling off the clothes. Xia Luyuan was afraid that if his movements were too large, the fake skin covering the marks on his back would come off. He stopped him nervously, Master, let me do it myself. Shang Qingshi paused, staring at him without blinking. Under such an intense gaze, Xia Luyuan took a deep breath and, gritting his teeth, pulled off his bloody clothes. The night was serene. This moment inexplicably felt like a malicious master forcing their disciple into something indescribable. Indeed, Xia Luyuan had a well-built figure, a thin layer of muscle made him neither exaggerated nor frail. His 8-pack abs stood out particularly, and last time, Shang Qingshi's head had hit them. Now, it was his first time seeing them up close. But his attention wasn't on that. Instead, it fell on the whip marks all over Xiao Yuan's body, crisscrossing with raised scars. Just looking at them, one could guess how much inhuman abuse he'd endured. Furrowing his brows, Shang Qingshi asked, "Who whipped you?" Startled, Xia Luyuan hesitated before replying, "It was you, master, and Elder Fengyang." This answer left Shang Qingshi awkwardly standing there, as if black crows were flying overhead with trailing ellipses. He'd forgotten that the original owner loved flogging people. Ha ha ha, today's weather seems quite nice." After being embarrassed, Shang Qingshi forced out a dry laugh and changed the topic. Looking outside at the pitch-black scene, Xia Luyuan nodded in agreement, "It is pretty good." Willing to give him a step down, Shang Qingshi moved behind him to check the wound and then froze in shock. Was this merely being scraped by a stone? The gash nearly cut through his entire back, very deep, occasionally oozing fine blood beads, making a harrowing sight. From his storage bracelet, Shang Qingshi took out clean bandages and spiritual spring water to gently clean the wound. Feeling uneasy, Xia Luyuan shifted slightly but was softly scolded, "Don't move, you can't reach it yourself." Xia Luyuan wasn't worried about Shang Qingshi's touch. Rather, he feared the false skin covering the mark would be discovered. Though the wound happened to bypass the mark, unease still lingered in his heart. Every second passed tortuously. Fortunately, Shang Qingshi noticed nothing suspicious. After cleaning the wound, he sprinkled powdered medicine onto it and wrapped it carefully with bandages, looping around his shoulders and tying a beautiful bow on his waist. "This powdered medicine was left by my father, it will heal your wounds within a day. Remember not to get wet once you go back." While speaking, Shang Qingshi pulled out a candy from his pocket and handed it to Xia Luyuan. This was a habit of his when he used to be an elementary school teacher. Whenever children got hurt and cried, he gave them candies, praising them for being brave and amazing. Even facing Xia Luyuan, a teenager of 15 or 16 years old, Shang Qingshi naturally praised without any hesitation, "Although you showed great courage, next time if you're injured, make sure to tell your master, okay?" At these moments, Xia Luyuan always felt that Shang Qingshi carried an aura of benevolent saintly light. He stood amidst the saintly glow, wearing a bright halo, with a pair of white wings growing from his back, resembling exactly the Western angels from Tales. Xia Luyuan quickly averted his eyes, "It's getting late, I should leave." "Don't rush, you forgot your clothes." Shang Qingshi handed over the folded clothes. A porcelain bottle rolled out and dropped to the ground. Both of them bent down to pick it up at the same time. Their fingers briefly touched before retreating quickly. "Is this Ming Zhu's pill?" Shang Qingshi curiously examined it. It was Huanyan pill, said to rejuvenate one's appearance and enhance beauty. Xia Luyuan hurriedly put it away and muttered vaguely, "Yes, probably. I should go." This time, Shang Qingshi did not stop him. He smoothly returned to the annex hall, quickly preparing his bed and lying down. He had always been a light sleeper, and now that he suddenly changed locations with heavy heart, he couldn't fall asleep at all. It wasn't until the late hours of the night that Xia Luyuan barely felt a hint of sleepiness. Before his eyes could even close, the voice in his mind started up again. "Kill him. Kill Shang Qingshi. Xia Luyuan was shocked and quickly sat up in bed to demand, "What do you mean?" Killing him now would be a perfect opportunity to pin the blame on Ming Zhu. Getting rid of two strong enemies at once, there's no better deal than this. The voice let out a mocking laugh. Xiao Yuan's head hurt so much it felt like it was going to explode. At this moment, the sound of porcelain breaking came from the main hall. Sensing something amiss, he disregarded the voice in his head, grabbed the blood-stained disciple uniform, and rushed to the main hall. It was pitch black everywhere. Xia Luyuan lit the lamp inside the room. The light illuminated the surroundings, and he saw Shang Qingshi lying haphazardly on the ground, his white hair cascading like a waterfall, with faint flames circling around him. "Why is this happening?" "Master?" Xia Luyuan squatted down and tentatively called out. "Xia Luyuan, what are you hesitating for? Kill him, and you can take revenge for 3 months of humiliation." Chapter 17, You'll live to a ripe old age. "Shut up." These 3 words were almost screamed out by Xia Luyuan with all his might. Yet, the angrier he became, the more jubilant that thing in his mind became. He tormented you for 3 months, and just because he's been good to you for a few days, you've already forgotten the suffering you endured back then. Xia Luyuan, you're truly, beyond saving. Xiao Yuan's eyes quivered slightly. As if convincing the other party or himself, he said, "If I can become the personal disciple of the Lingxiao sect leader, why would I go to the demon realm? I don't trust him, I don't trust you, I only trust myself." With that, he picked Shang Qingshi up. When his fingertips touched Shang Qingshi's skin, it felt like touching flames, scarily hot. Xia Luyuan closed his eyes briefly and released his variant fire spiritual root. When one fire emerges, 10,000 fires are extinguished. This was where the spirit root was most dominant. But this method consumed even more physical energy and cultivation than merely releasing spiritual power, and Xia Luyuan wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Fortunately, the flames on Shang Qingshi's body were quickly put out, and his complexion gradually returned to normal. Seeing the deep creases on his face smooth out and peaceful slumber take over, Xia Luyuan sighed in relief, staring at the face absently. "We'll see. When the whip lands on your back again, you'll regret this choice. The voice in his mind sneered coldly and then disappeared without a trace. Only now did Xia Luyuan have time to think about what exactly that thing was. A heart demon? No, only cultivators at the Great Ascension stage would give rise to heart demons, and he was merely at the foundation building stage. Could it be related to the mark on his back? However, the mark had been there for a long time, while that voice had only recently appeared, it didn't seem connected. Unable to figure it out, and feeling that whenever he thought about anything related to the mark, his head would start to hurt. Xia Luyuan shook his head, at which point Shang Qingshi slowly woke up in his arms. His snowy eyelashes fluttered twice before opening their tea-colored irises slowly. In the candlelight, those brown eyes looked especially delicate and translucent, carrying a touch of morning haze after waking. He remembered that after taking the pill given by Ming Zhu, the cold poison seemed truly suppressed. Still half asleep, a sudden searing pain flared up in his entire body as though being burned by fierce flames inside his organs. He wanted to shout for help, but unfortunately, no sound came from his throat. So he tipped over the jade porcelain bottle beside him in hope of being noticed. Therefore, it was Xia Luyuan who saved him. Shang Qingshi blinked. There was no one else around. In the original plot, Xia Luyuan would have definitely attacked him a couple of times and left gracefully without anyone noticing. Instead, Xia Luyuan chose to rescue him. Shang Qingshi thought that his enlightenment education had clearly proven effective. He smiled, his eyebrows curling into gentle arches like melting snow. "Thank you." It was the first time hearing gratitude from him, leaving Xia Luyuan flustered, confused, and unsure of what to do. Shang Qingshi timely interjected, relieving his nervousness. "Well, I'm thirsty, I want water." "I'll get you some water." Xia Luyuan supported Shang Qingshi to sit on the bed and quickly turned around to pour water, carefully holding the teacup towards him. Shang Qingshi took it and sipped a tiny bit, the cool sensation immediately rushing to his head. This body right now cannot withstand any cold substances at all. He frowned, so cold. Xia Luyuan obviously misunderstood this sentence, stepped forward to embrace him, lost control for a moment, and their faces almost touched, staring at each other. Spiritual power was released outward, warmth instantly flowing through Shang Qingshi's limbs, completely driving away the cold. Truly an excellent human heating pad. Shang Qingshi felt so comfortable that he didn't want to move, burying his head in front of Xia Luyuan and staring absent-mindedly at a nearby small braid. All disciples of the Lingxiao sect, regardless of gender, had to wear disciple uniforms and tie their hair into high ponytails. It seemed that among all those people in the sect, only Xia Luyuan deliberately kept such a little braid. He reached out to pinch it, finding it quite amusing, pinching it again and asking, "What's this for?" Xia Luyuan seemed lost in thought, then answered, "This is the longevity braid." Children in the village would all keep such a tuft of hair, braided into a long little braid hanging in front, only cutting or tying it up after reaching adulthood. Longevity braid, huh? Shang Qingshi was drowsy enough that his eyelids wouldn't open. Before sinking into sleep, he sincerely wished, "Xia Luyuan, may you live 100 years. He absolutely would not die at 25 like in the original plot. The night returned to silence. Suddenly, Xia Luyuan remembered his parents. When most kids in the village were called Iron Pillar or Second Dog, his parents held him in their arms to go to town and ask a tutor to name him. On the way, they met a Taoist priest, who said his fate lacked water, so they named him Xia Luyuan. The family was not rich, but every year on his birthday, his parents would cook him a bowl of longevity noodles with an egg and meat. After eating the noodles, his father picked him up and held him high above his head, taking him to count stars. When he got tired, his mother took him back inside, gently stroking his head, softly humming lullabies to put him to sleep. Even though it was from a long time ago, Xia Luyuan still remembered his parents' smiles, remembering their words, "Our little Yuan will surely live 100 years. The day the demon seeds came to the village, his father was torn apart by the demon seeds' claws, and his mother hid him in the cellar, shutting the wooden board tightly, leaving it pitch black inside, hearing only the chaotic sounds outside. Then warm liquid flowed through the cracks in the wooden board, dropping one drop at a time onto his face. When he crawled out of the cellar, the entire village had turned into ruins, scattered with severed limbs everywhere. A personal disciple of the Xinyang Palace's master dealt a fatal blow to the demon seed, sensing something behind him and turning back to look at him with a challenging smile. There's still a survivor. He would never forget that scene. The person in his arms suddenly moved, snapping Xia Luyuan out of his thoughts. He realized he'd unconsciously tightened his grip, holding the person too tightly. He quickly loosened his hold, forcing himself to close his eyes and sleep. Who knew how much time had passed when there came a banging sound outside the door, startling Xia Luyuan awake. Shang Qingshi slowly opened his eyes, looking weary as if he hadn't fully woken up yet. No wonder, since dawn hadn't broken yet. Master. Yun Heng's worried voice came from outside, something's wrong. I woke up for water and found Brother Xia wasn't in his room. Did something happen to him? Shang Qingshi yawned and lied calmly without blushing, he's fine. I sent him to clean the kitchen. Outside, it quieted down. Just as Shang Qingshi buried his head back into Xia Yuan's arms and was about to close his eyes, another round of loud banging began. Didn't I say he's fine? He patiently explained, go back to sleep. Let me sleep some more. That person stopped knocking but instead let out a very confused, ah. It wasn't Yun Heng's voice. It was Feng Yang. Chapter 18, Wanting a Good Night's Sleep. Shang Qingshi, now more alert, asked, how is it you? What's the matter? Feng Yang replied, Jiang Chujie came to find me early this morning, saying Xia Luyuan not only injured him but also let him lie unconscious in the courtyard all night. He wanted me to make a ruling. What? Now Shang Qingshi was completely awake. He looked at Xia Luyuan, who guiltily avoided his gaze like a mischievous child. How could this be? Shang Qingshi shifted his gaze and continued questioning, Jiang Chujie is tall and robust with cultivation in the later stage of qi refining. How could Xia Luyuan knock him out? Have you seen his wounds? I already checked them, Feng Yang replied, the wounds are small, needing a crystal mirror to see. Shang Qingshi pressed his forehead, unsure what to say for a moment. But he says he has internal injuries, and if the master doesn't make a judgment, he'll go home to find his father. Feng Yang added. Shang Qingshi was at a loss for words. Jiang Chujie's father happened to be the royal master of the Hundred Birds Kingdom, within whose territory the Lingxiao sect was located. Every year, the Hundred Birds Kingdom would pay tribute to the Lingxiao sect with large amounts of gold and silver jewels, which would be personally delivered by the royal master. Jiang Chujie seemed overly arrogant, the purpose of the country offering jewels was to seek protection from the Lingxiao sect, not to let him act as he pleased. If he wants to go home, let him, Shang Qingshi said. Would the Lingxiao sect be afraid of a mere royal master of the Hundred Birds Kingdom? It might even be better if Jiang Chujie left. That guy would fight to the death in every duel. Anyone defeated by him was battered so badly that they couldn't get out of bed for half a month. There was once an incident where the opponent had already admitted defeat, yet Jiang Chujie still threw a punch, knocking out 2 front teeth, causing the person to now have trouble speaking due to his missing teeth. Good, Feng Yang nodded. With no sound outside, Shang Qingshi nestled back into Xiao Yuan's arms, curious about how the latter had beaten Jiang Chujie. His voice sounded lethargic, devoid of any extra emotion. Xia Luyuan wasn't sure whether or not he was angry, so he carefully started explaining, like this, then like that. What an answer. Worse than none. Ah, Shang Qingshi sighed. This attitude made Xia Luyuan think he was definitely unhappy. Just as he was pondering how to justify himself, he heard Shang Qingshi say further, you're dumb. Next time remember to put him in a sack before beating him up, never let him see your face, let him guess on his own. Xiao Yuan's words were stuck in his throat. He felt as if he was flailing helplessly in the wind. Not until Shang Qingshi complained impatiently, I'm freezing. He redirected his spiritual power outward again. The contented Shang Qingshi yawned and closed his eyes to go back to sleep. But it seemed fate was deliberately against him today. He hadn't enjoyed much rest when there came another loud banging sound at the door. This time it was Mingzhu. She said anxiously, while I was sleeping fitfully, I felt something was wrong. When I reviewed the recipe of Yangweiden again, I found I'd misread it. There should be Jiangan grass instead of Jianyang grass. Are you alright? If he gets poison and dies, will I still be able to stay in the Lingxiao sect? Will I succeed in my mission? Can I still go home? Sure, you can return home, in pieces. No. I don't want to be torn apart. Ah. As these inner voices resounded, Shang Qingshi instinctively covered his ears, saying, I'm fine, just feeling a little dizzy. A bit of rest should do me good. Now that we found the issue, can you brew the genuine? He almost choked on the name of the pill. Pausing, he asked, can you refine the Real Yang what pill? Hearing this, Mingzhu let out a sigh of relief and shook her head, no, because Jiangan grass is extinct. Thus, one more method to cure cold toxins was lost. Shang Qingshi felt somewhat disappointed, alright, when you're free, please think of other methods for me. Mingzhu agreed and her footsteps gradually faded away. Everything fell silent again. Shang Qingshi rubbed against Xiao Yuan's chest and murmured, finally, I can sleep. But Xia Luyuan spoke, teacher, I should go to class. Absolutely not. The human heating pad cannot leave. Wait until dawn, Shang Qingshi pulled him down to the pillow, pressing his head firmly onto Xiao Yuan's hand, forbidding him to leave with a commanding tone. But because of his drowsiness, his voice lacked any real threat, sounding rather soft and tender, as if he was cooing. Naturally, Xia Luyuan stayed. Listening to Shang Qingshi's gradually steadying breathing, the hand pinned beneath his began to feel slightly numb. Because of his intolerance to cold, Shang Qingshi was bundled tightly even during sleep, only exposing a section of his snow-white neck. Despite being dressed so warmly, his waist remained slender. Xia Luyuan once lifted him and found him extraordinarily light, nearly weightless. In general, after passing through the qi refining phase, cultivators were all physically strong. Shang Qingshi's abnormal thinness didn't seem characteristic of a practitioner's body. However, Xia Luyuan was ultimately not a physician and therefore did not understand the reasons behind this. Glancing at the window, he leaned close to Shang Qingshi's ear and whispered gently, "Teacher, it's dawn. I must leave." Shang Qingshi didn't reply. Instead, he rolled over, freeing his head from Xia Liuyuan's hand. His hairpin got caught in Xia Liuyuan's sleeve and fell off. White silky hair spread across the edge of the bed, resembling a blooming night blooming cereus. Xia Luyuan attempted to disassemble it, the tassel broke in half, one part remaining on the hairpin, the other still hanging from his sleeve. Seeing that class time was almost here, he didn't have time for anything else. Feeling guilty, he placed the damaged hairpin at the bedside and hurried outside. As for this segment of tassel embedded with fragments of crystal on his sleeve, removing it completely would take some time, and after removal, he wouldn't know where to place it, so he just let it stay there on his sleeve. At the very last second before being late, he stepped into the entrance of the cultivation hall. The mentor had already planned how to punish Xia Luyuan, but upon seeing him arrive just in time, his face turned black like a pot bottom that hadn't been washed for 800 years. Xia Luyuan let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he wasn't late. He was just a little hungry. To spend more time sleeping with Shang Qingshi, he hadn't even left time for breakfast. At this moment, Mingzhu walked over, mysteriously pulling out a large pancake, dividing it into 3 pieces and handing one to him. "Try it. I discovered while refining pills last night that the temperature outside the pill refining stove could bake pancakes. I'm really a genius." Indeed, someone sent an umbrella when it rained, and now someone sent food when he was hungry. Xia Luyuan recalled Shang Qingshi's words, hoping he could get along well with Yunheng and Mingzhu. Though deep down he was still somewhat confused about others' kindness, he still reached out to accept it, making an effort to maintain a calm appearance on the surface. "Thank you." Mingzhu playfully blinked her eyes, giving another piece to Yunheng and keeping the last one for herself. The pancake was hard but tasted good. The 3 of them ate until noon. Chapter 19, The Cauldron. Shang Qingshi also slept until noon. Feng Yang brought him lunch, and after eating, he suddenly had an idea and started cultivating. Finding the ancient book, he followed the methods inside to mobilize his spirit roots, allowing spiritual energy to fill his entire body. Then he discovered, indeed, there was something wrong with this body. Not only were the spirit roots extremely weak, but the spiritual energy was also exceptionally thin. Even though he felt immense energy stored in the Dantian area, he simply couldn't mobilize it. No wonder the previous owner cultivated for 200 years yet remained merely in the foundation building stage. Forced to halt cultivation, he set off for the scripture library, attempting to discover through reviewing ancient texts what exactly was wrong with his body. But he didn't expect to run into Xia Luyuan here. "Teacher." He was holding piles of tall bamboo scrolls, peeking his head from behind the bookshelf, seemingly surprised. Shang Qingshi glanced around. Aside from the 2 of them, there was no one else present in the scripture library. Confused, he asked, "Why are you here?" "In the afternoon, we will have talisman lessons, and the mentor asked me to find relevant materials." Hearing his response, Shang Qingshi slightly furrowed his brows. Not letting anyone else come, specifically asking Xia Luyuan, it seemed the mentor completely disregarded his words. "Next time if he orders you again, loudly refuse him." Shang Qingshi undid the gold seal around his waist and tossed it into his arms. "If he dares to continue troubling you, show him this." "Alright," Xia Luyuan nodded obediently and then asked, "What is teacher looking for?" "Let me help." "Free help, don't waste it." "I have a friend," Shang Qingshi began without hesitation. His cultivation seemed stuck in a bottleneck period. Despite the Dantian brimming with spiritual energy, he can't seem to call upon it. "I want to search for related classic texts about this topic. Do you know where they might be?" The scripture library was massive. Checking each one would be very time-consuming. However, Xia Luyuan happened to know, as he had once been punished to clean the scripture library in the middle of the night, reclassifying and organizing the 30,000 books within. He put down the bamboo scrolls in his hand, went to the 4th row of bookshelves, took more than 10 books from it, and handed them to Shang Qingshi. Each book was thick and heavy, not knowing until when they'd need to read them. Shang Qingshi frowned, and as if knowing his thoughts, Xia Luyuan spoke up, "I'll accompany the teacher to read them together." Good, Shang Qingshi appreciated such cooperative apprentices, so they both moved outside the pavilion and sat on the steps. The midday sun was blazing, and soon Shang Qingshi's head started to spin. Then he slinked under the eaves to idle. Leaving Xia Luyuan alone there to thoroughly review every single book. Without complaint, he read for 2 hours straight. Finally, closing the book, he turned back and said to Shang Qingshi, after careful reading, "Encountering obstacles during cultivation while the Dantian spiritual energy is fully abundant only indicates one possibility." Shang Qingshi immediately pricked up his ears, eagerly awaiting his response. And as Xia Luyuan slowly opened his mouth, this suggests that your friend, master, possesses a naturally born cauldron constitution. At this moment, even the wind seemed to have stopped. Shang Qingshi was stunned, her snowy long lashes trembling slightly. It felt as if fireworks had exploded in her mind, leaving only a blank space afterward. A cauldron? That wasn't a good term at all. In the cultivation world, it meant nothing more than a human-shaped power bank, usable by anyone. Xia Luyuan, seeing that she was silent, kindly added, generally speaking, people with a cauldron constitution find cultivation extremely difficult and their bodies tend to be very weak. When he got to this point, he suddenly hesitated, his gaze unconsciously falling on Shang Qingshi's slender waistline. Shang Qingshi took a step back. This action instantly brought Xia Luyuan back to reality. He withdrew his gaze and continued, others can draw upon the spiritual energy and lifespan of the cauldron through yin-yang integration, thereby making their cultivation paths smooth and unobstructed. Throughout history, those with a cauldron constitution always met with tragic ends. Either they were drained into dry husks or imprisoned in pitch-black dungeons, becoming toys that everyone could abuse. Shang Qingshi felt goosebumps rising on her scalp. Her body couldn't help but stumble a little, and Xia Luyuan quickly supported her, showing concern. Teacher, are you alright? I'm fine. Shang Qingshi forced herself to calm down, shaking her head. Regarding today's matter, I hope you keep it completely secret. The disciple understands, master, please don't worry. Xia Luyuan obediently nodded, waiting until she steadied herself before letting go. He then returned the books to their original place and picked up the bamboo scrolls from earlier. It's time for class. I'll go first. Shang Qingshi watched as he left, then rushed back to the Hall of Eternal Life like someone fleeing for their life. Finished. He didn't want to be a cauldron. Being an antagonist was one thing, but being a cauldron? Was he not allowed to live in peace? When Feng Yang entered, he found Shang Qingshi looking extremely flustered. Before Feng Yang could ask, Shang Qingshi stood in front of him, asking, did my father ever tell you that my constitution differs from ordinary people? Did you find out? Feng Yang knelt, saying, the previous sect leader hid this from you so you wouldn't suffer a blow. It appeared that Feng Yang knew. Shang Qingshi steadied herself, with such high cultivation skills, could my father still not change this accursed constitution of mine? Feng Yang shook his head, the former sect leader tried, but failed. Later, he accidentally obtained a divine stone, turning it into a bracelet which could store items, shield your aura, prevent others from discerning your cultivation level, and block the special aroma that reveals your cauldron constitution. Upon hearing this, Shang Qingshi glanced at the storage bracelet on her wrist, so this explained how her body had survived 200 years intact. Leader doesn't need to worry. As long as the divine stone bracelet remains, your special constitution won't be detected by anyone. Feng Yang assured her, the bracelet is made of incredibly hard material, capable of lasting another 300 to 500 years without issue. Alright, I've understood, Shang Qingshi hastily interrupted him. Don't talk too much, it's easy to get slapped in the face later. She breathed deeply, waving at Feng Yang, you may leave. Let me stay here alone for a while. Once he was gone, she shut all the windows and doors in the Hall of Eternal Life, leaving the room pitch black. She curled up in bed, alone. No place was safe. It seemed he would have to stay within the Lingxiao sect forever. But did he really have to accept his fate? No. He leaped out of bed, heading back to the scripture library and picking out many books to read inside the Hall of Eternal Life. How lazy he'd been before determined just how seriously he studied now. The sun dipped below the mountain horizon, evening clouds spreading across the sky like spilled ink. Xia Luyuan and Yunheng came over together as planned. They seemed to be discussing something. Yunheng was talkative, chattering non-stop. As for Xia Luyuan, most of the time he listened, occasionally responding with a few words. Shang Qingshi hadn't paid much attention until faintly hearing the word cauldron. Instantly, sweat broke out all over his body. The book in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. Chapter 20, Is that friend yourself? Panic gripped him as he hastily pushed open the door. But instead, he saw Yunheng holding a wet feathered chick in her hands. The chick looked small and pitiful, affectionately rubbing against Yunheng's fingers. Apparently, he had misheard. Shang Qingshi barely regained her composure, waving her sleeve as she asked, where did you find this? I saw it in the grass, its leg was broken and it couldn't walk. Feeling sorry for it, I helped bandage it. Yunheng pleaded, Master, can we raise it in the Hall of Eternal Life? I promise it won't run around or make noise. Without hesitation, Shang Qingshi nodded, you may. Because he knew that this little pheasant chick was no ordinary thing, but the legendary divine bird phoenix. It accompanied Yunheng through life and death in the original plot and even sacrificed its life to help her ascend at a critical moment in the final chapter. Without it, Yunheng might not have been able to defeat Xia Luyuan who had become the demon lord. I'm so glad. I'll put it in my room now. Yunheng exclaimed happily. After all, she was still an 18-year-old girl, not very composed in the face of events, with emotions written all over her face. Shang Qingshi retracted her gaze and looked at Xia Luyuan. What did you learn today? We learned sword riding flight in the morning, the latter replied obediently, and in the afternoon, we learned talisman drawing. Seeing his expression, Shang Qingshi knew he hadn't yet overcome his fear of heights. But this kind of thing couldn't be rushed, too much pressure would only bring opposite results. He still needed some time to slowly adapt. After all, on the day of the new disciple assessment, everyone was fighting on stage, and they wouldn't need the sword-riding flying skill for now. Shang Qingshi thought for a moment and asked, "How is your talisman learning going, both of you?" The art of talismans involves drawing various patterns on paper, then infusing them with spiritual energy to make the paper produce different effects. These patterns are set, some for attack, some for defense, and some can even conjure food out of thin air, though such food has form but no taste. This kind of magic already counts as relatively simple. Shang Qingshi believed that given Xia Luyuan and Yun Heng's talents, they should be doing well. However, Xia Luyuan scratched his head, clearly hesitating, revealing the seriousness of the matter. "Where are the talismans you drew?" He extended his hand, "Let me see." Xia Luyuan seemed reluctant to take it out, remaining silent for a long time before slowly pulling out a crumpled piece of talisman paper from his sleeve. Shang Qingshi took it and unfolded it, his brows instantly raising. What a work of abstract art! Worthy of Picasso reincarnated. This. He looked left and right, tentatively opening his mouth. Is this supposed to be a chicken leg? Xia Luyuan almost shook his head like a tambourine, somewhat embarrassed as he said, "No, it's the attack talisman I drew following the book." Shang Qingshi didn't believe it. Whose attack talisman looks like this? He extended his hand again. "Book. Show it to me." Just at this moment, Yun Heng finished soothing the pheasant chick and came out of the room. She pulled out the book from her storage pouch and respectfully handed it to Shang Qingshi. There were merely 8 basic types of talismans, yet after flipping through it repeatedly, Shang Qingshi couldn't recognize which one Xia Luyuan had drawn. Taking a deep breath, he turned his gaze to Yun Heng. "What about your talisman? Let me see that too." Yun Heng obediently handed it over, and Shang Qingshi's eyelids twitched even harder. So direct. All the arcs had been drawn into straight angles, it was evident she was an upright person. In comparison, her talisman was slightly better than Xia Luyuan's abstract style, needing only to correct the problem of being too straight. Just then Feng Yang arrived, and Shang Qingshi instructed, "You keep an eye on Yun Heng, supervise her until she draws 100 circles." Then he pulled Xia Luyuan to a corner, setting up a desk with paper and pen. "Come, let me teach you step by step." Saying teaching step by step, he really meant it step by step. Standing behind Xia Luyuan, holding his hands, taking the pen together, meticulously drawing on the paper. He taught exceptionally seriously, copying each stroke from the book, flawlessly accurate. But Xia Luyuan's thoughts had already flown off into the clouds, staring blankly at the face so close in front of him. That friend Master mentioned during the day. Was it himself? He had long felt that Master looked pale and frail, not like someone who practiced cultivation. According to legends, cauldrons, regardless of gender, always look stunningly beautiful, with white and tender skin, carrying an unusual fragrance. Yet the sandalwood scent from Shang Qingshi was clearly the smell of incense. The massive incense burner in the main hall of the Eternity Palace had burned continuously for hundreds of years, thoroughly impregnating the whole house. While doubting, Shang Qingshi had already led him to finish drawing an attack talisman. Seeing he was distracted, he called his name disapprovingly. "Xia Luyuan, were you listening carefully?" Xia Luyuan snapped back to reality, submissively lowering his eyebrows. "I'm sorry, Master. Could you show me once more?" Though Shang Qingshi was a little unhappy, he still patiently guided him through another time. This time Xia Luyuan finally focused. When Shang Qingshi let go of him and allowed him to draw the talisman independently, his style had indeed improved slightly, no longer as abstract as before. Under Shang Qingshi's supervision, he practiced one sheet at a time and drew better and better. Shang Qingshi patted his shoulder and lavishly praised, "You are teachable and indeed have talent." At this moment, Mingzhu walked in, touching her sunken belly and pouting as if she could hang an oil bottle. "When will dinner be ready, Master? I'm almost starving to the point where my front touches my back." Shang Qingshi looked up at her. "Didn't you eat lunch?" "After eating what you made, I couldn't bear the canteen food anymore." Mingzhu revealed a pitiful expression. "I've been enduring since morning, I only ate a pancake. But I made a new discovery, not only can medicine be refined in a cauldron, but pancakes can also be baked on its body and lid." Shang Qingshi's hand trembled, and his breathing immediately became disordered. "What kind of cauldron?" "The top is just the top, the lid of the medicine refining cauldron." Mingzhu was confused. "Are we talking about the same lid?" "Never mind." Shang Qingshi smiled guiltily, withdrew his trembling hand, and said, "Continue practicing, I'll prepare dinner." He quickly left the Eternal Life Hall, walking so fast that his robes fluttered in the wind, revealing a sense of fleeing. Mingzhu scratched her head, filled with confusion in her eyes and brows. "What lid or no lid, my head itches, as if a brain is about to grow." Yun Heng, who was drawing the 50th circle, stopped and kindly reminded, "Sister, an itchy scalp won't grow a brain, it's telling you it's time to wash your hair." "You're too smart," Mingzhu sneered and lay down in a shady place. Feeling hungry, she took out a few pills to eat, biting them with a crunching sound. Chapter 21, Can't be scooped up by a leak spoon. Tonight, Shang Qingsha prepared rice bowls for everyone, large portions enough to fill their bellies, so there wouldn't be another chance to fight over dishes. Everyone was eating, but he himself had no appetite and returned to his room early. After reading books until his head spun, he supported one hand on a low cabinet while the other massaged his nose bridge, suddenly feeling something hard poking him. Looking down, he saw the tassel hairpin he wore yesterday. Shang Qingsha remembered not removing it before sleeping, so why did it end up on the cabinet? Moreover, this tassel seemed shorter than before. He sighed deeply, looking through the half-opened window into the courtyard. Yunheng had already finished eating and continued drawing circles there. Xiao Yuan's talisman practice was nearly done, sitting quietly nearby cultivating. Mingzhu had returned to the bamboo forest house. Occasionally, bright flashes of light emanated from there, signaling successful pill refining. Shang Qingsha thought, no wonder the original master was jealous of these three geniuses. As a waste-level practitioner without clear cultivation methods, he still had to helplessly watch these geniuses become increasingly powerful day by day under his supervision. Who wouldn't be unable to endure such a sight? Fortunately, he wasn't a pessimistic person. He picked up the ancient books that he hadn't finished reading, sitting on the bed to continue. Since everyone was putting in effort, he, as their master, couldn't fall behind. He refused to believe that such a vast spiritual cultivation world couldn't find a way to rescue his physical condition. As night gradually fell, Xia Luyuan and Yunheng showed no signs of going back to sleep, merely practicing under the faint candlelight from the main hall. Until midnight. The cold surged again. Shang Qingsha almost couldn't hold the book in his hand steady, his fingers and even his whole body were shaking slightly. He wrapped himself tightly in the quilt, hearing Yunheng's voice outside, "I must go to sleep, younger brother Xia, slowly practice then." Xia Luyuan replied affirmatively. Then came a series of footsteps, probably Yunheng returning to the side chamber. Shortly after, another set of footsteps approached, getting closer and closer, stopping at the entrance of the main hall, knocking lightly. It was Xia Luyuan. Lowering his voice, he asked, "Master, do you need help tonight?" Very timely, Shang Qingsha couldn't wait to respond, "Come in." The door opened, most likely careful not to make noise so that Yunheng next door wouldn't hear. The movements were very subtle. The moment he entered, the indoor candle light instantly went out, leaving only a faint moonlight seeping through the window lattice onto Shang Qingsha's robe. In this pitch dark, it somehow felt somewhat inappropriate. Walking to the bedside, Shang Qingsha immediately grabbed Xia Luyuan. His hands were cold like they were just taken out from snow, covering the other the instant it touched. Xia Luyuan froze briefly. "Master, I feel your body colder than yesterday." "It doesn't matter," Shang Qingsha's voice carried a slight tremor, "we will get through this winter, and then everything will be fine." The colder the weather, the more frequent the cold poison wound. As the weather warms up, the frequency of will also slow down. Xia Luyuan nodded, no longer spoke, but carefully gathered the person into his arms, using spiritual energy to let his icy skin gradually warm up bit by bit. "It seems like I'll be able to sleep well tonight." Shang Qingsha found a comfortable position in Xiao Yuan's embrace and sighed to himself. But humiliation always comes so fast. Fengyang entered the yard, rushed to the main hall, and knocked on the door. "The national master of the Bainyao country has arrived and is now waiting in the welcoming building. Would the master like to meet him?" "National master of Bainyao country? Isn't that Jiang Chujia's father?" This boy returned home so quickly, and specifically sent his father to Ling Shao's sect for an explanation. Shang Qingsha frowned with displeasure. Not coming at any other time, yet choosing this moment. The distance between the Eternal Life Hall and the welcoming tower is so far that he might freeze to death halfway there. Xia Luyuan obviously misunderstood something. He thought Shang Qingsha's expression was out of fear for Bainyao country's power. It's reasonable. Normal people wouldn't offend an entire country just for a mere disciple, right? He lowered his eyebrows, his dark eyes hidden by his long lashes making his expressions indiscernible. "Let me go, it was me who injured his son. His anger should be borne solely by me." Shang Qingsha blinked bewilderedly. He didn't say anything either, so what tragic world story did this child imagine? "You go." He chuckled. Master Jiang used to be a disciple of Xinyang Palace, with cultivation at the early Golden Dan stage. One slap from him would shatter your skull into pieces too fine to scoop up even with a leaky spoon. Xinyang Palace. Upon hearing these three words, Xia Luyuan felt his throat tighten. After deeply breathing, he asked, "Then what do you wish me to do, master?" "What to do?" Shang Qingsha repeated these three words, his tone seemingly light but not as mild as usual, instead carrying a hint of coldness. "Of course, not going. You're a Ling Shao sect disciple. If you get slapped here by him, it would be equivalent to having my face repeatedly ground into the ground." Xia Luyuan paused. So, the master was protecting him? Would he really dare to confront an entire nation for the sake of a single disciple? He was so shocked that for a while, he couldn't utter a word, his long eyelashes trembling like crow feathers, with various emotions surging beneath. "What are you standing there for?" Shang Qingsha humphed discontentedly, "Cold." Xia Luyuan snapped out of his trance, hurriedly releasing more spiritual energy again. After a long silence outside, seeing neither of them speaking inside, Fengyang finally ventured to ask cautiously, "So, the meaning of the master's instruction is to not see Master Jiang?" "I won't go to the welcoming building," said Shang Qingshi. "You tell Master Jiang, if he wants to see me, let him come to the Eternal Life Hall." "Understood." Fengyang turned and left. Knowing Master Jiang Chujia's father wouldn't be easily dissuaded, Shang Qingshi forcibly straightened his body, performed a small spell to close all windows and doors securely to ensure outsiders couldn't see everything inside. After doing all that, he slumped back like a boneless creature into Xia Liuyuan's arms, silently counting in his heart. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. When he counted to 1,000, footsteps were finally heard outside the courtyard. The headmaster truly possesses great arrogance. Every year our Binyao country pays tribute with so much gold and silver treasures to Ling Xiao sect, yet in the end, I can't even catch a glimpse of you. A cold laugh echoed. The speaker must be Master Jiang. He was exceptionally unhappy, yet had to lower his stance, enduring his anger to ask, "Now that I've already come to your doorstep, surely you ought to see me, correct?" His cold laugh met with Shang Qingshi's cold laugh. This reaction caught Master Jiang off guard, and just as he was about to speak, he heard someone slowly reply from within the room. "Just speak directly. My house is slightly messy, you better don't come in." Chapter 22, I've endured you for so long. At this very moment, Master Jiang was already fuming with anger. His precious son suffered humiliation at Ling Xiao sect, so he came seeking an explanation, patiently waiting in the welcoming building for so long, yet Shang Qingshi simply refused to see him. Now that he has reached the Eternal Life Hall, Shang Qingshi actually blocked him outside the door. Isn't this insulting him? As the national master for so many years, even the emperor has to show respect in front of him. It's been hundreds of years since he last endured such arrogance and disdain. He raised his hand high, preparing to barge in. Just as his hand touched the door, an overwhelming pressure surged around him, causing every one of his organs to ache with bone-eroding pain. His hand fell helplessly. The oppressive aura was released by Fengyang, who stood beside him. With a calm expression, Fengyang warned word by word, "This is Ling Xiao sect, not your Binyao country. Don't even think about making trouble here." Good, very good, extremely good. Jiang Chuji's father thought that he had finally seen the loyal watchdog of Shang Qingshi that everyone talked about. He squeezed his palm and forced himself to crack a smile. "Elder, you've misunderstood me. I haven't come to make trouble, instead, I want justice for my son." After saying this, he bent down and bowed deeply toward the carved wooden door. "Headmaster, I have some connection with your father, considering Ling Xiao sect a reputable sect and a reliable place, so I sent my son here to practice." "Some connection?" Fengyang interrupted abruptly. "The previous headmaster was too busy to remember someone like you." His lie having been brutally exposed, Jiang felt both embarrassed and angry, but still continued stubbornly, "My son was bullied by an orphan who has neither father nor mother. The poor child got internal injuries, crying into my arms, which broke my heart." When he said this, he couldn't help wiping away non-existent tears. "You should stop protecting that orphan anymore. Since he has no manners, then I will replace his parents and teach him a proper lesson." Listening to this, Shang Qingshi tightened his fists. Calling him an orphan repeatedly, whose family lacked discipline. When Jiang Chuji was bullying others, this Jiang country master turned a blind eye. Now it's Jiang Chuji being bullied, and he jumps out immediately. Truly, super dad defending his super son. If his cultivation were higher than Jiang's, he would definitely rush over and slap him twice. But unfortunately, he can't beat him. Shang Qingshi slammed the table and was about to speak when suddenly the side hall door opened and Yunheng stuck his head out. "Who are you, uncle? Calling someone an orphan again and again? Did I eat your rice or drink your water?" Jiang Chuji only said at home that the person who bullied him was an orphan, without naming names. Now hearing Yunheng saying this, Jiang naturally assumed that this person was the one who bullied his son. Coldly laughing, he said immediately, "Young man, you dare to show up. If you let me hit you once, I can overlook everything in the past. But I don't even know you. Why would you hit me out of nowhere?" Yunheng scratched his head looking utterly bewildered. "Are you crazy? Maybe we need to call a doctor." His tone was as sincere as ever. But in Jiang's ears, it was the gravest humiliation. "You're too insolent. Your Ling Xiao sect is simply too insolent." Jiang, red-faced with fury, glared as if flames would burst out of his eyes. Shang Qingshi suddenly remembered that this national master had fire elemental roots. Interesting. He patted Xia Liuyuan's arm. "He's too noisy. You and Yunheng go beat him up to make him behave." "Us?" Xia Liuyuan questioned. "Jiang national master's cultivation must be at the golden core stage. Yunheng's brother and I, one in the Qi refinement stage and the other in the foundation establishment stage, how could we possibly win against him?" "Don't worry. If you really can't win, there's still Fengyang outside to help you." Shang Qingshi gave him a push, urging him on. Since Shang Qingshi had already spoken, Xia Luyuan had no choice but to get out of bed slowly. As soon as the door opened, Jiang thought that Shang Qingshi had come out, and immediately bowed again. "Headmaster, are you willing to see me now? Today, I won't leave unless you give me a satisfactory answer." Because of his bowing posture, all he saw was the fluttering hem of a robe. That's strange. Why is the headmaster wearing the disciples' uniform of Ling Xiao sect? Jiang looked up sharply. Instead of encountering Shang Qingshi's stunning beauty, he met with an unfamiliar face. On a dark night, what was Shang Qingshi doing together with this man? He was a bit confused until the voice of Xia Luyuan gradually came from across. "Master says, let me and Yunheng beat you up." Saying these words, Xia Luyuan looked at Yunheng standing at the entrance of the side hall. He nodded in response and walked over, standing together with Xia Luyuan. Jiang sneered coldly. One was at the Qi refinement stage, the other at the foundation establishment stage. They wanted to beat him. Not a chance. The only ones he was wary of on the scene were just Fengyang standing aside and Shang Qingshi, whose cultivation level was unreadable. "You two fight me, no others interfere, otherwise, I'll look down upon you," Jiang announced arrogantly. Moving his neck, these years have been too peaceful indeed. It's been a long time since he had fought. Trying to focus his energy in his dantian, he quickly felt the surrounding spiritual force flooding his body. He curled the corner of his lips with a smirk. Before he could revel in it for too long, Yunheng's fist already swung over with swift precision aimed for an impactful strike. His face was struck sharply to one side, and a vivid handprint soon swelled on his cheek. "How dare you ambush me?" he shouted with eyes full of anger. "Young man, I see that you're asking for your life." As he spoke, flames erupted all around his body, preventing Yunheng from coming closer. Fire element? Xia Luyuan thought, this truly was like a blind cat bumping into a dead rat. He snapped his fingers, and instantly flames also erupted around him, while at the same time the fire on Jiang Guisher's body shrank repeatedly until it completely extinguished. As if seeing a ghost, Jiang Guisher stared incredulously with widened eyes. One fire manifests, 10,000 fires extinguish. Could this seemingly ordinary young man be of the mutated fire element? He underestimated his opponent. But no matter what, it didn't change much. If his cultivation was only at the foundation establishment stage, he would surely have been beaten by Xia Luyuan and Yunheng without a chance to retaliate. However, as a gold core cultivator, even under the suppression of absolute power, the mutated fire element wouldn't win against him. His pride couldn't tolerate defeat. For the esteemed national master of Bainiao country to lose to two kids, how embarrassing would that be? Confidently curling his lips, at this moment Yunheng charged towards him faster than thunder, landing another slap on his other cheek, successfully swelling the other side of his face. Jiang Guisher, holding his now swollen, pig-like face, turned and glared at Yunheng. "I've tolerated you for long enough. Can you stop ambushing me while I'm trying to think?" He exposed his back to Xia Luyuan. This time it was Xia Luyuan who couldn't hold back. Swinging his fist, imbued with spiritual force, he struck hard toward Jiang's spine. Chapter 23, So Unpleasant. This single punch caused Jiang Guisher to immediately lose balance, falling flat on his back, performing an unintended 5 kowtow ceremony to Yunheng. His chin hit the ground heavily, the sharp sound indicating it might have broken. Logically, after reaching the gold core stage, one could use spiritual force at any time to protect their body from harm. But Jiang Guisher had enjoyed too many comfortable days. As the national master of Bainiao country, those around him were mere mortals who could never hurt him. Due to the suddenness earlier, for a moment, he even forgot what he should do and fell straight down, clumsily biting his own tongue in panic, gritting his teeth in pain. Yunheng gathered a ball of spiritual force in his hands, and finally Jiang Guisher remembered to defend himself. A protective barrier surrounded him, gently dissolving the incoming attack. This was where the advantage of a gold core over foundation establishment lay. He began counterattacking. He also gathered a spiritual force ball, 3 times bigger than Yunheng's. A direct hit from this would blow off one's skull. Xia Luyuan and Yunheng had no choice but to retreat continuously, step by step. Fengyang watched silently on the side, not intending to help, but if the two were truly in danger, he would not stand idly by. Shang Qingshi opened a small crack in the window and peeked out curiously. The fierce attack sent a spiritual force ball whizzing past Xia Luyuan's cheek, shaving off a few hairs and leaving a fine mark on his earlobe which slowly seeped blood. Without hesitation, he decisively pulled out a rebound talisman he had drawn during the evening and ignited it with his fire element. The spiritual force ball reversed its course and burned a hole through Jiang Guisher's clothing. It seemed he was truly provoked, mumbling indistinctly, "You two brats think you can win. Practice for another 200 years. With his fire element suppressed by Xiao Yuan's mutated fire element, unable to reach its peak, he directly summoned his life-bound sword intending to deliver a fatal blow to the two. At this moment, a strange sound reverberated throughout the Ling Xiao sect, causing Jiang Guisher's hand to uncontrollably tremble, and his life-bound sword clanged onto the ground. What was happening? Could there be an expert nearby? In panic, he glanced around frantically. The sounds came intermittently, getting more terrifying, as though an invisible giant hand tightly gripped his heart, almost suffocating him. Inside the room, Shang Qingshi hastily tore some corners from ancient books, formed them into wads, and stuffed them into his ears. No need to guess, he knew that Mingzhu was responsible for this sound. Her music tortured both enemies and allies alike. Clearly, Xia Luyuan and Yunheng were being tormented severely as well. They forcefully shook their heads and barely maintained their composure. While Jiang Guoshe was still dazed, they launched an initiative, using control talismans to bind the life-bound sword on the ground and subdued him from both sides. Wait. Jiang Guoshe stammered, still not fully recovered from the daze. The sound of his jaw moving resembled someone playing a fast clapper. I must meet the person playing this instrument. The music abruptly ceased. Mingzhu walked in boldly, carrying an ancient chain on her shoulder. Seeing this sweet-looking little girl, carrying an instrument nearly as tall as her shoulder, Jiang Guoshe had difficulty breathing and managed to squeeze out from gritted teeth, terrible. It's truly awful. Mingzhu could not tolerate such criticism. Her originally bright smile instantly crumbled. If you cannot appreciate it, she lifted the chain high and swung it down towards Jiang Guoshe's head, causing him to be battered until blood flowed freely and he collapsed unconscious, eyes rolling back into his head. Then I'll show you my force. Silence fell around them. Mingzhu wiped off the bloodstains from the body of her chain and once again smiled kindly. She asked, "Senior brothers, did you appreciate my performance?" Xia Luyuan immediately darted away towards the main hall, as if chased by a ferocious ghost. Yunheng clasped his own head. "Oh no, I have stomach pain suddenly. I need to rush to the restroom, Mingzhu junior sister. Let's talk about your qin skills another day." They fled swiftly while Mingzhu hopefully turned her gaze toward Fengyang. "Elder, do you think I played well?" Fengyang sucked in a sharp breath. "To be honest, I want to beat you." Recalling how Fengyang would whip people into spinning tops, Mingzhu didn't dare approach him anymore. Clutching her chain, she ran. Before leaving, she shouted back towards the main hall, "Master, how do you find my performance?" Shang Qingshi's voice came from inside the hall. "It was great, keep going." Tears welled up in Mingzhu's eyes, deeply moved. Only the locals truly appreciated her music, imbued with nostalgia. All these old and young rigid ones in the books couldn't perceive that. However, upon leaving the Eternal Life Hall, Mingzhu discovered some disciples lying scattered along the road, foaming at the mouth, their senses unclear. She rushed forward, grabbing one disciple by the shoulders with concern. "What happened? Did demons invade?" The disciple regained a bit of awareness, tremblingly lifting a hand, struggling to speak before finally squeezing out 3 words, "So bad." In the end, the disciples who were injured by Mingzhu's qin music were carried back home by Fengyang. Their wounds were severe. After a whole night passed, they remained unconscious, their gazes vacant, devoid of any spirit or vitality. Tomorrow was the new disciple assessment, and their condition was indeed far from optimistic. In order to relax them, Shang Qingshi decided to give everyone a day off. Upon hearing this news, the disciples immediately became energetic, no longer listless as they had been before. Cheerfully, they all went down the mountain, Yunheng and Mingzhu blending in among them. Even Fengyang left for errands. The entire Ling Shao sect became eerily quiet. Shang Qingshi returned ancient books he'd read last night to the library. After neatly arranging them, he stretched lazily, then as he was about to leave, noticed a shadow behind the towering bookshelves. He approached. Xia Luyuan leaned against the bookshelf, sitting on the ground. One hand propped up his head while the other turned through thick bamboo slips. The chilblains on his knuckles were almost healed, revealing long, slim, clean fingers with neatly trimmed nails. Sunlight fell onto his shoulder, casting a shadow over his high nose bridge, creating an angular but just right definition. Seemingly sensing the gaze, he quickly raised his head and softly called out upon recognizing the person, "Master." Today, Shang Qingshi wore a moon-white robe, very similar to the disciples' clothing, but with wider sleeves and a longer hem. Along with a translucent light gauze scarf, it added more ethereal elegance. He wore that extremely familiar tassel hairpin, white hair falling smoothly behind him. Xia Luyuan, feeling guilty, hastily hid his sleeve behind his back. A broken piece of the tassel had hung there for many days. For a moment, they just stared at each other. Then Shang Qingshi questioned in confusion, "Everyone has gone down the mountain to play, why are you here?" Chapter 24, Not Being the Scapegoat. Xiao Youyuan's eyes flickered. Closing the bamboo slip in his hand, he finally gave an extraordinarily honest response, "No money." These 2 words caused a pang of guilt in Shang Qingshi's conscience. Xia Luyuan had neither father nor mother, not even a relative. When he arrived at Ling Shao sect, he was already penniless. Although poor disciples received subsidies, the previous master took pleasure in others suffering and had discontinued the subsidy long ago. Shang Qingshi, having arrived here, hadn't thought about this matter until now. He rummaged through his spatial bracelet and took out a gemstone. "I don't have money either, so I can only give you this. When you go down the mountain, find a pawn shop and sell it for whatever cash you need." Xia Luyuan reached out to take it. But as his fingers touched the gemstone, he suddenly pulled back, shaking his head with a muffled voice, "Never mind, master. I don't really want to go down the mountain." This reaction was clearly off. Shang Qingshi sat beside him, basking in the same sunlight, his voice soft like water about to spill over. Why? I'm not good at interacting with people. Xia Luyuan lowered his eyelashes. Even if I go down the mountain, I'll just be all alone. If that's the case, I might as well stay on the mountain. His demeanor resembled a drowned puppy abandoned by its owner, adorable yet pitiful. Shang Qingshi softened his heart. He took his hand. It's rare we get a day off. You should at least go down the mountain to see things. I'll accompany you. Though the hand was usually ice cold, Xia Luyuan merely froze for an instant before grasping the hand tightly like a lifeline. All right. He stared at Shang Qingshi's snowy lashes tinged with warmth under the sunlight. Some shadowy thoughts were born at that moment, then forcibly repressed, his voice distant as if drifting from afar. Thank you, master. The town below the mountain was lively and prosperous. Penniless Shang Qingshi led equally penniless Xia Luyuan to the pawnshop. The shopkeeper looked sharp, with a pair of fox-like eyes sizing up the two. When Shang Qingshi handed over the gemstone, he first sucked in a sharp breath in shock, then expressed regret. The color of this gemstone is good, but the material quality is slightly lacking. I can only offer 500 taels. 500 taels. Xia Luyuan had never seen so much money from childhood till now. Had he come down the mountain alone today, he would have sold the gemstone at that price. But Shang Qingshi only faintly smiled, quickly snatching the gemstone back from the shopkeeper's hands, and turned to leave. Seeing his firm decision, the shopkeeper hastily called out, 1,000 taels. I'll give you 1,000 taels, all right. Shang Qingshi did not stop. In fact, he walked faster. The shopkeeper scrambled after him, grabbing his robe. I'll offer 1,350 taels. At most, I'd add 5 more taels. If you're still unsatisfied, then there's nothing I can do. With precision down to every single coin, it seemed he could only pay this amount. Shang Qingshi tossed the gemstone to the shopkeeper and smiled. Give me the money quickly, I have urgent matters. Naturally, the shopkeeper didn't dare delay, carefully putting the gemstone into a box, then handing over a pawn ticket for Shang Qingshi's signature. Shang Qingshi simply waved his hand, and the pen moved itself. The shopkeeper couldn't help but marvel. So you are a cultivator, forgive my lack of insight. To express my apology, I will give you an extra 50 taels. Shang Qingshi calmly accepted it and threw the money into Xia Luyuan's arms. Xia Luyuan was utterly stunned. Dazedly following behind him, he involuntarily said, Master is amazing. Observe well and learn properly. Shang Qingshi proudly tilted his chin. Although I am rich, I don't want to be taken advantage of. Everything must be meticulously calculated. Yet, no sooner had these words left his lips than his eyes gleamed towards a stall. There was a small white porcelain rabbit, adorned with long tassels, perfect as a hanging accessory around the waist. Only, a man had already spotted this little trinket and was paying for it. I want this. Shang Qingshi squeezed in sincerely. Can you let it go for me? I can offer more money. At first, the man appeared menacing, but the moment he caught sight of Shang Qingshi's face, he almost went blind with astonishment at such extraordinary beauty. His expression softened, but there was lust in his gaze. Wanna have it? Then call me big brother. Shang Qingshi blinked. This person exuded no spiritual power whatsoever, likely an ordinary civilian incapable of cultivation. Judging by his appearance he was probably 20 or 30 years old. But Shang Qingshi's current body was 200 years old, which could easily make him this man's great-great-grandfather. And yet, this man wanted him to call him brother. Was this a distortion of human nature, or a collapse of morality? Shang Qingshi pressed his lips together without uttering a word. Seemingly feeling disrespected, the man hollered unhappily, not calling. Then what gives you the nerve to fight me over this item? No way, unless you drown me in money. Shang Qingshi had never heard such impolite demands. He took 2 gold ingots from Xia Luyuan's arms, throwing one at the boastful man, immediately knocking him unconscious. Then, under the vendor's astonished gaze, he threw the other ingot over. For you. I've bought it. Shang Qingshi bent down and snatched the pendant from the unconscious man's hand. After using a cleaning spell to tidy it up, he swung it in front of his eyes repeatedly, watching the porcelain rabbit spin around. He truly liked it. Master. Xia Luyuan couldn't help but reminded him. You just said not to be a fool. Shang Qingshi waved his hand, with his own logic. It doesn't matter if I'm foolish for things I like. But this kind of thing I can make, Xia Luyuan said, and I won't charge you. The town was rich in clay. Digging a deep hole would easily reveal large amounts of the material. He had the variant fire attribute, allowing his flame's temperature to exceed that of professional kilns. Coated clay could be shaped and then burned into porcelain within his palms. As their eyes met, Shang Qingshi suddenly found his little rabbit less appealing. Won't you make one for me? He thought for a moment and said, I want a white bunny, with longer ears than this one. And, give it a scarf similar to what I wear. Xia Luyuan agreed. He found a place to dig out the clay. The soil was somewhat dry, needing water. Just as he pondered where to find some water, Shang Qingshi moved his fingers and the clay became damp at the perfect consistency, not too hard, not too soft. Xia Luyuan was slightly surprised. He rarely saw Shang Qingshi casting spells, so he also had water attributes. There was no time to think further, as Xia Luyuan began shaping the clay. In no time, a small rabbit formed in his hands, exactly as Shang Qingshi had imagined. Afterwards, Xia Luyuan bought white glaze and tassel red string from a nearby stall. After applying the glaze, he baked the rabbit into shape with fire, tying on the string. The work was complete. The cost was 10 copper coins. Yet compared to the rabbit Shang Qingshi purchased for 2 gold ingots, this creation was lifelike, exquisite, adorable, and much more charming. Chapter 25, Enchanting Thousands of Boys and Girls. Shang Qingshi couldn't be happier. He took off the old hanging accessory from his waist, replacing it with the new one. With leisurely grace, he turned a circle. The layered folds of his robes created beautiful arcs in the wind, while the ends of the red ropes were tied with 2 small bells that emitted delicate sounds as he moved. Once you have free time, please make more items for me, Shang Qingshi said while gesturing at the size. I need a bowl, one with rabbits on it. And also a teacup, one with a picture of rabbits. After finishing speaking, he tossed the expensive accessory he had bought earlier to Xia Luyuan and ran to explore other stalls. Following behind him, Xia Luyuan initially planned to attach the rabbit ornament to his own waist. But after feeling it might seem too deliberate, he hesitated for a moment and finally tied the trinket onto his sword, acting as a tassel. Though claiming firm refusal to be a fool earlier, Shang Qingshi had now embarked on an extravagant shopping spree. Space bracelets were very handy indeed, no fear about being weighed down by purchases. He bought salted peanuts at one store, then sesame oil crackers at another. By the bridge entrance, he purchased jade hairpins, and at the end of the bridge, he bought pear blossom wood bracelets. This showy demeanor soon caught the attention of others. A disciple of Lingxiao's sect approached, carefully greetings, master. When did you come down the mountain? With a hawthorn sesame ball still in his mouth, Shang Qingshi's cheeks were bulging as he held an unfinished chicken leg in his left hand and a box of plum juice in his right, entirely losing his usual aloof demeanor as the snow mountains flower. Feeling as though 100 alpacas had stampeded through his mind, yet maintaining composure on his face, he softly replied, "Don't worry, I'm not here to supervise you. Go play well." After dismissing the 2 disciples, he hurriedly bought a veil at a nearby stall. A full layer of white gauze covered his face faintly. Now he should not be recognized anymore. Shang Qingshi chewed up the remaining hawthorn ball and swallowed it, sensing something off. He looked towards the 2 disciples' backs. They weren't wearing the sect's formal attire. True enough, year-round wearing the same outfit would long ago have grown tiresome. Rare was the occasion when they came down the mountain, naturally taking care to dress gorgeously. Shang Qingshi turned his head to look at Xia Luyuan, who was still clad in his disciple robes. Without giving room for objection, he grabbed Xia Luyuan's hand and dragged him into a tailor shop. The shopkeeper was sharp-eyed, seeing the large sums of silver bills and gold ingots in Xia Luyuan's arms, making his eyes shine brilliantly. He introduced the most expensive and luxurious clothes earnestly. Our shop's clothes will make men happy, women joyful, children grinning widely, and even centenarians walking briskly. Shang Qingshi nodded repeatedly, but Xia Luyuan wasn't too fond of these flashy and evidently expensive clothes. Lowering his voice, he said, "Master, I think the disciple robes are just fine, there's no need to change them." "How could that be acceptable? Direct disciples aren't supposed to wear disciple robes. I must prepare a few outfits for you in advance, so when Yuncheng and Mingzhu are dressed extravagantly and you look plain, others won't think I've been abusing you." Shang Qingshi stepped forward, his pale, slender fingers brushing over one of the dark blue waist-cinched short robes, observing the subtle patterns in the fabric shimmering under the sunlight. He then turned back to Xia Luyuan and said, "This one is great, try it on." The shopkeeper chimed in from the side, "This color suits you perfectly. With your noble elegance and charm, once you put on this outfit, you're sure to make thousands of boys and girls fall for you." Xia Luyuan felt goosebumps all over upon hearing such compliments. He picked up the clothing and went into the fitting room, fumbling around for quite some time before finally coming out. Perhaps because of lack of confidence, he kept his head low with an uneasy expression, appearing rather awkward. But the truth was, he looked very good. Although the shopkeeper always flattered according to the person, the deep blue color really did suit Xia Luyuan well. The short robe seemed tailor-made for him, with its design featuring a longer and shorter hem, making his waist appear slim and his legs long. It complemented his youthful and refined face along with the high ponytail, giving him a fresh and elegant look. "Look up," Shang Qingshi told him. "It fits perfectly, it suits you beautifully." His voice was as gentle as spring rain, instantly dissipating any unease in his heart. Obediently, Xia Luyuan lifted his head, and much of his gloom disappeared, finally displaying the spirit and vigor appropriate for someone of his age. Shang Qingshi was pleased and selected a few more outfits, having Xia Luyuan try them on one by one before waving his hand to buy them all. The shopkeeper was extremely grateful, bowing profusely, tears streaming down from his mouth, watching as they disappeared around the street corner. Continuing their stroll, Shang Qingshi began to feel tired and decided to find a nearby inn. The inn owner said, "Today is Lingxiao sect's day off, and all the disciples have come down the mountain, increasing the number of people suddenly. We only have one room left, so you'll have to share. It's fine, sharing is no problem, Shang Qingsha replied very naturally, since even if they took 2 rooms, Xia Luyuan would still need to help him dispel the cold poison. The owner clearly hadn't expected such a quick agreement, glancing between Shang Qingsha and Xia Luyuan with a look of having discovered a major secret. Afterward, he grinned and cheerfully collected the money, handing over the key. Please go upstairs, gentlemen. Everything about the room is great except for the poor soundproofing. With so many people in the inn today, if you plan to do anything, remember to keep it quiet. As he spoke, he kept winking, exuding an unpleasant sense of sleaziness. These words sounded strange, but Shang Qingsha didn't care enough to fuss. Yawning lazily, he headed upstairs, finding the corresponding room and couldn't wait to lie on the bed without even taking off his shoes, clutching the pillow tightly. The veil was discarded on the ground, and Xia Luyuan bent down to pick it up, using a cleaning spell to thoroughly sweep the room inside out. After finishing, he said, Master, rest well. I'll go find an open space for practice. Go ahead. Shang Qingsha didn't even lift his eyelids, his voice filled with drowsiness. Remember to come back before it gets dark. Xia Luyuan nodded and asked before leaving, Master, is there anything else you'd like me to buy for you? A bit of sleepiness dissipated, and Shang Qingsha raised his head, his pupils hazy with a mysterious allure in the flickering light, appearing more dazzling and mesmerizing than ever. Strands of white hair fell gently before his eyes, completely stripping away the dignity expected of him as the Lingxiao sect master, becoming soft like melted spring water. Xia Luyuan didn't dare to stare and quickly shifted his gaze, hearing the other's lazy voice, I've heard the braised beef in the north is delicious, but it's too far. I'll go get it right away. Xia Luyuan turned and left the inn immediately. Saying he'd find a spacious place to practice and also go buy braised beef from the northern part of town, yet he soon arrived at the Red Sleeve Inn in the west instead. By Red Sleeve Inn, what it meant was the largest and most famous brothel. Chapter 26, The Young Ones Have Good Teeth. He didn't enter but sat at a tea stall outside. He bought a cup of tea but didn't drink it, casually gazing at the entrance of the Red Sleeve Inn with no emotion discernible in his pitch-black pupils. 15 minutes passed. 30 minutes passed. Just as he was gradually losing patience, 2 familiar figures walked out. The 2 men each had their arms around a girl, kissing them repeatedly with evident reluctance to part and muttering sickeningly flirtatious words. Xia Luyuan stood up and walked past the 2 men. They paused for a moment, then exchanged glances and broke into playful smiles. They pushed the girls aside in their haste to catch up with Xia Luyuan. From the wide thoroughfare, they followed him onto a narrow, muddy path, then into an overgrown forest where grass swayed in the wind. Finally, upon seeing the thick mud on the soles of their shoes, they could no longer hold back and shouted harshly, Xia Luyuan. Xia Luyuan turned his head. One should always dress well, almost didn't recognize you. One of them glanced him up and down before sneering. The other immediately chimed in, indeed, someone's now a disciple of Lingxiao sect, while we're just commoners unable to practice cultivation. There's no comparison. With that, they burst into laughter, their expressions full of disdain. Years ago, when Xia Liuyuan's village was wiped out, he came alone to the town to survive and was taken in by the teacher at the local school. He used to do some cleaning and tidying jobs there. These 2 studied in the school. Initially, Xia Luyuan had little interaction with them until he caught them having an affair with the teacher's wife. They strangled him until he passed out, assuming he was dead, and discarded him carelessly. When the teacher burst in, the 2 refused to repent and attempted the same trick again. Being stronger than young Xia Luyuan, they frantically drew hidden daggers from their sleeves during the struggle and plunged them into the teacher's heart. Young Xia Luyuan could only lie motionless as they carried the teacher's body away and buried it in the yard. He thought the authorities would bring these 2 to justice. However, they conspired together, blaming everything on the teacher's wife, accusing her of arguing with her husband and unintentionally killing him. While the teacher's wife was sentenced to death, those 2 continued their carefree lives outside. Upon discovering that Xia Luyuan was still alive, they sent assassins to silence him, forcing him to live a life of constant hiding, barely human or ghost-like. In truth, Xia Luyuan had already planned to descend the mountain under the cover of night to find these 2 people when Shang Qingsha announced the holiday. But he never expected Shang Qingsha would personally bring him down. Well, then. It was better to resolve this matter sooner rather than later. With that thought, Xia Luyuan pulled out his longsword. The blade shimmered coldly, radiating an aura of death. The 2 were still laughing and showed no trace of fear in their expressions. What act are you putting on? Cultivators can't kill ordinary people, otherwise, it will damage your cultivation and you'll be consumed by heart demons in the future. Stop trying to intimidate us. Do you dare kill anyone? Do you dare cut off my head? They weren't wrong, killing an ordinary person indeed affected one's cultivation. After reaching the Great Ascension stage, practitioners would encounter heart demons, which became more powerful the more misdeeds one had committed. If one failed to break free from the constraints of the heart demons and ascend, one would be completely consumed, bursting into pieces. But Xia Luyuan unsheathed his sword swiftly and cleanly beheaded one of them. The other was still laughing when blood splashed all over his face. His smile froze as the taste of salty iron filled his mouth. He watched his companion's head roll to rest beside his feet. The laughter turned into terror as he slowly raised his head to stare at Xia Luyuan, his mouth opening and closing soundlessly, unable to utter a word. You thought I cultivated to ascend? To benefit the world? To earn the praise of the masses? Xiao Yuan's dark eyes remained unfathomable, deep like ancient wells that stirred not a ripple. You're wrong. I cultivate to become strong enough to personally slay my enemies, watching them beg for mercy at my feet, struggling for their last breaths. After ascending, the soul would depart to another realm. He didn't want to ascend. He wanted to remain here, carrying his heart demons with him, sending all who deserved death straight to hell. Xia Luyuan lifted his hand, severing the second man's head from his body as well. His expression remained calm as he gently wiped the blood off his sword. A flame sparked in his palm and fell onto the bodies, reducing them to ash at such high temperature that not even bones remained. After securing his sword and preparing to leave, he noticed some blood had stained his sleeve. Tisk. He frowned unhappily. Shang Qingshi had bought him new clothes, but these two wretches had dirted them. He meticulously cleaned the garment with purification magic until not a hint of blood lingered, then headed out to purchase supplies. At sunset, he returned to the inn and handed over the steaming braised beef to Shang Qingshi. Shang Qingshi only took one bite and smacked his lips. It's not as delicious as they say. Next time, I'll cook a pot myself, it will definitely be more flavorful than this. Master, please have another bite, Xia Luyuan pleaded, his expression meek and innocent like a pitiful little puppy. I went so far to buy it, we can't waste it. Seeing his earnest gaze, Shang Qingshi reluctantly ate some more. The beef was so tough that it made his jaws hurt. Unable to eat any more, he pushed the meat towards Xia Luyuan. You went such a long way for this, consider it your reward. Xia Luyuan didn't complain but ate slowly in small bites. His table manners were always impeccable, composed and unhurried, a pleasure to watch. This couldn't help but make Shang Qingshi sigh inwardly, youth truly had better teeth. The room faced directly onto the street, where bustling crowds could be seen through the window. Shang Qingshi propped his head up and looked outside. A squad of soldiers was searching for someone, saying that two young masters had gone missing. This was rare. The town was at the foot of Lingshao Sex Mountain, so demons usually dared not come here. As for those who kidnapped people, they only targeted women and children. For many years, it was the first time that two adult men had gone missing. Shang Qingshi withdrew his gaze and asked, did you notice anything unusual about the town when you went out shopping today? Xia Luyuan paused, holding his chopsticks mid-air. Then he slowly raised his head, looking innocent and confused. There was nothing unusual. Perhaps my cultivation is too low for me to notice. It's fine, Shang Qingshi patted his head indifferently. I'm a little tired, I'll take another nap. Saying this, he walked toward the bed. Xia Luyuan watched him climb onto the bed without taking off his shoes, leaving muddy footprints on the edge of the bed. Master. He called out, receiving no response. After finishing the meat in the bowl, Xia Luyuan walked over to the bed and used a cleaning spell to thoroughly clean the dirty spots. He thought for a moment and then carefully helped Shang Qingshi remove his shoes. Chapter 27, hopefully they return soon. His ankles were very slender. Pale and icy just like the rest of his body, but his neatly trimmed nails carried a thin layer of pink. Very beautiful. Perfect for being cradled in someone's palm and cherished. Xia Luyuan reigned in the darkness in his eyes and cautiously called out, Master, may I get on the bed? Hearing his voice, Shang Qingshi unwillingly lifted his head and glanced at the sky outside. It was almost dark. The cold poison would soon take effect. He nodded, burying his face back into the soft pillow. His silver-white hair spread out like fine silk, and he replied weakly, come up. Xia Luyuan obediently took off his shoes and quietly climbed onto the bed. In the past, he'd always use his hands as a pillow for Shang Qingshi, but now since the other person had already lain down, his hands seemed superfluous, awkward wherever he placed them. In the end, with no place to put them, he simply wrapped his arms around Shang Qingshi's waist. The other person didn't move, emboldening Xia Luyuan slightly as he tightened his grip and drew Shang Qingshi closer into his embrace. Closing his eyes, he enjoyed this hard-won tranquility. At the other end of the town, more than a dozen disciples gathered at an inn, surrounding Yunheng like stars surrounding the moon. He didn't have money, so he hadn't originally planned to leave the mountain today. But these enthusiastic disciples insisted on inviting him to dine as their treat. Brother Yunheng, among all of Lingshao sect, you've been the most helpful to me. Let me toast you with this cup. Brother Yunheng, I owe you a debt I'll never forget. We should be brothers for life, not stopping until we're drunk. Brother Yunheng, may you successfully win the top spot in the new disciple examination and become a direct disciple of the sect leader with great honor. The table was filled with laughter and cheerful chatter, lively and spirited. Meanwhile, Mingzhu set up a stall in the busy market, selling the pills she had refined, making a fortune. Someone questioned, 1,000 gold pill, traceless pill. Aren't these superior pills that only alchemists can refine? Another added, the conditions to become an alchemist are extremely stringent, requiring innate sensitivity to herbs and no fear of being burned by medicine fires, as well as having strong control over spiritual energy. Most people only become alchemists in their 100+ years. Young lady, don't tell me you're a fraud. Mingzhu proudly lifted her head and pointed to her Lingxiao sect disciple uniform. Even if you don't recognize me, surely you know this crane embroidered on my robe. Disciples of the Lingxiao sect don't often come down from the mountain. Although the crowd didn't know what their robes looked like, they recognized the white crane emblem. There was no other reason, it was the emblem under whose protection the entire town rested. Flags bearing this white crane flew high everywhere. Even a 3-year-old child could recognize it as the mark of the Lingxiao sect. You're actually a disciple of the Lingxiao sect. I've heard that over the years, the Lingxiao sect has only recruited one female disciple, who also happens to be an extraordinary alchemist. Could it be that you are the legendary figure we've heard so much about? Who would have thought that not only are you talented beyond compare, but you're also this beautiful? How much are these 1,000 gold pills? I'll take them. I want those traceless pills. Lady, might we exchange contact details? With their exaggerated cries, more customers were drawn in, and Mingzhu's supply of pills sold out completely. Counting her earnings, she couldn't help but look around, as if searching for something. Fire sight system, did you mean I should find a gay man from the Lingxiao sect? Would someone at the foot of the mountain count? In response, the system's voice sounded cold and emotionless. They don't count. Mingzhu frowned disappointingly, packed up her empty bottles and jars, and set off alone on the road back to the Lingxiao sect. The next day. Early in the morning, disciples still in the town gathered to climb the mountain together. Some walked, some used flying swords, and there were even those who hadn't fully recovered from drinking, completely drunk and had to be carried up by others. For such an important occasion today, naturally, everyone had dressed appropriately. Shang Qingshi took out his ceremonial clothing reserved for grand assemblies from his spatial bracelet and started changing in front of Xia Luyuan. Xia Luyuan turned away, gazing blankly outside the window. But he couldn't help himself and stole a glance at Shang Qingshi. Another glance. And yet another. The ceremonial attire came with an ornate jade crown, and for the first time, Shang Qingshi tied all his white hair into place. Without stray hairs blocking the view, his side profile became sharper, emphasizing his delicate features as colder and frostier than usual, less soft compared to normal. Just for a moment, it reminded Xia Luyuan of the initial Shang Qingshi. That Shang Qingshi who showed no human emotion, always looking at him with the gaze one might cast upon an ant, and whipping him bloody. His heart trembled slightly as Xia Luyuan tentatively called out, "Master." Shang Qingshi, smoothing the creases of his sleeve, paused and turned to look at him, his eyes gentle and clear. Xia Luyuan instantly relaxed, every trace of unease vanishing completely. He assured himself that his master was still the beloved master he admired, and had not reverted to the past demeanor. "It's nothing," he shook his head, squatting in front of Shang Qingshi to tidy his long robe and softly said, "It's a bit disordered, let me help you." This outfit mimicked the appearance of a white crane, with its tail embroidered onto the robe hem and fluffy feathers on the sleeves. Although entirely white, as it moved, it shimmered beautifully, resembling a white crane about to spread its wings. Xia Luyuan pointed his finger at Shang Qingshi's bracelet, reminding him, "Master, your blue bracelet doesn't quite match this outfit." Shang Qingshi immediately choked on his own saliva. Kidding. Even if he died, he would still protect the integrity of the bracelet. If it were removed, all cultivators within 10 miles would discover that he was a spiritual cauldron. Then, Qin Wen's story would turn into adult content. "You see, your hair is already messy without you noticing." Shang Qingshi deliberately changed the subject, adjusting Xiao Yuan's stray strands and smiling tenderly, "I hope you can perform well this time and secure a spot among the top 3 without disappointing my expectations for you." As the cool fingers brushed against his warm skin, Xiao Yuan's attention was drawn away, leaving no more thought for the bracelet. He obediently nodded, like a proud little dog, "I will work hard and won't let master down." His overly obedient behavior made Shang Qingshi unable to resist touching his head again. On their way downstairs, the soldiers handed over a missing person poster, saying, "Take a look. Have you seen these 2 missing young masters? Their families are worried sick, and their parents' hair has turned white from worry." Shang Qingshi shook his head and passed the poster to Xia Luyuan. Xia Luyuan quietly looked at it for a while before softly smiling, his dark eyes bottomless. "I haven't seen these 2 either, but I do hope they return home soon and stop worrying their parents." Chapter 28, The Assessment Begins. The testing arena had been constructed, divided into 3 parts. In the middle was a large circular platform where disciples would duel. The steps were occupied by the elders, and a specific seat was left vacant in the center for Shang Qingshi. Below, the disciples gathered tightly, craning their necks to watch the stage. It was snowing again today. Shang Qingshi had originally wanted to lie down in his room, but Feng Yang said, "Those few elders are already not too satisfied with you. They won't let you leave here easily." Several of the elders were at the Jindan cultivation stage. Although individually they weren't a match for Feng Yang, together they could create some considerable pressure on him. Shang Qingsha reluctantly stayed, slowly walking towards the high platform and sitting in his designated seat. The elders bowed to him, one of them made his bow particularly perfunctory, not even bending his waist much. Shang Qingsha didn't react outwardly. These people are disobedient now, but once he recruits the male protagonist as the ultimate villain and the only alchemist of the sect as the most loyal disciple, let's see whether they will be still rebellious or not. Thinking along those lines, he lifted his eyes to look at Xia Luyuan standing quietly among the disciples and Mingzhu who carried an ancient zither and was yawning. Wait a second. Where's Yunheng? The main character ran away. Shang Qingsha stood up immediately, surprising the surrounding elders. Feng Yang hurriedly stood up as well, whispering, Patriarch. Where's Yunheng? Shang Qingsha asked anxiously after calming down somewhat. He probably hasn't come back since going down the mountain yesterday, right? The disciples below replied, Senior brother Yunheng got drunk and hasn't woken up yet. Upon hearing this, Shang Qingsha sat back down again. That's good, as long as he didn't abandon Lingxiao's sect and run away. But then, another disciple added, Senior brother Mu Rong also got drunk and hasn't woken up either. We carried both of them back up the mountain. Shang Qingsha, who had just relaxed, immediately became anxious again. There was only one person in the entire sect surnamed Mu Rong, and this person happened to be Xiao Yuan's first-round opponent. An elder nearby glanced at the list and slowly said, since they're not here, we'll arrange their matches once they wake up. As for their two scheduled opponents, Yi Zhao, Xia Luyuan, you two can have a duel instead. Shang Qingsha roared inwardly. The reason he paired Yunheng and Yi Zhao was that these two currently had the highest cultivation levels among the new disciples. Letting the Foundation Establishment cultivator Yi Zhao fight against the Qi condensation level Xia Luyuan meant there wouldn't be much suspense in this match. Sure enough, even Yi Zhao himself looked down on Xia Luyuan, slightly tilting his head to almost glance through his nose. Why don't you just admit defeat? Xia Luyuan ascended the stage with his sword, looking in Shang Qingsha's direction before pulling his gaze back. He performed a routine bow towards Yi Zhao, saying, how would senior brother Yi know I couldn't win unless he tries? Yi Zhao rolled his eyes, showing great impatience. Skipping formalities, he raised his hand, flames bursting forth from his palm. So, he's a fire spirit root. Although their cultivation levels indeed had a significant gap, this discovery somewhat balanced things out. Flames also sprouted from Xiao Yuan's palm, their color tending more towards white, causing Yi Zhao's flame to suddenly go out as if sensing something. A realization dawned upon Yi Zhao, yet he maintained his haughty demeanor, saying, I forgot you were a mutant fire spirit root, but it doesn't matter, I'll still beat you. With that, he summoned his longsword. Xia Luyuan drew his sword as well. The blade shone brightly, intricate patterns gleaming under the sunlight like flowing light. The elders gasped, isn't this the Frost Descend sword of our previous sect master? After the previous sect master ascended, it has always been kept in the treasure vault. How is it in your hands, young man? Shang Qingsha raised an eyebrow. So this thing was left behind by his cheap father, which explained why he felt it must be a valuable item when he first saw it. Turning his head, he glanced indifferently at the loudly shouting elder, I gave the Frost Descend sword to him. Do you have any objections? The elder fell silent but his expression remained sour. Such a precious artifact, one he himself hadn't touched, given straight to Xia Luyuan. Well, Xia Luyuan would certainly lose horribly today. Then, what face will he have left to hold on to the Frost Descend sword? The elder coldly snorted, sitting back down and constantly gesturing signals to Yi Zhao. Yi Zhao's expression also darkened, yearning intensely to rush forward right now and snatch the Frost Descend sword away from Xia Luyuan. A waste Qi condensation practitioner, how could he possibly possess such a valuable item? Clutching his teeth, Yi Zhao gathered massive spiritual power at his fingertips, caressing over the cool surface of the sword. Instantly, more than a dozen spectral images of spirit swords appeared behind him, all charging towards Xia Luyuan simultaneously. Starting off with a large-scale move indicated that he intended to end the battle as quickly as possible, intimidating the surrounding observers. Xia Luyuan, of course, wouldn't let his wish come true. He took out 3 defensive talismans, infusing them with spiritual energy, forming a very thick protective shield encasing himself completely. The spiritual sword clashed with the shield, producing a sound that painfully reverberated in the ears. Bright light surged in the arena, raising countless dust particles. Quick, look! The shield is broken. A disciple shouted in surprise. Following his pointed finger, everyone saw a spirit sword piercing a tiny hole through the protective shield, creating fine cracks around it, indicating an imminent shattering. Xia Luyuan, I told you, you're no match for me. You might as well kneel down and admit defeat early. Yi Zhao laughed arrogantly and charged forward with his sword raised. At the moment the sword tip touched the shield, it shattered into countless transparent fragments resembling pristine crystal shards. However, those shards didn't disappear, instead, they flew towards the Frost Descend sword, embedding one by one onto its blade. Yi Zhao obviously hadn't expected such a scene. During his brief confusion, Xia Luyuan evaded his attack, circling behind him and slashing with his sword. With the tearing sound of fabric and flesh, several cuts immediately appeared on Yi Zhao's back. Some of the shield fragments remained lodged in his skin, deeply piercing like spines. He drew in a sharp breath, his face flushed with anger and embarrassment. Ignoring the wounds on his back, he formed a hand seal, summoning a giant ball of spiritual energy. According to the rules of the duel, contestants could use only one weapon and 3 talismans, other items were prohibited. The talismans had already been used up. Facing this massive spiritual energy sphere, Xia Luyuan either had to dodge or endure the full brunt. At his current level of cultivation, there was no way he could withstand such a blow. He tried dodging, but the spiritual energy ball pursued him relentlessly as if guided by divine sight. The ball grazed past Xiao Yuan's right arm. His sleeve caught fire, exposing a wound deep to the bone. Losing sensation in his fingers momentarily, the Frost Descend sword clattered to the ground with a dull thud. Seeing this, Yi Zhao smirked arrogantly. Don't even glance at yourself properly, do you? How can a trashy chi condensation cultivator like you win against me? In his hands, a larger and brighter spiritual energy ball began forming. Its trajectory clearly aimed straight for Xiao Yuan's head, meant to kill him outright. Chapter 29, The Door of Demon Realm. As the energy sphere neared completion, Xiao Luyuan standing opposite showed no movement. A violent wind swept in, disheveling his jet black hair. His robes billowed in a gust while blood oozed from his wounds, tracing a winding path down his skin before slowly dripping from his fingertips, splashing crimson flowers on the platform. He stared intently at Yi Zhao, his dark eyes devoid of any emotion. Why isn't Brother Xia moving? Did he get hit stupid just now? If he takes this blow, even if he doesn't die, he'll end up disabled. Amidst the murmurs of the disciples, Shang Qingshi stood up again, furrowing his brows, intending to call off the fight. Seeming to sense something, Xia Luyuan glanced back at him and shook his head slightly. Shang Qingshi's words froze in his throat. Then suddenly, Yi Zhao's previously confident and manic expression changed. The spiritual energy ball in his hands instantly fragmented, failing to solidify. He froze, a chill rushing from head to toe. Thick frost formed over the wounds on his back and gradually spread across his entire body. His body became immobilized. Only his eyeballs could still move. In fear, he looked at Xia Luyuan, who calmly approached and kicked the paralyzed Yi Zhao off the trial platform. You lost. These calm and collected 3 words officially declared Yi Zhao's defeat. The spectators among the disciples erupted into immediate commotion. That's not right. Brother Xia has a mutant fire spirit root, how could he create frost? Did he cheat? Amid the disputes, Shang Qingshi glanced around at the surrounding elders. If Xia Luyuan truly cheated, with their cultivation levels, they would have spotted it immediately. But their expressions varied, and no one stepped forward to speak on Yi Zhao's behalf. Silence. Xia Luyuan did not cheat. He condensed coldness into ink to draw extremely cold defensive talismans, Feng Yang explained eventually. The Frost Descend sword, being an ultimate Yin sword, naturally amplified the Frost's attack power. Shang Qingshi nodded thoughtfully. Truly worthy of being the ultimate villain, just 2 days ago, Xia Luyuan struggled with drawing talismans but today, he'd already learned to apply them in new ways. It seemed, apart from himself, no other disciple in Lingshao's sect could have thought of concealing attacks within pen and ink. Gathering his thoughts, Shang Qingshi resumed his composed demeanor and announced, first round winner, Xia Luyuan. You all witnessed how he, with chi condensation stage cultivation, cleverly outwitted Yi Zhao at foundation establishment stage. Such intelligence and wit are sufficient qualifications for him to become my personal disciple. The other disciples below voiced no disagreement. After all, in the entire Lingshao sect, only Yun Heng's cultivation level could rival Yi Zhao's. Now that Yi Zhao had been defeated, they looked at Xia Luyuan with newfound respect. While the other disciples stayed silent, the elder beside Shang Qingshi couldn't sit still and accused, the competition has just started with the first round, and the sect leader is already eager to take on apprentices. In my view, Xia Luyuan merely got lucky. He might not win the following rounds. So what, Elder 2? Are you afraid people don't know Yi Zhao is your distant nephew? Shang Qingshi calmly glanced over, a hint of faint smile curling at his lips. Winning at the chi condensation stage against someone from the foundation establishment stage so beautifully, how can you be unfit to become a personal disciple? If Elder disagrees, why don't you challenge Feng Yang at a higher level yourself? If you win, I'll gladly hand over the position of sect leader to you. The sect leader speaks reasonably. Feng Yang cheerfully stood up. Chi condensation surpassing 1 level against foundation establishment is similar to gold core surpassing 1 level against nascent soul. I'd like to see if I get kicked off the platform. The elder's mouth moved, gritting his teeth for a long time, yet he didn't dare say anything further, sitting back down dejectedly. The second round of the competition had already begun, but Shang Qingshi wasn't in the mood to watch. He beckoned Xia Luyuan over, personally applying medicine to his injured arm under broad daylight. This shocked all the disciples. Is this the treatment given to a personal disciple? The wound was deep, one could even see the bone beneath the white flesh, showing how severely Yi Zhao must have struck. Shang Qingshi sighed repeatedly, dressing and bandaging the wound, asking softly, even with the best spiritual medicine, it would take at least 3 days for this injury to recover. You can't even lift a sword, are you sure about facing tomorrow's second round? Xia Luyuan shook his head, then nodded. Shang Qingshi didn't understand. Did Master forget? Tomorrow's free-for-all involves 50 disciples forming teams freely until only 5 remain on the stage. Xia Luyuan said, I definitely cannot win alone, but with senior brother Yunheng and junior sister Mingzhu around, I'm confident. That's right. Shang Qingshi nodded approvingly. Having finished making a neat bow tie knot, he casually asked, by the way, where did the coldness for your talisman come from? When did you make friends with someone who has an ice affinity root? Xia Luyuan coughed lightly, lowering his voice so only the two of them could hear, the cold came from you. Shang Qingshi stared at him, startled, tightening the bow knot unconsciously. Master, it hurts. Xia Luyuan blinked, claiming pain with his words while his face wore a faint smile, even those dark eyes smiling slightly curved. Years of accumulated gloom dissolved, his messy hair covered the sharp edges, making him appear unusually obedient. Shang Qingshi hurriedly loosened his hands, checking carefully to see no blood was seeping through the bandages on the wound before sighing in relief. Go rest first, he gently patted Xiao Youyuan's head, enjoying the sensation so much that he stroked it twice more, tousling the already disheveled hair even worse. I'll cook you some chicken soup later. All right. Xia Luyuan agreed and left, effortlessly dodging when that elder attempted to trip him with a foot. He gave him a cool glance, showing no trace of obedience or compliance anymore as seen before Shang Qingshi. His eyebrows and gaze seemed frozen in layers of unyielding frost, the darkness in his black eyes carrying a faintly cruel aura. Xia Luyuan, I told you today is the day when the demon realm's door opens. If missed, you'll need to wait another 5 years. The voice in his mind disappeared for a few days but became restless again. Xia Luyuan lowered his eyelashes, amused, curving the corners of his lips. All right, tell me where the demon realm's door is. Today everyone gathered in the square, and no one noticed he had left. Following the guidance of the voice, he arrived at a dilapidated house in the town below the mountain. Pushing open the broken wooden door, weeds and fallen leaves were scattered everywhere in the yard, clearly indicating it had been uninhabited for over 10 years. Do you see the well? Jump into it, and you will reach the demon realm. Xiao Youyuan's eyes fixed on the well. Treading through grass waist-high, he slowly approached the well. Looking down from above, all was pitch black, indistinguishable. Yet that absolute darkness exuded an irresistible allure, tempting anyone especially to leap down. Chapter 30, An Indestructible Family. Xia Luyuan laughed. One foot rested on the edge of the well. The voice in his mind suddenly grew agitated. Hurry and jump. In the demon realm, whatever you desire is yours, no one will ever defy or harm you again. The people of Lingshao's sect are all hypocritical. It's just a competition, yet Yi Zhao obviously came to take your life. If it weren't for your intelligence, you would have been. The voice suddenly stopped. Because Xia Luyuan had pulled his foot back. That voice instantly became furious. Xia Luyuan. Are you playing with me? Are you going to jump or not? Why would I tell you that I'm going to jump? Xia Luyuan summoned the Frost Descent sword. Previously, he always used his right hand for the sword, but now with his right hand injured and unusable, using his left felt extremely awkward. He was making some gestures in the air as if practicing something, and the voice in his head finally lost its composure completely. Sealing technique. Are you insane? If you don't go to the demon realm now, for the next 5 years, you'll be stuck at Lingshao's sect. Do you think Shang Qingshi will really protect you? He's no different from others, he doesn't care whether you live or die. Xia Luyuan didn't bother listening to its barking, completing the sealing technique, which began to emit a pale light gradually enveloping the well opening. Using his spiritual power, he moved a huge stone to cover the well tightly before leaving with great strides. The voice in his mind was screaming and roaring. Uncomfortably, he wrinkled his brows, his voice calm without ripples. Stop deceiving me. I'm not stupid. Whatever you are, get out of my body as soon as possible. That voice suddenly disappeared. Too lazy to care whether it was truly gone or just pretending, Xia Luyuan returned to the mountain, everything happening unnoticed by others. The trial platform competition was still ongoing, and it was Mingzhu's turn to step up. She smoothed her hair, adjusted her clothes, clearly presenting the demeanor of a frail and delicate beauty. However, the way she carried her ancient zither on one shoulder more resembled that of a tough little girl. Senior brother, please give way. Mingzhu put down the zither, bowing slightly to the person opposite her before sitting in front of the zither. Her fingers barely touched the strings when disciples below started screaming, no. She is about to start playing the zither. Smash her instrument quickly. Even the disciple competing against her immediately turned an ashen green. Let's have a decent fight. We should battle fairly. Please, do not play the zither, otherwise it wouldn't be honorable. Mingzhu clicked her tongue thoughtfully. Her gaze swept over the trembling disciples below, then stood up, repositioning the heavy zither on her shoulder. Since that's the case, let's have a proper fight then. She tiptoed, with such a heavy zither on her shoulder, but her figure remained swift like a gust of wind. Everyone only managed to catch her fleeting shadow, and the next moment, she had already arrived behind the disciple. Before that disciple could react, he felt something pressing against the back of his head. Behind him, a ghost-like voice from Mingzhu sounded, "If you don't concede, I'm going to hit your head with my zither." Instantly, he was drenched in sweat. Why are you so fast? People with wind affinity usually follow two cultivation paths. One is summoning hurricanes, the other is enhancing personal speed. Mingzhu smiled, revealing two sharp little tiger teeth. I'm an alchemist, prone to targeted attacks on the arena, so naturally, I need to cultivate speed. Hearing this, the disciple became calmer somewhat. People who push their speed to the limit must sacrifice something else. Like strength. In other words, even if Mingzhu hit him, it might not hurt much. Moreover, as a girl, her strength is bound to be smaller than a man's, and after abandoning strength, she would definitely be weaker. Confidence surged within that disciple. He thought he could withstand her blow. So he began to resist, summoning his longsword, offering an apologetic smile as he curled his lips. "Sorry, junior sister." Before his sword could touch Mingzhu, her zither already struck his head. Completely contrary to the expected gentle force, the impact created a hole in his forehead, and he fell backwards unconscious, his face full of disbelief as he lay there. Impossible. How could Mingzhu possess such overwhelming strength while having extreme speed? "Don't move." Mingzhu looked at him with a smiling expression. "I was born strong. When I was 3, I uprooted the weeping willow in the courtyard. At 5, I could crush stones into powder with bare hands. If I were to use my full strength, your brain would split into 5 pieces." Upon hearing the answer, that disciple eventually closed his eyes slowly. Seeing this, Mingzhu took out a pill from her sleeve, feeding it into his mouth, then leapt off the trial platform. After all, she was the only female disciple of the entire sect. Even though her behavior was quite fierce, thanks to her sweet, obedient appearance, a group of male disciples fearlessly surrounded her, asking her if she was cold or warm. "Junior sister, are you tired? Let me carry your zither." "Are you thirsty, junior sister? Would you like some water?" "Little sister just smashed someone with her zither. Does your hand hurt? Should I blow on it for you?" Shang Qingshi seized the moment and announced that Mingzhu would become his personal disciple. No one objected this time, not even the elder beside him. Alchemists are always sought after treasures, and she absolutely deserved this position as a personal disciple. The competition continued. Shang Qingshi was freezing to the bone, but thankfully, by noon the weather warmed up considerably, the snow stopped, and the sun came out. He watched drowsily as the sun dipped below the horizon and clouds painted the sky in shades of red and orange. Yunheng and Murong had finally sobered up. When the elder announced their match, Murong nearly collapsed. "A cultivation period earth practitioner like me against senior brother Yunheng who's at foundation establishment stage." "That's right," cheered the other disciples. "What do you have to be afraid of? Junior brother Xie beat elder brother Yi earlier. Believe in yourself, you can also create miracles." Murong's mouth twitched helplessly. Sure enough, he was defeated in 3 moves by Yunheng and rolled off the trial platform. Shang Qingshi then immediately announced he would take Yunheng as his personal disciple, causing a ripple of regretful sighs from the observing disciples, thus further enhancing the value of Xiao Yuan's victory. Today's trials were now concluded, and only 50 of the original 100 new disciples remained. Shang Qingshi couldn't wait to rise and head toward the kitchen to prepare dinner. The disciples weren't idle either. Tomorrow would be the free-for-all battle. They needed to form teams early so they wouldn't end up isolated and surrounded on all sides. Yunheng and Mingzhu were incredibly popular. Countless disciples approached them, asking to join forces. Xia Luyuan, who had performed admirably during the first round of trials, was oddly left unnoticed. The reason was simple: his injured right hand couldn't even lift a sword, which meant he would only burden any team. If he hadn't been injured, he surely would have been a top choice. Xia Luyuan quietly stepped aside. He'd originally planned to team up with Yunheng and Mingzhu, but it seemed they had better opportunities elsewhere, while he would only slow them down. At that moment, Yunheng and Mingzhu strode over without hesitation. Yunheng slung one arm around Xiao Yuan's shoulder and placed his other hand on Mingzhu's shoulder proudly, glancing at those disciples. "We've already formed our team. You may leave." Mingzhu nodded vigorously. "We're an unbreakable family." Xiao Yuan's eyes flickered slightly, and a faint smile curved his lips. Chapter 31, A Solid Family That Constantly Bickers. However, when it came to mealtime, this supposedly unshakable family quickly fell apart. To get their hands on a plate of sweet and sour pork ribs, Yunheng and Mingzhu almost came to blows. It was a rough time for Xia Luyuan, whose injured right hand could not grasp anything. He struggled using his left to hold chopsticks. Just as he shakily managed to pick up a piece of steamed fish meat, Yunheng and Mingzhu began knocking the table over. His hand trembled again, and the fish fell back into the dish. Shang Qingshi watched anxiously. In one swift motion, he snatched the chopsticks away and personally fed him. Xia Luyuan didn't refuse, obediently opening his mouth to accept the food. His behavior was as tame as could be. On this side, things seemed peaceful and harmonious, yet over there, Yunheng and Mingzhu were squabbling over the last bowl of pumpkin soup. "I'm still hungry, brother, just let me have this." I can't let you. If I go hungry, I won't have strength tomorrow during the battle. What if we lose? As they argued, Feng Yang finished the sesame cake in his hand, feeling somewhat choked. He stood up, reached over, and drank the pumpkin soup dry in one gulp. Staring at him open-mouthed, he turned toward Shang Qingshi and said, Master, since you've decided to accept them as personal disciples, shouldn't it be time to give them the Lingxiao mirror? Shang Qingshi paused mid-feed, confused. Lingxiao mirror? Has the master forgotten? Feng Yang appeared puzzled, reminding him, every graduating personal disciple receives the usage rights of the Lingxiao mirror before they leave. Shang Qingshi thought hard and finally remembered. There was a hidden dimension within the Lingxiao sect, where spiritual energy was abundant. Cultivating inside would yield twice the result with half the effort. The Lingxiao mirror was the key to accessing this hidden dimension. Moreover, the Lingxiao mirror functioned as a small-scale communication tool. It worked similarly to a simplified version of WeChat, enabling both one-on-one chats and group chats. Additionally, this Lingxiao mirror had another peculiar function. It would automatically explode if separated from its user by more than 10 meters. It could also be used as a bomb in dangerous situations, with a blast equivalent to a hand grenade. All current personal disciples under the previous master had already graduated, whereas Shang Qingshi hadn't accepted any others as personal disciples yet. Thus, all Lingxiao mirrors had been retrieved and currently rested silently within the treasure vault. Shang Qingshi ordered Feng Yang to fetch the items, and he returned in no time, distributing them to the three while not forgetting to prepare one for himself and Shang Qingshi as well. These artifacts required a blood pact to recognize their masters. After everyone completed the process, Shang Qingshi created a group chat, adding everyone into it. As for the group name, he wrote, A Family of Mutual Love. After a while, it seemed he thought it wasn't good enough, so he changed it to another name. A Family of Mutual Infringement. This finally satisfied him. Yunheng and Mingzhu were still sulking over the bowl of pumpkin soup they hadn't had earlier. Seeing this, Shang Qingshi said, Look at you two, looking like you're ready to eat Elder Feng Yang alive. Why don't you let him practice with you? Practicing with Elder Feng Yang. That was akin to an ant trying to shake a tree. Even if they were bold, there was no way they would agree. They immediately skedaddled. Feng Yang chased after them, Don't run, let's practice. When their voices finally faded away completely, Shang Qingshi put down his rice bowl and opened the tightly closed cabinet, taking out a bowl of chicken soup. Xia Luyuan was somewhat surprised by the rich aroma of the soup. Master? I promised to make you some chicken soup. Shang Qingshi came to his side, ladling a spoonful of soup, gently blowing on it, and then offering the spoon to his lips. Knowing that Mingzhu and the others ate like famished ghosts reborn, if the chicken soup had been left out, it would have been completely consumed without a trace. Shang Qingshi fed him spoon by spoon until Xia Luyuan finished drinking all the soup. He asked again, Are you full? Do you want anything else? I'm full, Xia Luyuan smiled softly, Don't bother yourself, master. Upon hearing this, Shang Qingshi nodded, Since you've received the Lingxiao mirror, why don't you go to the hidden dimension tonight to cultivate in preparation for tomorrow's chaotic battle? All right. Xia Luyuan stood up, but suddenly remembered something, abruptly stopping, asking, If I go to the hidden dimension, what about you, master? Only then did Shang Qingshi remember the cold poison issue. Without a human-shaped hot water bag, his mind would almost be frozen stupid by the cold poison. But if Xia Luyuan stayed at the Eternal Life Palace with him every night while Yunheng and Mingzhu cultivated inside the hidden dimension, the gap between their cultivation levels would widen significantly. Seeing his hesitant expression, Xia Luyuan pressed his lips lightly, tentatively suggesting, How about, you come with me? No. Shang Qingshi almost instantly refused. The hidden dimension was small, roughly the size of the kitchen. If he followed, wouldn't he end up embracing Xia Luyuan right in front of Yunheng and Mingzhu? That image was truly unimaginable. As if knowing his concern, Xia Luyuan suggested, You worry about being seen because of the limited space. We can set up a barrier in the middle, then we could say Sister Mingzhu needs her private space, so we'll split our cultivation spaces. This idea wasn't bad. Shang Qingshi lowered his eyes to think. Seeing this, Xia Luyuan added, Although your power is great, master, the bit of spiritual energy in the hidden dimension might not enhance your cultivation level much, but according to legends, the hidden dimension can purify distractions and heart demons, which will benefit your future ascension path. Hearing him say this, Shang Qingshi felt completely deflated. Unimaginable, the day when Xia Luyuan discovered he was just a useless cultivator would bring such a look. What ascension path? According to all the ancient books, the methods by which stoves died were incredibly bizarre. Some collapsed during yin-yang union, others had their entire spirit force drained and turned into dried corpses, some died after childbirth, and some struggled hard to survive yet couldn't escape becoming playthings. No stove with names and records had ever lived past 500 years, none had reached the gold core stage, at most reaching the foundation establishment stage. Shang Qingshi worried again about his future. Let's do as you say. He lost interest and quietly sighed, I'll return to the Eternal Life Palace first, remember to use the Lingxiao mirror to contact me if anything happens. Xia Luyuan stared at his retreating figure, unclear why his words had made him so despondent. Master. He called out, but Shang Qingshi acted as if he didn't hear, continuing to walk forward. His figure disappeared around the corner, leaving Xia Luyuan bewildered as he retracted his gaze and stood dumbfounded for a moment before picking up the Lingxiao mirror from the table. It was the first time he was using this thing. Pretty simple, just infuse spirit energy into the mirror surface, and a light curtain would appear before his eyes. Opening the group named A Family of Mutual Infringement, Mingzhu and Yunheng had already started chatting inside. Mingzhu, shall we go to the hidden dimension to cultivate together tonight? Oh. Yunheng, sure, I brought some osmanthus cakes from the mountains. They're really delicious, you'll have to try them. Mingzhu, then I'll bring some pills for everyone. What about brother Xie? To fit in, Xia Luyuan also decided to bring something along. As for what, he soon had his answer. Chapter 32, The Orphan Paradise. He burned 2 small crane ornaments, one with a sword cradled in its wing, the other holding a bottle of medicinal pills. When they gathered at night, Xia Luyuan handed the ornaments over personally. Yunheng praised repeatedly, how adorable. I will treasure them. Mingzhu liked them so much she couldn't stop playing with them in her hand, and casually mentioned, I remember our master has a similar ornament on his belt, though it's a different animal. I suddenly forgot what kind of animal it was. Xia Luyuan unconsciously answered, it's a rabbit. Upon hearing this, Yunheng and Mingzhu both turned to look at him. Caught off guard, he coughed, but luckily Yunheng's mind wandered elsewhere quickly. Sister Mingzhu, why are you still staring at our master's waist? Of course it's because it looks good. Mingzhu instinctively glanced at Yunheng's waist. In contrast to Shang Qingshi's delicate and fragile waist, Yunheng's was more muscular, obviously strong. Your waist is nice too. After saying that, she shifted her gaze to Xia Luyuan's waist again and tilted her head. Brother Xia, why don't you have an ornament? My pendant is on my sword tassel. Xia Luyuan replied while subtly changing the topic, it's getting late, let's head to the secret realm fast. The two remembered their task and divided the osmanthus cakes and pills they had brought along. They then held the Lingxiao mirrors and quietly recited the spells to summon the portal to the secret realm. Xia Luyuan followed inside and suggested according to the previous plan, Sister Mingzhu is a girl after all and needs some privacy. Let's partition this place. No one opposed the idea. However, given their current abilities, they could only create a simple block that would obstruct sight but not sound. When Shang Qingshi came over, Xia Luyuan gave him a sign to be quiet. Shang Qingshi tiptoed and sat beside Xia Luyuan. The latter leaned close to his ear and lowered his voice as much as possible, asking, Master, can you conjure up a sound-blocking formation? If Shang Qingshi could do that, he'd be some sort of ghost. He found an excuse, if they can't hear sounds, it might raise suspicions. Xia Luyuan didn't argue back, simply nodding in agreement, all right, listen to the master. Unconsciously or not, he had leaned too close, his warm breath swirling around Shang Qingshi's ears, tickling pleasantly. Shang Qingshi tried to dodge, but was pulled into an embrace by Xia Luyuan who whispered, Master, don't move and don't make any noise. On the other side, Yunheng chuckled, this secret realm really feels different from the outside. Cultivation seems so much easier here. And they say that for every 2 hours spent inside, only 1 hour passes outside. So when days already feel endless, this realm slows down the passage of time. Mingzhu sighed deeply, I miss home. I want to go to a bar and pick out male models. Some of what she said confused Yunheng, but he still curiously chimed in, where are you from, sister? How many people are there in your family? Didn't I tell you? I'm an orphan, Mingzhu replied, I was raised by a village doctor who discovered I could memorize various herbs at a glance. So, he took me to test my spiritual powers and realized I had talent in alchemy and cultivation, so he sent me to Lingxiao sect. Yunheng was surprised, what a coincidence. I'm an orphan too. Xia Luyuan pursed his lips, so am I. Shang Qingshi. Perhaps Lingxiao sect should change its name to Orphan Paradise. In that moment, the 3 children who had each suffered loneliness felt their souls connect. After cultivating through the night, their relationships grew even closer. There was also good news, that Xia Luyuan and Mingzhu advanced from Qi refinement stage to foundation establishment stage. Shang Qingshi had noticed during his arrival that Mingzhu was already close to foundation establishment stage. With her talent, this advancement made sense after several days. But Xia Luyuan advancing so quickly left Shang Qingshi baffled. By all accounts, it would take him at least 30 days to advance, and even with the secret realm's help, it would only cut the time in half. Yet he had advanced 15 days earlier, what was the hidden trick behind it? Shang Qingshi couldn't figure it out, so the next day, he asked Feng Yang. Feng Yang replied, there are usually 3 reasons for a rapid increase in spiritual power. 1. External assistance, 2. Affliction by heart demons, 3. Killing others in battle. Heart demons. Shang Qingshi became more and more confused, heart demons only occur during the Great Ascension stage, where does he get them from? During the Great Ascension stage, heart demons arise from one's own love, hate, anger, and ignorance. I am talking about external heart demons, like incorrigible soul entities that attach themselves to him, gradually tempting and leading him astray onto crooked paths. After hearing Feng Yang's words, Shang Qingshi lowered his head and fell deep into thought. At this moment, Xia Luyuan walked over with something in his hands, proudly offering it to him. "Master, take a look." His thoughts interrupted, Shang Qingshi lifted his eyes and saw what Xia Luyuan was holding. There was a white porcelain bowl with a rabbit embedded along its rim. There was also a set of teacups and teapot, all featuring rabbits in various adorable forms. Back at the foot of the mountain, Shang Qingshi had just casually mentioned it, but Xia Luyuan had actually remembered. Shang Qingshi blinked several times before finally reacting, extending his hand to receive the items and gently running his fingers over them. "I like them very much." Hearing his reply, Xia Luyuan's lips curled upward, his dark pupils as if momentarily illuminated with scattered starlight, astonishingly bright. "Then I'll go participate in the trial now." Shang Qingshi raised his head and asked, "Does your hand still hurt?" "It's not a big deal. Although it can't move yet, it doesn't hurt anymore." Upon hearing this, Shang Qingshi still felt uneasy and advised, "Be cautious during the trial later. Don't let anyone touch your wound, or it could lead to more serious consequences." If the injury worsened, it might affect the bones and tendons, eventually impacting his ability to wield a sword. At this time, Yunheng and Mingzhu came over, slapped their chests, and promised, "Master, rest assured. With us here, nothing will happen to him." The three of them went together to the trial platform. Looking at Xia Luyuan's back, Shang Qingshi said, "I've heard that people possessed by heart demons always appear sorrowful and deeply resentful. But look at him, he is so cheerful. Compared to before, he smiles more often, has made new friends at Lingxiao sect, and is no longer alone or taciturn." Feng Yang agreed with a nod. "Perhaps I was wrong after all. Maybe he is an extraordinary talent among 10,000 cultivators, and we just haven't discovered it yet." Shang Qingshi also nodded, and both stared at Xia Luyuan's back with approving expressions. No one expected that just moments earlier, a voice in Xia Luyuan's mind had been nagging incessantly. "I told you to hold back your cultivation and pretend to progress normally, taking things step by step. You insisted on rushing ahead. Now are you happy? Both Shang Qingshi and Feng Yang have started to suspect you. Think about how to explain this to them." Chapter 33, Punching your left eye into your right eyebrow. But Xia Luyuan didn't change expression, standing calmly between Yunheng and Mingzhu as though nothing had happened. The 50 disciples were divided into more than 10 teams, with varying sizes. One team even consisted of 10 people, which left Mingzhu puzzled. The rules state that the match ends when only 5 people remain. So how do you intend to compete with such a large number? "We'll eliminate others first, then engage in an internal struggle among ourselves." The leading disciple smirked condescendingly. "Sister Mingzhu, why don't you focus on your own team? From what I see, Brother Xia's hand hasn't fully recovered. The two of you carrying a burden like him might not be able to defeat us. This trial cannot involve weapons or consumption of pills. Without these advantages, it seems to me Sister Mingzhu is also a liability." Another disciple sneered. "Brother Yunheng is lucky, why didn't he join our team instead of insisting on walking the difficult path?" A disciple from another team said disapprovingly. "What kind of tone is that? Though Sister Mingzhu may be a burden, she's beautiful. She just has to pout a little, and my heart softens. How could I bring myself to use force against her?" That face carried an expression so lecherous it couldn't be more disgusting. Their gazes kept straying where they shouldn't, but unfortunately, Mingzhu was covered completely from head to toe. Her collarbone wasn't even exposed, and the hem of her skirt dragged long across the ground, leaving them seeing nothing. Mingzhu grew angry and was about to confront them when Yunheng beside her held her back, and Xia Luyuan also persuaded her, saying, "There's no need to trade barbs with them. Save your strength to simply knock them off the platform." Mingzhu seemed to agree with the logic and took a few steps back. At a nearby seat, Shang Qingshi heard her innermost thoughts. "You bastard! What kind of trash are you? Acting so arrogant. Wait until Auntie delivers a punch that sends your left eye straight into your right eyebrow, and we'll see if you dare keep staring." That lecherous disciple obviously hadn't realized the severity of the situation yet. He licked his dry lips and then locked gazes with Yi Zhao down below. Yi Zhao stood among the disciples who had been eliminated the previous day, the wound on his back already bandaged. The area under his eyes was blackened as though from lack of sleep. He raised an eyebrow at that disciple, who responded with a smile. Their eyes briefly met before quickly breaking contact. As the great elder struck the gong, the competition officially commenced. The original plan for Xia Luyuan, Yunheng, and Mingzhu had been to stand together and fight off enemies, but clearly, Mingzhu's anger from earlier had not yet subsided. She charged straight at the lecherous disciple. Without weapons allowed, she instead formed a wind sword in her hands. The speed of the sword exceeded even her own. A flash of green light shot swiftly across half the trial platform, striking the disciple accurately. A loud tearing sound rang out as his clothes split down the middle, peeling off like rags, leaving him only in his undergarments covering the most private areas. Startled by this ghostly speed, he widened his eyes, only to find Mingzhu already before him, dragging a trail of green afterimage behind her. She lifted her leg high and kicked him squarely in the forehead. He lost his balance and was about to fall off the trial platform when his teammates pulled him back just in time. 2 teammates rushed at Mingzhu, but she dodged and tried to return, only for another team to shout, block her. Don't let her reunite with Yunheng and Xia Luyuan. This other team also had a wind attribute cultivator who specialized in speed similar to Mingzhu's. He swiftly caught up and grabbed Mingzhu's hand. She used his force to execute a backflip, effortlessly flinging him off the platform. This was precisely the disadvantage of focusing on speed cultivation. In pursuit of ultimate speed, one must control their weight, keep the body light, and sacrifice part of their strength. Of course, this exception did not apply to Mingzhu, given her innate supernatural strength. Even so, the opponent managed to restrain Mingzhu successfully, resulting in 6 or 7 disciples surrounding her. Meanwhile, things weren't looking good for Xia Luyuan and Yunheng either. The 10-member team had targeted them from the very start. Among them, the highest cultivation-ranked individual was a gold attribute base-level cultivator. To prevent anyone from falling off the trial platform, he conjured metal chains beneath each teammate's feet, tethering them like dogs and tying them all securely to the platform. Fire attribute cultivators from other teams attempted to melt these chains but worked themselves into a sweat without success. The gold cultivator mocked them, "Save your effort, my chains are made of pure gold essence iron, and no fire can dissolve them." After finishing his words, he gave the fire cultivator a brutal kick, sending him off the platform with immense harm inflicted, a highly derogatory move. His chained-up teammates were equally relentless, attacking Xia Luyuan and Yunheng like mad dogs. Their attacks on Yunheng lacked order, but when they attacked Xia Luyuan, each one deliberately targeted his injured arm, the intent clear enough. Shang Qingshi frowned deeply. Are they all such vicious rivals within the sect? This statement is incorrect, an elder beside him rebutted. On the competition stage, life or death is no concern. If Xia Luyuan ends up severely injured, it's merely bad luck on his part, not others' fault. Agreed, another elder sarcastically chimed in. Sect leader, you're perhaps showing too much favoritism towards Xia Luyuan. How would this make other disciples feel? Shang Qingshi fell silent. His gaze remained tightly fixed on the stage. Most of the incoming attacks were deflected by Yunheng. For the few that slipped through, Xia Luyuan narrowly avoided them by slightly turning his body. Throughout, he never once retaliated. The disciples bound by chains began to jeer loudly. Xia Luyuan, what? Is your right hand injured, and your left arm useless as well? Just step down now, you don't want your legs broken later so you can't crawl. To their taunts, Xia Luyuan paid no heed, only softly asking Yunheng, Brother Yun, can you hold on for a little longer? Yunheng wiped the sweat from his face. They kept falling like plaster medicine onto new areas. They knocked one down, another rushed forward immediately. Chained as they were, there was no way to send them off the stage. What was worse, their group had a healing-type disciple, providing continuous treatment, making them essentially an inexhaustible perpetual motion machine. I can't hold on much longer, Yunheng replied while deflecting another magical attack. The spirit sword formed by his condensed spiritual power emitted a clang sound, the blade itself starting to crack. It wouldn't be long now. Xia Luyuan looked around. Now there were 24 people remaining on the trial platform. With a crack, Yunheng's spirit sword shattered completely. The opponent's attack struck squarely against his abdomen, and he stumbled back. The disciple with the golden spirit root from the 10-member team laughed loudly. Yunheng has depleted all of his spiritual power. Everyone, attack now. The teammates followed his command without hesitation, rushing in recklessly with bloodthirsty glares. Xia Luyuan stepped in front of Yunheng to shield him. Some keen-eyed disciples noticed the strange magic array under his feet and exclaimed in terror, "No, what is that?" "There's no need to be afraid. Just knock them off the stage, and victory will be ours soon," said the golden spirit root disciple as he gave orders and then rushed over himself. As his hand almost touched Xiao Yuan's robe, the magic array suddenly bloomed, spreading rapidly across the entire trial platform. Then, there was an explosion. Chapter 34, Dying Unjustly. A mushroom cloud slowly rose from the horizon. After the sudden blaze, the entire trial platform was shrouded in smoke and dust, making everything unclear. More than a dozen disciples were thrown out, falling helplessly on the ground, wailing for their parents. What is Xia Luyuan doing? Is he trying to destroy the trial platform? The elder fiercely slapped the armrest of his chair, enraged, unable to control himself as he stood up. This time, it was Shang Qingshi who firmly held onto his hand with a forced smile, saying, "You just said before that life or death on the competition stage doesn't matter. Why are you getting so anxious when I'm not even worried?" By shooting himself in the foot, the elder's face turned green and pale alternately, looking like a color palette. In the end, gritting his teeth, he sat back down, angry enough to blow his mustache and glare. When the dust settled, everyone finally saw the current situation. The temperature of the explosion had melted the iron chains made of gold essence iron. 3 out of the 10-member team were blasted away, leaving the remaining 7 sprawled in a heap. On the other side of the trial platform, Mingzhu had been fighting enemies on both sides. Following the explosion, the disciples behind her fell off the platform, giving her a brief respite. Yunheng called out to her at this opportunity, "Come over here." Without hesitation, she activated the last bit of spiritual energy she had left and darted over, precisely grabbing the healing-type disciple from the 7-person team and tossing him off the platform in one smooth motion. There were still 11 people left on the stage. 3 from Xiao Yuan's team. The lecherous disciple in nothing but underwear and his companion. And the 10-member team, now reduced to 6 members. At this point, everyone had exhausted their spiritual powers, and could only rely on physical combat to decide the final outcome. Mingzhu, born with supernatural strength, played a critical role. She practically stood in front of Yunheng and Xia Luyuan, punching anyone who got too close. The 6-person team wasn't ready to give up and tried to bother her. In response, she hurled 3 of them away, reducing them to a 3-person team. The battle remained at a deadlock, and as the incense burner on the stage burned out without a victor being declared, Fengyang announced, "You may now summon your weapons." Upon hearing this, everyone took out their respective weapons, bows, swords, umbrellas, maces, and even mirrors. Though they couldn't use these for actual fighting, they helped improve appearances, allowing them to tidy their disheveled hair due to the explosion. Only Mingzhu didn't take a weapon. A sound practitioner's method of attack requires using spiritual power combined with musical instruments to produce sound waves. Since her spiritual power was temporarily drained, holding an ancient zither would be no different than holding a broken plank of wood, only slowing her down. The disciple with the golden spirit root retreated slightly, summoning a Vajra umbrella intending to rush forward. However, he noticed another magic array growing under Xiao Yuan's feet, unfolding very slowly. Although this time the magic array was not as complicated as the previous one, if it triggered another explosion, the match would be lost. Thinking about this, he glared darkly at the lecherous disciple and his companions. "Yi Xian, do you two intend to remain spectators? Let's form an alliance to defeat them right now, otherwise, we'll lose for sure." Yi Xian. What relation does he have to Yi Zhao? Shang Qingshi suddenly felt something was amiss and glanced toward the elder beside him. The elderly face revealed a smirk of certainty, his eyes narrowing into a slit. He quickly picked up the Lingxiao mirror and wrote the words, "Be cautious." These subtitles appeared before Xia Luyuan, Yunheng, and Mingzhu, causing their expressions to turn serious. On the field, Yi Xian formed hand seals, compressing his spiritual power into a spherical shape. The disciples below gasped in surprise. That's why Yi Xian brother didn't move earlier. He was waiting here all along, catching cicadas while being the magpie in the background. Now that everyone has no more spiritual power, no one can withstand his attack, he's sure to win this round. Good job, Yi Xian brother. True wisdom wins the day. The disciple with the golden spirit root obviously did not expect this turn of events. His shoulders trembled a little as he regretted his earlier attitude. "Yi Xian, when there are 5 people left on the stage, the match will be over. Why don't you knock the others off, and we form a team?" "Forget it," Yi Xian replied disdainfully, glancing at him. "Of the remaining 3 spots, 1 is naturally reserved for my junior sect sister Mingzhu. As for the last 2, since I'm in a good mood today, I'll give them to your teammates." "Who needs your spots anyway?" Mingzhu retorted without giving him any face. Sweat soaked her hair, making her look somewhat disheveled, but she remained stubborn. "Even if you knelt before me and begged until your head was cracked open, I wouldn't team up with you today." It seemed Yi Xian liked this type of girl, so he grinned shamelessly and lightly stepped forward to rush at her. Although Mingzhu had no more spiritual power, her speed was still the fastest on the field. She quickly dodged, moving fast as though she were avoiding a plague. Yi Xian missed, deciding to let her go for now and instead attack Yunheng. Below the stage, Yi Zhao coughed twice. Yi Xian paused slightly, looking somewhat impatient before changing direction again, directly heading towards Xiao Yuan's injured arm. The ball of spiritual power in his hand grew larger, illuminating his sinister face. "Xia Luyuan, since you dared to harm my elder cousin, then you shall die." Yunheng wanted to block but had no strength left. Mingzhu tried to go help him, but the 2 remaining disciples blocked her way. In an instant, Xia Luyuan sidestepped but couldn't fully evade, so he gritted his teeth and raised his sword to protect his injured arm. The frostfall sword collided with the ball of spiritual power and finally fell to the ground. With a crisp sound, the little rabbit on the red string of the sword tassel split into 2 halves and was then trampled into pieces by Yi Xian. Xia Luyuan abruptly lifted his eyes, intense pain surging from deep within his bones, causing him to shiver slightly. But his attention wasn't entirely on his scorched arm, rather, it was fixated on the shattered charm. At the same time, the 3-person team turned against each other due to Yi Xian's words. The 2 disciples joined forces to kick the golden spirit root disciple off the platform and then kicked Yi Xian's injured teammate down as well. 6 people remained on the field. If Yi Xian could knock Xia Luyuan off, the battle would end completely. Everyone looked on expectantly. But the magic array enveloped the entire trial platform once again. The explosive wind swept the 2 disciples away, dropping them right next to the golden spirit root disciple. He laughed maliciously. "Fool Yi Xian, traitorous teammates like yours deserve what they got." This time, the smoke was even denser than the last. The fog on the platform clouded everything, leaving nothing clear. "Alright, since only 4 people remain on the stage, I declare the match over." The elder beside Shang Qingshi hurriedly stood up, waving his hand to dilute the smoke. As the surroundings gradually became clearer, the situation on the field came into view, and almost everyone fell silent. Mingzhu clung to the edge of the trial platform, nearly falling off. Xia Luyuan and Yunheng lay unconscious on either side. As for Yi Xian, he lay sprawled on his back, the frostfall sword piercing through his heart. Blood gushed out in large amounts, pooling beneath him into a sea of crimson, a shocking sight. A breeze passed by, and he opened his eyes, his pupils constricting to just the size of beans. He died with his eyes wide open. Chapter 35, A Fine Dead Face. An eerie silence fell over the entire Lingxiao sect. Until the elder's scream broke the stillness, and soon after, the surrounding crowd began to boil like water splashed into a sizzling pot of oil. Yi Zhao reacted first, rushing onto the stage in a flustered manner. Trembling, he extended his hand, placing it beneath Yi Xian's nose. Not a single breath. He was dead, stone cold dead. Even the great sage would be powerless to revive him. Dead. Yi Zhao collapsed onto the floor, falling backward in a highly comical posture as he didn't notice the edge of the trial platform behind him. After falling, he made no effort to get up. Filled with terror, he mumbled under his breath, Yi Xian is dead. The elder also snapped back to reality. Both Yi Zhao and Yi Xian were distant relatives of his. Now that Yi Xian had died here at Lingxiao sect, how would he explain to his parents? His eyes bloodshot, he glared at the only person still conscious on the platform, Mingzhu. What exactly happened here? What did you see? At being called upon, Mingzhu lifted her head bewilderedly, shaking it vigorously like a tambourine. I didn't see anything at all. She spoke the truth. The smoke had been so thick that it obstructed everyone's vision, not just the spectators but hers as well. She only remembered the wind and sand blinding her eyes. Just as she was about to rub them, an explosion nearly blasted her off the platform. She managed to hold on to the edge of the trial platform, barely stabilizing herself. And then, Yi Xian was dead. Mingzhu couldn't help but stare at the corpse. She swallowed hard, having lived for so many years, but this was the first time she'd seen such a horrifying scene. Her stomach churned violently, making her feel nauseous. Coupled with her depleted strength, Mingzhu closed her eyes and fainted as well. Now things were complicated. Yi Xian's death had become an unsolved mystery. The elder still refused to give up, bowing slightly to Shang Qingshi, Patriarch, please allow me to imprison Yunheng, Mingzhu, and Xia Luyuan until I uncover the cause of Yi Xian's death. In my opinion, this was just an accident, Feng Yang interjected in front of Shang Qingshi, speaking calmly. The explosion happened to fling the frostfall sword upward, which unfortunately killed Yi Xian. In Lingxiao sect, life or death during trials is not questioned. Elder, please grieve appropriately. By chance? How could there be so much, by chance? If the position of the frostfall sword had been even slightly off, Yi Xian would have survived. But the truth was that the sword pierced Yi Xian's heart, causing him to die instantly without making a sound. Master, Yi Xian was my nephew. Regardless, I must seek justice for him and provide closure to his parents. The elder looked earnestly at Shang Qingshi, pleading in his voice. Since he had humbled himself this much, Shang Qingshi couldn't outright refuse. He paused for thought and replied, first, find a physician to treat Xia Luyuan and the others. Once they wake up, we'll question them together. Though he didn't get the result he wanted, the elder dared not press further at this moment, only nodding in angry agreement. Shang Qingshi ordered someone to carry away the unconscious trio and personally performed the soul-restoring spell on Yi Xian. After pulling out the frostfall sword, the red string on its handle swayed with the breeze. Shang Qingshi thought about repairing the shattered white porcelain little rabbit, but despite searching all over the platform, he couldn't find any pieces of it. It must have fallen somewhere else during the earlier explosion. Not paying too much attention to this matter, he instructed the body of Yi Xian to be moved and went to the medical hall afterward. Outside the hall, quite a few disciples gathered, eager to watch the commotion. Upon seeing Shang Qingshi approach, they quickly scattered. Ignoring them, Shang Qingshi directly entered the hall. The doctor reported, there's nothing wrong with the three bodies. They fainted due to exhaustion of spirit power and lack of physical energy. A brief rest should set them right. Understood, Shang Qingshi responded, raising his gaze toward the courtyard behind where three medicinal pots simmered, sending tendrils of smoke curling into the air. He shifted his focus back to the room and said, please continue taking care of them. I'll help you brew the medicine. The physician almost dropped to his knees, frantically waving his hands to decline. This isn't proper, master. You are of great esteem, how can you do this menial work? Shang Qingshi paid no heed, proceeding to walk to the back courtyard, where he sat by the pot, picking up a small fan to stoke the fire. Seeing this, the physician stopped talking and hurried to the front courtyard. For convenience in drying herbs, the medical hall was built in the best sunlight location within the Lingxiao sect. It being winter, the sun wasn't scorching hot, instead providing a drowsy warmth. An unknown amount of time passed before Xia Luyuan slowly woke up. Upon opening his eyes, he stared at the ceiling hung with calming herbal plants. He furrowed his brows and leaned against the bed. His right hand was still completely numb. Moving his left hand, he attempted to recall the frostfall sword. Once recognized by blood-dropping method, the ritual artifact could be called back from anywhere. Thinking it might still be on the trial platform, when he heard a humming sound beside him, Xia Luyuan turned his head and found the frostfall sword sitting on a cabinet nearby. Who had been here? Xia Luyuan was momentarily stunned. Then, as if sensing something, he stood and glanced outside the window, immediately spotting Shang Qingshi's silhouette. Leaning against the lacquered wood column, one hand supporting his cheek, the other holding a bamboo fan, he rested lightly while basking under the sun. The pillar was already slender, yet Shang Qingshi's waist seemed even slimmer than the post. The direct sunlight illuminated the yard, coating everything with a faint golden glow. Today, Shang Qingshi wore a green robe, draped with a thin cicada silk cloak, creating a layered, ethereal grace like clouds far away. His silver hair was tied behind, with a few chains dangling from the ribbon, studded with sparkling crystals and jade, reflecting intricate patterns under the sunlight. Apparently, he liked these kinds of glittery little ornaments. Amidst the floating medicinal vapor, his peaceful sleeping face truly resembled a celestial being, only to be admired from afar and never to be disturbed. Xia Luyuan stood in the corridor, his gaze sweeping over Shang Qingshi's clear and cool eyebrows, his prominent nose bridge, and finally resting on his pale lips. Their shape was beautiful, and their color appealing. Looking at them, they seemed like they'd be pleasant to kiss. Xia Luyuan didn't understand why such a thought had crossed his mind. In what felt like an attempt to cover his embarrassment, he gave a heavy cough. At the sound of the disturbance, Shang Qingshi woke from his light nap, the bamboo fan in his hand falling to the ground. As Shang Qingshi reached to pick it up, Xia Luyuan moved faster, bending down first to retrieve the fan and handing it to him. Their fingers touched briefly. Even after pulling back, Xia Luyuan could still feel the lingering chill on his fingertips. His throat tightened as he called out, "Master." Awake? Shang Qingshi picked up a nearby cloth, taking the medicine pot off the stove and pouring the medicinal liquid into an empty bowl. Then take your medicine first. Chapter 36, A Downpour. The medicinal juice was pitch black, with a strong herbal smell. It was easy to imagine how bitter and unpleasant it would taste. Xia Luyuan took the bowl but didn't drink for a long while. He pressed his lips together, looking like he wanted to say something but kept hesitating. Shang Qingshi seemed to remember something. "I recall that you enjoy sweets." Indeed, Xia Luyuan always believed that life was already hard enough, so one should indulge in something sweet when possible. But Shang Qingshi searched all over himself and couldn't find even a single piece of candy. There was nothing left. The previous candies given to Xia Luyuan had been from the original owner's space bracelet. After pondering for a moment, he took 2 licorice slices from the nearby medicine basket and tossed them into Xia Luyuan's medicine bowl, saying, "It should taste slightly better now. Give it a try." To be honest, Xia Luyuan wasn't too confident. Still, he lifted the bowl and drank the medicine in one gulp. The bitterness rushed to his skull, yet despite enduring injuries without much expression before, now he tightly pressed his lips and furrowed his brow. Even the corners of his eyes turned red. He looked just like a stray puppy. Is it really that awful? Shang Qingshi muttered to himself as he stood, patting his back to soothe his breath. Once he appeared slightly better, Shang Qingshi broached the main topic. Was Yi Xian's death really an accident? Xia Luyuan's back stiffened momentarily. Then his face expressed confusion, filled with astonishment as he gazed at Shang Qingshi and asked back, "What? Yi Xian died? How did he die?" Shang Qingshi met his eyes. Those dark pupils were filled with innocence at this moment. This matter truly seemed unrelated to him. "He was pierced through the heart by a sword," Shang Qingshi replied. "The weapon was the Frostfall sword." "I don't know. I lost consciousness after casting my spell." Xia Luyuan revealed a distressed expression. His already red-tinted eyes welled with tears, his voice trembling. "Did he really die? Why did this happen?" Seeing his disoriented state, Shang Qingshi consoled him by patting his head. "I knew it. You are such a well-behaved child, there is no way this was your doing. It must have been an accident. Don't worry, in duels life and death aren't questioned, and all we can blame is his poor luck." Xia Luyuan appeared genuinely frightened. Trembling, he darted into Shang Qingshi's arms. Though only 16 years old, Xia Luyuan's height was nearly equal to Shang Qingshi's. His sudden lunge almost knocked Shang Qingshi over. Managing to steady himself, the latter gently consoled him for a long time until a physician's voice called from outside the courtyard, "Patriarch, several elders have sent people to inquire when you will start the interrogation." Shang Qingshi stepped back a few paces, withdrawing his hand from Xia Luyuan's head, maintaining some distance. He then replied to the physician outside, "Tell those asking to go back, I'll see the elders immediately." Next, he turned around and said to Xia Luyuan, "When Yunheng and Mingzhu wake up, make sure they take their medicine, and after that, bring them to the interrogation hall to find me." "Understood." Xia Luyuan lowered his head, watching as Shang Qingshi disappeared from sight, his footsteps gradually fading away. He suddenly pulled at the corner of his mouth. Where was the panic from earlier? His dark pupils held no superfluous emotions, cold and eerie. Yi Xian had been killed by him. So what? In Shang Qingshi's heart, he had always been a well-behaved and obedient young disciple. As for the reason behind the killing, it was simple. From beginning to end, Yi Xian had fixed his attention on Xiao Yuan's injured arm, clearly aiming to permanently disable it, preventing his ability to cultivate and thus driving him out of Lingxiao's sect. That aside, Yi Xian had also shattered his little rabbit. Since Yi Xian had intended to leave Xiao Yuan's hand incapacitated, Xiao Yuan ensured the entire person of Yi Xian couldn't move. That was fair. As if suddenly remembering something, Xiao Yuan lowered his head and pulled out the shattered pieces of a white porcelain rabbit from his sleeve. Shattered like this, it would have marks even after repair. Nevertheless, he still picked it up before the explosion ended, treating it as a treasure carefully stored in his clothing. Looking back inside the room, Yunheng and Mingzhu were still asleep, so Xiao Yuan went once again to the side hall of the Eternal Life Pavilion. Placing the fragments into the pillow, he then used the remaining earthenware clay and white glaze to recreate a small rabbit for himself. The small rabbit held a palm leaf fan, but Xiao Yuan seemed somewhat dissatisfied with it, so he took a fine and long tassel from a cabinet. This tassel had been hanging from his sleeve earlier. He hung the tassel on the round tail of the rabbit, lifting it up into the air for a shake, seemingly satisfied finally. He tied it carefully onto the frostfall sword. When he returned to the medical hall, Mingzhu had already woken up, lying there lost in thought. Xiao Yuan handed her the medicine and said, "Younger sister, this is specifically ordered by master. Drink this bowl of medicine, it's good for your health." Mingzhu stared at the bowl of medicine, refusing expression all over her face, wanting to immediately find a hole to crawl into. "Little sister Mingzhu," Xiao Yuan pushed the bowl close to her lips, "drink it. This was personally boiled by the master, don't disappoint him." Because he put it this way, Mingzhu had no choice but to pick up the bowl of medicine, swallow saliva nervously, and tentatively take a sip. Then she turned her head and spat it all out. It hit the sleeping Yunheng directly, who woke up shouting in surprise, waving his hands wildly in the air, "No! A downpour has started. I haven't taken my clothes in yet." There was a brief silence in the room. Yunheng looked around, wiped the medicinal liquid off his face, and realized what had just happened, becoming slightly angry. But seeing Mingzhu's sagging mouth and her watery almond eyes, his anger disappeared instantly. "It's fine," he stood up, cleaned the medicinal liquid off his clothes with a cleaning spell, and then consoled her, "Younger sister, it's not your fault." Xiao Yuan wasn't paying attention to any of this. Always keeping Shang Qingshi's instructions in mind, he brought the medicine over to Yunheng and said, "Big brother, drink it. After we finish, let's go together to the interrogation hall." Hesitantly taking it, Yunheng, looking at the pitch-black medicine juice, finally understood why Mingzhu had made such an expression. "Can I not drink it?" Before he finished his question, he was ruthlessly cut off by Xiao Yuan, "You must drink it." Under Xiao Yuan's supervision, Yunheng and Mingzhu drank an entire bowl of bitter medicine that distorted their faces, feeling as though they could cry, their tongues going numb from the bitterness. Afterward, the three of them set off together to the interrogation hall. On the way, Yunheng scratched his head and asked, "I didn't see anything. How am I supposed to explain to the elders? There was too much dust, sand got into my eyes. Who knows how Yi Xian died?" Mingzhu complained, her mouth making unpleasant sounds, "I still feel sick. Can't I rest for a while longer?" "Just endure it for now," Xiao Yuan acted as if everything was fine and said, "The elders are only following the rules. When we get there, tell them what we know. They won't cause us trouble, I believe." Chapter 37, Obvious Entrapment. Interrogation Hall. An elder paced around the pillars like an ant trapped on a hot pan, circling over and over again. Although the elder himself didn't feel dizzy, Shang Qingshe was feeling lightheaded from watching him and lightly pressed his fingers against his eyebrows, his eyes carrying a hint of helplessness. "When will they arrive?" The elder slammed his fist against the pillar, his old and turbid eyes flickering with suspicion. Could it be they fled in fear of punishment? "The situation isn't clear yet. Elder, there's no need to rush to accuse them of wrongdoing." Shang Qingshe lowered his hand and straightened his posture. "Please stop walking circles and sit somewhere. Wait for them, and all will become clear." Unpleased, the elder coldly huffed but due to Shang Qingshi's status, sat down unwillingly. The moment his buttocks touched the chair, Xiao Yuan and the others stepped into the interrogation hall. The elder shot up angrily and roared, "Xiao Yuan, was it you who killed Yi Xian?" "I truly did not, elder, please don't slander me." Xiao Yuan gazed straight into the other person's eyes, repeating what he had said before, "After the explosion, I fainted and do not know how Yi Xian died." Their eyes met. The elder attempted to catch sight of panic or terror, even a sliver of guilt, within his gaze. But found nothing. His expression was sincere, blinking innocently as if he truly had no idea about the matter. Thus, the elder averted his gaze and focused on Mingzhu instead. "Was it you? Yi Xian spoke lewdly to you, so out of resentment, you took advantage of the chaos to pick up the frostfall sword and killed him." Compared to Xiao Yuan's simple innocence, Mingzhu was another type altogether. "Unjust accusation, elder." She knelt down, sobbing loudly, her tears and snot mixing together as though she had been wronged beyond measure. "I am a vegetarian and devout young woman with a pure conscience. I couldn't even crush an ant without feeling guilty. How could I possibly commit murder?" Startled by her wailing cries, the elder froze momentarily in place. Regaining his composure, he shifted his focus back to Yunheng. Yunheng was well known in the Lingxiao sect for his warm-hearted nature and shared no feud with Yi Xian, making it highly unlikely that he was involved in this matter. Still, the elder seemed desperate to cast blame, forcing an accusation upon him. Then it must have been you. Jealous of his excellence, you killed him. Ah. Yunheng pointed at himself, pretending to ponder deeply. Which eye of yours sees me envying him? Do I envy his cultivation skills, the acne all over his face, or his premature baldness? A moment of silence descended upon the interrogation hall. The elder, still not giving up, tried piecing together fragments of information from them, trying to reconstruct the scene of the tragedy. However, whether it was Xia Luyuan, Yunheng, or Mingzhu, all three were clueless, shaking their heads like tambourines. Growing increasingly irritable, the elder clenched his teeth audibly. Impossible. You're definitely hiding something from me. Perhaps, the three of you colluded to kill Yi Xian. As he grew more agitated and irrational, Shang Qingshi frowned slightly and interjected to stop this farce. All necessary questions have already been asked. In my opinion, this was just an accident. The Lingxiao sect has always seen injuries among disciples during evaluations. Yi Xian simply had bad luck. I don't believe it. The elder insisted. How could such an accident happen so conveniently? This is clearly human interference. But you can't present any evidence, merely yelling here. Shang Qingshi looked at him coldly. If you truly want to clear Yi Xian's name, then find some evidence. The master rest assured, I will certainly see justice for Yi Xian. With a disdainful huff, the elder dramatically swirled his sleeves and stormed out of the interrogation hall. Before stepping out, he shot a suspicious glance at Xia Luyuan. Though all those present were suspect, his instincts told him that Xia Luyuan was the most likely murderer of Yi Xian. This boy had past grievances with Yi Xian and was also the owner of the Frostfall sword. One way or another, this matter had to be related to him. After the elder left, Xia Luyuan slightly lowered his gaze. Looking for evidence? What a pity. Even if the entire Lingxiao sect were dug up inch by inch, nothing significant would be uncovered. The incident was over, and Shang Qingshi waved his hand dismissively at the three of them. There's nothing else. Go back and continue your training. Yunheng and Mingzhu rushed off immediately, leaving Xia Luyuan lost in thought. Noticing his lack of movement, Shang Qingshi called out his name, Xia Luyuan. Only then did he snap back to reality, bowing respectfully to Shang Qingshi before turning to leave. The sunlight outside was somewhat blinding. He raised a hand to shield his eyes, inadvertently catching sight of someone standing below the stairs. It was Yi Zhao. Sensing the gaze, Yi Zhao suddenly lifted his head and looked upward at Xia Luyuan atop the steps. Yi senior brother, Xia Luyuan offered a faint smile, descending step by step until he stood in front of Yi Zhao, cheerfully greeting him. With such a blazing sun, why aren't you holding an umbrella? You despicable scum, stop pretending with me. Yi Zhao exploded in rage. It was you who killed my younger cousin, wasn't it? I've said it many times already. Yi Xian's death was an accident. I didn't mean for it to happen. Xia Luyuan continued smiling, though his laughter didn't reach his eyes, which remained emotionlessly dark. In public, senior brother, watch your words. Don't slander people baselessly. Ignoring what Xia Luyuan had said, Yi Zhao's eyes turned bloodshot. It was definitely you. Only you would dare kill him. His murderous gaze revealed a burning desire to rip Xia Luyuan into pieces, avenging Yi Xian's spirit in heaven. Despite his fury, Yi Zhao understood clearly. Now, as the personal disciple under the protection of the sect master, any direct action against Xia Luyuan would bring no benefit. The burning resentment in his heart was too bitter to swallow. Yi Zhao reached out and gave Xia Luyuan a shove. It wasn't forceful enough to knock the man down, he just didn't want to see that smirkish expression on Xia Luyuan's face. Unexpectedly, with merely a gentle push, Xia Luyuan staggered backward and fell to the ground. A crisp sound emerged from his left hand. It had definitely fractured. Yi Zhao froze for a moment. He then glanced at his own hand. How could this happen? Did he awaken the legendary superhuman strength? Until Shang Qingshi's anxious questioning came from behind. Yi Zhao, what have you done? Only then did it finally hit Yi Zhao's sluggish mind, a plain and simple frame-up. Panicking, he dropped to his knees, glowering at Xia Luyuan with sheer hatred, wishing to pierce him all over with knives. If only glares could turn physical, Xia Luyuan would have been obliterated long ago. Then withdrawing his gaze, Yi Zhao frantically bowed his head towards Shang Qingshi, earnestly defending himself. Master, I just lightly pushed him, I wasn't using any strength. He lost balance and fell himself, it has nothing to do with me. I swear upon heaven. Chapter 38, Fragile and Kind Little White Flower. However, Shang Qingshi didn't even intend to heed him, but strode straight towards Xia Luyuan. Helping him up, he asked with concern, are you injured? Do you feel discomfort anywhere? My left hand hurts so much. Xia Luyuan pouted, lips quivering as if about to cry, I think it won't move. Shang Qingshi felt along, clearly sensing the bone of his arm break. This poor child. Already his right hand couldn't move, now his left hand also suffered a fracture. To the medical hall, said Shang Qingshi, helping him walk towards the medical wing, looking back coldly at Yi Zhao while warning, for harming your fellow disciple, you will be confined to the penitence hall for 3 days. Yi Zhao stared wide-eyed. Infuriated, he argued, Master, it's an act, he faked it. Why won't you believe me? No matter how loudly he shouted, Shang Qingshi never looked back. Feng Yang subdued Yi Zhao and coldly stated, Stop shouting, let's go to the penitence hall. I refuse. I'm innocent. I need to clarify this clearly before Master. Struggling desperately, Feng Yang paid no heed and simply punched him unconscious, dragging him to the penitence hall. On the other side, the doctor had realigned Xiao Yuan's broken bones, wrapping layer upon layer of white bandages around his arm. What kind of strength did the person who pushed you use to cause such a fall to your hand? I don't blame senior brother Yi, his younger cousin died, he was so infuriated that he lost control and pushed me, said Xiao Yuan, addressing Shang Qingshi. Please don't punish him, Master. The penitence hall is cold and ominous, even I find it frightening. Senior brother Yi hails from a noble family, he surely wouldn't adjust to living there. A mix of emotions coursed through Shang Qingshi. He didn't wish for Xiao Yuan to grow into the ultimate antagonist in the original plot. But neither did he want Xiao Yuan to transform into a fragile, kind-hearted little flower. When others pushed him and caused fractures, he still turned around to plead good words on their behalf. Such softness, if Xiao Yuan were ever to leave Lingxiao's sect, would likely result in countless bullying and malice. Shang Qingshi sighed deeply, stroking Xiao Yuan's wound area with his fingers, sincerely advising, you may choose to remain detached from worldly affairs, but if someone harms you, you must wield weapons in self-defense. Otherwise, people will perceive you as an easy target and keep oppressing you. Xiao Yuan didn't make any comments. He certainly wasn't the frail and kind little flower type. He was rather a venomous snake hidden in the dark, bearing its fangs. Beneath the guise of harmlessness, he held grudges and retaliated against those who slighted him. If someone harmed him, he would repay them in kind. If someone wished to kill him, he would strike first. Staring at Shang Qingshi's face, still maintaining that obedient demeanor, he nodded earnestly, Thank you for the guidance, Master. I understand. Shang Qingshi comfortingly patted his head, then brought forth a bowl of medicine. This one was larger and thicker than the previous ones, black like ink. Xiao Yuan hesitated, looking at Shang Qingshi timidly and asking softly, Can I skip it? This absorbs the essence of the sun and moon, drink it, and by tomorrow, your hand will heal as good as new. Be a good boy and take your medicine, later I'll make you a jar of plum candy. Shang Qingshi thought for a moment, adding, This plum candy is only for you. All right. Xiao Yuan didn't hesitate further, gulping down the bitter medicine in one gulp. After finishing his matters, Shang Qingshi still had to deal with compensation matters regarding Yi Xian, thus separating from Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan left the medical hall alone and didn't return to the Hall of Eternal Life. Instead, he came to the penitence hall. This place was quite secluded. The two people responsible for guarding the gate were highly irresponsible, either they were snoring soundly or chatting away. If you were to ask how Xiao Yuan knew this, it was because he had been placed under confinement here before. When it was mealtime, his food took a long time to arrive, leaving him dizzy and weak from hunger. He pleaded with the two guards for some food, but they acted as if they were deaf and blind, not giving any response. Xiao Yuan circled around to the back of the penitence hall. The two individuals were still fast asleep, completely unaware of his presence. The interior space was divided into dark, cramped rooms. Each one had an iron door, and the other 3 sides were made of copper walls and iron walls, with not even a window. The only light came from a small candle on the wall. Xiao Yuan quickly found Yi Zhao. The man who claimed to be the scion of a prestigious family, a cultivation genius, always dressed in the best garments, ate the finest delicacies, and lived in the most luxurious places. But now, Yi Zhao sat on the sparse straw, ignoring the dirt on his clothes, with his head buried in his knees, his hair disheveled. Senior brother Yi, Xiao Yuan called out to him with apparent interest. Hearing the voice, Yi Zhao looked up incredulously. Upon recognizing the person before him, he angrily asked, Xiao Yuan, what are you doing here? Of course, I am here to see you. Xiao Yuan smiled at him and asked in return, could it be that I'm here to enjoy the scenery? Yi Zhao ground his molars, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. He took a few steps back, wary and said, I don't believe you have such good intentions. Speak, what do you really want? Senior brother, what else could I possibly want? Xiao Yuan said, you've injured both of my hands so severely I can't move them. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhao remained suspicious, his eyes falling on Xiao Yuan's injured hand, then coldly sneered, what a pity, I only broke your 2 hands. Next time we duel, I'll surely take your life. Instead of getting angry, Xiao Yuan laughed. His tone was exceptionally calm, as if discussing dinner options with Yi Zhao while strolling in his courtyard. All right, but I hope you live long enough to reach that moment. You. Yi Zhao froze momentarily, every hair on his body standing upright. What did you mean by that? Xiao Yuan didn't reply. He silently turned and left. As Yi Zhao fumbled to grab the iron bars, watching Xiao Yuan's figure disappear at the end of the corridor, a faint sense of foreboding crept into his heart. After waiting for a long while with nothing happening, Yi Zhao exhaled a sigh of relief, forcibly suppressing the turmoil in his chest. He muttered to himself, that despicable Xiao Yuan dared to frighten me. When I get out of this penitence hall, I'll certainly teach him a lesson. Just as these words escaped his lips, a burnt smell wafted from behind. Turning his head, Yi Zhao saw that the straw behind him had caught fire. Fortunately, since he was far enough away, there were no additional flammable materials within the room apart from the straw itself, thus preventing the flames from reaching him. Now harboring more resentment than ever, he desperately wanted to flay Xiao Yuan alive, eat his flesh, and drink his blood. Distressed and agitated, Yi Zhao kept glaring at the iron gate, contemplating ways to settle accounts with Xiao Yuan once free. For some reason, it felt like his back was growing increasingly hot. Curious, he turned his head only to witness something he would remember for the rest of his life. The stone slabs and copper walls that shouldn't have ignited now burned fiercely with roaring flames, seemingly about to reach his body. Only then did he realize this wasn't ordinary fire. He furiously pounded on the iron door, shouting toward the outside, "Fire! Is anyone there? Hurry up and put it out." The two guards snored through their deep sleep. Despite Yi Zhao's vigorous knocking that made the door clang loudly, they remained oblivious. Chapter 39, Better Than the Master. It wasn't until the fire grew larger, emitting thick black smoke from the penitence hall, that the two finally woke up in panic and rushed inside to extinguish the flames. By the time Yi Zhao was carried out, his skin had been charred. However, throughout the ordeal, he guarded his face diligently, which remained the only undamaged part of his entire body. When the elder arrived and saw him lying in bed in a near-death state, he cried uncontrollably, "Heaven above, what sins have we committed in the Yi family? In just a few days, Xian is gone, and now Zhao has ended up like this." "Uncle." Hearing the noise, Yi Zhao slowly opened his eyes, tremblingly raising the hand burned black by the fire, his throat producing unclear sounds. It was Xiao Yuan. It was him who did this. Perhaps due to blood-related empathy, the elder managed to clearly hear his words. Subsequently, his eyes bloodshot, the elder stormed off in a fit of rage to confront Xiao Yuan. At that moment, Xiao Yuan and Yunheng Mingzhu were in the spacious square of the Eternal Life Hall, where the two of them were teaching him how to fly on a sword. "Don't be afraid, brother Yunheng is much more reliable than master. He won't let you fall off the sword." Mingzhu brought over a stool, sat on the side as a spectator, cracking sunflower seeds while leisurely crossing her legs, looking thoroughly relaxed. In the air, Xiao Yuan was unsteadily flying his sword, while Yunheng flew slightly below him, closely watching his movements. "You can try to speed up a bit. Rest assured, I'll catch you." With his reassurance, Xiao Yuan took a deep breath, silently reciting the incantations for controlling the flight of the sword. Meanwhile, an elder had searched the Eternal Life Hall back and forth but couldn't find anyone, so he came to the square. Seeing only Mingzhu around, he rushed forward and angrily questioned, "Where's Xiao Yuan? Make him come out right now." The sudden burst of fury scared Mingzhu so much that she dropped the sunflower seeds in her hand. She quickly stood up from the stool, shrank her neck, and cautiously asked, "Elder, haven't we already clarified this? Yi Xian's death has nothing to do with us. Why are you still looking for him? Just now, Yi Zhao got burned in the penitence hall." The elder gritted his teeth. "I suspect it was Xiao Yuan who did it." "That's impossible," Mingzhu immediately refuted without hesitation. "We've been here for about half an incense stick's time. He has been right under our eyes the entire time. How could he possibly have had the chance to start a fire?" The elder completely ignored her words and even suspected that she might be an accomplice. "Quit talking nonsense. Bring him out. Once I interrogate him, I'll surely make him confess the truth." Xiao Yuan had just circled around the Eternal Life Hall, and although his posture wasn't exactly elegant, at least no accidents happened. Right at that moment, the spell lost its effect, and he suddenly lost balance. Luckily, Yunheng reacted swiftly and caught him. He didn't fall off. But the Frostfall sword did. It fell straight onto the elder's head. Since the elder had spiritual power protecting him, he didn't get injured. However, the pain from the falling object was undoubtedly real. Realizing someone had been hit, Yunheng hastily pulled Xiao Yuan down to the ground and sincerely apologized. "I'm sorry, elder. This is all my fault. Is your head okay?" The elder was already seething with anger. Now, his rage grew even stronger. As terrifying pressure emanated from his body, the three young people clearly struggled to maintain their stance. Their knees hurt, and they looked like they were about to kneel down. Just then, the oppressive aura disappeared all of a sudden. Everyone turned around and saw Feng Yang slowly walking toward them. Breathing a sigh of relief inwardly, Mingzhu cupped her hands into a megaphone shape and shouted loudly toward Feng Yang, "The elder insists that Brother Xia started a fire in the penitence hall, but Brother Xia has been with us the whole time. There was simply no time for him to commit such an act. We beg Elder Feng Yang to restore justice for him." Feng Yang took large steps forward. The elder who was fuming earlier now looked like a drowned dog, his overwhelming presence instantly dissipating. Fengyang elder, I personally heard Yi Zhao say that Xia Luyuan was responsible for this. He bowed politely. If you don't believe me, you can have both of them confront each other. Fengyang crossed his arms, his cold gaze scanning the elder's face. However, he showed no interest in dealing with the matter. Instead, he impatiently asked, who gave you permission to enter the Eternal Life Hall? The elder was abruptly rendered speechless. Shang Qingshi had indeed said before that no one unrelated should enter the Eternal Life Hall. But why could these children go inside while he, a revered elder of Lingxiao sect, couldn't? It was as if Fengyang knew exactly what the elder was thinking. He roared fiercely, they can come in because the master allowed them to. As for you, when did the master ever allow you to come in? Each mention of the master struck the elder hard. He felt veins pulsating on his forehead in irritation, glaring furiously at Fengyang. He believed there must be something wrong with the man's brain. With the cultivation at the Yuaning stage, one could almost walk fearlessly across the entire continent, yet this man insisted on staying in Lingxiao sect, acting as Shang Qingshi's loyal lapdog. A very fierce, overly protective lapdog who barked at everyone. Despite all the dissatisfaction in his heart, the elder dared not show it outwardly. Forcing a smile, he said, all right, I'll leave now. When the master returns, I'll ask him to handle Yi Zhao's case. As he turned and left, he glared venomously at Xia Luyuan before departing, don't get cocky. If you really harmed someone, I will not let you go unpunished. To his surprise, Xia Luyuan completely ignored him and instead squatted down to pick up the frostfall sword from the ground. Fortunately, he had previously cast a protection spell on the rabbit pendant hanging on it, otherwise, it would certainly have shattered upon falling from such a great height. After carefully checking, the pendant appeared perfectly intact. Xia Luyuan exhaled a quiet sigh of relief and put the sword away. Seeing that there was nothing unusual, Fengyang glanced at them indifferently and said, I'm leaving. If anyone dares to enter the Eternal Life Hall without permission again, make sure to contact me. As they watched his retreating figure, Yunheng stroked his chin thoughtfully, it seems like someone tipped off Elder Fengyang just now. Hee, Mingzhu chuckled mischievously as she waved the Lingxiao mirror, of course it was me who tipped him off. Smart. Yunheng praised her without hesitation, giving her a thumbs up. She grew even more delighted, lifting her head high. If she had a tail, it would have been wagging all over the place by now. Looking at their playful figures, Xia Luyuan felt a heaviness in his heart, as if some unpleasant event was about to happen. Yet, he had clearly slowed down the flame's burning speed, and the fire had only just started while Yunheng and Mingzhu were guiding him to practice swordplay. As long as he adamantly denied it, the elders couldn't do anything to him. Xia Luyuan decided to distract himself with something else, so that he wouldn't dwell on the matter and ease the uneasiness in his heart. He paused for a moment and then spoke to the two who were playing around, it's still early. Let's go practice in the mystical realm. Yunheng, the ultimate grind king, always craved constant cultivation day and night. Mingzhu's alchemy technique had temporarily hit a plateau and needed to improve her control of spiritual power. Both had no objections and opened the mystic realm with him together. Chapter 40, Not Resting Until Dead. By evening, when they emerged from the mystical realm after finishing their cultivation, Xia Luyuan finally understood where his sense of unease came from. There were already disciples waiting outside the Eternal Life Hall. Seeing him come out, one of them made a gesture inviting him inside and said, Junior Brother Xia, the sect leader requests your presence at the interrogation hall. Why again? Mingzhu couldn't help but ask. How does this situation seem quite serious? Yunheng looked at Xia Luyuan and suggested, we should go with you. It's fine. This matter has nothing to do with you. They specifically requested my presence, I'll go alone. Xia Luyuan tried to appear calm, managing a faint smile. Senior brother Yunheng, junior sister Mingzhu, you both can tend to your own matters. Although he said this, Yunheng and Mingzhu insisted on seeing him to the door of the interrogation hall. The guards wouldn't let them enter, so they waited outside, waving towards Xiao Yuan's back. If something happens, remember to use the Lingxiao mirror to send us a message. Mingzhu added, in case an elder tries to hurt you, remember to tell me. Begging is my specialty. I can kowtow 5 times in 1 second. Don't jinx it, Yunheng tapped her forehead, trust junior brother Xia, everything will be fine. Xia Luyuan entered the interrogation hall. The people were still the same ones from the morning, except Shang Qingshi's expression seemed slightly different. He appeared very tired, leaning on one hand against his temple while the other hand restlessly tapped on the edge of the table. However, the elder still continued nagging incessantly like a mosquito buzzing around his ear. I've questioned Yi Zhao again, and he insists that this is indeed related to Xia Luyuan. Sect leader, please don't favor him. Xia Luyuan abruptly interjected, paying respects to master, paying respects to all the elders. With those words, silence enveloped the entire interrogation hall. Everyone turned their attention towards him. Under multiple gazes, Xia Luyuan straightened his spine and firmly declared, disciple did not visit the penitence hall today. Please master and elders investigate this thoroughly. Yi Zhao said you were there, so you must have been. The elder slammed the table, the force enhanced by spiritual energy, causing the table to shatter instantly. Next, he advanced menacingly towards Xia Luyuan, as if ready to tear him into pieces. Feigning panic, Xia Luyuan looked toward Shang Qingshi sitting at the main seat. Master. Enough. Shang Qingshi stood up, his voice extraordinarily calm, making it hard to discern his emotions. Unclear what exactly Shang Qingshi meant, the elder stopped awkwardly, returning to sit on the chair. He gripped the armrest tightly, the veins on the back of his hand clearly visible. Since neither side can provide witnesses or evidence, we'll defer discussing this issue for now, Shang Qingshi stated plainly. I am already very exhausted today and have no time to hear you argue further. Truthfully, Shang Qingshi didn't believe Xia Luyuan could have done this. That young man's right hand was completely immobile, and his left hand was fractured. How could he harm anyone? Besides, after consuming the wrongly brewed pill by Ming Zhu, when he lay there gasping for breath, Xia Luyuan had chosen to save him instead of hurting him. All these signs indicated that Xia Luyuan had been moved by him and was no longer the ruthless demon lord from the original plot who killed without batting an eye. Shang Qingshi massaged his temples, unwilling to show the elder any more respect, and strode toward the exit of the interrogation hall. His robes billowed in the wind, revealing an elegant arc. Just as one foot was about to step over the threshold, the elder suddenly spoke with a sinister tone, "Who says I don't have a witness?" Shang Qingshi abruptly stopped. Xia Luyuan also furrowed his brows, a flash of surprise flickering in his eyes. The interrogation hall fell quiet once more. Shang Qingshi turned back and asked, "You have a witness?" "Who?" The elder bared his teeth, pointing at Xia Luyuan. The latter looked astonished and said, "What? The deed was yours, so you must have memories of it. Therefore, you yourself are the witness I need." The elder took a deep breath, as if he had made up his mind and declared, "Please ask Elder Fengyang to fetch the Huaguang Purifying Pearl from the treasure vault and let us reveal Xia Luyuan's memories to the public." The Huaguang Purifying Pearl. This object, Xia Luyuan had read about in ancient texts. If someone drops their blood onto the pearl, then places the pearl in a water basin, another person can perform the retroactive spell. As a result, the surface of the water will reflect the memories of the person whose blood was dropped on the pearl. However, performing this spell consumes significant spiritual energy. There's even a chance the pearl could shatter and the caster perish, so this magic was lost long ago and the whereabouts of the Huaguang Purifying Pearl were unknown. It turns out, the pearl was actually in Lingxiao sect. Xia Luyuan was stunned for a moment. Just as he was pondering how to refuse, Fengyang spoke up, "The retroactive spell is too perilous. Let's try another method. I wouldn't resort to this drastic measure unless I had no other choice." The elder gritted his teeth. "For my Yi family's 2 children, one dead and one injured, I, as their uncle, must find out the truth." After saying that, he stared at Xia Luyuan with a resolute gaze. "Young man, today I make a bet with you. If you did not harm them, I'll resign as an elder and leave Lingxiao sect. But if you harm them, I'll take your life." The room became silent again. Xia Luyuan took a deep breath. "Why do I feel, elder, you want to deliberately misuse the spell, using the Huaguang Purifying Pearl to drag me down with you? I would have killed you by now if I wanted to." The elder's gaze burned brightly, asking word by word, "Will you dare to place this bet with me?" The other elders fixed their eyes on Xia Luyuan, eager to see what happens. Fengyang said, "Since he wants to gamble, Xia Luyuan, go ahead and join him. If something unexpected occurs during the spell, I will save you." With that said, Shang Qingshi felt somewhat reassured and added, "In that case, let's do what the elder proposed. Everyone has been troubled by this incident for far too long, it's time to end it." As they watched Fengyang turn around to fetch the Huaguang Purifying Pearl from the treasure vault, Xia Luyuan appeared calm on the surface. However, his hand hidden under the wide sleeve tightly pressed the nails into his palm. Not good. If the spell succeeds, his crime will be exposed. He glanced around but found no other way out. The only option was to cause the elder's spell to fail. He raised his eyes and locked gazes with the intense stare of the other. "Admit or not, did you plan to harm Yi Xian and Yi Zhao?" The elder asked. "If you confess early, I'll spare your life. Just disable your cultivation abilities, expel you from Lingxiao sect, and force you to kneel before Yi Xian's grave for 81 days. Xia Luyuan silently stared at him, his raven-like lashes lowering, concealing the murderous intent flashing in his eyes. After a while, Fengyang arrived with the Huaguang Purifying Pearl and a basin larger than a table prepared conveniently for everyone to view the retroactive memory clearly. Fengyang placed the Huaguang Purifying Pearl in front of Xia Luyuan. The elder asked, "Do you still not plan to confess? Will you not give up until you're forced to?" Ignoring him, Xia Luyuan tried raising his left arm broken earlier. Normally, all it takes is a single drop of blood, but when Xia Luyuan accepted the knife offered by Fengyang, he carved a large gash across his palm instead. Blood spurted forth, drenching the entire pearl in crimson red. Chapter 41, Sinister Intentions. The Huaguang Purifying Pearl, soaked with blood, was placed by Fengyang into the water basin, turning the water red like blood. Everyone gathered around, their eyes glued to the water's surface, wary of missing any important scene. Only Shang Qingshi noticed the injury on Xia Luyuan's hand. He approached, bandaged the bleeding wound, and patted Xia Luyuan's head consolingly, whispering lowly, "From today onwards, no one will bother you anymore." Xia Luyuan remained silent. Turning his head toward the elder, he saw a faint glow emanating from the elder's body. With both hands forming seals, the Huaguang purifying pearl responded similarly, slowly rising out of the red water as concentric ripples spread across the surface. Is it about to begin? No, whatever happens, he absolutely cannot allow these people to glimpse his memories. Xia Luyuan took a deep breath and turned his hand away, in flames in the palm of his hand. With so many people watching, if you want to attack him, you will surely be discovered. A sudden voice rang out in his mind, startling Xia Luyuan, causing the flame in his hand to vanish instantly. Don't worry, they can't see anything. After saying that, the voice disappeared again. Xia Luyuan still had some concerns but didn't continue to focus on that elder. Instead, he shifted his gaze to the water surface. With a splash, the Huaguang purifying pearl hovering in midair emitted an intense light, while the water reflected images. It showed the trial platform where Xia Luyuan had activated an explosive array, raising a sky full of dust mist around him before fainting. Xia Luyuan was momentarily stunned. This wasn't his memory. In fact, after setting off the array, he didn't faint. Instead, he used the opportunity to stab Yi Xian through the heart with a sword. What on earth was this thing in his brain? It could even fool an artifact of such high quality as the Huaguang purifying pearl. Voices of discussion arose around them. It seems Yi Xian's death has nothing to do with Xia Luyuan. I always thought it was an accident, but Elder Tu just wouldn't believe it. The elder casting the spell had a pale face, his old beard trembling as he stared disbelievingly at the images reflected. His lips moved, letting out a cry, impossible. How could it be like this? Yi Xian's death must have something to do with you. Still not giving up, he poured more spiritual power into the Huaguang purifying pearl continuously. The water began to shake violently, then reflecting another set of images. It showed Xia Luyuan leaving the infirmary, parting ways with Shang Qingshi, and then heading straight back to the annex of Chang'an Hall. After cultivating for a bit in the room, he saw Yunheng and Mingzhu come over and ask them to teach him the art of flying with a sword. The elder's gaze became vacant, even forgetting to continue the spell. Without the support of spiritual power, the Huaguang purifying pearl suddenly fell into the water basin, its surrounding glow gradually dimming down. Apparently, Yi Zhao was making things up. Xia Luyuan never went to the hall for reflection, other elders remarked. Shang Qingshi raised an eyebrow, so? You've seen everything now. Shouldn't you be satisfied? Impossible. The elder collapsed to the ground in a sitting position, looking defeated. His trembling body was bent over. I am Yi Zhao's own uncle. Even if he lied to others, there is no way he would lie to me. He struggled to stand up, staggering towards the door. I need to find out the truth, whether Yi Zhao lied or if there is something wrong with the Huaguang purifying pearl. Feng Yang blocked his way, speaking coldly. Did elder forget about your bet? If Xia Luyuan committed murder, his blood would repay for the blood shed. If Xia Luyuan did not commit murder, you must resign from your position. He deliberately drew out the last sentence, his tone becoming eerily deep, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Leave Lingxiao sect. Truly, this was lifting a stone only to drop it on one's own foot. The elder glanced toward the other elders within the hall. They had been colleagues for hundreds of years, calling each other brothers, being as close as family. But now that trouble had arisen, everyone looked either gleefully mocking him or indifferent, and not a single person was willing to speak on his behalf. Most likely sensing his glance, one of the elders awkwardly said, "We advised you earlier not to invoke the retroactive spell. Not only did you not listen, but you insisted on making a bet, and now you've lost." Another elder shook his head. With how unreasonable you are, if we spoke for you, it would seem like we were covering up for you. Good, good, good. The elder repeatedly muttered 3 good words, tremulously unhooking the golden emblem of elder status from his waist and throwing it heavily on the ground. Glaring furiously at Shang Qingshi, he practically ground out from his teeth, "Old man here will watch what Lingxiao sect becomes under your leadership." Almost all key positions like elders and guardians within sects generally do not accept outsiders. They are filled by outstanding disciples of the same sect once they reach adulthood. Leaving Lingxiao's sect meant he could never join another sect. Only 2 paths lay ahead of him. One was to become a wandering cultivator, finding a deserted mountain jungle and practicing cultivation alone. The other was to serve in the government, which loved to recruit practitioners. During wars, one individual could match tens of thousands of soldiers. No matter which path he chose, his life wouldn't be too difficult. The elder let out a cold laugh and looked at Xia Luyuan, sneering, "Kid, next time we meet, I'll definitely make sure you die without a whole corpse." Saying that, he turned around elegantly and strode out of the interrogation hall. Seeing there was nothing more to see, the other elders departed one after another. Shang Qingshi massaged his temples wearily. The ancient fossils appointed by his cheap father, with the exception of Feng Yang, each harbored ulterior motives, their schemes more numerous than the grains of rice in the kitchen jar. They were quite troublesome indeed. To expel them and cultivate his own faction would take at least 5 or 6 years until Yunheng and the others graduated. Shang Qingshi felt particularly drained. At that moment, Xia Luyuan stood beside him and softly said, "Are you sleepy, master? Let me escort you back to rest." Upon hearing this, Shang Qingshi lowered his hand, barely mustering up some energy. It's almost dark, and I haven't even made dinner for you all yet. Moreover, it is you who should be resting, not me. Your face is so pale, lie down first while I bring your meal later. All right. Xia Luyuan nodded obediently. As he turned to leave, Shang Qingshi suddenly grabbed his sleeve and then hugged him gently, his tone as warm as ever. I forgot to mention that during these days, you've suffered such serious injuries and faced much unfounded suspicion. You've worked hard. It was strange. Although his body was cold all year round due to the cold poison, Xia Luyuan inexplicably felt that this was the warmest embrace in the world. He leaned into Shang Qingshi's chest, savoring the tranquility immensely. What others think doesn't matter, as long as my master still believes in me, that's all that counts. Seeing him act like a child pouting, Shang Qingshi's heart softened slightly, making a promise, no matter what happens, I will trust you, and I hope you don't betray my trust. Chapter 42, A Turn. To be honest, when it came to talking about the word trust, Xia Luyuan felt somewhat guilty. But without blushing or having second thoughts, he accepted the affirmation. After leaving the interrogation hall, he found Yunheng and Mingzhu still waiting for him outside the door. What happened inside? Mingzhu asked curiously. When the elder came out, his face was as black as a pot bottom that hadn't been washed for hundreds of years. He was so angry, he even blew up his beard. He just bet with me, Xia Luyuan replied, and he lost. As a result, he has been expelled from the sect and will no longer be an elder of Lingxiao sect. Mingzhu widened her eyes in astonishment. Yunheng clapped his hands together. Great job, younger brother Xia. Many juniors didn't like that elder. Now that you've gotten rid of him, they will surely be very grateful to you. The three returned to the Chang'an Hall. Mingzhu rushed straight to the Bamboo Grove cottage, Yunheng went to wash clothes, and Xia Luyuan returned to his room, closing the door. In the quiet surroundings, the voice in his mind sounded again. That elder must not leave in peace, otherwise, you'd better watch out when you go down the mountain next time, because he could easily try to kill you. Naturally, Xia Luyuan understood this outcome. However, the elder had extremely high cultivation skills, and relying solely on himself, attempting to eliminate the elder, was pure folly. He sat down by the bedside and asked, why did you help me just now? Under those circumstances, if I didn't assist you, once your plot to harm Yi Xian and Yi Zhao was exposed, you'd certainly be killed. Xia Luyuan lowered his eyes. That was true, although he didn't know what the thing inside his brain was, it likely survived through some method of parasitizing on him. If he died during the trial, the thing inside him couldn't possibly survive either. Putting these matters aside, Xia Luyuan smoothed out the wrinkles in his clothing, only to inadvertently notice a bit of bloodstain on the sleeves, glaring at its redness. He retrieved new clothes from the cabinet, and as he changed, he caught sight of something unsettling in the copper mirror. His back markings had grown larger. Eerie and elongated patterns protruded from under the fake skin, forming winding and twisting traces. How could this be? It hadn't been a few days since then, but why had the patterns grown so fast? Outside the room, Yunheng returned after taking a bath and knocked on his door. Younger sister Mingzhu wants to refine some medicine for us. She called us over. Younger brother Xia, let's go together. His voice brought Xia Luyuan back from his thoughts. With no time to delve deeper, he hurriedly dressed properly, pretending everything was fine, and followed Yunheng out. When they arrived at the bamboo forest hut, both immediately realized that what was once a serene and beautiful residence now resembled a wasteland. The windows were gone, half the roof had exploded off. The walls of the bamboo house were blackened by medicinal smoke, hiding its original color. This was truly unique. Mingzhu emerged from inside the room, her hair standing upright from explosions, her formerly pristine little face now mottled black and green. The black was ash from the furnace, the green was herbal juice. She neglected her disheveled appearance and directly took out 2 pills, handing them to the pair. I initially wanted to refine the 5-colored Chaoyuan pill, unfortunately failing, and had to settle for the 3-colored Chaoyuan pill instead. Taking this during our cultivation in the hidden realm will help enhance our abilities more quickly. The realms of an alchemist are divided into 4 stages, Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang, with the Tian stage alchemists being the most skilled. The 5-colored Chaoyuan pill is a medicine that only a Xian stage alchemist can refine. Mingzhu was merely 15 years old. At her age, becoming an alchemist was already a miracle. How could she possibly imagine refining a Xian stage pill? Yunheng thumbed up. A person must have ideals and fighting spirit, and courage to strive upward, Sister Ming. Well done. Xia Luyuan took the pill, deep in thought for quite some time before finally squeezing out a sentence. Don't be discouraged, you've already done an excellent job. They fully embraced their praise. Yunheng voluntarily offered to help renovate her house, cutting bamboo to mend the empty rooftop. With his hands injured, Xia Luyuan used his spiritual energy to assist Yunheng in transporting the bamboo. Finally, Mingzhu remembered to tidy up her messy hair and dirt-covered face. She fetched a water basin and copper mirror, sitting under the veranda to groom herself. When Shang Qingshi arrived with a lunchbox, what he saw was such a heartwarming scene. It was truly wonderful. Seeing them interact so harmoniously put his mind at ease. If only time could stop forever at this very moment, it would have been even better. He opened the lunchbox, took out the food inside one by one, and placed it on the stone table outside the courtyard, calling them over, "Come and eat." Everyone sat down together as the setting sun cast an orange glow, adding a touch of warmth to the whole yard. Xiao Youyuan's hand couldn't move, so Shang Qingshi personally fed him. After finishing, while the other two weren't paying attention, he secretly slipped a jar of candied plums into his embrace. This had been promised by Shang Qingshi. Though not entirely surprised, Xiao Luiyuan still felt a great deal of joy when seeing the crystal-clear translucent plums inside the glass jar. He stared at Shang Qingshi without blinking, his eyes filled with fragmented starlight, his voice soft, "Thank you, master." He looked at others so intently that he appeared particularly obedient. Shang Qingshi's heart had melted like spring water long ago, unable to resist ruffling his hair, it felt really good, so he did it again. Until he heard a voice. "It seems there's something between these two. Fire Eye system, what do you think?" It was Mingzhu's inner voice. Shang Qingshi paused his hand, turned his head, locking eyes with Mingzhu. She probably didn't understand why he suddenly looked back, startled, she shrank her head and asked curiously, "Master, what's wrong?" "Enjoy your meal." Shang Qingshi smiled kindly at her, "Look how thin you've become." Mingzhu nodded suspiciously, feeling something wasn't quite right, but she couldn't exactly pinpoint where. At this point, she decided to fill her stomach first, after all, a full belly would aid in better thinking. Just as she stretched out her chopsticks, the last chicken leg on the plate was snatched away by Yunheng. She slapped the table immediately, "I didn't get any chicken legs last night, and now you're competing with me." Yunheng bit into the chicken leg and was about to reach for the lotus root soup, but Mingzhu got there first. Neither was willing to give way. What remained of their earlier heartwarming scene had vanished. Shang Qingshi massaged his forehead just as footsteps approached. He looked back, and it was Fengyang. "Where were you?" he asked. "I couldn't find you anywhere." "I went down the mountain." Fengyang stopped not far away, bowing toward Shang Qingshi. "There might be some work ahead." Shang Qingshi raised an eyebrow, and Xia Luiyuan also glanced over. As for Yunheng and Mingzhu, they had already eaten everything edible from the table and were now waiting for Fengyang's next words. "The villagers in the town below say that a magical creature called Mo Zhong has appeared nearby in the mountains. It often comes out at night, grabbing people who pass through." Fengyang said, "Although the place where the Mo Zhong resides isn't within the jurisdiction of Lingxiao sect, since it has harmed people in the village, we must send someone to handle it." Chapter 43, Purifying Soul Herb. Ah, so that was the case. Shang Qingshi thought for a moment and asked, "How skilled is this Mo Zhong?" "Not only is its cultivation level unknown, but no one has seen its true form." Fengyang replied, "That area is covered with endless mountain ranges, highly suitable for hiding. And it only appears at night. Other sects have sent people to search, but unfortunately, they haven't managed to find it. They've only discovered human bones on the ground and smelled the lingering traces of dark magic. In that case, things became a bit tricky." Shang Qingshi lifted his eyes, "Then perhaps we should send a few elders to deal with it." Fengyang shook his head as if foreseeing this. "Those old fellows are used to having free reign within Lingxiao sect. How would they care about such matters? I just went to call them, but they made up all sorts of excuses to dodge it." Pausing for a moment, he sighed with great helplessness. They all came up with excuses. Some said they had dizzy spells or foot pains, and one even claimed that by observing the night sky, he discovered ominous blood disasters and should not go out. Shang Qingshi pressed his lips, feeling an immense headache. Although Fengyang's cultivation was much higher than those elders, it wasn't possible to force them under threat of weapons. Looks like other ways need to be figured out. Lowering his gaze and pondering for a while, he suddenly looked up at Xia Luiyuan, Yunheng, and Mingzhu, then brightened. "How about?" he suggested, "Let Fengyang take you three to see the world." There was originally going to be the third round of new disciple evaluations tomorrow to select the final champion. However, with Xia Luiyuan in such a state, clearly, he could no longer participate in the competition. In this case, it might as well cancel the match and have them do something more meaningful. He thought this idea was simply wonderful, but obviously, they didn't think so. Xia Luiyuan moved his lips as if wanting to say something, showing obvious disagreement, but ultimately remained silent. "What? Mo Zhong?" Mingzhu covered her mouth in terror. It couldn't possibly be the monster depicted in books, the one with 3 mouths, 4 eyes, 8 legs, fierce and cruel, causing devastation wherever it goes, could it? "One elder Fengyang is enough. We'll only create trouble if we tag along," Yunheng said. "The mountain ranges are interconnected. I need people to help me block other exits to prevent the Mo Zhong from escaping," Fengyang spoke. "Also, I've heard there's purifying soul herb growing on that mountain range. Even if others don't want to go, Mingzhu, you must." As the sect's sole alchemist, regarding the sensitivity to herbs, no one can match Mingzhu, and no one suits this mission better than her. Mingzhu hesitated. After all, what awaited her next would be the ruthless Mo Zhong. One slip-up, and she'd lose her life and never return home. However, Shang Qingshi felt the name purifying soul herb was quite familiar, as if he'd seen it somewhere before. Where exactly? His mind paused for a moment, then finally recalled. Purifying soul herb was a herb capable of concealing another person's aura, similar in effect to his bracelet, though the duration of a single plant was only half a day. Despite this limitation, this herb remained highly sought after in the market. With no current method to improve one's constitution for concealment, they had no choice but to buy expensive herbs. Shang Qingshi thought perhaps Fengyang was looking for this herb also for him. If the bracelet's effect wore off one day, these herbs could temporarily serve its function. Scanning everyone present, Shang Qingshi slowly stated, Fengyang, stay here and handle affairs for me in Lingxiao sect. I will personally lead them to eliminate the Mo Zhong. Fengyang clearly did not agree, unwilling to let him risk his safety. Earlier, Xia Luyuan, who was reluctant, now nodded almost eagerly, obediently agreeing, fine. Seeing even the patient concurred, neither Yunheng nor Mingzhu could refuse either, agreeing readily too. Headmaster. Fengyang was still worried, furrowing his brows. Though he had many things to say, he refrained from doing so in front of others. Don't worry, I will be fine, Shang Qingshi consoled, those elder members may prove even harder to deal with than the Mo Zhong. You staying here will be able to suppress them more effectively. Though fraught with worries, Fengyang could do nothing but nod and comply, not forgetting to instruct Xia Luyuan and the others, be clever later on, protect the headmaster. Under the cover of night, Shang Qingshi prepared to set off with them. The cold poison was a big problem. As he was contemplating how to reasonably share a sword with Xia Luyuan voluntarily asked, my flying technique hasn't reached perfection yet. Master, would you be willing to carry me? Ah. On the other side, Yunheng showed a shocked expression, but today, you flew pretty well already. Before he finished, Mingzhu jumped up, covering his mouth, dragging him back while whispering in his ear, don't ask what you shouldn't and don't say what you shouldn't. Yunheng was puzzled. What was wrong with saying it? He was merely stating facts. Having witnessed Shang Qingshi and Xia Luyuan mounting the same sword, Yunheng quickly summoned his destined sword, just stepping on it when Mingzhu followed him up. He was slightly stunned, locking onto her matter-of-fact gaze, I don't want to move. Brother, kindly give me a ride. Mingzhu was utterly generous, handing over several bottles of pills of various sizes as road fees. The long sword cleaved through the night sky, and the four steadily advanced toward the direction of the mountain range. Traveling by flying sword was much faster than walking. A journey that would have taken 3 hours only took them 1. Upon reaching their destination, Shang Qingshi looked around, finding nothing but desolation. This place rarely saw human visitors, with endless stretches of continuous mountainous terrain. Since it was winter, almost all the leaves had fallen, leaving a dead-like color below, except for some snow at the peaks, which emitted a pale silver glow under the moonlight. Logically speaking, such a vast mountain should harbor some small animals or insects. But the surrounding area was eerily quiet, with no other sounds except the howling wind. Chilled by the cold wind, Mingzhu shivered involuntarily and asked, Master, what should we do now? Fengyang said the Mo Zhong ventures out at night, everyone should wander around to try and draw it out, Shang Qingshi replied. Upon hearing this, Yunheng intended to head to the waist of the mountain for a look first. Seeing this, Mingzhu immediately grabbed his sleeve, cooing, Brother, I'm scared alone, let's go together. Yunheng was about to refuse, but Mingzhu stared straight at him, her watery almond eyes seemingly filled with tears, looking pitifully helpless. It was as if leaving her here would amount to committing an unforgivable sin. The impending refusal was swallowed back by Yunheng, who nodded, his voice gentler than ever, all right. Chapter 44, So Many People. After they left, Xia Luyuan dared to hold Shang Qingshi's hand, gradually transferring the yang energy contained within his fire attribute onto him to dispel the cold poison. Just holding hands wasn't as warm as hugging. But since they were outside, intimate physical contact wouldn't be appropriate, so there was nothing more to say. The two circled the mountain range, but there was no sign of the Mo Zhong, not even a trace of its presence. All around were just the scents of decaying leaves. Not long after, Yunheng and Mingzhu returned from the other side. Xia Luyuan hadn't let go, using the cover of Shang Qingshi's wide sleeves, they merely appeared to stand together, perfectly hiding their joined hands. True enough, Yunheng and Mingzhu noticed nothing unusual and reported, we checked the other end, saw nothing. It seems this Mo Zhong has hidden itself deeply, Shang Qingshi looked around and said, let's search for clues inside the cave. A nearby cave awaited. Outside it, there were signs of struggle, bloody stones scattered around, it should be the very cave Fengyang spoke of, where human bones and traces of the Mo Zhong had been found. Darkness reigned within the cave, everything was invisible until this moment when Xiao Yuan's variant fire attribute came in handy. He raised his hand, and a small flame ignited on his palm, illuminating the surroundings. As they proceeded along the narrow mountain wall, the interior gradually opened up, and Shang Qingshi sensed human presence, living humans. He furrowed his fine eyebrows, and beside him, Xia Luyuan also spoke at this moment, inside, there seems to be someone. Continuing forward, faint light from flames became visible within the cave. Shang Qingshi brushed away grass taller than a person, revealing a huge cave. In the middle, wood burned, and more than 10 people sat together. Hearing the commotion, they turned to look. Their clothing was strikingly uniform, black with a hint of red, typical of the Tsangqiong sect. They were all disciples of Tsangqiong sect. Shang Qingshi recognized them, but they did not recognize Shang Qingshi. They stared with astonishment, some even whistling at him. On a dark, windy night, a white-haired youth with exquisite features emerged before them. Was this perhaps a romantic encounter? They greeted enthusiastically, "Beautiful stranger, come sit here. Don't worry, we belong to a prestigious sect and won't do anything to you." Shang Qingshi pressed his lips lightly. These kids were really impolite. Mingzhu stepped out from behind him, hands on hips, shouting, "You'd better show proper respect to my master, he is the headmaster of Lingxiao sect." Upon hearing this, the Tsangqiong sect disciples exchanged looks. They had long heard tales that the headmaster of Lingxiao sect had features fairer than any beautiful woman, even the full bloom of flowers couldn't match a third of his beauty. Before seeing him personally, they only thought these stories were exaggerated. A man looking like a woman, surely his behavior would be odd, and he probably wouldn't look that good looking. However, upon witnessing him in person, they realized just how true such outlandish rumors could be. Amid their astonished gazes, someone walked from the other end of the cave and bowed to Shang Qingshi. It turns out it's the headmaster of Lingxiao sect. "We're from Tsangqiong sect, here to exterminate the Mo Zhong." Shang Qingshi looked at the old, shrewd face of the man in front of him and felt a flicker of recognition. This man should be the grand elder of the Tsangqiong sect. Confused, Shang Qingshi asked, "Did the Mo Zhong also harm the citizens under the jurisdiction of your Tsangqiong sect?" It seemed like a straightforward question, yet the elder's face suddenly turned green, as if he had swallowed a fly. In reality, this Mo Zhong had originally wreaked havoc in the territory managed by the Tsangqiong sect. They had spent an enormous amount of energy and manpower but could never subdue it, allowing it to escape. The sect leader had issued a strict command for them to resolve the issue of the Mo Zhong within 3 days. They had already roamed these vast mountains for 2 days, and tomorrow would be their final deadline. Shang Qingshi's inquiry, though normal, made the Tsangqiong elder feel that he was mocking him. His expression grew even darker, deciding to fire back. "When your former sect leader was still around, how glorious Lingxiao sect was. Even Jingyang Palace dared not challenge you. These days, however, things have fallen apart quite a bit. Sect leader Shang, you should ponder how to carry on such past glory rather than sitting idly on your accomplishments." Caught off guard with this sudden scolding, Shang Qingshi was momentarily dumbfounded, with a large question mark forming in his mind. Unable to help herself, Mingzhu protested loudly, "Old man, you're completely unreasonable. Has my master offended you?" The Tsangqiong elder shifted his gaze toward her. He could sense that this young girl possessed extraordinary talent. The smell of medicinal herbs lingered around her, indicating she must be a pharmaceutical practitioner. Once upon a time, he had heard about a very young alchemist in a certain town. Their sect leader sent him over with substantial rewards to take her as an apprentice. However, when he arrived, he learned that the girl had already joined Lingxiao sect. This led him to believe the girl in front of him was none other than that individual. This incident always weighed heavily on the Tsangqiong elder's mind, and now Shang Qingshi had brought her directly to his presence. This enraged him, making him glare fiercely. Before he could express his anger, Yunheng appeared from behind, holding some freshly picked berries from outside the cave. Raising his eyes, he glanced around the entire cave filled with Tsangqiong disciples, exclaiming in surprise, "So many people." The Tsangqiong elder sensed something unusual and opened his mouth, unable to find words. Could it be? This young man possesses a celestial root? People with such roots lack elemental damage capabilities compared to others, but they progress through cultivation seamlessly without obstacles. Ancient books recorded there were only 16 individuals with celestial roots, the weakest of whom had reached the Yuaning stage of cultivation. Thus, this young man's future potential was infinite. Stunned for a moment, his peripheral vision caught a gray-white glow, causing him to turn sharply and finally spot Xia Luyuan standing behind the weeds. A mutated fire root? Its rarity was on par with the celestial root. After mutation, fire gained not just the ability to burn everything, but also the terrifying power of, one flame appears, 10,000 flames perish. The Tsangqiong elder widened his eyes, his expression transitioning from envy, to jealousy, to hatred. Having criticized Shang Qingshi moments ago for being complacent, the latter had now revealed to him 3 exceptionally talented disciples. Comparing Xia Luyuan and his peers with his own group of unremarkable disciples, the elder felt the sky falling. Perhaps it wasn't Lingxiao sect destined to decline, but Tsangqiong sect. However, one feature of his character was never backing down from any confrontation. Pretending to be calm, he said, "You gentlemen may leave. The task of eliminating the Mo Zhong will be taken care of by our Tsangqiong sect alone, we do not require your assistance." A faint smirk tugged at Shang Qingshi's eyebrows as he remained silent. Just then, a woman's startled scream echoed from outside the cave, "Help! Is there anyone who can save me? Mo Zhong is chasing me." Hearing this, the Tsangqiong elder thought it was his moment to shine, straightening up even from where his posture had bent. "All disciples of the Tsangqiong sect, listen to my order. Follow me out to rescue her." Chapter 45, Beauty and the Beast. Shang Qingshi voluntarily stepped aside to let them march out grandiosely. Only after they left did Xia Luyuan speak up, that doesn't sound right. How could ordinary people possibly distinguish between demonic beasts, spirits, and mo zhongs? If the woman outside knows there's a mo zhong here, why would she appear alone in the middle of the night? And Yunheng added, when that woman screamed earlier, I didn't sense any human aura outside. There was a brief silence in the cave before Mingzhu suddenly jumped up. Could it be possible that there really is soul-washing grass on this mountain? The others weren't fools. As soon as she posed this question, all of them simultaneously suspected the worst possibility. The person outside wasn't an ordinary woman at all, but the mo zhong itself. It had concealed its presence using the soul-washing grass and disguised itself as a human. If those Zhangqiong sect disciples hadn't noticed the anomaly and chose to rescue it, there would be big trouble later. Shang Qingshi said, let's go take a look. The four of them returned by the original path. Outside, the fight had already ended. More than 10 disciples lay disheveled on the ground, and only the elder of the Zhangqiong sect remained standing. 3 bloody claw marks ran across his back. It seemed like he had been attacked from behind by the mo zhong. There was no sign of the mo zhong around. Shang Qingshi looked up at the sky, and suddenly saw a black figure coming toward him. Just as he was about to dodge, Xia Luyuan dashed forward and knocked him down first. Master, be careful. Grayish-white flame spread all over his body, and that black shadow, as if encountering its natural enemy, quickly changed direction and tried to run away. Mingzhu's speed was faster than its. With a green afterimage trailing behind her, she effortlessly caught its leg and slammed it onto the ground hard. Only now did everyone finally see its true appearance. This thing was definitely not a mo zhong. All mo zhongs in the world have purple eyes and are born with the ability to transform into human shapes. Their true forms are enormous and possess devastating power. Moreover, they cultivate at an incredibly fast rate, feeding on human internal organs. This one had gray eyes and fluffy ears on its head, which clearly indicated it was merely a beast-turned-demon from a mountain wolf. There is a vast difference between mo zhongs and beast demons, much like the gap between a green dragon and a piglet insect. Shang Qingshi's lips twitched, so you've been pretending to be a mo zhong and wreaking havoc on the mountain. It was female, extraordinarily charming and bewitching. Despite being firmly pressed into the ground by Mingzhu, with her hair in disarray, her allure remained undiminished. Upon closer inspection, however, the corpse spots on its neck suggested that this wasn't really its face. If I'm not mistaken, it has peeled the skin off a human woman and grafted it onto itself. It grinned, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth, staring at Shang Qingshi intensely before bursting into laughter towards the sky. Husband, I found the right skin for you. Everyone present was shocked. Then something blocked out the moon entirely, darkening the surroundings instantly, leaving only the sound of wings slicing through the air. Shang Qingshi sensed something and looked up at the same time Xia Luyuan used fire to set the dry grass nearby alight. The light illuminated the area, and they finally saw what had blocked the moon. It was a man-faced, beast-bodied mo zhong. A pair of rich, exquisite purple eyes landed on this grotesque and uneven face, showing some disharmony. Its skin was covered in scales, and giant wings were on its back, large enough to block out the sky and hide the sun. As it gazed at Shang Qingshi's face, seeming satisfied, it smirked slightly. Then it glanced at the beast demon still held by Mingzhu, narrowed its eyes slightly, and let out a roar that shook the heavens and earth. The sound made their eardrums ache, and Mingzhu immediately released her grip and quickly returned to Shang Qingshi's side. Then she remembered Yunheng was the main character of this book. Following the protagonist is never wrong, so Mingzhu quickly hid behind Yunheng. The mo zhong descended from the sky, directly stepping on the Zhangqiong sect disciple, turning them into a mess of flesh and blood. Seeing this, the other disciples screamed in horror, scrambling to flee to the sides. The mo zhong's gaze swept over them, seemingly uninterested, and took no action. The beast demon stood up from the ground, dusted off the dirt, walked beside it, and affectionately linked arms with it. One beautiful and one ugly, they were just like the legendary Beauty and the Beast. Shang Qingshi looked at the dazed Zhangqiong sect elder and said, isn't your Zhangqiong sect here to exterminate the mo zhong? What are you still waiting for? Attack quickly. Hearing this, the elder snapped out of his trance, gritted his teeth, conjured up a spear in his hand, and charged at the mo zhong. The mo zhong defeated him effortlessly after just 5 or 6 moves, lifted its hand, and slapped him onto the nearby mountain wall. His body became embedded in the cracks, impossible to remove. The Zhangqiong sect disciples cried out in anguish, and Yunheng placed all hope on Shang Qingshi. Master, show them the strength of our Lingxiao sect. To tell the truth, he had never seen Master fight before. He imagined Master's cultivation must have reached a stunning level, concealing his aura out of fear of harming innocents, unwilling to act recklessly. With full anticipation in his eyes, Shang Qingshi's heart sank heavily. Damn! Had he known the mo zhong was this strong, he wouldn't have come. Xia Luyuan, as if knowing something, took the initiative to open his mouth to deflect the situation for him. No need for Master to act. Let us go first. If we can't handle it, we'll consider other options. Saying so, without hesitation, he charged straight at the mo zhong. Both the Mo Zhong and beast demons fear flames, and with his fire spirit root, he was the most advantageous person present. His right hand still had no feeling, but after drinking the spirit medicine, his fractured left hand had recovered. He summoned the Frostfall sword and forced the Mo Zhong and the beast demon to separate. Upon seeing this, Yunheng also raised his sword to meet them, not forgetting to remind, Sister Mingzhu, Brother Xia and I will hold off the Mo Zhong. You figure out a way to subdue the beast demon. Mingzhu immediately summoned her ancient zither and sat down to play. This level of soundwave attack had little effect on the Mo Zhong, but it was more than enough to handle the beast demon. Seeing the beast covering its ears, gradually losing its mind, Mingzhu appeared behind it and struck its head with her zither, causing blood to flow profusely. Just before passing out, it let out a mournful cry toward the Mo Zhong, husband. The Mo Zhong suddenly went berserk, its massive wings spreading once again, nearly hitting Yunheng in the face. He dodged sideways. Seeing that both of them couldn't defeat the Mo Zhong, Mingzhu hurriedly threw the unconscious beast to Shang Qingshi's side, then shouted at the quivering Zhangqiong sect disciples, "What are you waiting for? If they lose, none of us will survive." Having said that, she also rushed toward the Mo Zhong. The shouting woke those disciples from their trance. A few chose to risk their lives and charged forward with swords drawn. Most still cowered where they were, thinking if they were bound to die anyway, it might be better to cling to life for just a bit longer. Chapter 46, Demon Core. For those helping disciples, Mingzhu was generous, distributing pills that restore strength and spirit energy. Xia Luyuan commanded, do not fight close range with it, stay far away and deplete its spiritual energy. If it comes at you, retreat to my side, it won't dare approach me. This tactic indeed worked. The Mo Zhong became increasingly agitated, its spiritual energy being consumed faster and faster. Using its aura to push back those around it, soon they regrouped, surrounding it again. Despite its great powers, it couldn't endure round after round of exhaustion. Cold sweat broke out on its forehead as it let out an ear-piercing roar toward everyone. The beast demon's eyelids twitched, seemingly waking up. Shang Qingshe looked around, picked up a large rock and heavily smashed it on the beast demon's head, putting it back to sleep. He waved his hand in front of the beast demon's face, relieved to see no sign of it waking anytime soon. The Mo Zhong's momentum was also weakening significantly. Seeing this, Xia Luyuan stood to the side alone, gathering a magic formation beneath his feet. It looked like he intended to use the same explosive magic technique he used during the trial platform session. With one swipe of its tail, several Zhangqiong sect disciples were thrown through the air, landing hard on the ground and spitting out blood. In order to delay enough time, Yunheng had no choice but to get closer to the Mo Zhong, using both hands to desperately grip its tail, the palms cut bloody by its tough scales. The Mo Zhong struggled fiercely, attempting to throw him off. Mingzhu wanted to help, but unfortunately lacked a proper weapon. She resolved herself and directly tore off the strings of her zither, tightly wrapping them around the Mo Zhong's neck. These strings, worth 10,000 taels, were incredibly sharp. No matter how much the Mo Zhong struggled, the wires sank deep into its flesh, turning red with blood. The Mo Zhong's eyes filled with blood, its body suddenly swelling countless times larger, gaining immense strength, flinging Yunheng away. Its face transformed into a beastly form, an extra crease appearing between its eyebrows. With a strange cracking sound, the crease split open, revealing a third eye. This was its true form, the legendary three-eyed demonic dragon beast. The additional eye emitted intense light, and wherever that light shone, fierce flames erupted. Although Xiao Yuan's fire spirit root could extinguish these flames, he was currently in the crucial moment of forming the magic formation and could not divert any focus. Fortunately, Shang Qingshe had a water spirit root, allowing him to promptly put out the fires. After growing larger, the Mo Zhong's strength indeed increased, but its reflexes noticeably slowed. For someone who specialized in speed like Mingzhu, this was actually beneficial. Moving rapidly, Mingzhu caught the Mo Zhong's full attention. Irritated by her presence yet unable to hit her, the Mo Zhong focused solely on her. Yunheng rose from the ground, closed his eyes, formed seals with both hands, and began invoking a powerful magic formation that took a long time to prepare but unleashed massive power. Afraid that due to its large size, the damage from Xia Luyuan and Yunheng's formations would be insufficient, Shang Qingshe finally decided to intervene. Although all were of the foundation building stage, Shang Qingshe was a magic cultivator, specializing in research of magic formations. Unlike the two sword cultivators who mainly practiced swordsmanship, learning magic formations only through self-study. Moreover, he possessed a special weapon that enhances formations. Shang Qingshe raised his hand, revealing a slender magical staff in his palm. The staff glowed with fluorescence all over, topped with an inlaid gemstone and surrounded by a dozen silk ribbons. The ribbons were densely inscribed with spells to enhance spiritual power. These materials had been personally sought out by his adoptive father, who spent several decades crafting it specifically for him. It allowed him to possess the oppressive might equivalent to that of a gold core stage cultivator while casting spells. He closed his eyes briefly as an array formed above his head, much faster and with a slightly wider range than those of Xia Luyuan and the others. In an instant, the pitch-black sky lit up like daylight, the explosion echoing throughout the entire mountain. This marked the completion of Xiao Yuan's formation. The Mo Zhong let out agonized screams as its body reverted to the previous human-faced beast form. With a buzzing sound, Yunheng's array also materialized, transforming countless beams of white light into swords that pierced directly into the Mo Zhong's body, creating innumerable bloody wounds all over it. Exhausting their full strength through the formations, their spiritual energy was entirely depleted, and they watched the Mo Zhong with apprehension. Unexpectedly, it still managed to rise to its feet. Its gaze was so ferocious it seemed to want to peel their skin off and tear out their tendons. Every step it took was unsteady as it roared and charged toward them. Just as its hand was about to touch Xiao Yuan's face, threads of water enveloped its entire body, binding it in place. Water spirit roots are generally known to be the most gentle and harmless among all spirit roots. However, at this moment, these water traces were like knives cutting countless wounds into the Mo Zhong's body, drawing away its blood. Ultimately, the Mo Zhong collapsed helplessly. Xiao Yuan, closest to it, raised his sword and fiercely pierced through its skull. Blood splattered everywhere, landing on his face. He blinked, his raven-like long lashes trembling slightly as his left hand holding the sword quivered from exhaustion. Was it over? The Mo Zhong's purple eyes dimmed, turning into lifeless black. This indicated it was utterly dead. At the sight of this, Xiao Yuan could no longer hold on and fainted. Cloud Heng wasn't in any better condition either, completely disregarding his image as he squatted down there, panting heavily. Mingzhu hadn't consumed much spiritual energy, so her vigor remained abundant. She returned to Shang Qingshi's side and handed the unconscious beast to Yunheng to deal with. Only after seeing Yunheng kill the beast did she pitifully turn around, showing Shang Qingshi her palms injured by the resilient strings. Wah, it hurts so badly. I've never suffered such serious injuries in my whole life. Shang Qingshi simply had no time to comfort her. This body was truly atrocious. After merely casting a minor formation, he already felt weak, dizzy, and lightheaded. He barely stabilized himself, taking a considerable amount of time to recover somewhat before saying to Mingzhu beside him, "You support Yunheng. Let's return to Lingxiao sect." Mingzhu nodded and went over. Shang Qingshi also supported Xiao Yuan and was about to leave when something suddenly caught his attention, prompting him to look back. The corpse of the Mo Zhong rapidly decomposed, turning into a pile of bones. A purple spherical object flew out from within the bones, its shape and size similar to that of a pill. Could this be a demon core? According to legend, only Mo Zhong of noble lineage possessed such a thing. If consumed by a human, one could live for 100 years. If taken by a cultivator, their abilities could increase manifold times. The Zhangqiong sect disciples who hadn't participated in the fight also noticed the presence of the demon core, each exchanging looks with the others. Then, as if having made a silent agreement, they stood up simultaneously and walked towards them. Mingzhu shouted, "You acted like corpses during the fight, not moving an inch. Now that there's something good, you're like dogs seeing a bone, your eyes glowing green. Who cares? There's no name written on the demon core. Naturally, it belongs to whoever gets it first." They greedily stared at the demon core, wanting to claim it as their own immediately. Chapter 47, I want to be your good brother too. The Zhangqiong sect disciples weren't stupid. Their eyes swept over the unconscious Xiao Yuan, the pale-faced Shang Qingshi, and then Yunheng, who didn't have much strength left. It was obvious that the battle had drained their stamina, leaving only Mingzhu still energetic enough to shout loudly. Now was the best time to make a move, and the demon core was about to fall into their possession. One disciple was eager to act, just preparing to rush forward when Mingzhu suddenly threw something at him. It looked like a mirror, exquisitely crafted and seemingly worth quite a lot of money. Was she offering up valuable items from her person, hoping to beg for mercy? With this thought, the disciple confidently caught the mirror, admiring his handsome reflection in it and smiling faintly. But in the next instant, the mirror exploded with a loud bang, directly blasting him away. His body crashed heavily into the mountain wall and then slid down like a ragdoll. The other disciples looked at each other uneasily. Shang Qingshi's eyebrows twitched furiously. Truly worthy of being called Lingxiao mirror, it explodes automatically upon separation from its master. It exploded so quickly and fiercely. He disapprovingly looked at Mingzhu, "Do you know how much the Lingxiao mirror is worth? How could you waste such a valuable item so recklessly? I have plenty of money. I'll compensate you for the original price." Mingzhu said, pulling down the Lingxiao mirror from Shang Qingshi's waist and raising it high, ready to confront the group of Zhangqiong sect disciples. "Who dares to come closer? I'll blast you to death." The group of disciples took a few steps back, shoving each other, trying to make someone else take the lead. However, since they were all cut from the same cloth, and they hadn't dared to fight the Mo Zhong earlier, they didn't dare to rush forward rashly now either. After hesitating for quite a while, they saw Shang Qingshi pick up the demon core and finally mustered some courage, summoning their weapons to charge forward. Boundless scorching flames erupted beneath their feet, spreading along the grass. In the midst of roaring firelight, Xiao Yuan weakly opened his eyes. There was no emotion in those dark, deep pupils. Reflected by the firelight, they inadvertently exuded a chilling coldness. The blood of the Mo Zhong was still not wiped off his face, making him appear even more like a lonely ghost who had crawled out of hell. Those who aren't afraid of dying, he spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse, just step forward. The Tsangkyong sect disciples were forced back by the flames, their hearts racing nervously as they started pushing each other again. You should go. Wasn't it you who said just now that you wanted the demon core? Don't you want it too? Why don't you go then? What's there to be afraid of? He obviously doesn't have much spirit energy left. You go ahead first, and I'll cover your back. Amidst their arguments, one disciple keenly spotted the formation under Xiao Yuan's feet and shouted in alarm, "Look! He's about to create an explosion again." Everyone had witnessed firsthand the explosive power of Xiao Yuan's formation earlier. That explosion wasn't even bearable by the thick-skinned Mo Zhong, let alone their delicate human bodies. No one cared about the demon core anymore, they stumbled around in panic, running for their lives, abandoning even the elder's corpse stuck in the stone crevice. When their figures disappeared, the formation under Xiao Yuan's foot shattered instantly, causing him to collapse powerless into Shang Qingshir's arms. It was evident that he was obviously forcing himself earlier, the spirit energy inside him wasn't sufficient enough to support another formation creation. Fortunately, everyone was scared away. Shang Qingshir patted his back gently, speaking tenderly, "You've worked hard." Mingzhu walked towards those few Tsangkyong sect disciples who helped subdue the Mo Zhong earlier. Some of them were injured, others unconscious. Seeing her approach, they fled head over heels, frightened to the point of wailing. However, Mingzhu didn't harm them but handed them some healing pills instead, warning, "Leave quickly. If you dare to think about the demon core, prepare to get beaten." They nodded rapidly like wooden hammers pounding rice cakes, gratefully accepting the pills and supporting their unconscious comrades, limping away from this place. Suddenly, rain began to fall. Cold wind carried raindrops slapping straight onto their faces. There was no way to return. Shang Qingshir supported Xia Luyuan while Mingzhu supported Yunheng, retreating into the cave once more. The firewood inside the cave had already gone out, and an unknown time ago, a hole was blasted through the ceiling, allowing rain to leak down through the middle. Cold wind continuously rushed in from outside the cave. Shang Qingshir couldn't help but shiver. As the cold poison invaded his body, it was suddenly interrupted by a warm flow. Confused, he lowered his head to see that Xia Luyuan had his hand placed on his waist, sending continuous yang energy coursing through. Even at such a time, the other party hadn't forgotten to help dispel his cold poison. Shang Qingshir felt indescribable emotions welling up in him. Supporting Xia Luyuan to sit in a corner, he took out medicinal ointment from the spatial bracelet and treated the wounds inflicted during the battle. Mingzhu eagerly leaned in, revealing her hands which bore bleeding traces from the zither strings. "Master, I'm a girl, please apply medicine on me first." Shang Qingshir's hands were currently occupied, so he turned to Yunheng beside him and instructed, "Help Mingzhu apply medicine." Yunheng responded positively. He then took the ointment from Shang Qingshir's hands, half squatting before Mingzhu, meticulously cleaning the bloodstains from her wounds with soft fabric. His actions were detailed and serious, yet Mingzhu asked a sudden question, "Senior brother, was this your first time touching a girl's hand in 18 years? The motion of wiping the wound paused briefly, and Yunheng looked up at her blankly. She giggled, revealing two sharp little canines. "If nothing goes wrong, it should also be the last time." Huh? Yunheng was even more bewildered. Mingzhu didn't reply. The male protagonist in Qing-style literature wakes up every day ready for battle. He has 30,000 beautiful acquaintances but regards them all as brothers, never holding a girl's hand. When someone blushed and confessed their feelings to him, he thought they wanted to become sworn siblings, solemnly promising, "Don't worry, we'll have a lifetime of friendship. If you ever encounter difficulties in the future, just call me, and I will certainly help you." The more Mingzhu thought about it, the funnier it got, and she couldn't help laughing out loud. But in the next instant, she couldn't laugh anymore, as Yunheng sprinkled medicinal powder on her wound. The powder was highly stimulating, causing her to yelp in pain and almost jump up. "Don't move around." Yunheng held her trembling hands and wrapped them with layer after layer of bandages. After finishing the bandaging, he looked up at her and asked, "Do you still feel pain?" Of course, she felt pain. This medicine powder was like chili pepper, burning on the wound. With tears in her eyes, she nodded. Yunheng sighed lightly, condensing the remaining bit of his spiritual power at the tip of his finger, gently sweeping over her palm. The pain disappeared instantly, leaving only a warm sensation. No pain anymore. Mingzhu wiped away her tears and looked at him gratefully. "Considering senior brother Yunheng has treated my injury, I will also be your good brother and face life and death with you." Her little face was full of seriousness, yet Yunheng found himself completely baffled. What did she mean by wanting to be a good brother? Where had he ever had any good brothers? With doubts in mind, he stood up and accidentally pulled the wound on his leg, making him squat down again in pain. Chapter 48, You Two Are Truly Sweet. Seeing this, Mingzhu quickly grabbed the remaining medicinal powder from his hands and helped him sit down. "Senior brother Yunheng, let me put the medicine on you." There were no big injuries on Yunheng's body, just lots of tiny cuts. Plus, when he had been flung away by the Mo Zhong earlier, his arm and calf had rubbed against the ground, breaking the skin, which caused some pain. When Mingzhu rolled up his sleeves, he showed no reaction. But when Mingzhu went to roll up his trouser legs, he suddenly pushed her away. What are you trying to do? Looking at him, it was as if he was some virtuous young man worried about his chastity. Mingzhu pursed her lips and handed the medicine powder back to him. If you don't want me to see, then apply the medicine yourself. After taking the medicine powder, Yunheng deliberately turned around and faced his back to her. Ordinarily, he was the one who dressed most rigorously. Other disciples, getting heated up while practicing their skills, would roll up their sleeves or even take off their tops. Some with good figures would even strip off their shirts entirely, showing attractive abs that could dazzle anyone's eyes. Only Yunheng, even drenched in sweat, refused to remove any of the layered clothes he wore, earning him the title of a role model for male decency. Mingzhu glanced at Xia Luyuan on the other side. His wounds were basically all bandaged, except for a cut on his back that hadn't been dealt with yet. When Shang Qingshi attempted to take off his clothes, Xia Luyuan hastily moved backward and said, "Master, there's no need to take off the clothes. I remember you injured your back before, I want to check how well it has recovered." Shang Qingshi responded curiously, "Besides, I've seen it before, why are you being shy?" Xiao Yuan's pupils flickered. He wasn't being shy, he was afraid that Shang Qingshi would see the strange patterns on his back. Last time when the patterns appeared, he didn't have time to find materials for a fake skin. As long as he took off his clothes, he couldn't hide it anymore. Since there was no other way, he could only resort to lying. "Master, my right hand suddenly hurts so much." "Your right hand has regained sensation." Shang Qingshi's attention was immediately diverted. He examined his arm repeatedly, looking at the smooth and solid muscles, and finally observing the clearly visible veins on his wrist. After inspecting for quite a while, he saw no abnormalities and thus stated, "Once the rain stops, we must return to Lingshao Mountain immediately and let the doctor check you." However, by the late night, there was no sign of the rain stopping. Atop the mountain, the wind and rain were relentless. The rainwater flooded half the cave, and the four of them squeezed into a small area, shivering with cold. Mingzhu clicked her tongue. "Why does it feel like we're now worse off than beggars?" "Remove the word feel." Yunheng raised his head and stared at the top of the mountain. Raindrops fell onto his face. Beggars live in abandoned temples in towns, where they're protected from the wind and rain, and it's warmer than here. Xia Luyuan didn't comment. In a place where the other two couldn't see, his hand remained on Shang Qingshi's waist, continuously dispersing the coldness for him. As the body warmed up, Shang Qingshi began feeling drowsy, his eyelids gradually too heavy to lift. But before falling asleep, he still managed to say with a strained spirit, "We have shared hardships like this, you mustn't forget me when you finish your apprenticeships in the future." "How could we forget? Lingshao sect is like my home." Yunheng smiled and said, "Wherever I go in the future, as long as master sends a message, I will definitely come back. I'll stay at Lingshao sect and continue improving my alchemy techniques. By then, master, you can assign me as a mentor or hall master, letting the new disciples all come to pay their respects." Mingzhu looked up, envisioning her future, then turned her head towards Xia Luyuan curiously asking, "What about you, senior brother Xie?" Caught off guard by the sudden question, Xia Luyuan hesitated for a moment, then lowered his eyelashes and softly replied, "I also wish to remain in Lingshao sect." Hearing their words, Shang Qingshi felt reassured. He yawned lazily and fell completely asleep in Xiao Yuan's arms. The rain continued until the next morning. Hungry and lacking the strength to fly via magic swords, they decided to make do with the resources nearby for breakfast. Mingzhu went to pick wild fruits and looked for young grass while Yunheng caught fish in the river, leaving the responsibility of cooking to Xia Luyuan who possessed a mutated fire spiritual root. As for Shang Qingshi, he was still sleeping soundly inside the cave. When he woke up, he saw various colored wild fruits and mushrooms placed on the ground. Yunheng and Mingzhu were directing Xia Luyuan to roast the fish. "The flame needs to be larger, only then can the roasted fish smell more fragrant. I think it's going to get burnt, shouldn't we flip it over?" Shang Qingshi focused intently, but what they described wasn't just about burning, it was turning into charcoal. He pushed aside the two who were being more hindrance than help, threw away the charred fish, took another one with a twig, and put it on the fire instead. Soon, the scent of roasted fish filled the valley. Even without seasoning, it smelled irresistibly delicious. Picking out edible mushrooms, they cooked them along with the remaining small fish in a pot of soup. With the simple breakfast finished, the four gathered around the bonfire and enjoyed their meal heartily. The roasted fish tasted great, but unfortunately, there were too many bones, making Shang Qingshi feel frustrated, so he shoved the uneaten portion into Xiao Yuan's bowl as an extra snack. However, Xia Luyuan seemed to misunderstand his intention and meticulously picked out the tiny bones in the fish meat, then handed it back to Shang Qingshi. Shang Qingshi blinked. "I've thoroughly cleaned it, absolutely no bones left, please eat quickly, master." Xia Luyuan met his gaze, maintaining his usual composed tone. A strange emotion welled up in Shang Qingshi's heart, and eventually, he picked up the fish meat and nibbled on it slowly. After finishing the meat, Xia Luyuan took the initiative to serve him mushroom soup and picked some wild fruits, offering, "Master probably doesn't like sweet things, the fruit I chose aren't particularly sweet. They're crispy, you can give them a try." Impressed by his thoughtfulness, Shang Qingshi accepted the wild fruits from Xia Luyuan, tasted them, and indeed found them flavorful, exuding a special aroma. Just as he was about to speak, Mingzhu laughed beside him, giving a thumbs up and complimented, "I don't know if these fruits are sweet or not, but you two are truly sweet." Xiao Youyuan's ear tips immediately flushed red. He coughed twice trying to act composed. "Sister Mingzhu, what nonsense are you spouting?" Shang Qingshi lifted his eyes to look at her, causing her to immediately stop speaking, yet she couldn't help laughing uncontrollably, her laughter ringing through the valley like silver bells. Unable to hold back, Shang Qingshi stood up, and Mingzhu quickly hid behind Yunheng. "Master wants to hit people. Brother, save me." "You come here," Shang Qingshi said, "I promise not to kill you." Mingzhu had no intention of going over, and Xia Luyuan also stood up towards her. "Sister, you haven't explained yet. What exactly did you mean by that statement?" The four started to bicker. It was a rare good day, the weather was clear and cloudless. The sunlight illuminated the entire mountain range, adding a touch of vitality to the bleak and desolate scenery. Chapter 49, he seemed very skilled. Before leaving the mountain range, Mingzhu wandered around every nook and cranny and finally found the legendary Deyang grass. Unfortunately, the seedlings had already been pulled out by the demonic plants and savage beasts, leaving behind a few pitiful-looking, weak, yellowish-green sprouts. She carefully dug them up with the soil and held them tenderly in her arms, planning to bring them back and plant them by the bamboo house, taking good care of them. Upon returning to Lingshao's sect, Shang Qingshi gave them three a break, letting them recuperate before resuming classes. Then, he called Feng Yang separately to Changxing Hall and handed over the demon core. Feng Yang stood stunned for quite some time, never reaching out to take it. He blinked his eyes, then, as if awakening from a dream, shook his head repeatedly. "Such a precious thing, I don't deserve it. Sect leader, please keep it." Shang Qingshi grabbed his hand without hesitation and forcefully shoved the demon core into Feng Yang's palm. After careful consideration, Shang Qingshi decided to give the demon core to Feng Yang. As long as his constitution remained unimproved, he would be stuck at the foundation building stage forever, making the demon core utterly useless to him. As for Xia Luyuan, Yunheng, and Mingzhu, they were already naturally gifted prodigies. Even without the demon core, they were bound to achieve great things sooner or later. If he gave the demon core to any one of them, it would only lead to accusations of favoritism. So he decided not to give it to any of them. After much thought, Feng Yang was deemed the most suitable candidate for the demon core. His cultivation had stagnated at the Yuaning stage for a long time. The demon core could help him progress further. Moreover, Feng Yang had always been straightforward in his thinking. Even after entering the Desheng stage, he wouldn't develop powerful mental demons that could delay his early ascension. "Take it and keep it well," Shang Qingshi said, looking at Feng Yang. "Feng Yang, over these years, you have guarded Lingshao's sect and me. Thank you for your hard work." Feng Yang tightly gripped the demon core in his palm, with tears glistening faintly in his eyes. Judging from this display, he was about to kneel down and kowtow again. Shang Qingshi quickly stopped him, warning, "No crying. No kowtowing. Let's speak properly." Wiping away his tears, Feng Yang knew he still needed to carry out the formalities despite being prohibited from kowtowing. He began a lengthy speech, endlessly thanking Shang Qingshi for his immense grace and promising how he would repay such kindness. Listening to all this, Shang Qingshi became drowsy. Just as his head was about to droop, Feng Yang finally got to the point. "By the way, this morning when I patrolled down the mountain, I came across the swindler who sold me the cold marrow liquid before. I beat him up good, and he gave me a new bottle of medicine, claiming it could alleviate the side effects caused by the cold marrow liquid." Shang Qingshi suddenly opened his eyes. He hadn't forgotten that it was because of the cold marrow liquid bath that he had contracted this damn cold poison. Taking the vial Feng Yang handed him, he opened it and observed its greenish glow. It looked no different from the cold marrow liquid. Shang Qingshi couldn't help but ask, "Are you sure this thing works? Didn't he deceive you again?" "I've tied him up below the mountain," Feng Yang said. "If he dares to deceive me again, I'll kill him." His voice was light, yet it sounded like killing meant nothing more than slicing watermelons to him. Shang Qingshi lowered his eyes, pondering for a moment. Anyway, this body was already damaged, there wasn't a way it could worsen. Might as well try treating a dead horse as if it were alive. With that thought, he asked, "How should this vial of medicine be used?" Not daring to be negligent, Feng Yang carefully explained the process. "The method is similar to using cold marrow liquid. Pour the whole vial into a hot spring, and soak in it for at least 6 hours. During that time, the cold poison will cause chaos inside your body. A person with fire spiritual root will need to assist you on the side." All Shang Qingshi's attention went to the last sentence. After a moment of silence, he repeated, "A person with fire spiritual root?" "Sure," Feng Yang nodded earnestly. "Let Xia Luyuan do it, I think he's quite adept at it." Shang Qingshi had been ready to dive in, but now hesitated somewhat. He bit his lips and asked again, "Can I keep my clothes on while bathing?" "Of course not, taking off clothes allows better absorption of the medicine's properties," Feng Yang advised, seemingly knowing his concerns. "If you don't want him to see your body, you can blindfold him." Shang Qingshi slightly imagined the scene. He would be soaking naked in the pool, while Xia Luyuan was fully clothed, with an eye cover, blindly feeling around with his hands due to not being able to see. There were only 2 words to describe this. Indecent. He violently coughed once, decisively rejecting this idea. Uncomprehending, Feng Yang asked, why? Is the master afraid he will do something improper? There's no need to worry. I'll stay outside, and I'll rush in immediately in case of emergencies. At this, Shang Qingshi's face turned red all the way to his neck. Facing Xia Luyuan alone naked was already shameful enough for him. If Feng Yang joined in too, he would simply crumble. At this moment, Xia Luyuan should still be resting. Don't bother him for now. Pretending to remain calm, Shang Qingshi said, you go rest as well. Let me think about whether I should use this bottle of liquid. For his word, Feng Yang never opposed and obediently left. Alone in bed, Shang Qingshi contemplated until nightfall. As the sun set behind the mountains and the moon rose high, Lingshao's sect was bathed in gentle silver light. From afar, it seemed like a celestial palace gracefully floating among 9 layers of heaven. Once again, the cold poison made an attack. Just as Shang Qingshi had tightened his quilt, there came a soft knock at the door, followed by Xiao Yuan's low inquiry, Master, shall I come in? Shang Qingshi lifted his hand, and the door automatically opened. The meaning was clear without words, and without hesitation, Xia Luyuan walked in. As if it were a routine, he proceeded directly to wrap his arms around Shang Qingshi. Just as he was about to release his spiritual power, Shang Qingshi suddenly spoke, wait. Xia Luyuan withdrew his hands, puzzled, asking, Master, what's wrong? Shang Qingshi took a deep breath, finally succumbing to the cold poison. He pulled out that bottle of medicine from his sleeve and said, this might cure my illness, but I need your assistance on the side. Are you willing? Xia Luyuan was momentarily stunned. If this happened, his master would no longer fear the cold, wouldn't he? Tsunamis of emotion surged within him, yet his face betrayed no expression. Mechanically, he nodded, as master commands. Good. Shang Qingshi grabbed his hand, got up from the bed, and walked barefoot to the corner where a tall piece of crystal mirror stood. Placing his palm against the mirror surface, a space array conspicuously opened. Passing through a long corridor, they arrived at a pool of hot springs. It was very dark here, but Xiao Yuan's sharp eyes discovered the candles placed along the edge of the pool. As he was about to light them, Shang Qingshi stopped him, don't. He didn't understand until he heard rustling sounds and realized what Shang Qingshi was doing. Blood rushed to Xiao Yuan's head. Chapter 50, Sorry Master. He was taking off his clothes. Naturally, the clothing worn by the sect leader was made from the finest materials. Even piled beneath him now, they still resembled layered clouds, soft and ethereal. In the darkness, someone else would surely see nothing clearly, but unfortunately, Xia Luyuan had always had good night vision, glimpsing that white as jade back, finding it dazzling. Then, he could see no more. Shang Qingshi practically stepped into the warm water with eagerness, pouring the entire bottle of medicine into it. The originally transparent spring turned an eye-piercing green, under the shadow of his long hair, making his neck appear all the more slender and white like a swan's graceful stretch. Xia Luyuan couldn't help but step back, forcing himself to look away. However, Shang Qingshi turned his head and said, come closer, and when you see the cold poison moving around on me, use fire to drive it away. The hot spring water was a little scalding. Sweat broke out on his forehead, several strands of white hair wetly sticking to the side of his face, his complexion still pale and fragile as usual, yet a faint blush appeared at the corners of his eyes. Probably even he himself hadn't noticed how much his current appearance resembled a seductive flower demon or fox spirit in some painting. Xia Luyuan remained frozen in place. Frowning elegantly, Shang Qingshi turned his body over and called his name, Xia Luyuan. Ah! Xia Luyuan snapped back to reality, his gaze instantly landing on the exquisite and pretty clavicle before him, which moved delicately like butterfly wings flapping. He quickly averted his eyes and asked, sorry, master, what did you just say? I said, come closer, and when you see the cold poison moving around on me, use fire to drive it away. Shang Qingshi repeated it once, fearing he still hadn't understood it clearly, so he asked again, did you get it this time? Yes, I got it. Xia Luyuan nodded repeatedly, stepping forward and crouching down at the edge of the pool. Shang Qingshi said no more and quietly soaked in the water. As the temperature rose, the cold poison inside his body became increasingly restless, transforming into thin threads of cold air seeping out through his skin. At this point, it was time for Xia Luyuan to take action. But he hesitated for a long while, prompting Shang Qingshi to look up and ask, why are you always spacing out? Xiao Yuan's pupils trembled, and he immediately reached over. Losing control, he directly touched Shang Qingshi's collarbone and then touched it again, incredulous, before hastily apologizing, sorry master, it's too dark, I can't see. Shang Qingshi almost thought he did it on purpose. Though it was dark all around, even Shang Qingshi could vaguely make out shapes, yet how could Xia Luyuan, who was young, have such poor eyesight? Despite having numerous doubts in his heart, Shang Qingshi had no way to voice them. He took a deep breath and stepped back, saying, "Then light the candles." "Okay." Xia Luyuan responded, lightly flicking his finger. The circle of candles around the pool burst into flames, illuminating the surroundings like daylight. At the same time, Shang Qingshi sank further into the water, only leaving his head exposed. Coldness swirled around him, and Xia Luyuan ignited a flame in the palm of his hand. Extending it toward the cold aura emanating from Shang Qingshi, it vanished upon contact with the fire. Apparently, this method was indeed effective. At the thought that he would no longer have to endure the torment of the cold poison in the future, Shang Qingshi reignited hope for the future. However, before he could revel in his joy for long, a sudden pain akin to being gnawed by venomous insects surged from deep within his bone marrow, swiftly spreading throughout his body as if his internal organs were being shredded. He braced himself against the edge of the pool, clearly seeing a dark blue line extending from his wrist, slowly making its way upward. Noticing the change in his expression, Xia Luyuan tentatively called out, "Master." Shang Qingshi's mind had already become somewhat muddled. His body trembled uncontrollably, the pain so intense that he could barely stand, his voice growing weak. "Go, fetch Fengyang." Upon hearing this, Xia Luyuan hastily got up, ready to leave, but was stopped by the sound of something splashing into water. Turning back, he saw Shang Qingshi fully submerged in the emerald green spring water. Without a second thought, Xia Luyuan jumped into the water, pulling him out immediately. Though the water was scorching hot, Shang Qingshi's body was shockingly cold, as if frozen in icy winter weather. Regardless of the reason, dispelling the cold poison with yang energy couldn't be wrong. Xia Luyuan held him and channeled his spiritual power into him. Unlike usual, the cold aura wasn't being driven back inside his body, but instead emerged bit by bit through the skin, only to be evaporated by the flames. As the cold poison dissipated, Shang Qingshi's complexion noticeably improved. Xia Luyuan sighed in relief, seemingly recalling something as his gaze dimmed. He pressed his forehead against Shang Qingshi's, splitting a thread of consciousness to intrude upon the other's soul. Actually, he'd wanted to do this for a long time, but hadn't dared until now. His consciousness traveled along the pathways of the other's spirit root. The water spirit root instinctively resisted the intrusion, but the mutated fire spirit root could ignite water, rendering such resistance utterly useless. Xia Luyuan perceived the sparse spiritual power in Shang Qingshi's veins, whose cultivation certainly did not surpass the foundation building stage. But soon after, he also detected concentrated spiritual power in Shang Qingshi's dantian. Logically speaking, the amount of spiritual power in the veins should match that in the dantian. Unless Shang Qingshi truly possessed a cauldron constitution, once he reached a certain level of cultivation, further advancement would be impossible. Excess spiritual power would then be stored in the dantian for use by those engaging in yin-yang harmonization. After withdrawing his consciousness, Xia Luyuan stared intently at the person cradled in his arms. Apart from the space bracelet on his hand, everything else had been discarded. Seemingly sensing something, Xia Luyuan placed his hand on the bracelet. In the next instant, the person in his arms suddenly woke up. "Master, you've awakened." He quickly withdrew his hand, unsure where to place it, and impulsively embraced Shang Qingshi's waist. Previously separated by layers of elegant clothing, they were now genuinely touching each other. Shang Qingshi was more startled than he. "Didn't I tell you to find Fengyang? How did you end up in the water?" "You fainted earlier, and I feared you'd drown, so I jumped in out of urgency." Xia Luyuan hastened to explain. Shang Qingshi's eyelids twitched as he forced out a sentence through gritted teeth. "I have water spirit roots. How could I possibly drown?" "Indeed. Someone with water spirit roots can breathe underwater." "Disciple. I forgot this fact due to panic." Xia Luyuan looked at him helplessly. "Forgive me, master, I didn't mean to." Today, he had already apologized many times. Shang Qingshi felt utterly ashamed, wishing there were a hole to crawl into. Regaining composure slightly, he waved Xia Luyuan off. "You go ahead. Let me get dressed first." Chapter 51, Hope but not much. Xia Luyuan obediently rose, even handing over the clothes lying on the shore to Shang Qingshi. Taking them, Shang Qingshi was about to dress when he suddenly realized a serious issue. Fengyang had said that he must soak in the spring for at least 6 hours. But so far, he had only been in for 1. Pausing briefly, he tossed the clothes back onto the shore and sighed. "Forget it, I'll soak a while longer. If you're tired, you can return to the side chamber and rest." This was clearly an attempt to dismiss him. Yet, Xia Luyuan pretended not to understand, turning away at the edge of the pool without looking at him. "I'm not very sleepy yet. I'd like to stay here a bit longer to ensure nothing unexpected happens to you, master." His words left Shang Qingshi speechless, utterly unable to figure out how to shoo him away. Thus, he simply let him stay. Xia Luyuan remained by the pool, his back turned. As time passed, Shang Qingshi felt increasingly refreshed, the cold poison slowly being expelled from his body. A small amount still lingered in his dantian. Because of his cauldron-like constitution, he was unable to channel the spiritual power there or vaporize the cold poison within it. But if he took a medicinal bath a few more times, perhaps he could completely clear it out. Shang Qingshi began to feel drowsy. His skin, pale as snow, made the bracelet around his delicate wrist even more noticeable. Xia Luyuan, who had previously turned away, returned sometime without Shang Qingshi noticing, and stared at the bracelet for a long while before finally deciding not to do anything. Instead, he quietly sat beside him, softly calling out, "Master." When there was no response, Xia Luyuan carefully extended his hand to smooth the strand of wet hair tightly clinging to Shang Qingshi's cheek. Shang Qingshi still didn't move, appearing to be truly asleep. This gave Xia Luyuan even more courage. The warmth of his fingertips grazed over the master's stunning eyebrows and eyes, moving very gently, as though handling an irreplaceable treasure. Master is so beautiful. Facing this face day and night, one would think that, no matter how charming the person was, one should already be tired of looking at them. He, however, felt he couldn't get enough. The brewing storm in his eyes gradually settled down. Seeing the cold aura emerge again, he casually waved it away and then quietly gazed at Shang Qingshi's face. 6 hours passed. The emerald pool water turned transparent. However, the candles by the pool had already burned out, leaving the surroundings pitch black, with only dim outlines of people and rippling water visible. Shang Qingshi hadn't noticed any of this. Awakening, he saw Xia Luyuan still sitting with his back to him, seemingly asleep. He sighed with relief and tiptoed ashore, quietly putting on each piece of clothing. Just as he finished tying his sash, Xia Luyuan turned around, asking, "Are you ready, master?" Shang Qingshi nodded, leading him back to the main hall. Outside, dawn had broken. Still feeling somewhat sleepy, he gestured towards Xia Luyuan, saying, "I want to sleep a little more. You go rest too." "Wait a moment." Xia Luyuan grabbed his sleeve, stopping him. Shang Qingshi looked back in confusion, seeing Xia Luyuan reaching toward his head, as if about to pat it. That was wrong. How could a disciple touch their master's head? Shang Qingshi tried to avoid it but it was too late. Fortunately, Xia Luyuan didn't touch his scalp but instead moved his hand behind, placing it on the strand of hair soaked by the pool water. "You'll have a headache if you sleep with wet hair." Xia Luyuan's voice was unusually low, sounding a bit hoarse. Heat gathered in his palm, drying the wet hair, after which he withdrew his hand and smiled at Shang Qingshi. "There, master." Shang Qingshi blinked, watching as Xia Luyuan left the main hall without a backward glance, his robes fluttering in the wind, forming beautiful arcs as his high ponytail swayed with his movements. Only when he exited did Shang Qingshi retract his gaze, jumping onto the bed and rolling until the quilt enveloped him snugly. He slept until evening, when a knock came from outside. Shang Qingshi rubbed his eyes and called out, "Come in." It was Feng Yang. Walking into the room, Feng Yang asked, "Has the sect leader made a decision? Are you going to use that bottle of medicine?" Shang Qingshi hesitated. Unwrapping himself from the blanket, he fixed his gaze on Feng Yang, stating firmly, "I've already used it all." "What?" Feng Yang blinked, and then seemed struck by a thunderbolt, his body trembling uncontrollably. "Then, are you all right?" "If something had happened to me," Shang Qingshi said, "would I still be sitting here?" That made sense. Feng Yang stopped trembling, exhaling deeply. Then, as if enduring some great injustice, he pouted. When taking a medicinal bath, someone with fire spirit roots was needed to assist. This meant that during the time the sect leader used the medicine, Feng Yang wasn't called but Xia Luyuan was. The sect leader had grown up. And was now starting to distance himself. Feng Yang sniffled, wiping away imaginary tears. Seeing this, Shang Qingshi was taken aback, asking, "What's wrong with you?" "I'm fine." Feng Yang shook his head and forcibly changed the subject. "Did the medicine work? Is the cold poison inside you cured?" "Most of it has been cured, but some cold qi still lingers in my dantian, unable to be removed immediately." Shang Qingshi replied, "Go find the person who sold us the medicine and ask him for a few more bottles. I'll take more baths." "Alright," Feng Yang nodded, turning to leave. Not long after, he returned, bringing a piece of bad news and a piece of good news. The person who sold us the medicine said that they are missing 2 ingredients, a Dihun grass and a Yuji flower, so they can no longer produce that medicine. Both herbs are nearly extinct. However, according to reliable sources, the team competition champion prize for this year's Cultivation Arts Conference includes a Yuji flower. As for the Dihun grass, Mingzhu had just dug it up from within the mountain range and planted it in the backyard of the bamboo grove hut. Everything seemed hopeful. Shang Qingshi asked, "Feng Yang, do you think we can take the championship at this year's Cultivation Arts Conference?" The champions are divided into the team competition champion and the individual competition champion. In the original storyline, this conference's team competition champion was Jinyang Palace, and the individual competition champion was Yunheng. Feng Yang solemnly shook his head. "It's almost impossible. Jinyang Palace has consecutively taken 4 championships, and since this round's venue is at Jinyang Palace, they have home field advantage. They will definitely be determined not to lose." Shang Qingshi didn't entirely agree with him in his heart. The male lead and ultimate antagonist are both in Lingxiao's sect, along with an extraordinary pharmacist. How could they possibly not win? While thinking about this, not too far away came a thunderous boom from the bamboo grove hut. As expected, it was Mingzhu failing at refining a pill, causing an explosion in the furnace. Shang Qingshi's confidence wavered considerably, just as at this moment, Yunheng emerged from the side hall holding Luling chicken, softly whispering, "Little chick, shall I take you to find some bugs to eat? Do you like caterpillars or cabbage worms?" Shang Qingshi closed his eyes briefly. There is hope, but not much. Chapter 52, All fear comes from insufficient firepower. 3 days passed in a flash, and Xiao Yuan's wounds were nearly healed. Intensive cultivation began immediately. Shang Qingshi also summoned the elders to the meeting hall to discuss the selection of participants for the Cultivation Arts Conference. The team competition requires a 3-person squad. For the individual competition, each sect may send out 5 disciples to participate in a continuous battle. Naturally, Xiao Yuan, Yunheng, and Mingzhu were chosen for the individual competition. As for the other 2 spots, after the elders' discussion, suitable disciples were successfully nominated. An elder asked, since the individual competition selections are already settled, does the sect leader have any ideas about the team competition participants? I've already thought it through, Shang Qingshi answered. Let Xiao Yuan, Yunheng, and Mingzhu form a team. At these words, the entire meeting hall fell into a deathly silence. The elders looked stunned, their mouths wide enough to swallow an egg whole. Their gaze towards him was as though looking at a madman. Shang Qingshi couldn't help but ask, is there a problem? There's a huge problem, one of the elders exclaimed. The types of weapons in the world are numerous, and practitioners specialize in different directions. Altogether, they are categorized into 3 factions, the attack faction, defense faction, and healing faction. The team competition doesn't merely test the cultivation levels of the disciples but also their coordination and teamwork, as well as whether the team arrangement is reasonable. Throughout history, most sects' team competition configurations consist of 2 attack-type disciples paired with 1 defense disciple, or 1 attack, 1 defense, and 1 healer. Xiao Yuan and Yunheng are sword cultivators, while Mingzhu specializes in sound cultivation. All 3 are attack type. Once they finish using their set of skills, their spiritual power will be depleted. Without a defense disciple buying them time to rest and a healer repairing their injuries, they'll only end up being someone else's prey. That did seem somewhat logical. Shang Qingshi raised his eyebrows. But Mingzhu isn't just a sound cultivator, she's also a pharmacist. The rules of the Cultivation Arts Conference state that no pills or hidden weapons are allowed on stage. If one wants to consume a pill, they must refine it on the spot. The elder explained. When she refines pills, she cannot defend herself, which makes it even more necessary to have a defensive disciple accompanying her to protect her at all times. How troublesome. Shang Qingshi thought, all fear comes from insufficient firepower. If Xiao Yuan and the others could sweep all their opponents off the stage in an instant, then what difference would it make between attack type, defense type, or healing type? I've decided they 3 will participate in a team competition, he firmly stated. My decision is final. There's no need to try and persuade me further. With that, he brushed off his sleeves and left right before everyone's eyes. The elders dared not speak their frustration aloud. If it weren't for the inability to join other sects after leaving, they would have fled long ago. In the old days when the previous sect leader was still around, our Lingxiao sect won so many championships that Xinjiang Palace had to defer to us. Now look at the situation today. Last year's Cultivation Arts Conference, we placed 35th, enduring all sorts of disdainful glares. The elders sighed endlessly in unison, involuntarily reminiscing about the former sect leader. Forget about him. Ever since he became the sect leader, we've lost all our face. Let him mess around as he wishes. In my opinion, Shang Qingshi is just a wastrel. By the time he ruins Lingxiao's sect completely, he'll regret it. After returning to the Eternal Life Hall, Shang Qingshi inexplicably sneezed, feeling that someone had been cursing at him behind his back. He summoned Fengyang and instructed him to sell off the unused items in the treasure vault. Part of the proceeds would be exchanged for tendon refining and marrow purifying elixirs for the disciples participating in the competition, while the other part would be traded for heavenly herbs so Mingzhu could refine pills. Besides, Mingzhu's ancient qin had been destroyed during the previous battle, so he needed to buy her a new high-quality instrument. Seeing how seriously he took this matter, Fengyang couldn't help but ask, Sect leader, are you really set on winning first place in this year's Cultivation Arts Conference? Of course, Shang Qingshi nodded. It wasn't only for the Yuji flower but also for the declining reputation of Lingxiao sect. If we can't even win a steamed bun, we must at least save face. I want everyone under heaven to know that tigers do not sire dogs, and Shang Qingshi is no worse than his father. Fengyang was deeply moved. If the former sect leader could see your current resolve, he would surely be consoled. Following his instructions, Fengyang organized the items, sold those that were useless, and obtained useful supplies in exchange. After acquiring the tendon refining and marrow purifying liquid, Yunheng invited Xiao Yuan to bathe together. Xiao Yuan was greatly surprised. Together? That's right, Yunheng replied, this liquid only works best when used in hot springs, and our sect only has 2, one for male disciples, and one for female disciples. If you don't come with me, does that mean you'd rather bathe with Sister Mingzhu? Xiao Yuan hadn't thought of that, he was just afraid others might see the patterns on his back. He said, I'll go after you're done. We have classes, time is tight, and bathing takes a long time. If you don't come with us, you'll have to soak in the middle of the night by yourself. Yunheng didn't understand. We're all men, why are you so shy? We won't stare at you. Xia Luyuan still declined. Upon seeing this, Yunheng stopped pressuring him and went happily to the hot spring with the other 2 contestants. Alone, Xia Luyuan came to the secret realm, practicing cultivation for 2 or 3 hours. When he emerged, he was sweating all over. Unwilling to go to the communal bathhouse, he fetched water from the courtyard and washed in the bathtub inside his room. While changing into fresh clothes, he instinctively glanced at the bronze mirror behind him. Strangely, the patterns on his back had shortened significantly sometime, already completely retreating under the fake skin covering them. He didn't think too much about it. Outside, the sky had turned pitch black, and Yunheng hadn't returned yet, indicating it wouldn't end anytime soon. However, Ling Xiao's sect wasn't limited to 2 hot springs. There was another. After some thought, he stepped out and knocked on the main hall door. It took a while before the door opened, revealing a puzzled-looking Shang Qingshi. He had just washed his hair, which was wet and untied, falling loosely down his back. This was the first time Shang Qingshi saw him like this. His features were naturally somewhat gloomy, usually tied up in a spirited high ponytail that hid his appearance. Now it stood out especially clearly. His obsidian-like eyes were bottomless, so black that they seemed to pull a person in. At first glance, he actually bore a faint resemblance to a future tragic villain. But upon seeing Shang Qingshi, his dark eyes lit up instantly, dispersing the gloom from his features, and he smiled warmly, his eyebrows bending into an arc. Master. Shang Qingshi immediately spat harshly at himself for thinking such thoughts. What nonsense! This was clearly his obedient disciple. He softly said, my condition is under control now. You only need to come every 7 days to help suppress the cold qi back into my dantian. There's no need for you to visit so frequently. That's not why I'm here, Master. Xia Luyuan held the medicine bottle in both hands and looked at him earnestly. I've come to borrow the hot spring. Chapter 53, Differences Among Sect Leaders. After learning the reason, Shang Qingshi quietly stepped aside, personally watching him enter the secret realm within the mirror's hot spring, and told him, when you come to the main hall in the future, you don't need to knock. Just walk straight in. Xia Luyuan nodded obediently and agreed. Afterward, whenever Shang Qingshi changed clothes, Xia Luyuan always timed his arrival precisely as if under a monitoring spell. Shang Qingshi finally couldn't bear it anymore and re-instructed him to start knocking again. In the following days, everyone spent their time diligently training. 7 days later, it was the official start of the Cultivation Arts Conference, and everyone gathered in the discussion hall to decide who would lead the competition team to Xinyang Palace. Shang Qingshi wasn't very keen on going. First, he was lazy to move. Second, Ling Xiao's sect had the Guardian Sect array, and he felt relatively safe staying there. However, Feng Yang had already informed him that in recent days, demons had been rampant. They would often gather at the foot of the mountain, constantly attacking the Guardian Sect array. Therefore, Feng Yang had to stay in Ling Xiao's sect to maintain the array, so as to avoid any accidents. Shang Qingshi looked at the elders and hopefully asked, who among you would like to lead the disciples to Xinyang Palace? The elders all raised their heads and looked at the sky, acting as if it had nothing to do with them. The reason for not going was simple. The team that Shang Qingshi had designated for the group competition was so abstract that if they lost, it would be embarrassing, and they would also be ridiculed by people from other sects. One of the elders said, since the sect leader has such confidence in Xia Luyuan and the others, why don't you personally lead the team there? That's right, another elder snickered sarcastically, if you don't go, how can you personally see them take the top spot? The sharpness and sarcasm in their words were obvious even to a fool. Feng Yang frowned unhappily, his gaze sweeping over them as he lowered his voice to warn, how dare you speak to the sect leader this way? Do you want to be whipped? As soon as he spoke, the elders quieted down, but the expressions on their faces still weren't pleasant. Shang Qingshi sighed deeply, pushing Feng Yang behind him, then told everyone in the hall, fine, if I must go, then I'll go. These elders who only talked without doing anything made him sick to death. Perhaps it was time to break Ling Xiao's sect's tradition of never hiring external elders. This immortal arts conference would undoubtedly attract many wandering cultivators to watch the competition. Then he could spend some time getting to know them, appealing to their emotions and reasoning, inviting them to come to Ling Xiao's sect. Although outsiders might not be as loyal as those personally cultivated by a sect, they were certainly better than the current group of elders who did nothing but eat their meals for free. Shang Qingshi dusted off his sleeves and left the conference hall in front of everyone. Feng Yang closely followed behind, his cold gaze sweeping over the remaining people. Not only did the elders feel no sense of crisis, but instead, watching the two leave, they showed smug smiles of schadenfreude. All their efforts will be in vain. Ling Xiao's sect is already down on its luck. How can they possibly win against Xinyang Palace? Anyway, it's not me who will lose face. Let Shang Qingshi go if he wants to. I'm going back to drink my health tea. So good, I can go back to take my health nap. Only one elder bowed his head and thoughtfully asked, if we keep defying him, will it really be fine? Just now, his eyes seemed ready to act against us. Fear what? Another elder patted his shoulder, as if this was commonplace. We've been through so many years like this. If he really wanted to act, how could he have held out until now? Moreover, look at Lingxiao's sect now. Those old enough to become elders lack talent, and those talented are too young. Who can replace us? After being reassured by him, the other person's heart was put at ease, laughing mischievously and hugging his shoulder, saying, then let's go down the mountain to drink wine. Shang Qingsha returned to the Eternal Life Hall. Feng Yang, standing by his side, grumbled indignantly, I see that the older they get, the worse their tempers are. When the former sect leader was around, how dare they act so outrageously? Though Feng Yang was helping Shang Qingsha speak up, the latter strangely heard another layer of meaning from these words. There was indeed a gap between sect leaders. Some could manage their subordinates well, while others could only create a mess. But there was nothing he could do about it. His father was a genius from the start, a single fart could have killed the few elders instantly. Who wouldn't obey his orders? As for Shang Qingsha himself, all he could do was hide behind Feng Yang, masking his presence to pretend to be a master. He waved to Feng Yang, at this point, stop complaining. Go tell Xia Luyuan and the others to pack their luggage and meet at the Eternal Life Hall at noon to set off. After Feng Yang left, he took a good nap. When he woke up, the disciples were already waiting in the courtyard. He opened the door, and his eyelids suddenly twitched. Everyone was normal, carrying small bundles with a change of clothes inside. Except Yunheng and Mingzhu. Yunheng was holding a big square box covered with red cloth, and it was unclear what was inside. Mingzhu was even more exaggerated. Bags of all sizes were piled at her feet, and in front of her was a tall alchemy stove that reached above her height. It looked like she was moving house. Shang Qingsha tentatively asked, are you two planning to leave Lingxiao's sect and transfer to become Xingyang Palace disciples? No. Yunheng lifted a corner of the red cloth, revealing an iron cage in his arms. His chicken was hopping around inside. I thought since we'd be gone for many days, I should bring the chick along. I'm afraid it might suffocate in a storage bag, so I decided to carry it. Shang Qingsha let out a relieved sigh and turned to Mingzhu, and what about you? Isn't it normal for girls to bring more stuff when they travel? She winked playfully. As for this alchemy stove, I've been using it for 7 whole days without it exploding. It'll definitely help us win the competition. Good. Shang Qingsha handed out the previously prepared storage rings to them so that they could store their luggage more conveniently while traveling. After making all the preparations, he said, if we fly on our swords without rest, it will take 4 days to reach Xingyang Palace. I suggest we go in pairs and take turns flying. Xia Luyuan looked around, there were 5 disciples in total. Including Shang Qingsha, that made 6 people. He naturally stepped forward, looking expectantly at his master. Without needing further explanation, Shang Qingsha already understood his intention and nodded, you'll be with me. 2 other disciples hurriedly waved towards Mingzhu. Could you come with me, senior sister? I can guarantee a steady flight. Come with me, senior sister, and you just rest. I'll fly the entire 4 days by myself. Mingzhu arched her eyebrows, looking at the thin elder brother who had spoken last. What a good deal. She was about to step forward when she found herself unable to move. Her sleeve seemed to have been grabbed. She turned around and saw Yunheng's strong chest. So, she struggled to look up into Yunheng's face. What is it, senior brother? Chapter 54, Ning Feiyu. Yunheng appeared somewhat disheartened. After a long while, he finally spoke, I want to be in your group. When I'm flying, you can help me take care of the chick. You're a girl, so you'll surely be more careful than others. At that exact moment, the chicken in the cage let out a chirp. Its small eyes stared brightly at Mingzhu before it blinked furiously. The chick had snow-white feathers, meticulously groomed and short, round beak. It looked incredibly cute. Seeing such an adorable creature, Mingzhu couldn't resist grabbing the cage from Yunheng. She took out her primary-grade pills that she had refined and fed them to the bird. Although she didn't voice her agreement, her actions clearly showed that she was joining teams with Yunheng. The other 2 disciples had no choice but to reluctantly form a team together. The 6 set off from Lingxiao's sect. After flying non-stop for 4 days, they finally arrived at the little town at the foot of the mountain where Xingyang Palace stood. Xingyang Palace had protective arrays surrounding its premises, forbidding non-disciples from flying near the mountains. Thus, the visiting sects could only ascend the mountain on foot. Even though Shang Qingsha's party had arrived 3 days early, the crowd ascending the mountain was still continuous. To avoid pushing against the throng, he chose to stay temporarily at the foot of the mountain for rest. They booked rooms in an inn, and then behind them, people drinking liquor started complaining. The last cultivation assembly was held at Xian NV sect, which simply deactivated its protective array to allow everyone to get up the mountain quickly. What's Xingyang Palace's issue? This mountain is over 5 times taller than Xian NV sects. They actually make us walk. In my opinion, Xingyang Palace has become arrogant because they've won several recent assemblies. Do you remember the old Lingxiao sect? They also won numerous championships but were never so condescending. But look at this Xingyang Palace now, totally lacking grace. It's too bad that after the former sect leader ascended, Lingshao's sect fell into increasing poverty. The current sect leader is truly a failure, squandering everything inherited from his father. Shang Qingshi. Being criticized as he passed, how helpless. Before he could grow angry, a long sword flew through the door and landed steadily in front of those chatting. The sword emitted waves of energy, knocking them all back. Silence fell in the inn as everyone turned to stare at the entrance. A young man pushed aside the curtain and walked in. He looked to be only 20 or 30 years old but wore the clothing of a Xinjiang palace elder. The gold seal at his waist gleamed blindingly. He raised his chin slightly, almost glaring down through his nose. Speaking slowly, he said, "Should any of you dare slander Xinjiang palace again, your end will be like theirs." His gaze swept over the onlookers, treating them like mere ants. Seeing that no one dared speak, he coldly sniffed and turned away from the inn. When he was far enough, an eerie silence still filled the room until Mingzhu broke it. Being able to reach the Golden Dan realm at the age of 20 or 30 and already becoming an elder at Xinjiang Palace, definitely something remarkable, don't you think? She glanced at Yunheng, who nodded, and then turned to Xia Luyuan. Only now did Xia Luyuan realize something was wrong with his expression. He stood there in a daze, staring at the direction the elder from Xinjiang Palace had left. His hands were unconsciously clenched tightly, the veins on his arms standing out prominently. The long eyelashes that resembled crow feathers trembled slightly, revealing endless hatred beneath his gaze. Even if that person were burned to ashes, he would still recognize him. Ning Feiyu. This man had lured the devil seeds to his village and caused the death of his parents and all villagers. If devil seeds were the murderers, then Ning Feiyu was the prime culprit. After so many years, he had become quite successful, rising from being the personal disciple of Xinjiang Palace's sect leader to becoming an elder of Xinjiang Palace. A voice inside his head screamed to kill him, to kill Ning Feiyu. Xia Luyuan took a couple of steps forward, and Shang Qingshi quickly grabbed him, asking anxiously, "Are you all right?" Not at all. The one with blood-deep enmity had just been in front of him, yet he could do nothing but watch as the other person slowly walked away. Xia Luyuan's eyes suddenly turned red, but when facing Shang Qingshi, he forced himself to manage a smile. "Don't worry, master, I'm fine." But this look of dejection, even fools could tell something was off. Shang Qingshi turned to Yunheng and said, "Yunheng, take your juniors upstairs first. Make sure to keep an eye on them and don't let them run around recklessly." "Yes." Yunheng nodded and instructed the other two disciples to go upstairs. Seeing that Mingzhu was still curiously looking around, he quickly grabbed her wrist and forcibly dragged her upstairs. "Don't look at what you shouldn't, don't ask what you shouldn't. That's what you told me." Without the juicy gossip, Mingzhu bounced up and down like a monkey. Shang Qingshi led Xia Luyuan to a secluded alley where no one else was present. It seemed even the sunlight couldn't penetrate into this rarely visited, dim, and narrow space. The surroundings were spattered white walls whose paint had peeled off due to dampness, exuding a sense of desolation. He remembered, in the original plot, Xia Luyuan's family was killed by a disciple of Xinjiang Palace, but he couldn't recall the exact name at the moment. However, for a common individual, Xia Luyuan wouldn't have lost composure to this extent. This suggested that the previous elder of Xinjiang Palace could very well be Xia Luyuan's nemesis. But these matters were things he had learned from the plot. Xia Luyuan had never mentioned them to him. Therefore, Shang Qingshi could only pretend to know nothing and asked, "Who is that person? Why do you care so much?" Xia Luyuan didn't speak, leaning against the cold wet wall, not minding his clothes getting dirty. With him not speaking up first, Shang Qingshi wasn't in a rush either. He pulled out the candy he had just bought from the roadside and offered it to him. Xia Luyuan didn't take it, only stared motionlessly, his dark pupils void of anything. After a long pause, he finally opened his mouth, his voice trembling heavily. "His name is Ning Feiyu, the murderer of my parents and the whole village." This outcome came as no surprise to Shang Qingshi. He forcefully stuffed the candy into Xia Luyuan's hand and patted his head afterward. "You have an extraordinary cultivation talent. With time, you will surely surpass him and personally take revenge for your family." Xia Luyuan was stunned. He thought Shang Qingshi would advise him to let go of his hatred. In the immortal cultivation world, people value treating others with tolerance and letting go of grudges. As more killing karma accumulates, part demons appear faster. It not only hinders the progression of cultivation but can also cause people to be retaliated against. "Master." He lunged forward and clung tightly to Shang Qingshi, having many words in his heart but ultimately only saying, "I don't want to go back to the inn yet, could you stay with me a while?" "All right." Shang Qingshi hesitated not a moment before embracing him back, gently patting his back, extremely gentle in his actions. Calmly accompanying him, staying quietly together in this tranquil and quiet alley until the sun set westward, and the bright moon hung high. Sitting side by side, black hair intertwined with silver hair, as if they were reluctant to part. Chapter 55, A Teacher-Student Relationship Like This. Looking at the star-filled dome, Shang Qingshi said, "They say that after people die, they become stars in the sky. Maybe your parents also became stars, watching you take every step to this point, feeling proud of you." Xia Luyuan was not a 3-year-old child. This kind of consoling talk, he didn't believe it. But he still turned his head and stared at Shang Qingshi's dazzling profile, asking softly, "Then what about you, master? Would you feel proud of me?" "Of course," Shang Qingshi affirmed with a nod, "you and Yunheng, Mingzhu, are my most accomplished disciples." Though intended as praise, Xia Luyuan felt otherwise after hearing it. His eyes darkened somewhat as he turned his gaze away, murmuring softly, "Master, let's go back to the inn." He got up and left without a word. Shang Qingshi, who was behind him, looked completely bewildered, unsure which of her words had been problematic. Just a moment ago, the boy had been fine, but now he walked with a gloomy face as though someone owed him hundreds of coins. Could it be because of the significant age gap between them, creating a generation rift? But that shouldn't be it. Even though this body was over 200 years old, the soul inside came from another world. It was 24 years old. So, there was only a 7 or 8 year difference between her and Xia Luyuan, right? Shang Qingshi couldn't figure it out, so she hurriedly chased after him. However, Xia Luyuan suddenly stopped in his tracks, and she reacted too late, crashing directly into his back. Sometimes, having perfect features could also be a sin. Shang Qingshi's nose turned bright red from the collision. Without the spiritual power of the golden core stage to protect her, she sucked in a sharp breath of cold air in pain. "Master?" Xia Luyuan fumbled about, checking her injuries while explaining why he had suddenly stopped. "I saw Elder Yuan Song. That's why I froze. Are you alright?" Shang Qingshi cupped her nose. After thinking for a long time, she finally remembered who he meant by Elder Yuan Song. During the previous Lingxiao sect disciple evaluation, Yuan Song had carelessly arranged the lineup, prompting her to send him to Xinyang Palace to familiarize himself with the environment in preparation for the cultivator assembly. Months hadn't passed, yet his life seemed luxurious, clad in silk and brocade, surrounded by over a dozen disciples of Xinyang Palace, treating him like the center of a constellation. The nearby vendors greeted him warmly upon seeing him. "Respectful Elder Yuan Song, have you come shopping again? Would you like to take some local specialties back with you?" Shang Qingshi frowned slightly. In this realm of cultivation, at least an infant spirit stage cultivator deserved the title of respectful elder, but Yuan Song was merely a golden core cultivator, just putting on airs. Xia Luyuan asked beside her, "Should we go out and speak to him?" "It's unnecessary," Shang Qingshi shook her head. "Did you see the person behind him? He's become an honored guest of Xinyang Palace now. His heart is no longer with the Lingxiao sect. Let's return to the inn. Pretend we never saw him." As she said this, Shang Qingshi prepared to move forward. However, Yuan Song suddenly turned a corner and headed straight toward the small alley, not forgetting to order the Xinyang Palace disciples behind him, "You all stay at the alley entrance. Do not let anyone enter." So secretive and mysterious, could something major be about to happen? With doubt in her heart, Shang Qingshi immediately pulled Xiao Yuan's hand, retreating together to the farthest end of the narrow alley. She cast a separation spell to temporarily hide their presence, though it could not block sound. Shang Qingshi signaled Xia Luyuan to keep quiet, and he nodded, covering his mouth without uttering a word. Outside, silence persisted as Yuan Song paced anxiously, waiting for someone. As a chilling wind swept through, a shadow appeared in the alley. This was none other than Yi Xian and Yi Zhao's uncle, the second elder who had been expelled from the Lingxiao sect. "How is it going?" he asked. "Has Xia Luyuan arrived at Xinyang Palace?" "I don't know, Lingxiao sect has not yet sent anyone to find me," Yuan Song replied, "but rest assured, if I get any news of Xia Luyuan, I will inform you immediately." The other party clearly wasn't satisfied, his brows almost forming a mountain character. Seeing this, Yuan Song consoled him. "Yi Zhao and Yi Xian, I watched them grow up with my own eyes. They were harmed by Xia Luyuan, and I feel even more pain than you do. Just bear with it for now. Once the cultivator assembly is over, we'll quietly plan his demise. But I can't wait. I want to tear him apart into pieces right now." The second elder grew flustered, breathing heavily and glaring with bloodshot eyes. "Not only did he cause Yi Xian's death and severe burns to Yi Zhao's entire body, but he also cost me my position as an elder in the Lingxiao sect. Every day he remains alive, I cannot eat nor sleep. I understand how you feel. Bear with it a little longer, I will quickly gather information about him and notify you." Yuan Song patted his shoulder and said many soothing words, finally calming him down. Once the two had left, Shang Qingshi dissolved the separation spell, puzzled. "That's strange. The Huaguang Jingzhu already proved that what happened to Yi Xian and Yi Zhao had nothing to do with you. Why are they still unwilling to let you go?" Xia Luyuan shook his head, showing an innocent and pure expression, as if writing, small, helpless, pitiable, across his forehead. "For the next few days, stay with me and don't wander around." Shang Qingshi patted his head gently, slowly saying, "After the cultivator assembly ends, we will return to Lingxiao sect immediately, giving them no chance to harm you." Afraid that Xia Luyuan might encounter an accident, he didn't seem to take this matter seriously at all. Instead, he bent forward slightly, bringing his head closer to hers, whispering softly, "Can Master pat me again?" His demeanor was akin to a tame puppy seeking praise. This time, Shang Qingshi didn't pat his head but pinched his face instead. "You must be extra careful and not take this lightly. If the two of them join hands to kill you, you won't stand a chance to escape." I understand, Xia Luyuan replied, deliberately making a pained expression. Master, please let go. It hurts. Shang Qingshi quickly released him. After looking left and right, she saw that the spot she had pinched hadn't left even a trace, and he hadn't used much strength at all. It wouldn't have hurt. Suspiciously, Shang Qingshi asked, are you really in pain or faking it? Really in pain, Xia Luyuan blinked without a blush on his face. His dark eyes gazed seriously at him, seemingly brewing stormy waves within. But when Shang Qingshi looked again, there was nothing unusual. Xia Luyuan said in a pitiful tone, it still hurts. Can master blow on it for me? Shang Qingshi didn't believe him but decided to move closer for a look. At this moment, Xia Luyuan leaned in, and they abruptly came into contact as Shang Qingshi's lips brushed against his cheek before quickly moving away. The surroundings seemed to grow quiet. Shang Qingshi felt a shock through his pupils. Something seemed slightly off. Whose master and apprentice relationship is like this? He's straighter than that pillar in the cultivation hall. While distracted by these thoughts, a bright light suddenly appeared before his eyes. Feng Yang had sent a message via the Lingxiao mirror. Feng Yang, sect leader, demon seeds are attacking the protective Great Formation, causing landslides. The training hall has been crushed into ruins, even the pillar inside was bent. Chapter 56, a good candidate for dishonest merchant. Shang Qingshi rubbed his forehead. Fortunately, Xia Luyuan lightly skipped over what had just happened and shifted the topic to the message Feng Yang had sent. Has something happened in the demon realm? Why have the demon seeds been so rampant recently? Shang Qingshi lowered his eyelids. If he wasn't mistaken, the old demon respected one was about to die. Once dead, his body would be thrown into the dried-up demon pool, drawing out a blood spring capable of greatly increasing the power of demons. The demon seeds were running amok everywhere to become strong as soon as possible so they could claim the blood spring when it emerged. In the original storyline, the final owner of the blood spring was Xia Luyuan. He threw the corpses of those he had defeated into the demon pool, spending several years refining rare poisons which he fed to Feng Yang, leading to chaos across the entire Lingxiao sect. He also captured Shang Qingshi, cutting his hand and foot tendons, tormenting him day and night. Recalling this, Shang Qingshi involuntarily shuddered and looked up at Xia Luyuan standing before him. The other party reached out a hand, placing it over his wrist, concernedly asking, "What's wrong, master? Are you cold?" This appearance was worlds apart from the heartless demon respected one in the original plot. Shang Qingshi exhaled slightly in relief, shaking his head at him, "I'm fine. Let's go back." The two walked out of the small alley. Outside, it was still lively with various stalls and shops lining the streets, their cries of vendors lasting unbroken. When they almost reached the inn's entrance, an unknown young girl suddenly appeared. She held a flower basket filled with colorful flowers. Blinking her clear, big eyes forcefully, she said, "Young sir, buy some flowers for your favorite young sir, will you?" Stunned in place, Shang Qingshi deeply inhaled, his ears turning completely red. "What nonsense are you spouting? Huh? Could I have mistaken?" The little girl tilted her head, revealing a bit of confusion in her large eyes. "Aren't the two of you a couple?" Shang Qingshi no longer wanted to talk to her, taking a step towards the inn. Xia Luyuan, however, didn't budge, watching the little girl with interest and asking, "How much are your flowers?" Upon hearing his question about pricing, the little girl lit up instantly. 3 copper coins for 1 flower, 10 copper coins for 3. Such a young age, yet already showing promise to become an excellent dishonest merchant. Shang Qingshi stopped in his tracks, unable to help but tug at Xia Luyuan's sleeve, attempting to prevent him from buying the flowers. The Zhenyang Palace possessed a unique set of skills that every disciple entering the palace had to learn. This skill was inexhaustible like vegetation but, similar to plants, feared heat and cold. Hence, the sect leader of the Zhenyang Palace specially built the palace in a warm, blooming place, where the temperature stayed suitable throughout the year, incredibly beneficial for their cultivation. This small town was nestled at the base of Zhenyang Palace's mountain, known for its abundance of flowers and medicinal herbs. It was possible that the little girl had picked the flowers from the roadside, only deceiving outsiders like Xia Luyuan. In front of people, Shang Qingshi couldn't say anything directly, so he attempted to drag Xia Luyuan away to avoid being tricked. Unable to resist Xia Luyuan's insistence on buying, 20 copper coins exchanged for 6 flowers, which he handed to Shang Qingshi. The little girl happily ran off, hopping and skipping until she disappeared into the crowd. Shang Qingshi looked at the flowers in his hand, his mouth twitching. Even if you really wanted to buy them, shouldn't you have bargained with her? Moreover, 3 copper coins for 1 flower, 10 copper coins for 3, do you really think this price is reasonable? Xia Luyuan didn't answer but only quietly stared at him, smiling with his eyebrows curved. He seemed to rarely be this happy. Amidst the clamor of voices and bustling crowds, it was as though his eyes only had room for Shang Qingshi's figure. His expression was serious and focused, the wind blew, causing the stray hairs on his forehead to sway slightly. "You?" Shang Qingshi asked, "What are you laughing about?" Xia Luyuan shook his head, countering, "Do you remember what the first thing that little girl said earlier was?" This left Shang Qingshi utterly puzzled. For unimportant people and matters, he always forgot about them once he saw them, and he truly couldn't recall it right now. Seeing his lack of response, Xia Luyuan also didn't press the issue but simply said, "Never mind, let's go back to the inn." Perhaps he would never tell Shang Qingshi that the first thing that little girl said was, "Young sir, buy some flowers for your favorite young sir." That was why he bought the flowers. After returning to the inn, just as Xia Luyuan opened the door to their guest room, a burst of laughter came from inside. Upon hearing the commotion, those inside turned around. Slightly surprised, they then broke into an amiable smile. "Xia Luyuan, where did you and the sect leader go? I've been waiting for you two for quite a while." It was Yuan Song. Somehow, he had found them here. Shang Qingshi quickly shoved Xia Luyuan behind him and asked, "Yuan Song, I told you to come to Xinyang Palace to prepare for the cultivation competition. How's it going?" "Of course, it's all ready." At this moment, Yuan Song didn't display the arrogance he showed when surrounded by Xinyang Palace's disciples before. Instead, he put on a flattering smile. With frequent appearances of demons lately, for safety concerns, Xinyang Palace refuses to deactivate the protective array. "We don't need to rush up there. I've specially rented a detached house so that the sect leader and the disciples can eat well, drink well, and comfortably spend these few days." There was no need for much thought. Shang Qingshi could guess that the detached house was definitely in a secluded area, convenient for them to make a move against Xia Luyuan. "I decline," he immediately rejected. "This inn is fine. I'm already tired today, I don't want to keep moving around." Yuan Song's smile froze, and he glanced helplessly at Mingzhu and the others beside him. Before Shang Qingshi and Xia Luyuan returned, he had been chatting enthusiastically with these disciples. He had given them tasty snacks and clothing and jewelry, flattered by their calls of elder. Whether or not this matter succeeded entirely depended on these disciples. But now, Mingzhu seemed to have realized Shang Qingshi's dislike for Yuan Song, hurriedly tossing all the received items out and retreating to the corner to act like an invisible person. Yuan Song pursed his lips, then immediately turned to Yun Hang. Just as Yun Hang was about to speak, he heard Mingzhu cough. Turning his head over, he saw her hugging looting chicken and making a throat-cutting gesture. With the chicken's life in her hands, Yun Hang had no choice but to pretend to be mute. This greatly disappointed Yuan Song. Looking at the last two disciples, he hoped they would say something on his behalf. Yet even the personal disciples didn't speak up, so how dared these two ordinary inner disciples dare to interject rashly? In the end, Yuan Song was completely alone and unsupported. "Alright, if the sect leader wishes to stay here, I won't interfere too much." He forced out a barely there smile and took out a jar of wine from his storage ring. "By the way, this small town is abundant in flowers, and also in flower-brewed wine. The alcohol content isn't high, but it's particularly delicious. Everyone must try it." Chapter 57, Do Not Turn Your Back on Yuan Song. Shang Qingshi didn't move. So none of the disciples in the room moved either. In the ensuing silence, Yuan Song's face became frozen in a strained smile. He sulkily returned the wine back into his storage ring. Back in the days when Shang Qingshi liked whipping people, the disciples used to love coming to complain to him. With a few words of comfort from him, the disciples regarded him as a lifeline, staring at him with admiration. And now, after just how long has passed, Shang Qingshi learned how to win hearts and minds, having flattered the disciples to complete obedience. A myriad of resentments swirled in Yuan Song's heart, yet he didn't dare show them and could only awkwardly go downstairs. Before leaving, he gave Xia Luyuan a vicious glare from the corner of his eye, as if wanting to extract his tendons and peel his skin. Xia Luyuan acted as though he hadn't seen it, choosing a place to sit down. Yun Hang pursed his lips but then started to say good things about Yuan Song. "The elder is actually very nice. I still remember when I first came to the Lingxiao sect, I lost the scroll for practice, and it was him who gave me a new one so I wouldn't be punished by my mentor." Two other disciples also chimed in, "That's right. Elder Yuan Song is always smiling kindly at us, unlike other elders whose scowls are terrifying as they look at us like we're a pile of useless mud." Hearing them talk this way didn't surprise Shang Qingshi. After all, Yuan Song was a two-faced fox. In the original storyline, once the Lingxiao sect fell, Yuan Song immediately defected to Xinyang Palace, where he and Yun Hang spent days and nights together as if they were inseparable old friends. But in the end, Yuan Song stabbed Yun Hang from behind just when the latter least expected it. Had Yun Hang not been protected by his Bing-Sixi system, he might have perished instantly. Shang Qingshi cast a sweeping glance over the present disciples and said indifferently, "You don't need to defend Yuan Song anymore, he has already betrayed us and gone over to Xinyang Palace." All the disciples were astonished. Xia Luyuan added, "When the master and I were out earlier, we saw many Xinyang Palace disciples following Elder Yuan Song around, and even the vendors nearby called him, Revered Yuan Song, respectfully." Once this statement was made, there wasn't much left to figure out. Given Yuan Song's cultivation level, he would never have deserved such a title on his own. It must have been because he had already defected to Xinyang Palace, thus earning the respect from the townsfolk here near Xinyang Mountain. Who would have thought our elder could be someone like this? Yun Hang sighed disappointedly while lowering his head. Shang Qingshi walked over, placing a hand on Yun Hang's shoulder as he spoke with an air of weighty importance. "Listen closely now, I need to tell you something important. Yunhang straightened up immediately, his expression turning serious. Speak, master. After glancing at him once, Shang Qingshi stated, from now on, whatever happens, never turn your back on Yuan Song. Yunhang paused momentarily, nearly reflexively asking, why? Why? Because Yuan Song excels in striking from behind, avoiding a confrontation head-on would mean sparing himself the trouble of getting stabbed. Furthermore, Shang Qingshi harbored reasonable suspicions that the reason why, despite having numerous female admirers in the original plot, Yunhang ended up never marrying, was perhaps due to suffering some sort of kidney damage inflicted by Yuan Song. You don't need to ask for detailed reasons, simply follow what I've said. Shang Qingshi told him firmly. He then shifted his focus to the rest of the disciples. As for you all, concentrate on your training and don't slack off. If any of you can secure the top spot at this immortal cultivation contest, feel free to pick anything from the Lingxiao treasure vault. Really? Anything we want? Mingzhu's eyes lit up. Indeed, Shang Qingshi nodded, even if you want to pry up the floor tiles of the vault, I won't stop you. This declaration sparked lively chatter among the crowd. Everyone enthusiastically discussed which treasures they'd grab, assuming victory already secured. Afterward, Shang Qingshi retired for a break. This inn was specifically prepared for travelers with family. A large room was partitioned into several smaller rooms, each for rest. In the middle area, a slightly larger space held tables, chairs, and benches for meals and conversation. His resting room was tiny, barely able to fit a bed and a cabinet. On the cabinet stood an empty vase. Shang Qingshi thought for a moment and stuffed the flowers bought for him by Xia Luyuan into it. He then closed the curtain, completely blocking the line of sight between inside and outside. Unfortunately for Xia Luyuan, nothing more could be seen, so he turned away reluctantly and began chatting idly with everyone else. For safety reasons, the group remained holed up in the inn for several days. Not until the day before the start of the immortal cultivation contest did Shang Qingshi lead the disciples up the mountain. Although the symptoms of cold poison had improved, his body was still too weak. After climbing just a short distance, he was already panting heavily. Meanwhile, his disciples were all refreshed and full of energy. Even Mingzhu, petite and delicate-looking, bounded around cheerfully talking with others without breaking a sweat. Shang Qingshi stopped to catch his breath, leaning against the railing beside the stone steps. Gazing down at the view below, dizziness hit him in waves. A hand landed on his shoulder, causing him to blink and instinctively turn around, meeting Xiao Yuan's concerned gaze. Master, are you okay? I'm fine. Shang Qingshi shook his head and looked at Yunhang and the others who were walking farther ahead. Why aren't you going with them? I want to stay by your side, Xia Luyuan answered without hesitation. Such straightforward words made Shang Qingshi's heart skip a beat. Suppressing the odd sensation within him, he said, I feel a bit dizzy, I need to rest a while longer. As if emphasizing his point, he added redundantly, it must be because I didn't rest well last night, it's not due to any other reason. He was afraid Xia Luyuan would discover his peculiar condition, but fortunately, the latter simply stayed quietly by his side without questioning why the Grand Master had such trouble climbing a mountain. This rest lasted until evening. There were fewer and fewer people left who hadn't climbed the mountain yet. Occasionally, someone passing by glanced at them with curiosity, only to quickly look away after catching Xiao Yuan's stern glare before continuing onward. Let's go, Shang Qingshi, having rested enough, regrouped himself as he stared up at the seemingly endless stone staircase and secretly resolved that this time he'd make it at least halfway up the mountain. However, after climbing just a few hundred steps, his legs already began trembling uncontrollably, his whole body drenched in sweat as if he'd just been fished out of water. In an unsteady moment, his body abruptly tilted backward. Fortunately, Xia Luyuan, with reflexes like lightning, caught him, preventing him from crashing down into smithereens. Panting a sigh of relief as if surviving a close call, he took a deep breath. Then, behind him, Xia Luyuan suddenly spoke, Master, how about I carry you? Huh? Shang Qingshi let out a surprised cry as his legs abruptly lifted off the ground. Xia Luyuan swapped their positions and carried him on his back. Chapter 58, Identity Defined by Yourself. The arduous journey that drained Shang Qingshi was exceptionally effortless for Xia Luyuan. The sky grew increasingly gloomy, there would be no moon tonight, only a few scattered stars twinkling faintly in the vast dome. All around was quiet, so silent that one could hear nothing but footsteps and heartbeats. Lying flat on Xiao Yuan's back, pressed too closely, Shang Qingshi couldn't distinguish whose heartbeat it was. He tentatively asked, I think I can walk now. Can you put me down? It's fine, Master, Xia Luyuan replied quite naturally, carrying weight is also a form of training. That was indeed one method of training which could strengthen both body and willpower. Shang Qingshi pressed his lips together, instinctively asking, am I heavy? No, Xia Luyuan shook his head, you're light, Master. What kind of carrying weight is that? But he ultimately did not pursue the question and instead resignedly buried his face against Xiao Yuan's back. Finding it slightly uncomfortable, he then laid his head on Xiao Yuan's shoulder. Their breaths were close, almost overlapping. Xiao Yuan's ear tip slowly turned red, luckily it was too dark for anything to be seen clearly. A gentle breeze brushed across their cheeks. Shang Qingshi gradually dozed off, waking again only when they had reached the gate outside Jingyang Palace. Xia Luyuan set him down gently. After straightening the wrinkles in his robe, Shang Qingshi stepped forward and handed the Lingxiao sect token to the guard disciple. In fact, upon seeing Shang Qingshi's striking white hair and breathtaking features, the guard disciple had already guessed his identity. They bowed deeply, faces full of flattery, saying, "We never expected to actually encounter the Lingxiao sect leader. You are truly as remarkable as legends suggest, your cultivation must have reached the yuanying stage already." Shang Qingshi cleared his throat nervously. These people's guesses were likely due to his face. Only cultivators in the yuanying stage could reverse aging and change their appearances freely. Unfortunately, what they didn't know was that the reason Shang Qingshi maintained such a youthful appearance wasn't because of high cultivation but rather because of the looting constitution. Regardless of gender, anyone with the looting constitution would look extraordinarily beautiful since childhood, and their appearance wouldn't change after the age of 18, always staying at its peak beauty. This was precisely why outsiders speculated that Shang Qingshi's cultivation was incomprehensibly profound. Though he felt somewhat guilty inside, his outward demeanor remained calm and nonchalant. Shang Qingshi coldly scanned them over, giving no reply, and directly walked past them through the middle. Too beautiful, the ignored guard disciple was far from angry, instead becoming more excited. Even if he scolded me, I'd find it satisfying, just imagining it feels great. It would be even better if he slapped me, another disciple lewdly agreed, then I could lick his hand. Just as they were speaking, they suddenly felt a chill down their backs. They turned around to see Xiao Yuan's dark and serious gaze. Shang Qingshi had already moved further away, and Xia Luyuan also turned his eyes away. The two guard disciples didn't take it seriously and continued chatting idly. However, the next moment, their robes suddenly burst into flames. They quickly directed the water spirit root disciples to put out the fire, but after water was poured on it, the flames not only didn't die out, they burned even more fiercely, and a cacophony of wailing echoed from the mountain gate area. Shang Qingshi arrived at the resting place. This area had been divided into many rooms, with colorful flags inserted on their rooftops. He found the white crane flag representing Lingxiao's sect and was about to enter when the doors to his left and right suddenly opened. The one on the left hung with cloud pattern flags, representing the Zhangqiong sect. The flag on the right depicted a green bamboo flute. He couldn't immediately recall which sect it belonged to. But the person who walked out of the door was someone he recognized. "Master, long time no see." That man's huge body seemed like a small mountain, and his facial fat jiggled when he spoke, looking extremely oppressive. It was Jiang Chujie. Shang Qingshi thought that after Jiang Chujie left Lingxiao's sect, he stayed home and lorded it over with his national preceptor father in the 100 Birds country. He didn't expect him to join another sect. "How about this, seeing me here, master seems quite surprised." Jiang Chujie laughed with an eerie tone. "Did you really think I couldn't survive without Lingxiao's sect? What a joke, I am a genius wherever I go, able to achieve something great." Shang Qingshi looked him up and down but still said nothing. At this moment, Xia Luyuan came in, and upon seeing him, Jiang Chujie exploded like ignited gunpowder. "Tomorrow, I will let the master know, the decision to favor you back then was his biggest mistake. I will crush you underfoot, making you my defeated opponent. Letting you lose all your dignity." Xia Luyuan stared at him with extremely calm eyes. "Since you've already been kicked out of Lingxiao's sect, stop calling yourself master." Jiang Chujie's disciples were shocked as if hearing some major secret. They jumped up high and hurriedly defended. "What do you mean by being kicked out? It was me who wanted to leave." "Xia Luyuan, don't be smug here. I will definitely defeat you." After saying this, he pulled the disciple next to him inside and slammed the door shut. Shang Qingshi shifted his gaze back and looked toward the Zhangqiong sect side. Several disciples gathered there watching the drama. Behind them stood an old man with a gray beard, his murky eyes rolling around, looking far from good. Shang Qingshi smiled at him. Could it be that the Zhangqiong sect still has designs on the magic pill? "Not at all, not at all," the elder replied with a smile, wrinkles covering his face. "According to what the disciples who fled last time said, Lingxiao's sect gathers geniuses today, and it won't be long before it regains its former glory. There are many opinions about the current sect leader outside, thinking he isn't as capable as the previous one. But in my view, a tiger doesn't have dog-like offspring. You're no less talented than the previous sect leader. Out in the world, one's status is self-defined." Regardless of whether these words were sincere or fake, Shang Qingshi fully accepted them. Walking into the room, he glanced around. Mingzhu was refining pills, and two disciples quietly waited by her side, their eyes fixed on the pill stove. Once she refined a pill, she sniffed it, realizing its quality wasn't yet at its peak, so she tossed it casually to the two disciples. They fought over it, making the room lively with noise. But Shang Qingshi always felt something was missing. Not until Xia Luyuan entered and also looked around did he ask, "Where did elder brother Yunheng go?" Mingzhu, who was refining pills, turned her head and replied, "His Luton chicken seems a bit homesick, appearing sickly since we ascended the mountain, so he took it for a walk." That made sense. Shang Qingshi gazed out the window. "Still, I should look for him. This Xingyang palace gives me an ominous feeling, unsettling me." At this moment, Yunheng was squatting in a muddy area, both hands cradling his head, watching the Luton chicken peck at insects. Suddenly, footsteps came from behind, and someone called his name, Yunheng. Chapter 59, Protecting the Waste Kidney. Yunheng got startled, turned around, and saw Yuan Song's grinning face. A pitch-black night, with a lantern burning inside a pavilion. Illuminated by dim candlelight, the face full of crevices appeared terrifying. Recalling Shang Qingshi's warning, Yunheng quickly turned towards Yuan Song, puzzled and asked, "What brings you here?" Not addressing him as elder, did that mean he knew something? Yuan Song's gaze flickered, hiding the confusion within, revealing a smile that he deemed kind-hearted and approachable. "Yunheng, you're a promising individual for cultivation. I hope you could leave Lingxiao sect and join Jinyang Palace." Upon hearing this, Yunheng was somewhat surprised. It seemed the person truly did as the master had said, betrayed Lingxiao's sect and joined Jinyang Palace. Not only that, but they were also trying to poach him, inviting him to join them. No. Yunheng rejected without hesitation. Lingxiao's sect is great. The master cooks delicious food, and the younger brothers and sisters are all very cute. This is my home. He spoke firmly, yet with such a serious tone that it was dismissed in the others' eyes as meaningless. Could anything be better than Jinyang Palace? If you come with me, I'll give you the best cultivation resources, choose any method or secret manuals, and sleep with any women you want. It's far more promising than staying at Lingxiao sect. Yuan Song looked at Yunheng with a shadowed gaze. In reality, he wasn't genuinely considering Yunheng's well-being, but merely urgently needed a disciple who would obey his every word. Although he had allied with Jinyang Palace, within this massive sect, everyone from top to bottom despised him. He could only show off his power down the mountain, whereas up here, he lived worse than a dog. If he could bring over a highly talented disciple who excels in the sect contests, he would gain respect too, and no longer be treated with disdain. After much deliberation, Yunheng seemed the perfect choice. He waited for Yunheng's nod of agreement, but instead, the latter stood up and accused, "What nonsense are you spouting? Cultivators should remain pure and avoid indulgence in lust." Yuan Song frowned but still controlled himself, rewording, "All right, I misspoke. But aren't you even the slightest bit interested in Jinyang Palace's cultivation manuals? The sect leader has a celestial root just like yours, so his methods suit you perfectly." Yunheng refused to engage, picking up the Luton chicken intending to leave. After taking 2 steps, it was as if something occurred to him, and he turned around, staring resolutely at Yuan Song. Thinking Yunheng had something to say, Yuan Song showed hopeful eyes, but saw the other steadily retreat step by step out of his sight. "What are you doing?" Yuan Song's lips quivered. But on second thought, seeing Yunheng's earlier demeanor, his hands started to itch. A desire arose within him, a desire to stab Yunheng in the back. Yuan Song took a deep breath, struggling hard to control his hand. At this moment, someone emerged from behind a nearby tree and asked, "How did it go? Is he willing to join Jinyang Palace?" Upon hearing the question, Yuan Song immediately showed a flattering smile, walking to the side of the man and bowing deeply, his head lowered as low as it could, demonstrating utmost respect. Just talking isn't enough to persuade him. "How about, elder, you ask the palace master for a cultivation manual suited for celestial roots. With this, Yunheng will surely be tempted." The man sneered. The elder's gold seal around his waist emitted faint glows under the night, clearly marked at its base with his name. Ning Feiyu. With an almost smug smirk curling the corner of his lips, he glanced at Yuan Song sideways, filled with contempt, wanting the manual before he's even arrived. Does he consider himself some big shot? The elder speaks erroneously, Yuan Song praised generously, that kid Yunheng possesses real talent. He didn't begin cultivating seriously until he was 18, yet within 3 months, advanced from refining qi to the foundational stage while also possessing rare celestial roots. His future is limitless. What? Ning Feiyu displayed astonishment. Even someone considered a prodigy who trained under the palace master since young, managed to break through the foundational stage when he was only 7 years old. And that Yunheng had ascended within just 3 months. Jealousy flickered across his eyes and then quickly hid, pretending nonchalantly brushing his sleeve, saying, "Fine, I'll give you the manual. But if you fail to convince him to join Jinyang Palace, you're dead." Yuan Song bowed gratefully, noticing Ning Feiyu stepping to leave, hurriedly following after. "Where are you heading, elder? Let me escort you." On the other side, Shang Qingsher had just led the disciples outside not far when he saw Yunheng return with the Luton chicken. Recognizing him, relief washed over Yunheng as he patted his chest, explaining, "I understand now what the master meant by not turning your back to Yuan Song. Earlier, I encountered him outside, and the way he looked at me felt like he wanted to stab me." Seeing his enlightenment, Shang Qingsher found it gratifying, patting his head, "Protect your kidneys." Yunheng nodded earnestly. Not far away, clear bell sounds rang out. Shang Qingsher suddenly remembered something and quickly stepped into the shadows. Could it be? Yunheng's first female confidant, the adoptive daughter of the head of Jinyang Palace, Wei Qiunyai, is about to appear. He raised his eyes and sure enough, a graceful young girl came into view. Dressed in red with bells tied around her wrists and ankles, she was fiery and passionate, her red attire as if it could burn one's eyes. Xia Luyuan also stood aside, watching the scene unfold. Then, Wei Qiunyai slowly walked up beside Yunheng, sizing him up from head to toe before letting a faint smile curl on her lips, speaking ambiguously, "So you're Yunheng? Yuan Song said you were the prodigy of Lingxiao sect, practically singing your praises off the charts. But upon meeting you in person, indeed, your appearance lives up to the hype, it just remains unclear how skilled you are." She elongated the final word of her sentence and laughed again, suggesting, "Why don't you teach me some swordplay, so I can see how proficient you really are?" Shang Qingshi was perplexed. This girl was being so forward, seeking physical contact right away, so how had Yunheng managed to remain untouched until the very end? Soon, Yunheng's reaction answered Shang Qingshi's question. He bowed with a fist salute towards Wei Qiunyai, his face exuding righteous energy. "My abilities will naturally become clear on the competition ground. You seem to be from Xinjiang Palace. Our goal for Lingxiao sect this time is to secure the top spot, meaning we're destined for a fierce battle. At that point, there'll be no need for either side to hold back, we must distinguish the superior contender." Wei Qiunyai's smile froze at the corner of her mouth. Opening her lips to respond, nothing came out. Nearby, Mingzhu gleefully covered her stomach, laughing uncontrollably. As for Shang Qingshi, unable to bear looking any further, he closed his eyes. It seemed his guess was wrong. The reason Yunheng hadn't married wasn't related to health but due to his overly straightforward mind. How could someone who even draws talismans perfectly squared expect him to understand girls' subtleties? Chapter 60, You Can't Cry. After a long while passed, not only did Wei Qiunyai fail to get angry, but instead, she lightly giggled, winking through her alluring seductive eyes toward Yunheng. "You're truly interesting, I'm looking forward to seeing you on the battlefield." With that much implication already present, Yunheng still stood uprightly there, asking earnestly, "Miss, why does your eye keep blinking incessantly? Could it be because you're unwell?" Wei Qiunyai hesitated briefly. Subsequently, she let out a long sigh, giving him a glance filled with resentment, then stepped delicately away. Her demeanor left Yunheng somewhat bewildered. Shang Qingshi approached, patting his shoulder earnestly. "If any girl keeps winking at you or deliberately poses in front of you, it means she fancies you. Do you understand?" "Ah, it was like this." Yunheng appeared to recall something, turning around to look at Mingzhu. "A few months ago, junior sister, I remember you walking ahead of me and swaying from side to side. Back then, I thought maybe your body itched. Now I understand, you were interested in me, right?" Mingzhu, who moments ago was reveling in misfortune, immediately lost her laughter, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She exploded, "That's not true. I genuinely had an itch." And with that, she zipped back inside and slammed the door shut. Perplexedly observing her departure, Yunheng turned his gaze back to Shang Qingshi, studying diligently and asking, "Master, what exactly does fancying mean? Is it like wanting to become sworn siblings?" Shang Qingshi, the pure lead character in these romantic tales, was terrifyingly innocent. He shouldn't have explained such profound concepts to Yunheng. "Alright, go play by yourself," he patted Yunheng's shoulder gently. "But don't wander too far, it's unsafe outside." Yunheng scratched his head, ultimately asked nothing more, picked up the Luton chicken, and went to play with mud in the corner. Shang Qingshi prepared to return to the room for rest, but when he turned around, he found Xia Luyuan motionlessly staring at him, his raven-like eyelashes obscuring the emotions flowing through his eyes. Their gazes met, for a long time before he tentatively questioned, "What are you staring at me for? Do I have something on my face?" Xia Luyuan averted his gaze. His master was always incredibly perceptive regarding others' emotions but remarkably obtuse when it came to his own. Repressing his feelings, he shook his head. "Nothing, I was just lost in thought." "You should go play too, I'll go back to rest." Shang Qingshi patted his head gently, saying softly, "Wasn't the last dispersal of cold toxins 7 days ago? Remember to come to my room later." "I'll go with you now." Xia Luyuan hurried after him. They entered together. This place was much larger than the inn. A 2-zhang-wide bed let him roll around freely. Seeing a vase on the bedside cabinet, Shang Qingshi placed his finger on his spatial bracelet, seemingly searching for something. Xia Luyuan stood quietly by the side, watching. After much tinkering, he finally pulled 6 flowers out of the bracelet. He was slightly startled. These flowers were the ones he had bought for Shang Qingshi before, placed in a vase at the inn. Even he had forgotten about these flowers, but Master had brought them to Xinjiang Palace. After many days, the petals were still as fresh as when they were first plucked. Ordinary flowers could never stay this way. They must have been nurtured by spiritual power. Seeing him staring at the flowers blankly, Shang Qingshi said, "Since you spent so much on these flowers, they must be cherished and kept from withering. Was it just for that reason?" Xia Luyuan pulled his thoughts back, climbed onto the bed, and tightly hugged Shang Qingshi. His voice sounded muffled. "Let them wither if they wither, I'll buy other flowers for Master anyway." He merely held him, without using his spiritual energy to drive out the cold poison. The hot breath he exhaled onto Shang Qingshi's ear caused a sensation as though being scorched by flames throughout his body. Shang Qingshi attributed this feeling to the interference of his furnace peak physique. Slightly regaining his composure, he called his name, Xia Luyuan. Xia Luyuan remembered the main task then, placing his hand on Shang Qingshi's back, gradually removing the cold aura surging from his dantian. Early the next morning, deep and resonant bell sounds rang from the high places of Xinyang Palace. Everyone woke up and gathered in a spacious square. It was lively here, with crowds nearly blocking every passage. Shang Qingshi didn't see the palace master, but the left elder responsible for this cultivation gathering approached him with an inviting gesture. "Palace Master Shang, please follow me to the best viewing spot." Shang Qingshi raised his eyes to look where he indicated. The location there was indeed superior, offering a full view of the sparring platform. But that seat wasn't open to everyone. There were only 5 chairs in total, 3 already occupied. One was the right elder of Xinyang Palace, an infant core cultivator. One was the sect master of Xian Nv sect, also an infant core cultivator. And one was the sect master of Luo Shui Pavilion, rumored to be on the verge of breaking through into great ascension. If Shang Qingshi joined them, he would definitely feel somewhat out of place. A single sneeze from any of them could make him dizzy and powerless, causing him to kneel down. Thus, Shang Qingshi gave the left elder a glance, pretending to be profound while maintaining a calm attitude. "No need, I prefer the excitement." The left elder could perceive absolutely nothing of Shang Qingshi's cultivation level. He thought it must be because Shang Qingshi's cultivation was too advanced, rendering it undetectable to him. For strong individuals, he harbored deep admiration, so he nodded respectfully and said admiringly, "I've admired your father since childhood. He was the only one in almost 500 years to successfully ascend. Meeting you now is truly a once-in-3 lifetimes honor." Shang Qingshi felt guilty upon hearing this, hurriedly turning his head away not to look at him. Yet, the elder mistook his behavior as feeling abrupt by his words, apologizing repeatedly, "I shouldn't have bothered you. I'll leave immediately." Shang Qingshi pressed his lips together, desperately trying to suppress the twitching at the corner of his mouth. As the various sects arrived successively, soon the next phase began, the team draw. Mingzhu was filled with enthusiasm and jumped up onto the stage to represent Lingshao's sect ahead of others. Numerous sects participated in this cultivation gathering, the disciples all dressed in their respective sect robes, creating a dazzling array of colors even brighter than the rainbow. A bamboo tube was passed to Mingzhu, from which she drew a lot. It was number 13. She looked around, addressing those nearby like old friends, so excited. "Who else is number 13 like me?" A mountainous man pushed through the obstructive disciples and stood before Mingzhu. Mingzhu tilted her head up, only to see Jiang Chujia's grimacing face. He slowly raised his hand, shaking the bamboo stick he held, clearly inscribed with 2 dragonfly dancing characters. 13. Isn't it coincidental, younger sister Mingzhu? We've run into each other in the first round. I'll beat your face until it swells later, don't cry afterward. Chapter 61, Sharp Criticism. Facing such provocation, Mingzhu remained completely emotionless and calmly retaliated, "Then if I flatten your head, you better not cry and tattle to your father." Jiang Chujia's face twitched, apparently reminded of some unpleasant memory. But soon, he wore that arrogant and condescending demeanor again. Previously at Lingshao's sect, he treated Mingzhu like a treasure because she was the only female disciple in the entire sect. Now at another sect, his talent became the most outstanding among this generation's disciples, and people addressed him as senior brother, surrounded by countless younger sisters enjoying unprecedented treatment. The master's sisters in training were either refreshingly cute, seductively charming, or cold and pure like snow. Having seen countless beauties, Jiang Chujia had long lost interest in Mingzhu. He snorted, "Don't think I'll go easy on you because you're a girl. On the contrary, anyone from Lingshao's sect won't be spared by me. Go ahead and try to kill me if you dare." Mingzhu didn't flinch at all, she stuck out her tongue mockingly, "Tut tut tut." As she spoke, she gracefully jumped off the trial stage, her robes fluttering like a blue-winged butterfly returning to Xia Luyuan and Yunheng's side. Jiang Chujia mimicked her move and jumped down from the platform as well. But his body was too heavy, so he predictably twisted his ankle and immediately winced in pain. "Is big brother alright?" Several skinny disciples quickly came to support him, gritting their teeth, but they couldn't lift him up no matter what. "Idiots!" Jiang Chujia cursed through clenched teeth, flailing his arms around causing them to fall over as well, resulting in loud cries of agony across the scene. In the end, the left protector of Xinyang Palace helped adjust Jiang Chujia's dislocated bone and chased both him and those disciples away. Shang Qingshi among the crowd remained completely oblivious to the farce on the platform. To avoid suspicion, he deliberately took out from his spatial bracelet and wore it, covering his face entirely. Then he wandered among the independent cultivators, looking for suitable elder candidates. If someone seemed acceptable, he would sneakily capture a picture with the Lingshao mirror and send it to Feng Yang to review. Feng Yang, too old, looks almost 500 years old already. Don't let him die within Lingshao's sect. Feng Yang, pointed nose and cheeky monkey face, doesn't look trustworthy. Feng Yang, covered in gold and jewels, his life seems pretty comfortable. He probably wouldn't want to disrupt his current situation. Feng Yang always subconsciously refutes others when chatting, "We've got too many rebels in our sect already. Absolutely can't take another one." They checked over 20 individuals, but none satisfied Feng Yang. Shang Qingshi gave up and decided to wait. He recognized neither of the two sects on stage competing. Avoiding the noisy crowds, he found a secluded spot and waited quietly for Ling Xiao's sect's turn. As he was starting to drift off, he inadvertently glanced beside him and noticed an extra person there. Instantly alert, Shang Qingshi turned his head slightly to look, through a hazy layer of white gauze, revealing a kind and smiling face. The man was dressed plainly in green, looking quite refined, with no golden seals around his waist indicating any specific identity, so he must be an independent cultivator. There was ample open grass around, yet this man had chosen specifically to sit beside Shang Qingshi. Shang Qingshi was certain, and doubly sure, that he had never met this person before. Before he could open his mouth to ask, the man preemptively said, "Is the item hanging from your waist, perhaps, the renowned Ling Xiao mirror? Are you a member of Ling Xiao's sect?" Shang Qingshi arched an eyebrow. Seeing that Shang Qingshi did not answer, the man continued speaking on his own, "My nephew is a disciple of Ling Xiao's sect. He hasn't returned home for a very long time. I wonder how he's doing within the sect." "Your nephew?" Shang Qingshi asked curiously, "What's his name?" "Morning." Shang Qingshi seemed to recall. That disciple Morning, during the new disciple assessment originally was supposed to duel with Xia Luyuan, but later due to intoxication, his opponent changed to Yunheng, who defeated him in 3 moves and knocked him off the platform in an undignified manner. In the cultivation world, the more singular a spirit root is, the faster its cultivation speed will be, with celestial spirit roots and variant spirit roots held in the highest regard. However, Morning possessed dual ice-water spirit roots, which Feng Yang had once commented upon. Morning's lifetime achievements would not reach high levels. At best, he might reach late foundation establishment realm unless blessed with some unexpected fortune, making advancement to the gold core stage impossible. Shang Qingshi pulled back the white gauze obscuring his face and fixed his gaze on the person in front of him. This relative of Morning was at least a mid-level gold core cultivator. "May I inquire where esteemed sir practices your art?" Shang Qingshi tentatively asked, "If you're an independent cultivator and truly miss your nephew, why not join my Ling Xiao sect as an elder? This way, you can personally instruct your nephew." The man froze in place. His mouth slightly agape, unable to hear what Shang Qingshi said, he just stared blankly at his face. Behind the veil, lay a visage that could be called unearthly beautiful. His features were exquisitely delicate and stunning, the tail of his eyes slightly turning upwards creating a sense of irresistible allure instantly. Yet, that face appeared as clear and cold as jade, unreachable, like an immortal who had descended to earth. A pure and intense interweaving of innocence and desire, blended almost perfectly, stirring the heart. He painfully swallowed his saliva. He could hear his own heartbeat thump-thump. Sensing that something was off with the other party, Shang Qingshi quickly put down the white gauze and asked, "Brother, did you hear what I just said?" The other party chuckled nervously and replied, "I heard that big sects never hire elders from outside, they only use people they've trained themselves. Not all insiders are useful, sometimes we need to give others some opportunities." Shang Qingshi said, "You should think it over. If you're interested, come find me at Ling Xiao's sect after the cultivation fair ends." With that, he got up and left. The other person hurriedly called him back and said, "My name is Mu Shen." "Alright, I've noted it." Shang Qingshi didn't even turn back as he walked away from the grassy area. After passing a corner, he found someone standing there, which startled him. On closer inspection, it was Xia Luyuan. Patting his chest, Shang Qingshi asked, "It's almost your turn for the competition. Why are you here?" Senior brother Yunheng said he wasn't confident in anyone else taking care of little chicken, so he asked me to hand it over to you. Xia Luyuan held out the chicken, offering it to Shang Qingshi. Shang Qingshi reached out to take it. The chick seemed to like him, its fluffy little head rubbed against his fingers while making constant gulping sounds, its tiny eyes blinking cleverly, extremely adorable. Truly cute, he subconsciously complimented, then suddenly realized something and looked up at Xia Luyuan, who still stood there. "Why aren't you going back?" Chapter 62, Burial on the Spot. Xia Luyuan had seen everything. Just now, when Shang Qingshi sat together with Mu Shen, the latter's gaze toward the former obviously harbored some hidden intentions. His heart sank a bit. But on the surface, he still maintained the demeanor of a well-behaved disciple, covering the gloominess in his eyes, pretending to ask casually, "Master, who was that person earlier?" Wait. What was his name again?" Shang Qingshi looked up at the sky, then down at the ground but couldn't recall. Oh no, could he be developing early dementia at such a young age? In response to Xia Liuyuan's confusion, he could only answer, "He's Morong's uncle. I wanted to recruit several elders externally, found him quite suitable, so we chatted for a bit." "I see," Xia Luyuan nodded thoughtfully. At this moment, the authoritative voice of the left guardian of Xinjiang Palace rang throughout the mountain range. "The 12th team match, Xuannu sect wins. Next, please invite Ling Xiao sect and Chang'e sect disciples to the stage." The competition was about to start. Just as Shang Qingshi was about to speak, Xia Luyuan grabbed his hand and dragged him toward the square. "But I'm not competing, why are you pulling me?" he questioned curiously. Xia Luyuan didn't answer, running faster and faster until his robe flapped loudly in the wind. Once they reached the square, he let go and jumped straight onto the platform, leaving Shang Qingshi standing below the platform, facing everyone's curious glances without daring to take a breath. It was at this time that he remembered some old matters about Jiang Chujie's new sect, Changle sect. This Changle sect was quite peculiar. They loved picking up trash. Not only did they admit disciples expelled by other sects, but they also encouraged the use of throwing weapons, utilizing any despicable means. However, the founding ancestor of Changle's sect was De Xianzi, the first beauty of the cultivation world. She unfortunately perished while resisting the demon clan, leaving countless to lament her fate. Even though she has been dead for 700 years, and the current Changle sect leader has no blood relation to her whatsoever, out of respect for her, Changle sect remains among the renowned righteous sects. Who would have thought Changle sect grew even more audacious and injured Lingxiao sect's disciples using throwing weapons during a previous cultivation fair? Shang Qingshi's stepfather was enraged, giving them a thorough thrashing, leading Changle sect to decline ever since. All their capable elder disciples fled, leaving only the weak and elderly behind. That explained why after joining, Jiang Chujie gained so much attention. Despite that, he remained highly confident on the platform. I'm just curious, who on earth came up with the idea to make 3 offense-type cultivators participate in a team battle? The trio ignored him. As soon as the left guardian of Zhenyang Palace declared the match officially started, Mingzhu swiftly darted forward, kicking the cheer-refining disciple off the stage with one swift kick. Only then did a crack finally appear on Jiang Chujie's confident facade. Mingzhu smirked brightly at him and retorted, "Tell me, can 3 offense specialists actually compete?" Jiang Chujie gritted his teeth. Mingzhu kicked at him, but due to his body's advantage, he didn't budge at all. The layers of flabby muscles perfectly protected him. He reached out to grab Mingzhu's leg, scaring her into retreating hastily as if she were avoiding an epidemic, showing her obvious aversion. Retreating back to her 2 senior brothers, she summoned a newly purchased ancient zither. Her delicate jade-like fingers hovered over the strings. "Being able to hear me play such beautiful music is truly lucky for you." The 2 beside her immediately covered their ears. Shang Qingshi below the stage also covered his ears, the action so skilled it was heart-wrenching. The zither sound suddenly rang out, and Jiang Chujie along with his teammates kept retreating. One teammate didn't even notice that behind him was the edge of the platform, foaming at the mouth as he fell down. A more terrifying noise than any racket reverberated around Zhenyang Palace, carrying waves of sound that harmed the ears of everyone present. The audience below reacted like a boiling oil pot. Those with high cultivation levels pointed and criticized Mingzhu, while those with lower cultivation had already lost consciousness, peacefully closing their eyes. After one song ended, Mingzhu took back her zither, smiling at Jiang Chujie, "On your side, only you are left. Are you not going to surrender?" Badly damaged by the music, Jiang Chujie barely stabilized his obese figure, panting heavily, "Surrender? I don't know how to write these 2 characters. We'll kindly teach you how to write them today." Mingzhu tilted her chin and directed the 2 beside her, "Go, give him some color to see." After speaking, she directly jumped off the platform, an act that stunned the audience completely. She walked to Shang Qingshi's side, stretched lazily, and said, "They can surely win, so I'll rest a bit." Taking out a large packet of stamina-enhancing pills from her storage ring, she chewed them like candy beans, crunching loudly. Seeing everyone looking at her, she asked unclearly, "What are you looking at? Have you never seen a beauty?" Everyone averted their gaze, yet their constantly twitching mouths still expressed their dissatisfaction towards her. Mingzhu was confused. Why do they have such expressions? "I haven't done anything special." Shang Qingshi tactfully said, "Have you considered changing weapons? Xia Luyuan and Yunheng both use swords, and your use of a zither makes you seem ungrouped." Not catching his underlying meaning, Mingzhu smacked her lips. "Why should I change? Once I get better at playing, after completing the task and returning home, I can instantly debut as a big star." Shang Qingshi pinched his temples. With her level, instant debuting probably wasn't hopeful, but causing people to grieve on the spot was certainly ample enough. The competition on the stage continued. Xia Luyuan and Yunheng simultaneously wielded their swords toward Jiang Chujie. With much difficulty, Jiang Chujie exchanged a few moves with them but was soon forced into a corner. Their attacks were too fast and dense, giving him no chance to create spirit powerballs. He could only passively take the beating. Frost's descending sword aimed at his face, narrowly dodged, then Yunheng's destined sword stabbed from another direction, cutting a bloody big wound on his arm. The audience below shook their heads. The disciple of Chang Lu sect is really worse than the last. The coffin lid of flute sound fairy might be unable to hold steady. I wanted to watch an evenly matched battle, not a one-sided pounding. Let it end quickly so I can watch the next match. Facing these ridicule voices, Jiang Chujie ground his teeth. His whole body was covered in wounds of various sizes, the pain making him kneel down. Yunheng asked, "Your teammates are gone, are you not conceding?" Xia Luyuan was lazy to ask useless questions. Regardless of whether Jiang Chujie concedes or not, he wanted to beat the person up and kick him off the platform. Holding the sword, he rushed over. As he got closer and closer to Jiang Chujie, the latter suddenly revealed a grotesque smile and roared, "Those 2 wastes were just there for the count. Why should I concede? It's you who should concede." The surrounding airflow distorted strangely. A bamboo flute appeared above Jiang Chujia's head, crazily drawing the blood seeping out of him, and then erected a golden barrier, shielding him within. What is this? Xia Luyuan frowned, and someone below screamed, answering his doubt just in time. This is Flute Sound Fairy's magic artifact. Ling Xiao's sect has definitely lost. Chapter 63, Bamboo Flute Illusion. Long ago, Changlu's sect's ancestor Flute Sound Fairy, clad in white flowing garments, was a peerless beauty who always carried a bamboo flute in her arms. Born into a wandering cultivator family, the world always ignored her extremely high cultivation talent because of her beauty. Moreover, since her weapon was a bamboo flute which seemed to have no attacking power, they assumed she was frail. Until one personal competition during a certain cultivation meeting, where she single-handedly challenged 60 disciples from other sects consecutively and won first place, spreading her renown throughout the entire cultivation realm. The bamboo flute in her hand was never meant to be played, instead, it was powered by blood to conjure up a horrifying illusion that lasted indefinitely. After founding the Changlu sect, she tragically died during a battle against the demon race. Her bamboo flute then became the sect's prized treasure. It seemed that the current sect leader was eager to reverse the declining fortunes of Changlu sect and had thus brought out this treasured artifact. On the competition stage, clouds of smoke billowed forth, halting Xia Luyuan and Yunheng in their tracks. Their gazes were vacant, as though they had fallen into some form of delusion. At such a moment, if someone were to attack them, they would certainly be defeated. Unfortunately, Jiang Chujie did not dare to step outside the golden barrier, lest he also fall into the illusion. Even so, he couldn't help but grin smugly. The humiliation he suffered earlier now filled him with indescribable satisfaction, making him want to burst into triumphant laughter. This ultimate technique was originally reserved for the personal matches. Since you forced me to use it, enjoy it thoroughly. Jiang Chujie muttered under his breath, glancing down at the audience and locking eyes with the sect leader of Changlu. The latter gave an approving nod, seemingly proud of his performance. This made him even more arrogant. He redirected his gaze, searching through the crowd for Shang Qingshi's figure, hoping to see tears streaming down his face. He had always proclaimed that he, Jiang Chujie, was a 1 in 10,000 genius, bound to shine wherever he went. Now, having been expelled from Ling Xiao's sect by Shang Qingshi, the latter must surely regret it bitterly, his insides probably green with envy. After some time, he finally located Shang Qingshi among the crowd. However, the latter wore a type of veil, obscuring his elegant features completely, leaving his expression entirely unreadable. Mingzhu beside him stamped her feet impatiently. I shouldn't have stepped down so early. If I'd known about this trick of Jiang Chujie's. There's nothing to be done about it now, said Shang Qingshi, exceptionally calm. He stroked the little chick in his bosom and watched the stage with composure. Illusions magnify inner desires, bringing out negative emotions like greed, anger, and ignorance. They cause terror and make one unable to even pick up their weapon, achieving victory without a fight. As the male protagonist, Yunheng embodied righteousness and purity. Having never committed any evil deeds in his life, he wouldn't be trapped in the illusion for long. Regarding Xia Luyuan, although he was the demon lord in the original storyline, he was now Shang Qingshi's obedient disciple, following orders meticulously. Such a person should not succumb to the illusions either. Shang Qingshi was confident about this. Meanwhile, within the illusion, Xia Luyuan looked down at his hands covered in blood, the red glaring and shocking. His long lashes quivered as he suddenly raised his head to see Yi Xian standing before him, whom he had once killed. Yi Xian had disheveled hair, pale complexion devoid of blood, and an ominous corpse spot on the right side of his cheek, radiating eerie vibes. He stared unblinkingly at Xia Luyuan, shouting repeatedly, I'll tell the master it was you who killed me. Shut up. Xia Luyuan swung the frost-descending sword, slicing Yi Xian into two halves. Yet, despite this, Yi Xian's eyes remained wide open, muttering word by word, repeating the same sentence, I'll tell the master it was you who killed me. The surrounding air reeked of putrid decay. Xia Luyuan retreated a step backward, only to feel something touch his back. Looking behind him, there stood the two rich young masters whose bones he had ground to powder and scattered to the winds. Like Yi Xian, these two men had disheveled hair and horrifying appearances, emitting hoarse sounds alongside Yi Xian's frantic yelling, driving Xia Luyuan further back step by step. Outside the illusion, he stood motionless, his legs retreating while his gaze fixated ahead. His proximity to the edge of the platform grew closer with each passing second. The onlookers gleefully mocked, what is he seeing? A few more steps back, and it will all be over. Shang Qingshi inhaled sharply. This shouldn't happen. What had the boy done to be so frightened by the illusion? Feeling assured of victory, Jiang Chujie turned away from Xia Luyuan and focused his attention on Yunheng. Yunheng stood dumbly at the same spot. In his illusion, there was no terrifying scene, only an endless expanse of forest. He was busy picking flowers, weaving flower wreaths, then picking more flowers and weaving more wreaths. Dimly, he recalled that the flower wreaths were intended for someone, though he could no longer remember exactly who. Watching Yunheng remain frozen outside the illusion, Jiang Chujie felt bored and redirected his attention back to Xia Luyuan. Xia Luyuan had already reached the edge of the competition stage. With just one more step backward, he would be disqualified from this match. Jiang Chujie tried hard to suppress his inner excitement and grinned, revealing the corners of his mouth. However, in the next instant, Xia Luyuan abruptly stopped at the edge, and his body once again became motionless. What happened? Just when victory was within sight, the cooked duck had flown away. Jiang Chujie could hardly believe it, experiencing a sense of panic. He tightened his fists and glared at Xia Luyuan's legs, hoping he would take another step back. Unfortunately, things went against his wishes, as not only did Xia Luyuan not retreat, but he started moving forward instead. In the illusion, Xia Luyuan suddenly laughed aloud. His laughter was deep and hoarse, his face devoid of expression as he stared at the three living dead. Without regard for the blood covering his hands, he roughly tore off the ribbon binding his hair. His jet-black long hair instantly fell down, concealing more than half of his face, making him resemble an evil ghost that had crawled out of hell even more. Xia Luyuan lowered his head and looked at the little rabbit tied to the hilt of his sword, curling his lips into a faint smile. He reached out and caressed the broken jade tassel on the rabbit's tail. Then, raising his head, his pitch-black eyes were emotionless but exuded an extremely calm sense of madness. Do you think this will scare me? That's truly regrettable, I don't feel an ounce of regret. If you have really turned into ghosts, remember to come find me. If I could kill you once, I can do it again. Holding the sword, he violently hacked at Yi Xian's severed corpse repeatedly, showing no sign of stopping even as blood mixed with meat splattered onto his face. Only after hacking the person into a pile of scraps did Xia Luyuan seem to still want more. He pulled his hand back, glanced at the two young masters, and set their bodies ablaze with flames roaring from his palms, reducing them to ashes once more. The surroundings became empty. He raised the frost-descending sword and fiercely slashed it across the air. With a loud rumble, the illusion shattered bit by bit before him. Chapter 64, Removing the Thorn in the Eye. At the same moment, the mist outside the illusion suddenly dispersed, and the golden barrier protecting Jiang Chujie vanished in the blink of an eye. The bamboo flute dropped from the air, emitting a crisp sound. Caught off guard, Jiang Chujie panicked, looking at the bamboo flute on the ground, then raising his head and gazing toward the two people nearby. Seeing their vacant eyes, they seemed yet to fully wake up from the illusion. Biting his teeth, he charged over with clenched fists. As long as he could knock them off the stage before they woke up, the winner would still be him. The sect master had placed great hopes in him, even entrusting him with the treasured artifact of the sect. He must not lose this match. With bulging eyes, Jiang Chujie watched his fist nearing Xiao Yuan's face, when suddenly his wrist was grabbed and became immovable. Terrified, Jiang Chujie lowered his head and followed the hand to meet Yunheng's clear-eyed gaze. Yes, his strength was considerable. But before an absolute gap in cultivation, this amount of strength didn't count for anything. Yunheng easily restrained him and asked, "Are you still unrepentant?" Before he could finish, Xia Luyuan awakened from the illusion. Seeing Jiang Chujie in front of him, without hesitation, he thrust the frost-descending sword straight into the other's chest. Frost spread from the wound, and Jiang Chujie collapsed onto the ground, his mouth opening helplessly but unable to utter a sound. Attempting to raise his hand, as if trying to strike at Xia Luyuan, he finally slid down powerless. Stunned, Yunheng squatted down and placed his fingers near Jiang Chujie's nose. He's dead. What? At that moment, Xia Luyuan seemed to regain consciousness, covering his mouth in shock. I just came out of the illusion, saw his fist heading toward my face, and instinctively retaliated. It wasn't my intention to take his life. There was complete silence among the spectators below. Still, the left guardian announced, life or death during the competition is not questioned, there is no need for remorse. The 13th team match goes to Ling Xiao sect. Please let the disciples from Zhenyang Palace and Chaotic Snow Peak enter next. Xia Luyuan still seemed weighed down by guilt, nearly losing his balance. Quickly, Yunheng helped support him off the stage while offering reassurance along the way, it's alright, you didn't mean to. We can always burn him more joss paper during festivals. Upon returning to Shangqingshi, Xia Luyuan looked up red-eyed, his appearance resembling that of a pitiful stray dog, master. It was his bad luck, this isn't your fault. Don't worry about it. Shangqingshi patted his head with his usual warmth, his eyes free of any disgust. Handing over the chick in his embrace to Yunheng, he said, go rest. After I watch Zhenyang Palace's match, I'll come find you. Thus, Xia Luyuan felt relieved. He nodded and left here together with Yunheng and Mingzhu. When he turned around, in a place where no one could see, he curled his lips slightly. That was great. He had gotten rid of another thorn in his side. On the stage, the left guardian summoned disciples to carry Jiang Chujie's corpse away. As for the bamboo flute on the ground, just as he was about to pick it up, a loud voice suddenly came from the crowd, hold on. Looking up, the headmaster of Changlo sect was approaching the stage, his expression terrible, clearly upset by the recent failure. The left guardian withdrew his hand, waiting for the headmaster to retrieve it himself. However, at this moment, a grey-clad figure rushed onto the stage first, tightly cradling the bamboo flute in her arms. Upon closer inspection, it was a simply dressed little girl, who appeared to be only 7 or 8 years old. She had no spiritual energy surrounding her, evidently someone incapable of cultivation. The headmaster of Chang Lo Sect's mood had already been unpleasant. Seeing this little girl dare to grab what belonged to him, his anger flared instantly. He gathered a ball of spiritual energy in his hand and hurled it at her. An ordinary human could never withstand such an attack. The left guardian flicked his hand, causing the energy ball to sharply veer off course and explode in midair. Why use lethal force on a commoner, especially a mere child? The left guardian cast a disinterested glance at the headmaster of Chang Lo Sect before squatting down in front of the little girl and gently persuading her, "Could you return the bamboo flute to that uncle? If you like it so much, I can give you some money, and you can buy a new one." Not only did the little girl not loosen her grip, but she hugged the flute even tighter. She stubbornly raised her head, glaring fiercely at the headmaster of Chang Lo Sect, and shouted loudly, "I am the descendant of the flute sound immortal. This bamboo flute rightfully belongs to me." Once again, the previously quiet crowd erupted into heated discussions. "I've heard that after the flute sound immortal perished, her husband and 10-year-old daughter succumbed to overwhelming grief shortly thereafter. It was the great elder who eventually took over as the sect's leader, ensuring the continuation of Chang Lo Sect. That doesn't add up. If all the flute sound immortal's relatives are gone, where did this so-called descendant come from?" In response to the questioning voices, the little girl pulled out a bamboo scroll from her dirty sleeve and showed it to the headmaster of Chang Lo Sect. "It clearly states here how your grandfather murdered the flute sound immortal's husband and daughter." The headmaster of Chang Lo Sect snatched the bamboo scroll. According to its records, his grandfather had gouged out the flute sound immortal's husband and daughter's spirit roots and left them in the wilderness, starting a fire in an attempt to cover up his crimes. However, he left too early, failing to notice that the flute sound immortal's husband had protected his daughter under his body. Although he burned into charcoal, the girl still retained a breath of life. Later, she was saved by a mountain hunter. Without spirit roots, she could not seek justice but instead married and had children like any ordinary person. However, she left behind this bamboo scroll, hoping that one day a descendant would become a cultivator, reclaiming Chang Lo Sect and the bamboo flute. Unfortunately, generation after generation, none of her descendants tested positive for spirit roots and thus were completely unqualified for cultivation. The headmaster of Chang Lo Sect sneered coldly, "How do you prove that what is written here is true?" The little girl didn't bother to argue with him. Instead, she bit her finger, allowing a drop of blood to drip onto the bamboo flute. Sensing the familiar bloodline power, the bamboo flute emitted a faint green light. Sometimes silence speaks louder than words. The headmaster of Chang Lo Sect froze. He hadn't heard his grandfather mention this incident either. Looking around, the expressions of the audience varied below the stage, some were filled with disdain, others with scorn, and still others muttered curses against him. He clenched his fists and laughed abruptly, "Then let's settle this according to the rules of the cultivation world. Let this little girl fight me. If she wins, I'll disband Chang Lo Sect and return the bamboo flute to her. If I win, no one will ever criticize me again. The patriarch's calculations are excellent, she's just a regular human girl. What can she possibly use to fight you?" The left guardian scoffed coldly, but since he was from Xingyang Palace, he couldn't rashly interfere without orders from the palace master. After glancing around the crowd, his gaze finally locked onto Shang Qingshi. Back then, the former headmaster of Ling Shao sect killed his way to Chang Lo Sect for his disciples. Now, Master Shang could take the little girl's place and fight the headmaster of Chang Lo Sect. Chapter 65, Power Does Not Allow. Shang Qingshi, who had been named. He really wanted to help, but his cultivation wouldn't allow it. The headmaster of Chang Lo Sect was at least in the early golden core stage. With the help of his staff, Shang Qingshi, who was merely at the late foundation establishment stage, could barely hold his own against him. But everyone outside thought Shang Qingshi was at least a Yuan infant. If he couldn't eliminate the opponent with a single move, revealing that his cultivation didn't match his appearance, the secret of his alchemical body might be exposed. He stood still, but the audience below was enthusiastic, shouting at him incessantly. "President Shang, hurry up. I've been annoyed by him for a long time. The little girl is so pitiful. President Shang must defeat the headmaster of Chang Lo Sect to comfort the spirit of Lady Flute Sound in heaven." The female leader of Xian Nu sect sitting in the best viewing seat lightly raised her beautiful eyes and said indifferently, "If President Shang does not want to, let me do it. I cannot bear to see women suffer." Shang Qingshi could only pin his hopes on the headmaster of Chang Lo Sect, hoping that the mention of his name would scare off the other party. However, the other side was really stubborn. Even though he knew that his opponent was the celebrated prodigy Shang Qingshi, he still stood firmly on the stage with no intention of stepping down. Shang Qingshi opened his mouth but closed it again. At this moment, someone blocked his path and spoke, "Why should the president move personally? Let me handle it." As if encountering a savior, Shang Qingshi stared blankly at the person. It was exactly the wandering cultivator he met on the grass today, Morong's real uncle. But his name still eluded Shang Qingshi's memory. The headmaster of Chang Lo Sect also had an expression of incomprehension. "Who are you? What does this matter have to do with you?" "I am." Mu Shen intentionally stretched out the tail sound, then curled his lips and smiled, "I am an elder of Ling Shao sect." If it's an elder, he indeed has the qualifications to accept the challenge on behalf of Shang Qingshi. Shang Qingshi sighed in relief, took out the spare elder's golden seal from his space bracelet, and handed it into his palm, waving at him, "Go, finish quickly." Mu Shen tightened his grip on the golden seal, lightly tapping his foot tip, and ascended onto the arena platform. The fight at the golden core level was far more splendid than those among disciples in the foundation establishment stage. Each technique carried beautifully lavish tales. The staff of the Changlu sect master collided with Mu Shen's spear, the sound accompanied by sparks, raising dust underfoot, with colorful light interweaving around them. The onlookers were calling out enthusiastically, praising the spectacle. But it wasn't hard to see that the headmaster of Changlu sect was no match for Mu Shen. After 20 moves, Mu Shen's foot pressed down on the headmaster of Changlu sect, who lay prostrate on the ground like a drenched dog. "You lost. Dissolve Changlu sect and return the bamboo flute to the little girl." "No." The headmaster of Changlu sect seemed to want to struggle, grinding his teeth audibly, with a look full of resentment. "I don't accept it." "What do you have to complain about?" "If President Shang moved personally, whether you are human or ghost now would be uncertain," the left guardian said, "letting an elder face you already gave you a chance, it's just that you're useless yourself." The headmaster of Changlu sect glared at him with hatred and then, as if suddenly remembering something, looked at the little girl beside the left guardian. "Even if my grandfather really conspired for power, our clan has managed Changlu sect well over these years. We may not deserve all the credit, but we deserve some recognition. Moreover, would you really dissolve Changlu sect, which Lady Flute Sound founded?" Seeing that the little girl was unmoved, he softened his tone and asked in a negotiating manner, "I'm willing to return the position of headmaster to you and retreat to the position of deputy headmaster, doing my best to assist you. How does that sound?" The reason why Lady Flute Sound founded Changlu sect was to spread the teachings of the law cultivation sections. But your grandfather, your father, and even you, have always encouraged the disciples to use dirty tricks and resort to foul play during matches, ruining the reputation of both Changlu sect and Lady Flute Sound. It's better to dissolve it sooner rather than later. The little girl may be young, but her speech and reasoning were quite clear. "And you say you will assist me? I am just a common person without spiritual roots. If I really follow you back to Changlu sect, then when you decide to kill or harm me, I wouldn't even have the qualifications to resist. Do you think I'm foolish?" "Well said." The headmaster of Luo Shui Pavilion laughed and stood up. "After Changlu sect dissolves, disciples who are left homeless can come to Luo Shui Pavilion for testing. Those with acceptable talent can become my disciples." Other door heads and guardian elders below also chimed in agreement one after another, making the atmosphere lively and bustling. In the end, the headmaster of Changlu sect slunk away shamefully. The left guardian jumped off the stage with the little girl, and Mu Shen followed. After descending, the little girl went straight to Shang Qingshi, bowing deeply. "Thank you, President Shang. Your great kindness I will never forget." In her hand, she still tightly hugged the bamboo flute. Shang Qingshi said, "You carry treasures but lack the natural talent for cultivation, which will inevitably lead to others coveting your possessions. How will you protect yourself then?" "Don't worry, President Shang. I can arrange for her to live at the foot of the mountain, protected by Xingyang Palace. Others won't dare to cause trouble," said the left guardian. The little girl was extremely grateful, kneeling down and knocking her head on the ground in front of Shang Qingshi, and then did the same toward the left guardian. Shang Qingshi quickly helped her up. Flute Sound Immortal sacrificed herself in the fight against the demon race, which is admirable. Since you're her descendant, I naturally can't bear to see you bullied." The little girl touched by his words sniffled and thanked Mu Shen who stood behind Shang Qingshi before leaving with the left guardian. The competition on stage continued, but Shang Qingshi had no mood to watch it anymore. Not wanting to be suddenly called upon again, he returned with Mu Shen to the resting place of Ling Xiao sect disciples and introduced him to everyone. "This is Mr. Mu. Mu sir, from now on, he will be the newly appointed elder of Ling Xiao sect." He couldn't recall the other person's name, but the latter probably guessed as much, so he smiled softly and nodded at the disciples with a gentle voice. "My name is Mu Shen. You should have met my nephew, his name is." In response to this new elder, everyone reacted differently. "Pay respect to Elder Mu Shen." Yun Hang and two other disciples bowed to him and introduced themselves respectively. Ming Zhu, on the other hand, looked over the man from top to bottom and then grinned, showing her two pointed baby teeth. "Except for Fengyang Elder, all the elders in our sect are old men. Now that Elder Mu Shen has come, it certainly adds a different color. My name is Ming Zhu, I am the only girl in the whole sect, I hope Elder can take care of me more." Only Xia Luyuan neither spoke nor made any movement, not even sparing a glance at Mu Shen. It wasn't until Mu Shen's gaze lingered on Xia Luyuan for a long time that the latter finally deigned to look up. Those eyes were dark enough to startle one's heart. They clearly carried a faint hostility. Chapter 66, Why does the latecomer surpass us? Mu Shen raised his eyebrows imperceptibly, opening his mouth tentatively. "This is..." Before he could finish, Shang Qingshi suddenly grabbed Xiao Yuan's hand and walked into the room. "You guys chat first, I need to talk to him." Perhaps due to being nominated earlier, causing great inner anxiety, the cold poison that had been quietly residing in his dantian began to act up again. The hand holding onto Xiao Yuan's was shaking slightly. To avoid being discovered, he walked extremely fast. The door slammed shut. Although blocked from view, Mu Shen still gazed steadily at that direction. Mingzhu suspiciously stroked her chin, sensing something was off. She opened her mouth, answering the question Mu Shen had asked earlier, that was senior brother Xia Luyuan. His personality is a bit reserved, he doesn't like talking much, elder please don't hold it against him. Ah. Mu Shen absent-mindedly nodded, still staring at that direction. This made Mingzhu even more confused, prompting her to ask inwardly. It's too strange. Could Mu Shen be gay? Suddenly, the voice of the all-seeing system sounded in her mind. Congratulations host, successful identification. This is the 7th gay man you found. As long as you find another 43, you will be able to return smoothly to the real world. Mingzhu, surprised face. Mingzhu, .o_. Mingzhu, surprised face. Ah. Her blouse, her jacket, her little brain turned into dates. She hugged her head, looking like she couldn't accept it, hurriedly rushing towards Shang Qingshi's room. Something bad happened. Mingzhu kicked the door open, and when she saw the inside scene, swallowed the rest of her words back down her throat. The first thing that caught her eye was a wide wooden bed. Next came the pink bedsheet, the pink quilt, and in Xia Liuyuan's arms, Shang Qingshi whose cheeks were flushed pink from the heat. Just as she was about to scream, Shang Qingshi immediately signaled her to keep quiet, lowering his voice in explanation, we're just treating the cold poison, don't jump to conclusions. Mingzhu, what's wrong? Mu Shen walked over, and Mingzhu hastily shut the door again, turning around, looking left and right, trying to find an excuse. Finally, she fixed her gaze on the pheasant chick in Yunhang's hands, snatching it and running out quickly, bad news. The chick is starving. I just fed it. Yunhang scratched his head in confusion, worried that she might do something to the chick, and hurriedly followed out, little sister, put it down quickly, don't let it get stuffed. Mu Shen stopped in front of the tightly closed door. He was about to push it open when the remaining 2 disciples reminded him, Elder, our master never likes to be disturbed. Without his permission, no one is allowed to enter his room. Is that so? He really wanted to go in and see what these 2 were doing, but for now, his hand reluctantly retreated. Inside the room was dead silent. Seeing him standing in the doorway in a daze, the 2 disciples stepped forward and carefully opened their mouths. If you have nothing to do, Elder, could you teach us some magic? Mu Shen looked at them and revealed an amiable smile, saying, all right, but it's too cramped here. Let's go out and practice. Naturally, the 2 disciples were grateful and followed him out of the room. Not long after, Mingzhu and Yunhang returned together. The pheasant chick in her arms had its belly stuffed full, sleeping contentedly with its little feet held high. Mingzhu went in first, and when Yunhang was about to enter, she suddenly slammed the door shut, blocking him outside. Master. You take the chick for a walk, then come back in later. To prevent him from breaking the door down forcibly, Mingzhu even set up a simple restriction with seriousness. Given Yunhang's cultivation level, breaking this restriction wouldn't be difficult, but he stood staring at the closed door for half a while, eventually said nothing, and silently squatted in the corner. Inside the room, Mingzhu looked around east and west, making sure no one else was there before opening Shang Qingshi's room again. The cold poison had been temporarily dispelled, and Shang Qingshi was sitting by the table drinking tea, while Xia Luyuan was reading a book by the window. Green bamboo was planted outside the courtyard. The bamboo leaves swayed gently in the wind, casting mottled shadows inside the room through the half-opened wooden window. It truly was a perfect picture of tranquil and beautiful times. Having just basked in the sun outside, Mingzhu was somewhat thirsty. She sat next to Shang Qingshi, picked up a teacup that no one had used, poured herself a cup, and drank naturally as if she were at home. After finishing, she took a deep breath. Things aren't looking good. Xia Luyuan put down the book in his hand, and Shang Qingshi also lifted his eyes, awaiting her explanation. That Mu Shen is a guy who, realizing how modern the term was, Mingzhu quickly changed her words, that Mu Shen likes men. There was silence inside the room. Xia Luyuan stood up and walked to the table side, his eyebrows and eyes slightly sinking as if he carelessly asked, how do you know? Did he personally tell you? Shang Qingshi couldn't help it and sprayed all the tea on the table. He knew that Mingzhu possessed the system. If she said Mu Shen liked men, then that person was absolutely 100% into men, without error. Mingzhu, hands on her hips, responded assertively, Xia Senior, ask your own conscience, have I ever lied to you? I swear by my own personality that Mu Shen likes men, and more importantly, he has feelings for our master. As soon as these words came out, Shang Qingshi got choked by the remaining tea in his mouth and began coughing, gasping for breath. Xia Luyuan immediately patted his back to soothe his breathing. When he calmed down slightly, hesitatingly he said, no way, I've only met Mu Shen twice. I'm not familiar with him. Seeing that he didn't believe her, Mingzhu had no choice but to pull Xia Luyuan out. She blinked her eyes and asked, since our master can't feel it due to being slow to react, can't you feel it, senior brother? Xia Luyuan lowered his gaze, thinking about something. After half a moment, he casually said, that Mu Shen really doesn't seem like a good person. That's exactly right. Mingzhu nodded her head like a pecking chicken. You know, relationships are based on who gets there first. I'm taking your side, brother. Seeming somewhat surprised, Xia Luyuan took a step back and asked, do I look so obvious? There was nothing to hide. Perhaps, since Shang Qingshi gave him the Frostfall sword, since Shang Qingshi praised him as a unique moon, since Shang Qingshi only cooked chicken soup and made preserves for him, amidst countless biases, the feeling named liking had already sprouted uncontrollably. He was just a bit taken aback that Shang Qingshi himself hadn't realized it, but the bystander Ming Zhu did. The others might not know you like our master, but I can see it in your eyes. After all, her mission here was to wish happiness for those homosexual souls in this world. Senior brother Xia, have you heard a song? Under Xia Luoyuan's curious gaze, she started spinning around while singing. Why does the latecomer surpass us? Because the former doesn't compete nor grab. Chapter 67, Don't Draw Next Time. Not only does she play the qin badly, her singing is also off-key. Although Xia Luyuan was hearing this kind of song for the first time, he instinctively felt that the melody should not be this twisty. Lips pursed, he said, I will not let our master go to him. Perfect. Ming Zhu nodded in satisfaction and gave him a thumbs up. Outside the half-covered window, a head slowly rose, eerily looking at them. Xia Luyuan and Ming Zhu turned their heads to stare at Yun Hang's face outside the window, creating a moment of silence inside the room so profound that even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. Ming Zhu sharply sucked in a breath. How much did you hear? All of it. Yun Hang displayed an expression full of curiosity, his eyes twinkling with interest. Is it really possible for two men to fall in love? Of course, not only can two men fall in love, but also two women can fall in love, even humans and demons can love each other. Ming Zhu gazed skyward. The most fragrant is bone surgery, though I occasionally also read forth love. The earlier part was clear enough to Yun Hang, but as for the latter part, he didn't understand, yet he still nodded his head in agreement. Good, I've learned. Ming Zhu looked at him doubtfully. This pure protagonist wouldn't comprehend bananas, pears, or big radishes. She had thought about telling him to go play somewhere else, but she reconsidered and asked, Cloud brother Yun Hang, are you siding with Senior Xia or Elder Mu Shen? I think neither side works well, Yun Hang said seriously. A cultivator should have no emotional attachment, no passion or love. As it says on the first page of the sword manual, forget your lover. Without love in the heart, the sword draws naturally with spirit. Ming Zhu sighed disappointingly, then slammed the window shut, nailing it tightly with a wooden strip beside her to cut off Yun Hang's view. Go play somewhere else. After saying this, she walked out 2 steps and remembered to wink at Xia Luyuan. It's up to you, Senior Xia. When she opened the door to go out, she didn't forget to close it again properly. The room became completely sealed off, with not even a thread of light entering. Xia Luyuan turned around, returning to Shang Qingshi's room. Shang Qingshi was still drinking tea. With pale and long fingers tightly gripping the slightly cool teacup, his neatly trimmed nails revealed a faint naked pink hue. He bowed his head, taking a small sip, but his thoughts were far away from the tea itself. Hearing the sound of the door opening, he lifted his gaze like amber-colored crystal orbs, meeting Xiao Yuan's eyes in silence. Without words. For a long time, it seemed like Shang Qingshi attempted to ease the awkward tension by finding a topic. What did you see during today's competition in the illusion? Of course, it was seeing his enemies and defeating them again, which felt extremely satisfying. Even though this crossed his mind, Xia Luyuan suddenly lowered his eyelashes, the shadowy light from outside falling on him, leaving half of his face in shadows while the rest exhibited a look of grievance. In the illusion, I saw the scene where my master whipped me and made me kneel in the snowfield. Shang Qingshi. The topic originally intended to alleviate the awkwardness ended up making it more awkward now. Xia Luyuan moved forward, hiding his head very affectionately into his bosom. Ordinarily, Shang Qingshi would find it improper, but now, feeling guilty, his body only slightly trembled without pushing the person away. After hesitating for a moment, he placed his somewhat stiff hand onto Xiao Yuan's back, lightly hugging him in return, his voice soft. There's nothing to worry about, all of it has passed. Xia Luyuan continued rubbing against him, savoring this tranquil time. After quite some time, he murmured unclearly, I like Master so much. Master likes you too. Shang Qingshi apparently misunderstood what he meant, thinking it was the kind of liking a child has for an elder, responding naturally. Xia Luyuan didn't bother to explain. He just quietly enjoyed these brief moments of peace. All sects had already completed the first round of matches, and the next step was to conduct the lottery for the second round of matches. Ming Zhu couldn't wait. My luck is good, right? Just now, I drew Changyue sect, won easily. Let me draw the sign for the second round. No one opposed her. In great anticipation, she climbed the stage and stood among disciples of various sections. When the bamboo tube reached her front, she quickly drew a lot. Number 1. That was truly great. The match would end quickly so they could return to sleep. She glanced around and asked, who is number 1? It's me. Behind her came a sweet, teasing voice. When Ming Zhu turned around, she nearly blinded her eyes due to the bright red clothing. The girl smirked, but she wasn't looking at Mingzhu on the stage. Instead, her gaze was fixated on Yunheng below. Didn't expect we'd be so destined to meet already in the second round. She was Wei Chunyi. Ling Xiaosek's opponent for this round would be Xinyang Palace. Unfortunately, Yunheng had no intention of paying her any attention. He just stared at Mingzhu walking down the stage with her hands cradling her head and pursed his lips, saying, "I'm not ready yet. Am I already going to face the champion of the previous immortal cultivation competition so soon?" Shang Qingshi looked at her as well. "You drew a great sign. Don't draw next time." The disciples drawing lots had all gone off the stage, and the left defender was about to announce the start of the match when suddenly there was an earthquake, throwing the entire Xinjiang mountain range into chaos. Shang Qingshi almost lost his balance but was fortunately held by Xia Luyuan beside him. Mu Shen's hand had already reached out, then awkwardly pulled back, and he raised his head to look at the sky that was gradually turning black as if nothing had happened. "What's going on?" The left defender also noticed something unusual. The guard disciples at the sect entrance rushed over in panic, shouting loudly, "It's bad. About 100 demon seeds have gathered and are attacking our sect's protective array." Upon hearing this, people began discussing it in a flurry of voices. Although demon seeds had been rampant recently, most of them acted alone. Such a large-scale collective attack had never occurred before. Apparently, they knew that the immortal cultivation competition was being held here, and all the elite disciples of various sects were present. If they caused turmoil and killed these elite disciples now, it would result in a talent gap in the cultivation world 100 years later. Their idea was good, but they clearly overlooked one thing. Wei Chongyue, the headmaster of Xinyang Palace, was a great Ascension period cultivator, currently the first person in the righteous path. The earthquake stopped, and the sky, which had been getting darker and darker, lit up again, blinding the eyes. Someone slowly descended from the sky, and amidst the glaring light, his expensive black robe stood out even more conspicuously. He raised his hand, and the smooth sect-protecting array immediately rippled like water. And those demon seeds attacking the array were sucked into the ripples and disappeared. The surrounding audience gasped in astonishment one after another. Shang Qingshi looked at Wei Chongyue's face and found it strange. Chapter 68, Learning Expert. The man appeared young, probably having fixed his appearance at 18 years old. He wore a mask covering everything above his nose, only exposing his mouth and a segment of his chin. This exposed part of the chin seemed very familiar to Shang Qingshi. He captured the image and sent it to Feng Yang via Lingxiao mirror. "Shang Qingshi, do you feel like the lower half of this person's face resembles my father? Could he be a long-lost relative of my father?" "Feng Yang, this person is Wei Chongyue, the sect master of Xinyang Palace. Even if he turns to ash, I'd still recognize him." Feng Yang, he was someone who copied others meticulously. Seeing the former sect leader chose the way of the sword, he followed suit but ended up losing miserably in competition. With identical cultivation levels and age, his rare celestial spiritual root couldn't compete against the common water spiritual root of the former sect leader. It was utterly shameful, and eventually, his Taoist heart was broken, forcing him to give up the way of the sword and choose the way of techniques. Feng Yang, later, after the founding of Lingxiao sect by the former sect leader, he similarly established Xinyang Palace, but every time their sects encountered each other, it was Lingxiao sect winning. Feng Yang, furthermore, not only did he imitate the clothing style of the former sect leader, but also his tone of speech, and even went as far as to mimic the face of the former sect leader. You thought only the lower half of his face resembled the former sect leader? In fact, the upper half is even more similar. Feng Yang, after the former sect leader ascended, he immediately went into seclusion claiming preparation for ascension. 30 years later, he emerged, still at the great ascension level. Feng Yang, I remember he's 498 years old now. He has little time left, head sect leader, you don't need to pay attention to him. Shang Qingshi rubbed his forehead. To be honest, when Wei Chongyue appeared, Shang Qingshi thought he was full of authority, capable of making 100 demon seeds disappear with just a wave of his hand, truly a miracle. But after reading Feng Yang's message, he could no longer take this man seriously. Among the onlookers, some quietly discussed. 10 years ago, there were rumors that sect leader Wei had died. How is he still alive? Who knows? Ever since the former sect leader of Lingxiao sect ascended, Wei Chongyue has often gone into seclusion. We last saw him 50 years ago. Suddenly, a long sword appeared before them, cutting off their discussion abruptly. Ning Feiyu pointed his sword tip at their necks, grinning wickedly, looks like what I said at the foot of the mountain didn't do much. You're still gossiping behind the back of Xinyang sect and my master. Terrified cold sweat streamed down their faces as they begged for mercy, but Ning Feiyu showed no mercy and cut off their necks. A sudden silence fell upon everyone. The blood almost splattered onto Shang Qingshi's face nearby. Fortunately, Xia Luyuan extended his hand slightly to block it, and the blood all splashed onto his sleeves. Ning Feiyu seemed to sense something and glared at Xiao Yuan's face with malice, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. Then, he curled his lips into a smile, just about to speak when Wei Chongyue on the stage spoke first. Feiyu, stop fooling around. Yes, master. Ning Feiyu immediately brought his sword beside Wei Chongyue, proudly raising his chin. Wei Qianyi also squeezed in forcefully, whispering softly, "Adoptive father." Ning Feiyu rolled her eyes at her, as if the two sisters were competing for a flower crown. But the body of the person who had just died was still warm, and no one dared to comment on this scene. Wei Chongyue glanced around, apparently feeling bored, and said indifferently, "The immortal cultivation competition has been held for so many editions, always following the same procedures, which has long become monotonous. How about trying something new this time?" Seeing that no one dared to utter a word, he continued, "I have sent those demon seeds into the secret realm. Let's change the team competition into a demon seed hunting match. All disciples will be teleported into the secret realm, and whoever kills the most demon seeds wins." Upon hearing this, the crowd could no longer hold back their shock. Although casualties during the competitions were common, they were nothing unusual. However, letting these Qi condensation and foundation establishment disciples face demon seeds would result in countless deaths, and probably only a few could make it out alive. Has Wei Chongyue gone mad? Does he want the secret realm to flow with the blood of cultivators? Master Wei, even if you want to change the rules halfway, you can't let the disciples stay with demon seeds. The leader of Zun's sect stood up first and opposed. Isn't it better to let the disciples kill beast creatures that your Xinjiang palace has raised? Wei Chongyue glanced over, his expression remaining calm. You can choose to give up the competition, I am not stopping you. This made the patriarchs and elders of various sects hurry to call their disciples away, afraid of what Wei Chongyue might do next. His suggestion was too absurd, so Shang Qingshi also prepared to return home. He had just turned around when Wei Chongyue carelessly glanced at his retreating figure from the platform. Anyone else can leave, but Lingxiao's sect cannot. Hearing this, Shang Qingshi stiffly turned back, meeting the other's gaze. "Shang Qingshi," Wei Chongyue said with leisure, "you don't look like your father." "Ah, right. It's him Wei Chongyue who resembles someone." Shang Qingshi couldn't understand where things went wrong. In the original storyline, Wei Chongyue only became relevant when Yunhang's cultivation reached great ascension level and ended up becoming a puppet controlled by heart demons. Why did he show up now? Had Shang Qingshi known there would be such an incident, he would never have come to Xinjiang Palace. However, on second thought, letting Xia Luyuan and the others enter the secret realm wouldn't really cause significant problems. Demon seeds fear fire and divine beasts. Xia Luyuan happens to possess fire, and Yunhang also has a divine beast. Shang Qingshi lowered his head and looked at the chick in Yunhang's arms. "If he won't let us leave, we'll just have to participate in the competition." Shang Qingshi reached out to rub the chick's little head. "Can you protect them?" The little chick blinked its eyes, emitting a chirp sound, flapping its short wings and flying into the sky, finally landing on Yunhang's head. By this point, the once bustling square filled with people had grown empty, leaving behind only a dozen or so sects whose members weren't afraid to die. Wei Chongyue opened the entrance to the secret realm. Just as Yunhang and the others were about to go in, Shang Qingshi stopped them, feeling uneasy. He summoned his innate magical staff. He tore off ribbons covered in spells and tied them around each of their wrists, even giving one to the chick's neck. "These are items to enhance spiritual power and should be useful to you. Don't confront the demon seeds head-on inside, preserving your lives is paramount." When tying the ribbon for Xia Luyuan, the latter suddenly asked coldly, "Master, if I die, will you be sad?" Shang Qingshi paused his hand for a moment. "Don't say ominous words. You won't die." Xia Luyuan certainly knew that. In fact, he was the safest disciple among them all. The temperature of his variant fire spirit root was so high that no demon seed would dare approach him. As long as he avoided the spirit attacks of the demon seeds, he would survive. Yet he still gloomily lowered his head, looking quite distressed. "I'm afraid I'll never see you again, master." Shang Qingshi quickly embraced him. No problem. When you come out, I'll prepare a full table of your favorite dishes to reward you properly." Chapter 69, Not a Sissy. This moment resembled parting as if for life and death, making Mingzhu sob with tears streaming down her face, deeply moved. "Wah, I want a hug too." Then Xiao Yuan's expression suddenly changed, forcefully grabbing her sleeve and dragging her into the secret realm. "Sister, don't hug anymore, a man and a woman should not have such contact." After everyone entered the secret realm, Mingzhu's rebuttal could still be heard. "Why can't I? Then are the two of you pure?" And Yunhang's understanding words, "If sister insists on hugging, then hug me." Thus they squabbled noisily, as if they were on a spring outing. Upon entering the secret realm, what caught their eyes was an endless forest stretching to the horizon. Occasionally in the sky, there were several winged demon seeds flying by. They did not choose to attack people but instead hovered in the air, trying to find the exit from the secret realm. Mingzhu felt uneasy and rubbed her arms nervously, saying, "Since our master has told us that preservation of life is the priority, we should just find a secluded spot to hide." Time inside the secret realm differed from outside. It was almost dark. At night, the demon seeds would become even more rampant. Xia Luyuan and Yunhang didn't refuse her suggestion. The three of them weaved through the woods and eventually found a slope with a small cave at its base. Just as they were about to enter, a surprised voice came from behind. "Yunhang." They turned around and saw Wei Qianyi standing with two Xinjiang Palace disciples in the distance, warmly waving at Yunhang. "Yunhang, come over and join us." We've just hunted a demon seed, and we're going to roast it for food. Her eyes only held space for Yunheng. As for Xia Luyuan and Mingzhu, she treated them as if they were invisible air. Mingzhu disdainfully sneered and tightly grabbed onto Yunheng's sleeve, lessening her strength slightly to avoid hurting him, glaring firmly, "Big brother, you're not really going to follow her, are you? Right? You wouldn't dare." "I didn't." Before Yunheng could finish his sentence, Wei Qiunyai had already appeared right before him, firmly seizing his other arm, glaring with hostility at Mingzhu. "Let go. The one who should let go is you." Mingzhu refused to back down. Realizing she was shorter than Wei Qiunyai, she specially stood on tiptoe, glaring fiercely at the other. "He is a disciple of Lingxiao sect. What relation does he have with your Xinjiang palace? I advise you to release him immediately, or don't blame me for being rude to you." Wei Qiunyai issued a derisive snort, narrowing her narrow phoenix-like eyes. "I'm merely inviting him to eat, not asking him to betray Lingxiao sect. Why are you so agitated? Moreover, do you dare to touch me? A person's greatest virtue is self-awareness, which clearly you lack. The truly unaware person is you. Your dear adoptive father obviously harbors enmity against our Lingxiao sect, yet you as his adoptive daughter still cling on eagerly like this? Whom I cling to is my own business. Even my adoptive father doesn't control me, so who are you to meddle?" Neither would yield, and the atmosphere became tense. Xia Luyuan, unwilling to watch any longer, picked up some firewood outside the cave and plucked a few broad leaves, then went in. The Lutadine chicken atop Yunheng's head seemed also tired of the commotion, flapping its tiny wings to land on Xiao Yuan's shoulder and enter the cave with him. Pulled this way and that, Yunheng took a deep breath and finally spoke, "Can both of you please let go?" His tone was still as gentle as ever, though tinged with slight helplessness. Realizing he was upset, Wei Qiunyai immediately released her grip. However, Mingzhu stubbornly pulled Yunheng into the cave as if triumphant. "Hey! You break martial morality." Wei Qiunyai belatedly reacted and rushed over, intending to grab Yunheng's hand again. He said to her, "Thank you for your kindness, but as his elder brother, I cannot abandon my junior siblings or my little chicken. However, rest assured, if you encounter any difficulties in the secret realm later on, as long as I am free, I will certainly help." Wei Qiunyai blinked. What a very responsible man, she liked it. Then so be it, she smiled at Yunheng sweetly. When her gaze shifted to Mingzhu, her smile disappeared instantly, seemingly hinting, "This secret realm is very dangerous. You must take good care of this little spoiled sister. She's nothing like me, she lacks the means to protect herself." "Who exactly are you calling spoiled?" Mingzhu kicked the nearby tree trunk, snapping it cleanly, which fell with a thunderous crash, kicking up clouds of dust. Wei Qiunyai's mouth twitched. In the end, she said nothing and led the two Xinjiang Palace disciples away from here. Fearing she might return to cause trouble, Mingzhu quickly dragged Yunheng into the cave. Xia Luyuan had already cleaned up the dirty cave, making a fire with the wood and using the large leaves as cushions. Everything was neatly arranged. He lifted his eyelids and looked at Mingzhu. "So, it seems like you've won, little sister." "Of course. How could I possibly lose to her?" Mingzhu released Yunheng and triumphantly placed her hands on her hips. That Ms. Wei clearly harbored ill intentions, but fortunately with her around, Yunheng's purity as the male lead of a clear-flowing literature piece was preserved. Looking around, she said, "I saw some medicinal herbs outside earlier, I'll go pick some to refine some pills." Yunheng had already sat down but upon hearing her words, he stood up again. "Then why didn't you say so before? I could have accompanied you." "Don't need your company." Mingzhu shook her head and marched off determinedly, her figure swift like a gust of wind. "I want everyone under heaven to know that I am no pampered brat." Seeing her leave the cave, Xia Luyuan pursed his lips. Did that adoptive daughter of the Xinjiang Palace leader offend her? "I don't know." Yunheng shrugged. "They suddenly got mad, and I don't even know what they're upset about." Xia Luyuan thought to himself that discussing such matters with Yunheng was like playing music to a cow, it was utterly futile. Therefore, he forced the topic to shift, saying, "There are plenty of demon seeds outside, we should still go check on her, and look for something to eat." Standing up, Yunheng followed suit. Noticing the Lutadine chicken still perched on Xiao Yuan's shoulder, Yunheng reached out to grab it, but this little creature seemed to have discovered some new landmass, its sharp claws gripping firmly onto Xiao Yuan's clothes, refusing to come down. Yunheng gave up, puzzled. When did this chick grow a red feather on its butt? Xia Luyuan turned his head to look. Indeed there was a red tail feather there, very noticeable among the white feathers. Maybe when I lit the fire earlier, it was fluttering near the fire and accidentally got burned. Even he wasn't too sure, offering it as a tentative explanation. Yunheng nodded thoughtfully. It seems to really like fire. Previously, it always hovered near candles, and once its head almost fell into the flames. Luckily, I quickly grabbed it out. At that moment, a scream came from outside the cave. Chapter 70, A Face Thicker Than a Wall. Xia Luyuan instinctively asked, "Is it Mingzhu?" It's not her voice. Yunheng could tell the difference, quickly speeding up to walk out of the cave. Let's take a look. The two came out of the cave together, only to see all the surrounding trees broken. Standing amidst them was a 2-zhang-tall demon seed, closely resembling a human except that it lacked any hair, bearing a shiny bald head, its mouth wide open showing sharp and slender teeth. Its back had a dagger sticking in it, clearly aimed at the vital point. Unfortunately, it was far too tough-skinned, and the dagger failed to pierce through its heart, instead provoking its anger. Beneath its foot lay a disciple of an unknown sect, the disciple's intestines pierced and his stomach ripped apart, looking extremely bloody, their tattered clothing already soaked crimson red with blood. Not far away, the disciple's 2 companions, both crying and retreating step by step, were in a panic. The 2 young girls were terrified, spotting Xia Luyuan and Yunhang, they immediately sought help. Help us. We are disciples of Fusheng Juemei Tower. Fusheng Juemei Tower and Lingshao sect were both located within the boundaries of Hundred Birds Kingdom, maintaining a policy of non-interference with one another without much interaction. Xia Luyuan had no intention of helping. You can call him cold-blooded or merciless, but there were more than 30 disciples, yet over 100 demon seeds. If they helped everyone they saw, there would be no end to it. Wei Chongyue had given them a chance, and knowing their insufficient strength, they still dared to enter the secret realm, it was no fault of others. But the warm-hearted Yunheng had already rushed forward with his sword drawn, and Xia Luyuan couldn't just let him fight alone, so he had to join the fray. Demon seeds feared fire, and flames erupted from Xia Luyuan's palm, grayish-white in color. Before he tossed it, the Lutadine chicken that had been steadily perched on the demon seed's shoulder suddenly plunged into the flames. Then, that tiny body disappeared into the flames. Xia Luyuan was stunned, watching a streak of red light burst forth from the flames, shooting straight into the sky. With a crisp phoenix cry, the fiery wings spread out from the horizon, his dark-as-inked pupils reflecting the image of the phoenix about to take flight. Each feather on its wings blazed with intense firelight, its long and beautiful tail feathers glowing resplendently under the last rays of sunset. The demon seed wore an expression of terror, clutching its head with both hands. The phoenix descended, engaging in fierce combat with it. Within moments, the demon seed's entire skin was scorched, thrashing as its life ebbed away. The phoenix plucked out its eyeballs and sat on its corpse, releasing a satisfied belch. Xia Luyuan looked on in shock, and so did Yunheng, who after a long pause, shouted in disbelief, "Chick." The phoenix glanced at him, its flames suddenly extinguishing as it reverted to the Lutadine chicken's form, flying to perch atop his head with a chirp. Xia Luyuan and Yunheng exchanged bewildered looks. I've read in ancient texts that there's a divine beast called the phoenix. They feed on the eyeballs of demon seeds. In their juvenile stage, they look like unremarkable sparrows, only reborn through fire. Yunheng pointed at the Lutadine chicken perched on his head, but this doesn't look like a sparrow. This is clearly a Lutadine chicken. The Lutadine chicken, dissatisfied, chirped once more, its tiny claws digging into Yunheng's scalp, messing up his hair. However, Xiao Youyuan's attention had shifted from the bird when he noticed the demon seed's corpse gradually disappearing, leaving behind only the dagger stuck in its body and a wooden plaque. The wooden plaque was engraved with Jinyang Palace's emblem. It seemed the more plaques one obtained, the more demon seeds one had slain. He moved to pick up the plaque when the 2 quivering disciples suddenly appeared and said, "This demon seed was one we discovered first. The plaque should belong to us." Xia Luyuan paused, lifting his dark eyes, displeased as he glared at them. Even though Yunheng was kind-hearted, he knew right from wrong, trying to reason with them sensibly. If it weren't for us, you 2 would have already ended up like your companion, dead beneath the demon seed's feet. Moreover, we were the ones who killed it, the plaque should rightfully be ours. Unwilling to admit defeat either verbally or physically, the 2 disciples put on a pitiful expression, coaxing them, "Good brothers, you're so capable, you'll surely kill many more demon seeds. Please give this one to us." Seeing their flirtatious behavior, Yunheng shook his head in disapproval and stepped back hastily, "That's highly improper." Xia Luyuan didn't even flinch, his gaze calm as he said coolly, "Move aside. I don't like girls." The 2 disciples exchanged glances and eventually left reluctantly. After some time had passed, Mingzhu returned slowly, holding a bunch of medicinal herbs in her hands. She surveyed the chaotic surroundings and asked, "Did a demon seed come here just now?" But it has already been dealt with," Yunheng replied, "Don't wander too far. We worry about you." "What's there to fear? I can run fast, not even demon seeds can catch me." Mingzhu muttered, "Next time if a demon seed comes, I won't care about you guys and will escape alone." Though she spoke thus, in past situations of real danger, she had never abandoned her teammates. She placed down the medicinal herbs and took out some mushrooms from her sleeves. "I saw carp in the stream earlier over there, but a demon seed was guarding it then. It must have gone by now. I want to check again." With that, she was about to leave when Yunheng, uneasy hearing how far she traveled, hurriedly followed suit. Xia Luyuan could only carry the medicinal herbs and mushrooms back into the cave alone. Outside the secret realm, before each sect leader and elder lay a basin of water. On the surface of the water, scenes were projected showing the current status of disciples inside the secret realm from various sects. Wei Chongyue had already left, leaving Ning Feiyu alone to guard Jinyang Palace's side. Mu Shen had returned to the rest area with 2 disciples who didn't participate in the group competition, so Lingshao sect only remained with Shang Qinshi here. The elder of Fusheng Zhuimei Tower lifted his head unhappily, looking at Shang Qingshi. Since your disciple from Lingshao's sect has a divine beast like the phoenix, why care about a mere wooden plaque? Truly stingy. Shang Qingshi smirked coldly, pointing at a nearby low wall. Do you see this wall? Confused, the other listened as Shang Qingshi said calmly, your face is thicker than this wall. The other coldly huffed, his old face alternating between green and red as he continued to stare at the basin in resentment. Shang Qingshi didn't bother with him further, lazily yawning as he watched in the image, Xia Luyuan skillfully skewering mushrooms onto branches and roasting them over the fire. He could cook. Then why did the fish get burnt last time? Feeling puzzled deep down, his peripheral vision suddenly noticed the empty podium and felt something was missing. Where's Ning Feiyu? Shang Qingshi furrowed his fine brows as if sensing something, abruptly looking back. Sure enough, Ning Feiyu was there, sneaking around nervously, then stepping into a corner. Chapter 71, He lost his freedom. If it had been anyone else, Shang Qingshi might not have cared. But since it was Ning Feiyu, caution was inevitable. This person bore a blood feud with Xia Luyuan, and sneaking around like that certainly meant nothing good was coming. Shang Qingshi got up and, unnoticed by others, came to the corner. On the wall, a black hole had appeared at some unknown time, and Ning Feiyu's figure had already vanished. Where did this black hole lead? Shang Qingshi, puzzled, stretched out his pale, slender fingers and gently prodded it. Unexpectedly, this black hole had suction force, pulling him in roughly. His body was swallowed by an endless night, with pitch darkness all around. Then faint light appeared, gradually spreading. As his feet touched the ground again, he finally saw clearly where he was. It was a dense forest, identical to the scene he'd seen in the basin of water. This was the secret realm imprisoning demon seeds. Damn, Ning Feiyu was indeed heading for Xia Luyuan. He must have seen through the water basin that Xia Luyuan was alone in the cave, specifically choosing this moment to act. Shang Qingshi looked around, finding the location of the cave through toppled trees. Passing through the dark cave walls, he found a more concealed position and peeked inside while summoning his staff to begin crafting a magic formation. Xia Luyuan was already standing face to face with Ning Feiyu. The latter didn't seem eager to make a move, instead grinning broadly as he observed Xia Luyuan from head to toe, looking as if he'd naturally come across an old friend after many years. Are you, the kid from Xia village? I remember Xinjiang Palace having something that can probe into the secrets of the realms. Are you prepared to make your move against me right in front of the patriarchs and elders of various sects? Xia Luyuan gave a non-sequitur response, gripping the Lingxiao mirror in one hand and placing it behind him, sending messages to Yunhang and Mingzhu. In that case, save yourself the trouble. The fact that I dared to enter means I've already found a way to block the image transmission. Ning Feiyu, laughing all the while, continued to assess Xia Luyuan thoroughly. I thought you were just like the rest of the villagers unable to practice cultivation, destined to only farm and live aimlessly. But never expected you actually had a spirit root, even a mutated fire spirit root. That's why the village suddenly caught fire back then, or else you would have been silenced long ago. Back then, he hadn't intended to leave any witnesses at all. After all, causing the deaths of an entire village while killing a demon seed, if this kind of thing ever became public knowledge, it wouldn't reflect well on him. But as he moved to strike young Xia Luyuan, fiery flames erupted fiercely from all sides. He was only 19 then and wasn't particularly adept at such covert operations. He assumed his actions angered the heavens, so he grabbed his sword and fled hastily. After returning, he grew increasingly uneasy, eyelids twitching, sensing that something unpleasant might befall him. Sure enough, later on, Xia Luyuan obstinately sought out Jingyang Palace to seek justice for those who had died. Though Wei Chongyue seemed to outwardly protect Ning Feiyu, secretly he berated him and sent him to Sigua Cliff for meditation. What Xia Luyuan lost were merely family and fellow townsfolk, but Ning Feiyu. He lost his freedom. For a whole year, he was stuck on Sigua Cliff, bored to the point of nearly rotting. Thinking about it now, Ning Feiyu summoned his life-binding sword, determined to make the other pay. You've survived this long, you should thank me. Just as he was about to rush towards Xia Luyuan, there burst forth an intense glow underfoot. Before he could identify what it was, there was an explosion. Amidst the swirling smoke, Xia Luyuan's hands trembled subtly, eyes unwaveringly fixed on Ning Feiyu within. With all the chatter from Ning Feiyu, Xia Luyuan had sufficient time to use half of his spirit power to create the explosive formation. Yet, battling a mid-stage Jin Dan cultivator with someone at the early stage of foundational establishment was far too demanding. As the smoke dissipated, Ning Feiyu stood amidst the mist, shaking off his protective energies, though his hair was slightly disheveled, and several fierce burn marks covered his face and arms. That was all. Ning Feiyu smirked derisively. What, is this your level? If you waited 10 more years, perhaps you might qualify to fight me. He deliberately elongated his tone, laughing malevolently. Unfortunately, I won't let you live till then. Just as the sword in his hand was about to touch Xia Luyuan's neck, his legs were bound by an unseen force, rendering his body immobile. Confused, he looked down and saw water spouts rising, rapidly wrapping around him, tightening bit by bit. At the same time, intricate and elaborate magical formations appeared beneath his feet. Sensing something grave was wrong, Ning Feiyu shouted upward, Yuan Song. Where are you and your friend? Shang Qingshi, who was casting the spell, hesitated. If he didn't flee now, once Yuan Song arrived, his cover would be blown. But if he stopped the spell now, Xia Luyuan would inevitably face the situation of being attacked from both front and back. As a mere foundation establishment cultivator facing Ning Feiyu and Yuan Song, the result was obvious. Biting his lip, he decided to complete the magical formation. As the last stroke of the blood pool formation was finished, blood flowed from Ning Feiyu's wounds, extending down into the water column, slowly sapping his spiritual energy. Xia Luyuan charged forward with his sword at this moment. Though Ning Feiyu's body couldn't move, he was still able to summon his spiritual energy to shield himself. Frostfall's sword clashed against the energy shield, and Shang Qingshi shouted from the corner, "Don't use Frostfall's sword to break his shield, use it to touch the water column." Xia Luyuan hesitated for only an instant before tossing the Frostfall sword into the water column, gathering more energy in his palm to continue breaking the shield. Once the Frostfall sword entered the water, as though sensing a familiar connection of bloodline power, the water began solidifying inch by inch into ice, forming a dense array of sharp icicles. Shang Qingshi raised his hand. Responding to his summon, the Frostfall sword shot toward Ning Feiyu again, combining with Xia Luyuan's efforts to break through the shield. The sword pierced Ning Feiyu's body, pinning him completely onto an ice pillar. The dense icicles speared him like a hedgehog, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream of agony. Shang Qingshi breathed heavily. Seeing earlier that there was a resonance between the successor of Flute Sound Fairy and her left flute, he had a hunch that he could perhaps wield the Frostfall sword inherited from his adopted father. And it turned out, he could. Unfortunately, they'd dealt only with Ning Feiyu, others were sure to come. Without much time, Shang Qingshi urgently yelled to Xia Luyuan, "Why are you still standing there? Run!" Then he turned around and ran, but the narrow mountain wall suddenly shook, then dissolved into nothingness. When Shang Qingshi reached out to touch it, an invisible barrier appeared before his eyes. This. Was it a boundary? At that exact moment, someone else had arrived beside Ning Feiyu, their spiritual energy abruptly pushing Xia Luyuan away with force. Landing clumsily on the ground, Xia Luyuan looked up and locked eyes with the newcomer. It wasn't Yuan Song. It was Yi Xian and Yi Zhao's paternal uncle, Ling Shaosek's former second elder. He burst into uncontrollable laughter, his grin horrifyingly twisted, almost crazed. "I've finally found my chance. I can finally take revenge for Xianer and Zhaoer." Chapter 72, Cruel Punishment. Behind him, Ning Feiyu clung to life, his cracked lips quivering as he managed a feeble cry, "Help, help me." The second elder turned his gaze toward him. Without hesitation, he extended his hand and snapped Ning Feiyu's neck, even spitting furiously on the corpse afterward. "You arrogant scum, I personally begged you, wanting you to consider Yuan Song's favor and let me stay at Qingyang Palace, whether as a simple mentor or a guard would suffice, but how dare you look down on me, calling me a frog who lusted after swan meat." His aged face contorted in satisfaction upon seeing Ning Feiyu's dead body, then he turned to fix his glare back at Xia Luyuan. "Let me ask you again, how did you deceive Huaguang Jingzhu to murder Xianer and Zhaoer?" Xia Luyuan's hands twitched as the Frostfall sword returned to his grasp. Just as he attempted to stand up, the second elder immediately formed another sphere of spiritual energy, hurling it straight at Xia Luyuan without hesitation. Having exhausted most of his spiritual energy fighting Ning Feiyu, Xia Luyuan was unable to dodge it. He was directly hit by the energy ball, feeling the searing pain as his internal organs were displaced, the bitter tang of blood rising to his throat and trickling down his lips. The second elder coldly demanded, "I'm asking you a question, why aren't you answering?" Still, Xia Luyuan gave no reply, his pitch-black eyes unwaveringly gazing at him. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he planted the Frostfall sword into the ground and barely stood upright. Seeing his current state, the second elder was reminded of Yi Xian who died prematurely in youth, and Yi Zhao whose body was burnt and horribly disfigured. His resentment burned hotter than ever, forming another sphere of spiritual energy in his hand, the lethal strike certain to annihilate Xia Luyuan. The speed of condensing spiritual energy at the golden core stage was too fast. Watching the formation of the spiritual energy ball in his hands, Shang Qingshi knew he couldn't keep pretending to be dead any longer. As the sphere surged towards Xia Luyuan, Shang Qingshi hurled the staff in his hand. A protective shield expanded from around the staff, barely blocking the attack, then rolled to Xia Luyuan's feet. The rod bore several thin cracks along its surface. Upon recognizing the staff, the second elder's face was stricken with terror, his lips trembling involuntarily. Shang Qingshi. Finished. He feared he wouldn't be going home alive today. Yet, even if killed by Shang Qingshi, he'd first take Xia Luyuan's life to avenge his nephews. With that thought in mind, he gritted his teeth and charged towards Xia Luyuan, his palm enveloped with a powerful surge of spiritual energy as it struck at the other's chest. Snap! It was the sound of ribs breaking. Xia Luyuan's body crashed into the wall like a rag doll. He had no time to revel in his success, instead glaring with clenched teeth at Shang Qingshi in the corner, determined that even if he couldn't win, he'd drag Shang Qingshi down with him. He immediately unleashed a burst of light towards Shang Qingshi. To his astonishment, Shang Qingshi took the blow effortlessly and then fell to his knees. The second elder stood there for a long moment in shock. Glancing between his own hand and Shang Qingshi, an expression of disbelief spread across his aged features. What's wrong? What level of cultivation are you currently at? Shang Qingshi didn't have time to answer, his already frail body battered by the attack, leaving his consciousness hazy. After scrutinizing him for a while, the second elder's smile grew more sinister. How could I have considered you a genius, bowing to you out of respect? It turns out you're nothing but a waste of space. His laughter became so intense that tears welled in his eyes, speaking each word deliberately as though cursing Shang Qingshi yet also reflecting inwardly. So this is why you never showed your strength in public. Now I get it, I finally understand. Shang Qingshi, after listening to all those praises about yourself day after day, aren't you ashamed? Then, as if lost in regretful thoughts, he began clutching his head lamenting on his own. If only I'd known this sooner, I should have conspired with the elders to seize power. The Lingxiao sect would have been mine, and I wouldn't be reduced to this homeless state now. He seemed completely mad, alternating between fits of laughter, crying out loud, and recounting the grievances he endured over the years. Pain kept Shang Qingshi from wanting to listen any longer. When the other man started walking towards him, he had no choice but to raise his head weakly. What do you want? Give me the sect leader's golden seal. The second elder summoned his life-bound sword and pointed its blade at Shang Qingshi's throat. His eyes were bloodshot. Once you're dead, I'll take the sect leader's golden seal back and tell everyone that you were killed by Yuan Song and, before dying, handed over the sect leadership to me. Shang Qingshi coughed weakly, snickering through gritted teeth. I thought you and Yuan Song shared such deep brotherhood, but here we are, biting each other already. Enough chatter. Snapped the second elder, the sharp tip of his sword lightly grazed over Shang Qingshi's pale neck, immediately leaving a glaring red wound. If you give me the sect leader's golden seal, I'll make your death swift. If not, I'll torture you until you die. He crouched down, calmly eyeing Shang Qingshi, threatening him. Have you heard of the punishment of Lingqi? The flesh is cut off piece by piece from the person until only the bones remain, and they continue living, watching their own blood drain away, dying with wide-open eyes. Shang Qingshi remained silent, the pain making his vision blur. His snow-white lashes drooped slightly, dirt smeared parts of his attire, yet even in such disarray, his face radiated an extraordinary beauty. Unfortunately, the second elder showed no interest in this stunning appearance. He was already 480 years old and cared solely about retrieving the sect leader's golden seal swiftly, returning to the Lingxiao sect as the leader, spending his remaining 20 years gloriously and ensuring everyone remembered his name. In a stern tone, he asked again, where exactly is the sect leader's golden seal? Shang Qingshi continued to remain silent. Losing patience, the second elder carefully scanned his entire body. There was nothing unusual on his waist or in his sleeves. Finally, his gaze settled on the bracelet around Shang Qingshi's wrist. If his memory served him correctly, this item was given by the previous sect leader to Shang Qingshi. It was said to function as a storage device. Shang Qingshi wore it every day, likely because it stored many treasures within, which, if usable, could benefit him greatly. Unable to find the golden seal, taking the bracelet back to Fengyang might still pass scrutiny. Thinking this, the second elder reached out for the bracelet. At that moment, Shang Qingshi, who had been silent all along, instinctively pulled his hand back, his voice hoarse yet filled with unease, his captivating eyes revealing a flicker of fear. Stay away. But Shang Qingshi had no strength left to resist. The second elder easily grabbed his wrist and forcibly removed the space-storing bracelet. As the bracelet slipped off his finger and entirely separated from his body, an overwhelming wave of peculiar fragrance instantly spread throughout the surroundings. The second elder's body trembled violently. Unbelievable, he stared at Shang Qingshi. Chapter 73, Underworld Fairy. A cauldron? Suddenly, he let out a cry of shock, practically overwhelmed by the continuous stream of pleasant surprises. That explains it, that explains why the previous sect leader didn't pass on his cultivation energy to you when he ascended. When cultivators ascend, they abandon their mortal bodies. The power and spiritual roots contained within these bodies can be passed down through a form of inheritance, forcefully transferred into another person. Though only 1/10 of the original cultivator's power could be absorbed by the inheritor, this was still a significant boost. Yet the previous sect leader had chosen to destroy his body entirely, a fact that had puzzled him endlessly, until now. Shang Qingshi was merely a cauldron, his frail frame could not endure such an inheritance and would instead result in death from bodily explosion. As for why the former sect leader didn't choose Fengyang for the inheritance, it must have been out of fear that Fengyang might advance too quickly and ascend too soon, leaving no one to protect Shang Qingshi, this useless being. I actually thought the previous sect leader was noble and selfless. I didn't realize he was the most selfish person. The second elder laughed as he extended his hand to lift Shang Qingshi's chin. What do you think? If I told Fengyang that all the hard work he does for you, obeying your commands daily, is actually unnecessary because without you, he'd already be a divine being. Would he despise you? Shang Qingshi turned his head away, avoiding contact. Unbothered, the second elder continued with a grin, but before doing that, I shall thoroughly enjoy this experience. Let me see if this so-called cauldron really is as marvelous as legends claim. He had been stuck at the golden core stage for 200 years. If the rumors about the cauldron were true, he'd spare Shang Qingshi's life to take him back and torture him gradually over time. As he spoke, his hands reached toward Shang Qingshi again. Suddenly, a cough came from behind. Turning around, the second elder saw Xiao Yuan's chest heaving dramatically, fingers trembling faintly, still alive. The second elder preferred not to engage in such activities in front of others. Therefore, standing up, he decided to break Xiao Yuan's neck first, then return to deal with Shang Qingshi. However, his steps froze mid-motion. Or perhaps everything inside the mountain cave boundary had become completely still. Xiao Yuan blinked, realizing he could still move. A long unheard voice sounded in his mind. What to do now? You're going to have to trust me. My pause technique can only last half the time of incense burning. If you want to survive, immediately bite your finger and draw runes on the ground with your blood. After a long pause, Xiao Yuan forced his broken body, enduring fractured ribs and displaced internal organs, to shakily stand. Pulling out his sword, he attempted to charge at the second elder. His feet, however, felt as though they were weighed down with lead, unable to take even a step. He questioned, "Are you messing with me? Do you think you can kill him right now? Dream on. My pause technique drains my spirit energy, you need to pay some cost. The voice remained light and carefree. In compliance, Xiao Yuan lowered his eyelashes and obediently bit his finger. The image of the runic pattern appeared in his mind. Closing his eyes, he followed the memory and carefully traced each part of it on the ground. The rune wasn't too complex. Just one more stroke left to complete it. The voice became excited, nearly laughing aloud. Just as the final stroke was almost done, Xiao Yuan's hand suddenly stopped. Blood flowed down his arm, dripping from his fingertips and muddying the ground markings into an indistinguishable mess. Xiao Yuan smiled, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. I know who you are. Pronouncing every word clearly, he correctly called out the name, Mingdu. The voice paused momentarily. You're the fiendish spawn summoned by Ning Feiyu, the one who killed my parents and all the villagers. Xiao Yuan's tone was confident, yet he still asked for confirmation, am I right? It stayed silent for a long while. Then gritted its teeth, responding. So what? This was indirect admission. Years ago, it had suffered betrayal, severely injured itself during tribulation, and hid in a cavern. Just then, Ning Feiyu walked by, ambushing it and causing its ascension to fail miserably, leading to a sharp decline in its cultivation. To avenge itself against Ning Feiyu, it pursued him relentlessly despite its injuries, ultimately being led to Xia family village. Its demonic nature combined with the fury from failing its tribulation caused it to slaughter mercilessly, until it realized something strange. Ning Feiyu seemed to be using the blood on the ground to create a seal. Panic set in. But it was too late to escape, and at that moment, it caught a whiff of Xiao Yuan's presence hidden in the cellar. Thus, it spared Xiao Yuan's life. While Ning Feiyu sealed it, it managed to split off a strand of its own primordial spirit, intending to possess Xiao Yuan's body. Only when it got closer to Xiao Yuan did it realize that he harbored a variant fire spiritual root. The demon seed was naturally afraid of flames, let alone such a fiercer variant fire. If it forcibly occupied this body, its spirit would be burned to ashes by the fire. It was forced to latch onto the skin on his back, surviving by absorbing his hatred and malevolent thoughts. Its spirit was too weak, so most of the time it was asleep. Fortunately, Xiao Yuan was an unlucky person, ostracized everywhere he went. The pattern on Xiao Yuan's back was its spirit. Over the years, nourished by malice, the pattern grew larger and its moments of lucidity became more frequent. Once the pattern crept up Xiao Yuan's neck, he would completely become its puppet. But Shang Qingshi suddenly acted out of character, starting to frequently treat Xiao Yuan kindly, leading Yunheng and Mingzhu to also begin paying attention to him. Every time he felt kindness, its spirit would ache as if about to explode. The pattern grew smaller and smaller, making the hope of turning Xiao Yuan into a puppet increasingly slim. It panicked greatly. After much persuasion, Xiao Yuan started drawing the runes to bind a puppet contract but stopped at the final step, making it even more anxious. No matter what, you must finish these runes today. Otherwise, neither you nor Shang Qingshi will leave here alive. Alright, Xiao Yuan smiled, even though it pulled at his wound, causing fresh blood to slowly drip from the corner of his lips, yet his eyes still curved pleasantly. If I die, you won't survive either. With both you and Ning Feiyu gone, my great vengeance will be avenged. Medu tried in vain to detect even a trace of fear for life in his gaze. There was none. Xiao Yuan's gaze was extremely calm, with just the right amount of smile curling at the corner of his lips, as if truly prepared to die together with it. The pause technique lost effect, the palm wind of the second elder rushed towards Xiao Yuan, who merely looked on silently, neither dodging nor begging for mercy. Medu could no longer sit still. Xiao Yuan was right, now it was merely a strand of spirit bound to him. If he lived, it lived, if he died, it died. It used the remaining magic it had left. Xiao Yuan's pupils turned purple momentarily, then fiercely pushed the second elder away, colliding with the previous icicle. Pierced through by ice blades, the second elder was immobilized. Medu fell into slumber again. Xiao Yuan couldn't help but laugh. He knew all along, this thing had stayed with him for so long just to survive. Even if he didn't agree to draw the runes, it wouldn't let him die here easily. He lifted his sword and without hesitation severed the struggling throat of the second elder, then stumbled over to Shang Qingche's side. Chapter 74, System Wholesaler. Shang Qingche didn't quite see how Xia Luyuan defeated the second elder. His consciousness became increasingly blurry, but when someone approached, he instinctively retreated. The splendid robes were now dirted, a few strands of white hair scattered gently before his face, further highlighting the listlessness in his opalescent amber-like eyes. The corners of his eyes moistened, tinged faintly red, sweat slid down from his temples, making it seem like he'd been crying. His collar slightly askew, sweat trickled down, flowing into his beautiful butterfly wing-shaped collarbone. His wrist was suddenly grabbed. Although he tried desperately to free himself with his last bit of strength, he shouted weakly, "Don't come near me." His voice was soft, even trembling at the end, sounding not like refusal but rather as if inviting despite resistance. The peculiar fragrance emitted by the constitution not only affected others but also affected himself. Cold chi seeped out from every gap in his lower dantian, sweeping through his whole body, making him uncontrollably want to find something warm. Yet his rationality told him he couldn't give in to this degradation. Shang Qingche clenched his fists unconsciously, nails digging deep into the palms, trying to preserve the last bit of clarity. "Master, it's me," came Xia Liuyuan's voice in front of him. He carefully opened Shang Qingche's tightly clenched fingers, stroking the red marks gouged on his palm. "Don't hurt yourself, I won't do anything to you." As if remembering something, he struggled with his shaky body, returning to the corpse of the second elder to snatch the space bracelet, then returned to Shang Qingche. He tightly held the pale, delicate wrist, feeling icy yet gentle, seemingly able to soothe his present burning discomfort. For a moment, some inappropriate thoughts involuntarily arose within him. But Xia Luyuan hadn't forgotten Shang Qingche's resistant expression earlier. He conscientiously and devoutly placed the bracelet back on Shang Qingche's wrist, and that alluring peculiar fragrance disappeared instantly. He sighed in relief at the same moment when the boundary was slowly collapsing. Xia Luyuan could no longer hold on to his severely injured body and fainted into Shang Qingche's arms. Stunned by the impact, Shang Qingche also lost consciousness. Before losing consciousness, he thought, if Yuan Song comes, everything will be over. Yuan Song was outside the cave. After receiving Xia Liuyuan's message, Yunheng and Mingzhu had returned early, but were blocked by him and couldn't get in. "Second elder wants to kill Xia Luyuan to avenge Yi Xian and Yi Zhao, why do you want to interfere?" Yuan Song crossed his arms, adopting an indifferent attitude. "My task is only to guard this cave entrance. If you two dare take a step forward today, don't blame me for acting." "Is second elder inside?" Yunheng and Mingzhu exchanged glances. Xia Luyuan had sent out a message using the Ling Xiao mirror saying Ning Feiyu came here. So the current situation was that he was fighting against two Jindan cultivators. Was he still alive? Mingzhu urgently used the Ling Xiao mirror to try contacting Xia Luyuan but received no response. She took a deep breath and pointed her finger at Yuan Song, cursing, "Two Jindans against Xia Laosheng, even hiring you as watchdog. I've never seen three more despicable people than the three of you. Feel free to curse." Yuan Song didn't care at all, sniffing the air. The scent of blood wafted from within the cave. It seemed Ning Feiyu and second elder should have already dealt with Xia Luyuan and were about to come out to meet up with him. He was very satisfied, pulling out a scroll and smiling at Yunheng. "This is a Tian Lingzhen cultivation technique. If you are willing to join Zhenyang's sect, I'll give it to you." Stretching his tone, he then said threateningly, "If you refuse, when Elder Ning and others come out later, the three of us will team up to send you to your death." Naturally, Yunheng couldn't agree, so he summoned his destiny sword, ready for a life-or-death fight. Mingzhu charged toward Yuan Song, who seemed to have anticipated this, summoning his spiritual pet. The pet was a wind shadow beast, whose speed was nearly equal to Mingzhu's, easily stopping her attack. With tough skin, even after being grabbed and thrown to roll on the ground several times, the beast recovered quickly, flapping its wings again to block her way tirelessly. Yunheng approached Yuan Song with his sword drawn. As a beast cultist, Yuan Song of course wouldn't give the opponent any chance to approach him. Raising a hand, two more spirit beasts were summoned, surrounding Yunheng. The two spirit beasts were massive, making Yunheng feel increasingly stretched thin. At this time, the Luton chicken started chirping loudly, seemingly reminding him of something. He remembered, the chicken needs to go through fire to transform into a phoenix. But he was a Tian Lingzhen without elemental damage, he could only deal spiritual damage, and without a way to ignite a fire or having a spell for that purpose. He looked seriously at Mingzhu, younger sister, set the forest ablaze. Mingzhu was an alchemist, carrying around her alchemy furnace, naturally bringing fire-triggering talismans. Although she didn't know what he planned to do, Mingzhu still fiercely kicked the wind shadow beast, taking advantage of it landing to hurriedly pull out the talisman and throw it towards the trees behind her. Fire met the trees, igniting fierce flames immediately. Thick smoke rolled up into the sky. The Luton chicken jumped into the fire, staying silent for a while. Apparently, the temperature wasn't high enough. Common fire was far inferior compared to Xia Liuyuan's variant flames. Losing focus, a spirit beast took advantage of this opportunity, biting down hard on his arm with the ferocity of not letting go until death. Struggling to shake it off, another spirit beast bit onto his leg just then, its claws tearing through his clothes. Blood flowed freely, exposing wounds that revealed the bone beneath. Too busy wrestling with the spirit beasts, he was too preoccupied to realize, and before he knew it, his back was exposed to Yuan Song. Yuan Song stared intently at his back, his heart filled with agitation. Again, his right hand uncontrollably began shaking, the desire to stab growing stronger and stronger, every nerve screaming to give him a cut. He could no longer bear it, he truly could no longer resist. Unbeknownst to anyone, he stealthily appeared not far from Yunheng, pulling out a short knife from his sleeve, and plunged it fiercely into Yunheng's back. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Yunheng could hardly grip his sword, looking back at Yuan Song in shock. The piercing pain of kidney rupture caused his body to suddenly collapse. Brother Yunheng. Seeing this scene while grappling with the wind shadow beast, Mingzhu became frantic. In her terrified gaze, Yuan Song burst into cheerful laughter, as if he had accomplished his mission. A sense of success welled up within him, and he felt considerably lighter. Yunheng's fingers twitched slightly, and upon seeing this, the two spirit beasts swooped down from the sky and crashed onto him before vanishing into thin air. His vision became increasingly blurred. Before losing consciousness, he heard a voice in his mind. Ming CC system binding successful. Tian Ming male lead system activated successfully. Divine bloodline system initializing. Chapter 75, Such a Lack of Public Morality. The next moment, the phoenix emerged reborn from the flames, soaring into the sky with magnificent wings spread wide. Seeing Yunheng lying in a pool of blood, it suddenly erupted in rage, emitting a mournful scream that echoed through the entire forest, causing all creatures to tremble in fear. It flapped its wings and charged at Yuan Song. Yuan Song quickly summoned spirit beasts to block its path, but these were instantly annihilated when they touched the flames burning on the phoenix's feathers. Yuan Song hastily erected a protective shield, but to no avail. The shield was easily shattered, and the phoenix dove straight down, colliding head-on with Yuan Song. Flames spread across Yuan Song's body, and he screamed like a slaughtered pig. The phoenix pecked out his eyeballs. Finding them unpleasant, it spat them out. Yuan Song rolled uncontrollably on the ground, but the flames refused to die out. Eventually, they burned him to ashes. With its master's death, the wind shadow beast blocking Mingzhu also vanished. Staring in disbelief, she watched the phoenix take flight once more toward the sky. Every place it passed saw demonic plants incinerated into ashes, leaving behind countless wooden talismans in its beak. Soon after, its fiery red feathers lost their brilliance, its massive body shrinking into a small clump, falling from the sky. Mingzhu instinctively reached out her hand to catch it. Gazing at the fallen Luton chicken now resting in her palm alongside countless talismans, she blinked repeatedly in astonishment. Coming back to her senses, she rushed to check on Yunheng's injuries. Her delicate fingers trembled as they hovered near his nostrils. He was still alive, breathing faintly. She sighed in relief. Since she didn't have any life-saving pills on her, she fortunately found some nearby hemostatic herbs and immediately tore some off, grinding them with a stone. Yunheng's wounds were on his abdomen, so Mingzhu had to remove his shirt. She paid no attention to his physique and applied the crushed herbs onto his wound. Tearing a piece of her skirt for bandages, she carefully wrapped it around the injury. After finishing, she thought about Xia Luyuan who was alone inside the cave facing Ning Feiyu and the second elder, both Jindan cultivators. Panicking, she hurried inside. The first sight that greeted her eyes was a large blood-red ice column where Ning Feiyu and the second elder were trapped, their bodies mangled grotesquely, with flies circling over them. She looked around and eventually found Xia Luyuan cornered, along with an unexpected person. Why was Shang Qingshi here? She ran over and checked his pulse with her finger. Xia Luyuan was still alive. Then she turned to do the same for Shang Qingshi. Suddenly, the unconscious Shang Qingshi reached out and grabbed her foot. Before she could scream, he weakly spoke, "Go search Ning Feiyu's body, there must be a device that can help us leave this realm." After saying that, he fainted again. Upon hearing his words, Mingzhu hurried over to Ning Feiyu and thoroughly searched his corpse but found nothing. Puzzled, her gaze unintentionally fell on Ning Feiyu's hairpin. The material of the hairpin clearly wasn't ordinary. She removed the hairpin and tried dipping it in Ning Feiyu's blood. Instantly, it emitted a soft glow and slowly rose from Mingzhu's palm. Space distorted around it, forming a black hole taller than a human being. Seeing she was right, this was the way out of the realm. Mingzhu supported Shang Qingshi and carried him through the black hole, arriving in a secluded corner of Xinjiang sect. This place wasn't eye-catching, so she set the person down and went back into the secret realm, planning to bring Xia Luyuan and Yunheng back too. Just as she helped Xia Luyuan to stand up, the left guardian's voice echoed throughout the secret realm, "Someone has started a fire in the secret realm, and it's about to collapse. Everyone, gather in the center of the forest. I will open the exit for you all to escape." Set a fire. Bad. Could it be her fault? To avoid suspicion, she dragged Xia Luyuan outside the cave and then lifted Yunheng from outside, heading toward the central area of the forest that the left guardian had mentioned. Supporting one person with each hand and balancing the lutein chicken on her head, she moved swiftly and soon arrived at the exit. Noticing the left guardian watching her, she theatrically coughed and complained, "Who on earth started this fire? So lacking in public morality." Upon hearing this, the left guardian shifted his gaze away from her. She quickly helped the two through the exit and returned to Xinjiang sect. Just as one foot stepped onto the square, Mingzhu felt an overwhelming pressure that almost caused her knees to buckle. Looking up, she saw Wei Chongyue descending from the sky, eyeing her with ill intent. The stare of a Deshang cultivation expert sent a chill down her spine, making her shrink back in fear. Disliking her cowardly demeanor, Wei Chongyue turned his attention elsewhere and asked when all survivors were out of the secret realm, "Has anyone discovered who set the fire?" The left guardian bowed slightly and said, "Of those entering the secret realm, only two possessed fire's spiritual roots, Shensu of Fuxing Zuimeng Tower, already killed by the devil seeds, and Xia Luyuan of Lingxiao sect. It wasn't my senior brother." Mingzhu shook her head vigorously, lying effortlessly, "He's timid by nature. He fainted at the sight of the devil seed. See? He hasn't even woken up yet." Wei Chongyue seemed indifferent, asking another question, "Who won the competition?" Wei Qiunyai produced a wooden tablet. "There wasn't enough time, so our team only managed to kill one devil seed. Most other sects had no achievements, except for Mingzhu, who rustled through her sleeve to pull out countless tablets, tossing them carelessly onto the ground like garbage." Wei Chongyue's expression immediately darkened. However, masked as he was, the others couldn't see his face clearly. He stated, "Since this is the case, you may rest tonight, and individual competitions will begin tomorrow." Mingzhu couldn't help but ask, "Both my seniors are injured, one stabbed, the other with broken ribs. Can we drop out of the competition?" "Impossible." Wei Chongyue's tone remained light, as if nothing and no one could stir his emotions anymore after all these years. Still, Mingzhu detected something unusual in it. This man kept targeting them. Could it be that there was some grudge between him and Lingxiao sect? In a flash, Mingzhu concocted a 30,000-word drama featuring how Wei Chongyue once unrequitedly loved Lingxiao sect's previous sect leader, leading to resentment after love, followed by regret when the latter stayed behind in Xinjiang sect while he ascended. Unfortunately, her system only detected gay men within Lingxiao sect. Otherwise, she would have added Wei Chongyue's name to test. While her thoughts were flying, Wei Chongyue lightly spoke, "I will grant you 5 days to recuperate from your injuries. You cannot then accuse us Xinjiang sect of winning unfairly. 5 days it is." Mingzhu did not argue further. After all, Shang Qingshi still awaited her rescue in a secluded corner. Chapter 76, Both Genders Conquered. She hurriedly settled Xia Luyuan and Yunheng in their resting place, and then quickly returned to fetch Shang Qingshi as well. Seeing her busying herself here and there, Mu Shen wanted to help but didn't know where to start, thus merely suggested, "Let me call over a doctor from Xinjiang sect." "No." Mingzhu stopped him, "It's Xinjiang sect's people that put them in such a state, and I don't trust their doctors to treat them sincerely." But then, Mu Shen's words were cut off by the sight of her pulling out a large alchemy furnace. Swallowing his unspoken question, he exclaimed after a long pause, "You're an alchemist." "Of course, is that surprising?" Mingzhu then pulled out paper and pens, swiftly jotting down several prescriptions and handing them over. "Elder Mu Shen, go to Xinjiang sect's medical hall and bring back these herbs for me." "All right." Mu Shen nodded, stepping toward the door, brushing past someone else. That was Wei Qiunyai. Unlike her usual fiery red clothes, today she wore a pure white gauze dress, her long hair styled into the currently fashionable Lu Xian bun, with a small white flower pinned by her temple, looking like she came for mourning. The moment she entered, she knelt anxiously beside Yunheng's bed, exclaiming, "I've always said that following you would lead to trouble. He should have come with us. If I protected him, he wouldn't have been so severely wounded." True enough, Wei Qiunyai formed her Jindan at 20 and, at 23 now, could barely contend with Yuan Song. Mingzhu's gaze flickered indifferently over her. "If you're here just to say nonsense, you're unwelcome here." Wei Qiunyai coldly snorted and tossed a bottle of pills from her sleeve. "Of course I brought medicine, but be careful using it. Don't let Ning Feiyu find out, or he'll complain to our father again. Unless he rises from the dead, Ning Feiyu will never have the chance to file a complaint in this lifetime." Mingzhu asked abruptly, "Will the things inside disappear when the secret realm collapses?" "That's natural." Wei Qiunyai tilted her head curiously. "Why do you ask all of a sudden?" "Nothing." Mingzhu opened the bottle cap and sniffed at the smell of the pill. It was a pure and ancient Ling pill, highly effective for repairing internal injuries. Although she didn't particularly like Wei Qiunyai, facing the offered pill, she sincerely said, "Thank you." She fed the pills to the three of them. It went smoothly with Shang Qingshi and Xia Luyuan, but when it came to Yunheng, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get it into his mouth. Even in his slumber, his teeth were tightly clenched, and Mingzhu just couldn't pry them open. Wei Qiunyai had a sudden idea, her cheeks flushing with 2 red patches as she shyly said, "I can feed him mouth to mouth." "A pill that cannot be pushed into his mouth by hand, do you really think you can do it mouth to mouth?" You're just trying to take advantage of him. Mingzhu looked at her disdainfully, and Brother Yun is a person of purity. If he wakes up and finds out you kissed him, he would hang himself immediately. Do you want to ruin him? Is he so adorable? Hearing this, Wei Qiunyai blinked, then I like him even more. No use, there won't be any result between you and him. Go find someone else to like. Unless I don't like him and like you instead. After speaking, she regretted it immediately, glaring at each other with Mingzhu, silence enveloping both outside and inside the room. Honestly speaking, before they were only quarreling, now she realized that Mingzhu was actually quite pretty. Her almond eyes were large and round, her long lashes fluttering. Without makeup, she looked pure and lively. Standing before the 175 centimeters tall Wei Qiunyai, her figure seemed small like a miniature model, obedient enough to make one want to kiss her. Until Mu Shen returned with the herbs, they were still maintaining their staring pose. Mingzhu. Mu Shen waved his hand in front of her face, what are you spacing out for? Come quick and refine the medicine. Upon hearing this, Mingzhu snapped back from her shock, covering her chest and looking at Wei Qiunyai disdainfully, who would have thought you liked both genders. But don't try anything with me, I don't like you. With that, she snatched the herbs from Mu Shen's arms and rushed out to refine the elixir. I was just making a random comment, why are you getting so worked up? Wei Qiunyai adjusted the little white flower by her hair, secretly rolling her eyes, do you think you're gold, liked by everyone? Saying this, she headed toward the door, her steps not as seductive as when she came, instead fleeing like she'd been caught. Mu Shen reset the broken ribs of Xia Luyuan. As for Yunheng who couldn't eat the pills, Mu Shen simply dislocated his jaw, fed the medicine, then popped the dislocated jaw back into place. This straightforward method left Mingzhu involuntarily sucking in cold air, feeling as if her own jaw was hurting. Under the careful care of Mingzhu and Mu Shen, the injuries of the three healed significantly. Wei Qiunyai visited every day, changing clothes colors every half day, sometimes dressed in green like bamboo, sometimes in dark robes like the night, sometimes resembling a purple eggplant turned magical. By the morning of the fourth day, Mingzhu praised her outfit, saying, you look good in this pink dress, Brother Yun should like it. In the afternoon, she changed to another style of pink dress, with dainty and exquisite butterfly bows tied on the shoulders and sleeves, the layered skirt blossoming like petals. She happily hopped over to Lingxiao's sex resting area, laughing vividly and brightly, until she saw a sign erected at the entrance, which wiped the smile off her face entirely. On the sign, 9 words were written. Wei Qiunyai and dogs shall not enter. She lifted her hand, the sign instantly turning into powder in a flash. As if it wasn't satisfying enough, she stepped on it harshly twice, trampling the powder into the damp earth. If I come here again, I'm a dog. She pointed at the door and cursed, all of you people from Lingxiao's sect are big lumps of wood. Then lifting her skirt, she left in a huff, looking like an angry pufferfish. Shang Qingshi was the least injured among the three and the first to wake up. The long eyelashes resembling frost and snow lightly trembled twice before lifting his gaze, only to be blinded by the glaring sunlight and quickly shielding his eyes. He peeked at the light through his fingers. His head hurt badly. The place where he was hit by the elder's spirit force beam also hurt. Fortunately, there were no strange feelings elsewhere. He urgently glanced at the spatial bracelet on his wrist and sighed in great relief. It came back to him now, Elder 2 was killed by Xia Luyuan, who then put the bracelet on him. Apart from Xia Luyuan, no one else should have discovered his special constitution. He got out of bed, walking barefoot to the door of Xiao Yuan's room, reaching out to push it open. But he hesitated. When that child had fainted in his arms, something strange had poked him. This might be the fault of the peculiar fragrance, but for now, he truly didn't know how to face Xia Luyuan. Just as he turned to leave, a violent coughing sound suddenly came from inside the room. Thinking something had happened to Xia Luyuan, Shang Qingshi quickly pushed the door open and their eyes met, his complexion deathly pale. Chapter 77, The Idle Burden. Xiao Yuan's condition wasn't good at all. In just 4 days, he had lost much weight, his face pale as paper. He still wore the same clothes from before, the blood on his chest having dried, with his hand hanging from the edge of the bed, covered in abrasions that bled and later formed scars. Even so, when he saw Shang Qingshi standing at the doorway, he tried to force a smile, his voice faint, Master. Saying this, he struggled to rise from the bed. Shang Qingshi immediately went over and pushed him back into the covers, lie down and don't move. Do you want water or food? I'd like to change my clothes, Xia Luyuan replied, I must look terrible right now, I wouldn't want to soil Master's eyes. Shang Qingshi. This kid really took his idol image seriously. The first thing he thought of after waking up wasn't eating or drinking, it was changing his clothes and washing up. But then again, he didn't actually look bad. Although his hair was messy, and his clothes were dirty, making him resemble a scruffy little dog, within that scruffiness there was also a hint of pitiful vulnerability, pathetic yet endearing. Seeing his weak appearance, it seemed he would be temporarily unable to perform any cleaning spells. Shang Qingshi stood up and walked out, saying, I'll go fetch some water for you. Taking advantage of his absence, Xia Luyuan hurriedly removed his clothes and peeled off the fake skin on his back. Using Lingxiao mirror, he could clearly see that the original patterns had already shrunk back to the size of a sesame seed, indistinguishable from an ordinary mole. Apparently, using the pause technique and ejecting Elder 2 greatly drained the spirit energy of the underworld crossing. Moving forward, as long as Xia Luyuan didn't kill people or harbor evil thoughts, he could keep it asleep forever. Xia Luyuan took a deep breath, enduring the pain coming from his internal organs, quickly redressing and combing his hair. By the time Shang Qingshe returned carrying a bucket of water, he was sitting obediently on the bed, as if nothing had happened. Your wound has just scabbed over, so don't take a bath for now. Just use a damp cloth to clean yourself. Shang Qingshe said this while taking the cloth from the bucket, twisting it gently and slowly handing it over. Xia Luyuan reached out to take it. Rolling up his wide sleeves, the scars on his arm were more numerous than those on his hand, the marks left by the spirit balls crisscrossing everywhere, making it almost impossible to find an unblemished spot. It was shocking to behold. Shang Qingshe diverted his gaze, unwilling to look any longer. Once he had finished wiping himself, throwing the cloth back into the water, the originally clear water instantly turned crimson red. This impact was too strong. Shang Qingshe pressed his lips together and asked, "Does the wound hurt?" To say it didn't hurt was a lie. After suffering a severe spirit attack, imprints are left deep within the bone marrow. No matter what pill used, they could only accelerate the healing process and could not shield the pain brought by these imprints. Elder 2's cultivation was far superior to his own, meaning the imprint would remain for at least 4 to 5 days, long enough to make life miserable for him. But to prevent worrying Shang Qingshe, Xia Luyuan lied, "It's fine, it just looks scary, but it doesn't hurt." No sooner had he spoken these words than Shang Qingshe suddenly slapped his arm. Unable to hold back, he let out a painful groan, nearly jumping. Shang Qingshe frowned, "Didn't you just say it didn't hurt?" Xiao Yuan's eyes reddened, his dark pupils reflecting Shang Qingshe's face. He sniffed, meek and pitiful, "Master, it hurts so much." Shang Qingshe knew that he had definitely been pretending earlier. Touching Xiao Yuan's head, there was evident pity in his eyes. Xia Luyuan found great comfort in this, nudging closer to him, "Master, touch me again." This behavior was too adorable. Looking at the soft scalp, Shang Qingshe couldn't help but rub it again. Then, as if thinking about something, his hands suddenly froze. Feeling his abnormality, Xia Luyuan couldn't help but lift his head and asked, confused, "What's wrong, master?" Back in the secret realm, Shang Qingshe carefully chose his words, "Did you notice anything strange?" "Master, please rest assured, I won't tell anyone." His answer was off topic. He raised his eyes, looking earnestly at Shang Qingshe's face with a hint of joy. "So, is this our little secret?" "No." Shang Qingshe didn't have the heart to deceive him and shook his head, "Fengyang knows as well." "That's how it is then." The smile on Xiao Yuan's lips visibly faded. Silence once again enveloped them. To divert his attention, Shang Qingshe decided to find something to do, saying, "You should get some rest first. I'll go find you something to eat." After speaking, he returned to his own room, using the cleansing spell to clean himself thoroughly, changing into a fresh set of clothes, and putting on his shoes before heading out of the yard gate. He hadn't taken more than a few steps when Mushin came leading several disciples back. They had just gone to the dining hall of Xingyang Palace to collect food. Although Mushin had long abstained from eating due to cultivation, he guessed that Shang Qingshe would awaken today, so he also took a portion of food. Even for someone of great cultivation, after being injured, they would need some sustenance to replenish their strength. He thought if Shang Qingshe didn't eat, he could distribute the meal to the disciples as an extra snack. Thus, there wouldn't be any mistakes either way. Seeing Shang Qingshe standing unscathed right there, Mushin's eyes lit up slightly, but before he could open his mouth, Mingzhu behind him spoke with delight first, "Master, you've woken up. Do you feel any discomfort? Is your head aching? Are you thirsty or hungry?" Her questions were too many, and Shang Qingshe momentarily didn't know which one to answer, so he gave a non-sequitur reply, "Where is the canteen of Xingyang Palace?" At hearing him mention the canteen, Mushin immediately handed over the food box in his hands, "I happen to have extra meals here, take them, chief." Mingzhu's eyebrows twitched at once. In these few days, she had never seen Mushin eat. Yet today, he broke precedent by fetching meals, apparently waiting just for this. Shang Qingshe paid no heed to her dramatic expressions, giving a slight nod to Mushin to show his gratitude. Then he carried the food box back to his room. Mushin followed closely behind, unable to resist a slight rise at the corners of his lips, his heart fluttering excitedly. He had specially asked the chef to add a bit more beef and tofu, however, he didn't know if it would suit Shang Qingshe's taste. Expectantly gazing at him, Shang Qingshe directly entered Xiao Yuan's room and shut the door with a bang, leaving Mushin dazed by the sound. Stupefied where he stood, Mushin remained frozen like a statue for a long while without moving. Witnessing this farce, Mingzhu silently mourned for Mushin in her heart, then approached him solicitously, "Elder, are you all right? If you're hungry, I can share my food with you." "I'm fine, I'm not hungry." Mushin finally snapped back to reality and walked straight out of the room. Mingzhu assumed he went to relax and therefore stopped bothering him. She sat down at the table and enjoyed dinner with 2 other disciples. No one noticed that Mu Shen turned around at the door and came to the window of Xie Liuyuan's room. Chapter 78, The Villainous Shang Qingshi. The window was half open. Shang Qingshi was bending down to feed Xie Liuyuan his meal. Today, his hair wasn't tied back but fell freely over his shoulders like silken fabric soaked in snow, reflecting soft colors under the afterglow of the setting sun. It was a face as clear and cold as frost, yet his movements were exceptionally gentle, akin to spring water melting icy frost. Perhaps because the food wasn't good enough, Xie Liuyuan frowned in disdain, commenting, "The food in Jingyang Palace is terrible, worse even than Lingxiao sects." When Shang Qingshi looked up at him, he suddenly smiled faintly, with distinct black and white pupils holding only the figure of Shang Qingshi. "Still, food made by master tastes the best. There isn't anyone in this world better at cooking than you." As he spoke, as if pulling at his wound, he began coughing weakly. Shang Qingshi immediately patted his back to help ease the cough, their faces nearly touching. Mu Shen dared not watch any longer and hurried away with a look of disarray. Catching a glimpse of his retreating figure through the corner of the window, Xie Liuyuan immediately ceased his coughs and sighed, "Master, it's so cold." Just then, a breeze blew in through the window. Shang Qingshi went over to close it, making the room darker. Looking at the half bowl of leftover rice, he asked, "Do you still want to eat? If not, I'll leave first." "Rest well." Xie Liuyuan shook his head. As Shang Qingshi was about to pick up the bowl, Xie Liuyuan extended his hand at the same moment, effortlessly catching Shang Qingshi's wrist. The instant their skins touched, Shang Qingshi felt a chilling coolness penetrate his bones. This isn't right. Xie Liuyuan had variant fire spirit roots, so his body stayed warm all year round. So why was he colder than usual at this moment? This question lingered in his mind for a while, and he even forgot to try breaking free from the restriction. "Master," Xie Liuyuan gazed at him, blinking his long lashes as if after building up courage within himself, he finally questioned, "Are you mad at me? Do you intend to distance yourself from me?" "What nonsense. It's clear that you are." He sounded very sure of it. "In the past, if I were injured, you would stay by my side the whole time. Unlike now, when once you're done with the important things, you can't wait to get far away from me." As he said this, he tightened his grip on Shang Qingshi's wrist, his eyes carrying an air of panic and uncertainty, nearly pleading, "Master, please don't dislike me. I will behave better and never make you angry again." Shang Qingshi felt his weakness towards others was something he couldn't fix. "I'm not angry," he reiterated, sitting back down beside the bed, "I truly am not." Having him by his side again, Xie Liuyuan seemed content. He pulled the blanket over his entire body including his head, looking very peaceful. In the next moment, Shang Qing pushed aside the blanket, stretching out to touch his forehead and then his cheek. Befuddled by these strange actions, Xie Liuyuan blinked, his neatly combed hair getting messed up. Glancing at him, he resembled a pufferfish fluffed up with anger. "Rather cute. Are you feeling any discomfort or abnormality?" Shang Qingshi asked, "Your hands are cold. Haven't you noticed?" Indeed, Xie Liuyuan didn't feel much of anything. Upon hearing this, he only realized later how he should perceive the condition of his body more carefully. Apart from the pain from his wounds, there was nothing else odd about him. He shook his head blankly. Shang Qingshi stood up and called in Mu Shen and Mingzhu. The two examined Xie Liuyuan closely from left to right and concluded ultimately. He was fine, without any problems. Shang Qingshi was still uneasy. Why did his body temperature suddenly drop? Perhaps it's because too much spiritual power has been lost, weakening the spirit root. "Just take more rest and it'll be fine," Mu Shen answered. Mingzhu sighed lightly. If only the yang decreasing herb hasn't gone extinct, one pill of mine could ensure his body would be filled with fiery yang energy, warm and reassuring. Upon hearing this, Mu Shen hesitated, surprised, turning his head to her. "What kind of pill did you say?" Mingzhu quickly shook her head like a clapper drum. "Nothing, elder, you must have heard wrong." Even though neither of them detected any issues, unusual circumstances must harbor something sinister. Shang Qingshi was still slightly worried. For safety's sake, he stated, "Still, someone must watch over Xie Liuyuan until his body temperature returns to normal." Upon hearing this, Mu Shen was the first to offer, "I'm free now, I can." Before he finished, Mingzhu forcefully slapped her knee, revealing a look of surprise. "Elder, are you free right now?" "That's absolutely wonderful. I just happen to have a question to ask you." At the same time, Xie Liuyuan covered his chest and began coughing violently, as if trying to cough out his lungs. Not minding anything else, Shang Qingshi quickly sat next to Xie Liuyuan, saying, "Then you two go out first. I'll keep an eye on him for a bit." This. Mu Shen extended a hand but was forcibly pulled down by Mingzhu. "Let's go, elder. We're redundant here." He couldn't misunderstand anymore. Clearly, Mingzhu and Xie Liuyuan were a team. After leaving the room, he asked, "Didn't you say you had a question earlier? Go ahead and tell me." "Oops, I suddenly forgot what I wanted to ask." Mingzhu patted her forehead, appearing entirely genuine, leaving no traces of acting. "Never mind, elder, go handle your business." After saying that, she ran toward Yun Heng's room, hopping along cheerfully. After changing Yun Heng's medicine, she glanced at the table beside her. There, sticks were used to form something resembling a barbecue grill. A ruffian chicken sat atop it, candles burning underneath. It previously only had one red tail feather on its bottom, now, it had three, basking in the flames with closed eyes, looking flamboyant. Its legs were kicked up high in pleasure. Mingzhu bent down, pointing to her head. Xia's senior brother has woken up, I'll take you out for a walk first, and then we'll find him. His variant fire is much stronger than candlelight. The ruffian chicken understood her words and flew onto her head with little flapping wings, rubbing against her affectionately. Just as she was about to push the door open and go out, she suddenly heard a sound from behind her. She turned around to see Yun Heng slowly opening his eyes. Brother Yun, you're awake too. Does your wound still hurt? She exclaimed joyfully, but Shang Qingshi in the next room had no idea that Yun Heng had also been injured. He came over specially to take a look. At this moment, a sudden mechanical voice rang out nearby. A deviation in the main storyline has been detected. The male protagonist must leave Lingshao's sect within 1 month, humiliate the antagonist Shang Qingshi, join Jingyang Palace, and accomplish the stage task, obtain the upper scroll of the 9 mystery illusion technique. Shang Qingshi froze for a second. He realized there was an issue. Although he didn't have a system himself, whenever anyone else did, he could hear their inner thoughts, along with their communication with the system. For instance, at this very moment, the mechanical voice was clearly emanating from beside Yun Heng. Right after, Yun Heng's voice of shock mixed with confusion resounded inside Shang Qingshi's head. You said to humiliate who? Humiliate the antagonist Shang Qingshi. Chapter 79, Water-like Truth Revealed. Silence fell all around. Shang Qingshi slightly froze, and so did Yun Heng. Only Mingzhu looked back and forth between them, confused, asking, what's going on? Why are the two of you spacing out like this? After quite some time, Yun Heng scratched his head as the voice in his mind spoke again. If the preliminary tasks aren't completed, it doesn't matter. As long as the final result is obtaining the upper scroll of the 9 mystery illusion technique, I'll count it as success. However, if it isn't achieved, the timeline will be reset to the moment when the plot deviated. Everything will start over. This system is going into sleep mode now. 1 month later, I'll check the results. Shang Qingshi felt a chill down his spine. Timeline reset. Others might be fine, but he was merely a soul fragment from another world. If a reset happened, wouldn't he vanish immediately? He quickly searched his mind for information about this technique and found an answer soon enough. This thing was originally created by Wei Chongyue. It was rumored only those with celestial spirit roots were worthy to study it. He had passed it only to his adopted daughter, Wei Chunyi. In the original storyline, after Yun Heng joined Jingyang Palace, Wei Chunyi harbored feelings for him and gave him the first half of the technique. Shang Qingshi thought to himself that he probably couldn't hold on to Yun Heng anymore. There was no time to grieve. Yun Heng shoved Mingzhu outside, closed the windows tightly, and earnestly looked at Shang Qingshi, lowering his voice and saying, Master, I think I've been possessed by some ghost or demon. Under Shang Qingshi's startled gaze, Yun Heng articulated every word clearly. Just now, a voice suddenly appeared in my head. It said I'm the protagonist, and you're the antagonist. It even told me to betray Lingshao's sect and join Jingyang Palace. He said it so candidly, like water reflecting clarity. This kid really seems to be missing a few screws upstairs. Shang Qingshi asked, say, do you think it's possible that I really am the antagonist? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yun Heng shook his head vigorously, his handsome face displaying firm determination. The meals master cooks are delicious, and you're good to us disciples. There's no way you're the bad guy. His words carried a strong sense of certainty, as if they illuminated the ground with righteous light. But it was futile. Without acquiring that half of the technique, Shang Qingshi would have no choice but to let him go. How vexing. He turned to Yun Heng, showing concern and asking, by the way, Mingzhu mentioned you were injured. Where exactly are you hurt? It's not a big deal, just got stabbed by Yuan Song. Sorry master, I forgot your instructions. As Yun Heng spoke, he subconsciously touched his waist. Then he froze once more. Although he hadn't changed clothes, he could clearly feel that his wound was cool and fresh, indicating crushed herbs had been applied there. He swallowed hard. Did you apply the medicine, master? Shang Qingshi shook his head. It wasn't me. I just woke up. It must have been Elder Mu Shen then, Yun Heng muttered, casually glancing inside his open shirt. The bandages used for wrapping his wounds were a vibrant yellow, full of vitality. They seemed so familiar. He remembered. That day in the secret realm, Mingzhu was wearing exactly this color clothing. Yun Heng caught his breath, then collapsed with a thud right in front of Shang Qingshi. Eh? He cried out in alarm, what's wrong with you, Yun Heng? Don't scare me. After a frantic moment of chaos, Mu Shen and Mingzhu both came in and meticulously checked Yun Heng for a long while, finally arriving at a conclusion. He'd fainted from sheer shock. When he woke up, all the people in the room were gone, leaving only the partridge chicken by his side. Yunheng sniffed, then seemingly found a piece of white cloth from somewhere. He threw one end towards the roof beam, tied a knot, and rested his head on it with an air of resignation. The partridge chicken woke up in alarm, chirping and pecking at the white cloth with all its might to try and break it. Just as Mingzhu pushed the door open, she was startled by the scene before her. "What are you doing, senior brother?" She immediately hugged Yunheng's leg and pleaded, "Let's talk things out. Please don't think too much." Finally, Yunheng pulled his head away from the cloth, and complained, "Did you not peek at my body?" "No," Mingzhu blinked her eyes sincerely, "I didn't even take off your pants. How could I have seen anything?" Upon hearing this, Yunheng became even more agitated. "So you plan to undress me?" "It's not like that, let me explain." Mingzhu reasoned patiently, "That day, when Yuan Song stabbed you and you wouldn't stop bleeding, if I hadn't applied medicine, you would have already died due to excessive blood loss. Where would you be now trying to commit suicide?" With these words, she helped him sit down on the bed and added, "I did that to save you, not to take advantage of you." After thinking for a while, Yunheng looked up seriously. Under the glow of the candlelight, his eyes gleamed surprisingly bright. "Will you take responsibility for what you've done?" "Responsibility? What kind of responsibility?" Mingzhu's small head was filled with big question marks. Just as she was about to ask, a furious voice suddenly rang outside the window. "So what? Spending half the night together, a single man and a woman sharing a room, such disgraceful behavior." Mingzhu turned around to see Wei Chunyi standing angrily outside the window, wearing pitch-black clothes and covering her face with a veil, looking every bit a thief. "Didn't I write, you and your dog not allowed?" Mingzhu questioned genuinely, "Why do you keep coming back? Are you here to steal someone?" In response, Wei Chunyi huffed lightly and leaped gracefully into the room through the window. After straightening out her dress, she stretched out her hand to grab someone. Mingzhu quickly held on to Yunheng, ready for a fight. However, Wei Chunyi's hand passed over Yunheng and caught hold of Mingzhu's arm instead. All three looked at each other in silence. An eerie quiet descended upon them. It seemed triangular relationships really had stability. No one made the first move. Finally, Mu Shen entered and looked at the trio squabbling, saying, "The personal competition is tomorrow, so you should get some rest early." "Understood, Elder Mu Shen." "We'll listen," Mingzhu said, pulling Wei Chunyi harder toward the door. Wei Chunyi didn't resist and allowed herself to be led out of the room. When Mu Shen left, the room fell silent again. Yunheng sat back on the bed and let out a sigh of sorrow. He'd guarded his purity for so many years, but now it had been revealed, yet the one responsible showed no intent to own up to it. Such a situation would bring tears to a man's eyes, silence from women, and even children from the next room would cry for him. His gaze involuntarily landed on the white cloth hanging from the roof beam. At the next moment, a mechanical sound echoed in his mind again. Unlike the previous gender-ambiguous voice, this time it was clearly male, sounding vigorous. "Divine bloodline has been fully activated. The host please note." What exactly was this? Chapter 80, Slide Tackle. Yunheng was completely baffled. Could it be that he was truly possessed by demons or spirits, and there wasn't just one? As he was about to speak, he noticed white spiritual energy appearing in the surrounding air, aimlessly wandering like tiny creatures. He froze for a second, raising his finger, and immediately those wisps of spiritual energy gathered toward him as if they'd found their direction. The spiritual energy flowed into Yunheng's body, filling him with an obvious surge of strength. The celestial spirit root guided the energy through his veins, and as his power continuously strengthened, he faintly felt something slowly congealing in his dantian. This feeling. Could it be that he was forming a golden core? Suddenly lifting his head, a beam of golden light descended from above and bathed his whole body in dazzling radiance. It was the middle of the night, but due to the commotion, quite a few people had come outside Lingxiao's sect to see what was happening. Chaos erupted inside Lingxiao's sect. Shang Qingshi, Xia Luyuan, and Mingzhu gathered in front of Yunheng's door, all looking shocked. When I checked on him at dusk, he was only at the middle foundation stage. Why does he suddenly advance to golden core? Shang Qingshi mused thoughtfully, glancing at Mingzhu. Could it be, you fed him growth hormones? Mingzhu shook her head like a drum, looking stunned. I don't know. The celestial spirit root, due to its uniqueness and rarity, indeed allowed cultivation at a much faster pace than other spirit roots, with very few obstacles encountered during breakthroughs. But it shouldn't be this fast. No one in the entire cultivator realm could match his speed. Shang Qingshi began to understand the feelings of the original protagonist. Now, he also felt an urge for dark, twisted impulses, gritting his teeth so hard they started to ache. Worthy of being the male lead, within less than a year of practice, he advanced all the way from Qi refinement stage to golden core stage. This rate of cultivation was simply unheard of. However, tomorrow was the personal competition for the cultivators' assembly, and he had picked precisely this time to ascend. Advancement took at least 3 days and at most 7, during which someone would need to protect him. He probably wouldn't be able to participate in the competition. Shang Qingshi sighed. As if reading his concerns, Mingzhu confidently slapped her chest. Master, you can rest assured 100 times. In ancient times, Flute Fairy once defeated 60 challengers in a row. Today, I will fight my way through enemies and claim the top prize. Speaking of it, she seemed already to have envisioned her glorious scene. I've even thought up my future title. In the future, no matter who sees me, must respectfully call me either Pipa Fairy or Sacred Medicine Fairy. Ideals were always full-bodied while reality was bone-thin. Shang Qingshi said, among the personal competition members of the Xinyang sect, there are 2 golden core cultivators. One is Wei Qioni, the adoptive daughter of the sect leader, and the other is Meng Yong, known as the King of Lightning and Thunder. Are you sure you can beat them? Wei Qioni required no more elaboration. Being the only adoptive daughter of Wei Chongyue meant that her talent and potential were unsurpassed. As for Meng Yong, he was also a formidable opponent, possessing water and thunder dual spirit roots. Normally, mixed spirit roots made cultivation harder, but he found a new method, releasing water first then thunder. The entire trial platform became a killing ground, directly electrocuting people until they were crisp on the outside and raw inside, thus becoming famous after one battle. Wei Chongyue admired his relentless fighting spirit during competitions, and spent a fortune on pills to force him to reach the golden core stage. Though cultivating by pills rendered his strength quite fragile compared to peers at equal levels, against Foundation establishment cultivators, his chances of winning significantly increased. Shang Qingshi grew increasingly worried. In the original story, Yunheng reached the top using the Bing CC system. Now that Yunheng couldn't participate in the competition, Shang Qingshi couldn't imagine any way they could win. Faced with his anxiety, Mingzhu seemed utterly nonchalant, without any trace of fear towards their strong opponents. Why should I be afraid? I just need to slide tackle them. Before she finished speaking, Xia Luyuan interjected, directly off the trial platform. Choking slightly, Mingzhu retorted, every time you get hurt, I emerge unscathed. Isn't this enough to prove I am the destined daughter of fate? The Lingxiao sect is ultimately meant to be saved by me. Alright, both of you stop fooling around, said Shang Qingshi. Call Mu Shen over to protect Yunheng. During ascension, any external force could lead to catastrophic consequences. To ensure safety, someone needed to continuously guard Yunheng around the clock. Mu Shen arrived quickly, still looking half asleep but still spoke seriously, Master, don't worry. I won't let anything happen to him. Shang Qingshi felt somewhat embarrassed. He gave him no benefits but made him work tirelessly under the name of Lingxiao sect elder, running back and forth non-stop. So Shang Qingshi described vividly what rewards were in store for him. I remember there's a spear in Lingxiao sect's treasure vault called Changing Spear, a war trophy when my father defeated the Dragon Spear Valley Patriarch. Afterward, it'll be yours, truly making use of its potential. Mu Shen pursed his lips. It wasn't these rewards that he wanted. Just as he was about to speak, Xia Luyuan suddenly clutched his heart and frowned, Master, I'm not feeling well. You insisted on getting up to see the commotion instead of lying down properly. Shang Qingshi supported him. Despite the tone of blame, his voice remained warm and concerned, let's go back and rest. Mu Shen watched helplessly as the two entered another room. Slightly parted lips closed again, and he quietly waited outside Yunheng's door. After coaxing Xia Luyuan to sleep, Shang Qingshi sent a message to Feng Yang. Shang Qingshi, have you heard of a technique called 9 Profound Illusions? He simply couldn't bear to let Yunheng leave. If there were any alternative ways to obtain this technique, no matter how arduous, he would be willing to attempt it. Feng Yang replied quickly. Feng Yang sounds familiar. Feng Yang, Master, check your spatial bracelet. Is there a grey dusty little box? Following his words, he searched through the spatial bracelet and found a small box tucked away in a corner, covered with dust, dirty and broken, looking rather ordinary. He had never paid it any attention. Shang Qingshi took it out and carefully wiped off the dust. When he opened the box, there were indeed 2 yellow scrolls inside, resembling imperial edicts. Could this be the upper and lower volumes of the legendary 9 Profound Illusions? Truly, when it rains, someone brings an umbrella, when you're sleepy, someone hands you a pillow. With trembling hands and an excited heart, Shang Qingshi slowly unfurled one of the scrolls. The first thing that caught his eye were 4 large characters. 1 pile of dog poop. Shang Qingshi's mouth twitched slightly. Taking a deep breath, he felt as if 10,000 alpacas were stampeding through his mind. He wasn't ready to give up yet. So, he picked up the other scroll, unrolled it, only to see 5 bold characters. Another pile of dog poop. Chapter 81, Miracles Abound. Fine. 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 It seemed true that when someone is at a loss for words, they really do laugh out loud. He showed Feng Yang those dazzling golden words, receiving a positive reply from the latter. Feng Yang, that's right. These are the upper and lower volumes of the 9 Profound Illusions. Feng Yang, back then, the former sect leader, made a bet with Wei Chongyue about a single combat match. They wagered heavily. The former would have to brand Wei Chongyue's defeated opponent on his face if he lost, while Wei Chongyue had to hand over his self-created cultivation method if he failed. Feng Yang, it turned out that Wei Chongyue could neither win the fight nor accept defeat. Hence, he handed over the 9 Profound Illusions. The former sect leader, realizing this cultivation method was exclusively for people with celestial spirit roots, immediately scribbled down some words on the scrolls. Feng Yang. If you look closely, beneath the former sect leader's handwriting, lies the original name of this cultivation method. Shang Qingshi examined it closely. Indeed, under the cursive calligraphy, there were neatly written 4 small characters, 9 profound allusions. Shang Qingshi was momentarily lost in thought. There were few mentions of his so-called adoptive father in the book, not even his real name appeared. All that was known was that he was a gifted cultivator, a sword expert par excellence, and an obsessive petter of children. In the realm of cultivation, individuals with more than 2 spirit roots usually plateaued at qi refinement, dual spirit root bearers typically stopped at foundation establishment. Those lucky enough to possess a single spirit root generally assured themselves of at least the golden core stage if they didn't slack off. But the odds of ascending to the yuan stage were extremely slim, only about 1 in 1,000 could succeed. Therefore, the disparity in numbers between these stages was vast despite the minimal difference in ranks. Advancing further became even more challenging. Looking at all the Dharma practitioners in the Great Perfection stage, they were either celestial spirit root wielders or possessed various rare mutated spirit roots. Except for Shang Qingshi's adoptive father, who managed to ascend using an average water spirit root. He must have been extraordinarily hard-working. Just by glancing at the words inscribed on the scroll, one could faintly imagine how spirited and confident he must have been back then. Shang Qingshi seemed to feel something stir within him. Putting the scroll back into the spatial bracelet, he prepared to pass it to Yunheng when the time was right. Then, he wrote on the Lingxiao mirror. Shang Qingshi. What kind of person was my father? Feng Yang. The former sect leader was a figure of celestial beauty, a genius endowed by heaven, a son of the heavens, unmatched across the land. His solitary sword chilled 14 states, leaving no rivals in the cultivation world. Demons and monsters walked all over the place, serving entirely as his hounds. It was clear that Feng Yang was a die-hard fan of his so-called father. Shang Qingshi asked again. Shang Qingshi. And what about my mother? I've never heard anyone mention her. Feng Yang remained silent for a very long time. So long, in fact, that Shang Qingshi almost assumed he had fallen asleep, before the Lingxiao mirror finally responded. Feng Yang. I have never seen the former sect leader's wife. Her health appeared to be quite poor, and she never appeared in public. Moreover, the former sect leader forbade others from discussing her. Shang Qingshi blinked. If one truly loved another, shouldn't they proudly announce it to the entire world? Why hide her away secretly? As though aware of his inner thoughts, Feng Yang sent another message. Feng Yang. You mustn't think the former sect leader disliked his wife. On the contrary, he personally carved peachwood hairpins for her, cooked her soup and brewed her medicine. And with the same hands that held the sword and cut through countless demonic breeds, he'd pick up delicate embroidery needles to sew handkerchiefs for her. The more Shang Qingshi read, the more familiar it sounded. Before he accidentally entered this novel, he had enjoyed a happy family life. His mom had poor health, and his dad revolved around her day and night. Dad would carve hairpins, carving them into odd shapes, but Mom would still smile and wear them, praising him for his skills. Dad would cook soup, and although its taste was beyond description, Mom would always drink it up every time. Dad would embroider, his rabbits looking like wild boars with their brains squeezed by branches, but Mom would still praise them as pretty despite her conscience. What a coincidence. The more he thought about it, the stranger it seemed, but drowsiness soon swept over him. He yawned and sank deeply into slumber. On the second morning, a deep bell sound reverberated throughout the entire Xinjiang Palace mountain range, waking Shang Qingshi from his sleep. He clearly remembered that he had fallen asleep next to the bed, but when he opened his eyes, what faced him was Xia Liu Yuan's loosely draped robes and the abdominal muscles hidden beneath, against which his nose was pressed. It was as if his mind had lost its memory. He couldn't remember at all when he got into bed or when he rolled into Xia Liu Yuan's arms. In a daze, Xia Liu Yuan said, "Master, you're pressing on my arm." Although Shang Qingshi had often pressed his arm before, this time there were injuries on his arm. Shang Qingshi jolted up in alarm, looking at his hand. Fortunately, it was just slightly red, without breaking the scars on his arm. Shang Qingshi exhaled slowly, then got up directly, just about to get off the bed when Xia Liu Yuan beside him pulled his sleeve, saying, "Master, I think my hand has gone numb. It may not move for a while. Can you help me comb my hair?" His expression looked sincere. Perhaps because he had just woken up, his eyes misty, his voice tinged with a low and raspy weariness. By the time Shang Qingshi realized it, his hand had unconsciously picked up the wooden comb on the cabinet. After helping to comb his jet black hair into a high ponytail, he looked again at his eternal youth braid. Logically speaking, only parents and close relatives should be allowed to touch this thing. But it was so messy that Shang Qingshi's eyelids twitched, unable to bear it any longer. Slowly, he undid that little braid and painstakingly rewove it. After finishing, he looked left and right, always feeling something unsatisfactory. Then he took out a thin and long jade silver chain from the spatial bracelet, attaching it behind Xia Liu Yuan's ear, letting it hang together with the eternal youth braid at the front of his chest. He had always liked shiny little decorations. With such a good opportunity, of course, he wanted to dress up Xia Liu Yuan as well. Putting down the wooden comb, Shang Qingshi said, "Which clothes do you have? Take them all out and let me take a look." Xia Luyuan was very obedient, laying out all the clothes in his storage ring in a row on the bed. Shang Qingshi chose the dark blue one and told him, "Wear this one." Xia Luyuan subconsciously glanced at him and saw that he was also wearing a dark blue waist-length robe. His lips subtly curved, obediently changing into the robe. After tidying up, upon stepping outside, Shang Qingshi saw Mu Shen still stationed outside Yun Heng's house and gratefully said, "Mu Shen, thanks to you, Yun Heng's safety can be ensured." Upon hearing the voice, Mu Shen joyfully looked up, but in an instant his smile froze on his face, and his heart felt heavy, as if blocked by a stone, upon seeing Xia Luyuan standing behind Shang Qingshi. Standing together, they wore the same kind of jade chains, dressed in similar colored robes, even every strand of hair screamed compatibility. Not knowing whether it was because of this sight or the exceptionally brilliant sunshine, his eyes stung painfully. Chapter 82, Burnt on the outside, tender on the inside. He forcibly suppressed the bitterness in his heart, opening his mouth as if nothing happened. "The sect leader doesn't need to compliment me. This is what I, as an elder of Lingxiao sect, should do." Shang Qingshi nodded, turned his head, and was about to leave. Xia Luyuan, who usually didn't bother much with Mu Shen, unexpectedly acted otherwise today, smiling and saying, "Even so, I still want to thank Elder for the sake of my senior brother." Before Mu Shen could reply, he turned his head and left here, waving his sleeve, taking no cloud with him. Was this a provocation? To tell the truth, Mu Shen hadn't liked Xia Luyuan since he first met him, finding him somber and lacking the vivacity expected of a child his age. Just as Xia Luyuan didn't feel particularly fond upon meeting Mu Shen at first sight, both harbored mutual antipathy. When Shang Qingshi and Xia Luyuan arrived at the square together, the left protector was counting the number of participants in the individual competition, currently 65. Mingzhu mused thoughtfully, "If I defeat them all, wouldn't I break Dian Immortal Lady's record?" "You save your strength," Shang Qingshi murmured. "I'm only counting on you to beat Wei Qioni and Meng Yong." Mingzhu realized, Big Brother Yun Heng isn't participating, and Big Brother Xia isn't either. His injury hasn't healed yet, so let's not make him participate. Shang Qingshi thought, the Yuji flower was the prize for the team competition, and he had already obtained it. As for the individual competition, winning would be best, but even if he lost, it didn't matter, no need to go all out for it. However, Xia Luyuan clearly had different thoughts. He said, "Master, I'm willing to participate. But your injuries?" Mingzhu spoke up thoughtfully, "Just place Brother Xia behind me. As long as I beat all my opponents, he won't have to take the stage." The two of them exchanged a knowing glance with Shang Qingshi, who, upon seeing this, could only reluctantly agree. The individual competition used a rotation battle format, where disciples from each sect took turns challenging one another on the stage. Winners stayed, losers left. During the lottery draw, Mingzhu eagerly jumped in again, "I feel like my luck is great today, let me do it." "Haven't you forgotten what you drew last time?" Xia Luyuan glanced back at her. She gave an awkward laugh 3 times. Of course, she hadn't forgotten, it was Shenyang Palace last time. But in the end, it didn't happen, right? Today, I'm going to wipe away my previous humiliation and prove that I am destined for good fortune. Mingzhu leapt onto the platform and quickly drew a lot. 15. There were only 15 sects left, and she drew the last position, a perfect countermeasure for their shortage of team members. When she returned, the 2 disciples praised her, "Sister Mingzhu, you sure have excellent luck." Mingzhu lifted her chin high and saw that someone from Shenyang Palace drew number 1, and they sent Meng Yong to compete. It was strange. In theory, during a rotation battle, lower-ranking disciples are sent first, leaving the higher-ranked ones for emergencies. Shenyang Palace's team of 5 had Meng Yong ranked second only to Wei Qioni, yet they put him forward first. What trick was this? Her eyes fixed on the stage as Meng Yong lifted his hand, releasing dark water that gushed down from his fingertips, instantly flooding the trial platform. The disciple from another sect just stepped onto the stage when thunder roared overhead, lightning plunging straight into the water. Through the feet of the person standing in the water, electricity surged upwards, electrocuting them until foam poured from their mouths, for limbs flailing while sizzling noises emitted from their body. The air filled with the smell of roasted meat. The once noisy surroundings suddenly went silent. 2 disciples beside Mingzhu grabbed her, trying to back off. "What should we do? The stage is all water, there's no way to avoid his attacks." "What else can we do?" Mingzhu helplessly shrugged her shoulders, either endure his thunder strikes or escape by flying sword magic. Disciples from other sects challenged Meng Yong in turn. Apparently aware of their strategy, Meng Yong created a spiritual sword and stood on it, flying unsteadily, his sword-riding skills clearly lacking proficiency. But to avoid being struck by lightning, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and proceed. Meng Yong moved unhurriedly, arms crossed comfortably, then similarly conjured a spiritual sword and ascended skyward. His flight technique was significantly superior to the others, swift and steady. He directly collided with the challenger, throwing them off balance so their body crashed into the water, and the heavenly thunder followed closely after, frying them again, emitting a burnt aroma. Mingzhu gasped sharply. How tempting. Ah, how cruel. One by one, the disciples attempted challenges, and without exception, each was struck by the lightning until charred inside and out. It was about to be Ling Xiaosek's turn. Mingzhu slapped her knee. Nope, this guy gets too much credit. What will I have left to claim if I don't participate now? Summoning a spiritual sword, she soared into the air and then retrieved a medicine refining furnace from her storage ring, tossing it onto the trial platform. Around her, murmurs began. Is she a pharmacist? No way, she looks so young. I've only seen pharmacists refine medicine during team competitions. How does she intend to refine during an individual one? No one can protect her here. The girl has guts, she must not have felt real pain yet. Wei Chunyi, watching her ascend the platform, immediately felt restless, hands forming a megaphone shape as she shouted loudly, "Are you really okay? Don't overdo it." Hearing this, Mingzhu flicked her bangs confidently. Today, I'll show you that I'm no pampered weakling. Seeing that she wouldn't be dissuaded, Wei Chunyi turned toward Meng Yong. Don't use lightning against her, or I'll never forgive you. Meng Yong responded cheerfully. But as he turned, his eyes grew cold. Damn Wei Chunyi, always ordering him around as if he were nothing but a lackey, simply because she was the sect leader's adopted daughter. He was going against her wishes today. Even if he killed Mingzhu today, so what? The sect leader had already said that he shouldn't hold back during the competition. If he could kill, he should, there was no worry about making enemies. With a cold smirk, he looked up at Mingzhu floating mid-air and asked, "Shall we begin?" Mingzhu threw the herbs into the furnace and ignited them with a fire spell, then nodded, "Let's begin." As soon as she spoke, a bolt of lightning struck her directly, so fast that none of the spectators below had time to react. Just as it was about to strike Mingzhu on the head, her location pulled up a blue shadow, and in an instant, she stepped back a full 10 paces, the lightning missing her entirely and striking the water instead. What incredible speed! Meng Yong smirked, intrigued. Below the stage, Wei Chunyi was beside herself with anger. "I told you not to use lightning against her, are you deaf?" Meng Yong gave her a casual glance and summoned a spiritual sword to fly skyward toward Mingzhu. A golden dan cultivated through medicine was still a legitimate golden dan. Protected by spiritual power and enhanced with speed, after a short chase, he managed to grab Mingzhu's sleeve. "I've got you." His pupils flashed with a bloodthirsty light, his free hand gathering electricity as he smashed it toward Mingzhu's head. Chapter 83, Goodnight Macaca. In the split second, Mingzhu suddenly stuck out her tongue at him, grabbed his hand in return, deftly avoiding the incoming thunder, and even tried to fling him down. Completely unexpected her strength to be this great, Meng Yong, unprepared, actually let her succeed. Plummeting abruptly, he fell straight into the water, though luckily protected by spiritual power, suffering no injury. He paused momentarily. Generally, cultivators who practiced speed had very little strength. What kind of freak was this seemingly ordinary girl? Surprisingly shocked, Meng Yong couldn't help but take an interest in Mingzhu, a feeling completely foreign to him, quite novel. Taking advantage of his momentary distraction, Mingzhu tossed a few more medicinal herbs into the stove. Steam rose, the lid of the stove restlessly moving, as if unable to contain the powerful force within. Meng Yong looked back once, unsure what sort of pill her medicine stove was refining. If he wanted, he could have overturned the stove, letting Mingzhu's effort go to waste. But he didn't do that. Instead, he preferred waiting for the pill to be refined, then grabbing it from Mingzhu, watching her cry. Thinking of this, Meng Yong relaxed, standing up from the water, not a single spot of wetness on his clothes. He remained immaculate, even his hair undisturbed. "Doesn't riding your sword tire you?" He looked upward at Mingzhu in the sky. "Why don't you come down and play? I promise not to use lightning against you." He wasn't in a rush, and neither was Mingzhu. She sat boldly on her spiritual sword, her legs dangling in midair. It was unfortunate sunflower seeds weren't allowed on the platform, otherwise, she'd surely throw a faceful of their shells at Meng Yong. The watching disciples below began whispering. "Something's off. Are they fighting or falling in love? I'm starting to ship them." Shang Qingshi stroked his chin. "Is she always this way when she refines medicines?" Xia Luyuan shook his head. Higher-level pills require complete focus from the alchemist, maintaining spiritual energy to regulate the heat and adding their blood to stabilize the pill. These were things Mingzhu had told him, normal people wouldn't know any of this. Upon hearing this, Shang Qingshi seemed thoughtful, understanding something, and quickly stepped back. The observing disciples cried out, "The furnace is reacting. The pill is almost formed." Meng Yong glanced back. A thread of light emitted from the bottom of the perforated pill stove, extremely dazzling. With a violent tremble, a rich aroma spread instantly across the entire trial platform. Mingzhu rode her sword closer to the stove, but Meng Yong stood right beside it, opening the lid while smiling at her. "Sorry, but your pills are mine now." However, upon raising his eyes to see Mingzhu, he found her, who was just moments ago close by, inexplicably moved far away. A sense of foreboding crept into Meng Yong's mind as he turned his attention to the stove, which with a series of popping sounds, exploded violently. The stove fragmented into pieces, sending fiery beams shooting into the heavens. The explosion's waves nearly sent Meng Yong flying. Sharp shards of the stove came hurtling toward his forehead. He swiftly raised his protective spiritual force, barely keeping himself stable. His arm throbbed painfully. Upon inspection, he noticed shards embedded in his flesh, blood trickling steadily down. This wasn't any pill. It was clearly explosives. From the start, it had all been intentional. Despite her frail appearance, she carried out destruction without mercy. Does it hurt? Mingzhu arrived on her sword, summoning her ancient contracted guqin and swinging it sharply at him, clearly intending to slap him hard. That's what you get. Since the Golden Dan ultimately relied on medicinal support, Meng Yong couldn't immediately call upon his spiritual power again. He had no choice but to summon his contracted weapon, a large broadsword, to block her ancient guqin. However, this guqin of hers wasn't just for physical attacks, it could also perform magical spells. She lightly strummed the strings, sending waves of sound rippling out like ripples in water, carrying sharp and intense force straight toward Meng Yong. Startled, Meng Yong sidestepped to avoid the sound waves, but still, a strand of his hair was severed and floated into the water. He gritted his teeth and tapped into the water element within him. The black water on the trial platform responded as though called by him, instantly coalescing into a thick pillar of water that spiraled toward Mingzhu in the sky. The water pillar roared forward like a ferocious dragon, exuding unmatched momentum and strength, seemingly capable of devouring everything. Compared to this colossal water column, Mingzhu looked extremely small. Yet, she didn't panic. Riding her sword, she darted through the air at blinding speeds. The water pillar, no matter how powerful, simply couldn't catch up to her agility and seemed utterly clumsy compared to her maneuvers. Finally, losing its form, the water spread everywhere, drenching Meng Yong head to toe, making him look utterly disheveled. Wiping the sweat off her face, the sunlight bathed her in a warm glow. She turned away from the light, shaking her head sorrowfully. That's all you've got. It seems the Golden Dan achieved by drugs really doesn't work well. Remember, don't take them anymore. Cultivating properly is more important than anything. You. Meng Yong wiped the water from his face, feeling a sense of unprecedented humiliation. His hand gripping the sword trembled with rage, causing steam to rise from his ears. Just as he was about to make his move, Mingzhu suddenly held up 3 fingers, giving him a sweet smile. 3. What did this mean? Meng Yong opened his mouth in confusion as she retracted 1 finger. 2. He was completely bewildered, looking around but seeing nothing unusual. Yet, his heart beat wildly as if it would leap out of his chest at any moment. What have you done? He gritted his teeth, but Mingzhu didn't answer. Instead, she cheerfully counted down the last number, 1. With the sound of the countdown finishing, Meng Yong inexplicably felt dizzy. Through the calm surface of the ground's reflected water, he saw his own face, purple-black with bloodshot eyes filled with red veins, an obvious sign of deep poisoning. Smelling the lingering aroma of medicine in the air, he stared in disbelief. Not only had she brewed explosives, but it turned out they were poison as well. Using fragments of the pill stove to force him to use his protective spirit force, then taking advantage of his inability to gather more spiritual protection quickly, she had managed to poison him. Her tactics were indeed meticulous and terrifying. Ancient sayings weren't wrong, the most venomous indeed came from a woman's heart. Breathing became difficult. He panted heavily as the fragrance surged directly to his brain, his vision blurring increasingly, until everything faded. Meng Yong shakily extended a hand, pointing an accusing finger at Mingzhu while cursing, You actually poisoned me. Victory isn't honorable this way. Quit your nonsense and rest peacefully. Mingzhu descended and lifted her guqin high with both hands, using all her might to strike him off the trial platform before he could fully lose consciousness. Good night, macaca. Chapter 84, Worthless Ones Don't Deserve to Live. As soon as Meng Yong fell off the stage, the disciples watching below fell silent, staring at Mingzhu as if she were a ghost. For a long time, no one approached Meng Yong lying sprawled on the cold ground, uncaring whether he lived or died. Wei Qioni even stepped forward and stomped hard on him twice. It wasn't until a shadow fell from the heavens and Wei Chongyue appeared that she stopped and hurriedly ran over to his side. As for the unconscious Meng Yong on the ground, it seemed like being trampled woke him slightly. With a purplish-red face, he weakly reached out to Wei Chongyue as if begging for help. Master, save me. Wei Chongyue ignored him. In his view, a waste didn't deserve life. Having consumed countless valuable pills yet still unable to defeat someone of a fundamental cultivation level meant he would be better off dead. Eventually, it was a protector of another sect who couldn't bear the sight and happened to be an alchemist who inserted a detoxifying pill into Meng Yong's mouth, saving his life barely. Wei Chongyue watched silently and then indifferently shifted his gaze. Through his mask, the exposed pair of eyes remained emotionless, as still as stagnant water. But Wei Qioni understood. At the moment, he must be somewhat displeased. As she hesitated about speaking, Wei Chongyue suddenly tilted his head towards her, voice neutral. Since that useless person couldn't win, I assume you won't disappoint me. A sinking feeling hit Wei Qioni's heart. Tensely swallowing, not knowing how to reply, she listened as he continued. Losing to anyone is fine, just don't lose to Lingxia sect. If they take the championship, you might as well go die. The voice was light and breezy, audible only to the two of them. His tone was apathetic, as if discussing something trivial. Wei Chunyi's forehead was drenched in sweat, it felt like an invisible hand had gripped her throat, choking out any words she wanted to say. She watched Wei Chongyue's figure vanish from sight. Below the trial platform, Meng Yong, already detoxified, staggered to his feet but suddenly collapsed forward. His body violently exploded, splashing blood and flesh everywhere. Successive screams erupted around them. Mingzhu stared at this grisly scene, nearly falling off her sword. Her stomach churned uncontrollably, and it took quite a while for her to recover. The trial platform still remained covered with pitch-black water. She tentatively stepped on it and quickly retracted her foot. Her acute perception as an alchemist warned her that the water was poisonous. How hypocritical of Meng Yong. It was unfair victory when she used poison, but was it right when he did? With the person now dead, she didn't feel like criticizing him further, instead quietly mourning him in her heart. The toxicity in the water seemed to be a side effect of long-term pill consumption. The pure dust evil-repelling pill was the only antidote for such a toxin. Refining this pill was extremely intricate, requiring constant monitoring by the side. During the competition, Mingzhu couldn't fully focus on refining pills, so she resumed controlling her flying sword and engaged in aerial combat. But a disciple who challenged her simply leaped onto the trial platform, stepping into the water, and raised his fist towards her. Miss Mingzhu is truly a heroine, which I find admirable. I know you admire me, but hold your admiration, Mingzhu sighed. There's poison in the water, and remnants of my refined toxins linger in the air. How could you come here without caution? The disciple looked confused, his skin gradually turning purple. Let me spare you then. Go detoxify yourself quickly, Mingzhu said, unable to bear the sight any longer. That disciple blinked slowly. Because of the poison affecting his brain, his thoughts became somewhat sluggish, but his eyes were still bright as he gazed up at Mingzhu in the sky and spoke, "Why don't you give me a slap? I want you to strike me." A masochistic attribute burst forth unexpectedly. Mingzhu had never heard such an unreasonable request and decided instantly to grant it. She flew her sword toward him and struck him down the trial platform with her buqin. The next opponent was a fire element disciple, and Mingzhu asked, "Could you evaporate the toxic water on the stage? Do you think I'm stupid? Should I waste my spiritual power to dry the water and let you gain an advantage?" The disciple sneered disdainfully, rose higher than her on his sword, and looked down condescendingly. Mingzhu shielded her eyes and gazed far away at him. Then, recoiling as if seeing a ghost, she gave a warning, "Hey, why aren't you wearing underpants?" That disciple was startled. In his haste to come this morning, he had forgotten to wear them, explaining why his lower body felt cooler than usual. Looking down, he noticed all the disciples below staring at his crotch area. Hastily covering it with his hands, he blushed and scolded, "What a freak." He then lowered his height, gathering a series of fiery orbs behind him, linking them in a row that hurtled towards Mingzhu. Mingzhu sidestepped swiftly, the fiery balls seemingly endowed with sight as they relentlessly pursued her. However, over time, their light faded noticeably. Until they finally disappeared without even grazing her clothing. She smoothed out her wind-disheveled hair and gathered a glowing ball in her hand, hurling it at the opponent. "Your turn to taste this." The speed of the glowing sphere was astonishing. Before the disciple reacted, it struck him. Although this ball wasn't painful upon impact, its speed caught him off guard, causing his body to tilt with a scream as he plunged into the toxic water. As one disciple after another challenged her on the platform, Mingzhu began to feel increasingly powerless. Flying was too consuming of spirit energy, yet she couldn't clear the toxic water off the platform. Neither did the challengers seem inclined to do anything about it. They clearly intended to drain her spirit power until she eliminated early. Finally, after defeating the 30th person, her figure wobbled unstably, making sustained flight impossible. She jumped off the trial platform, covering her face with her hands in great dejection. "Why can Flute Immortal Maiden fight 60 opponents while I can only handle 30? Am I not trying hard enough?" Flute Immortal Maiden was already a gold core cultivator when she participated in the competition, and she possessed a powerful magical artifact that could effortlessly create illusions, allowing her to win without fighting. Shang Qingyi patted her head and said, "Don't compare yourself with her. You're already amazing. I'll add chicken legs to your meal when we get back." Mingzhu felt somewhat consoled. She then raised her head and looked at Wei Chunyi standing far away, shouting loudly, "What do you think? Do I look like a sissy?" Wei Chunyi was still immersed in the previous threat from Wei Chongyue. Hearing the sound, she raised her pale face. This expression startled Mingzhu, who immediately asked worriedly, "What's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" Wei Chunyi unusually ignored her and lowered her head again. The competition on the platform continued. For an entire hour, 15 sects had participated, and 8 of them had been completely wiped out. With another cry of agony, only Wei Chunyi from the Zhenyang Palace remained. Holding her whip, she stepped onto the stage. A gold core cultivator was protected by spiritual power, so she wasn't afraid of the poisonous water, and she stepped right on it. She gradually eliminated all 5 remaining sects until she defeated the fat disciple representing Lingxiao's sect. Was it over? No, there was still one person from Lingxiao's sect who hadn't come up yet. She raised her eyes and watched as he slowly approached. Chapter 85, Frostfall Resonance. Wei Chunyi remembered his name was Xia Luyuan. Like Yunheng and Mingzhu, he was also a personal disciple of Lingxiao sect leader. But she had no clear impression of him, only remembering the day of the team competition when he killed someone and then trembled with fear, rubbing himself against Lingxiao sect leader. Oh, yes. His weapon was the former sect leader of Lingxiao sect's Frostfall sword. The Frostfall sword was an extremely yin sword, suitable for those with water or ice affinity. Xia Luyuan, however, was fire-based, and thus couldn't fully bring out the true strength of the sword. She didn't know how he managed to convince Lingxiao sect leader to give him the sword. As Xia Luyuan's foot was about to step onto the trial platform, Shang Qingyi worriedly asked, "Are you sure your injuries are fine?" Xia Luyuan paused for a moment, then turned around and gave a reassuring smile to the other side, saying, "Master, there's no need to worry." Then, standing at the edge of the platform, he gathered flames in his palm, and the poison water on the platform immediately began to boil, quickly evaporating clean. Strangely, the disciples standing around the platform did not feel the scorching heat of a variant fire root but instead shivered, as if they had walked through an icy wasteland. Xia Luyuan looked thoughtfully down at his palm. In the originally gray-white flames, a trace of blue had unknowingly seeped in, something even he hadn't noticed before. Had his spiritual root undergone another mutation? No wonder Shang Qingyi had said his body had become very cold. He tightened his grip on the Frostfall sword with his other hand. The little rabbit charm on the sword hilt swayed slightly with his movement. His palm, which condensed with icy flames, brushed over the sword body, and for the first time since using the Frostfall sword, he felt a resonance with it. Xia Luyuan stepped onto the trial platform, and the surrounding temperature plummeted suddenly, causing snow to fall gently. Frost and snow lightly covered his long eyelashes as he lifted his gaze and looked across at Wei Chunyi. Wei Chunyi took a deep breath and quietly gripped the whip in her hand tightly. Almost every sect placed their strong disciples last to compete. Before, she had fought countless matches, including opponents at the late Foundation establishment phase and half-step gold core stages. Although she eventually won, her spirit energy had been greatly depleted. Now her spirit energy might be on par with Xia Luyuan's, leaving everything to chance. "Please forgive me, but I must win this match." Wei Chunyi whipped her long whip forward, breaking through the air with a loud sound, and it surged towards Xia Luyuan enveloped with faint spirit energy. Xia Luyuan met the attack with his sword, and the whip coiled around the sword in circle after circle. Wei Chunyi attempted to pull the Frostfall sword over but found frost spreading off the sword freezing her whip. Wei Chunyi gritted her teeth and suddenly let go of the whip. Spirit energy gathered in her palms, forming a sphere, which she directed again towards Xia Luyuan. Xia Luyuan similarly used his free hand to condense flames directly confronting her spirit energy sphere. When the two collided, sparks flew instantly, and then exploded violently, causing both to involuntarily take a few steps backward. Wei Chunyi raised her hand. Earlier, the snow from around Xia Luyuan had fallen on her arm. Despite feeling the chill, burns appeared on her skin. The snow showed no signs of melting, instead continuously eroding her skin, bringing a sharp pain. She had to call forth spirit energy to protect her body while simultaneously forming hand seals. Her feet left the ground as she ascended into the air. In an instant, the sky brightened as threads of sunlight pierced through the clouds, all falling upon her. Countless fine white threads swirled around her. Shang Qingyi's eyebrows twitched. The cultivation technique she was now using, was it possibly, no, excuse me, Jiu Xian Yuhuan. The white threads entwined between Wei Chunyi's fingers and rapidly extended to the trial platform. As her fingers slightly moved, they transformed into various shapes. Countless intersecting threads passed by Xia Luyuan, effortlessly cutting off a piece of his clothing. It was evident that if his body were to touch these threads, it would result in serious consequences. He clumsily dodged, attempting to cut the threads with his sword, but even the exceptionally sharp Frostfall sword had no effect on them. Instead, it was deflected back, shaking his hand numb. He then tried burning them with flames, but this was equally ineffective. The threads neared him again. He failed to evade in time, his hair tie was severed, letting his dark long hair cascade like a waterfall. After tumbling around the ground in great disorder to avoid being hit, he stood up again. At that moment, something seemed to dawn on him, and the earlier panic vanished from his face. Wei Chunyi hovering in midair dimly felt something was wrong, but she gritted her teeth and continued controlling the spell. This time, Xia Luyuan didn't dodge. Instead, he stepped on the Frostfall sword and used the flying sword technique. Encircled by icy flames, he charged straight toward her. Wei Chunyi quickly gathered her fingers together, but Xia Luyuan made no move to avoid, and the threads pierced directly through his body. Unexpectedly, the gory scene imagined by onlookers did not happen. Xia Luyuan remained unharmed and fell together with Wei Chunyi from the air, his sword tip pointing directly at her throat. "You lost." Wei Chunyi's throat felt dry. "How did you figure it out?" "There is nothing in this world that cannot be ignited by a mutated fire spiritual root. Moreover, those threads had no shadows." Xia Luyuan said, "So I guessed you were using an illusion." "Fortunately, my gamble paid off." Wei Chunyi took a deep breath. Jiu Xian Yuhuan was indeed an illusionary technique. However, if one could cultivate it to the 9th level, the threads would possess real lethality. Unfortunately, her realm was far from sufficient. Her gaze landed on a certain spot, and her already pale face turned even paler. Her body started trembling uncontrollably. Following her line of sight, everyone noticed Wei Chonghua standing not far away. No one knew when he had arrived. Motionlessly, he stared at Xia Luyuan holding the sword on the stage, as if petrified. The same blue robes, the same frostfall sword, the same effortless way of breaking his once prideful Jiu Xian Yuhuan. For a moment, this silhouette perfectly overlapped with the nightmare that had haunted him for over 400 years. The surroundings grew dark, and he could see nothing clearly. With obstructed vision, his hearing became unusually acute, with mocking voices incessantly echoing in his ears. Master Wei, you lost. Master Wei, you've lost again. Master Wei, even though I let you have one hand, why can't you still win? Wei Chonghua, you are truly a complete waste. Wei Chonghua staggered a few steps. Noticing his unusual state, the onlookers glanced around. Since Ning Feiyu was absent, they dared to whisper quietly. It's rare to see Chief Wei in such disarray. What is he afraid of? What could he fear? His life has gone smoothly until now, except for one person who has exposed his inadequacies. Who is that person? The previous sect leader of Lingxiao sect. You don't know this? The sword in Xiao Yuan's hand is exactly the artifact of the former sect leader. He probably saw it and was startled into a reaction. Wei Chunyi wiped cold sweat off her face, trying hard to suppress her fear. Shaking, she stepped forward hesitantly, her voice trembling, "Father." Hearing her call, Wei Chonghua finally snapped out of the illusion, supporting himself against the wall as he barely steadied his form. "I will enter seclusion. Do not disturb me." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared from where he stood, so fast that none of those present had time to react. Wei Chunyi opened her mouth. So. Did she keep her head? Chapter 86, Lying is Being a Puppy. She exhaled in relief, propping up her trembling legs, and looked at the left protector of Xingyang Palace dumbfoundedly standing at the spectator seats. Feeling her gaze, the protector came to his senses from his shock, cleared his throat, and announced loudly, "I hereby declare the winner of the group competition of this year's Immortal Cultivation Conference to be Lingxiao sect. And the individual champion goes to Xia Luyuan of Lingxiao sect." He instructed the Xingyang Palace disciples to bring the prizes over and invited Mingzhu and the other 2 participating disciples from Lingxiao sect, a fat and a thin one, to ascend the stage. Thus, Xia Luyuan, who had previously been standing alone on the platform, was immediately surrounded and placed in the center, as if encircled by stars. "Senior brother Xia is truly amazing." Mingzhu praised without reserve. "I couldn't tell it was an illusion." The other 2 disciples also looked at Xia Luyuan with admiring eyes. "Senior brother Xia won so gracefully, we owe it all to you being here." Amidst the endless praises, Xiao Yuan's fingers unconsciously stroked the tassel hanging from his pendant, his gaze landing on Shang Qingyi below the stage. She smiled at him. That face, cold and distant as if separated by thousands of miles of clouds, momentarily radiated the warmth of melting snow and ice. Thus, Xia Luyuan also smiled. The surrounding spectators seemed to relive the terror of being dominated by Lingxiao sect in the past, spontaneously shouting the familiar slogan, "May the gods bless Lingxiao sect, may cranes be summoned from the 9 heavens." In this clamor, a massive white crane flag unfurled in the wind, flapping loudly. At this moment, Mingzhu hadn't forgotten about Yunheng, who was on the verge of advancing. Using the leftover herbs in her storage ring, she made a small herbal bundle, attached a talisman paper to her forehead inscribed with Yunheng's name. Holding the bundle above her head, she happily greeted the crowd below, chanting with them, "May the gods bless Lingxiao sect, may cranes be summoned from the 9 heavens." Shang Qingyi used the Lingxiao mirror to capture this scene, forever preserving it. Until everyone around dispersed, the group returned to their resting place together. "Which one here is the Yuji flower?" Shang Qingyi held the prize box, searching inside. Mingzhu was the only alchemist present. Naturally, the question was for her. She leaned in for a closer look, then shook her head. "Yuji flowers are black, with leaves resembling lingji mushrooms, and attract snakes when they bloom. There isn't any Yuji flower in here." Shang Qingyi. Apparently, Fenyang's information was inaccurate. Without the Yuji flower, what would happen to the residual cold poison lingering in his dantian? The joy from winning the competition waned, leaving Shang Qingyi worriedly returning to their resting spot. Just as he was about to enter, Xia Luyuan pulled at his sleeve, saying, "Teacher, I have something I wish to discuss with you." With the noise outside from the others, Shang Qingyi led him into the bedroom. Previously, my fire's spiritual root was contradictory to Frostfall sword, but today, it resonated with me for the first time. I found that within the sword lies some remaining sword intent left by the previous owner. The previous owner, naturally, was Shang Qingyi's adoptive father. He immediately became intrigued, awaiting the continuation. Xia Luyuan slowly said, "That sword intent resembles foreign characters, I don't recognize them." Shang Qingyi thought it strange, as his adoptive father was native to Bainyao country, why would there be foreign characters? Curiously, he asked, "Can I sense that sword intent?" Xia Luyuan nodded, taking his hand. His fingers forcefully intertwined through his, forming an interlocked grip. Before Shang Qingyi could say anything, Xia Luyuan had already pressed his hand onto the body of the Frostfall sword, shielding the handle with his wide sleeves. A chill slowly spread through his fingertips. He closed his eyes. He sensed the remaining sword intent. It wasn't foreign text, it was emoji. Asterisk greater than over equal to, epsilon less than over equal to asterisk. Shang Qingyi. He didn't understand, but was profoundly shocked. Could this adoptive father also be someone who transmigrated into a book? Unconsciously, Xia Luyuan drew nearer to him, almost cheek to cheek, whispering softly in his ear, "Teacher, can you decipher these words?" As Shang Qingyi was about to respond, a loud knocking sound came from outside. "Teacher. Senior brother Yunheng has awakened." So fast. Truly deserving of the protagonist status, even his breakthrough times were different from others. Ignoring everything else, Shang Qingyi quickly disentangled himself from Xiao Yuan's embrace and hurried toward Yunheng's room. His hand fell empty, a flicker of disappointment crossed Xiao Yuan's dark eyes before he calmly followed after. Yunheng sat on the bed drinking water. Thick qi surrounded him, his meridians having been rebuilt, his features now appeared more handsome, looking over once, shedding childishness, gaining a bit of the arrogance and aloofness fitting for a dragon arrogance male lead. Yet upon opening his mouth, it was still the familiar tone, "What? You finished the competition already? And won the top prize?" Setting down the cup, he scratched his head in confusion. "I always feel something is off, it seems like I've been outshone." To stop him from pondering further, Shang Qingyi shoved 2 scrolls into his hands. Yunheng unraveled them to look. Recognizing the words written on them, his eyebrows furrowed tightly. Before he could speak, Shang Qingyi hastily explained, "Trust me, this is a legitimate cultivation technique, the 9 mystery mastery of illusions. You should practice it well." Eh? His brows relaxed as Yunheng blinked in pleasant surprise. Did that mean he wouldn't have to leave his master or Lingxiao sect? "Master, it's great." Yunheng rushed forward and hugged Shang Qingyi's leg, openly proclaiming in front of everyone with that righteous face of his, "I no longer need to be forced to leave Lingxiao sect. After we return, I still want to eat your cooking." Shang Qingyi patted his head and said to the others who were dumbfounded, "Go back and pack your belongings, we'll set off early tomorrow morning and return to Lingxiao sect." Mu Shen led the other 2 disciples away, while Mingzhu initially wanted to stay a little longer. However, she had brought so many things and needed to quickly sort them out, so she skipped off happily. Only Xia Luyuan remained motionless, leaning against the doorframe. Aware of the dim gaze, Shang Qingyi turned around and saw him with his long lashes lowered, his emotions under shadowy light becoming somewhat unclear. Shang Qingyi seemed thoughtful and waved at Yunheng, "All right, take advantage of the time now to practice your new techniques." "All right." Yunheng laughed foolishly, sitting by the bed repeatedly examining the 2 scrolls, delightedly rolling around. Shang Qingyi then pulled Xia Luyuan back into the room. Bending down, he moved closer, looking up at him from below. "Are you upset?" Xia Luyuan shook his head, but his expression clearly betrayed his stubborn refusal to admit it. "No." "Really?" Shang Qingyi raised an eyebrow, his delicate yet pale fingers lightly tugging at the longevity braid before him, his voice soothingly sweet, "If you lie, you'll turn into a puppy." Xia Luyuan turned away, not meeting his eyes, his voice muffled like that of a child denied candy. "I am already a puppy." Chapter 87, The Teacher is Good in Every Way. A puppy's tail hangs when it's angry. When he was angry, his eyelids drooped, making his whole demeanor awkwardly adorable. Shang Qingyi couldn't help but pinch his cheeks. Then, he seriously asked, "Why are you upset? Is it because you feel unbalanced seeing Yunheng progress too fast?" He thought that Yunheng and Xia Luyuan were practically the reincarnations of their adoptive father and Wei Chongyue. If born in different eras, both names would resonate throughout the cultivator realms. Yet they had been born together, inevitably compared until forced rankings decided superiority. One became famous, while the other merely became the supporting role. In the original story, Yunheng always overshadowed Xia Luyuan. Coupled with the latter's naturally dark and obsessive personality, it fueled jealousy leading to a twisted madness that harmed all. Shang Qingyi had always hoped the 2 would get along without battling fiercely as in the original plot. Faced with his confusion, Xia Luyuan shook his head vigorously. "I'm not feeling unbalanced, and I don't envy senior brother Yunheng." When he first joined Lingxiao sect, there indeed had been some hostility toward Yunheng. It felt like the other had higher cultivation and enjoyed popularity among his peers, dazzling like the sun on the horizon, which made him feel insignificant. However, after Shang Qingyi's guidance and their recent interactions, that hostility had long vanished. "The reason I'm unhappy," he spoke gravely, "is because Master alone gave him the cultivation technique." Not expecting this, Shang Qingyi winked at him, "But only those with celestial spirit roots can practice it. Even if I give it to you, it would be useless." "I don't necessarily need the cultivation technique," Xia Luyuan said, "something else would work as well." So, it wasn't about envying Yunheng or demanding fairness and justice. It was simply jealousy. What a mess this kid has inside his mind. Uncertain what to give him momentarily, Shang Qingyi extended his hand. "Pick something yourself." Xia Luyuan rested his fingers on Shang Qingyi's spatial bracelet, closing his eyes for a long search, ultimately selecting a tassel hairpin. Shang Qingyi was slightly surprised. This item was something he had worn before, and the tassel attached had inexplicably shortened, making it quite an impolite gift to offer someone else. Change it, he suggested, this is one I've used. But I want this one. Xia Luyuan treasured the pin, tucking it into his chest. He visibly became happier, the gloom in his brows dispersing, his once dull eyes regaining some sparkle. Since he insisted so much, Shang Qingyi didn't argue further. He patted Xia Luyuan's head. In the future, if you're unhappy or feel I've done something wrong, just say it. No, Xia Luyuan cut him off, saying with utmost seriousness, Master is good in every way and does everything right. He leaned in closer, the faint candlelight illuminating his soft profile. Those clear eyes seemed to hold only the figure of Shang Qingyi. It's all my fault, I shouldn't be so petty. I will definitely change in the future. They were standing too close now. For a fleeting moment, Shang Qingyi's heartbeat skipped a beat. Even he couldn't discern the emotions swirling within him, whether it was care for a disciple or something else entirely. The moon shone brightly. The entire Xinjiang Palace mountain range basked in a gentle silver glow, appearing ethereal and mysterious from afar, as if floating on clouds. The next morning, everyone set off back to Lingxiao sect. Xinjiang Palace's protective array still hadn't been deactivated, meaning they had to walk the whole distance step by step. Thankfully, descending the mountain was easier than ascending, allowing Shang Qingyi to keep up with the others. While resting in the town at the foot of the mountain, they unintentionally spotted Wei Qinyai holding a little girl and carrying a bundle, as if preparing for a long journey. Seeing the group from Lingxiao sect, she came over to greet them voluntarily. The little girl in her arms clutched a green bamboo flute, none other than the descendant of the flute immortal they had met before. This time, the girl wore a pretty pink dress, her hair tied into two small buns, contrasting sharply with her initially dusty appearance. Mingzhu asked curiously, where are the two of you going? I can't stay in Xinjiang Palace anymore. Wei Qinyai replied, Wei Chongyue said that if your Lingxiao sect wins the personal championship, he would kill me. Ah. Mingzhu was startled. Fortunately, he was scared away by Frost Descent Sword, allowing me to barely survive. I've already discussed it with Elderswa. Once Wei Chongyue comes out of seclusion, I'll tell him I'm dead. Wei Qinyai sighed deeply, then smiled again. I plan to go incognito and take this little girl with me to rebuild a new Changle sect. After hearing this, Mingzhu pulled out a box full of ingots from her storage ring. I don't have much, but I have plenty of money. Consider this as my support for you. Xia Luyuan thought for a while and also took out an ingot from his storage ring. Compared to Mingzhu's full box, he could only offer one leftover from when Shang Qingyi last went shopping. This is all I can offer. I hope you won't feel offended. Wei Qinyai accepted it gracefully and smiled. You're really amazing. You spotted the loophole in the 9 mystery mastery of illusions so quickly. This time it was my mistake, but once I cultivate this technique to the 9th level, I'll challenge you again. I'd be honored. Xia Luyuan nodded slightly. Next was Yunheng. Feeling the emptiness in his own storage bag, sleeves, and wallet, he finally could only take out 2 defensive talismans. Although I don't have money, if you ever encounter difficulties in the future, you can ask me for help. Don't worry. Your former sect leader also started with just being a gold core cultivator, yet today Lingxiao sect stands tall among the cultivation world as a true major sect. Wei Qinyai responded, what he managed to achieve, I believe I can do as well. She then patted the head of the little girl in her arms. Come on, say goodbye to these big brothers and sisters. The little girl obediently raised her arms and waved them around. Goodbye. As her voice faded, Wei Qinyai turned with the girl in her arms, then paused suddenly, returning to shove something into Mingzhu's hand. Mingzhu looked down to see a plain black ring adorned with a few strange characters on its surface, looking quite mysterious. It's something I obtained during my training expeditions. Supposedly, it holds the remnant soul of some great ascension cultivator, but no matter what I try, I never sense any presence inside. Wei Qinyai explained, this can be considered my gift to you. Keep it safe, whatever happens. Mingzhu tucked the ring into her chest and removed the pearl ribbon from her hair, handing it to Wei Qinyai. Receiving the ribbon, Wei Qinyai blushed instantly and carefully placed it on her hair with great solemnity, then waved to everyone, we'll meet again someday. She completely turned her back. The sunrise painted her pale pink sleeves dancing in the wind, her silhouette calm and resolute. Chapter 88, Hungry, Let's Eat. Looking at the ring, Shang Qingyi fell into deep thought. In the original plot, Wei Qinyai gave this item to Yunheng, who activated the old man trapped within thanks to his main character spotlight. But why did it end up in Mingzhu's hands now? Shang Qingyi glanced at Yunheng, who was completely oblivious that he had lost a powerful external aid. With a gentle expression, Yunheng tenderly patted the little looting chicken in his arms. Shouldn't a Dragon Pride male protagonist have a more intimidating look? Unable to bear looking at him anymore, Shang Qingyi hastily averted his gaze and said to everyone, don't linger anymore, let's set off. Just like when they came, they took turns flying by paired sword riding, only now with an added Mu Shen, who was allowed to fly alone. Afraid he might feel lonely, Yunheng handed over the looting chicken in his arms. Elder, let it keep you company. Thank you. Mu Shen accepted it, staring eye to eye with the bird. After summoning the spirit sword, the looting chicken leapt out of Mu Shen's arms, lying down on the blade. No matter how the north wind blew fiercely and distorted its feathers, it remained unmoved. 4 days later, the group finally returned to Lingxiao sect. Feng Yang waited anxiously by the mountain gate until their return, swiftly stepping up to Shang Qingyi. Seeing him unharmed, Feng Yang relaxed, smiling brightly. "You've worked hard, sect leader." Then he looked at Yunheng and praised him. "Impressive kid, you've advanced to gold core so quickly, truly commendable." Next, he turned to Xia Luyuan and patted his shoulder, saying, "Congratulations, personal tournament champion, you're famous now." He then addressed Mingzhu, "The same goes for you, I often hear others talk about your remarkable bomb-making feats on the field these days." Finally, he turned to the 2 contest participants, "Your performance has been good as well, keep it up." Spotting the additional figure, Feng Yang paused momentarily before turning toward Mu Shen, curiously asking, "And who might this be?" "He is my hired elder, his name is Mu Shen, he is the uncle of Murong," Shang Qingyi explained to Feng Yang, then introduced him to Mu Shen. "This is Feng Yang, also an elder of Lingxiao sect." "Nice to meet you," Feng Yang courteously saluted Mu Shen with a kind smile. "Follow me, I'll show you around Lingxiao sect and help you get familiar." It was clear that he had practiced his smile diligently in recent days, making it less stiff than before. Mu Shen returned the salute, following closely behind, asking, "What does it take to be an elder of Lingxiao sect?" Without turning back, Feng Yang replied, "Lingxiao sect is different from other sects, there is no vice leader or left-right protectors, only elders. Moreover, elders are not allowed to take disciples, all internal sect members are registered under the sect leader. Hence, compared to other sects, the duties of an elder are far fewer. You just need to patrol outside the mountain daily, ensuring no one enters the forbidden zones." "Why such strange regulations?" Mu Shen couldn't help but ask, slightly surprised. Feng Yang hesitated briefly. Such regulations were enacted by the former sect leader, fearing unrest among subordinates forming factions and joining forces with disciples to overthrow Shang Qingyi's leadership. However, this information was impossible to disclose to Mu Shen. His eyes abruptly grew cold, as someone accustomed to playing the antagonist, showing zero emotion on his face while staring at others made him appear heartless and distant. "Why so many questions? Just follow the rules." Sensing the uniquely powerful pressure from the Yuan infant stage radiating from Feng Yang, Mu Shen drew in a deep breath, hastily replying, "All right, I understand." In the next instant, Feng Yang hung a pleasant smile again, the angle of his curled lips perfectly friendly. "Let's go, I'll take you to check out the cultivation hall and see the disciples first." Mu Shen. Was that a change of facial expressions happening right now? Seemed more like stepping into a den of wolves instead of Lingxiao sect. "Over here." Shang Qingyi dismissed the disciples, preparing to return to the Chongqing hall for some rest. The 2 inner sect disciples obediently left, but Xia Luyuan and the other 3 didn't budge from their spots. "Master," Xia Luyuan reached out to tug at Shang Qingyi's sleeve, "Hungry, food." "Hungry, food," Yunheng and Mingzhu joined in, hands clasped together and blinking sincerely at him. He pressed his lips together. "Will you help me prepare it?" "Yes." All 3 nodded in unison, heading to the kitchen with him. Yunheng handled the ingredients, Mingzhu chopped the vegetables, Xia Luyuan tended the fire, and all Shang Qingyi needed to do was cook the food. With this setup, the time spent cooking shortened significantly, quickly filling a large table with dishes. As they were eating, Feng Yang happened to be touring Mu Shen through the area near the kitchen. He naturally sat down, serving himself a bowl of rice and picking up his chopsticks. Mu Shen looked confused. Why waste time on such trivialities when practitioners of the Tao should not indulge in gluttony but drink floral nectar and dew, remaining detached from worldly matters? As Mu Shen was lost in thought, Shang Qingyi looked over at him and asked, "Are you going to eat?" "I won't." His refusal wasn't finished before Feng Yang tossed him a chestnut cake, saying, "Eat quickly. If you don't, those kids will take it all." Mu Shen glanced at the cake. It looked ordinary, no different from the ones sold in human marketplaces. He tentatively took a small bite. Was this taste supposed to exist on Earth? Throughout his long life, he had never tasted such an aromatic and unforgettable pastry that left his mouth fragrant and yearning for more. Without hesitation, he served himself a full bowl of rice, only to sit down and hear a series of rapid sounds. All the dishes on the table were gone, leaving behind nothing but shiny clean plates. His chopsticks froze mid-air. "Senior, this is how we usually eat." "Just bear with it," Mingzhu said while wiping her mouth, standing up and stretching. "I suddenly got inspired, I need to return to my bamboo hut to refine medicine now." As she stepped out, Yunheng realized belatedly, "You just didn't want to wash the dishes." He also ran off. "It's just washing some dishes," Feng Yang flicked his fingers slightly, and the plates fell into the water basin one by one, emerging as clean as new, a simple task. He stood up, seeming to remember something, and addressed Shang Qingyi, "Oh, sect leader, there's someone I'd like you to meet." Saying this, he rushed out and soon returned to the kitchen, tossing in a girl tightly bound like a dumpling. The girl had striking dark red hair and an attractive face. At the moment, tears welled in her eyes, her mouth stuffed with cloth, looking pitifully miserable. Mu Shen's eyebrows twitched. Was Lingxiao's sect truly a righteous sect? How could they abduct innocent girls? Just then, Feng Yang removed the cloth from her mouth and untied the ropes. She thudded to her knees, tearfully clinging onto Shang Qingyi's leg. Please don't kill me. I've learned my lesson, and I won't sell fake medicine anymore. Chapter 89, just turned 18. Seeing her distinctive long hair, Shang Qingyi lowered his eyelashes and called her name without hesitation, Lin Jingyue. The girl hesitated for a moment before abruptly lifting her head, startled. How do you know my name? That confirmed it. This Lin Jingyue was Yun Heng's second love interest. Her parents passed away when she was young, leaving her with only her grandfather. Her grandfather was a master alchemist, but she lacked any aptitude for alchemy, unable even to differentiate between poison herbs and medicinal herbs. After her grandfather's death, his residual soul resided in their family heirloom ring, daily pushing her to practice alchemy skills. However, among every 100 attempts to refine pills, 99 times her alchemical furnaces would explode. No matter how wealthy the family once was, they were soon reduced to utter poverty due to this consumption. In order to continue her alchemy experiments and conceal her true identity, she disguised herself as a man, wandering through various black markets, selling the defective pills she produced. Under her grandfather's guidance, her pills appeared normal, but after consumption, serious issues would arise. According to the original storyline, she would encounter Yun Heng during her travels selling counterfeit medicines, resulting in their complex love-hate relationship. Later, she handed over the ancestral ring to Yun Heng, leading him on the path of becoming an alchemist. After organizing the memories in his mind, Shang Qingyi almost lost control of his expression, gritting his teeth and asking, so it was you who sold the cold marrow liquid to Feng Yang? Lin Jingyue nodded like a pecking chicken. Good. Very good. It was precisely this unscrupulous merchant who caused him to contract cold poison. Seeing Shang Qingyi's displeased expression, Lin Jingyue hurried to amend her words. I was tied up by your sect elders under the mountain for 10 days, starving myself senseless. Later, when demonic seeds attacked, I nearly died. I truly know better now. She sniffled, and didn't I already concoct a remedy? Just give me a little rain orchid flower and soul-cleansing grass, and I promise to cure the side effects of the cold marrow liquid from your body. She caused sect leader such unwarranted suffering, Feng Yang spoke ominously. Once she finishes refining the remedy, kill her. Mu Shen silently put down his chopsticks, inexplicably feeling an impulse to flee. Xia Luyuan nodded along, but when Shang Qingyi looked at him, he showed an expression of pity. If she can indeed heal master's condition, it counts as making amends, so let her live. Yes, yes, Lin Jingyue sobbed as she wiped her nose and tears. Don't kill me. I've just turned 18. I haven't lived long enough. Shang Qingyi lifted his leg, gesturing for her to stand up, but the problem now is, where can we find the rain orchid flower? 3 months from now at the alchemist conference. The rain orchid flower will be one of the top 10 prizes. Lin Jingyue quickly let go of his leg and stood up, saying, I assure you this information is true. Alchemist conference. Shang Qingyi felt a wave of dizziness. In this competition, all the participants were experienced elders in alchemy, each proficient in refining pills. They churned out top-notch Dan effortlessly. Relying on Lin Jingyue's alchemy skills, it would be impossible for her even to enter the preliminaries. Mingzhu might have a chance to reach the preliminaries, but getting into the top 10 was like a wild dream. Although he knew it was unreliable, they had no other way out for now. Shang Qingyi decided to follow the original plot and send Lin Jingyue to Yun Heng. So, he waved her over, come with me. Lin Jingyue obediently followed him, Xia Luyuan trailing behind. Mu Shen also wanted to go, but Feng Yang stopped him. You should finish eating first, after that, I'll take you somewhere else. Mu Shen looked down at the table that was already empty except for the remaining bowl of rice, but there's only rice left, no dishes. You've already served yourself a bowl of rice, wasting food is disgraceful, so naturally, you need to eat it all. Feng Yang gave him a look filled with justification. Under the intimidation of such a great disparity in strength, Mu Shen had no choice but to dryly consume the entire bowl of rice until his throat ached. Only after personally confirming that not a single grain remained in the bowl did Feng Yang nod in satisfaction, then graciously said, all right, now I'll take you to find your nephew, Murong. On the way back to the Hall of Eternal Life, there came crashing sounds from the bamboo hut. As expected, Mingzhu had failed another attempt at refining medicine. Curious, Lin Jingyue looked around and asked, does your Lingxiao sect also have, alchemists? Yes, her name is Mingzhu. She's 15 years old. Upon hearing Shang Qingyi's reply, Lin Jingyue furrowed her brows suspiciously. Huh? Is she the child of a master alchemist? No, Shang Qingyi shook his head. She relies solely on herself. Impossible. Lin Jingyue instinctively countered, alchemy requires exceptional natural talent. A person must have an innate sensitivity towards herbs and the ability to memorize everything upon sight, accurately identifying medicinal herbs. One must also have perfect control over spiritual power and be fearless in handling explosive alchemical flames. How could someone who is only 15 achieve all these things? As she spoke, she recalled the previous explosion of the alchemical furnace and suddenly understood. The person named Mingzhu probably shared the same fate as her, refining 100 furnaces of pills and failing 99 times, producing only defective goods during the rare success. Yet, before this thought had fully formed, the bamboo forest house emitted another sound. A streak of golden light descended from above, spreading a rich fragrance of medicine. It was a successful pill. And its quality was quite good, just a bit short of being considered top grade. Lin Jingyue stared, dumbfounded, her jaw nearly hitting the ground. Pointing toward the direction of the bamboo house, she excitedly said, I want to meet Mingzhu. Is that okay? Shang Qingyi found it odd. According to the original plot, she should have been eager to see Yunheng. With this in mind, he opened his mouth in confusion, asking, won't you see Yunheng? Who's Yunheng? Lin Jingyue tilted her head in bewilderment, is Yunheng also an alchemist? Not yet, Shang Qingyi replied, perhaps he will become one in the future. I say I'm going to be the chief alchemist too. Lin Jingyue shrugged dismissively, then pleaded earnestly, but I really want to meet the 15-year-old alchemical prodigy. Please, let me meet her. I'd be willing to work for you as a horse or cow from now on. Saying this, her eyes began to brim with tears, as if deeply wronged. Shang Qingyi pressed his lips together and said, then come with me. Thank you. You are truly a good person. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Lin Jingyue followed him without hesitation along the small road leading to the bamboo forest hut. This place was extremely serene, with enchanting scenery. The little bamboo house was nestled among lush green bamboos. A gentle breeze passed through, making the leaves rustle melodiously. Perhaps due to the beautiful landscape, Lin Jingyue subconsciously thought that Mingzhu, living here, must be a beauty. Running to the door with excitement, she pushed it open, only to see a face covered in soot, its features almost indistinguishable except for two large blinking eyes. Chapter 90, Little Filthy Package. Lin Jingyue was startled. But then she quickly realized that the blackened face wasn't Mingzhu's natural skin color but rather ash from the furnace. What happened? How did all this soot end up on your face, little filthy package? Lin Jingyue cast a cleaning spell and gently wiped off the soot. As the soot disappeared, a fresh and adorable face revealed itself, causing Lin Jingyue to marvel uncontrollably, what a cute little sister. Let big sister pinch your cheeks. Saying this, she reached out to pinch Mingzhu's cheeks. Mingzhu had been dazed and ringing in her ears after the pill furnace explosion. She reacted a moment later, pushing Lin Jingyue's hand away while muttering, who are you? Why are you grabbing me as soon as you come in? What a hooligan woman. I just find it too astonishing, Lin Jingyue continued to exclaim, a 15-year-old alchemist at the yellow rank level, it's truly unprecedented. Your future is limitless, little sister. As she spoke, she lightly touched the ring on her ring finger and called out, Grandpa, what do you think of her? The ring flashed. Lin Jingyue immediately placed both hands together, cradling air in a gesture. A wisp of white smoke shot out of the ring, slowly forming into an old man's head in her palm. And just the head, there was nothing below the neck. This scene was so eerie that Mingzhu looked toward Shang Qingyi and Lin Jingyue in the distance, panicking, there's a ghost. Help. Little girl, don't be alarmed, the head slowly opened its mouth, I am old man Lin, once a practicing alchemist. Before I passed away, I consumed a soul shadow pill, which caused me to become like this. Soul shadow pill. Alchemists were divided into 4 levels, earth, heaven, mystical, and yellow. It took at least an earth rank alchemist to create a soul shadow pill. It was said that consuming this pill could preserve a sliver of one's soul after death, allowing that fragment to survive for another decade and help complete unfulfilled wishes before death. As time went by, the sliver of soul would vanish starting from the feet, completely disappearing after 10 years. Since only the elder's head remained, he probably had about 2 more years left. Mingzhu blinked and listened as the head continued, my granddaughter lacks talent in alchemy. But I do not wish my art to die with me nor for my collection of 3,000 scrolls of Dan recipes to be forgotten. You seem wise, and your features show great promise. I would take you as my disciple. What do you say? How many? 3,000 scrolls of Dan recipes. Ling Xiao's sect only had basic recipes, Mingzhu had only heard of those rarer Dan medicines without knowing their components. If she became his disciple, learned under his guidance, and inherited his recipes, there would be no harm to her path in alchemy. Eagerly rubbing her small hands, Mingzhu tentatively asked, can you show me something genuine? The old man's head slowly nodded, naturally. Afterward, a scroll appeared in Mingzhu's hands. Opening it, her eyes were instantly blinded by 5 glaring characters. The subtle spirit nourishing Dan. This pill could directly enhance cultivation and could sell for 10,000 spirit stones per pill outside. Meng Yong had relied on these subtle spirit nourishing pills to reach the gold core stage, though she didn't consider it honorable. If this pill were truly put before her, she would definitely choose to consume it. Grandpa. Mingzhu abruptly threw herself at the old man's head, tears streaming down her face, you're my only grandfather. I don't want to be your disciple, I want to be your granddaughter. From now on, I shall change my name to Lin Mingzhu. Shang Qingyi grew increasingly uncomfortable from afar. Until he saw Lin Jinghua take off her ring, place it onto Mingzhu's finger, and the two of them, along with the floating head, crying in a heap together, a question mark gradually rose in his mind. For some unknown reason, he had a premonition. In the future, Mingzhu's finger would be covered with rings. He averted his gaze and waved to Xia Luyuan behind him, "Let's go. This is too touching. I can't watch anymore." Xia Luyuan didn't care either way. Having spent such a long time here, he never once glanced at what was happening inside but was solely focused on observing Shang Qingyi. He asked, "Master, where do you want to go?" Shang Qingyi turned to look westward. That was Lingxiao sect's forbidden area. Heading toward the restricted stone marker, there was the treasure vault filled with rare materials. Walking further, it led to Maple Leaf Cottage. It had been mentioned earlier in the story, the former residence of his late adoptive parents. The forbidden area was cold. Shang Qingyi said, "Find me a disciple with fire attribute affinities." Xia Luyuan was confused, "Am I not already fire attribute? But your fire is cold. I'm afraid you'll freeze me to death. Let's give it a try." As he spoke, Xia Luyuan placed his hand on Shang Qingyi's arm. He activated his spiritual root power, and blue-white flames began circulating around him. The flames traveled along the skin where they touched and spread onto Shang Qingyi's body. It was strange. Shang Qingyi didn't feel any coldness at all. The flames merged into his bloodline, and the water spiritual root inside his body didn't resist one bit. Instead, it naturally blended with the flames. The flames hovered around his body, shielding off the cold from all sides. "How does it feel, master?" Xia Luyuan asked. Shang Qingyi pursed his lips, "No need for anyone else. You come with me." Together, the two walked shoulder to shoulder toward the forbidden area. Flight was forbidden here, but fortunately, the terrain was flat, so it wasn't too strenuous to walk. Due to long neglect, the path was overgrown with weeds. Xia Luyuan walked ahead, controlling the flames to burn away the grass. After a long walk, they finally arrived at Maple Leaf Cottage. Shang Qingyi froze for a moment. He hadn't expected the place where his adoptive parents lived to be so humble. It was just a thatched cottage, but perhaps because of some residual spiritual energy, it was preserved in excellent condition. There were only 2 rooms, a kitchen and a bedroom. For the first time, Xia Luyuan discovered such a simple, unadorned place within Lingxiao sect, and couldn't help asking, "Whose residence is this?" "The place my parents lived." Shang Qingyi answered while pushing open the creaking wooden door and stepping into the bedroom. The interior furnishings were also extremely simple, a wooden bed, a small table, 2 stools, and a huge bookshelf. The room was impeccably clean. The quilt on the bed was neatly folded, and the books on the bookshelf were carefully arranged. On the wooden table lay an incomplete calligraphy practice book. The handwriting was elegant, standard flower hairpin script, which formed a sharp contrast with the sprawling cursive style left by his adoptive father in the 9 Mystical Control Manual. Unexpectedly, these delicate strokes were likely from his adoptive mother. Shang Qingyi thought that Feng Yang had mentioned that his adoptive mother wasn't in good health. She must have been a tender and graceful beauty full of literary talent. He could almost imagine her leaning by the window, listening to the rain hitting the banana leaves and watching the clouds roll and drift. Moved, he approached the bookshelf and casually picked up a book. As soon as he saw the title, his mind momentarily went blank. Ruthless Sword Cultivator Loves Me. Chapter 91, Feng Yang's Heart Demon. He still felt reluctant and took out a few more books. Innocent Sect Leader Burning Hot. Never Bully the Elderly Poor, Before Dying, I Finally Ascended. Turned into an all-charming younger sister, Big Brother and Sister-in-Law Please Go Easy on Me. This was so cliché. It made his arthritis flare up. At that moment, Xia Luyuan said behind him, "Master, look at this." Shang Qingyi turned around and followed his finger to a yellowish paper pressed under the unfinished calligraphy practice book. He casually shoved Ruthless Sword Cultivator Loves Me into his sleeve and stuffed the other books back onto the shelf. Then he walked to the table and picked up the paper. It was clearly a map, marking some mountains within Bainyao country. Among them, the Thousand Stars Ridge in the north was specifically marked with red vermilion ink. Shang Qingyi flipped to the back of the paper, where several words were written. May 5th, all stars will fall. Chewing on these words repeatedly, he remembered that the Alchemists' Conference would be held in May, at the location of Medicine Skeleton Sect. Nearby Medicine Skeleton Sect was a Thousand Stars Ridge, where meteor showers were said to occur. It was there that Yunheng received the inheritance of the Star Force, advancing further in cultivation. How exactly the inheritance was accepted wasn't detailed in the original writing. However, this was a unique opportunity meant for the male protagonist, unrelated to Shang Qingyi. He folded the paper neatly and slipped it back under the calligraphy book. Next, he wandered around outside for a while. It seemed there weren't any other special places. Just as he prepared to leave, he looked back and noticed Xia Luyuan staring into the distance. There was an enormous lake nearby, its waters deep blue and tranquil. Under the sunset glow, ripples of golden light danced on its surface, like gold floating or quiet shadows settling among jade stones. Around the lake grew an endless expanse of maple trees, their green leaves creating a boundless ocean effect, brimming with vitality. In autumn, when the maple leaves turn red, it should be even more beautiful, Shang Qingyi commented. Xia Luyuan tilted his head to look at him. If it's autumn, will the master bring me back to see it again? Shang Qingyi paused. Just as fate would have it, the Lingxiao mirror reacted at this very moment. Pearl, master, I wish to seclude myself to focus on seeking grandpa's guidance in alchemy. Yunheng, I also want to seclude myself and practice the 9 mystical controls thoroughly. Given their diligence and thirst for learning, Shang Qingyi naturally agreed. Then, as if struck by a thought, he glanced at Xia Luyuan and asked, and you? Do you plan to go into seclusion? Xia Luyuan shook his head. He had not acquired any cultivation technique, nor had he encountered the old man inside the ring. Shang Qingyi looked at him, worried that he might feel inferior because of these things. He suggested, once we return to the Hall of Eternal Life, I'll ask Fenyang if there's any suitable cultivation method for you. If so, I'll send it over. Alright, Xia Luyuan nodded repeatedly, looking utterly obedient. Together, the two left the forbidden area and entered the main hall and annex of the Hall of Eternal Life. With no cultivation available and nothing else to do, Shang Qingyi decided to take out the book he brought back from Maple Leaf Cottage, Ruthless Sword Cultivator Loves Me, and started reading it with great interest. Just as he was engrossed in it, the sound of the door being pushed open came from outside. He hastily slipped the book under his pillow and lifted his gaze toward Fenyang, who walked in. He asked, Fenyang, do you have any cultivation methods suitable for Xia Luyuan? Fenyang thought for a moment, then took out a bamboo scroll from his storage ring. This one can strengthen the body and temper one's spiritual roots, it should be appropriate for him. Shang Qingshi reached out to take it, raising his other hand where his innate staff materialized instantly. Also, during a previous fight, this staff developed a crack. Fighting? As soon as Fenyang heard this, his expression turned immediately tense. Master, are you unharmed? Not really, Shang Qingyi shook his head, the wound has healed already. Even though he said so, Fenyang's concerns did not abate. He pressed further, what about your opponent? Did you kill them? We mustn't let others know your true cultivation level. His brows furrowed tightly, appearing exceptionally serious. Shang Qingyi consoled him, relax, they're already dead. Now would you please check the staff for me? Finally, Fenyang picked up the staff, examining the fine cracks along its body, saying, there's no major issue. As long as the pearl atop the staff isn't shattered, it can be repaired. As he spoke, he infused spiritual energy into his palm and swept it over the staff, gradually mending the cracks one by one. He squatted beside the bed. Shang Qingyi sat on the edge of the bed, his thoughts wandering far away before abruptly returning, accompanied by a sudden pang of guilt. He murmured softly, someone told me, if it weren't for me, you would have ascended long ago. Nonsense. Don't believe what those people say randomly. They treat ascending like child's play, thinking just anyone can ascend. Without even lifting his head, Fenyang kept working with his hands. Soon, the staff was fixed and handed back. Shang Qingyi took it, then quietly stared at him. Fenyang, did you consume the demon pill I gave you earlier? At this, Fenyang's expression stiffened momentarily. He was truly terrible at lying. In response to this question, all he could do was remain silent. It's clear you've been held back because of me, Shang Qingyi said, but my father once saved your life, and you certainly don't need to make such sacrifices for me. No, it's not like that. Fenyang suddenly shook his head, took a deep breath, and managed a strained smile. It's not your fault, master. He muttered under his breath, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Shang Qingyi had never seen him like this before and instinctively reached out to pat his back for comfort. However, Fenyang dodged the touch, struggling to his feet, speaking word by word, not consuming the demon pill and refusing to inherit from the previous sect leader, those are my own decisions. I'm afraid to reach the great ascension stage because I fear the heart demon. Heart demons were indeed terrifying. Even someone as accomplished as Wei Chongyue could be rendered awkward and disoriented in front of others due to their heart demons. Yet Shang Qingyi always assumed that a straightforward person like Fenyang wouldn't have such heart demons. Don't keep everything to yourself. You can tell me, he looked earnestly at Fenyang, saying, sharing the burden lightens it. Fenyang sat down next to the bed, his tall figure almost slouching into a lump. He lowered his eyelashes, subconsciously pulling up his sleeve. A line of teeth marks lined his arm, looking deep enough to see bone. Fingers grazed over the uneven scar as if recollecting something, his expression becoming more painful. After a long while, Shang Qingyi finally heard his voice. Before the previous sect leader saved me, I was a mute, an ugly monster, and a waste of space with no spiritual roots or talent for cultivation. But I had a younger sister. She was so cute, with fair skin, big eyes, and everyone loved her. Chapter 92, Where Does Little Fish Swim? Fenyang doesn't remember who his parents were. He also doesn't recall where he came from. From as far back as he can remember, he traveled with over a dozen other children, being led around by child traffickers. Like the others, his face was pressed into fire, leaving it grotesquely disfigured, and his throat was scorched by smoke, rendering him mute. Every time they arrived at a new town, the traffickers would force them out to steal, rob, or beg. Fenyang's foot was naturally lame, making stealing and robbing inconvenient, so he could only beg on the streets. But his hideously scarred face often frightened children to tears, and watching those kids be comforted in their parents' arms filled him with envy and jealousy. When he was 12, the trafficker brought back an infant girl. She was so small. Quietly she lay in a tattered quilt, neither crying nor fussing. A fine white little thing, pity she's a girl and hard to sell. Raise her until she's old enough, then sell her to a brothel. If she grows up without deformities, it will definitely be a profitable deal. After some discussion, the traffickers tossed the baby to Fenyang, saying, "You useless wretch, stop going out to beg, stay here and take care of her instead." The tiny infant was thus dumped into Fenyang's arms. She was the first child who did not cry when seeing Fenyang's grotesque face. Instead, she gazed at him with grape-like large eyes, motionless. Lifting her chubby hand, she gently caressed the horrifying scars on his face. Fenyang froze momentarily. He too extended his hand, touching the infant's cheek. After a long while, he managed a grimace that resembled more of a painful smile than anything else. The child traffickers certainly weren't considerate enough to prepare special food for the infant, she could only drink watered-down rice soup. As she grew thinner, almost skeletal, the traffickers sent Fenyang out to beg with her. Fenyang knelt house by house along the street, and eventually, an old woman gave him a bowl of sheep's milk. Looking at the baby in his arms, and then at the traffickers standing nearby to prevent his escape, Fenyang lowered his eyes, bit his lip, and suddenly darted into the old woman's home. Naturally, he got beaten out by her son, who angrily shouted, "Filthy beggar, get lost. And if I see you again, I'll beat you every time." Kicked repeatedly on his back, Fenyang clutched the infant tightly, his bright eyes startling under the messy hair covering his face. In his sleeve, he concealed a small knife. It was stolen earlier from the kitchen. At night, all the children were locked in the backyard with iron chains, while the traffickers drank wine in the front yard, causing a ruckus. By the second half of the night, the commotion in the front yard gradually faded. Fenyang presumed they were drunk. Quietly, he took out the small knife hidden in his sleeve. Seeing the iron chain binding his hands, he realized this knife wouldn't cut through it. So, without a sound, he chopped off his pinky finger entirely to easily remove the wrist iron chain. That night, he killed all the traffickers in the front yard, found the keys to the chains from their bodies, freed all the children locked in the backyard, and then set fire to burn the corpses clean. He carried the infant away amidst roaring flames. Fenyang brought the baby girl to a small village, living off farming and hunting. The money earned was meager, barely enough to sustain both of them. Even so, he still bought her sheep's milk and dresses, dressing her up beautifully. As she grew day by day, she trailed after Fenyang, sweetly calling him "Big Brother," becoming his little shadow. 5 years later, the town suffered a famine. No grain was harvested, and the sun left the forest barren. Fenyang was no longer able to support both of them. An elder from the Qianyuan sect arrived to recruit apprentices, and his sister was found to possess lightning attribute spiritual roots. To reduce the burden on their family, she chose to follow the elder. Before leaving, she solemnly promised, "I've heard disciples of major sects receive monthly allowances. When I get my money, I'll send it back to buy Big Brother a big house, eat meat and fish every day, and never suffer hunger again." However, during the 3 years she was gone, she neither sent anything back home nor returned. Another famine year arrived, and under the scorching sun, people began eating each other. Fenyang knew he shouldn't go outside during such times. But every night he had nightmares, always feeling that something bad was about to happen. Still, he decided to go to Qianyuan sect and take a look. He hadn't walked far when he was caught by starving refugees. Just as one of his legs was about to enter the oil pot, the previous leader of Lingxiao sect appeared and saved him. The former leader was in a hurry to leave. Fenyang clung tightly to his sleeve, unable to speak, and could only look at him with pleading eyes. The previous leader said, "I am now going to eradicate the Qianyuan sect. If you need any help, wait for me here until I return." It was at this moment that Fenyang learned that Qianyuan sect was actually a heretical cult. They fed on human blood to increase their cultivation. Over the years, they deceived people under the guise of recruiting disciples, but in reality, they were raising human blood bags. Fenyang gripped the elder's sleeve even tighter. The elder seemed to understand something and took him to Qianyuan sect. In the dark, lightless dungeon, he finally saw his sister. She was skeletal thin, withered in appearance, and her arms were covered with dense wounds. Her soul was almost scattered, only one remained, being held captive by the Qianyuan sect's formation in the dungeon, hanging on to the last breath. However, when Fenyang rushed to her, she still recognized him and affectionately rubbed against his palm. With the death of the Qianyuan sect master, the formation binding her slowly disappeared, and her life also reached its end. Before dying, she looked at the elder, her voice so light as if coming from afar, "Give my spirit root to my brother." Very few could endure the pain of transplanting spirit roots. But when her dantian was cut open, there was still a smile on her face. In her faint moments, she grabbed Fenyang's arm and bit it. It seemed like she wanted to say something, but she no longer had the strength to make a sound, only her lips opened and closed. For a very long time after coming to the Lingxiao sect, Fengyang refused to communicate with others, always staying alone in dark, cramped corners. The tooth marks on his arm faded, almost disappearing, yet he bit down with all his might again, bleeding profusely without letting go. He didn't want to cultivate using his sister's spirit root, and the elder did not force him. He was left wandering within the sect like a lost soul. Until 200 years later. On a sunny day, the elder brought Shang Qingxi to him. Like his sister, Shang Qingxi wasn't scared when she saw this ugly face. She just opened those amber-like eyes, curiously observing the person in front of her. As if passing through time, it returned to that first day. Trembling, he reached out and touched Shang Qingxi's cheek. Shang Qingxi laughed, waving her hands, wanting to be held. In that instant, Fengyang suddenly burst into tears. Chapter 93, Where the Heart Rests is Home. Starting from that day, Fengyang officially began his path of cultivation. The elder healed his throat and disfigured face and found him some spirit wood to replace his missing fingers. He gave him a name, taught him cultivation methods, gave him techniques, and granted him magical artifacts. Despite all these favors, no rewards were ever demanded. Thus, Fengyang channeled his gratitude towards the elder and his debt to his sister into Shang Qingxi, almost doing everything he asked. After hearing Fengyang's story, Shang Qingxi fell silent. She originally intended to help him resolve his inner knots, but instead, she unintentionally struck at his deepest wounds, causing him to recall those tragic pasts. At this moment, Fengyang even comforted Shang Qingxi. That's why I said it's not your fault, master. It's all my problem. I fear my sister has become my heart demon, so I've been procrastinating and not daring to advance. No. Shang Qingxi suddenly spoke firmly. How could someone who truly loves you ever want to become your heart demon? Fengyang froze. A thin mist appeared before his eyes, blurring his vision, as if something was about to burst forth. Hasn't her spirit root never caused a rejection reaction in your body? That's the remaining part of her soul quietly guarding you. Shang Qingxi leaned closer to him, uttering each word clearly. Fengyang, you should seriously consider what her last words to you were. Upon hearing this, Fengyang lowered his head. For many years, that scene had pricked him, leaving him sore all over. He simply dared not reminisce. He feared that his sister's words would be a reproach for his tardiness, feared she would scold him for his incompetence, feared she would be disappointed in him. But now, Fengyang calmed himself and carefully thought back to her lip shapes on that day, distinguishing them meticulously. After quite a while, tears streamed down, splashing big drops on his hand. What she said, was that she couldn't accompany me anymore. She asked me to live well, and when the tooth marks on my hand faded, I should forget about her. So she never blamed you. You were the person she cared most about in this world. She wanted you to have a good life, not to be trapped in sorrow forever. Shang Qingxi squatted down to look him straight in the eye, her voice lowered. Fengyang, it's time to move on from the pain, take her with you, and explore a broader horizon. At this moment, a thread of faint spiritual power from the spirit root in his dantian swirled around his fingertips, resembling a little fish swimming gently. I understand. Fengyang stared at the wisp of energy on his fingertip as tears blurred his vision. He wiped his face roughly and stood up. He hurried outside, went back to his room, and took out a brocade box hidden in a secret compartment. Inside were 2 pills. One was the magic pill Shang Qingxi had given him. The other one was the heritage pill left by the former sect master. In fact, when the former sect master ascended, he didn't destroy his body but condensed his internal energy into 2 heritage pills, one of which Fengyang now possessed. He set up a protective barrier outside the house and swallowed the magic pill first. Then he crushed the heritage pill into pieces. Instantly, overwhelming spiritual energy surrounded him and surged into his dantian. The originally clear sky turned dark with ominous clouds in a flash. Thunder rumbled among the clouds and exploded loudly, making even the Lingxiao mountain range shake. When the light of reaching the great completion stage fell on Fengyang, all he saw was a blue sky and white clouds, truly free of heart demons. Big brother. He heard a call and looked up, seeing an ugly boy leading a cheerful little girl along a country path. Big brother, the little girl called again sweetly and asked, why do others have names, but I don't? The boy tried to speak but only made strange sounds, pointing to a distant stream. The water in the stream was crystal clear, with several red fish flicking their tails gently. Fish? The little girl jumped happily and climbed onto the boy's back. I see. My name is Little Fish. As the boy carried her further along, she kept shouting joyfully, I have a name now. I'm called Little Fish. They walked farther and farther until they disappeared from Fengyang's sight. Lowering his head, he looked at the string of spiritual energy resembling a small fish on his finger and chuckled before tears fell. Do you know? What I actually referred to wasn't a fish, but the flowers fallen in water. I wanted to name you Little Flower. But now thinking about it, Little Fish sounds better. That strand of spiritual energy seemed to think deeply for a moment and then squeezed hard, splitting into 5 pointed shapes. It indeed resembled a small flower. Fengyang gripped it and closed his eyes, feeling a rare sense of peace. Dark clouds gathered uniquely over the Lingxiao sect mountain peak. Amid thunderous roars, Shang Qingshi summoned the other elders to the Hall of Eternal Life. Looking at each other uneasily, they glanced at Mushin standing alone to the side. His presence brought particularly striking expressions on their faces, hinting at impending doom. Let me introduce him. He is my externally hired elder, named Mu Shen, Shang Qingshi said calmly. Externally hired elder? Since ancient times, elders in major sects were cultivated internally. How could Shang Qingshi make such a decision contrary to ancestral teachings? An elder tentatively asked, is he here to replace the second elder? No, Shang Qingshi replied, he can replace any of you because I plan to hire more external elders. It was deathly silent, interrupted only by a sudden lightning bolt brightening the Lingxiao sect into daytime briefly before returning to darkness. Shang Qingshi's face showed no emotion, almost as if he really intended to kick these parasites of the Lingxiao sect out completely. The elders felt panic for the first time. When they finally realized the gravity of the situation, Shang Qingshi suddenly smiled kindly and warmly, softening his tone significantly. Of course, if all of you start working diligently from now on, I'd forgive your previous sins of turning a blind eye. The elders wore troubled expressions, none daring to speak first. Walking away would mean losing their prestigious titles. They couldn't abandon the glory the sect had recently regained after winning the top place in the cultivation conference. Leaving at this point would be too much of a loss. But staying meant adapting to an entirely new work style, which was something they had long been unaccustomed to. Being diligent workers seemed far harder than death. They had even considered the method of plotting for power and usurpation, yet they were unclear about Shang Qingshi's cultivation level. And Feng Yang was about to advance to the great perfection stage. Offending either of them would be an unwise move. Another thunderclap echoed, followed by the howling wind. Ultimately, they knelt down with furrowed brows and declared their loyalty to Shang Qingshi. We will follow the sect leader's orders. In the future, if you say go east, we will never head west. Chapter 94, Truly Intentional. Shang Qingshi was very satisfied and dismissed the elders. His expression immediately softened, and a touch of gentleness adorned his usually distant face. He stood up, holding the technique manual given by Feng Yang, intending to find Xia Luyuan in the side hall. But after walking a few steps, he realized that Mu Shen hadn't left yet, so he turned his head to meet his gaze. Mu Shen finally understood where Feng Yang had learned to change expressions so swiftly. Before Mu Shen could speak, Shang Qingshi preemptively said, I forgot, I promised to give you a treasure, but the key to the treasure vault is on Feng Yang. After his promotion ends, I'll give it to you, alright? It doesn't matter, whenever the sect leader decides is fine. Mu Shen shook his head quickly and asked, are you going out? No need, I'm just going to the side hall, it's only a few steps away. Shang Qingshi courteously nodded slightly toward him and then walked out. Mu Shen hesitated for a while and ultimately did not open his mouth. In fact, he had wanted to ask Shang Qingshi for the Lingxiao mirror. Because he saw that Shang Qingshi, Feng Yang, and the 3 personally tutored disciples all had one. But those elders didn't have it, so he was unsure what the conditions were to obtain the Lingxiao mirror, hence he didn't dare to blurt it out recklessly, fearing that if he couldn't meet the requirements, he'd embarrass himself. He sighed deeply. He remembered what his nephew, Morong, had once told him. Master has taken 3 personal disciples, none of whom live in the disciple dormitories. Mingzhu lives in a small house in the bamboo grove, Yunheng and Xia stay in the side chambers near Master's residence. So when Shang Qingshi went to the side chamber, was he seeing Yunheng or Xia Luyuan? Just as he was about to leave, curiosity overcame him, and he glanced back, noticing Shang Qingshi handing over a bamboo slip to Xia Luyuan, who received it with a smile and whispered something close to Shang Qingshi's ear. They were too close. It almost seemed like Xia Luyuan was deliberately showing off. Only when Xia Luyuan lazily looked his way did Mu Shen realize how intentional this young man was. His teeth started to hurt from clenching them so hard, and he quickly diverted his gaze, fleeing the Hall of Longevity as though escaping for his life. Xia Luyuan was talking to Shang Qingshi about leaving the mountain. Master, he said, several of my robes were torn during previous battles, and the ones remaining are too short now for me to wear. When Shang Qingshi first arrived, this kid was obviously much shorter than him, but now he was already taller. He was greatly pleased. Alright, come back soon. But I don't know how to pick clothes, Xia Luyuan pleaded innocently, can the master accompany me? Honestly, with that face of his and his broad shoulders and long legs, he looked good in anything, even if it were just a burlap sack draped over his body. Shang Qingshi responded, but Feng Yang is still in the process of advancement, I should stay. The elders' quarters have protective barriers outside, and the Lingxiao sect also has its great array guarding the sect, it's quite safe. Xia Luyuan blinked, won't you accompany me just this one time, please? Now that comes to it. Even without the 2 of them building their foundations, the number of cultivators on Mount Lingxiao wouldn't increase or decrease significantly. If something truly happened, they'd probably end up as cannon fodder anyway. Thus, Shang Qingshi agreed to his request and decided to descend the mountain with him by flying sword. The town below was bustling with activity, and the tea stalls and taverns were doing roaring trade. Indeed, there had been far too many recent entertainments, too many juicy stories to digest. First, after a century of decline, the Lingxiao sect finally reclaimed its top position at the cultivation conference. Then, Mingzhu exploded some alchemy bombs in the arena, astonishing everyone with her music which lingered in the air for days. Next, Xia Luyuan shattered Wei Chongyue's proud 9 divine illusions, standing gracefully amidst frost with his robes fluttering, exuding the noble demeanor of a former Lingxiao sect leader. There was also the old story of the Changyue sect, and Meng Yong splintering apart on the trial platform, blood and flesh scattered everywhere. However, some people questioned whether the Lingxiao sect deserved the championship since Wei Chongyue had arbitrarily changed the rules, scaring off most other sections. Had these sects stayed, perhaps the title wouldn't have gone to Lingxiao. Every event brought enough chatter to sustain conversations for a long time. Shang Qingshi was initially worried that if the Xinyang Palace discovered Ning Feiyu's death, they might cause trouble. However, it was quite obvious that the Xinyang Palace was only focused on covering up the fact that Wei Chongyue had been scared into fleeing by heart demons and completely ignored everyone else. Ning Feiyu had caused the deaths of 260 people in Xia village, but no one knew. Now that he had died a terrible death, no one cared either. It could be considered as karma coming full circle. Shang Qingshi wore a Mi Li, shading his striking white hair, and went shopping at all the ready-to-wear shops in town with Xia Luyuan. After all, Xia Luyuan looked good in anything, so Shang Qingshi picked out clothes according to his own preferences. As a result, no matter what he wore, Xia Luyuan always found matching outfits, which he would then flaunt in front of him. Half a month passed very quickly. During this time, there were attempts by evil seeds to attack the protective Great Sect Array, but they were unsuccessful. The elders indeed worked hard, patrolling daily on schedule, taking turns guarding the forbidden areas, and urging disciples to cultivate. Even the long-collapsed training hall, which no one had cared about before, was quickly repaired and its bent pillars reinforced to prevent further collapse. It seemed like everything was getting better. Except for Shang Qingshi. He had searched through all the ancient texts but still couldn't find a way to treat the furnace cauldron constitution. Just as he was worried, Feng Yang successfully advanced and came to see him immediately. Even from afar, he could feel the aura around Feng Yang, now settled and carrying an implicit killing intent. Even without doing anything, just standing there was enough to make anyone unable to lift their head in his presence. This was the pressure given off by someone at the great perfection stage. Shang Qingshi noticed a red mark on Feng Yang's forehead that resembled fire, but when he came closer, it turned out to be a small red fish. Headmaster, Feng Yang stood in surprise before Shang Qingshi. I saw those elders being so diligent outside, it's truly rare. Diligence is one thing, once I find suitable replacements, I will still kick them out of the Lingxiao sect, said Shang Qingshi. I also want to change the chef, his cooking tastes terrible and the disciples have many complaints. To his surprise, upon hearing this, Feng Yang straightened his body instantly. Everyone else can be changed, but not the chef. Why? Shang Qingshi revealed a look of confusion. In the beginning when the former headmaster founded the sect, he stayed on the Lingxiao mountain for 3 whole months, and no one was willing to come, not even a ghostly shadow could be seen. To alleviate his loneliness, he caught a passing big yellow dog, and they kept each other company. Is the chef the dog's owner? No. Feng Yang shook his head, the chef is that big yellow dog. The headmaster fed him transformation pills, allowing him to turn into a human. Monsters don't have a sense of taste, which explained why the chef's food tasted so bad yet was always uniquely spiced. From afar, it looked like Indian curry, but up close, it resembled something excreted there, forfeiting any appeal in color, aroma, or taste. Chapter 95, Little Cake. Under Feng Yang's insistence, Shang Qingshi didn't manage to replace the chef. As for those few elders, considering their current diligence and responsibility, he was temporarily too lazy to do anything about them. Half a month later, Yinheng emerged from seclusion, and Shang Qingshi personally waited outside his room to eavesdrop on his system announcements. In the dead silence, a sudden electronic voice rang out. The fated male lead system is here. Detected completion of the male lead's first stage task, rewarded with a bottle of spiritual root refining liquid. Awarding the second stage task, obtain the lower volume of the 9 Mysteries Governing Illusions martial art within 1 month. Inside the room, a bottle of medicine appeared in Yunheng's palm, and he questioned, but I already obtained the lower volume. Detection of the male lead completing the second stage task, reward of a single pill of mastery in alchemy refinement. Now awarding the third stage task, pass through the 1,000-star Ridge secret realm within 2 years. Listening from outside the door, Shang Qingshi felt an ominous sense. Yunheng's system was constantly guiding him along the correct original plotline. First, it guided him to obtain the martial arts techniques, then it led him to accept the inheritance of the star energy of 1,000-star Ridge. Could it be that in the end, it would guide him to have the ultimate battle with Xia Luyuan? The more he thought about it, the more fearful he became. While his thoughts wandered, Yunheng had already come out of the room. Seeing Shang Qingshi outside the door, he hurriedly greeted him, Master, why are you here? His gaze inadvertently shifted back, and he was more surprised, Junior brother Xia, why are you standing there alone? It's rather scary. Shang Qingshi turned his head to see Xia Luyuan, who had arrived at some point, standing in the interplay of light and shadow, his dark eyes absorbing all light. This kid. He stood behind silently without making a sound. Although I don't understand, there must be a reason for what you're doing, Yunheng commented. Then he seemed to remember something and walked up to Xia Luyuan, tossing a bottle of liquid into his arms. Xia Luyuan looked at the bottle in his arms, his crow feather eyelashes fluttering slightly, making his gaze clearer. He looked at Yunheng and asked in confusion, what is this? It's a spiritual root refining liquid, said to cleanse impurities from the spiritual roots and make them pure. Yunheng explained, your spiritual roots recently underwent another mutation, so this should be quite useful for you. After learning its name, Xia Luyuan felt as if the item had become a hot potato. The ancient texts mentioned that the recipe for the spiritual root refining liquid had been lost long ago, with only a few bottles remaining in existence. I can't accept it, he returned the medicine to Yunheng and shook his head vigorously, it's too precious. Younger brother, don't be polite. Take it. If it weren't for you, I would have never known that a chick could turn into a phoenix after being reborn in fire, Yunheng said. Suddenly, he looked around, scratching his head in confusion, hey, wait a moment, where did my chick go? In the end, Xia Luyuan still accepted the bottle of spiritual root refining liquid. Then, together with Shang Qingshi and Yunheng, they began searching everywhere for the chick. But it was as if the chick had vanished into thin air. They searched throughout the entire Lingxiao sect but couldn't find it. Yunheng cried in anguish, it's all my fault for not taking good care of it. Someone must have mistaken it for a real chick, roasted it, and eaten it. Shang Qingshi comforted him, it won't get roasted. It will only be reborn in flames, so don't worry about it. 2 months later, the door to the bamboo grove hut opened, and a fiery red figure darted out, flying straight to Yunheng's door. Its body was the size of an ordinary chicken, with red feathers all over, and its belly was round and plump. Although its appearance was vastly different from that of the previous chick, Yunheng recognized it instantly, it was his chick. Where have you been? I thought you were dead. Yunheng sniffled, extending his hand towards it, come here, let me hold you. The chick flapped its wings happily and charged towards Yunheng. And then, it dislocated his hand. When Mingzhu emerged from her seclusion, 2 months of arduous cultivation had proven effective. She had now become a Xian-level alchemist. Looking at Shang Qingshi and Xia Luyuan who had come to greet her, she blinked, guess what I've discovered. She took out a small cake in front of them. It was brown, looking like chocolate flavored, with a mint leaf decorating it on top. Shang Qingshi frowned, your alchemy furnace seems quite capable. It can refine medicinal pills, bombs, and even little cakes. Wanna try? Mingzhu offered the cake to him. It didn't look like dark cooking, so Shang Qingshi hesitated for just a moment before biting a small piece. It tasted like a medicinal pill. Bitter and astringent, he almost vomited. But since he was in public, throwing up right there would surely damage his dignity, so he forced himself to swallow it down and covered his mouth, saying, why does it taste like medicine? This is a medicinal pill, Mingzhu smiled smugly, ordinary medicinal pills are always in the form of hard pills, difficult to swallow. By making it into a small cake, I can trick people into eating it. Since she had already succeeded in tricking someone, she prepared to throw away the bitten piece of the cake. At this point, Xia Luyuan pressed her hand and whispered, let me try. Huh. Mingzhu couldn't help but let out a surprised exclamation, this cake has no medicinal effect. It's just for pranks. But Xia Luyuan still ate it, completely unfazed by the fact that Shang Qingshi had already taken a bite. After finishing, he still made a comment, it really tastes terrible. Mingzhu seemed to realize something, mimicking his expression and muttering along with him, it really tastes terrible. Then she made a funny face and ran into the house. Shang Qingshi called out to her, Mingzhu, when are you leaving for the Alchemist Guild meeting? I'm leaving this afternoon. Mingzhu stopped, turned back, and said, Master and Brother Xia should come too. Sister Jingyue said that the 1,000-star ridge near the drug skeleton sect is beautiful. There will also be a meteor shower on the 5th day of the 5th month. Such a rare sight would be perfect for a date. Shang Qingshi didn't want to travel far. Last time in the secret realm of Xingyang Palace, he had nearly gotten into trouble. Just as she was about to decline, Feng Yang's voice came from behind, 1,000-star ridge. I heard the former sect leader mention it. The meteor shower there is beautiful. He and his wife went to see it together. Pausing for a moment, Feng Yang placed his finger on the little fish mark between his eyebrows and muttered softly, I want to take little fish to see it too. Cultivators at the Great Ascension stage possess the powerful ability of spatial teleportation. Even though 1,000-star ridge was thousands of miles away from Lingxiao sect, he could easily travel back and forth in an instant. Thus, there was no need to worry about Lingxiao sect being attacked by devilish forces while he was away. Feng Yang elder is going too. Mingzhu jumped up and down, counting on her fingers, that's great. Me, Brother Yunheng, Master, Brother Xia, Elder Feng Yang, and Sister Jingyue, 6 of us can go together. Chapter 96, No Way Out in the Path of Ruthlessness. Speaking of Chow Chow, and he arrives. Yunheng, supporting his broken hand with a plump Ludung chicken trailing behind him, appeared miserably in front of the bamboo grove hut. With spirit energy protecting the body at the golden core stage, who could have injured you so badly? Mingzhu couldn't help but ask, then helped him snap his dislocated elbow back into place. My hand was stepped on by the chick, its body reeked heavily of medicinal scent. Could it have been staying with you all this time? Upon hearing this, Mingzhu felt somewhat nervous. Initially, she had discarded her failed medicinal pills to one side, only to find the Ludung chicken squeezing through the window and eating them all. Seeing that it seemed fine without any side effects, Mingzhu started feeding it more pills. Afterward, the Ludung chicken grew bigger and fatter, with its tiny claws looking even thinner and shorter. From afar, it looked like a big red lantern with two skewers sticking out. Mingzhu laughed awkwardly when someone walked out from the house and asked, "Mingzhu, which clothes do you want me to pack for you?" Everyone outside froze. Because the person who came out of the house was a handsome young man. With a high ponytail, slender and tall figure, his face exuded a masculine charm, and he even had a foxtail grass sticking out of his mouth. He. Yunheng stammered like a stutterer, shaking his right hand as he pointed at the young man and questioned, "Who is he?" "It's over." Mingzhu looked at his body and found that he was not only irresponsible but also had taken another man. He was about to faint. As he wobbled, Mingzhu quickly steadied him and said, "Don't get excited. That's Sister Jingyue, she's a girl." Lin Jingyue couldn't help laughing mockingly. Seeing everyone's strange gazes, she finally explained, "Most people attending the Alchemist Guild meeting know my grandfather and have seen me. Afraid that my current alchemy level might embarrass him, I've disguised myself accordingly." Now that made sense. Since Feng Yang would be accompanying them, Shang Qingshi wasn't worried about anything going wrong. So, he turned to the group behind him and said, "Go back to your respective places and pack your luggage. We'll gather shortly." Before departure, Shang Qingshi fulfilled his earlier promise and led the 5 participating disciples, as well as Mu Shen, to open the treasure vault. The others snatched everything they could lay their hands on, wishing to pry even the floor tiles away, whereas Mu Shen stood aside and didn't move much. Shang Qingshi handed him the spear of long ribbon he had promised beforehand, which Mu Shen accepted with hesitation before opening his mouth hesitantly. "Sect leader, I also want to attend the alchemy conference." Hearing this, Shang Qingshi didn't feel surprised. After all, Mu Shen used to be a wandering cultivator who likely enjoyed traveling around, so they met during a cultivation fair. Shang Qingshi nodded, "All right, then you come along with us." When gathering, everyone summoned their spirit swords, preparing to fly by sword. Feng Yang didn't intend to use teleportation, instead wanting to join the main team to enjoy the scenery along the way. Only Lin Jingyue scratched her head regretfully, repeatedly winking at Mingzhu, "I've spent the whole year focused solely on alchemy and haven't had time to learn the art of flying by sword. Is there anyone who can carry me?" Shang Qingshi got irritated just by seeing this fake medicine seller. So he announced, "Then we'll form pairs, me and Xia Luyuan, Yinheng and Mingzhu, Lin Jingyue and Feng Yang together, and Mu Shen will fly alone." "Please no." Lin Jingyue cried out, and Feng Yang paid no attention to her protest, lifting her up like a chick. In a panic, she exclaimed, "Can we change the position? This makes me look really bad." Thus, Feng Yang grabbed her foot and hung her upside down in the air. She complained, "Elder, I can't breathe." But after receiving a fierce glare from Feng Yang, she immediately shut up and didn't dare say another word. Mu Shen sighed, "Why am I always the only one flying alone?" "If you don't want to be alone," Feng Yang seriously thought for a moment, then lifted his empty right hand, "I have another hand that can carry you." No. Mu Shen quickly refused and summoned his spirit sword, stepping on it, while the Ludung chicken suddenly flew to his sword, almost causing him to fall. It was still early, so there was no need to fly without rest as they had done before. When night fell, Shang Qingshi found a nearby town and led the group to stay at an inn. While resting, Lin Jingyue told everyone the story of Thousand Star Ridge. She said that in the past, there was a small village under the Thousand Star Ridge where lived a young boy and girl. The girl was named Ajin, and the boy was named Xiang. They married when they were 15 or 16 years old and lived a peaceful life, with the man farming and the woman weaving. Later, Xiang was found to possess spiritual roots, leading him to embark on the path of cultivation and leaving Ajin waiting for him to return in the village. 80 years passed, Ajin grew old, and she finally saw him again. He still looked as young as when he left home, with a handsome appearance untouched by time. She excitedly rushed over, only to be met with Xiang piercing her heart with a sword. He leaned close to her ear and whispered softly, "My ruthless cultivation path is almost complete, I just need to prove my way through killing my wife, and then I can ascend to the Great Ascension stage. Ajin, will you help me one last time?" No one could have imagined that Ajin wasn't human but a demon seed, the 6-headed eroded moon beast that Xiang had saved when he was a child. In gratitude for being saved, she carefully hid her true identity, transforming into the form of a human woman, wishing to accompany Xiang forever but ended up being betrayed this way. At the moment the sword pierced her body, she transformed back into her original form, her 6 heads biting onto Xiang's neck until both perished together. Their demonic and spiritual energies leaked out, causing stars to fall from the sky and rivers to flow backward. Since then, every year on their anniversary, Thousand Star Ridge would witness the extraordinary meteor shower phenomenon. It was rumored that their souls remained intertwined in a sealed state, forming a secret realm. If someone destined entered the secret realm, they might inherit the power of the stars. After hearing the story, Mingzhu couldn't help but tut several times, why does anyone choose the merciless cultivation method these days? It has the lowest success rate in the entire cultivator world, absolutely disastrous with no way out. Mu Shen, however, was curious, where did you hear all this? The alchemy conference has always been held in Yuhai sect, next to Thousand Star Ridge. I attended 3 conferences, and people often love to tell this story, I've heard it too many times. Lin Jingyue waved her hand dismissively. Mingzhu was surprised, sister, you've participated in 3 editions already? What ranking did you achieve? Lin Jingyue's face turned red, her fingers poking each other anxiously. I haven't even made it to the preliminaries, once failing to properly refine any pills, another time my alchemical furnace exploded, throwing 2 competitors beside me into the air, thus getting kicked out, and once, the pills formed but turned out toxic, poisoning the judges and resulting in permanent disqualification. Chapter 97, Inverting the Heaven. No wonder her grandfather wanted to take on another disciple. Looking at the strange gazes of everyone around her, Lin Jingyue stood up, defiantly retorting, I just don't have talent for refining medicines. But I'm very good at doing other things. For instance, I know how to build mechanical devices. She raised her hand and took out a mechanical kitten from her spatial bracelet. The kitten was very delicate, made up of countless tiny parts. As long as its tail was pulled down a bit, it could open its mouth and move forward, looking like it had come to life. Thus, everyone showed appreciative expressions. Taking the kitten back, Lin Jingyue looked at Mingzhu, her eyes filled with expectation. As long as you, Mingzhu, can secure a top 10 position in this session of the Alchemist Guild meeting, I can confidently pass Grandpa on to you, join Qianji sect, and do what I truly love afterward. Qianji sect was the sect most skilled in mechanical marvels in the cultivation world. Upon hearing this, Mingzhu suddenly felt immense pressure. But she still sniffed and solemnly promised, Sister Jingyue, don't worry, I won't disappoint you. Getting into the top 10 will be effortless for me. The two hugged again. However, since Lin Jingyue was dressed as a man, the atmosphere felt somewhat off. Yunheng noticed this and involuntarily frowned at the corner of his lips. Even the Ludung chicken beside him seemed to sense his dejected mood, sitting on the ground with a thud. Shang Qingshi coughed twice and said, all right, get some rest tonight. We'll set off tomorrow. After dark, a few black-clothed individuals stealthily infiltrated the inn, poked holes in the muslin window, but before they managed to peek inside, their bodies suddenly levitated into the air and slammed hard against the wall. The sound startled Shang Qingshi, who opened the door to take a look. He saw the black-clothed people looking at Feng Yang standing not far away with fear and trembling. Ordinary humans without spiritual roots. Feng Yang seemed somewhat surprised. Good thing he hadn't used much force earlier, otherwise, these people would have been squashed into minced meat by now. He stepped closer, crouched down, and looked at the shiny daggers hanging from their waists, asking leisurely, who sent you here? It's Master Jiang. These black-clothed people had little professionalism, confessing even before being subjected to torture. He said your Lingxiao sect people killed his son, Jiang Chuji, so he sent us to give you a small lesson. Feng Yang almost burst out laughing. Let alone him, any one of the members of the Lingxiao sect team could easily toy around with these people like they were balls. How embarrassed and angry must Master Jiang be to come up with such a stupid move? Just as he was about to raise his hand to finish them off, one of the black-clothed men screamed suddenly, wait. Master Jiang has a message for you. Feng Yang abruptly withdrew his hand. Under his icy gaze, the black-clothed man swallowed hard and stammered. He said that he was once a disciple of Xinyang Palace at least. He has already written a letter to the current master of Xinyang Palace. When the master comes out of seclusion, he will make sure that your Lingxiao sect pays the deserved price. Upon hearing this, Feng Yang suddenly changed his mind. He waved his hand at those black-clothed people, you may go. The group exchanged glances with each other, then hurriedly scrambled to their feet and ran away, fearing that Feng Yang would change his mind in the next moment. When all the intruders had fled, Feng Yang slowly got up and looked at Shang Qingshi behind him. Master, I'm going to kill Master Jiang right now. Shang Qingshi lowered his head and thought deeply, I'm more concerned about Xinyang Palace. The protective array around Xinyang Palace was set by Wei Chongyue together with the left and right protectors. I don't currently have the ability to break through it. Feng Yang lowered his head, as if he had really thought it over carefully. When he raised his head, there was a smile on his face, but sir, don't worry. Wei Chongyue is an advanced cultivator, and so am I. Even if I can't beat him, I can choose to self-destruct, ensuring that he will be blown to pieces. Shang Qingshi couldn't tolerate hearing this kind of talk. How can you boost others' confidence while destroying your own morale? Wei Chongyue has his heart demons, but you do not. Your cultivation speed will only be faster than his. That's true, Feng Yang nodded like a chick pecking rice. After all, I am the personal disciple of the former master, and Wei Chongyue used to be defeated by the former master. He won't be able to beat me in the future either. Judging by his attitude, he evidently held deep-seated hatred towards Wei Chongyue. Shang Qingshi didn't understand, what exactly did Wei Chongyue do? Just being weak yet fond of playing tricks, why do you and my father hate him so much? I don't know. Feng Yang said earnestly. The former master and he were once from the same school, but never talked about how they split up. I noticed the former master clearly disliked him, so I gradually felt the same way too. Feng Yang truly remained steadfast. Because his late father disliked Wei Chongyue, so did he. In the original plot, since Shang Qingshi targeted Xia Luyuan, he also targeted Xia Luyuan. For a while, he didn't quite know what to say. It's getting late, you should go back and rest. Shang Qingshi waved Feng Yang away. After he left, however, Shang Qingshi did not return to his room but knocked on Xia Luyuan's door instead. The lamp inside had originally been extinguished, but just when he was knocking on the door, the candlelight immediately flared up again. Who's there? Xia Luyuan asked. Shang Qingshi unconsciously lowered his voice but mysteriously felt the situation resembled an illicit affair. So he coughed twice, trying to make his tone sound justified. It's me. The door opened. Xia Luyuan pulled him inside the room. Under the flickering candlelight, the two silently stared at each other for a while. Finally, it was Shang Qingshi who spoke first. The cold poison in my dantian seems to be relapsing. The weather was gradually warming up. Since Xia Luyuan's spiritual root underwent another mutation, the cold poison within him had not flared up until tonight. There was an implicit tendency for the poison to resurface, but Shang Qingshi wasn't sure whether Xia Luyuan's now changed cold flame could still suppress the poison. Xia Luyuan probably also considered this issue, hesitated for a moment, and eventually embraced him, saying, then let me try. He held Shang Qingshi's hand, ready to activate his spiritual root. However, the latter pushed him slightly. What if the poison becomes more severe later? Don't be afraid, Xia Luyuan comforted him by patting his hand, saying, I'll gradually release the flames. If you feel anything goes wrong, we'll stop immediately. This tone was akin to comforting a child. Truly turning everything upside down. As Shang Qingshi was about to say something, the flame already spread along the skin contact, merging into his bloodstream and slowly heading towards the dantian. The cold poison was desperately running around, colliding with the flames. So cold. Soon, the dantian was completely numb from freezing. He quickly called it to a halt. Xia Luyuan released his hand, looking at Shang Qingshi's slightly trembling shoulders and distressed expression, immediately panicked. It obviously doesn't work, does it? It's not that. Let me rest for a moment. Not only had he lost all feeling in his dantian, but the cold poison there also seemed to vanish, even he didn't know what exactly was going on inside now. Chapter 98, True Aroma. Despite it being springtime, when flowers were blooming, Shang Qingshi found a fox fur coat and wrapped himself up snugly. Seeing this, Xia Luyuan quickly pulled the blanket over and draped it onto him, staring anxiously. He had previously been celebrating how the icy flame resonated with the frostfall sword. But now, he wished he could go back to before his spiritual root mutation. After some time passed. His dantian finally regained sensation, so Shang Qingshi lifted the blanket and closed his eyes to feel carefully. Teacher, how are you doing? Xia Luyuan was so tense he didn't know where to place his hands. He instinctively wanted to grab Shang Qingshi's wrist but withdrew just before touching it, fearing he might freeze him. After a while longer, Shang Qingshi finally opened his eyes again. In the dim lamplight, those eyes reflected a bit of light. Seems like nothing went wrong. That's good. Xia Luyuan suddenly sighed in relief. It seems ancient people's words indeed have their reasons. Treating poison with poison is not a bad method, Shang Qingshi mused as he lowered his head. Whenever something colder than the cold poison passes through the dantian, the cold poison immediately calms down. Then, by constant yin-yang harmonization day after day, could one cure his alchemical constitution using the poison-treating poison method? But very soon, this odd idea was dismissed. If it truly worked that way, the person would probably be drained dry into a corpse before the disease was cured. Shang Qingshi stood up intending to return to his room, but Xia Luyuan held his hand and said, Teacher, I can't fall asleep. Can you tell me a bedtime story? Shang Qingshi wanted to refuse. After all, he was an elementary school teacher, not a kindergarten teacher. But Xia Luyuan grabbed his hand and shook it gently, albeit with minimal amplitude. Such a careful action made it easier for one's heart to soften. Thus, Shang Qingshi sat down at the bedside, thought for a while, and told a story. Once upon a time, there was a Snow White who, to attend the prince's ball, poisoned the queen with a poisonous apple and then stole Cinderella's next-door neighbor's crystal shoes. But unexpectedly, during the ball, the prince turned into an ugly frog, scaring her so much she jumped into the water, growing fish tails to escape. What a magical story. Xia Luyuan was filled with questions, but ultimately said nothing, grabbing Shang Qingshi's hand and pretending to fall asleep. A long while passed. Seeing he wasn't moving, Shang Qingshi assumed he was really asleep and tried to withdraw his hand to return to his room earlier and sleep. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, his wrist turned red from the grip but remained firmly held by Xia Luyuan. This child really has great strength. He sighed, forced to sit back by the bed, and was now entirely wide awake. He glanced around the room, eventually focusing his gaze on Xia Luyuan's face. Strangely enough, although there was no apparent change in his appearance, Shang Qingshi inexplicably felt that he looked better. Getting closer to observe carefully, Shang Qingshi concluded that it was due to improved skin condition. Previously, because of wind and sun exposure, the texture was a little rough. Now, it was utterly flawless, even at such close proximity, no pores were visible whatsoever. What did he eat? Shang Qingshi couldn't figure it out, nor did he care to think further. Bonelessly collapsing near the bed, he continued staring at Xiao Yuan's face. He must have been dreaming of something, as his long and dense eyelashes fluttered, making Shang Qingshi itch to touch them. Unable to resist, he raised his hand and lightly brushed them. Suddenly, all the candles went out. In an instant, the room plunged into darkness, leaving Shang Qingshi startled, completely unaware of Xiao Yuan's gradually reddening ears. When dawn broke, the 7 individuals and the chicken Luling continued their journey. On the road, they ate, drank, and enjoyed themselves, arriving outside Yaoka sect at the end of April. Yaoka sect was different from other sections. Instead of being built atop a high mountain, it stood in the center of a town. The surrounding town was thriving and unexpectedly vast, even busier and more prosperous than the royal city of the 100 Birds Kingdom. Among the 7, Lin Jingyue was the most familiar with this place, so she took on the responsibility of being the guide, patiently explaining, the Yao Hai sect only takes alchemist disciples. Their sect master, Jisher Venerable, is a cultivator in the greater transcendent stage and also the most powerful alchemist in today's cultivation world. At this point, she glanced at Shang Qingshi before continuing, Jisher Venerable also has a head of white hair, looking from afar like an immortal standing aloof from the world. Mingzhu slurped, curious, and asked, who looks better between him and my master? This was hitting the nail on the head. Lin Jingyue shook her head. He always wears a mask, others cannot see his face. I heard that those in the greater transcendent stage who wear masks do so because they are plagued by heart demons, with overwhelming resentment, their dark circles worse than iron-eating beasts. Mingzhu stroked her chin. In my opinion, when that Jisher Venerable removes his mask, it will absolutely be a face filled with more resentment than a ghost, nowhere comparable to our master. Xia Luyuan nodded in agreement. Feng Yang also nodded in agreement. Everyone was nodding. Only Shang Qingshi struggled to suppress the twitching corners of his mouth. This world doesn't ascend based on who looks better. A single palm from that Jisher Venerable would make anyone surviving for just another second count as the other being too gentle. He forcibly changed the subject. Since we don't have to climb a mountain, do you want to stay in the accommodations arranged by the Yao Hai sect or in an inn outside? Let's stay outside, Lin Jingyue quickly answered. The Yao Hai sect smells entirely of medicine, even I find it hard to describe, let alone you people who have never been exposed to alchemy techniques, you'll probably be even less adaptable. Mingzhu, extravagant and wealthy, waved her hand. Fine, then let's stay at the inn. These few days, all expenses will be covered by me. She wasn't just talking, she actually acted on it. Placing her finger on her storage ring and fumbling around for a while, she pulled out a box of gold ingots, giving each person 5 without flinching once. Such generosity couldn't help but attract sidelong glances from those around them. She didn't skimp either, pulling out silver coins from her storage ring and distributing them among the crowd. I am Mingzhu from the Lingxiao sect, and this is my first time attending the alchemist convention, please support me. Naturally, everyone expressed their gratitude. Seeing she wouldn't finish any time soon, Shang Qingshi led the others into a nearby inn. Only Xia Luyuan remained behind, waiting for Mingzhu instead. After handing out the money, Mingzhu happily stretched her arms, turning her head and seeing him there, which caused her some surprise. He passed her a porcelain bottle quietly, murmuring, this one's almost gone. With doubts, Mingzhu opened it for a look. It was the Huan Yen Dan, face refining pill, she had given Xia Luyuan long ago, capable of maintaining one's appearance at its peak state indefinitely. When she gave it to him, there were over a dozen pills in the bottle, now, only one remained. She instantly understood. A mischievous grin spread across her face, surprisingly lewd looking for someone usually clear-spirited and adorable. This expression seemed contradictory on her features. I seem to remember that when I first gave it to you, master, you didn't exactly appreciate it, did you? Chapter 99, Is this pill genuine? Xia Luyuan coughed heavily, averting his eyes, unwilling to meet Mingzhu's gaze. Finding his reaction amusing, Mingzhu chuckled until her eyes curved into crescents, then slapped her chest with a promise, my grandpa recently gave me an extremely amazing pill formula. You wait, I'll buy the ingredients right away and start refining. However, no matter how one looked at it, her smile exuded an air of mischief, causing Xiao Yuan's eyebrows to furrow. Really? Of course. Mingzhu shot him a flirtatious wink. I guarantee it'll make master fall completely in love with you. Why use the word, in love? Before Xia Luyuan could ask further, she ran off like a rabbit. Mingzhu disappeared for quite a distance, strolling around buying snacks, clothes, jewelry, but not forgetting the main task at hand. She flipped the jade script containing the pill formula several times using her crystal mirror, carefully purchasing every ingredient. This habit had developed after mistakenly refining the Rongyang pill, ensuring that she would never misread an herb's name again, adhering strictly to the process. On the return trip, an elderly man mysteriously approached her. Young girl, are you here for the alchemist's assembly? Observing the man's attire, his white hair, white robes, and white beard gave off a mystical aura. His large and thick earlobe suggested a prosperous fortune. Thinking she had stumbled upon some extraordinary encounter, Mingzhu eagerly nodded, hoping the elder might produce something astonishingly marvelous, blinding her vision. Subsequently, the old man pulled out a porcelain bottle from his sleeve and said to her, "This is the 9 turns chaos dan. It can replace blood with spiritual power, assisting you in cheating during the alchemist conference." Replacing blood with spiritual power, this was undoubtedly an evil object, having extremely severe side effects on the person who consumed it. The sparkle of anticipation in Mingzhu's eyes immediately dimmed. She scrutinized the elder, displeased. "You've got the wrong person. I'm not interested in mysterious pills designed for murder, you can keep them and enjoy them yourself." Upon hearing this, the elder appeared somewhat surprised. "You're young, your cultivation only at the foundation establishment stage. If you don't take my pill, the highest rank you can possibly achieve will be after the 50th place. That's none of your concern." Mingzhu crossed her arms. "Anyway, as I'm still young, I have great potential. There will come a day when I'll surpass the Savior Venerable, making the entire cultivation world aware of my name." The elder, upon hearing this, showed a fleeting flicker of astonishment in his eyes. His expression towards Mingzhu carried an unclear and obscure sentiment. He laughed, "Not knowing what's good for you, the winning method has already been laid before you, yet you choose to pretend to be noble. When you lose the competition in a few days, there will certainly be a time when you cry." After finishing, he left by stepping into the crowd, continuing to promote the 9 turns chaos dan. Watching his back, Mingzhu couldn't help but spit, regretting that she hadn't checked the yellow calendar today before leaving home and thus encountered such a weird person. The ring on her hand flashed, emitting a puff of white smoke, slowly forming a head that hovered beside her. Praisingly, it said, "My grandchild truly excels. Not tempted by wicked items, staying true to your own heart, Grandpa definitely did not misjudge you." Now, Mingzhu no longer found this head creepy. She looked intently at the other party, revealing a determined expression. "I will certainly secure a good rank, bringing no shame to my grandfather." After another bout of heartfelt conversation, Mingzhu returned leisurely to the inn. Locking herself in her room, she buried herself in alchemy. As afternoon approached, she went out again, stretching lazily and handing over the alchemically produced pills to Xia Luyuan. They were still cake-shaped, small little pieces, their forms adorable. However, Xia Luyuan could already imagine just how terrible they must taste. He held it in his hands, inspecting it carefully, then asked, "What is the function of this pill?" "Sister, you haven't told me yet." "Eat first." Mingzhu blinked her eyes, filled with anticipation. "After eating, I'll tell you." She couldn't suppress her smirk, her almond eyes spun around, clearly harboring a belly full of mischief. Seeing this, Xia Luyuan opened his mouth slightly, pretending to bring the tiny cake close to his lips, but always missed taking a bite. After a while, "Are you not trusting me?" Mingzhu's mouth turned downwards, wiping away non-existent tears, acting like her heart had been deeply hurt. Her performance was overly exaggerated, with a loud volume, almost fearful of attracting others' attention. Thus, Xia Luyuan swallowed the small cake whole. To his surprise, its flavor tasted sweet, causing him to stutter and incredulously ask, "Sweet?" "Definitely sweet." Mingzhu gave him a thumbs up. "All right, brother, go lie down on the bed. I'll call our master." "The bed? Wait a moment." Xia Luyuan couldn't help but ask, "Is your pill legitimate?" "Definitely legitimate." Mingzhu nodded affirmatively, heading towards Shang Qingshi's room, not forgetting to shut the door behind her, waving her sleeves to preserve the art of concealment and anonymity. Xia Luyuan sat on the bed. Closing his eyes, he released his spiritual roots externally, experiencing tranquility and peace within his body without any abnormality. The pill she gave him was not something that would cloud one's senses or lead to uncontrollable emotions. Although he had always thought that she wouldn't do such a mean thing, at this very moment, Xia Luyuan still breathed a sigh of relief. So, what exactly was the pill's efficacy? He reached for the Lingxiao mirror hanging at his waist, not even managing to check his face before the tightly closed door burst open. Shang Qingshi stood at the doorway, as if seeing something incredible, keeping his 2 hands positioned as if holding the door open, frozen in place. This reaction was obviously odd. Xia Luyuan glanced at the Lingxiao mirror. His face showed no change, but inexplicably, there sprouted 2 gray, fluffy ears on his head. They looked like wolf ears. Looking at his back, there also emerged a fluffy, soft tail, plump and gentle. Thinking rapidly, when he looked at Shang Qingshi again, he had already assumed a pose to showcase his fluffy, voluminous tail perfectly, pitifully stating, "Master, sister gave me something strange to eat." Could anyone resist being charmed by fluffiness? Shang Qingshi, anyway, couldn't refuse. He moved forward to rub Xiao Yuan's ears and stroke his big tail, and finally couldn't resist pinching his cheeks. Outside came a miserable scream from Yunheng. It turned out that Mingzhu had made an excuse to offer everyone little cakes, feeding the pills to all of them. Yunheng was horrified. "Why do I have dog ears?" Then Lin Jingyue said, "I have cat ears, how cute." Following were Mu Shen and Feng Yang. They obviously didn't recognize the ears on their heads and fell into deep thought. Mu Shen elder is a koala, and Feng Yang elder is a kangaroo. Mingzhu laughed. These are animals that don't exist on this continent. How about it, never seen them before. Shang Qingshi wanted to go out and take a look. Xia Luyuan held his hand and brought his head close to him, grunting twice, Master, don't touch them, touch me. Chapter 100, The Top 10 Most Moving Figures in the Cultivation World. The effects of the pills lasted a very short time, and soon everyone's ears and tails disappeared. However, no one dared to eat the little cakes she offered again. 3 days later, the alchemist conference was held as scheduled. Alchemists were extremely rare on the continent, and Mingzhu counted only around 200 participants on stage, among whom there were many who were just trying to take advantage of the event. Today's preliminary round would select 100 alchemists to enter the second round of competition. With Mingzhu's stage alchemist skill, she could qualify even by casually concocting with her feet. Despite this, the entire group from Lingxiao sect and Lin Jingyue still neatly sat in the spectator seats, cheering for her. The onlookers who had collected scraps of silver from her that day also spontaneously raised banners bearing her name and shouted enthusiastically below the stage. Before stepping on the stage, Yunheng solemnly handed something over to Mingzhu, saying, "Little sister, this is for you." Mingzhu opened it and took a look. It was a pill that looked quite ordinary, and she didn't know what its function was. Just as she was about to ask, Yunheng quickly interjected, "This is the alchemy mastery pill, beneficial for alchemists. You should take it." Shang Qingshi frowned beside them. Wasn't this item something Yunheng obtained after completing his main quest from the system? He turned out to be quite a generous person. There were only 2 items in total, one he gave to Xia Luyuan, the other to Mingzhu, leaving nothing for himself. So magnanimous and selfless, if they were voting for the top 10 most moving figures in the cultivation world, Yunheng would certainly make the list. Mingzhu was still studying this pill when Shang Qingshi said, "Eat it, it won't harm you." Hearing this, Mingzhu finally put the pill in her mouth, chewed hard, and instantly felt her vision become clear, her sense of smell sharpen, and her perception of medicinal scents around her became more sensitive. She gasped sharply and then grasped Yunheng's hand gratefully, "Thank you, senior brother. Your kindness is beyond repayment. From now on, I will change my name to Yun Mingzhu." Standing nearby, Xia Luyuan couldn't help muttering, who was it crying so pathetically to Lin Jingyue's grandfather before, saying she wanted to be his granddaughter. "Now you're changing your surname so quickly, does your grandpa know?" Yunheng's thinking process was stranger. He raised his head and thought carefully, "You want to take my surname? A woman takes her husband's surname after marriage. Are you saying, little sister, that you want to marry me?" Mingzhu quickly reined in her expression, jumped onto the alchemy platform in haste, and threw back over her shoulder, "You two can just go play elsewhere." On the alchemy platform, the crowd gathered, and her gaze swept around, almost all of which were uncles, aunts, old grandpas, and grandmas. Occasionally, someone appeared younger, but those were Yuaning period cultivators who kept their appearances at 18 years old. Here in the entire venue, she was the only 15-year-old girl, standing out awkwardly among them because of her short stature, nearly getting lost in the crowd. Seemingly recognizing her in the audience below, some people began whispering together. Mingzhu? Such a familiar name, could this be the Mingzhu from the cultivation conference? It's her, Mingzhu from Lingxiao sect. I thought she just liked playing around with exploding furnaces, but I never imagined she is a genuine alchemist. Perhaps she's here participating in this alchemist conference just for fun. After all, the conditions to become an alchemist are so stringent. Given how young she is, there's no way she could have made it. Amidst the mocking words from these people, Mingzhu received the small cauldron and herbs from the disciple of the Yaoka sect. The preliminaries officially started. Participants were required to produce wucheng pills within an hour, as many as possible. This type of pill, Mingzhu had already produced hundreds of times, capable of reciting the recipe backwards effortlessly. Thus, while those who were barely scraping by were meticulously examining each word of the recipe, she skillfully tossed the fire-summoning talisman into the cauldron, inserting the herbs step by step, and with her other hand gathering spiritual energy to maintain the stability of the cauldron, proceeding orderly and methodically. When Mingzhu was diligently making the pills, she radiated brilliance, the roaring flames reflecting her composed and resolute expression, silencing the murmuring from earlier down below. With one pill after another being successfully concocted, the competition entered its closing stages quickly. Mingzhu smoothly advanced past the preliminary round, but upon careful observation, her output ranked only 40-something among the participants. It was clearly not enough to make it into the top 10, and thus, she wouldn't obtain the Yuji flower. Her ring flickered briefly, and an aged voice echoed in her ear, "No worries, dear grandchild. You're still young, if you lose this time, you can try again at the next Alchemist Conference." But the Alchemist Conference occurred only once every 3 years. And Grandpa Lin could only live for 2 more years. This meant that this was the last time he would watch Mingzhu compete. "I will definitely find a way," Mingzhu stroked her ring resolutely, "I have to make it into the top 10 no matter what." Saying this, she jumped down from the stage and ran toward the inn, lifting her skirt as she wove through the bustling crowd. Her figure was so fast that it seemed like a gust of wind. The group from Lingxiao sect who were waiting for her in the audience only saw her vanish in 3 swift steps. Everyone looked at each other awkwardly. Then, pretending nothing happened, they returned together to the inn. Inside the inn, Mingzhu's room was in chaos. She had a bamboo scroll on her head, chewing on a brush handle, with elixir formulas scattered all over the floor. She picked one up at random, frowning deeply. The elder who had incited her to cheat was selling 9 turns chaos pills. She did have a similar pill here called 1000 Attraction Spirit Returning Pill, which could temporarily boost one's spiritual energy. Moreover, it was recognized by alchemists as a good pill, incomparable to the evil of the 9 turns chaos pill. However, such a pill could only be refined by an earth-rank alchemist, far beyond her current capabilities. But Mingzhu couldn't think of any other methods, so she decided to give it a try. She stood up from the pile of scattered formulas, gathered herbs and a large cauldron, and began refining according to the steps. When she added the third herb, the cauldron started shaking violently, clearly showing signs of exploding. The 1000 Attraction Spirit Returning Pill was extremely cold in nature. If the furnace really exploded, countless ice shards would fly out, leaving her no time to dodge. Mingzhu gritted her teeth, cut her palm, and sprinkled blood into the cauldron, temporarily calming its unrest. When she added the fourth herb, the cauldron shook again, making strange clattering sounds. She couldn't continue. It was going to explode otherwise. Yet Mingzhu felt unwilling, her nails digging into her palm, completely unaware of the blood streaming from her wounds. At this moment, blue-white flames ignited around the cauldron, and the previously restless cauldron became eerily calm. The flames replaced the original fire of the stove, a thread of icy mist seeping out, as the 1000 Attraction Spirit Returning Pill slowly formed. Mingzhu froze. Her eyes suddenly welled up, and she turned her head to see Xia Luyuan sitting beside her unknowingly. The ash-blue flames had been summoned by him. Looking back behind her, she realized everyone had already returned, standing together at the doorway. Chapter 101, The Master truly enjoyed it. Mingzhu wiped away her tears and turned back to continue refining the medicine. As time passed, her spiritual energy gradually depleted, yet the refining of the Qianing Guiling pill was far from over. There were still 12 herbs left to add. Her hand that channeled the spiritual energy began to tremble slightly. At this moment, someone gently tapped her on the shoulder, and an endless flow of spiritual energy surged into her body. Blinking repeatedly, she turned her head and saw that her emotions could no longer be contained. She burst into uncontrollable sobs. Fengyang withdrew his hand from her shoulder, startled by her tears, retreating a few steps as he tried to make his voice sound more amiable. "Please stop crying." He then added, "You've smeared your face with soot from the furnace." Upon hearing this, Mingzhu used her free hand to wipe her face, only to find it covered in ash. At some point, her right cheek had been smudged black, and her tears streaked down in long trails, making her look even more comical. "It's fine, I'll help you clean up." Lin Jinghua stepped forward and pulled out a handkerchief embroidered with a medicine bottle from her sleeve. Gently, she wiped the soot off Mingzhu's face. Xia Luyuan imitated their actions, looking expectantly at Shang Qingshi. "Master, would you please wipe me too?" But his face and body were immaculate, not a trace of furnace soot, nor even a drop of sweat. Shang Qingshi was about to speak when Mushin interjected first. "How can we burden the sect leader with such trivial matters? This is what I, as an elder, should do for the disciples." As Mushin approached, Xia Liuyuan's good-looking eyebrows immediately furrowed, devoid of the anticipation he had just shown. When his flame appeared, the furnace fire had already extinguished. Should he leave now, Mingzhu's pill refinement would fail immediately. Seeing Mushin getting closer, Xia Luyuan rejected while allowing blue-white flames to spread all over him, saying, "There's no need to trouble the elder, I can handle it myself." Mushin's extended hand froze mid-air. The temperature of the mutated flames made it impossible for his fingers to touch. Reluctantly, he withdrew his hand, forcing a smile as he said, "It's best if you think this way. In the future, don't call upon the sect leader for every small matter, asking him to do everything for you." But, Yunheng rubbed his chin, shocking everyone with his statement, "I think the master enjoys it quite a lot." Silence enveloped the night like Cambridge under the moon. By noon the next day, the Qianing Guiling pill was finally refined. When Mingzhu took it out of the pill stove, she didn't forget to gather the medicinal residue around it. She exhaled deeply, "Keep the residues for tomorrow's match, and the pills for the finals. With some effort, I might really squeeze into the top 10. The group had watched over her through the entire night. Now that she had finally finished refining, they could go back and rest. Xia Luyuan stood up, then swayed as if his strength had drained entirely. It wouldn't have been strange for him to fall anywhere, but he chose to lean toward Shang Qingshi, which led others to suspect whether he was genuinely weak or pretending. "Exhausted, aren't you?" Shang Qingshi patted his head, supporting him into the room. Watching this scene, Mushin clenched his fists but could do nothing. After returning to her room, Mingzhu slept deeply until the hour before the second round began, after which she went to the venue with the Lingxiao sect members. While the preliminary rounds were handled by the elder of the Yahui sect, the current round was presided over by Ji Shizun's, the leader of Yahui sect, who personally attended the event. Standing high above them, dressed in a white robe, he truly looked as transcendent and detached from the world as rumors described. A cloud-patterned mask covered his face, revealing only a small part of his jawline beneath a hood concealing strands of silver-white hair. "He dresses so conservatively," Mingzhu commented instinctively, even more so than brother Yunheng. Yunheng tilted his head and responded, "He only exposes his chin, and Wei Chongyue also exposes only his chin." Is this how all Deshang stage cultivators dress? All eyes turned to Feng Yang, the sole exception among the Deshang cultivators. He didn't wear a mask or hood, instead, he showed his face freely, tying his hair back simply with a plain jade hairpin. Wearing unremarkable black robes without any additional decorations, his overall demeanor was cold and aloof, except for the fiery red mark on his forehead that lent a hint of brightness. Is there something wrong with my attire? Feng Yang asked, should I buy a mask and wear it next time? That's unnecessary, Elder Feng Yang looks perfect this way. Mingzhu chuckled and then hopped onto the refining platform. With only 100 alchemists remaining, the platform felt much less crowded. Everyone was taking pills to enhance their spiritual power and stamina. She too took out yesterday's residue and swallowed it whole. Xia Luyuan curiously asked from below the stage, isn't this considered cheating? Taking regular pills is fine, it's only when one takes those evil medicines with dubious origins. Feng Yang patiently explained, the venerable Jisher is watching above. No one would dare to tamper under his nose. Xia Luyuan nodded. On the stage, the elder of the Yaohui sect began announcing today's competition content. Please refine the Xuanyu Luochuan pill. The time limit for the competition is 1 day and 1 night. This pill is extremely slow to form, and even a slight mistake could cause an explosion in the furnace. It's a great test of one's stamina and focus. This round clearly aims to weed out alchemists who are careless and lack patience. Mingzhu took a deep breath, accepted the small pill stove and herbs passed by the disciple of the Yaohui sect, and officially began refining. Today's audience had diminished by more than half compared to the preliminaries. A few people were discussing near Shang Qingshi. Feels like there are fewer people today, am I imagining things? You're dense. Did you forget what day it is today? It's May 5th. The day when thousands of stars fall. Every year people go to the Qianqing Ridge but return empty-handed every time. They don't even feel tired. If you ask me, it's better to stay here and watch the competition. But it's the opportunity to gain star power. Anyway, I'm going later. Are any of you coming? Sure, we'll go. Even if we don't obtain any inheritance, watching meteors is pretty nice too. Listening to their discussion, Shang Qingshi fell into deep thought. Just as he was hesitating whether to go or not, Yunheng spoke beside him, Master, I must visit the Qianqing Ridge soon, so I won't be able to continue watching Mingzhu's competition. Go ahead. Shang Qingshi nodded. He couldn't possibly prevent the protagonist from obtaining fortune. Otherwise, he would truly become the despicable cannon fodder antagonist from the original plot. Recalling the note at the Maple Leaf Cottage, Shang Qingshi still hesitated, unsure whether that was really a hint left by his parents. While lost in thought, he looked up and realized Xia Luyuan wasn't watching the competition. Instead, he was staring at him intently, standing out distinctly among the crowd, all around him blurred as if serving as his backdrop. Seeing Shang Qingshi look over, he hesitantly spoke, Master, I want to go with you to watch the meteor shower at the Qianqing Ridge. Chapter 102, Clinging Like a Little Bird. To avoid drawing attention, Shang Qingshi wore a powerful veil. Through a misty white veil, the view was somewhat unclear. As he just lifted the veil slightly, Xia Luyuan had already approached, attentively gazing at him with eyes as dark and deep as onyx, his voice very light. May I, Master? It won't take too much of your time, even half an hour would be enough. I really want to go with you. Seeing that Shang Qingshi still didn't respond, Xia's face fell, and the long eyelashes cast a shadow in his eyes, revealing a hint of sorrow with a bit of pitifulness, but he still managed to force a smile. I'm sorry, Master, for troubling you. Actually it doesn't matter if I don't go. Shang Qingshi couldn't help but think about it further. He immediately patted Xia's head and said, all right, I'll go with you. But it's still early, let's watch the competition for a while before we set off. With his goal achieved, Xia Luyuan nodded obediently and stood beside him. Mu Shen. Despite the medicinal skeleton sect being filled with a foul smell of herbal medicine, he strangely detected the fresh aroma of Longjing green tea. But having him talk as tea-time polite as Xia Luyuan, he simply couldn't bring himself to lower his face. When he got so annoyed that he gritted his teeth, Feng Yang added insult to injury by saying, I'm also going to Qianqing Ridge soon, Mu Shen. If there's no one to accompany you, you can just stay here and watch Mingzhu's competition. No need, Lin Jing you kindly interjected, I'll handle this. Elder Mu Shen, you can do whatever you like. Fine. Everyone had something to busy themselves with. And he was the extra one. Mu Shen took a deep breath and dejectedly turned away, letting the cold wind whip across his face. As evening approached, Mingzhu's performance on stage remained steady. In contrast, the two old men next to her, one frowned worriedly, and the other was drenched in sweat, showed signs of struggling to keep up. Feng Yang went alone to Qianqing Ridge. Yunheng wanted to stay a little longer but the buzzing of the system in his mind forced him to start the journey immediately. Shang Qingshi shifted his gaze and said to Xia Luyuan, let's go. Okay. He nodded repeatedly, reaching out his hand but hesitating momentarily before only lightly grabbing the corner of Shang Qingshi's sleeve. Even so, he felt extremely happy. Traveling between the medicinal skeleton sect and Qianqing Ridge takes 2 hours by flying sword. By the time they arrived, the sky had just completely darkened. There were scattered lights around them, and on the continuous mountain range, countless people held torches, more bustling than the alchemy physician conference. The crowd is too large on top of the mountain, said Shang Qingshi. Let's watch from the halfway point on the mountain. Okay. Xia Lu Yuan nodded. After all, what mattered to him wasn't the meteor itself, but the person accompanying him to watch it. This entire mountain range was called Qianqing Ridge. Shang Qingshi chose the sparsest forested area, which minimized the obstruction of their sight. Although spring had already come, the nights on the mountains were still a bit cold. Shang Qingshi pulled out his fox fur coat and put it on. Xia Lu Yuan cautiously edged closer, looking at him with expectation. Master, I'm cold too. Since his spiritual root mutation, his hands had always been icy cool. Shang Qingshi couldn't tell whether he was truly cold or pretending, but he still opened his arms generously, inviting him to warm up. In Shang Qingshi's imagination, Xia Lu Yuan would lean onto his broad shoulder, clinging closely like a little bird, calling out that the master's embrace was indeed warm. But when the figure came close, all his beautiful imaginings were shattered. Xia Lu Yuan was unmistakably taller than him by a bit, with his black hair and eyes showing a touch of coldness in the night, making Shang Qingshi seem more like the smaller bird leaning on him. Something wasn't quite right. Just as he was about to speak, the crowd on the mountaintop burst into shouts. Lifting his gaze, Shang Qingshi saw a meteor streak across the originally boundless sky. These meteors were unlike any others he had seen before. They were dark purple, trailing long tails behind them as they pierced through the pitch-black night sky. As one meteor fell, more began to cascade down from heaven, accompanied by the cries of people on the summit, losing all their colors just before hitting the ground, fading into obscurity. Staring blankly, Shang Qingshi watched, the faint glow of the meteors reflecting in his pale eyes, unable to resist murmuring, "So beautiful." Xia Lu Yuan looked down at him. From his silver-white hair to his bright eyes gleaming in the light, then to his face encircled by soft fur, a gentle nod followed, adding a slight hoarseness to his voice. "Yes, indeed beautiful." Extending a finger, he carefully twirled a strand of the soft silver hair around it, softly curving his lips, resting his head on Shang Qingshi's head. At this moment, he finally belonged solely to him. Yunheng followed the system's guidance and arrived at the peak of a barren mountain range. There were quite a few people here, so he struggled to squeeze in. As he raised his head to gaze at the night sky, he saw a meteor streaking straight towards them. However, those around him seemed blind to it, continuing to cheer as they stared upward. Not knowing the reason for this, Yunheng instinctively gathered his spiritual power to form a protective shield around himself. When the meteor landed nearby, it didn't. Was this the secret realm of Qianqing Ridge the system mentioned before? How does one activate it? Unable to figure it out, Yunheng carried the glowing orb to a secluded area and tried various methods, yet the orb remained unchanged, simply jumping back and forth in his hand. When in doubt, seek help from the master. Yunheng decided to seek assistance from Shang Qingshi. He sent a message through the Lingxiao mirror and learned that Shang Qingshi was on the halfway point of the mountain. Carrying the glowing orb, he soared toward them using his flying sword technique. His skill in flying with the sword had reached perfection, so the journey was steady, and he quickly spotted Shang Qingshi and Xia Lu Yuan watching the meteors. "Master, little brother." Standing atop the flying sword, he waved to greet them, but at that moment, the light orb in his arms began to grow restless. Losing his balance, he tumbled off the sword. The slope was steep, and Yunheng didn't have time to cry out in pain as he rolled uncontrollably downhill. Attempting to use his magic to stabilize himself, the orb suddenly emitted a blinding light that engulfed him entirely. Yunheng's hands were stuck to the orb, and his spiritual power kept being drained, preventing him from forming seals. "Help!" he screamed. Hearing the scream, both Shang Qingshi and Xia Lu Yuan turned their heads simultaneously and seamlessly cast a cushioning spell. Yet Yunheng didn't slow down. Instead, he rolled even faster and was about to collide with the two of them. Xia Lu Yuan instinctively reached out to catch him. However, he naturally failed to hold on to Yunheng, whose body slammed into him at the same time as the surrounding light vanished completely. All three figures then disappeared without a trace as if they had never been there. Chapter 103, The Puppy Shaking Off Mud. Before she could ask, Lin Jingyue explained, "Your master and your two elder brothers went to Qianqing Ridge last night. Now they're nowhere to be found, and the two elders are searching everywhere." Vanished? Mingzhu hesitated before quickly pulling out the Lingxiao mirror. Elder Fengyang had mentioned before that if the owner of the Lingxiao mirror met with misfortune, it would revert to its unowned state, automatically deleting added friends and group chats. Fortunately, in the Xiangqinxiang AI family group chat, there were still 5 people. Mingzhu took a breath of relief and tentatively wrote. "Mingzhu, master. Mingzhu, senior brother Yunheng. Mingzhu, senior brother Xie." The only reply came from Fengyang. "Fengyang, stop calling. I've already sent messages, but no one has replied. If nothing unexpected happened, they should have fallen into the secret realm of Qianqing Ridge and temporarily lost contact with the outside world. Mingzhu, what should we do? Should I go to Qianqing Ridge to help look for them?" Fengyang, focus on the competition. Don't worry about the rest. Mingzhu hung the Lingxiao mirror back on her waist but still felt uneasy. On second thought, Yunheng was the male protagonist. As long as he was there, Shang Qingshi and Xia Lu Yuan should be fine. At this moment, Lin Jingyue also patted her shoulder, comforting her, "Don't worry. The secret realm of Qianqing Ridge is an extraordinary experience that many people wait years to get access to every year. Moreover, you've got 3 people altogether, someone will surely accept the inheritance of star energy and break the seal." Encouraged by her words, Mingzhu's heart felt much lighter. As the old saying goes, 3 cobblers with their wits combined surpass Zhuge Liang, the mastermind. The trio consisting of Shang Qingshi and the others would surely come out unscathed. "You must be exhausted after refining medicines all day and all night," Lin Jingyue said kindly, extending her hand. "Let's return to the inn and prepare well for the upcoming final match." Mingzhu nodded continuously, placing her hand into hers. Shang Qingshi woke up groggily. In front of his eyes was a thatched roof, with wooden beams decorated with straw coats and hats. It was simple yet down to earth. He blinked, sitting up from a shaky little wooden bed. Around him were walls made of mud plaster, plain and undecorated. Besides this bed, the room contained nothing but a 3-legged wooden table which looked rather funny. His mind blanked momentarily. What was this place again? As far as he remembered, he was observing shooting stars with Xia Lu Yuan when Yunheng suddenly tumbled down from the mountain, and then he blinked, opening his eyes to find himself here. Footsteps sounded from outside, and he initially thought it was Xia Lu Yuan or Yunheng. Turning his head, he instead saw a young girl with braided hair, wearing coarse hemp clothing. Her first words were, "Do you want to change clothes?" In her arms was a piece of clothing, also made of coarse hemp. Pink and clearly designed for women. Still somewhat dazed, Shang Qingshi blankly stared at her, about to inquire where he was when she became impatient and left holding the garment. "Wait!" Shang Qingshi rushed after her, but the girl's figure had already disappeared from the door. Despite his quick movement, upon reaching the doorway, there was no longer any trace of her outside. It was as if she had evaporated on the spot. How strange. Looking towards the distance, there were high mountains encircling the area, with a dozen or so thatched huts scattered on the central flat land, accompanied by rice fields and streams. Every household planted banyan trees, giving the impression of a small village. Shang Qingshi wanted to take a walk, but this place seemed to have recently rained. The muddy roads were wet and sticky, making it hard for him to step. Attempting to use sword flight, no matter how he formed seals, the spiritual sword simply wouldn't appear. Closing his eyes, trying to feel the spiritual roots in his dantian, he found nothing. Could this place actually seal a cultivator's power, rendering him no different from an ordinary person? Shang Qingshi grew more confused. "Master." From afar came Xia Lu Yuan's voice, snapping him out of his wandering thoughts. He stood on tiptoe at the entrance to look and saw the other running over, drenched in water. When Xia Lu Yuan drew closer, Shang Qingshi used his sleeve to wipe the water off his face and asked, "Why are you all soaked like this?" "I woke up earlier than you and thought I'd take a look around. Halfway through, it started raining, and there was nowhere to shelter, so I got soaked." Xia Lu Yuan instinctively shook the water off his hair, but Shang Qingshi was standing right next to him, and when he did this, muddy water splashed all over the latter's face. The high mountain flowers seemed to have fallen into the mud pool. "Sorry, master, I didn't mean to do that." Realizing what he had done, Xia Lu Yuan quickly attempted to remedy it by wiping his master's face with his hand. He cleaned lightly for fear of not getting rid of the mud, yet also cautiously in order to avoid alarming Shang Qingshi. He wiped with exceptional care. Shang Qingshi avoided eye contact and asked, "Did you see Yunheng?" Finally managing to wipe away all the dirt, Xia Lu Yuan looked at his master's face, swallowed hard, then slowly said, "This village is protected by an array. Senior brother Yunheng is outside the array. I called out to him just now, but he didn't respond, as if he can neither see nor hear me." Shang Qingshi muttered to himself, "Outside? You mean the secret realm is divided into 2 layers? Yunheng was about to inherit star energy, so the outer layer was the remaining spiritual domain of Ah Xing. As for inside, it was the remaining spiritual domain of Ah Zheng." Shang Qingshi's pupils trembled slightly, sensing something. He gazed toward the center of the village, at the largest banyan tree. At first glance, he thought the white among the lush green leaves were flowers blooming on the banyan tree. But now, disregarding the muddy ground, he ran over. Up close, he realized they weren't flowers, rather, one skull after another, their hollow eye sockets staring directly at his direction under the shadow of the green leaves. The sun came out, bathing the entire small village in warm light. Yet Shang Qingshi inexplicably felt a chill down his spine. Drawing a sharp breath, he turned to Xia Lu Yuan who had caught up, asking, "Can you still use your spirit power?" "No," Xia Lu Yuan shook his head. "I already tried when I woke up, but I can't even summon the frost-descending sword now. Their magical powers were sealed, making them like fish on a cutting board, ready to be butchered." And Ah Zhang was the 6-headed moon-eating beast, a genuinely bloodthirsty demon breed. Even if it was merely a remnant of her will, if she chose to harm Shang Qingshi and Xia Lu Yuan, they would have no means to resist. Chapter 104, Ready to Fight with a Worthless Life. Shang Qingqi seemed to sense something, raising his head to look up the mountain. Golden balls of spirit power were flying all around, flashing past occasionally with glaring sword shadows. The colors indicated that they were all produced by Yunheng. Why hasn't Yunheng's magic been sealed, he asked curiously. Before Xia Luyuan could answer, he headed towards the barrier on his own. Upon reaching the edge, one could clearly see that the mountain outside was full of demon beasts and devilish creatures, packed densely together with bared fangs. Yunheng held his sword, severing the necks of 2 demon beasts beside him, then made a single-handed seal gesture, hurling the surrounding devilish creatures away. With the excessive consumption of spirit power, he broke out in a thin sweat. His long black hair clung wetly to the sides of his face, yet those eyes, filled with righteousness, continued to exude determination. It was truly ready to fight with a worthless life. In comparison, the inner circle outside was perilous while inside the barrier, it was eerily quiet, so quiet that not even the sounds of insects or wind could be heard. How could they get out? Shang Qingqi thought for a moment, then grabbed Xiao Yuan's hand and knocked on the doors of the surrounding houses. After knocking for a long time without response, smoke curled from the chimneys, indicating people were clearly inside. He tried pushing slightly and the courtyard gates opened easily. An elderly woman dressed plainly swept the yard with a broom, her eyes vacant, her motions mechanical as if she were nothing more than a zombie. "Auntie." Shang Qingqi called out once but there was no reaction from her, not even a glance upwards. Xia Luyuan seemed to have discovered something, approached her, and lightly touched her. His fingers passed straight through her body. "Master," he reminded gently, "this is not a living person, it is a remnant." Shang Qingqi appeared thoughtful, then took Xia Luyuan to other houses. Without exception, all were remnants. As it was almost getting dark, the two had no choice but to return to the initial unmanned straw and earth hut. Looking at the mud on his shoes and clothes hem, Shang Qingqi instinctively wanted to perform a cleaning spell. However, as his hand reached out, he suddenly realized that he currently possessed no magic power. So dirty. He sighed deeply. Xia Luyuan timely suggested, "There happens to be a well outside, master. Why don't you take off your outer robe and shoes? I'll wash them for you. This shouldn't trouble you." Though verbally declining, Shang Qingqi didn't hesitate in his actions. He took off his shoes and clothes, handed them over to him, then sat on the small wooden bed, wrapping himself snugly in a thin cotton quilt. His movements were fluid, causing Xia Luyuan to momentarily gape before heading out carrying the dirty clothes. The sound of him fetching water came from the backyard. Shang Qingqi lifted the window curtain and saw him placing the dirty clothes into the wooden basin, lathering soap suds over them, carefully rubbing the dirt away with those elegant, graceful hands with clear bone joints, hands that seemed only suitable for wielding a sword and cutting down all devilish creatures. What a waste. Shang Qingqi quietly wrapped himself tighter in the quilt, deciding next time to wash his own clothes. With guilt towards Xia Luyuan, he leaned against the window and fell asleep peacefully. Outside the secret area, Mingzhu took the 1000 attraction spirit pill, boarded the alchemy platform for the final competition. Today, the platform was even more open. The medicine skeleton sect prepared large elixir stoves and countless herbs for these contestants. However, Mingzhu clearly understood that the large size of the elixir stove wasn't due to fewer people but because more complex elixirs needed to be refined. As she anticipated, the respected elder sitting in the main seat of the judges slowly spoke, "Today's contest question is the Chao Yuan Dan. The more colors, and the longer the refining process, wins." This elixir was divided into 10 colors in total. Mingzhu had once refined 3 colors of it, nearly exhausting her spiritual energy. Seeing the seemingly confident people beside her, she asked curiously, "Your smile is about to reach the sky. How many colors can you refine?" 8 colors, the other party replied. 2 light words but like an insurmountable mountain pressed heavily on Mingzhu's back. She drew in a sharp breath, looked at the person on the other side, and asked, "You?" That person smiled contemptuously, 9 colors. Mingzhu. Sometimes she really wanted to slap herself. Why ask questions when everything's fine? Below the stage, Lin Jingyue held high the flag with Mingzhu's name, shouting loudly, "Mingzhu, don't be afraid. Show your true skills, you will definitely win." The onlookers who bet their money on her also shouted her name, the momentum far surpassing the other contestants. With the dissipated confidence returning considerably, Mingzhu took a deep breath, lit the elixir furnace, and officially began refining the medicine. As the 1000 attraction spirit pill took effect, an endless stream of spirit power filled her dantian. She calmed herself and proceeded to throw the herbs into the furnace in sequence. For hours had passed, and most alchemists had already infused their Chao Yuan Dan with 2 to 3 colors. The person who earlier claimed they could refine an 8-colored Chao Yuan Dan now had a face flushed as dark as liver, then with a loud boom, their cauldron exploded. Mingzhu couldn't help but sigh in relief. So that person was just full of hot air. She glanced at another competitor who claimed they could refine a 9-colored Chao Yuan Dan. That one remained unperturbed, their expression extraordinarily calm, clearly someone with real skills. With a series of booms, more and more people's cauldrons began to explode. Silently counting, Mingzhu realized she just needed to endure until she made it into the top 10, and her goal would be achieved. Another 4 hours passed, and it had grown completely dark. Out of 50 participants, 40 remained. The night was thick, like ink impossible to stir apart, exuding threads of coldness. Everyone dared not slack off even for a moment. Even if they felt tired, they gritted their teeth and persevered. For them, time moved agonizingly slowly. As the dawn broke faintly and day followed day. After 1 day, there were 30 left on the stage. After 2 days, 20 remained on the stage. After 3 days, only 11 contestants were still on the platform. The spirit power enhanced by the 1000 attraction spirit pill had been used up. Mingzhu relied on that last bit of spirit power to stabilize the cauldron, her face frighteningly pale, large beads of cold sweat sliding down from her temples. There was just one left. If she endured until one more person quit, she would enter the top 10. Her cauldron started trembling, so she hastily added a drop of blood inside. The medicinal property in the blood restored the tranquility of the cauldron. Just as her body swayed unstably, she heard the sound of an explosion nearby. Her previously blurry thoughts suddenly became clear. Fortunately, it wasn't her cauldron that exploded. It was someone else's. She had won. She made it into the top 10. Before she could revel in happiness, a nauseating smell suddenly tickled her nose. Turning her head, she saw the person who claimed they could refine a 9-colored Chow Yuan Dan pull out a pill from their sleeve and swallow it. Instantly, spirit power surged around them. Red patterns appeared on their face, their eye sockets turned red, and their eyes were filled with bloodshot veins. This was the 9-turn chaos pill sold by the elder on the street. Mingzhu's eyes widened before turning to look at Ji Shizun seated at the main position, yelling, "This person has consumed an evil pill, they cheated." Chapter 105, Burial Companion. Upon hearing these words, the audience below all looked on with sidelong glances, eager to see how Master Jisher would deal with the cheaters. However, under everyone's watchful eyes, he just sat there quietly, too lazy to move. He lifted his chin and smiled, saying, "Why shouldn't cheating count as a skill? If you have the ability, you can cheat too." The surroundings fell silent. As if no one had expected him to say such a thing, the audience froze like wooden chickens for half a moment before they realized and then burst into heated discussions. Mingzhu on the stage also wore an expression of disbelief. First, Wei Changjiu altered the rules of the cultivation competition, then Master Jisher encouraged participants to cheat in the alchemist conference. Had all these grand ascendants gone crazy? At this moment, she wanted nothing more than to curse his ancestors for generations. Glancing around, nearly half of the participants pulled out the 9 turnings chaos pill from their sleeves upon hearing Master Jisher's words. Mingzhu thought it fortunate that at least half of the alchemists were unwilling to be corrupted by them, which deeply moved her. However, she was moved too soon. She noticed one participant who hadn't taken the 9 turnings chaos pill flashing a shadow of gloom in his eyes, then raised his hand to hit another contestant. The latter had not anticipated such an action, rolled off the stage, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Master Jisher still remained motionless, propping his head with his hand, watching this intense scene with great interest, seeming to tacitly approve of this behavior. Under his connivance, the contestants became increasingly rampant. This was no longer an alchemist competition, it turned into a free-for-all. A palm wind at the Golden Dan later stage approached Mingzhu, and she hastily dodged using her speed advantage. But at that moment, a beam of spiritual power from behind rushed toward her and struck directly against her back. She staggered and fell, lying down in disarray, with scratches on her face and bloody palms. Those people still did not intend to let her go. A pill furnace beside her was kicked over, spilling thick smoke and fire towards her. Once it landed on her body, even if she didn't die, she would surely become disabled. Lin Jingyue was already petrified, shouting in horror, "Mingzhu, run! Dodge!" Beside Mingzhu, an old man with a white beard revealed a ferocious smile, condensing wood vines in his hands to bind Mingzhu on the spot. "Let me see where you will escape." Several sparks of the stove had splashed onto Mingzhu, and she smelled the burning smell. Just as more stove fires were about to touch her skin, the ring on her hand suddenly emitted a strong light, rippling across the medicinal platform and pushing away all other contestants. The stove fire flipped to another direction, and the wooden vines binding her disappeared. She stared blankly, seeing streams of white smoke rising from the ring, gradually forming a human shape. "Grandpa?" Mingzhu called instinctively but immediately realized something was amiss. Grandpa Lin only had a head left, yet this figure was complete with arms and legs. It dawned on her as she looked at the 3 rings on her hand. One was a storage ring, one was given to her by Lin Jingyue, and the other was from Wei Chunyi. And this figure clearly emerged from the ring Wei Chunyi gave her. At their farewell, she had told her that the ring contained the residual soul of a certain grand ascendant cultivator. This matter was indeed true. Startled, Mingzhu opened her mouth speechlessly. The figure extended a hand toward her, laughing. "What are you spacing out for? It's embarrassing to have others see you lying sprawled on the table." Mingzhu snapped back to reality, stood up with the help of the figure, and asked, "Who are you?" "It is unimportant who I am," the figure slowly said. "What matters is I can only help you to this extent. From here on, it's all on you." After speaking, his figure once again blurred into a patch of mist, then returned into the ring. Mingzhu was confused. Since everyone was thrown off the stage, wasn't she the champion? What could possibly go wrong? Suddenly, the audience below screamed. Following their gaze, Mingzhu saw those who had consumed the 9 turnings chaos pill standing up in strange postures. Their bodies were quickly drained by something, leaving only skin covering their bones, their faces distorted, mouths open but unable to produce sound. How could this be? Ordinary sinister pills usually only caused physical discomfort, a sharp reduction in spiritual power, and at worst made one succumb to demonic possession. But the 9 turnings chaos pill clearly took human lives as its price. Mingzhu tightened her grip on the Lingxiao mirror, looking towards the main seat of the judges. Master Jishe still showed no reaction, even appearing in good spirits, tapping the armrest of the chair lightly with his fingers. As he tapped his fingers, those who had consumed the 9 turnings chaos pill fell to the ground, clawing at their faces in agony. The wounds they carved revealed glimpses of stark white bone. They were completely devoid of life, their bones twisted as they collapsed. At this moment, the audience finally realized what was happening and screamed, scattering in all directions. However, Master Jishe rose at this time, gently raising his hand to create a barrier that kept everyone trapped inside. A gentle breeze blew past, lifting the hood from his head, allowing his silver-white hair to flow gracefully in the wind. Mingzhu saw it clearly, his earlobes were large and thick, resembling those of the old man who sold the 9 turnings chaos pill. Panic erupted in the stands as people scrambled, some running, others screaming. In this extreme chaos, many were trampled and injured. Lin Jingyue leapt onto the medicinal platform, grabbing Mingzhu's hand and sniffing back tears. It looks like we're done for. Despite her young age, Mingzhu remained the calmest person present. Cupping her hands to her mouth like a megaphone, she shouted loudly toward Master Jishe, "What are you planning to do?" Hearing her voice, he turned his head and removed the mask covering his face. Just as Mingzhu had imagined, his face was gaunt and ravaged by heart demons, with deeply sunken eye sockets. His complexion was deathly pale, lacking any trace of blood, with dark circles under his eyes and long lashes that made him look like a wandering ghost lost in the world. He lifted a trembling hand to caress the air beside him, leaning close and muttering something softly, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. Then, he retracted his gaze, surveying everyone within the barrier with a chilling laugh. His laughter was unsettling and eerie, causing Mingzhu's scalp to prickle uncontrollably. Already, some people in the crowd were sobbing and collapsing to their knees before Master Jishe, disregarding their dignity as they begged for mercy. "Respected Master. Please spare us. We don't want to die. You are called Master Jishe because you should heal and save lives, how can you slaughter people indiscriminately?" Though their pleas were meant for mercy, they unintentionally triggered his fury. His smile vanished, and he stood up calmly, releasing waves of toxic smoke from his palms, which quickly filled every corner of the barrier. He returned to his seat. His expression was as still as water. "This day, all of you shall accompany me in death." Chapter 106, The Feng Shui of Qianqing Ridge is unfavorable. At this moment, Lin Jingyue covered her mouth and exclaimed in shock, "I remember now, today is the 500th birthday of Jishe respected one. He wants to take us all down with him." He didn't care about his own death, he also wanted to take the top 10 of the alchemist conference with him. For the next few hundred years, no one would be able to surpass his achievements, and when people talked about the most powerful alchemists, his name would still come to mind. This was too malicious, every bamboo shoot on the mountain had been pulled out by him. "Why didn't you tell me after I died?" Mingzhu quickly took out a basic antidote pill from her storage ring, one for herself, and another shoved into Lin Jingyue's mouth. The effect of the medicine wouldn't last long, and some people below had already collapsed from poisoning. Mingzhu looked at 2 rings in her hands and burst into tears. "Grandpa's, save my life, please." Lin Grandpa's head slowly appeared beside her, sighing, "Now I only have a wisp of soul left, and there's nothing I can do. It seems that today, the 3 of us will meet our ends here." The old man inside the other ring didn't even bother to show up, no matter how much Mingzhu shouted, she received no response. Just as she was on the brink of despair, a muffled sound came from above her head. She looked up and saw that a crack had appeared in the barrier. Then, the crack grew larger and larger. A dark figure appeared before them, grabbing Mingzhu with one hand and Lin Jingyue with the other, floating in midair. Mingzhu looked up, still shaken, at the backlit face before her, and tears of gratitude flowed down her cheeks. "Fengyang elder, it still comes down to you in the end." Fengyang frowned slightly, glanced at Jishe respected one on the ground, and said faintly, "This person has already fallen to demonic influence." "I could tell," Mingzhu retorted sharply, "Elder, what should we do next?" Fengyang gave her a glance, then threw both her and Lin Jingyue from the air. With the protection of a shielding dome around them, they landed safely. When they looked up again, Jishe respected one had appeared by Fengyang's side. A fierce wind swept in, followed by thunder rumbling toward them, startling heaven and earth within an instant. Cracks appeared in the ground beneath Yao Hai Sect's territory, shaking buildings violently. Mingzhu barely managed to keep her balance and directed others to evacuate. Lin Jingyue cowered in the corner, unaware of the collapsing houses nearby. As she was about to be crushed, Mingzhu dashed forward and pulled her to safety, concernedly asking, "Sister Jingyue, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Lin Jingyue blinked her eyes, suddenly struck by inspiration. "Oh yes, I once heard a gossip about Jishe respected one. This place was close to Qianqing Ridge, which was notorious for producing heartless men and women because of the legend of a Zhen and a Xing. However, Jisha Respected One stood out as a refreshing stream, as it was rumored that he had lost his wife at the age of 18 and never remarried, earning much respect from others. But rumors also circulated that Jisha Respected One's wife had been killed by him. They were once senior and junior siblings of the same sect. His wife's talent in refining medicine surpassed his. But he didn't want her to shine outside. Instead, he wanted her to stay at home, serving him and raising children, being a virtuous wife. So he poisoned her, ruined her spiritual roots, and imprisoned her by his side. Unbeknownst to him, his wife had backbone. Finding the opportunity, she committed suicide before him with a knife, spattering blood on his face. Overwhelmed by sorrow, his hair turned white overnight. This is just a rumor, Lin Jingyue added, I don't know if it's true. Thinking about Jisha Respected One's strange behavior earlier, Mingzhu felt that this rumor was very likely true. Looking up into the sky, where the two were fighting fiercely but obviously Fengyang was losing. Although Jisha Respected One ascended through consumption of elixirs, he had already achieved that level for more than 200 years, far surpassing Fengyang's abilities. Mingzhu asked, which sect did the Respected One and his wife originally belong to? It was the Yao Hai sect. The former master had no heirs, and Jisha Respected One was his most accomplished disciple, Lin Jingyue replied. Hearing this, Mingzhu practically couldn't wait to run off, not forgetting to warn Lin Jingyue, be careful, sister. Watch your head and your feet. With another loud boom, Yao Hai sect's compound was almost completely destroyed. Jisha Respected One forced Fengyang back, then tenderly stared at the empty air beside him, speaking softly, did I scare you? He can't defeat me, don't worry. In front of Fengyang's eyes, an image popped up from Mingzhu's Lingxiao mirror transmission. He raised his gaze towards Jisha Respected One and spoke emotionlessly, stop deceiving yourself. That's not your elder sister, it's a heart demon. The other paused briefly. He then laughed wildly, repeatedly muttering the two words, heart demon. This is the only way I can see her, he said between laughter that brought tears to his eyes, yet you say it's a heart demon. Seeing his reaction, the rumor Mingzhu had mentioned must be absolutely true. Fengyang crossed his arms with calm assurance and said, if you love her so much, why did you kill her back then? I never wanted her to die. Jisha Respected One's eyes turned blood red as he clutched his head in agony. I just wanted to hide her, to make her my own exclusive possession. A living person treated like an item. Fengyang remained silent but was filled with disdain inside. It seemed the feng shui of Qianqing Ridge really wasn't good. First there was a Xing, who murdered his wife for enlightenment, then came the grandiose Jisha Respected One. Brother Feng. Lost in reverie, Jisha Respected One heard someone calling his name. He looked down to see a young girl dressed in Yaogai sect robes waving both hands at him. Too far away, he couldn't see her face clearly, but she called him Brother Feng. In this world, only one person would call him that. Sister. In an instant, he forgot all about using spiritual energy to protect himself, appearing abruptly beside the girl. Not even bothering to look at her face, he embraced her tightly. The real touch made him sob uncontrollably. With all his strength, he clung to her as if trying to merge her into his own flesh and blood, crying like a child who had done something wrong. Sister, have you finally decided to see me? From now on, we'll live happily ever after. I will no longer force you to do things you dislike. Let's go live in seclusion, have many adorable children, and stay together forever. All right? Her cold and detached voice replied him, of course not. His eyes widened in astonishment. Looking down, he saw his heart pierced through by Fengyang from behind. The pain forced him to loosen his grip on the girl in his arms. Only then did he see her face. It wasn't the sister he'd been obsessing over, but Mingzhu. You can rest assured, Mingzhu stared directly at him and said word by word, your sister despised you more than anyone else in her entire life. Henceforth, whether in heaven or hell, reincarnated or in any existence, exhausted through realms above and below, you will never meet her again. Chapter 107, It's impossible to work. No. It won't happen. He shook his head, his expression withering. Black blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth, and the young face rapidly aged, wrinkles spreading across his entire face. At the end of his life, he reached out to touch Mingzhu's cheek, a tear slowly rolling down from the corner of his eye. Actually, when I saw you for the first time, I thought you looked just like her. She had the same beautiful almond eyes. The same extraordinary talent in alchemy. But Mingzhu merely recoiled in disgust, just like how his elder sister had harshly shaken off his hand before she died, her once beautiful eyes now devoid of any light, only filled with an overwhelming hatred that knew no bounds. When the poison took effect, her orifices bled profusely, her temples bulging with pain. Yet she still managed to smile in relief and her voice sounded like a mournful cry, I curse you, may you not die well. Her curse ultimately came true. His body fell, transforming into a towering toxic mist. Fortunately, Fengyang had been prepared beforehand, casting a defensive spell on both her and himself. When the poisonous fog dissipated, he flicked the air around him and asked Mingzhu, dressed in the robes of a disciple of the medicine skeleton sect, where did you get these clothes? And how do you know his name is Afeng? I peeled them off from a disciple of the medicine skeleton sect. They reeked horribly. Mingzhu said while inching closer to Fengyang. As for his name, their sect was in chaos and I snuck into his room during the confusion, finding a handkerchief embroidered with the character Feng. The people here seem to like calling each other with in front of names, such as Zheng and Xiang. So, I guessed his elder sister must have called him Feng. She hadn't lied. The moment she got closer, Feng Yang caught the smell of fermented pickles. Pinching his nose in distaste, he said, "Hurry up and change back into your clothes. We need to go to the 1,000-star ridge to find the sect leader." "All right." Mingzhu nodded, but as soon as she turned around, Lin Jingyue immediately called her back. "Mingzhu," she bit her lip, revealing an expression filled with reluctance. "I am leaving." She had mentioned it before, once Mingzhu made it to the top 10 in the alchemist conference, she would leave for Qianji's sect to pursue what she loved. Therefore, Mingzhu wasn't surprised, although the swiftness of the farewell still stirred up a sense of melancholy. "Sister Jingyue," Mingzhu threw herself into her arms. "Take care of yourself." Lin Jingyue didn't disdain the strange odor on her clothing and instead embraced her back with tear-filled eyes. They hugged each other tightly for quite a while. "I don't have anything to give you," Mingzhu then pulled out a box of silver notes. "Take this for your journey expenses. Don't worry, I will certainly take good care of Grandpa." Just as Lin Jingyue's grandfather's head appeared from the ring at this moment, looking at his granddaughter with a trembling voice, he asked, "Mimi, do you hate me for forcing you to refine medicines all these years?" "I did feel annoyed about it before, but I never hated Grandpa." Lin Jingyue cried and shook her head. "We are the closest family in the world, no matter what, Grandpa will always be my most respected and dependent upon Grandpa." The two of them, along with the head, started sobbing again. Feng Yang stood nearby watching. Seeing that the sun was almost setting and they were still crying, he couldn't help but remind them. Thus, Lin Jingyue reluctantly left, taking steps that constantly turned back in longing. Grandfather Lin returned inside the ring. Wiping away her tears, Mingzhu summoned her spirit sword and stepped onto it. Turning around, she said to Feng Yang, "Elder, let's go." However, Feng Yang directly grabbed her, flying 10 times faster towards 1,000-star ridge. Mushin and Latingji were waiting there. Upon seeing the two arriving, Mushin sighed, "We still haven't sensed the presence of the sect leader." Feng Yang released Mingzhu who had been tossed by the wind into disarray. The three of them, plus the chicken, continued to wait on the 1,000-star ridge. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. Mingzhu had consumed all the pills in her storage ring, even chewed medicinal herbs, and finally resorted to gnawing bark from trees out of hunger. By the 10th day, she could no longer hold out, tears welling in her eyes, saying, "You too can practice abstaining from food, but I haven't. I want to eat an entire cow raw right now." Looking at her, whose jawline had grown sharper from lack of food, Feng Yang finally showed some mercy, letting Mushin first take her and Latingji back to Lingxiao sect, while he continued to stay on the 1,000-star ridge. The time outside matched that within the secret realm. For over 10 days, nothing unusual occurred in the village. As for Yunheng on the mountain, he had been continuously fighting without pause. Whenever one looked up to the mountain, one could see him wielding his sword, the entire hill littered with the corpses of fiendish beasts and demon species. Xia Luyuan carefully repaired the thatched hut and even made a swing for Shang Qingxi under the banyan tree at the door. When making cabinets and tables, he was so familiar with it as if he had been a carpenter in his previous life. However, when Shang Qingxi suggested making another bed, he accidentally injured his hand, cutting a big gash on it. Therefore, the two of them still had to squeeze onto the shaky little wooden bed. After Xia Luyuan's hand healed, he never mentioned it again. Here, spiritual power could not be used, and in order to fill their bellies, they found vegetable seeds in other houses and planted green onions, Chinese cabbage, radishes, and potatoes both in front and behind the house. On cool days, Shang Qingxi would go watering plants with Xia Luyuan. On hot days, Shang Qingxi would be lazy at home, letting him go out alone. As for changing clothes, since things from the spatial bracelet couldn't be taken out and Shang Qingxi couldn't wear low-quality clothing, the rough fabrics caused dense red rashes on his skin within half an hour. Xia Luyuan could only take off his own clothes and let Shang Qingxi change into them every day. Hence, Shang Qingxi remained clean and dust-free, clearly contrasting with the village. And Xia Luyuan wore coarse linen from the cabinet, busy doing work without complaint. Today, the sun was blazing hot. Shang Qingxi sat on the swing, holding a grasshopper that Xia Luyuan had woven for him from wild grasses, watching the other do laundry in the courtyard. Working was impossible. It would be impossible to work this lifetime. He cooked meals at most, but everything else was irrelevant to him. He gave the swing a hard push, looking at the sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled light onto Xia Luyuan's body. Indeed, even dressed in coarse linen, Xia Luyuan looked handsome, his eyelashes creating shadowed patterns on his face when he bowed his head, giving off an ephemeral feeling of peaceful contentment. After finishing washing, Xia Luyuan went to hang up the clothes, then returned to Shang Qingxi's side and softly said, "I don't know when we will be able to return." Thinking Xia Luyuan was complaining about how lazy he was and not wanting to stay here anymore, Shang Qingxi instantly forgot to sway the swing, dumbly staring at him. "Master, what's wrong?" Noticing that he hadn't responded for a long time, Xia Luyuan asked in confusion, "Do you want me to push the swing for you?" Seeing that Shang Qingshi still didn't answer, he stood beside the swing and reached out to push hard. Shang Qingshi was still lost in thought and didn't hold tightly onto the ropes, stumbling forward and falling off the swing. Fortunately, Xia Luyuan reacted fast enough and quickly embraced him in his arms. Chapter 108, A Lifetime's Reputation Ruined in an Instant. Her face bumped into his chest, and Shang Qingshi finally came to her senses, explaining to him, "I always bother you, which makes my conscience uneasy. But look at these hands of mine, they simply can't handle heavy work." This body, since birth, had grown up under the careful protection of others, wearing the finest silk robes, residing in the best halls, having everything served on a silver platter. The worst suffering endured was only the cold poison. As she spoke, she really extended her hands to Xia Luyuan. Her fingers were long and white, without a single callus. Her wrist was pale and delicate, fragile as if it could break easily. Indeed, these were not hands made for heavy labor. Looking at this pair of beautiful hands, Xia Luyuan's thoughts gradually drifted uncontrollably. What would it feel like if such a pair of hands caressed the scar on his back? Startled by this thought, he quickly snapped back to reality and innocently stared at Shang Qingshi's cheek, saying, "I can do all the chores, there's no need to trouble master." Shang Qingshi did not notice the change in his gaze but asked with confusion, "Then why did you suddenly say earlier, when will we go back? I thought, you were annoyed with washing my clothes." Her voice became quieter toward the end. Clearly feeling older than him, yet letting him do all the work alone, that didn't seem quite right. Xia Luyuan suddenly laughed out loud, tightening one hand around Shang Qingshi's waist. As for the other hand, which had been slashed by a knife, the wound had healed but left a grotesque scar. He used the scar to gently rub against Shang Qingshi's delicate wrist, whispering softly, "I'm not complaining. It's just that here in this shabby house with a broken bed, eating nothing but radishes and potatoes feels unbearable for someone as precious as you, master. Someone as esteemed as the moon in the sky shouldn't have to endure such hardships." Shang Qingshi blinked. Then she heard him continue, "Doing these things is entirely voluntary on my part. If master doesn't mind staying here, I'd be willing to wash your clothes and do chores for a lifetime." The boy's tone was clear and elegant, making one's heart tremble slightly. Realizing how improper this sounded, Shang Qingshi hastily broke free from his embrace, coughed twice to appear serious, and said, "That's still out of the question. Staying here for a lifetime is no different from being a salted fish." She placed the grass-woven grasshopper in her hand onto the swing and then continued, "When I first arrived here, a little girl came and handed me a set of women's clothes, asking if I wanted to change. Xia Luyuan was somewhat surprised. I also met her. She asked me the same question. At the time, I didn't understand what she meant, so after thinking about it for a while, she took the clothes and left. Have we not seen her figure in any of the village houses we've visited? Apparently, this was the key to breaking through the secret realm. But it was uncertain when the little girl would reappear." Shang Qingshi lowered her head and pondered deeply. Xia Luyuan grabbed her hand and led her toward the brook. "Stop overthinking it, master. Ajing's remnant didn't kill us, indicating that she has some use for us. That little girl will definitely show up again." Upon arriving at the stream, Shang Qingshi realized there were fish in it. But these fish looked malnourished, only as big as fingers, wild ones that were obviously full of bones. Even removing their bones and entrails, they probably wouldn't even fill the gaps between teeth. However, since the two of them arrived here, they hadn't tasted meat. Seeing these fish now, Shang Qingshi dared not be picky. Xia Luyuan jumped directly into the water, accurately catching fish one after another despite the lack of spiritual energy assistance, leaving Shang Qingshi marveling repeatedly. Soon, he had caught a handful of fish and returned ashore, saying to Shang Qingshi, "I'm not very good at cooking, so I'll find some firewood. Master, you can roast the fish." Just as he was about to head toward the nearby forest, Shang Qingshi's soft voice came from behind, "I once saw in the crystal ball at Jingyang Palace that you roasted mushrooms inside the secret realm." After being exposed, Xia Luyuan didn't blush or get flustered, his pace didn't pause even for a moment. His expression remained completely natural as if nothing had happened. "Yes, I know how to roast, but I'm not good at it. If master were to taste it personally, you would certainly think I'm wasting ingredients." "Is that so?" Shang Qingshi wasn't planning to dwell on it further. After all, Xia Luyuan had done all the other tasks, and if she refused just roasting the fish, it would make him look like a pitifully overworked laborer. She picked up the fish. These were not spirit beasts, so dealing with them proved relatively easy. By the time Xia Luyuan returned with the wood, she had already skewered the processed fish neatly on sticks. It was probably due to the dense forest blocking any breeze that Xia Luyuan's forehead was drenched in sweat. While Qingshi was roasting the fish, he jumped into the stream. Untying his hair ribbon and taking off his shirt, he bathed with the cool creek water. The water only reached up to his waist, and he had his back turned to Shang Qingshi. When Qingshi glanced over, she saw the scars covering his entire back. They were the marks left by the whip used by the original owner of the body and Feng Yang, as well as another long scar from when they fell from the sky while riding their flying swords and got cut by rocks. Unable to resist, Qingshi asked, "I remember that Mingzhu knows how to make ointments that can remove scars. Why don't you ask her for some?" "Why? If the scars disappeared, how could he deliberately show them to her to evoke her sympathy?" Xia Luyuan concealed his thoughts and turned around, feigning innocence. The scars are on my back, I can't see them, so I forgot they were there. Seeing him with his hair loose again made Qingxi feel just as uneasy as before. She thought that his eyes and expression became much darker when his hair hung loose, making him appear like a villainous character who would grind bones to powder and scatter ashes. Shang Qingxi beckoned him with her fingers. Xia Luyuan obediently put his clothes back on, stepped out of the water, and returned to sit by the fire. Without spiritual power, all Qingxi could do was twist the damp strands of his hair dry with her hands, then looked up to meet his gaze. No. She still couldn't get used to seeing him with loose hair. So Shang Qingxi said, turn around first. And Xia Luyuan actually followed her command without uttering a word. Staring at his silhouette for a while, Qingxi raised her hand and lightly traced the scars on his back through his clothing, asking softly, did it hurt when you got hit? Xia Luyuan stiffened slightly. A strange emotion attempted to rise within him, spreading through every inch of his body. His Adam's apple moved up and down, and his long, dense eyelashes hid the darkness in his eyes as he turned around and reminded her, teacher, the fish is burning. Shang Qingxi's complexion drastically changed. Her reputation, her once confident cooking skills, had completely flopped today. Panic-stricken, she rescued the almost burnt fish, which tasted absolutely abysmal. When they returned to the mud and thatch hut, the little girl with braids was standing at the door. She was still holding a dress, but this time it wasn't rough fabric. Instead, it was finely woven silk and shimmering gossamer. Not only that, but there was also an embroidered pair of shoes prepared with pearls dangling from the toe and straps that tied behind the ankle to prevent slipping. Opening her mouth, she asked the exact same question as before, do you want to change clothes? This time, Shang Qingxi didn't hesitate at all, snatching the dress from the girl's arms and nodding vigorously, I'll wear it. Chapter 109, 2 lifetimes of fame ruined in an instant. Though Shang Qingxi had readily agreed, when she actually brought the clothes into the room, she fell into deep thought. The dress was just the right length for girls like Gan Mingzhu with petite figures, but for her, it was clearly too short. Moreover, its color was so pink that she could barely bear to look at it. As for the style, there was no significant issue, it was merely a typical high-waisted blouse and skirt. The underlayer was tightly woven, ensuring there would be no accidental exposure. On the outside, there was a layer of iridescent gauze which looked no different from ordinary white silk, but under sunlight, it refracted into dazzling colors. Shang Qingxi stared at it for a long time, so long that Xia Luyuan behind her couldn't help but say, if master doesn't want to, let me do it. Upon hearing this, the former hastily pushed the dress toward him. Xia Luyuan picked up the dress and seeing some creases, he smoothed them out with his hand. Before the wrinkles were completely straightened, something dropped out lightly onto the table. He glanced down, his pupils widening as his ear tips instantly turned red. It was an undershirt. Naturally, Shang Qingxi saw it too. A deathly silence fell over the entire room, and above their heads, it felt like crows flew by, trailing a long string of ellipses. Their eyes met, then both looked away. They met again, then withdrew, and neither broke the strange silence. After a while, Xia Liuyuan's arm holding the dress became sore. Shang Qingxi took a deep breath, snatched the dress from his hands, closed her eyes unable to bear the sight, and her voice trembled, forget it, I'll do it. With that, she turned to leave. Xia Luyuan pointed at the item on the table and quietly reminded her, Master, there's still this. Shang Qingxi grabbed it with lightning speed and rushed into the bedroom. There was no door to the bedroom, only a bamboo curtain served as a partition. Bamboo curtains are translucent, so even though Xia Luyuan heard rustling sounds inside, he could vaguely see some movements. After much study, Shang Qingxi finally managed to change into the dress. Just as she predicted, the dress was indeed too short, exposing part of her legs and ankles, making it somewhat inappropriate. From outside, Xia Luyuan asked, Master, are you ready? Shang Qingxi gritted her teeth and walked out holding the hem of the dress. Actually, it didn't look bad when worn. She was naturally fair-skinned, frail-looking, with an androgynous beauty that made the outfit seem not so out of place. Unfortunately, she lacked bosom, so the dress kept slipping down, forcing her to hold the neckline with one hand. She sat on a small wooden stool and tried to calm herself down. Xia Luyuan also sat next to her, without saying a word, occasionally staring at her exposed calf. Her ankle was so slender, even though the ties were tied extremely tightly, there was no trace of flesh pinched by them. Seeing that it was already dark, Xia Luyuan hesitantly said, didn't we change according to that young lady's wishes? Why hasn't she come yet? Shang Qingxi choked. In fact, they hadn't changed correctly. She thought she didn't need those things since she lacked bosom. But after being mentioned by Xia Luyuan, she thought it was her mistake. So she lifted the hem of the dress and went back into the room, forcibly enduring the shame and trembling hands to wear the thing. When she came out again, the little girl seemed to appear like a ghost at the doorway, holding 2 lotus lanterns and asked indifferently, are you going to release the river lanterns? Xia Luyuan hurriedly took the lanterns from her and said to Shang Qingxi behind, let's go, master. Shang Qingxi was nearly broken. Forcing her to dress like this was one thing, but now she also had to go outside. However, she could not hesitate, otherwise, the little girl would disappear for a long time before appearing again. Xia Luyuan held her hand and pulled her toward the door. The night was pitch black, the moon invisible. Shang Qingshi squinted and could barely make out the vague outlines of trees and houses around her. The road beneath her feet was unclear. Yet, Xia Luyuan walked steadily and even reminded her, "Be careful here, master, there's a big rock." Something wasn't right. Shang Qingshi remembered that earlier in the Chongqing Hall's secret realm, he claimed his eyesight was bad and was fumbling around everywhere. This kid has selective blindness. She was speechless. Seemingly aware of something, Xia Luyuan coughed lightly twice in an offhand manner and added, "I pass this road every day. Even if I can't see clearly, I still know how to get there." Shang Qingshi did not believe him. "Wait," she squatted down, felt along the road and found a large stone, tossing it ahead. She then said, "Let's go." That rock ended up stuck right in the middle of the road. Xia Luyuan had clearly seen it but pretended not to, stepping on the rock and predictably falling down. Not only did he fall, but he also pulled Shang Qingshi down with him, straight into his arms. Although their heads collided, it was Xia Luyuan's chin that bumped against Shang Qingshi's forehead, which was completely different from the rule in storybooks where a fall always leads to a kiss. Xia Luyuan cupped his chin and softly called out, "That really hurt, master." Shang Qingshi covered his forehead. It hurt him too. This truly was a case of lifting a stone only to drop it on one's own foot. Just as they stood up, Xia Luyuan said again, "The river lantern must have dropped somewhere. How could the key prop be lost?" Shang Qingshi squatted down again. Unable to see the ground clearly, he asked, "Where is the fire striker we used for roasting fish this afternoon?" "Seems like I left it beside the bonfire and forgot to take it back," Xia Luyuan replied, crouching down as well, pretending to search seriously in the grass. But in fact, the river lantern was right behind him. Shang Qingshi sighed, holding onto his skirt with one hand and feeling around with the other. Since he couldn't find it, he suggested, "We should go back and get the candles." Before he could finish his sentence, Xia Luyuan cut him off forcibly, "I found it." When he stood up, he accurately grabbed Shang Qingshi's hand and pulled him up before continuing to walk forward. All was quiet. The short path of the day seemed especially long at this moment. After reaching the stream, Xia Luyuan retrieved the forgotten fire striker from beside the bonfire, blew on it, and it still worked. Lighting the candle inside the river lantern and just about to release it, Shang Qingshi said, "You can write some blessings on the petals of the lantern." Xia Luyuan's eyes flickered, and he eventually found a half-burnt stick in the extinguished bonfire. The other end of the stick was already carbonized, perfect for writing. He handed the stick to Shang Qingshi, who turned his back and, with the faint candlelight, drew a smiley face on the petals. Thinking he had concealed it well, he obviously forgot that the current Xia Luyuan was already taller than him by a head. All Xia Luyuan needed to do was slightly stretch his neck to see what he had drawn. Committing the smiley face to memory, Xia Luyuan reached out and took the stick Shang Qingshi handed over, then drew an identical smiley face right in front of him. Chapter 110, Master's Closeness. No. Is he being polite? Shang Qingshi held back a word, motionlessly staring at him with an unwavering gaze. Xia Luyuan was completely unfazed, placing the river lantern into the small creek and watching as it drifted away unsteadily. Then, he turned his head and innocently met Shang Qingshi's eyes. "What's wrong, master?" Yet, his expression was gentle and harmless when looking at others. Even if he truly had made a mistake, others would find it hard to criticize him harshly. As the river lantern floated further away, the surroundings darkened. Shang Qingshi was too lazy to dwell on this any longer and got up right away. Wearing a skirt wasn't convenient at all, he wanted to get home and change quickly. However, everything around him was pitch black, so he extended his hand towards Xia Luyuan, "Give me your fire tinder." Xia Luyuan handed over something, but it wasn't the fire tinder that he asked for, it was his hand. After feeling around for a bit, Shang Qingshi determined with certainty that there was nothing in his hand, emitting a puzzled sound from his throat. "Sorry, master, I don't know where I threw the fire tinder again." Xia Luyuan blinked innocently and said, "I can lead you back, I guarantee you won't trip again." Shang Qingshi didn't believe this nonsense. He didn't think Xia Luyuan was someone who could lose things easily, thus he squatted down again to search near where he lit the river lantern before. Xia Luyuan observed him, as if nothing unusual had happened, casually kicking the fire tinder next to his foot into the river. The fire tinder floated a short distance, eventually spinning before sinking to the bottom of the stream, eliminating all evidence. Unable to find it anymore, Shang Qingshi reluctantly handed his hand over to Xia Luyuan, allowing him to guide him back to the straw hut. Whether out of anger or embarrassment, his earlobes and cheeks were tinged with a thin layer of pink, like the colors of peach blossoms after rain diluted on his pale skin, blooming beautifully, almost resembling a lush watercolor painting. Walking shoulder to shoulder with Xia Luyuan, just tilting his head allowed him to take in such enchanting scenery. They'd only been inside the hidden realm for 10 odd days, yet Shang Qingshi's body no longer carried much of the sandalwood fragrance associated with the Eternal Life Palace. Instead, it smelled now of soapberries and sunlight. Xia Luyuan couldn't help but wonder, if they spent more time together, would Shang Qingshi's scent also start to resemble his own? It probably would, wouldn't it? His eyes dimmed slightly as Xia Luyuan kindly reminded, "Master, be careful of the stone ahead." Finally, they returned to the straw hut. Shang Qingshi felt utterly exhausted, hastily entering the bedroom and ready to lie down. Xia Luyuan stopped him promptly, pointing to his dirty shoes. In the past, he would sleep without taking off his shoes, which could then be conveniently cleaned with spells. Now though, that option was no longer available. If the sheets and blankets were dirted, Xia Luyuan would have to wash them by hand, which was quite troublesome. He buried his face in the pillow, lifting his leg as a sign for the other to remove his shoes. Xia Luyuan immediately understood, grasping Shang Qingshi's pale and slender ankle with one hand while carefully undoing the laces of the shoe with the other. He used his own sleeve to gently clean off any mud spots that had inadvertently stained his feet. At this point, the advantage of having a shorter dress became apparent. His skirt remained clean, not having caught any mud at all. Setting his dangling foot onto the small wooden bed and tucking him under the blanket securely, Xia Luyuan then turned around and went outside to the yard. Shang Qingshi was too lazy to move, lying quietly for a long time before suddenly remembering that he hadn't changed clothes yet. Sitting up abruptly from shock, he looked around hastily. He distinctly remembered leaving his clothes by the bedside earlier, but now, glancing over, there was nothing but empty space. A sense of unease began rising within him, prompting him to call out to the courtyard, "Xia Luyuan, where did you put the set of clothes I wore this afternoon? I'm washing them for you." Upon hearing this, Shang Qingshi sharply sucked in a cold breath, confirming the ominous premonition that had settled in his heart. "Do I have another set?" "They're drying outside." Xia Luyuan's tone remained extremely calm, "Not dry yet." A cool breeze drifted through the window, sending a chill through Shang Qingshi's heart. Finished. Until the clothes dried, he'd have no choice but to continue wearing this skirt. He once again buried his face in the pillow, ashamed to the point of wishing for a hole in the ground to hide in or to smother himself. Before he managed to do that, he instead succumbed to an overwhelming wave of drowsiness. The events of today had shaken him immensely, making his brain feel as if it was overheating, completely unable to process thoughts anymore. He pulled the quilt towards him. This thing had become significantly shorter too. If it covered his feet, his head would remain exposed. If it covered his head, his feet would remain exposed. Among these options, Shang Qingshi chose to cover his head, quickly falling into a deep slumber. When Xia Luyuan returned to the bedroom after washing the clothes, he was met with the bizarre sight of his master having covered himself completely with the quilt, leaving only a pair of feet exposed. This was truly not even an inch of blanket left for him. Tiptoeing onto the bed, every slight movement caused creaks from the dilapidated frame, as if it would collapse at any moment. Within the realm, the temperature difference between day and night was extreme. Though warm during the day, it grew rather cold at night. Xia Luyuan gently tugged at the edge of the quilt, trying to pull it towards his side. But the quilt did not budge an inch. Reluctantly, he had to resort to using his hands, pulling free the corner pinned under Shang Qingshi's body. He was merely attempting the most proper act of moving the quilt closer to himself. Yet, as the quilt slid down, all his thoughts scattered. Uncontrollably, his gaze became fixed on Shang Qingshi's face. His silver hair, like snow, draped over half of his face, revealing only his tightly shut eyes. Lying on such a small bed was indeed somewhat of an injustice. Curling his shoulders slightly, Shang Qingshi's sleep seemed uneasy. Further down, the skirt had loosened, exposing the fabric underneath. During the afternoon incident when it had fallen onto the table, Xia Luyuan hadn't dared to take a closer look. But now, he clearly saw the embroidered pattern. It depicted mandarin ducks playing in water. It felt as though fireworks were exploding inside his head, causing a fleeting moment of emptiness. Even he couldn't comprehend where he drew the audacity from, tremblingly lifting Shang Qingshi's silvery white long hair away from his face and softly pecking his lips. A very light kiss. Much like a dragonfly skimming the water. Without leaving even a trace of warmth. And yet, this did nothing to calm the growing agitation within him. Instead, far darker, more hidden thoughts surfaced, stirring up a fierce pounding in his heart. Those despicable yearnings buried deep within, intensified by repeated encounters, were now on the brink of surfacing. Licking his parched lips, Xia Luyuan cautiously leaned towards Shang Qingshi, lowering his voice, "Master." No response. Summoning his courage, he finally raised his hand, using his fingertips to caress Shang Qingshi's lips again and again, each motion gentle, as though handling some rare treasure. The usually darkened eyes shone brightly, startlingly so. After a long while, he inclined forward, once more connecting with that patch of warmth. Chapter 111, Skulls on the Kapok Tree. The weather was clear. Another beautiful day. Shang Qingshi woke up from his sleep, stared at the roof beam for a while, lay still for half a day, and finally decided to get out of bed. He felt a chill in his chest and looked down to find that his skirt was almost pulled down to his waist. He averted his eyes reluctantly and pulled the quilt back over him. Opening the window, he called out, "Xia Luyuan, help me bring in the dried clothes." After a while, Xia Luyuan walked in, placed the clothes beside the bed, brought in wild fruit porridge from the kitchen, and even prepared the towel for washing face and water for rinsing mouth so that he could experience a life of waiting to be served and fed in this desolate village. "Thank you." While saying this, Shang Qingshi reached out to take the clothes and inadvertently glanced at Xia Luyuan's face, then revealed an astonished expression. A piece of skin was broken at the corner of his lips, which stood out prominently against such a flawless appearance. Furrowing his brows, Shang Qingshi asked, what happened to your mouth? Xia Lu Yuan raised his hand and gently touched the damaged spot. There was no other reason. Of course, it was bitten. At that time, he thought Shang Qingshi had woken up and was scared to death to prepare for death as a reparation for his sins. However, the other person only turned around lazily and continued to sleep soundly. After that false alarm, he didn't dare to return to the bed anymore. He sat outside the house, leaning against the mud wall for the whole night. Xia Lu Yuan coughed and responded discreetly, Master, there's no need to worry. I just fell down outside a moment ago. That's impressive. How could one fall like this? Even though he thought so, Shang Qingshi's tone remained gentle as ever, then be extra careful when walking next time. Don't fall again. You can go out now. I need to change clothes. After the person left, he took off the dress that had been tortured into full of creases and changed back into men's clothing, feeling much more comfortable all over. Next came brushing teeth, washing face, and quietly finishing the bowl of wild fruit porridge. Holding the empty bowl, he went to the kitchen. Xia Lu Yuan had already been waiting there. Seeing him pretending to wash the dishes, he hurriedly stopped him, let me do it. Before Shang Qingshi could say anything, he took the initiative to snatch the dishes and wash them clean in 3 shakes, putting them into the cabinet. The two went out of the kitchen together, and the little girl with the braided plaits was already waiting by the door. Today she carried a wooden box and maintained her emotionless expression, asking, are you two getting married? She. What did she say? His hands reacted faster than his brain, and Shang Qingshi had already taken the wooden box from her hands and opened it to take a look. There were 2 wedding dresses inside, still male and female styles, red enough to burn the eyes. After the little girl disappeared into the distance, Xia Lu Yuan puzzledly said, I don't understand. She made people change into women's clothes, made people release river lamps, and now she wants people to get married. What does she intend to do? Maybe she's repeating something Zhen and Xing did before, Shang Qingshi said, but since both of us are men, she asks us to change into women's clothes to trigger the plot. Pausing for a moment, he continued, did you notice the skulls hanging on the banyan tree in the center of the village? Half of them have thicker bones with more concave and convex areas, they are male skulls. The other half is rounder overall with smaller jaws, they are female skulls. So those passers-by saying no one has ever entered the secret realm are fake news? Xia Lu Yuan's pupils quivered, the skulls on the tree are those who accidentally intruded into the secret realm but failed to complete the mission. Probably so, Shang Qingshi looked at him, if we're unlucky, the 2 of us will also end up hanging on the tree. Despite being a very serious scene, Xia Lu Yuan suddenly said, then Master should hang behind me. I'll block the sun for you. He was quite humorous. Shang Qingshi casually threw the wooden box to the side of the chair. Seeing this, Xia Lu Yuan asked, Master, aren't you going to change clothes? According to local customs, marriage ceremonies should be held in the afternoon, right? It's still early now. We'd better find something else to do. Such as watching Yunheng kill the demon species. The 2 hit it off immediately and headed to the edge of the boundary. Yunheng was lying motionlessly on a distant mountain, covered with dead leaves on his back. Shang Qingshi thoughtfully said, is he sleeping? Xia Lu Yuan frowned, why do I feel like he's been beaten to death by the demon species? That won't happen. Shang Qingshi firmly said, after all, this was the male lead of the dragon-proud sky. How could he die at the hands of some random demon species in a simple mountain? Just as he thought, Yunheng finally moved after a while, summoned his destined sword, plunged it into the soil, and then got up with the help of the force. After brushing off the fallen leaves on his back, a large group of beast demons climbed up from the bottom of the mountain, while another horde of devilish species rushed down from the top. Yunheng was instantly surrounded. He infused his sword with spiritual power. Then he went berserk with killing intent. Shang Qingshi inexplicably felt that this scene was very memorable and sighed, it's a pity I don't have any spiritual energy, so I can't activate the Lingxiao mirror. Otherwise, I would definitely capture this scene. Blood can work too, Xia Lu Yuan reminded him. The last time I got injured, my blood dripped onto the Lingxiao mirror and summoned a light screen. Though it couldn't connect to the outside world, it could capture and save images. Ah, that makes sense. Shang Qingshi looked at his hands, hesitating which finger to bite, but Xia Lu Yuan had already bitten his finger first, letting the blood drip onto his own Lingxiao mirror before handing it over to Shang Qingshi. Sure enough, a light screen appeared. He took the Lingxiao mirror and gestured towards the mountain for a long while, finally managing to capture a fairly satisfactory image. It was a scene of Yunheng with his back against the light, his clothes flapping gracefully in the wind, the long sword in his hand gleaming coldly. He returned the Lingxiao mirror to Xia Lu Yuan, who did not reach out to take it but moved closer instead, his dark eyes carrying a hint of plea, Master, could you please leave a picture with me? Sure. Shang Qingshi adjusted the angle. When they sat side by side, Xia Lu Yuan was taller, making Shang Qingshi appear less authoritative as a master. In order to look slightly more majestic, Shang Qingshi quietly placed a stone behind him and sat on it. He was satisfied until the moment when Xia Lu Yuan suddenly straightened his body just as the screenshot was taken, making him once again taller than Shang Qingshi. TSK. Shang Qingshi was not in a great mood. I didn't do it on purpose, master, Xia Lu Yuan said earnestly but untruthfully, there was an insect crawling on my back just now. But he regretted fabricating this story immediately after. Because there were no insects at all in this secret realm. Shang Qingshi obviously knew that too. Outside the secret realm, he always thought Xia Lu Yuan was like a flower easily bullied by others. But after spending time together inside the secret realm, he increasingly felt something wasn't quite right. It was as if he had never truly understood this person. Xia Lu Yuan, he leaned closer, staring directly into those pitch-black pupils, asking seriously, is there anything you're hiding from me? Chapter 112, Bridal Chamber. Xia Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. There was no hint of embarrassment at being caught, only a gaze that became more intense as he stared at the small brown mole at the corner of Shang Qing's brow. He really wanted to reach out and touch it. But if he did that, his master would definitely be even angrier, even more suspicious of his intentions. Thus, he gathered his thoughts and assumed an utterly innocent expression. After pretending to be well-behaved for so long, he knew which angle made him look the most gentle and harmless, the one that most easily dispelled Shang Qing's vigilance. I haven't done anything, why are you asking me this, master? Truly not. Shang Qing retreated slightly, speaking to himself, for some reason, I can't see through you clearly. No matter whether it was Yun Hengmingzu or Feng Yang, upon first meeting them, he could quickly judge their personalities. Only Xia Lu Yuan gave off the impression of seeming ordinary but actually being like a deep ancient well, impossible to fathom. That means, master, you should take a good look. Xia Lu Yuan moved closer on his own initiative, his long lashes resembling crow feathers fluttering lightly as he smiled with twinkling eyes. Perhaps after looking a few more times, you'll see through me. The sound of fireworks exploding rang overhead. Shang Qing initially thought it was the sound of his heart beating fast, but upon closer listening, realized they were real fireworks going off. Who sets off these things in broad daylight just for the sound? Puzzled, he and Xia Lu Yuan returned together to the straw hut. A crowd had gathered outside, all lingering remnants of villagers. They still stood before the door like zombies, motionless while gazing towards the direction of the small house. Despite this eerie stance, laughter and joyous cheers resonated around them, creating a bizarre scene. Seeing the two return, they naturally parted into two rows, making way for them. Except for a little girl with braided pigtails standing right in the middle, who said in a hollow voice, when will the newlyweds pay respect to heaven and earth? After exchanging glances, both hurried inside to change clothes. Men's attire was simple and plain, consisting of 3 layers total, allowing Xia Lu Yuan to change swiftly. Women's clothing was layered heavily. Shang Qing spent so much time studying how to wear it that his head felt dizzy. In the end, it was only with Xiao Liu Yuan's help that he managed to get dressed, with hair styled carelessly into a messy bun, wearing a headpiece and veil. Clutching hands with Xia Lu Yuan, they stepped outside. Amidst the crowd, the little girl, without any expression, opened her mouth, bowed to heaven and earth. Shang Qing sucked his tongue. What a strange feeling this was. But to complete the mission, he forced himself past that weird sensation, bending over. Xia Lu Yuan straightened the bend in his waist, quietly reminding him, Master, the direction is wrong. Even at this moment, he called him Master. This strange feeling grew stronger. Struggling to maintain his composure, Shang Qing adjusted his direction while holding Xiao Liu Yuan's hand and bowed towards the outside of the room. The little girl continued, next, bow to the ancestors. Turning around, the two paid their respects towards the main hall of the room. The atmosphere became increasingly lively, cheers ringing in their ears. The girl's voice stood out among the clamor, finally, bow to each other. Taking a deep breath, Shang Qing faced Xia Lu Yuan. Like the previous 2 bows, it was done rather perfunctorily, and he stood up very quickly. Underneath the cover of the veil, he couldn't see anything. Unbeknownst to him, Xia Lu Yuan knelt deeply every time, especially during the last bow when he intentionally lowered his waist so his head was lower than Shang Qing's. In Qinqing Ridge, there was a saying. During marriage ceremonies, if one side is considered marrying above their station, the person performing the couple's bow must lower their head as far as possible to show deference and submission to the other party. Outside the house, the crowd dispersed. Laughter disappeared instantly. The little girl recited the final 4 words according to procedure, send them into the bridal chamber. Shang Qing practically rushed toward the bedroom but suddenly felt weightlessness. It was Xia Lu Yuan who picked him up horizontally. Overcome by the sudden sense of weightlessness, he instinctively embraced his shoulders. Since the room was small, he was placed on the bed after only a few steps. Wanting to lift the veil, he was stopped by Xia Lu Yuan. There is a wedding scale here, it should be my responsibility to lift it. If it's you, then do it. Withdrawing his hand, he waited for quite some time, but Xia Lu Yuan remained motionless. Had it not been for glimpsing a pair of boots through the gap in the veil, he would have thought the other had left. Xia Lu Yuan. Unable to resist, Shang Qing called out. The other finally moved. Lifting the wedding scale, he slowly revealed the red veil, bit by bit. Though it was he who personally placed the veil over Shang Qing earlier and also secured the headpiece, seeing his uncovered face now left him momentarily stunned. For just a fleeting moment, he forgot they were inside a secret realm, forgotten that they were merely completing the task as requested by the little girl. He thought the two of them were just an ordinary married couple, respectfully presenting food trays to each other and living harmoniously. But Shang-Chi's voice pulled him out of his distant thoughts. Then what? What else do we need to do? Xia Luyuan didn't even think before he blurted out, the bridal chamber. These two words made Shang-Chi pause for a moment, then he choked on his own saliva, coughing violently. Only then did Xia Luyuan realize the magnitude of what he had just said. Hurriedly, he patted Shang-Chi's back to help him recover, explaining, what I meant by bridal chamber is that we simply sleep without doing anything, master, don't misunderstand me. As he explained, he glanced outside the door and continued, that girl has already left. Let's go to sleep now, and if she doesn't come tomorrow, we'll consider other options. At this point, they had no choice but to follow his suggestion. After Shang-Chi finished coughing, he tried to take off the heavy crown. A small butterfly from the crown caught in his hair. Xia Luyuan brought scissors over and carefully cut the trap strand free. After finishing, Xia Luyuan took the crown outside. Shang-Chi didn't bother to guess what Xia Luyuan was up to as he lazily removed the cumbersome wedding gown, leaving only his undergarments, curling up under the quilt like a frightened quail. Xia Luyuan patiently untangled the strands wrapped around the crown, then snipped a piece of his own hair, neatly bundling it with red string and placing it in the cabinet. Later, upon returning to the bedroom, he didn't take off his wedding attire, but carefully embraced the sleeping person in his arms, dreaming sweetly throughout the night. The next noon, Shang-Chi and Xia Luyuan both sat on the threshold, pondering where they might have gone wrong. Having prepared themselves to wear their wedding robes again and repeat the entire ceremony, the long-awaited little girl finally appeared. This time, she carried nothing in her hands. Her face, rare as it was, bore an expression, with her lips curved into a large arc and her eyes nearly squinting into slits. Congratulations on completing your mission. Now, use what you have in your hands to send each other away. Could it be this easy? It seemed unlikely that things would be this simple. Shang-Chi frowned, hiding under the wide sleeves of his robe, producing something seemingly out of thin air. Trying to touch it gently with his fingertips, he found it sharp. It was unmistakably a dagger. Wait a moment. Did the girl mean leaving the secret realm or leaving the mortal world? Chapter 113, Messy Beauty. There was an even more important question. Shang-Chi sure thought, if what he held in his hands was a dagger, then, what did Xia Luyuan hold? Xia Luyuan raised his hand at the right time, silently answering his question. That too was a dagger. Was this supposed to make them kill each other? Shang-Chi sure abruptly took a step back. To be honest, considering the huge physical disparity between the two of them, it would be as easy as pie for the other person to kill him. But Xia Luyuan just lightly threw away the dagger in his hand, stepped forward, approached Shang-Chi sure, and calmly asked, does my teacher wish to kill me? He had actually thrown away his weapon. And now stood so close. Close enough that if Shang-Chi sure stabbed the dagger in his hand into his heart, he wouldn't even have a chance to fight back. The snow-colored long lashes trembled slightly as a strange emotion surged up in his heart. Shang-Chi sure took a deep breath and threw away the dagger in his hand. Alas, the little girl behind him sighed with regret and then revealed a bright smile again, looking at how profoundly emotional you two are towards each other. I'm quite moved. But only one person is destined to survive and leave the secret realm. By tomorrow's sunset, I hope that one of you can die. After saying that, she turned around and walked away, but Shang-Chi sure accurately shouted out her name behind her, Zheng. Her figure hesitated momentarily before turning around. The ordinary eyes gradually transformed into a dark purple color. It seems you're not too stupid to know who I am. She tilted her head, but it doesn't matter because even if you discover who I am, I won't change the rules for you. Shang-Chi sure looked at her, stop pretending. I carefully counted the skulls on that banyan tree, a total of 600. You've been dead for 300 years, and Qiangxinling has its annual meteor shower producing 2 skulls every year, precisely 600. From start to finish, no one has ever survived leaving the secret realm. Zheng was taken aback for a moment, then smiled even brighter. Her laughter echoed through the boundary seal and eventually subsided after a while. You're really entertaining, she blinked and truly looked like a young child. There was a look of appreciation in her dark purple eyes as she softly said, I've decided, I will make an exception for you once. She twirled around, as if thinking hard, and then continued, alright, if you kill Xia Luyuan, I'll let you leave this secret realm and pass on my eroding moon power to you. Eroding moon power? All those people outside talked about star power. This was the first time Shang-Chi sure heard these 4 words. As if knowing his thoughts, Zheng patiently explained, that star power belonging to that dog-like Shao, allows the Dantian to be like a vast universe, absorbing all foreign impurities and transforming them into spirit energy. On the contrary, my eroding moon power works oppositely. It transforms all the impurities within your body into toxic smoke with an erosive effect, which is emitted when you cast spells, destroying everything. She humbly bent down and picked up the dagger that had fallen to the ground. She shoved it into Shang-Chi shure's hand, speaking clearly, her tone profound and cryptic, before the sunset tomorrow, I will come to check your results. I hope you don't disappoint me. Only after she left did Shang-Chi sure place the dagger on the table and sit next to it. He then turned his head to look at Xia Luyuan. Seeing that the other remained still, he asked, what's wrong with you? Xia Lu Yuan pursed his lips. She cast a spell on me, I can't move. No wonder he hadn't spoken a word earlier. Shang Qingshi got up and with great effort helped him back into the room. Then he went outside by himself. Lunch hasn't been eaten yet, I'll see what's in the kitchen. Teacher. Xia Lu Yuan stopped him, speaking softly. Do you believe what Zheng said? Shang Qingshi had gone to the kitchen precisely to avoid this question, but now that it had been raised, he had to seriously confront it. There isn't a single truthful word from her mouth, and it's apparently impossible for me to trust her, he said after a brief moment of reflection. What if, Xia Lu Yuan pressed further, she's telling the truth? There was silence in the house for quite some time. After a long while, Shang Qingshi sat on the edge of the bed and pinched Xia Lu Yuan's face. Do I look like someone who would do anything to survive? Stop thinking nonsense, you kid. Whether we're born or die, we'll do it together. And you promised me that if someday both of us were hanging on a tree, you'd shield me from the sun. His voice was very soft, gentle like the spring breeze. Xia Lu Yuan gazed at him blankly, and in the black pupils reflected that stunningly beautiful face. Everything around seemed to lose its color, except for that one silhouette that surpassed everything. It was a willingness to share life and death together. If this wasn't love, then what was? His throat felt terribly dry. He wanted to say something in response, but after stammering for a long while, not a single word came out. Xia Lu Yuan thought it was fortunate that he couldn't move his body, otherwise, he would have probably embraced the other person tightly and kissed him just as recklessly as he had done that night. Although Shang Qingshi said something, Xia Lu Yuan could only focus on his lips moving up and down, with only one thought in his mind. I want to kiss him. But Shang Qingshi turned around and left. Only now did Xia Lu Yuan realize what he had said. You rest first, I'll go cook. There was no water left in the kitchen's barrel. There was also no firewood in front of the stove. Shang Qingshi's head ached fiercely. Resigned, he went to the well in the courtyard, rolled up his sleeves, and drew water from the well. By the time he finished, he was already half dead. Seeing how easily Xia Lu Yuan had carried the buckets of water to the kitchen made Shang Qingshi realize how heavy they were when he tried to do it himself. Just 2 trips left the palms of his hands red and raw. If he were alone in this secret realm, he would either starve or exhaust himself to death. His determination to live or die together with Xia Lu Yuan grew stronger. He casually blew on the marks on his palms and set off to find firewood in the woods. The clothes he wore today were the ones he put on when entering the secret realm, soft and luxurious fabric with delicate jade and crystal stones decorating the collar and hem. Walking in the forest was a disaster, the clothes kept snagging on tree branches or being torn by thorny bushes. After much effort, he finally gathered a bundle of firewood. When he came out of the forest, his appearance was disheveled and pitiful, looking like a refugee fleeing from disaster. Back in the house, he quickly cooked lunch. When he brought it into the bedroom, Xia Lu Yuan looked at his state and was momentarily startled. Teacher, what happened? I know my current appearance is scary, but let's eat first. Shang Qingshi shoved the spoon near his mouth. I'll go wash up after we finish eating. Not scary, Xia Lu Yuan couldn't move his body, so even shaking his head was impossible. But in order to make Shang Qingshi feel his sincerity, he blinked repeatedly, putting great effort into thinking about how to compliment him. There's, a messy kind of beauty. Seeing Shang Qingshi's face full of disbelief, he earnestly added, you really look good, teacher, you're the most beautiful. Chapter 114, If you don't believe me, you can try it. Shang Qingshi paused as she was about to feed him, staring at him for a long time before asking, what's wrong with you today? Why are you being so sweet-mouthed? Did you do something behind my back that you feel guilty about? No, Xia Lu Yuan denied it and deliberately misinterpreted his meaning, I'm not sweet-mouthed. Master, if you don't believe me, you can try it. Shang Qingshi almost dropped the spoon. Unable to hold back, she put down the bowl in her other hand and pinched his face hard. I know I've done wrong, Xia Lu Yuan cooperatively showed an aggrieved expression, I won't talk nonsense anymore in the future, master, please stop pinching, it hurts a bit. Only then did Shang Qingshi release her hand and continue feeding him. After eating and drinking his fill, he washed the bowls, heated water to wash his hair and take a bath. After doing all these things, he completely ran out of strength, lay down by the bed, and fell asleep instantly. The bed was too small. Looking at the sleeping face right before his eyes, Xia Lu Yuan said, Master, I can't sleep. Can you tell me the story of Snow White from last time again? Unexpectedly, Shang Qingshi did not respond. Her peaceful sleep and steady breathing indicated that she was truly asleep. Is she this tired? Xia Lu Yuan opened his mouth but ultimately didn't disturb her again. He just quietly watched her sleep. The afternoon grew increasingly hot. In her sleep, Shang Qingshi unconsciously changed her sleeping posture. Her hands approached Xia Lu Yuan, revealing palms that were reddened from work. At first glance, it was quite shocking. Xia Lu Yuan sighed softly. His master really isn't suited for heavy labor. It seems he needs to come up with a way to leave this cursed place as soon as possible, lest Zheng continues to go mad and harm others as well as herself. This nap lasted directly from the afternoon until the next day. As Shang Qingshi had just awakened from her sleep, Zheng stepped into the room to check on the results. Seeing that both were still alive and well, she revealed a disappointed look and shot a disdainful glance at Shang Qingshi, sneering, killing a person is simple, white knife goes in, red knife comes out. There's no need to be so hesitant, is there? Shang Qingshi wanted to say something. But her body suddenly became stiff, unable to move. Xia Lu Yuan, lying in bed, realizing his body regained sensation, moved his fingers tentatively and then stood up. Zheng said, since you're unwilling to kill Xia Lu Yuan, let Xia Lu Yuan kill you instead. When I come tomorrow, if neither of you has died, I'll personally send the two of you to the underworld where you can become a loving couple. With that, she turned and walked out. Xia Lu Yuan looked at Shang Qingshi, frozen in place, thought for a moment, and decided to follow Zheng's steps. Not until they had moved far away from the straw hut and confirmed that Shang Qingshi couldn't hear anything, did he speak solemnly. I read in ancient texts that magical beasts usually have large bodies, but the six-headed moon-eating beast is an exception. It has a smaller body size but is more brutal and bloodthirsty than ordinary magical beasts. They enjoy chaos and dislike enclosed spaces. Zheng stopped in her tracks. Her eyebrows furrowed immediately, and she turned around, her dark purple eyes flashing with inexplicable emotions. The village barrier is a confined space. In the village, except for human voices, you can't hear any other sounds, it's not lively at all. Xia Lu Yuan continued, if I'm not mistaken, you're not here voluntarily, it's because you're trapped here by what remains of a Xing spirit. When he finished speaking, Zheng applauded for him, laughing despite her anger, very interesting, you two are very interesting. Since you've already discovered this, why didn't you say it earlier? There are some words that simply shouldn't be spoken in front of the master. Xia Lu Yuan observed her carefully, let me guess, why did a Xing confine your spirit here? Is it because he loved you? Zheng laughed even louder, tears streaming down her cheeks. Love? From start to finish, the only person he truly loved was himself. As a human, his heart is fiercer than a magical beast. For his honor and wealth, he could sacrifice anyone. After laughing enough, she wiped her tears, hatred swirling in her eyes. To be honest with you, he's not dead, his soul abandoned his body and escaped. To ensure I wouldn't have a chance to retaliate, he used up all his life force to trap me in this cursed place. He studied a technique for soul possession. It's likely that by now, he's probably replaced someone and is living a carefree life. At this point, her features suddenly turned monstrous as she raised her head to look at Yun Heng's figure atop the mountain, her lips curling. However, it won't be long. Once that boy absorbs the star power outside, the barrier won't be able to contain me anymore. By then, no matter where he runs, even to the ends of the earth, I will rip him apart. But you've been trapped here for 300 years, and the residual spirit is already very weak. Xia Lu Yuan interrupted her incessant chatter. Although you can bully people within this boundary, once you step outside, countless cultivators will covet you. To them, the remnant of a magical beast spirit is the best material for refining medicines. Zheng fell silent. Her eyes flickered with murderous intent. Xia Lu Yuan was not surprised at all, the six-headed moon-eating beasts were bloodthirsty by nature. She had already shown remarkable restraint to have held back until now. But he didn't falter in the slightest, saying, I would like to make a deal with you. You let me and my master leave this hidden realm, and I'll help you find a Xing and kill him. His tone was calm, as if committing murder or arson were as routine as having meals every day. Zheng appeared startled. She pondered for a long while, tilting her head awkwardly. After some time, the murderous intent in her eyes almost dissipated. To survive, you're willing to trade with a creature like me? People like you, who resort to any means necessary to achieve your goals, belong in the demon realm. Why are you mixed up with Ling Xiao's sect, a prestigious righteous sect? Then she recalled how harmless he seemed in front of Shang Qingshi, mocking him. Your extreme wickedness will eventually lead to your downfall when your heart demons turn against you. Imagine your master discovering that his obedient disciple is actually a remorseless fiend. What kind of expression would he show then? I really look forward to it. Save your concern, Xia Lu Yuan said with a false smile. Besides, when it comes to cruelty, who could match you? 600 lives slaughtered without a second thought, and their skulls hung on trees as decorations. Upon hearing this, Zheng's face showed not an ounce of guilt. That banyan tree was her proudest masterpiece. Even though all those people died from self-inflicted violence due to her provocation, without a drop of blood staining her hands, as a magic beast, she naturally lacked any conscience. Her only softness was reserved entirely for a Xing. But she was ruthlessly betrayed by him, and her remnant spirit was trapped here, neither alive nor dead. Zheng closed her eyes, feeling the gentle breeze brush her cheeks. You're right, none of us are good people. I admit we aren't decent, and running into someone like a Xing is what you deserve. If I receive karma in the future, I'll also accept my fate. Xia Lu Yuan lowered his eyelashes, his expression softening momentarily. However, my master is the best person in the world. Don't involve him in your insults. Chapter 115, Thank you for the compliment. Upon hearing this, Zheng revealed an ambiguous expression, her dark violet eyes empty, as if she was deeply contemplating something. After a long while, she asked, do you really like Shang Qingshi? Xia Lu Yuan nodded. Then she asked again, does Shang Qingshi like you? Xia Lu Yuan remained silent. You two are indeed very interesting, Zheng smirked. I agree to do business with you. I'll pass on the eroding moon power to you and then send you out of this secret realm. But my remaining consciousness will parasitize on you until you find that damn guy, the Xing, and kill him. Not caring about her last statement, Xia Luyuan asked, you said before that the eroding moon power can transform impurities in the body into toxins, which can be emitted with spells. Does cold poison count as impurity? Yes. What about the furnace constitution? Are you a furnace? Jing subconsciously asked, looking him up and down. Then she seemed to realize something. No, isn't it Shang Qingxi who has the furnace constitution? Xia Luyuan did not answer, but Zheng had already understood the answer. She suddenly laughed. A furnace is right in front of you, such a good opportunity, and you haven't done anything to him. Silence descended for a moment. Seeing he wouldn't respond, Zheng immediately found it uninteresting and casually waved her hand. Do you want me to pass the eroding moon power to him? This thing can change the furnace constitution, but it's very slow, at least 700 or 800 years. Think carefully, as his cultivation will be limited due to this constitution, so he won't live that long. That's fine, he said. Changing even a little bit is better than nothing. What do you actually want? Jing didn't understand. She had seen too much hypocrisy, and suddenly encountering Xia Luyuan, who devoted everything for the other party, seemed odd. However, Xia Luyuan still did not intend to answer her question, so she just gave up and instead said, all right, let me parasitize on your back. Change the place. Xia Luyuan finally decided to respond to her. I already have something on my back. Huh? Zheng, puzzled, reached out and placed her hand on his back. Through the resonance with other demonic entities, she sensed the lingering presence of Mingdu and its curse before it fell asleep. The thing on your back. Jing giggled lightly. It called you crazy. Xia Luyuan wasn't surprised and calmly accepted this remark. Thank you for the compliment. Zheng laughed more unrestrainedly and picked up her skirt to rush back to the thatched hut. Xia Luyuan followed behind her, watching as she entered the bedroom and untied the spell on Shang Qingxi's body. Sorry, did I scare you? She clasped her hands together, displaying a devout expression. Now, I'm going to pass the eroding moon power to you. Please extend your hand. Shang Qingxi. What happened? Didn't she fall off somewhere and hurt her head? This didn't make sense either. She was just a fragment of consciousness after all, she floated instead of walking, so she couldn't get injured. Shang Qingxi didn't move. Seeing this, Zheng directly pulled his hand over. Purple mist began to float around her, rushing into his body one after another. After the mist entered his body, he didn't feel any discomfort but rather found his body became lighter. Half an hour later, the inheritance was completed, and she held Shang Qingxi's hand and said, I have a way to solve your inability to practice cultivation problem. Would you like to hear it? Shang Qingxi. Is she really insane? You don't say anything, I'll take it as you're willing to listen. Zheng pointed to her abdomen. Most of your cultivator's spirit power is stored in the dantian, some parts in the bloodlines. But because you have the furnace constitution, you cannot access the spirit power contained in the dantian, thus, your maximum level will be the foundation establishment stage. She paused briefly and pointed to her throat. However, we, the demon kind, store our spirit power here. There's an inner pellet. If you're willing to accept my test and pass it, I'll give my inner pellet to you. From now on, you will learn to cultivate using the way of demons, accumulating spirit power through the inner pellet, thereby increasing your cultivation. Xia Luyuan slightly frowned. She wasn't lying. Demons indeed have an inner pellet. Once sent out, demons would die instantly. For this reason, since ancient times, there hasn't been any demon known to give their inner pellet to others. Moreover, when they were outside earlier, she never mentioned this. To bring it up now without any reason surely meant nothing good. Just as Xia Luyuan was about to ask what the test was, Zheng, without hesitation, took off the spatial bracelet from Shang Qingxi's wrist and turned around to show a provoking smile to Xia Luyuan. I've thought about it, the reason you're so calm must be because you can't smell the unusual fragrance of the furnace. But in this situation, can you still hold back? In the blink of an eye, overwhelming fragrance filled the air. Shang Qingxi reached out to snatch the bracelet but was pushed down onto the bed by Zheng. She continued to gaze at Xia Luyuan with an unhurried expression. I still don't believe in so-called true love. If within today, you do nothing to him, then nothing will happen. But if you can't help yourself and do something to him, he'll be sucked dry by you. How about that? Isn't this test fun? Xia Luyuan tried to grab her hand, but she easily dodged. She turned around and quickly disappeared inside the room. The thatched hut activated a new barrier, leaving no way for them to escape. The strange fragrance would affect one's mind. Xia Luyuan rushed outside into the yard, using bucket after bucket of cool water to temporarily subdue the growing heat in his heart. His fingers were trembling. Drops of water slid along his wet hair, and he casually wiped his face. When he returned to check on Shang Qingxi, the latter was already unconscious, making involuntary movements. The bedsheet was crumpled, his collar slightly opened, revealing skin tinted with a soft pink glow. His brown eyes misty, and the corners of his eyes were damp. His nails dug into his palm, leaving deep imprints as if he couldn't feel the pain. To prevent him from harming himself, Xia Luyuan found some old clothes from the cabinet, tore them into strips of cloth, and bandaged his hands. Seeing him preparing to bite his lips, Xia Luyuan offered his own hand. Teacher, don't bite yourself, bite me. But Shang Qingshi didn't bite. He just gently licked it. Raising those foggy eyes, he looked at Xia Luyuan almost imploringly. The suppressed fervor returned with greater intensity. Xia Luyuan hastily withdrew his hand and stumbled back into the yard. Staring at the well, he suddenly had an impulsive desire to jump into it. Lifting his leg, he prepared to leap. Someone caught his sleeve, and Xia Luyuan turned around to face the sudden appearance of Zheng. Furrowing her brows in astonishment, her eyelashes fluttered lightly as she questioned in disbelief, "You really are a fool. For him, you don't even care about your own life." Chapter 116, When Will It End? Xia Luyuan shook off her hand and calmly stared at her. "It's you who went crazy first. You know very well that no one can resist the strange fragrance of the furnace cauldron." Zheng seemed a little lost. At this point, she seemed finally willing to believe that true love does exist in the world, it's just that she had never encountered it before. She said, "I can tell that you really like Shang Qingyi, but I can't see how much Shang Qingyi likes you. Maybe, it's all just your own wishful thinking." Xia Luyuan had never been troubled by this matter. He endured too much suffering, having withstood endless darkness. And then suddenly there was a glimmer of light in front of him, so naturally he clung tightly to it, even if it meant rushing into the fire like a moth. Shang Qingyi was that irresistible beam of light for him. Therefore, he said with a tone of nonchalance and indifference, "But I've never intended to ask for anything in return. Someone like me is doomed to be unworthy of standing beside him." The barrier trapping the small house disappeared. Zheng didn't say anything. She silently walked into the bedroom and put the space bracelet back on Shang Qingyi's wrist. As the peculiar aroma dissipated, Shang Qingyi hadn't fully woken up yet. Seizing this opportunity, Zheng violently slit her throat, pulled out her inner pearl, and shoved it into his mouth. Those dark purple pupils were gradually losing their luster. Zheng's cheeks became covered with dense scales as she collapsed in agony. "Just leave," she gritted her teeth and said, "don't forget the thing you promised me. Although I don't know whose body Astra reincarnated into, once the young man on the mountain absorbs the celestial power, Astra will surely seek him out, attempting to reclaim the celestial power at all costs." Xia Luyuan asked, "Weren't you going to parasitize on me?" "Without the inner pearl, I can't parasitize. But I placed a seal on the inner pearl. It will only awaken after Astra dies." Zheng, gritting her teeth and extending her hand, clutched Xiao Yuan's garment tightly, saying word by word, almost squeezing each syllable out between her clenched teeth, "You must kill him. I want him to go to hell with me." After uttering these words, her body slowly turned transparent. Tears of blood dripped from the corners of her eyes, and she transformed into the form of a six-headed moon-eroding beast, emitting an earth-shattering wail. That last thread of her remaining spirit dissipated amidst endless agony. The scene within the barrier began to rapidly collapse. Xia Luyuan supported Shang Qingyi, watching as everything around them turned into fragments, and then vanished into a blinding nothingness. The barrier enveloping the entire village was also slowly disappearing. Yun Hang, who was slaying beast demons on the mountain, seemed to sense something and lowered his head, gazing in the direction of the village. Previously, it was pitch black inside, and he couldn't see a thing. Now that the barrier has disappeared, he could vaguely see two figures. Looking carefully, his eyes lit up. "Teacher. Brother Xie." Yun Hang soared away on his sword, but before he could get closer, those two figures vanished, startling him so much that he almost fell off the sword. "Where are they?" Yun Hang grabbed his head, looking completely unable to accept the situation. "Where did they go?" A roar sounded behind him. Turning back, he saw winged beast demons and demon seeds charging at him with fangs bared. When will this day ever end? Yun Hang gritted his teeth, descended to the ground, and continued fighting. Seize devil hands. Retreat demon formula. Vast wasteland sword chi. 9 mysteries govern illusion. Shang Qingyi woke up abruptly from his sleep. Before even opening his eyes, he smelled a familiar, soothing sandalwood incense. His snowy long eyelashes quivered lightly as the piercing sunlight outside shone straight into his eyes. He raised his hand to block it and sat up in bed. This place. The Eternal Life Hall. Looking at the familiar tables, chairs, cabinets, and large incense burners, he had a surreal feeling as if he had traveled through time. Stunned, he got up barefoot. Hearing the sound, Feng Yang hurriedly came running, showing no trace of composure or calm expected of a greater virtue cultivator. "Leader, are you all right?" Seeing Feng Yang about to kneel down, Shang Qingyi quickly pulled him up and said, "Speak normally, don't kneel." Caught mid-motion, Feng Yang scratched his head, then remembered something, and his expression suddenly became serious. "Leader, did that boy Xia Luyuan do anything improper to you in the secret realm?" "No," Shang Qingyi answered, always feeling something clogging his throat while speaking, and couldn't help but gently touch it. Seeing him like this, Feng Yang thought he was thirsty and quickly went to pour him a cup of tea. After drinking the tea, the uncomfortable sensation in his throat didn't disappear, still causing congestion, and Shang Qingyi coughed a few times, furrowing his brows tightly. "Does it hurt?" Feng Yang realized something was off and asked with concern, "Let me take a look." As he said this, he placed his hand on Shang Qingyi's neck and then asked incredulously, "The inner pearl? Who gave it to you? Shang Qingyi had no memory of it at all. Since the moment the bracelet was removed, his consciousness had been in a foggy state. He didn't even remember when Zheng returned the bracelet to him, nor how the inner pearl came into his possession, and certainly not how he left the secret realm. If I'm not mistaken, this thing was given to me by that six-headed moon-eroding beast in the Thousand Stars Ridge secret realm. She said I could emulate the demon seed's cultivation method and store my spiritual energy inside the inner pearl to enhance my cultivation. That is indeed an excellent way to cultivate, Feng Yang mused thoughtfully, but your inner pearl has yet to be awakened. Right now, it's just a lifeless object. Awaken? There's such a process too. Shang Qingyi asked with confusion, what method is required to awaken it? That depends on what legacy the demon seed who gifted you the inner pearl left behind. But I don't remember when she gave me the inner pearl or what she told me. They stared silently at each other for a moment. The inner pearl can only transform into a transparent spirit-like state and begin absorbing and storing spiritual power after being awakened. Before that, it will stay in its solid form lodged in your throat, feeling like a fish bone got stuck there, making it impossible for you to swallow food. Feng Yang suggested as he spoke, why not ask Xia Luyuan? He has been with you the whole time, so he might know the ins and outs of this matter. As always, he was a man of action. Even while speaking, he gestured as if ready to summon someone over. Shang Qingyi quickly stopped Feng Yang, feeling unbearably awkward when recalling the events in the secret realm. Not yet, he said, I'm a bit hungry now. Can you get me something to eat? Feng Yang thought about it for a second, how about I ask the chef to make you a bowl of light porridge? It should be easier for you to swallow. Fine. Shang Qingyi agreed, returning to sit by the bedside absent-mindedly. His fingers accidentally touched a certain spot, and he froze briefly. He remembered previously shoving the book The Overbearing Sword Cultivator Loves Me under his pillow, leaving just a corner exposed. But now, there was nothing there, it was empty. In a panic, Shang Qingyi called out to Feng Yang, who was about to leave the room, asking, where's the book under my pillow? Who took it? Chapter 117, Dizziness. If people were to find out that he was secretly reading such books behind their backs, how could he ever show his face again? Under the worried gaze of Shang Qingshi, Feng Yang revealed a look of confusion. What book? I don't see any book under your pillow. He never lied. So Shang Qingshi changed his question, who came here while I was unconscious? It was only me who came in, Feng Yang replied, suddenly remembering something as if he had just understood. Oh, yes, Xia Luyuan also came over. He said you had promised him that he could use the hot spring secret realm anytime he wanted. Before Shang Qingshi could react, Feng Yang bellowed towards the outside, Xia Luyuan, hurry up and come to the Hall of Eternal Life. Too late to stop him, the voice already spread across the entire Lingxiao sect, even producing an echo. Shang Qingshi felt dizzy. After quite some time, Xia Luyuan rushed over from the meditation hall. With sweat on his forehead, it was clear he had run hastily, stepping into the Hall of Eternal Life with an immediate beaming smile and unrestrained excitement in his tone. Master, you have slept for a full 5 days, and finally awakened. Before he could get closer, Feng Yang stopped him, seriously asking, was it you who took the sect leader's book? Xia Luyuan immediately stopped in his tracks, puzzled and asking, what book? Feng Yang had no idea what kind of book it was, so he looked at Shang Qingshi. Right, sect leader, what book did you lose? Shang Qingshi's eyes glimmered inconsistently. That book is a book. His response seemed like it wasn't really a response. Feng Yang was a bit confused and was about to ask again when Xia Luyuan appeared to understand something, pointing his finger towards a tree outside the window. Is this the book master is talking about? Shang Qingshi got up from the bed and walked to the window, looking in the direction he pointed. Only then did they see that, between the branches, a huge bird's nest had been built. Made of various materials including colorful fabrics, dried grasses, thin branches, and even a flowered pair of underwear. The rooster Luling was sleeping inside the nest, its fiery red feathers very prominent. It had become increasingly plump, resembling a giant meatball where one could not make out its features. For a moment, Shang Qingshi did not see where the book was until Xia Luyuan walked over, pointing towards a specific spot and reminded him, it's right next to the green fabric, haven't you seen it yet? A few days ago, I saw Luling carry this book into the nest, and after asking around my fellow disciples, no one mentioned losing a book, so I forgot about this matter. Following Xiao Yuan's indication, he finally spotted the corner of the book. Before he could speak, Feng Yang appeared by the tree, slapping away the rooster and tearing down the bird's nest in one swift motion before retrieving the book. The air echoed with Luling's pitiful cries. Sect leader, here's your book. Feng Yang handed the book to Shang Qingshi. The front cover was facing up. The dominant swordsman falls for me, 7 large letters shone brilliantly, perfectly visible to all 3 present. Realization hit Feng Yang late, unable to hold back a sharp intake of breath. This. What kind of book is this? Why does it have such a strange name? Xia Luyuan raised an eyebrow slightly, though saying nothing, the upward curve of his lips indicated restrained amusement which was quickly suppressed. Shang Qingshi felt dizzy again and again. Hastily grabbing the book back, he stuffed it under the pillow, pretending to be calm. You both leave first. I want to rest some more. But didn't you just say you were hungry? Feng Yang scratched his head. Don't sleep yet, I will go tell the chef to prepare some porridge for you. He hurriedly left the door, leaving only Xia Luyuan standing motionless at the doorway. Shang Qingshi feeling a slight headache, wanting to dismiss him, but the other person spoke first. I am also a little hungry. Can I eat together with the master later? His expression sincere, he made no mention of the book at all. This dissipated much of the awkwardness Shang Qingshi felt, thinking for a moment before gesturing him over. Xia Luyuan obediently approached. Shang Qingshi asked, what exactly did you say to Ajin that day? Why did her attitude change so dramatically? And she gave me the inner Dan, but it has not awakened. Does she have any unfulfilled wish? Xia Luyuan automatically ignored the first two questions. She said, Asta didn't die, his soul escaped and possessed another body. Only by killing Asta would the inner Dan awaken. This was problematic. If the possessed person wasn't voluntary, it was still manageable. Because there would be gaps between the body and the new soul, making it easier for someone to detect the anomaly. But if the person was willing, the body and the new soul would fit together seamlessly. Even the Almighty would not be able to detect any issue. Xia Luyuan spoke up at an opportune moment, interrupting Shang Qingshi's thoughts. Ajing said that when Yunheng inherits the star power, Asta will definitely come to him to take back what originally belonged to him. This made things a lot easier. Shang Qingshi saw hope, so anyone seen lingering around Yunheng must be Asta. That's correct. Xia Luyuan nodded in agreement. Then there came a question. When will Yunheng return? Shang Qingshi looked afar, as white cranes flapped their wings on Mount Lingxiao and flew towards the azure sky. Gentle breezes swept across the mountains, rustling the leaves, bathing all of the Lingxiao sect in warm sunlight. A month passed, nothing happened. 2 months passed, still no incidents occurred. Half a year later, Xia Luyuan and Mingzhu successfully ascended to the gold core stage. On this day, the disciples guarding the mountain gate were laughing and playing when they suddenly noticed a hand slowly emerging from under the stairs, giving them quite a scare. Just as they were about to ring the alarm bell, one disciple realized the hand looked familiar and hurried over to check. They found someone lying by the stairs, their blood-stained robes emitting an indescribable odor. The person lifted their head, with long hair covering their entire face, making their features invisible. At first glance, it resembled the faceless ghost described in storybooks. The disciple swallowed hard, summoning courage to lift the hair covering the face, then exclaimed excitedly, Master Yunheng. Master Yunheng has returned. After its nest had been dismantled, Rooster Luling rested on the roof of Feng Yang's quarters, occasionally tossing leftover food, pebbles, and insects down below. As it rested, it seemed to sense something and abruptly flapped its stubby wings, flying towards the mountain gate. The closer it got, the faster it flew, finally seeing the person it missed night and day. It let out a chirp, with 2 excited tears streaming from its small eyes. The weak Yunheng had just been helped up by the disciples when Luling flew so fast that it couldn't stop, rushing towards him at an especially terrifying speed. Among the disciples' startled cries, the already barely alive Yunheng was completely knocked unconscious by Luling and fell back to the ground. Chapter 118, Little Flying Stick is Here. Yunheng was unconscious for a full half-month. When he woke up, the room was crowded with people. Shang Qingshi, Xia Luyuan, Ming Zhu, Feng Yang, Mu Shen, and Lu Dingji, the culprit who caused his deep slumber, were all there. He opened his mouth but wasn't sure what to say. Before he could think of something, Ming Zhu stepped forward, looked him over left and right, then pulled up his wrist to take his pulse. She nodded to herself, You're finally well rested, senior brother. You must have endured a lot in the secret realm. Recalling those events made Yunheng feel like crying. Every day, he barely had time to open his eyes before he had to fight beasts and demonic creatures. Even when his hands shook, his head spun, and breathing became difficult, he couldn't stop. The only reason he was still alive was because of the Bing CC system support. Fortunately, hard work paid off. Yunheng raised his hand, his original spirit energy had been pure gold, but now it was intermixed with specks of light, resembling a vast and mysterious starry sky. Then, a long sword appeared in his hand. He said, I've successfully inherited the power of the stars and obtained this new sword. The blade was slightly black, sharp and slender, with a faintly ominous aura swirling around it. Good sword. Ming Zhu praised. What's its name? Yunheng shook his head blankly. I haven't named it yet. At that moment, Shang Qingshi watching from the side suddenly said, Fate is mine. In the original story, the sword Yunheng obtained from the secret realm of Thousand Stars was called Fate is Mine. During every battle, even though he could directly summon the sword, he always shouted its name first, making his opponents clench their teeth in anger until smoke came out of their 7 orifices. Fate is mine. Yunheng carefully savored the 4 words and found them not bad. Before he could agree, Ming Zhu applauded first, great name. My Qin hasn't been named yet, so from now on, let's call it Fate is Mine. Yunheng blinked, then what should I call my sword? Ming Zhu looked up and down at the sword, thought about it, then said, Little Flying Stick. Shang Qingshi twitched the corner of his mouth. Yunheng also vaguely felt something was amiss. He mused, should it really be called this? It feels weird. What's weird about it? Ming Zhu reasoned patiently, From now on, when you summon your sword, just shout, little flying stick is here, sounds so majestic, doesn't it? Seeing her bright, clear eyes, Yunheng ultimately did not object further. Xia Lu Yuan standing nearby seemed to recall something and curiously asked Shang Qingshi, what's your staff's name, master? Shang Qingshi hesitated. It was a good question, actually, he didn't know either. He instinctively looked at Feng Yang, who shook his head, your staff might not have a name yet, senior patriarch never mentioned it, nor did you call it by name. Everyone else's weapon had a name. Shang Qingshi thought he should give one too. Just as he lowered his head, Xia Lu Yuan stood next to him and suggested, how about awakening of insects? Awakening of insects and frostfall are both names of solar terms in the Chinese calendar. Awakening of insects symbolizes the warm spring days, while frostfall represents the impending winter. It suited their previous encounters quite well. Thus, Shang Qingshi nodded, alright, let's call it the awakening of insect staff. Mu Shen seemed like he wanted to say something. Then Shang Qingshi continued, Yunheng, get up and tidy up. We will go down the mountain together later to recruit new disciples. Recruiting new disciples was secondary, their true intention was to find a star. Ever since the day Yunheng returned, Shang Qingshi had instructed the elders to spread news that Lingxiao sect was recruiting new disciples. After Yunheng finished washing up, the group went down the mountain. The town below was unusually bustling. People from other places, hearing the news of Lingxiao sect recruiting disciples, had already arrived early. Shang Qingshi put on his veil, sat in the main seat, patted the chair beside him, indicating for Yunheng to sit closer. As for the other empty spot next to him, Xia Lu Yuan sat down first. Ming Zhu sat beside Yunheng, pulled out a large wooden sign from her storage ring, and set it upright in front of her. The writing on the sign read, homosexuals can cut the line. Shang Qingshi frowned and asked, what are you trying to do? Ming Zhu chuckled mischievously. What else, obviously exploiting the system flaw beautifully. Didn't the system ask her to find gay members within Lingxiao sect? So she decided to specifically recruit gays. Is it okay, master? She blinked innocently, looking forward eagerly, I just want to go home sooner. What's wrong with me wanting to? In broad daylight, under clear skies, how many would dare admit they're homosexuals? Shang Qingshi shook his head, your little plan is bound to fail. Is that so? Ming Zhu stroked her chin thoughtfully, then turned to Mu Shen, elder, are you a homosexual? Mu Shen, being named, was taken aback. He immediately sat up straight, shaking his head nervously, no, I am not. Ming Zhu found it boring. The system had already detected it, yet he dared not admit it. She clicked her tongue and looked at Xia Lu Yuan, Xia's senior brother, are you a homosexual? Without hesitation, Xia Lu Yuan replied, I am. As soon as the words were out, everyone stared at him, but he didn't seem to care at all, sitting upright as if quite proud of it. Shang Qingshi suddenly choked on his saliva, coughing violently. The crowd began to form a queue as Feng Yang tested their qualifications one by one. A brave soul attempted to cut in line, standing up, Ming Zhu cheerfully asked, are you a homosexual? All eyes turned to that person. Under countless stares, his face turned red, hugging his chest, ugh. I'm not a homosexual. He ran away. Disappointed, Ming Zhu sat back down. Suddenly, a figure in white floated into view, and she looked up curiously, seeing a delicate girl before the table. The girl smiled brightly, asking, only homosexuals can cut the line. What about those who grind mirrors? Grind mirrors. Startled, Ming Zhu opened her mouth wide, asking the system in her mind. Do we only look for gays? Can we not find lesbians? Lesbians count too. With this answer, Ming Zhu was almost moved to tears. Business finally started, finally. She couldn't wait to ask, sister, what's your name? The girl slowly replied, Bai Yao. Beside her, Shang Qingshi glanced over. Bai Yao was Yunheng's third female acquaintance, born with a useless spiritual root, often bedridden due to illness. To live longer, she joined an evil sect and did many wrong things. Only after Yunheng helped her rebuild her spiritual root did she reform and turn over a new leaf. On the other side, Ming Zhu grabbed the disciple token, happily handing it over to Bai Yao, sister, you don't need to be tested for spiritual roots. I declare you the first disciple Lingxiao sect receives today. After speaking, she reported Bai Yao's name to the system in her mind. Unlike the previous times, the system did not respond immediately. When she was puzzled, an ear-splitting noise rang in her mind, followed by a current spreading through every limb, making her head ache so severely it felt like it would burst. She fell off the chair. Recognition failed. Host, please accept punishment. Chapter 119, Woof 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 Woof. Her mind buzzed incessantly. Even after everyone had helped Ming Zhu to her feet, she still maintained the rigid posture from when she fell down, trembling slightly due to pain. Sister, what's wrong with you? Yunheng asked in concern. You were fine just now, why did you suddenly fall? Xia Luyuan suggested, why don't we go back up the mountain to rest first? Only Shang Qingshi could hear her conversation with the system, frowning as he observed Bai Yao out of the corner of his eye. This person was different from the previous two red-faced friends. What was her purpose for coming to Lingxiao sect? While lost in thought, Bai Yao slipped the disciple badge into her sleeve, her beautiful eyes flickering as she reached out to touch Mingzhu's forehead. Are you sick? I know some medicine, let me take a look. Mingzhu only realized it at this moment. In pain, tears streamed down her face as she shoved Bai Yao's hand away fiercely, gritting her teeth. You fraud, get away. Although not very forceful, probably because Bai Yao was physically weak and easy to push over, she instantly lost balance, twirled halfway around, her layered skirt fluttering like pear blossoms before collapsing on the ground. When she looked up, a strand of hair had fallen over her forehead. Her eyes brimming with tears, she helplessly shivered her shoulders. The people waiting in line hadn't seen such a scene of a beauty shedding tears, they all pointed and criticized Mingzhu. How come she pushes people for no reason? She fell off the chair, it wasn't Bai Yao's fault, so why blame her without any reason? Do people from Lingxiao's sect have such quality? Seems I don't need to wait in line anymore. I would disdain joining such a sect. A gentleman dressed in elegant robes accused while stepping out of the queue, gracefully extending his hand toward Bai Yao. Miss, please stand up. Bai Yao wiped her tears gratefully, using his strength to stand up. She still retained the careful demeanor of someone who feared offending others, her lowered eyelashes looking pitifully appealing, delicate yet helpless. I don't know what I did wrong to upset you so much. She looked at Mingzhu, her tone containing a sense of flattery. I will kneel down to you and apologize, can you forgive me? Saying this, her knees bent again. The well-dressed young master quickly stopped her, seriously saying, it's clearly her being unreasonable, why should you kneel, miss? Mingzhu almost burst into tears. After being electrocuted for no reason, she ended up becoming the one in the wrong. She sniffed sadly, just as she wanted to say something. Yunheng spoke right then. My younger sister is not the type who likes to unreasonably create trouble, she pushed you definitely because you did something that upset her. Mingzhu paused, hearing such pleasing words from him for the first time. Shocked, she blinked several times, finding it hard to adapt. Surprised, she even forgot to cry, staring blankly at Yunheng, hearing him continue, my younger sister isn't a petty person. If you want to bow down to her, just do it, she will forgive you. Bai Yao nearly failed to maintain her expression. Her body swayed dangerously but was fortunately caught by the well-dressed young master beside her. That person seemed resolute in wanting to be her protector, ready to stand against hundreds for her sake. Your people from Lingxiao's sect are really unreasonable and creating trouble. Bai Yao hasn't done anything wrong, why should she kneel for you? Mingzhu wouldn't tolerate such nonsense, rushing to his side. While his mouth opened and closed repeatedly, she stuffed a pill inside. Her action was too fast for the well-dressed young man to react, and the pill slid down his throat directly into his stomach. His face immediately turned bluish-purple, horrified as he exclaimed, what did you make me eat? Did you poison me? Just as he finished speaking, he vaguely felt an unbearable itch in his head. Touching it with his hands, two pointed ears were evidently growing on top of his head. He panicked upon realizing what had happened, seeing fluffy tails sprout from his buttocks, yellow ones resembling common stray dogs in the town. This. What does this mean? He didn't understand, attempting to speak. But instead of words, all that came out was, woof 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 woof. Since you enjoy barking so much, why not act as a dog properly? Mingzhu chuckled through her tears, gave the well-dressed young master a glare, and turned around. I'm going back to the mountain first, you guys keep having fun. Understanding her mood was unpleasant, Shang Qingshi didn't stop her but glanced toward Bai Yao, who stood helplessly next to the loudly barking young nobleman. To be honest, he didn't want to keep this person in Lingxiao's sect. With her frail body and 3 spiritual roots, she had no qualification to pass the test. In order to get the disciple badge, she even lied and deceived Mingzhu, pretending to be so weak, helpless, and pitiful, which made people uncomfortable. No matter what, in the original plot, she was Yunheng's confidant. Whether she stays or goes should be decided by Yunheng. Therefore, Shang Qingshi shifted his gaze and looked at Yunheng. What do you think of Bai Yao? This junior sister has poor talent, Yunheng spoke directly. Even if she went to other sects, she could only become an unremarkable outer disciple. And just now, she said she would kowtow to junior sister Mingzhu, but she didn't follow through, showing a lack of integrity. He spoke very sincerely. Bai Yao's face turned green when she heard this. She squeezed out a few more tears, covered her face with her sleeve, and sobbed, but I've already obtained the disciple badge. Lingxiao's sect is a famous and prestigious sect known throughout the land, and was last session's champion in the cultivators' assembly. Surely they cannot go back on their word. The nobleman in elaborate clothing seemed like he wanted to speak for her again, but unfortunately, he could only let out a long string of woofs, his tail wagging frantically in distress. The people queuing were leisurely, curious about the final outcome. At this moment, Xia Luyuan, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke up, since she has the disciple badge, Master will let her stay. There is an assessment 3 months after new disciples enter. If she doesn't fear being beaten to death, we can simply let her stay. Shang Qingshi hadn't spoken yet when Bai Yao jumped in, I'm not afraid. Even though I have inferior spirit roots, I refuse to give up. One day, I will make everyone understand that even with inferior spirit roots, there is a way forward. Although her behavior wasn't well liked, her words sounded pretty good. Shang Qingshi strongly approved. What mattered it if she had inferior spirit roots, or even if she were a vessel? There will always come a day when she stands out. All right. He said, then you may stay. Upon hearing this, Bai Yao's face lit up with joy as she modestly bowed her head. As she was about to leave, the richly attired young man tightly held onto her hand, seemingly wanting to say something to her. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could only produce wolf sounds. Bai Yao pursed her lips, forcefully prying each of his fingers loose one by one, then smiled at him. Thank you, you're a good person. And without looking back, she walked away, joining the newly recruited disciples of Ling Xiao's sect. Chapter 120, Isn't Tea for Drinking? At this moment, Feng Yang, who was conducting spiritual root tests for the queuing crowd, seemed to have noticed something unusual and asked in confusion, late foundation building stage. Why are you causing a fuss? Upon hearing this, everyone looked over. The person standing in front of Feng Yang was a man around 24 years old. Most of the people participating in the test were 15 or 16 years old, without awakened spiritual roots. He stood out among them like a crane among chickens. Seeing that all eyes were on him, he crossed his arms and said indifferently, I used to be an independent cultivator. Now I suddenly want to join a sect. Is that not allowed? Technically, it was allowed. But his age was indeed somewhat old. Feng Yang said, the rules of Ling Xiao's sect state that disciples graduate at the age of 25. Even if you came, you could only cultivate in Ling Xiao's sect for 1 year. That man pursed his lips as if he had heard some kind of joke, disdainfully saying, so, your Ling Xiao sect would rather accept 3-element spiritual root waste and refuse someone at my late foundation building stage. Upon hearing this, Bai Yao once again acted like she was about to cry, it's all my fault, I shouldn't be here, isn't it time for me to leave? Mouths claiming departure, but her feet stayed rooted to the ground, never moving even an inch. Instead, she drew pitying consolations from 2 or 3 surrounding disciples and harsh reproaches directed at the man, old enough for late foundation building, and yet you're boasting about it. With headaches from all the noise, Shang Qingshi signaled to Feng Yang with a wave of his hand to take in this person. Feng Yang understood and asked, what's your name? Qing Yang. The other side revealed a look of certainty, taking the disciple token from Feng Yang's hand, lifting his chin high, almost looking down through his nose at others. Afterward, the selection process became quieter, and ultimately, only 10 individuals stood out to become new disciples of Ling Xiao's sect. On their way back up the mountain, Shang Qingshi deliberately held Xia Lu Yuan back to walk at the end of the group, asking, who do you think is more suspicious? Bai Yao, Qing Yang. This response did not come as a surprise to Shang Qingshi. But after pausing, another name came out, Shui Jinhuai. Shang Qingshi was slightly startled, who? Xia Lu Yuan pointed toward the unremarkable figure bending slightly, head low among the new disciples. Shui Jinhuai had an average face, combined with his low-key behavior and lack of prominence, hardly anyone would pay attention to him. Master, have you noticed? His sideways glance was constantly looking at senior brother Yuncheng, Xia Lu Yuan stated. Shang Qingshi shook his head. The white gauze of his veil swung back and forth with his movements, somehow seeming cute. Xia Lu Yuan raised his hand to help fix it, smiling, then master must carefully observe him next. I think he is the strangest. Thus, Shang Qingshi nodded again, let me think about what to do next. What to do? Actually, following Xia Lu Yuan's nature, he'd rather kill mistakenly than let any suspicion go unchecked. He wanted to send all the questionable individuals to the west as quickly as possible, that would be the fastest solution. But speaking those words aloud would only scare Shang Qingshi off. Therefore, he lightly blinked his pitch-black eyes, behaving obediently, then master must certainly think deeply. In the following few days, Feng Yang placed a wooden basin inside the Hall of Eternal Life, using water mirror magic to allow Shang Qingshi to see the conditions within the cultivation hall. Shang Qingshi stared at it all day long, as if playing werewolf. Currently being break time, Shui Jinhuai wasn't making much movement, Qing Yang was quarreling everywhere. As for Bai Yao, she mingled among male disciples, calling each of them, senior brother, you're so great, which fished all of them into overconfidence. Seeing Ming Zhu drawing talismans, Bai Yao deliberately bumped into her, then covered her mouth, softly explaining, I didn't mean to, I just got pushed by someone and lost my balance. Ming Zhu looked at her ruined talisman, teeth grinding audibly, very much wanting to slap her, but eventually forced herself to stop. She couldn't be bothered arguing with someone weak. With her strength, Bai Yao would fly 3 yards away if slapped. Move away, don't get near me. She crumpled up the destroyed talisman and tossed it aside, then took out a new talisman paper. Bai Yao immediately covered her face and cried, displaying a hurt expression, Ming Zhu, why do you always target me? Her followers were shocked to see her act this way and immediately whispered. We never realized Sister Ming Zhu was so petty. Just because she messed up one talisman, she has to sulk. I think Sister Ming Zhu is just jealous of Bai Yao. She's a delicate beauty, frail like a willow swaying in the wind, unlike Ming Zhu who can send someone flying with one punch, completely lacking any femininity. Ming Zhu clenched her fists upon hearing this. In the past few days, such scenes had been occurring almost every day. Yunqing initially tried to mediate, but later realized it was futile. Bai Yao always caused trouble for Ming Zhu and feigned innocence. She started unnecessary quarrels, yet Ming Zhu ended up being the one reprimanded. By this point, he no longer bothered to intervene, merely walking over to Mingzhu and quietly saying, "Let's go somewhere else." Mingzhu nodded. She couldn't stand staying here even a single day longer. She looked at Xia Lu Yuan and said, "Xia senior brother, let's go." The three of them left the cultivation hall together. After Mingzhu left, Bai Yao also stopped pretending. She continued mingling among the male disciples, calling each of them elder brother, "You're so amazing," or junior brother, "You're so handsome." As for Cheng Yang, he seemed quite disdainful of her behavior, rolling his eyes to the sky. Shang Qingshi had been observing the antics between Bai Yao and Mingzhu, but now as he switched the water mirror and looked around, he could not find Xue Jinhui anywhere. Just as he was feeling puzzled, Xia Lu Yuan, Yun Cheng, and Mingzhu walked in. He asked curiously, "If the three of you were looking for a new place, why did you come to the Hall of Eternal Life?" "Master," Mingzhu clung onto Shang Qingshi's leg with a sobbing voice, although there were no tears, "that Bai Yao is tearer than even senior brother Xia. I'm being ostracized every day and I can't take it anymore. I want to go home, hire 18 male models, and pour my heart out while crying on their abs." Xia Lu Yuan asked confusedly, "What do you mean by Bai Yao being more tea? If you must insult her, why drag me into this?" Yun Cheng was totally out of the loop, scratching his head perplexedly with clear eyes. "Tea? Isn't tea for drinking?" Chaos ensued. Shang Qingshi, whose eardrums hurt, decided to use the simplest method to quiet them down. He spoke, "Shall we eat?" These short 3 words proved far more effective than thousands of others. The three immediately stopped arguing and looked at him with pleading eyes. Shang Qingshi was satisfied, saying, "You may each choose one dish." Mingzhu raised her hand, "Braised pork knuckle. Add chili and spice." Yunqing swallowed, "Cordyceps mushroom tofu soup, extra mushrooms." Xia Lu Yuan thought for a moment, "Almond cake, sugary enough to make your throat burn." "All right." Shang Qingshi stood up and led the three of them to the kitchen. Chapter 121, Sword cultivators are often love-struck. Just as the meal was ready, Feng Yang entered the kitchen right on time and naturally served himself a bowl of rice before sitting down at his usual spot. Shang Qingshi was setting the dishes on the table while asking, "I just saw through the water mirror that Xue Jinhui wasn't in the training hall. Where has he gone?" "He's in the library. The books he's reading are about talismanic magic, nothing unusual," Feng Yang replied. "Is that so? Which one is truly the person possessed by a Xing?" Shang Qingshi seemed lost in thought as he gazed at the delicious-looking food on the table and let out a long sigh. The inner pellet was still lodged in his throat. For days now, he had been drinking only congee, looking increasingly frail. But due to his constitution, there was no change on his face, only a growing thinness of his body, as if even a slight breeze could knock him over. Fortunately, the cold toxin had already been neutralized by the eroding moon force, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to endure this miserable existence for a single day longer. Smelling the aroma of the dishes, Shang Qingshi served himself a bowl of congee. The porridge was very watery, making it easier for him to swallow, but even so, he would still sometimes choke. Yunheng and Mingzhu were wildly grabbing the food, while Xia Lu Yuan had already put down his chopsticks and utensils. As if he knew Shang Qingshi would choke, he gently patted his back to help ease the obstruction. Seeing his suffering like this, Feng Yang also felt unable to eat and suggested, "Master, why not just kill all those suspected people? I don't want to see you suffer anymore." Xia Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Sometimes, he and Feng Yang's thoughts aligned eerily well. But after hearing his words, Shang Qingshi started coughing even more violently, with a faint red hue tinging the corners of his eyes, appearing abnormally lush and vibrant. "Senior, please don't say that anymore," Xia Lu Yuan hastily said. "Teacher's heart is kind and will not involve innocent people." Feng Yang could do nothing but abandon the idea but still frowned deeply. "If you keep like this, it's not a solution either. You need to take some medicines to adjust your body." Mingzhu, who was eating furiously, raised her hand, mouth full of food, speaking indistinctly, "I'll write the prescription for teacher. I'm professional." With both medicinal pills and her exclusive small cakes impossible for Shang Qingshi to swallow, he could only consume herbal juice. Thus, Xia Lu Yuan said, "Then I'll help teacher boil the medicine." Yunheng looked around. Determined not to be the most useless among them, he decided to find something to do. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Then I'll wash the dishes today." And after they finished eating, he indeed neatly gathered the bowls and carefully washed them at the sink. Xia Lu Yuan and Mingzhu went to the bamboo forest hut to concoct the prescription, while Feng Yang continued to monitor those newly accepted disciples. Shang Qingshi returned to Chongqing Hall alone. Having nothing else to do, he picked up the unfinished novel he hadn't finished yet, _how the ruthless sword cultivator fell in love with me, _. While flipping through the pages, he suddenly noticed something. The handwriting in this book was identical to the letter calligraphy left behind by his late mother, all of it written in the elegant and delicate style of Zonflower's small regular script. Blinking in astonishment, before he could delve deeper into this realization, there came a knock on the door outside. "Come in." He hurriedly shoved the book under the pillow. Looking up as the intricately carved wooden door was pushed open by Xia Lu Yuan, another hand holding a large porcelain bowl. The bowl depicted vivid and lifelike rabbits in various forms, quite adorable. If it didn't contain blackish-brown medicinal broth, it would have been cuter. I am not sick. Why should I drink any medicine when I am fine? Shang Qingshi drew in a sharp breath, already feeling nauseous from the intense medicinal smell. Xia Lu Yuan carefully handed the bowl to him, saying, Sister Xiao said this medicine is highly nutritious. Drinking it will help you gain some weight. Don't act like a child. Shang Qingshi was worried about how to refuse. Hearing his words, he immediately sat up straight and sternly stated, disrespectful. Do you know what respecting elders means? He pretended to be angry. But Xia Lu Yuan knew deep down that he wasn't really mad. In fact, he found his feigned anger quite adorable, like a little rabbit showing its fangs and teeth with false bravado. Teacher, this medicine is not bitter. Xia Lu Yuan took a sip in front of him and swallowed it expressionlessly, see? Not bitter at all. Shang Qingshi had once seen him take medicine, twisting his face in pain. Now seeing no reaction from him, he was somewhat swayed. Xia Lu Yuan spoke gently, Teacher, take a sip, just a tiny one. With his relentless persistence, Shang Qingshi eventually picked up the medicine bowl and tried a small sip. As soon as the liquid touched his lips, the bitterness hit the top of his skull, nearly causing him to vomit. At that exact moment, Xia Lu Yuan covered his mouth appropriately, waiting until he swallowed the medicine before letting go. A feeling of tossing and turning surged from the esophagus to the stomach. Master, since you've already drunk it, don't waste it. Just finish the medicine, Xia Lu Yuan said. The mouth was full of bitterness now, erasing all other tastes. Shang Qingshi hesitated for a moment and ultimately finished the rest of the medicine. After he drank it all, his whole body stiffened, sitting motionless on the edge of the bed with the empty bowl still in his hand. Xia Lu Yuan took a plum candy from his storage ring and placed it by Shang Qingshi's lips. Shang Qingshi usually disliked sweets, but the overwhelming bitterness in his mouth demanded something to neutralize it. He opened his mouth and accidentally bit Xia Lu Yuan's finger while eating the candy. Once aware, he quickly loosened his teeth and looked at the other person. It's fine, it doesn't hurt. Xia Lu Yuan withdrew his hand and shook his head toward him. Under the cover of his robe's sleeve, he lightly rubbed the bitten area, his lips curving into a faint smile. Shang Qingshi chewed hard on the candy, but the inner pellet was still stuck in his throat, making it take great effort to swallow even a small piece. He continued chewing laboriously, while Xia Lu Yuan remained patient, watching silently beside him. When swallowing became difficult, Xia Lu Yuan promptly handed him a cup of hot tea. Finally managing to swallow everything, Shang Qingshi wiped the water residue from the corners of his mouth and asked, Aren't you going to class? There's still time, Xia Lu Yuan responded indifferently, glancing at the pillow side where a book corner peeked out, curiosity sparking. Is Master still reading this book? What was it called, The overbearing sect leader fell in love with me No. This book is called How the ruthless sword cultivator fell in love with me Shang Qingshi slightly pushed the visible part of the book further under the pillow. It was left behind by my parents, and I'm reading it because I suspect there might be some clues in it. Ah, Xia Lu Yuan nodded, revealing an innocent and harmless smile. Master, can I have a look? I want to help you find the clues. To be honest, Shang Qingshi didn't want Xia Lu Yuan to see it. But Xia Lu Yuan knew far too many secrets about him, like wearing women's clothing. If this got out, his reputation would be ruined. Thus, he could only retrieve the book from under the pillow and shakily hand it over with trembling hands. Xia Lu Yuan accepted it with a calm expression, flipping open the first page and reading aloud according to the words written inside. As the saying goes, sword cultivators are often love-struck. He paused briefly, raising his dark eyes filled with ink-like blackness, appearing puzzled. Master, what does love-struck mean? Chapter 122, Chirp Chirp Chirp. Being love-struck means, Shang Qingshi raised her head and looked at the sky, there's nothing in your brain except for matters of love. Even dogs shake their heads when they see you. Oh, I see. Xia Lu Yuan humbly accepted the lesson and was about to continue reading when Shang Qingshi suddenly leaned her head over and fell on his shoulder. He discreetly wrapped his arms around Shang Qingshi's waist, which had grown much thinner than before, fragile as if it would snap with just a light touch. Master? He asked with concern, what's wrong? What's in the medicine? Why am I suddenly so sleepy? Shang Qingshi was so drowsy that she couldn't even lift her eyelids. She hadn't waited for an answer before slipping into a deep sleep. There's ancient grass in the medicine. I've already consulted my junior sister, there will be no adverse side effects. Xia Lu Yuan lowered his head, gently caressing Shang Qingshi's face with fingertips that bore a thin layer of calluses. Knowing she wouldn't hear, he still softened his voice, speaking gently, sleep well. In these past days, due to the lack of appetite, Shang Qingshi couldn't sleep from hunger every night. Sometimes Xia Lu Yuan could hear her eating something inside the Changxing Hall. After munching for half the night, she'd find herself unable to swallow and spit it out after just tasting it. This was a good chance to let her sleep well. The surroundings were very quiet. Feng Yang and Yunheng were not currently in the Changxing Hall. Xia Luyuan raised his hand, and under the guidance of spiritual energy, the windows and doors, which were slightly open, closed completely, preventing any sunlight from coming in. In the pitch-black darkness, he cupped Shang Qingshi's face and lightly kissed the corner of her lips. Without any lustful intentions. It felt more like consolation and compassion. In the following few days, Shang Qingshi had to drink the medicine every day. Though it was bitter, it was effective and restored some of the weight lost from her emaciated body. Unfortunately, the new disciples didn't make much movement yet. The group remained obediently quiet, even Bai Yao had settled down after Mingzhu left the cultivation hall. Shang Qingshi thought perhaps because Yunheng lived in the Chongqing hall, people harboring ulterior motives found it inconvenient to act. Thus, after discussing with Yunheng, they decided to have him temporarily move to the disciples' quarters until everything was resolved, then return. Yunheng had no objections and appeared at the door of the disciples' quarters with bags packed full of things, including the looting chicken. Because of his previously built-up good relationships, the disciples all came forward to help, surrounding him as if stars encircled the moon. Xue Jinhui also mixed among them. After the others returned the items to their accommodations and left, only he stood at the door for a long time, his expression dark and unclear. "Little brother Xue." Yunheng asked, "Is there anything you want to say to me?" "Nothing." He snapped back to reality and rushed off. This behavior was truly very strange. Yunheng looked at the now empty door with intense focus, accidentally touching the bristling feathers of the looting chicken, realizing it was poised for combat. "Little chicken." He was greatly shocked, placing it on the bed and crouching down to look at it directly. "What's wrong with you, little chicken?" Chirp. The looting chicken suddenly buried itself in his arms, looking plump, pitiful, and helpless. "Don't worry, I'll protect you." Yunheng carefully coaxed it, lulling it to sleep before taking some clothes and leaving the room to wash up. As soon as he left, someone else slipped into his room immediately afterward, heading straight toward the sleeping looting chicken. Standing by the bed, the person's expression was filled with uncontainable excitement. His shaky hand stretched out, his fingers almost touching it when his wrist was suddenly tightly seized. His complexion paled, his body quivered uncontrollably, and swallowing a lump in his throat, he traced the hand gripping him to its owner. "Elder Feng Yang." Xue Jinhui. Feng Yang also called out his name. "What are you doing sneaking around in Yunheng's room?" Xue Jinhui opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word due to his nervousness. Seeing he wasn't answering, Feng Yang grabbed him and dragged him all the way to the Chongqing hall. Shang Qingshi had just awakened from her nap. Her hair was somewhat disheveled, and she held a little rabbit teacup in her hand, sipping delicately. She drank tea blended with flower petals prepared by Xia Luyuan. It wasn't too greasy or overly sweet, perfectly offsetting the bitterness brought by the medicinal broth. Xue Jinhui was thrown onto the ground and, when he looked up, he nearly lost himself staring at that breathtaking beauty. That day in the mountain below, Shang Qingshi wore a veil-like covering. After ascending the mountain, he never saw her again. Therefore, he hadn't anticipated that this renowned leader of the Lingxiao sect possessed such extraordinary and enchanting features. But remembering his current predicament, Xue Jinhui instantly lost interest in appreciating her. Pinching his palm tightly out of fear, he gathered his courage and asked, "Did you know I was going to steal the phoenix?" Upon hearing this, Shang Qingshi set down her teacup and curiously examined him. "Steal the phoenix? That's Yunheng's chicken." Xue Jinhui said, suddenly becoming intensely agitated. "A phoenix should be beautiful, dazzling, a revered ancient divine beast. But look at what he has turned the phoenix into. Fat and plump, looking just like a pig." Shang Qingshi rested her chin on one hand, lowering her snowy long lashes. "I remember now, your elective specialization is beast tamer, so you want to possess the phoenix for yourself. Not just me, but 18 generations of my ancestors were also beast tamers. My ancestors once tamed a phoenix." Xue Jinhui shed tears of frustration. "Unfortunately, my father spent most of his life trying but couldn't find a good spiritual beast. And yet, Yunheng, who isn't even a beast tamer, manages to get a phoenix, a divine beast." As soon as these words were spoken, Yunheng came in holding the looting chicken. It seemed as though Yunheng found Xue Jinhui's previous words reasonable. He began thinking that perhaps he had held back the looting chicken. Matters requiring expertise should be handled by those with the appropriate skills. Reluctantly, he stroked the chicken's head and softly asked, "Little chicken, do you want to go with him?" At this question, Xue Jinhui's eyes rekindled with fervor, staring at the looting chicken with almost fanatical desire in his gaze. "I'm a beast tamer, I can make you show your true beauty, let every feather glow with brilliant flames, turn you into the genuine king of birds, not like now where you're wasting time, ugly, and lacking any trace of divine dignity." The looting chicken flapped its wings and flew out of Yunheng's arms. Xue Jinhui smiled, so touched he shed 2 lines of tears, stretching out his hands in anticipation. "Come to me, I should be your rightful partner. Together, we will surely leave a lasting mark in the annals of beast tamers." Indeed, the looting chicken flew toward him. In Xue Jinhui's delighted gaze, it delivered a kick directly to his face, leaving behind an ugly, distorted footprint. Then, raising its head high, it charged forward, knocking him unconscious on the spot. Chirp. Proudly flapping its wings, it flew back into Yunheng's embrace, batting its small, beady eyes innocently, wearing an expression of pure obedience while silently asking for praise and caresses. My little chicken, you are the best chicken in the world. Yunheng was deeply moved, sniffling as he tightly embraced it. Chapter 123, What are you looking for? The bond between one person and a chicken was so deep that Feng Yang couldn't bear to see it, so he sent them away. Then he kicked Xue Jinhui unconscious on the ground and asked, Master, what should we do with this person? Since he's not a xia, let's throw him off the mountain, Shang Qingshi said. Afterward, you can go back and continue watching the new disciples. If the power of the stars stays too long in Yunheng's body, it will completely merge into his bloodline, making it impossible to extract later. I believe a xia will take action soon. Feng Yang had no objections. Under his watchful eye, Yunheng ate well, slept soundly, went to class in the morning, practiced swordsmanship in the square in the afternoon, took Luling Chicken out for walks in the evening, and exercised regularly, demonstrating great self-discipline. Until the third evening, Qingyang finally could no longer bear the suspense, and stealthily infiltrated Yunheng's room. After a thorough search, he seemed unable to find what he was looking for, and in anger began smashing things around. His teeth clenched. When he turned around, he noticed Feng Yang standing guard at the door. Suddenly, Qingyang's face paled as he nervously stepped back, placing his palm behind his back while summoning a spiritual energy ball. Feng Yang just looked at him calmly and asked gently, What are you looking for? Qingyang didn't answer but fiercely threw the spiritual energy ball toward Feng Yang. Unfortunately, their strength was far too disparate, and Feng Yang didn't even use his protective aura. The green orb collided harmlessly against his body, causing no damage, not even leaving any dust behind. On the contrary, Qingyang, who only received a glance from Feng Yang, started trembling uncontrollably, his limbs growing weak until he couldn't support himself anymore and dropped to his knees, bowing completely. I ask again, Feng Yang repeated. What are you looking for? Realizing the need to beg for mercy now, Qingyang tearfully cried out, Elder, please forgive me. I wasn't trying to attack you, it was merely a slip of my hand. Feng Yang's patience was already thoroughly depleted. He picked up Qingyang effortlessly, and though he did nothing outwardly, a bitter sweetness surged in Qingyang's throat, prompting him to vomit out a mouthful of blood. Knowing that Feng Yang was now serious, Qingyang quickly responded, I've come here to seek the star. Before he could finish speaking, Feng Yang hauled him to the Chongqing Hall and unceremoniously tossed him down on the ground with force, causing all his internal organs to feel bruised. Master, Feng Yang reported, this person is likely a xia. He was sneaking suspiciously inside Yunheng's room, claiming to be seeking the power of the stars. Upon hearing this, Qingyang's eyes bulged wide open, as if trying to explain, but pain prevented him from speaking, with only blood gushing out of his mouth. Each time he opened his mouth, a flood of clotted blood spewed out, preventing him from forming a single word. Thankfully, Shang Qingshi reacted quickly, that doesn't seem right. The power of the stars isn't inside the house, it's within Yunheng's body. If he really were a xia, how could he possibly be unaware of this fact? Hearing this, Qingyang fervently bowed to Shang Qingshi repeatedly. If he could speak, he would undoubtedly proclaim the master wise. Feng Yang furrowed his brows in confusion, knelt down, condescendingly used some magic to shield Qingyang from bodily pain. Then he asked, You're not looking for the power of the stars. What exactly are you looking for? Xingyin Decree. The thing I'm looking for is the Xingyin Decree. Qingyang explained after clearing the blood from his mouth. Someone told me that Yunheng possesses a method called Xingyin Decree which helps a person ascend rapidly in cultivation. It said that he advanced from the mid-stage foundation establishment level to the early golden core level overnight, all thanks to this method. I've been stuck at the late stage of foundation establishment for too long, and it's my only lifeline, so I came to Ling Shao sect. Pausing momentarily, he continued sobbing, I am not this a xia, nor do I have any idea what this celestial power thing is. I swear, if any word of mine is false, may heaven strike me dead. Shang Qingshi pressed her lips together. This fool had clearly been duped by someone into losing even his underwear. Yunheng's ascension had nothing to do with the Xingyin Decree but rather the heaven-mandated male lead system. She raised her hand, signaling Qingyang to rise from the ground, and then said, There's no such thing as the Xingyin Decree method. You've been deceived. Who told you about this information? That's impossible. Qingyang shouted loudly. That person described everything vividly and showed me a fragment of the Xingyin Decree, how could it possibly be fake? He pulled out a torn page from his storage bag and passed it over. The paper was yellowed, imbued faintly with the essence of spirit energy, confirming that it was indeed a remnant scroll from some form of practice. Feng Yang walked over and glanced at it. This is the cultivation method for celestial power, indicating that Qingyang has been brought here by a xia to confuse matters. Shang Qingshi handed the fragment back and quietly asked, Qingyang, I'll ask you one more time. Who was the person who deceived you, and what does he look like? Qingyang was still immersed in his own thoughts, did I really get deceived? What is this celestial power thing? It seems like I've heard it somewhere, but where exactly? Seeing his distracted state, Feng Yang lost his patience, kicked him down, and said displeasingly, Why do you always evade the question? If you keep pretending to be stupid, I won't be so polite with you. Noticing Feng Yang's unfriendly expression, Qingyang finally snapped out of it and wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. Elder, please don't lose your temper. Let me think. After carefully recalling that person's appearance and voice for a while, he finally spoke up. The one who deceived me was wearing a cloak, and his face couldn't be seen clearly. However, judging by the figure, he was a short man. His voice was extremely low, and he probably didn't want others to know his true identity. At this point, he glanced sideways at Feng Yang and gestured with his hand, approximately, maybe a little below Elder's chest height. Feng Yang found this strange. All those newly recruited male disciples are quite tall. Where did such a short person come from? Are you just making things up? Do you even want to keep your head? Master, believe me, I am not lying. Cheng Yang, terrified, covered his head with both hands and recalled more details, continuing to defend himself. I remember it very clearly. He had an exceptionally slim build. When I first saw him, I even thought he might be a girl, until he spoke and turned out to be a man. This made Feng Yang suddenly realize something, as he exchanged a look with Shang Qingshi. They simultaneously called out the same name. Bai Yao. The night was thick with darkness. Yunheng returned joyfully to his dorm after taking Luling Chicken for a walk, getting ready to clean up and have a sound sleep. But when he pushed the door open, he saw chaos everywhere inside the room, which made him gasp. He immediately squatted down to pick up the scattered books, brushing off the dust tenderly. Luling Chicken also helped by picking up the clothes dropped on the floor and placing them back on the cabinet. When Yunheng stood up, his eyes caught sight of something white near the bed. That was strange. His bed sheets were red, and his blanket was green. Perplexed, Yunheng lifted his gaze, and the moment he did, his pupils dilated sharply. The white thing wasn't an object, it was a person, alive and large. Chapter 124, Stubborn to the End. Bai Yao was lying on his bed with her clothes disheveled. She was only covered by a translucent white gauze, her long tresses cascading down. A mist of moisture shimmered in her almond-shaped eyes. Brother Yunheng, she spoke coyly, can I stay here? I want to be with you. Before she could finish her sentence, Yunheng suddenly collapsed. It seemed he had fainted. Bai Yao never would have guessed that things would end this way. After a pause, she wrapped herself in the gauze and stood up, walking over to Yunheng. The Luton chicken fluffed its feathers, barking at her several times. Finding it annoying, Bai Yao raised her hand, releasing strands of spiritual power from her fingertips. She threw the Luton chicken out the window. Though this body had a wasted spiritual root, with her previous cultivation techniques, defeating a divine beast that hadn't undergone the trial by fire was not difficult for her. She squatted down and placed her fingers on Yunheng's forehead. The star force had already been deeply integrated. If she wanted to retrieve it, it could only be done through a yin-yang fusion method. She chose this body for its beauty and figure, bewitching other disciples until they were senseless. Gaining great confidence from them, she had then come to seduce Yunheng. Unanticipatedly, Yunheng was different from other men, he had actually passed out. Even if he was unconscious, the ritual to seize the star force could still proceed. Thinking this, she reached out to untie Yunheng's belt. At this moment, a surge of lightning-infused spiritual energy suddenly shot towards her wrist. She let out a piercing scream of pain, rolling clumsily on the ground. The skin where she'd been struck emitted a scorched smell. Feng Yang entered from the door and, upon seeing her like this, quickly tossed his outer robe onto her. Bai Yao endured the pain and innocently blinked. So what if I and brother Yunheng are mutually devoted and wish to follow the rites of Zhou? Is even this something an elder must interfere with? There's no need to pretend anymore. Shang Qingshi walked in and called out her original name, you are a Xing. What a Xing? Her expression didn't change, maintaining an impeccable facade. I don't understand what you, sect leader, are talking about. Shang Qingshi had long felt strange. In the original storyline, Bai Yao was a woman who loved without regret. Though she did many wrongs to change her inherent wasted spiritual root and even joined an evil cult, she never harmed others. Later, she consistently performed good deeds to make amends. Reflecting on this, there was a touch of coldness in Shang Qingshi's gaze as he looked at her. What have you done with the original Bai Yao? I don't understand what you're saying. She continued feigning ignorance until Feng Yang kicked her in the back, the sound of broken vertebrae resonating. Unable to act any longer, her voice changed from coquettish softness into a gruff male tone. Bai Yao. That fool believed me when I said I could alter her wasted spiritual root. She willingly drew the body-snatching formation and let me take possession of her body. A Xing lay sprawled on the ground, her eyes fixated poisonously on Shang Qingshi's face. How did you know I'm not dead? Was it a Zheng, that wretch, who told you? Did she manage to escape the secret realm alive? She is dead. Turned to ashes, leaving no chance for reincarnation. Shang Qingshi asked, have you ever once regretted what you've done to her? Regret? Your question sounds peculiar. What should I regret? A Xing laughed, from the moment I saw her, I knew she was a demon seed. It's righteous for cultivators to hunt demon seeds. Where am I wrong? He had always known she was a demon seed. Yet, he still married her, watching her work tirelessly around the house, contentedly enjoying the comfortable life she provided. After discovering his own spiritual roots and becoming a cultivator, in order to hide his disgraceful past, he resorted to choosing the path of heartlessness. He planned to use a Zheng's death to achieve perfection in his great Tao. Unfortunately, he didn't anticipate Zheng's resistance. In panic, he could only abandon all his cultivation to confine her within the secret realm. Her soul aimlessly drifted, wandering around searching for people or things that he could possess. He had been a destitute beggar, a cat or dog, even a rat everyone despised. Finally, he found Bai Yao, such a fool, allowing him to possess a body that was perfect except for the wasted spiritual root. Just one step away, and he could have reclaimed what belonged to him. Xing gritted his teeth. The star force was originally mine, taken from me by Yunheng. If I now want to reclaim it, what's wrong with that? I've realized something. You always push the blame onto others, thinking yourself as pure and wronged. Shang Qingshi narrowed his eyes and shook his head. Xing suppressed her demon seed nature while with you. She never hurt anyone. It was you who betrayed her trust, making her bloodthirsty, costing countless lives who strayed into the secret realm. Did I force her hand to make her kill? Xing said defiantly. She committed evil deeds on her own accord. What does it have to do with me? What about Bai Yao? She wasn't a demon seed and had never harmed you, Shang Qingshi asked. Why did you soul snatch her, and why do you degrade her body like this? Xing still didn't see his fault, smirking arrogantly. She's so foolish. If not deceived by me, she'd be tricked by others. Since that's the case, I might as well take advantage of her for my benefit. This person truly was the epitome of selfishness. Shang Qingshi turned his head away, unwilling to look any longer. Feng Yang handed over a short blade for extracting the soul, whispering, Master, if we kill him now, the inner pellet can be awakened. Upon hearing this, Xing tried to flee but was bound in place by Feng Yang's restraint, unable to budge an inch. He glanced at Yunheng, who was unconscious, gritting his teeth audibly. Then he raised his head, half smiling as he stared at Shang Qingshi. The inner pellet? Wasn't it given to you by Zheng, that wretch? She lied through her teeth. The inner pellet might contain her residual spirit, which will spread throughout your body and take over once I die, awakening the pellet. You must think this through carefully. Shang Qingshi paused momentarily, gripping the knife. That day, Zheng's attitude had shifted too abruptly. Moreover, he had a small gap in his memory, unable to recall exactly what had transpired. Hesitating, Xia Luyuan walked in from outside. Master, he snatched the knife from Shang Qingshi's hand, calmly saying, Zheng's final wish was for me to personally settle accounts with Xing. I believe she didn't lie. Let me handle this. Xia Luyuan strode forward confidently. Being so close, Xing was momentarily stunned. With an innate ability perceiving abnormalities beyond ordinary people, having spent countless nights with Zheng, he noticed the demon seed emitted a peculiar aura that only he could sense. But now, he perceived this aura around Xia Luyuan. Compared to Zheng, the aura around Xia Luyuan was faint, as if a demon seed had attached itself to him. Chapter 125, Re-examination of Relationships. In an instant, Xing felt as if he had grasped an extremely important piece of leverage, revealing a smile akin to one who has just escaped a catastrophe. But Xia Luyuan didn't give him a chance to speak at all, raising his hand and delivering a strike with a blade. The movement was so swift, like lightning, that it left no time for reaction. Xing stammered with trembling lips, feeling a gap open between his soul and body. This forcible separation caused him unbearable pain. He seemed to want to say something. Seeing this, Xia Luyuan once again delivered a merciless blow without hesitation. This time, he could no longer open his mouth, his hands wildly flailing in the air before eventually dropping helplessly to his sides. A wisp of white smoke rose from the corpse, appearing as if it would attempt to use the same trick again, the soul fleeing from this body. Feng Yang naturally wouldn't let that happen. Gathering a spark of lightning at his fingertips, he struck toward the wisp, instantly reducing the soul to dust. With a shrill scream, he was completely annihilated. At this moment, it seemed as if Xia Luyuan suddenly felt fear after the fact, abruptly releasing his grip. The knife fell to the ground with a crisp sound. His shoulders trembling, he approached Shang Qing's side, his eyes slightly red at the corners, resembling a pitiful little dog seeking affection. On the side, Feng Yang crossed his arms, his brows furrowing almost together. So decisive just now, but immediately afterward showing signs of fanned fear, no one would believe it. Yet, Shang Qing actually believed it. First, he squatted down and checked Bai Yao's breath. She was still alive, it appeared her soul hadn't been entirely consumed by Xing. As long as she rested quietly for a period of time, she could regain control over her body. Shang Qing breathed a sigh of relief, then gently patted Xiao Yuan's head in a consoling manner, clearly soothing him. Don't be afraid, Xing got what he deserved. As he spoke, there was a strange sensation in his throat. The lingering dryness that had been with him for a long time was gradually disappearing. He could feel the inner pearl slowly transforming from its physical state into a metaphysical one. From now on, he could cultivate. He would no longer remain a useless person to be cut down by others. But more pressing matters needed addressing right now. Shang Qing said to Feng Yang, you throw Cheng Yang down the mountain and take Bai Yao to the forbidden area for recuperation. Once her soul recovers and she can move freely again, send her off. Feng Yang nodded and carried Bai Yao out of the room. It was only then that Yunheng finally awakened groggily, looking around in fright and patting his chest. I think I had a nightmare. I saw Bai Yao, my junior sister, lying on my bed in disheveled clothes and beckoning me. Shang-Qin was temporarily speechless. This kid really doesn't think things through. With how disordered the room was and him lying on the ground, he still thought it was all a nightmare. But Shang-Qin was currently anxious to return to the Hall of Eternal Life to try cultivating, so he said, Yunheng, clean up your things and move back to the annex of the Hall of Eternal Life later. Saying that, he walked out, and Xia Luyuan quickly followed. Upon reaching the main hall, he practically couldn't wait to sit at the bedside and try mobilizing the spiritual energy within his bloodline. Upon noticing Xia Luyuan following inside, his actions paused momentarily, asking, is there anything else you need to say? No, Xia Luyuan replied, I'm concerned about possible side effects from the inner pearl and am not quite at ease about master. Such sentiment. Having him nearby did indeed provide some slight comfort. Thinking this, Shang-Qin motioned for him with his finger, indicating for him to sit by the bed. Subsequently, under his gaze, he calmed his mind and attempted to channel the spiritual energy in his bloodline into the inner pearl. After a long while, Shang-Qin opened his eyes, his expression carrying a note of astonishment. Xia Luyuan stared at him intently without blinking, immediately inquiring the moment he opened his eyes, Master, is something wrong? It seems it's not working. Shang-Qin lowered his eyelashes, seemingly somewhat disappointed. The spiritual energy still goes to the Dantian. It should be because you haven't gotten used to this method of cultivation yet, Xia Luyuan said softly. Try to ignore the Dantian and focus as much attention as possible on the inner pearl. How to ignore? This was rather hard to comprehend for Shang-Qin, who lacked any basis in cultivation. He pursed his lips, his eyes displaying a hint of confusion, which, illuminated by the candlelight of the Hall of Eternal Life, appeared breathtakingly beautiful like amber and crystal. Xia Luyuan thought for a moment and placed his hand over Shang-Qin's wrist. Frigid flames entered Shang-Qin's body via his bloodstream, rushing into the Dantian in quick succession. The low temperature quickly numbed the Dantian, rendering Shang-Qin unable to perceive its existence entirely. Now? Asked Xia Luyuan. I'll try. Shang-Qin closed his eyes again. After a long while, he had discovered the secret, and when he injected the first thread of spiritual energy into the inner pearl, he opened his eyes with excitement. It really works. Fantastic, Master, your cultivation will no longer be constrained. Xia Luyuan looked even happier than him, instinctively reaching to grab his hand. The cold touch jolted Shang-Qin back from his joy, leaving his smile slightly stiffened. He remembered how Xia Luyuan had openly confessed in front of many people that he was a homosexual. No matter how dense Shang-Qin was, he should have noticed by now. Xia Luyuan always kept a certain distance in front of others, refraining from physical contact or being absent-minded. But it was only in front of him that Xia Luyuan would often lean close to look at him, or act like this, suddenly reaching out to touch his skin with a very serious, unclear gaze. Even before, he had developed a physiological response toward him. Although it was likely due to the alluring scent from the alchemical cauldron, Shang-Qin's ears still burned red as if they were set on fire. He felt so ashamed that he wanted to find a hole to crawl into. He quickly pulled back his hand, feeling somewhat at a loss for a moment. What's wrong, Master? Xia Luyuan didn't understand why his attitude changed so abruptly, leaning closer and almost touching faces. Shang-Qin shook his head. You go back to the annex hall. I'm feeling sleepy. Hearing this dismissive tone, Xia Luyuan silently distanced himself but continued to smile warmly and innocently. All right, Master, you rest well. I won't disturb you anymore. As he said that, he stood up, carefully closed the windows for Shang-Qin, turned off the lamp, added more incense to the almost extinguished burner, then quietly closed the door and left the main hall. Shang-Qin lay curled under the blanket, completely unable to fall asleep. The night wind slapped against the windows and doors, while the maple leaves outside rustled softly. In the noise, Shang-Qin covered his ears and began re-evaluating his relationship with Xia Luyuan. To be honest, he did not oppose the other person's approach or touches. Though young, Xia Luyuan was good at considering others' feelings. When doing things, he was calm and composed. When sad, he became a pitiable little puppy looking aggrieved, coupled with his handsome face and tragic background, making his charm practically irresistible to anyone who saw him. Chapter 126, Unthinking Praises. No matter what, Xia Luyuan would certainly be an excellent partner. The issue lay in the fact that both were men. This was undoubtedly something that would astonish many in the cultivation world. Just by looking at the day when Mingzhu hung a sign during the disciple recruitment, yet not a single person dared to admit being homosexual, one could glean some insight. If they disregarded societal norms and stayed together, they'd likely be drowned by the spittle of judgment from all under heaven. Shang-Qin's sure's head ached as he thought about it, suddenly realizing much later than expected. Wait a minute. Hadn't he just been pondering how they would face the world after being with Xia Luyuan? Perhaps things weren't as severe as he imagined. Maybe Xia Luyuan, due to his young age, had mistakenly equated respect with love. The more he thought, the more uneasy he became. Shang-Qin's sure tossed and turned on the bed, crumpling the sheets until he eventually curled up in the covers, pretending to be dead. Meanwhile, as Xia Luyuan stepped into the side hall, Yunheng soon returned carrying a big and small bundle of luggage. He quite naturally extended his hand and said to Yunheng, "Senior brother, let me help you." Yunheng glanced over, handed over the blanket, and then as if remembering something, smiled and said, "Do you remember when we first moved into this side hall, I wanted to help you tidy up your room, but you wouldn't let me, which eventually disturbed our master." Time had passed too long. When Yunheng mentioned these events, Xia Luyuan was slightly startled. Those forgotten memories deep in his mind began to resurface little by little. He remembered. Back then, while feeling bewildered by Yunheng's kindness, he also envied Yunheng for his composed and open demeanor, capable of chatting easily with anyone. After envy came jealousy and hatred, spawning malice within him. He even darkly speculated, believing Yunheng's magnanimity was feigned, all to gain the hearts of others. In the end, Shang Qingshi told Xia Luyuan gently, telling him not to always compare himself with others, praising him as a unique moon. That very phrase changed him. Otherwise, even he wouldn't know how ugly and cynical he might have become. Xia Luyuan retracted his thoughts, helped Yunheng bring the blanket indoors, and tidied up the room neatly together with him. When leaving, he looked at Yunheng and softly said, "Senior brother, you're an exceptional person." Ah. Yunheng appeared perplexed. Why did he receive a "good man" card out of the blue? He wanted to ask why, but Xia Luyuan had already opened the door and left. With questions lingering, Yunheng scratched his head, hugged Lu Ding Chicken, and went to bed. This night was particularly restless. In the dream was an endless forest. He sat in the forest weaving flower wreaths, exactly like the bamboo flute illusion scene he saw at the cultivation conference before. Yet, he still couldn't recall who he intended to gift the wreath to. Ask the master when unsure about anything. Therefore, the next morning, he promptly rushed to the main hall and described everything from his dreams to Shang Qingshi. After hearing it, Shang Qingshi said, "The scene in your dream is from your childhood memories. There's a Hengyu island to the west of the continent, you can go there and see. Perhaps there, you'll find your parents." He raised his head in shock, "But my parents are already dead, I'm an orphan. The ones who died were your adoptive parents, not your biological parents." Shang Qingshi was extremely certain. When other people with heavenly spiritual roots perform spells, it's a pale golden color, but your spellcasting color is much deeper, which is the mark of the Hengyu clan. As the leading male protagonist, how could Yunheng really be an orphan? Naturally, he had a dazzling backstory worthy of blinding everyone. The Hengyu clan was a renowned hidden sect. In the past, internal strife occurred within the clan, so to ensure Yunheng's safety, his parents sent the young child off the island, temporarily sealing his memories and letting a farming family adopt him. All these details were known by Shang Qingshi from the original book. Yunheng opened his mouth wide in surprise, revealing a look of admiration. "I've never heard of any Hengyu island or Hengyu clan. Master, you're truly amazing, knowing so much." Shang Qingshi felt somewhat embarrassed by the praise. "When do you plan to set out?" "Tomorrow." Yunheng thought for a moment and requested, "Master, can you give me a day off today? I want to say goodbye to everyone properly and pack my luggage." It felt like preparing for a parting that could mean life or death. Shang Qingshi's eyelids twitched constantly but ultimately agreed. Yunheng was delighted, calling some disciples with whom he got along well, and they all went to the town at the foot of the mountain together. Although Xia Luyuan wasn't particularly interested in going, he was dragged down the mountain anyway by Yunheng. With such a great opportunity, the other disciples didn't want to stay on the mountain either, all heading to the town. The Lingxiao sect was eerily quiet. Without the disturbance of others, Shang Qingshi practiced under Fengyang's guidance. He condensed a formation, but Fengyang shook his head. "No, the focus of your spellcasting is off. You should concentrate your strongest power in the eye of the array." He summoned a water pillar, but Fengyang shook his head. "No, you haven't fully grasped how to use your spiritual root yet. The former master's water column had earth-shaking power, yours looks utterly without momentum." He released a magic sphere, but Fengyang shook his head again. "Still wrong. There's a specific timing for releasing a magic sphere. If it takes too long, it weakens. If too short, it won't form properly. You need more practice." Shang Qingshi. In just a few hours, he seemed much younger, having been almost scolded into becoming a grandchild. But Fengyang's tone was actually very calm and collected. If he had treated Shang Qingshi with the usual attitude he used for training disciples, Shang Qingshi would have already collapsed to his knees crying from the criticism by now. "It's all right, master," Fengyang consoled softly. "Take a break before practicing again. I'll prepare something for you to eat." As Fengyang left, Shang Qingshi did not stop. He picked up his staff and tried to adjust his spellcasting method according to the issues pointed out earlier. After a long while, Fengyang returned to the Chongqing Hall carrying a food box, only to see Shang Qingshi practicing hard under the scorching sun. Tears immediately filled his eyes, and he somehow pulled out a handkerchief to wipe them away. Pride and approval were clear on his face, reminiscent of a proud father watching his child succeed. When Shang Qingshi could no longer endure, Fengyang stepped forward to support him, setting out the dishes in the food box and praising once more, "Your diligence would make the former master and his wife extremely pleased." The food tasted as bad as ever, odd flavors indicating the skills of the chef, a big yellow dog. Yet, Shang Qingshi was truly famished and didn't mind at all, taking one bite after another until he finished everything. Seeing his good appetite, Feng Yang became tearful again. You're far too thin. You should eat more like today, to strengthen your body and have the strength to cultivate. Observing Feng Yang, Shang Qingshi couldn't help but suspect that even if he slapped him, Feng Yang might complement his force. Chapter 127, Inferiority is a man's best dowry. Shang Qingshi put down the chopsticks, sent Feng Yang away, practiced for a while, and then went to the Chongqing Hall's secret realm to take a bath. Her snow-white long hair fell down, immersed in water, and was plated with a shallow layer of light by the flickering candle flame. Her body submerged in the water, she leaned against the stone wall of the hot spring. In the misty haze, it could be clearly felt that the power of Shi Yu was circulating through her bloodlines and dantian, gradually clearing impurities. At this moment, she suddenly realized a very serious issue. It was Xia Luyuan who followed a Zheng to negotiate something, which led to a complete change in her attitude. But the final beneficiary turned out to be Shang Qingji. So, whether it was the power of Shi Yu or the inner pill, did they all come from Xia Luyuan? Finished. Now she was going to feel guilty enough not to sleep. After taking a bath, she casually put on a piece of clothing and walked towards the bed when she heard the sound of a heavy object falling outside. The shadow reflected on the carved wooden door was obviously Feng Yang. Shang Qingji curiously asked, "What happened outside?" "It's that kid Xia Luyuan came back, drunk as hell. He didn't want to sleep in the side hall but came to push your main hall door and got knocked over by my one punch." Upon hearing Feng Yang's reply, Shang Qingji quickly ran over, opened the door, and sure enough, Xia Luyuan was lying on the ground. She suppressed her twitching corners of her mouth and gestured at Feng Yang, "You go and prepare a sober-up soup for me." Feng Yang helplessly watched her bring Xia Luyuan into the main hall, muttering, "Master, you shouldn't be alone with him. Haven't you forgotten how he openly admitted to being gay before the public that day?" Shang Qingji hesitated mid-step. Turning around, there was a hint of gritted teeth meaning in her voice, "Hurry up and come back." In the end, Feng Yang said nothing more, and his figure quickly disappeared from the Chongqing Hall. Shang Qingji helped Xia Luyuan into the room and placed him on the bed. His entire body reeked of alcohol. She used a cleansing spell to get rid of the smell, worried that Yunheng had also gotten drunk and wanted to check, when Xia Luyuan suddenly grabbed her sleeve. Shang Qingji turned back and stared at his face, noticing his eyes open, their gaze exceptionally clear, and couldn't help asking, "Are you not drunk?" Xia Luyuan didn't answer, only obstinately gripping that piece of sleeve and refusing to let go. Shang Qingji had no choice but to sit beside the bed and touched his head. "Why don't you talk? Did you drink so much you're confused?" "I didn't want to drink, but they insisted on force-feeding me." Xia Luyuan finally reacted, burying his head in that piece of sleeve, his voice sounding muffled, "Master, my head hurts." "It's alright, feeling headache after drinking for the first time is normal. I've already told Feng Yang to cook a sober-up soup for you. Sleep for a bit, I'll wake you up once he brings it." Just having finished bathing, Shang Qingji's clothing was draped loosely, the ties not even fastened well. Being tugged this way, the collar almost slid off her shoulder. She hurriedly pulled it up and reminded Xia Luyuan, "Get up first, I'm going to check on Yunheng. Senior brother Yun is fine. Some other senior brothers have taken him to rest in the disciples' quarters." Xia Luyuan seemed to regard that piece of sleeve as a floating wood in the sea, still unwilling to let go. "Master, please don't worry about him, just look after me. He has so many people around him, but I only have you." As he spoke, he actually began crying, his shoulders shaking intermittently. Shang Qingji was completely dumbfounded. This child was obviously drunk, but his conduct was better than others. Without causing a ruckus or losing consciousness, he had instead embarked on another unique route. Grievance flow. Don't cry, Shang Qingji fumbled and supported him, hugging him, saying, "I won't go anywhere, I'll stay here with you, okay?" Xia Luyuan indeed stopped crying. Leaning on her shoulder, smelling that faint sandalwood scent, looking at the white neck so close, he inexplicably wanted to bite it. He finally resisted the urge. But though his mouth could resist, another part simply couldn't. Dimly aware, Shang Qingji discovered something emerging from Xia Luyuan's body, pressing against her thigh. She gasped sharply, conceiving a desire to run away. As she stood up, she saw Xia Luyuan's red-rimmed eyes, hazy beneath a foggy gaze, as if tears would spill out again at any moment. Shang Qingji could only suppress her panic, adjusted her position slightly, and hugged him again. All right, I'm not leaving." In order to ignore that thing as much as possible, Shang Qingji decided to shift the topic abruptly and asked, "Were it you who made a Jing give me the eclipsing moon power and the inner pill?" Xia Luyuan nodded. After a long silence, he voluntarily detached himself from Shang Qingji's embrace and devoutly stared into those amber-like eyes. "Nobody ever taught me how to love another person," he whispered softly. "So, I want to give the best things in this world to Master. This way, even if all you feel is gratitude, you'll still glance at me once. Even if it was just one look. Even if it meant eternal damnation, he would do it willingly." As he spoke, he reached out again to grab Shang Qingji's sleeve, his eyes redder than before, his voice almost choked with emotion. "Can Master try to like me? Just pretend to pity me, please." Their eyes met. The night was silent. Though it was Xia Luyuan who drank, now it seemed as though Shang Qingji was the one drunk beyond recognition. Looking at the face so close, Shang Qingji felt her head grow dizzy, an inexplicable urge to lean in and kiss rising in her. Before she could act, Xia Luyuan leaned in first. Their heartbeats intermingled, trembling rapidly in their chests. It was impossible to tell whose it was. Their breathing was more erratic than their heartbeats. Xia Luyuan tentatively kissed Shang Qingji's cheek, and upon finding no resistance, grew bolder, slowly moving closer to her lips. Despite the cleansing spell, there was still a faint trace of alcohol on her breath, subtle and light, detectable only with careful attention. Shang Qingji tasted the alcohol, a rich peach aroma, likely peaches fermented in wine. But as the kiss deepened, her thoughts grew increasingly blank, leaving only emptiness. She began to respond clumsily, accidentally knocking her teeth against Xia Luyuan's lips. In her flustered state, Shang Qingji finally understood why Xia Luyuan's lips had been chapped during their time in the Thousand Stars Peak secret realm. Realizing this, she suddenly pushed him away as if awakening from a dream, her usually pale skin flushing deeply pink with embarrassment. Xia Luyuan, however, wouldn't let go. He pulled her back into his arms, gripping her slender waist tightly as he tried to calm his racing emotions. When Feng Yang arrived hurriedly at the Chongqing Hall with the sober-up soup, this was the scene that greeted him. Chapter 128, Vow of the Primordial Spirit. He emitted a sharp explosion, like the sound of a kettle boiling. Unable to hold the hangover remedy steady, the porcelain bowl fell to the ground with a thud and shattered into pieces. In front of Feng Yang, Xia Luyuan not only showed no restraint but also raised his well-defined fingers, lightly brushing past Shang Qing's reddened lips before letting go. Then he asked innocently, "What's wrong, elder?" When he asked this question, every word was unusually clear, not at all resembling a drunk person. Shang Qingshi felt she couldn't face anyone, trembling as she pulled the blanket over herself, shrinking inside like an ostrich. "I think you don't need to drink the sobering soup today," Feng Yang gritted his teeth. "I have something else in mind that I want to offer you." As he said this, the spiritual energy in his hand condensed into a long whip, ready to lash out. Shang Qingshi stopped him. "Feng Yang, go out first." Xia Luyuan raised an eyebrow, unconsciously straightening his spine. At this moment, Shang Qingshi kicked him with her foot. "You two, leave me alone for a while." So, he could only get off the bed, make a polite gesture to Feng Yang, and say, "Then let's go, elder." Feng Yang's face looked worse than the bottom of a pot, glaring at Xia Luyuan with such anger as if a carefully tended cabbage had been ravaged by a pig, showing a heartrending expression. Storming out of the Eternal Life Hall, he didn't forget to turn back and warn Xia Luyuan, "You'd better be careful. If I find out you're touching the sect leader again, I'll break your legs." "Alright, I understand," Xia Luyuan smiled with both eyes curved, seemingly in a good mood. "Next time, I'll do it secretly and make sure Elder doesn't find out." The surrounding oppressive aura grew heavier. Xia Luyuan let out a brief, "ah," and looked as though he was about to collapse under the pressure, kneeling down. A voice from within the hall called out, "Feng Yang." Feng Yang retracted the oppressive aura, pointing at Xia Luyuan's nose, gritting his teeth for quite some time, yet unsure of what to say. Ultimately, he flung his sleeves, scowling as he left the Eternal Life Hall. And Xia Luyuan also took a turn, entering the side hall. The next afternoon, Yunheng was supporting his aching head due to a hangover with one hand, and hugging Lilingji with the other, coming to bid farewell to Shang Qingshi. Following behind were Mingzhu peeking cautiously. Shang Qingshi asked curiously, "Are you going on a distant journey too?" Mingzhu nodded, waving her right hand and displaying the ring between her fingers. "The two masters said that the hidden isle has been secluded for a long time, and there must be rare medicinal herbs, a place that alchemists dream of. With senior brother Yunheng here, I can enter the island and collect herbs." "This is good, the two of you can look out for each other on the road," Shang Qingshi said. "When are the two of you planning to return?" Yunheng replied, "As soon as possible." Before he finished speaking, Xia Luyuan who entered the hall interrupted, "It doesn't have to be that fast, you can wander around and experience the local customs and culture properly." This statement sounded odd. A strong sense of jealousy. Mingzhu stroked her chin, just about to say something when she noticed Feng Yang coming in from outside. His complexion was so ugly as if someone owed him millions, his entire body emanating with a cold, merciless air as when they first arrived at the Lingxiao sect and saw Feng Yang being aloof and emotionless. "Do not disturb, even acquaintances should stay far away." Mingzhu instantly dared not make any noise, quickly retreating behind Yunheng. The Eternal Life Hall turned into a chaotic graveyard, momentarily silent. Amidst the silence, Shang Qingshi coughed hard. "You two set off quickly and remember to keep the Lingxiao mirror safe. If anything goes wrong, contact Feng Yang, and let him help you." Yunheng and Mingzhu looked at each other. With Feng Yang's current expression, who would dare ask for his help? It seemed once he comes over, everyone within 10 miles will get involved. As if knowing their thoughts, Shang Qingshi looked towards Feng Yang. The latter took a deep breath, trying hard to pull up the corners of his stiff mouth. "Go then, wishing you a safe journey." "Thank you, elder." Yunheng bent slightly at the waist towards him, and then waved goodbye sequentially to Shang Qingshi and Xia Luyuan. "Master, brother Xia, then I and sister Mingzhu will leave now." As he turned, he accidentally stepped on the shards of last night's porcelain bowl used for the sobering soup and almost lost his balance. Mingzhu curiously asked, "Sobriety soup? Who was it cooked for?" At this question, she instinctively looked at Xia Luyuan. Then, as if realizing something, she smirked mischievously, "Senior brother Xia, you only took a sip of alcohol, the peach wine's degree is so low that it can't get anyone drunk. Even the smell of alcohol on you is because senior brother Murong knocked over the wine jar, spilling it on you." At this remark, Shang Qingshi blinked in a daze, and Feng Yang's face darkened even further, as if he were ready to flay Xiao Yuan's bones, drink his blood raw, and eat his flesh alive. Mingzhu didn't bother with what came next, quickly pulling Yunheng away, even making sure to close the courtyard gates behind them to keep out any nosy people who might stumble into the Eternal Life Hall and witness this dramatic scene. Xia Luyuan showed no embarrassment at being found out, remaining perfectly calm without a hint of blushing or nervousness, and said indifferently, "It's getting late, I'm going to class." Shang Qingshi, on the other hand, silently grabbed the blanket, preparing to burrow back under it once more. "Hold on." Just then, Feng Yang spoke up, his voice as loud as ever, causing Shang Qingshi's hands to pause mid-motion, lifting her head to look at him. He also turned his gaze towards Shang Qingshi, his voice suddenly dropping much lower. "Sect leader, does Xia Luyuan know about your physical condition?" Embarrassed, Shang Qingshi didn't dare respond, and upon seeing this, Xia Luyuan took the initiative to speak. "I know." Feng Yang's expression grew even more grim. Heaving a long sigh, he finally admitted that their cabbage had truly been violated. Stepping outside, he gestured for Xia Luyuan to follow. Once they reached a secluded place and looked around to ensure they were alone, Feng Yang asked, "Did you guys actually go all the way?" Xia Luyuan froze, revealing an expression of disbelief. What was this? The most inappropriate expression for such an astonishing question. Though puzzled in his heart, he still shook his head. If the sect leader obtains an inner pearl, it can significantly reduce the issues caused by hurting constitution. Feng Yang continued watching him earnestly, speaking clearly, "If you two really did go that far, after drawing spiritual energy from his dantian, make sure to transfer it back into his inner pearl via his blood. That spiritual energy originally belongs to him, and you better not think of using it to enhance your own cultivation." Subsequently, Feng Yang's eyes carried a deadly warning. "To be honest, I've never trusted you from the beginning. Xia Luyuan, I demand you swear an oath using your primordial spirit. If you ever harbor even the slightest intention to exploit him, I will utterly destroy your soul, preventing you from ever reincarnating." A primordial spirit oath is one of the simplest yet most terrifying spells in the cultivation world. Once the person who swears breaks the oath, the punishment takes effect immediately. Feng Yang expected it would take some intimidation before he agreed. Unexpectedly, the other party effortlessly extracted a strand of his primordial spirit, holding it gently in his palm. "Xia Luyuan hereby swears on my primordial spirit that I will not regard Shang Qingshi as a furnace or do anything against her will. If I betray this promise, may I lose my life and my soul, and never enter the cycle of reincarnation." Chapter 129, Little Dog Struts. This offhand tone didn't resemble one taking a serious oath of the soul, it was more like casually chatting with Feng Yang about the weather tonight in the courtyard. Feng Yang's expression flickered, but ultimately eased. The previous master had once said that the sword in one's hand should be used to protect family, loved ones, and all living beings under heaven. Perhaps from the moment Xia Luyuan received the Frostfall sword, the wheels of fate began to quietly turn. Even though Frostfall changed hands, it still performed its duty, continuing to protect Shang Qingshi. After a long while, Feng Yang let out a resigned sigh. He pulled out a yellowed, darkened yet well-preserved sword manual and tossed it into Xiao Yuan's arms. "This is the sword technique created by the former master. Its power is probably hundreds of times stronger than Wei Chongyue's 9 profound illusions. Take it and practice well." Xia Luyuan accepted it with both hands and glanced at the cover. This sword technique had no name, only marked with a bold Shang character followed by a small number 1, indicating it was the first sword technique ever created by the previous master. Xia Luyuan felt inexplicably untrustworthy and asked, "Elder, why didn't you reveal this sword technique earlier?" Feng Yang sneered coldly. The former master was the only successful person to ascend and, out of nowhere, he suddenly gave him an incomprehensible compliment. Feng Yang choked back his sarcasm reluctantly and coughed awkwardly. "Don't try to flatter me, it's useless. I need you to advance to the Yuaning stage within 10 years. Only then, after I leave Lingxiao sect, will you be able to replace me in protecting the master." He was already over 420 years old, didn't have much longer to live. Either he ascended or died. Before, he worried about how Lingxiao sect and Shang Qingshi would fare after he was gone. Fortunately, he had found the right person. Xia Luyuan was young and possessed an incredibly rare variant fire spiritual root, his future was boundless. With him around, Feng Yang could finally ease some worry. However, what he hadn't expected was for Xia Luyuan to lower his gaze, lift his eyes again moments later, and say with a smile, "I won't protect him." What? Feng Yang almost lost control and wished to kill. "He has the inner pellet now, so he can cultivate." Xia Luyuan said slowly and clearly, "He doesn't need any protection. What he needs is someone by his side, someone to face every difficulty with him, and I happen to be that person." Feng Yang froze. For a long time, the tight emotions slowly loosened. That's right. Because of his furnace constitution, Feng Yang always thought Shang Qingshi was fragile and unable to take care of himself, fearing even the slightest injury. Almost forgetting, Shang Qingshi had always been competitive since childhood. Even if he never said it aloud, he certainly wouldn't want to be treated as something fragile. Thinking through these things, Feng Yang felt a sense of enlightenment. Go find the master, he told Xia Luyuan, turning and leaving the Eternal Life Hall with notably lighter steps. Watching him disappear outside the hall, Xia Luyuan returned to the main hall. Even from afar, he could see Shang Qingshi sitting on the bed drinking tea, trying hard to act like nothing happened. However, his ear tips were very red, a bright color that even his silver-white hair couldn't hide. Xia Luyuan walked over, pondered for a bit, and decided to ease the awkwardness by asking, Master, aren't you worried that Elder Feng Yang might beat me up? Shang Qingshi looked up. Seeing that his face was intact and his clothing neat, showing no sign of having been beaten, he lowered his head again. Xia Luyuan wasn't in a rush either. He sat down at the bedside and handed over the sword technique book for him to look at. This is what the elder gave me. He said it was self-created by the former master, telling me to practice diligently. The handwriting inside was as elegant as the 4-character annotation on 9 Profound Illusions, undoubtedly the work of his late father figure. So practice well, Shang Qingshi mumbled and continued drinking tea. But the cup was empty, there was no tea left, he was pretending. Xia Luyuan pretended not to notice, stared at him for a while, and then asked, Has master been drinking tea for so long that you're very thirsty? Shang Qingshi nodded stubbornly. Xia Luyuan got up and grabbed the teapot on the table. Thinking he was going to help refill his cup, Shang Qingshi handed the cup over. Instead, Xia Luyuan took a sip himself and then leaned down to kiss him. The long, snowy lashes trembled as Shang Qingshi suddenly widened his eyes. The tea that he hadn't had time to swallow slowly dripped down from the corner of his lips, sliding down his neck and onto the clavicle before disappearing into the neckline of his robe. Even though the tea was cool, the places where it had soaked through began to steam with heat, gradually turning a moist red. Xia Luyuan released him, licking his lips with lingering desire, and asked, And now, master, are you still thirsty? Infuriated beyond words, Shang Qingshi grabbed a pillow and hurled it at him. Get out! Get out! Then, master should rest well, Xia Luyuan chuckled with twinkling eyes and left with the pillow in his arms. Shang Qingshi looked at the bed. There was only this one pillow, and now that it was gone, what would he sleep on? His annoyance grew. Earlier, he shouldn't have thrown the pillow, he should have. His gaze fell on the square vase with sharp edges sitting atop the cabinet. No, that object's damage was far too great. What if he injured the other? But then he suddenly realized, was he worried about Xia Luyuan just now? He wished misfortune upon the man for an entire lifetime. Shang Qingshi shook his head. It must be because Xia Luyuan had poured tea into his brain, causing his current confusion. He stood up, tidied the disordered bed covers, and then heard the sound of a sword cutting through the air outside the hall. Opening the window slightly, he secretly peeked out, seeing Xia Luyuan holding the manual of the former master's techniques in one hand and the frostfall sword in the other. He mimicked the sword maneuvers recorded in the book, creating an elegant swirl of the blade. Whenever there was something unclear, he stopped and carefully flipped back and forth through the pages. Under the bright sun, even standing under its rays, he felt no scorching heat. His tightly bound long hair swayed lightly in the breeze, casting scattered patches of shadow. Suddenly, sensing something, he leisurely turned his head, locking eyes with Shang Qingshi. Before Shang Qingshi could feel embarrassed, Xia Luyuan diverted his gaze first. Casually stuffing the manual into his sleeve, he gathered cold flames on his fingertips, brushing them over the frostfall sword. In an instant, heavy snowflakes began to fall around him. With the tip of the sword, he picked up the largest, most beautiful snowflake and held it out by the window. His radiant gaze sparkled like candles gently flickering in the dark. Master, I give this to you. Chapter 130, The Dog Makes Cakes. Shang Qingshi reached out to take it. The snowflakes, imbued with spiritual power, had not melted for a long time, lying quietly in his palm. He held the snow in one hand and leaned on the window frame with the other, staring at Xia Luyuan practicing swordsmanship. From the initial stumbles to now the fluidity of his movements, it seemed only 1 or 2 hours had passed. Shang Qingshi couldn't help but feel secretly relieved. He was glad he came early. Xia Liyuan's hands were still intact. Otherwise, he could not imagine the pain and sorrow a sword cultivator would feel if they could no longer wield their longsword. It wasn't until Feng Yang brought dinner that Shang Qingshi looked away, picking up some shredded meat with his chopsticks to taste. He frowned. How come this big yellow dog chef's skills are regressing instead of improving? The food is getting harder to eat. Huh. Feng Yang opened his mouth, revealing a wounded expression, hesitating for a while before finally sniffing and speaking. Today's dishes were made by me personally. Huh. Shang Qingshi also let out an exclamation. Then he forced himself to eat a few bites, swallowing them down with difficulty, then pulling a grin that was more painful than crying. Actually, if you really savor it, it has a unique flavor. Really? Feng Yang's eyes lit up again. Then you must try the green bean cakes I made. Shang Qingshi looked around the table, not seeing where the green bean cakes were. Puzzled, Feng Yang pointed to the odd-shaped dish in the corner. It was large and round. If he hadn't said anything, Shang Qingshi would have thought it was some monster's egg yolk. After much mental preparation, convinced that it would be very unpalatable, he picked up the green bean cake. But he underestimated it. He didn't expect it to be as hard as an iron ball. Shang Qingshi gritted his teeth but failed to bite through. The surface of the green bean cake remained smooth without even leaving any tooth marks. Ha, ha. He chuckled dryly and said, I'm full. There's so much leftover food, don't waste it. Call Xia Luyuan in to eat. As he spoke, he was about to run. Feng Yang quickly stopped him, closing the slightly ajar window tightly, then casting a sound-blocking spell. Lowering his voice, he said, Master, please don't leave yet. I have something to tell you. Seeing his serious demeanor, Shang Qingshi reluctantly sat back down. He asked, do you still remember the bead on your staff? Shang Qingshi summoned his Jingxia staff, nodding vigorously. He remembered that Feng Yang mentioned before, as long as the bead wasn't broken, no matter what condition the staff was in, it could be repaired. Feng Yang pointed to the bead on the Jingxia staff. The previous master, upon ascending, condensed his spirit energy into 2 beads. One was given to me, and the other is this one. Shang Qingshi suddenly understood. No wonder his magic power increased when he used spells. The original intention of the previous master was for you to use as much as you needed. But since you can cultivate now, you can crush it and accept the inheritance of the previous master, Feng Yang said. The spirit force stored in the bead is enough to advance you to the early yuaning stage. So good. Shang Qingshi's hand reached towards the bead, but Feng Yang wasn't finished. However, the inner pellet inside your body isn't doing well. It can accommodate at most the spiritual power of the late Jin Dan stage. Moreover, the spiritual power already stored in your Dantian has reached its limit. The excess part needs someone to help bear it. Silently withdrawing his hand, Shang Qingshi bit his lips that were slightly swollen, tentatively asking, how exactly do they help bear it? Feng Yang looked at him firmly, speaking with clear determination, by using the method of yin-yang integration, helping you drain away that portion of the spirit force. This suggestion sounded great. Let's not mention it again from now on. Shang Qingshi wanted to run again. But Feng Yang acted as if he hadn't noticed his resistance, continuing saying, I've evaluated Xia Luyuan. He's decent, master can trust him. Shang Qingshi paused his steps, feeling curious. Did Xia Luyuan give people love potions or something? Zhen followed him once and instantly became kind and benevolent. Feng Yang followed him once and instantly became amiable. Shang Qingshi retracted his thoughts and shook his head forcefully, let's talk about this later. I temporarily don't need the spiritual force inside the bead. He turned and left the main hall, planning to wander around outside. Seeing his manner, Feng Yang decided to let it go for now, removing the spell and opening the half-closed window. He called out to Xia Luyuan outside, come in and eat. Xia Luyuan put away the Shuangjian sword and strode into the hall. The appearance of the dishes was unappealing, and there was even a burnt smell, clearly indicating that it was not made by Shang Qingshi. He wrinkled his brows, a look of disdain on his face. Forget it, elder, I'm already at the golden core stage, and can survive without food. Eat if I tell you to. Feng Yang slapped the table, slightly flustered, why so many excuses? Under the pressure of a great authority, Xia Luyuan reluctantly picked up his chopsticks. He hovered over the green pepper and meat threads for a moment, then paused by the red braised pork, finally picking up a piece of stir-fried greens. After chewing for a bit, he suddenly looked up and seriously said, Elder, I have a question. Feng Yang had a bad feeling about this. Sure enough, Xia Luyuan asked, why can the chef who made these meals always stay in Lingxiao's sect? Is it because he saved the previous sect leader's life? An eerie silence fell upon the Eternal Life Hall. It lasted so long that the sun had set, until Feng Yang's mouth twitched and almost strained out these words, today's meals were made by me personally. In contrast to Shang Qingshi's saving face response, Xia Luyuan didn't give him any courtesy. Oh, then these peppers, meats, and vegetables died in vain. They would be better off under the hands of an ordinary cook. Fortunately, Feng Yang had changed his personality. In the past, Xia Luyuan might have been thrown 10 zhang away by now. Do you think cooking is easy? Feng Yang gritted his teeth, then show me something, cook me a meal. What he didn't expect was that Xia Luyuan actually nodded in agreement. Together they came to the kitchen, checking the remaining ingredients, deciding to make mung bean cakes. Steaming mung beans, frying the bean paste, watching the spatula flipping skillfully in his fingers, Feng Yang's face showed disbelief. The moisture evaporated from the bean paste. Xia Luyuan used a little rabbit mold, squeezing the bean paste into adorable shapes. Then he directly used icy fire to quickly lower the temperature, feeling it was ready, placed them on a plate, handing it to Feng Yang. Elder, please try one. Feng Yang picked one up. The texture of the mung bean cake was loose, soft, melting in the mouth instantly, leaving a fragrant aftertaste. It was undoubtedly one of the best mung bean cakes Feng Yang had eaten in years. But he still found flaws. This mung bean cake isn't sweet. Of course not, Xia Luyuan responded firmly with a hint of a smile curling at the corners of his lips, because master doesn't like sweet things. Chapter 131, A Yuan. Feng Yang suddenly felt an impulse to gouge out his own eyes. Shang Qingshi had grown up under his watch, and yet he hadn't realized that she disliked sweets. In the midst of his shock, he let out a long sigh and suggested, since you can cook, and those two hungry ghosts aren't around anyway, from now on, don't let the sect leader cook anymore. A person of his stature shouldn't be stepping into the kitchen. Xia Lu Yuan quickly agreed, nodded, and returned alone to the Changxing Hall. Seated in the main hall, waiting as though he were a stone gazing at the horizon for his returning lover, Xia Lu Yuan almost began to mold with anticipation when Shang Qingshi finally came back. Quickly handing over the plate in his hands, he looked at her with expectation and said, "Master, try this." Having just tasted Feng Yang's version of the lumpy iron ball green bean cake, now looking at this normal-colored one, Shang Qingshi found it somewhat unsettling. Picking one up, she pinched it lightly. It was soft, apparently biteable. Unable to help herself, she asked in confusion, "Where did this green bean cake come from?" "Picked it up on the road." Xia Lu Yuan casually fabricated with a straight face. Shang Qingshi was momentarily speechless. How about something wild picked? Mocking him silently inside, she nonetheless took a small experimental bite. There wasn't any strange taste that she had imagined, quite unusually normal. Most importantly, it wasn't sweet or greasy. Shang Qingshi quickly finished an entire piece and commented, "Delicious." Though these two simple words provided Xia Lu Yuan with great encouragement. He moved the plate forward slightly and said, "Then, master should eat more." Though there was nothing on his head, Shang Qingshi still felt as if there were two dog ears flapping around. Shang Qingshi continued chewing slowly. By the time she had eaten 3.5 pieces, feeling unable to eat anymore, she gestured, "Put it here first. I need to take a bath." Xia Lu Yuan took away the half-eaten piece gnawed on by Shang Qingshi, placed the remaining ones on the table, and retreated to the side chamber. When Shang Qingshi emerged from the hot spring's secret realm, Xia Lu Yuan had just walked into the main hall. His clothes had been changed, his wet hair dripping down his back, a clear sign that he had bathed, and in his arms, he carried the pillow he had taken earlier in the afternoon. Her heart skipped inexplicably at the sight of the pitch-black sky outside. She questioned, "Why aren't you going to sleep? Why have you come to my room?" "To sleep." Xia Lu Yuan blinked innocently, wearing an expression of perfect obedience, his voice full of guiltless certainty, as if the main hall belonged to him. However, no matter how many times she'd seen it, Shang Qingshi was still unaccustomed to his disheveled look, hurriedly averting her gaze. "Forget it, you're not getting into my bed today. Go back to your room." Xia Lu Yuan accepted this quickly, letting his head hang disappointingly before turning to leave. "Wait," Shang Qingshi called him back, "place the pillow on the bed before leaving, it's mine." Xia Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. He stood near the door for a moment but then really did walk towards the bed. Throwing the pillow onto the bed, he laid down smoothly. The layered blue fabric of his robe spread like peacock feathers in full display. It nearly blinded Shang Qingshi. Before she could open her mouth to question him, Xia Lu Yuan spoke first, "Master, come quick, I am your pillow." Shang Qingshi realized she truly had never understood Xia Lu Yuan, not knowing this shameless side of him. She wanted to kick him out. And indeed, she did exactly that. Unfortunately, she couldn't manage to move him. Instead, Xia Lu Yuan embraced her waist and pulled her onto the bed. Lying down, Xia Lu Yuan's hand ended up being pillowed under Shang Qingshi's head, becoming her actual pillow. Looking into each other's eyes. Shang Qingshi was still not accustomed, pretending to turn over. As if sensing something, Xia Lu Yuan caught her chin with his free hand, forcing her to continue staring at him while asking perplexedly, "Why do you seem reluctant to look me in the eye whenever I have loose hair?" Shang Qingshi also didn't know why. Upon seeing him like this, images of damp, dark dungeons would arise along with bloody daggers and the distorted, grimacing smile of Xia Lu Yuan. At the same time, her arm and leg tendons inexplicably began to ache, a faint but intense sense of fear seeping through her bones. She gasped and pushed away the hand gripping her chin, unintentionally brushing against the scar on the edge of Xia Lu Yuan's thumb, freezing momentarily as she stared. This scar was from their previous encounter in the Qianqing Ridge secret realm. The injury was strangely positioned. In the original plot, when Xia Lu Yuan's hands were crippled by the original protagonist, such a scar was left behind as well. Xia Lu Yuan noticed that something was wrong with her and asked concernedly, "What's wrong, master?" "Nothing." Shang Qingshi's voice sounded a little muffled. She ultimately didn't push him away but instead snuggled into his embrace, repeatedly touching the scar. After a long while, she softly asked, "Xia Lu Yuan, when did you start harboring inappropriate feelings for me?" The spot he touched itched a bit, so Xia Lu Yuan lowered his head to nibble on her ear, deliberately avoiding the question, "Could master stop addressing me by my full name? It makes us seem so distant." Shang Qingshi paused her hand and raised her eyes to look at him, "Then what should I call you?" Xia Lu Yuan moved closer, as if carefully recalling something, "My parents used to call me a Yuan." He added offhandedly, "It's been a long time since anyone has called me that." A breeze blew in from the window, causing the candlelight to flicker unsteadily before extinguishing completely. Darkness enveloped the room. After a long while, long enough that Xia Lu Yuan thought she had fallen asleep, he reached up to touch her hair. "A Yuan." Shang Qingshi's voice came from beside his ear. It was soft. Like clouds floating at the edge of the sky. Xia Lu Yuan's hand froze mid-air, his fingertips trembling slightly. In the profound silence, he could hear his own flustered heartbeat. That hand never made it to Shang Qingshi's head but was pulled back instead. He hugged the slim waist tighter, his Adam's apple rolling up and down, his voice becoming indistinct. Qingshi. Shang Qingshi gave him a light kick, not using much force, clearly not very angry, blasphemous and disrespectful. Then Xia Lu Yuan chuckled, pretending to behave well as he rubbed his face against hers coquettishly. Master, call me again. I want to hear it again. Seeing no response from Shang Qingshi, he added pitifully, please. He really looked like a little dog this way. And it was an immoral evil puppy that loved to rub against people and bite. But Shang Qingshi still softened her heart. Just as she opened her mouth, not even letting out a sound yet, Xia Lu Yuan kissed her. Because she had opened her mouth, the step of prying her teeth apart wasn't necessary. In the end, the Chongqing Hall erupted with Shang Qingshi's enraged shout, Xia Lu Yuan, get out right now. She somehow managed to successfully kick him off the bed. Xia Lu Yuan, after rolling to the ground, didn't get up. Instead, he just lay there and fell asleep instantly. Chapter 132, Master Qin Qin. The temperature dropped suddenly at night, and the draft made the curtains of the bed fly around chaotically. Even though he was covered with thick quilts, Shang Qingshi still felt a bit cold. His anger had almost completely subsided, so he got up to light a candle. He saw Xia Lu Yuan lying on the cold floor. Unable to resist his soft-heartedness, he asked harshly, what? Is there a ghost in the side hall? Is that why you must sleep in the main hall? Yeah, Xia Lu Yuan nodded seriously and said absurdly in all seriousness, without senior brother Yunheng's righteous aura, there's an eerie wind blowing in the side hall, and I'm so scared. While saying how scared he was, all he did was wink at Shang Qingshi continuously. His intentions were clearly seductive with not a trace of fear. Shang Qingshi pursed his lips. Another gust of cold wind came, and he worried Xia Lu Yuan might really catch a chill. He waved him over from the ground. The meaning was obvious enough. Xia Lu Yuan climbed back onto the bed. Unexpectedly obedient and compliant, he stopped fumbling and kissing recklessly. For the whole night, they stayed proper and followed a clear boundary like the Chu River, Han border. An unusual event must be suspicious, and Shang Qingshi always felt Xia Lu Yuan didn't have good intentions. As expected. The next day, Xia Lu Yuan directly moved all his things to the main hall, clearly intending to live together with Shang Qingshi. Shang Qingshi twitched the corner of his mouth and tried to stay calm by drinking some tea. I don't think I agreed for you to move your stuff here. But master never refused me since the start. Xia Lu Yuan cast his eyes downward as his long lashes left shadows under his eyes. He then carefully raised his gaze, looking at Shang Qingshi like watching a man who no longer recognized him after getting dressed. The side hall is so vast, and at night, it echoes with piercing cries from the birds and beasts on the mountain. I don't want to live alone. Shang Qingshi sipped another mouthful of tea. I've never seen you this timid before. I used to pretend I wasn't afraid, replied Xia Lu Yuan. Actually, I'm very timid. When living alone, even the smallest breeze makes me hide in my blanket and cry. He continued making nonsense, just like acrophobia. I didn't dare to tell master about it, fearing master would mock me. Shang Qingshi was nearly full from drinking tea. Before, he had never noticed how smooth-talking Xia Lu Yuan could be. His kept lowering more and more until finally, he told him, then every night you can sleep on a mat on the ground, and you're not allowed to climb into my bed. All right. Xia Lu Yuan hesitated without any objection, arranging his belongings and tidying up the Chongqing Hall inside out. Now even if Shang Qingshi had any complaints towards Xia Lu Yuan, it was hard for him to say them aloud. Once disciples reached the gold core stage, they no longer needed to attend classes in the cultivation hall. Thus, after finishing tidying up, Xia Lu Yuan continued practicing the set of sword techniques he learned yesterday in the courtyard. Shang Qingshi watched for a while, then summoned his staff and came to the yard as well. Seeing this, Xia Lu Yuan paused his practice, raising an eyebrow at him. Master, would you like to spar with me? Clearly, it wouldn't be a fair match. Sword cultivators excel at leading battles, emphasizing speed, accuracy, and lethality. Dharma cultivators are better suited to staying among dense crowds, stealthily forming magic arrays. The time it takes for Shang Qingshi to form a Dharma array would suffice for Xia Lu Yuan to stab him until he resembled a sieve. So he shook his head to decline. Upon seeing this, Xia Lu Yuan proposed again, then does master wish to learn the sword techniques left behind by our former sect leader? I can teach you. This suggestion actually made Shang Qingshi a little interested. Since ancient times, sword cultivators have been the most popular and celestial occupation in the cultivation world. If only his physical condition allowed, he would also prefer to be a sword cultivator. After contemplating, he nodded. Xia Lu Yuan pulled him close upon achieving his purpose, holding his hand and leading him through the sword techniques move slowly. The speed was unhurried. The frost generated by the frostfall sword falling on Shang Qingshi's skin didn't bring forth any aggression, it was gentle like the spring breeze. After going through the first stance of the sword method once, Shang Qingshi sensed the sword intention remaining, still left by his late father. Feeling curious, he asked, a sword cultivator will immediately give new sword intentions to weapons they are fond of, why haven't you changed it? Xia Lu Yuan blinked, I haven't figured out yet what that symbol exactly means. Maintaining curiosity is a good habit. But maybe he's being a bit too curious. Shang Qingshi stated, Qin Qin, kiss kiss. As soon as the words were spoken, Xia Lu Yuan kissed him on the cheek. It seemed as if the air froze. Shang Qingshi gritted his teeth furiously, shouting at him, I mean that symbol means kiss kiss. Oh. Xia Lu Yuan, a boy who knows to correct mistakes promptly, lifted his hand, pointing to his face, if master feels cheated, then come back and kiss me. It appeared. He wasn't too concerned about what that sword intent meant after all. Shang Qingshi glared at him for a long moment. Perhaps she really was mad enough to lose her mind, and without knowing why, she bit down on his neck. A very distinct set of teeth marks were left behind. As though stunned by the bite, Xia Lu Yuan took quite a while to react. He touched the tooth marks, then suppressed a laugh and said, Master bit well. Want to try the other side? Shang Qingshi didn't bother responding to him anymore and hid under the shade of a tree to meditate. Seeing her seriousness, Xia Lu Yuan didn't disturb her. The two were far apart, each practicing their own techniques. In the afternoon, Feng Yang came to deliver the meal and immediately noticed the teeth marks on Xia Lu Yuan's neck. Though he had mentally prepared himself for this kind of scene, his expression still turned sour. Have you too, gone all the way? No. Xia Lu Yuan flatly denied it. His quick denial actually surprised Feng Yang, who softened somewhat in expression, puzzled, and asked, why not? Why? Because Shang Qingshi would endure pain. The agony of having spiritual power forcibly drained was no different from having one's soul ripped out piece by piece, it was akin to torture via dismemberment, and few could bear such torment. The unique fragrance inherent to a furnace constitution existed precisely to alleviate this sort of anguish. But Shang Qingshi was an exception. Unless the bracelet was removed, leaving her permanently submerged in a state of muddled unconsciousness, she would still feel the pain. Xia Lu Yuan couldn't help but ask, Elder Feng, why do you always ask me these questions? Do I look like someone who isn't serious? Feng Yang looked him up and down, smacked his lips, as if he hadn't said anything, yet it felt like everything had been implied. Still, he ultimately stopped dwelling too much on this matter and carried the food container over to Shang Qingshi, laying out the dishes. Today's meal is prepared by the cook. The sect leader should eat quickly. Shang Qingshi could tell the cook had made every effort not to ruin the food into porridge. After trying it, the taste was as peculiar as ever, but after having tasted meals personally prepared by Feng Yang, she felt that the cook's skill wasn't so unbearable after all. She ate in small bites, feeling full after half a bowl of rice. After putting down her bowl, she picked up the winter melon soup. Just as she drank the first sip, Feng Yang suddenly spoke up, there's something important I need to tell the sect leader. Shang Qingshi turned her head to look at him. He no longer appeared as lax as before, his demeanor grew more serious, the old devil king has died, and the blood spring has now emerged. Chapter 133, The Blood Spring. Shang Qingshi struggled to swallow the soup in his mouth. The thing he feared most had finally happened. Instinctively, he looked at Xia Lu Yuan, who happened to walk over at this moment and curiously asked, what is the blood spring? Shang Qingshi resisted the urge to speak. The blood spring was Xiao Yuan's greatest external advantage in the original plot. Relying on it, Xiao Yuan's cultivation advanced faster than Yunheng, the male lead. Yet, precisely because of this, the last bit of humanity in Xia Lu Yuan disappeared, transforming him into a half-man, half-demon creature, losing his mind and only knowing how to manufacture slaughter. Unaware of Shang Qingshi's thoughts, Feng Yang replied, the blood spring is something from the demon realm. Every demon lord must sacrifice themselves to the demon pool upon their death, drawing water from the dried-up demon pool. Whoever obtains it will not only greatly enhance their cultivation but also become the new demon lord. Upon hearing this, Xia Lu Yuan seemed unconcerned and lowered his head to fiddle with the tassel of the frost descent sword. Shang Qingshi asked, Feng Yang, who told you this information? Beiyang Palace spread it. Feng Yang shrugged. Wei Chongyue has emerged from seclusion and intends to lead the disciples of Beiyang Palace to the demon realm. Taking advantage of the temporary leaderlessness of the demon realm, they plan to seal the blood spring, humbling the demon races. This news was almost as shocking to Shang Qingshi as the revelation of the blood spring's existence. Wei Chongyue, at his age, can't just lie down and rest. He still has ambitions. Isn't he scared of dying on the road? Who knows? I think he's lost his mind, always wanting to do some earth-shattering deed to surpass the achievements of the previous sect master. But whatever he does, he doesn't think, leading to mistakes. Feng Yang clearly had prejudices against this person, and his words were far from polite, let him mess around. If the demons don't kill him, or if he actually seals the blood spring, I'll write my name backward from now on. Though his tone was light, Shang Qingshi felt deeply troubled by this. At night, when Xia Lu Yuan climbed onto the bed in the main hall, Shang Qingshi was still deep in thought about the blood spring. It wasn't until an arm wrapped around his waist that he belatedly realized what had happened. Weren't we supposed to have you sleep on the floor? Get down, or I'll kick you. As soon as these words left his mouth, Xia Lu Yuan sneezed. Apparently, he caught a chill from sleeping on the ground last night. However, he said nothing, obediently standing up and walking off the bed barefoot with a dejected and pitiful look. Shang Qingshi couldn't bear to see this and ultimately reached out to grab his sleeve. "Alright, you can sleep in the bed." Xia Luyuan wasn't surprised. As if he had foreseen that Shang Qingshi would be lenient, he quickly sat back next to him, burying his head in his neck, rubbing affectionately. "Master, what are you worrying about?" "I'm thinking," Shang Qingshi cautiously opened the conversation, "if there's something originally meant for you that could improve your cultivation but would make you fall into evil, would you want it or not?" Xia Luyuan didn't answer but calmly countered, "What does master mean? Do you hope I take it or not?" He lifted his head, his lips curling upward with a good mood in the flickering candlelight of the Eternal Life Hall, making direct eye contact with Shang Qingshi. All was so quiet. A strand of white hair fell down, partially covering Shang Qingshi's remarkably handsome face, revealing the deep conflict in his expression. Frankly speaking, he really didn't know how to answer this question. He didn't quite want Xia Luyuan to return to being the half-man, half-demon monster from the original plot, yet he was afraid depriving Xia Luyuan of the chance to grow stronger might cause resentment later. After a long while of deep contemplation, a light laugh came from the side where Xia Luyuan sat. Shang Qingshi suddenly looked up, a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Why are you laughing? Master seems so naive." Without hesitation, Xia Luyuan lifted the strand of white hair and gently stroked his cheek. "The thing you're talking about, is it the blood spring? That's from the demon realm, what does it have to do with me? What if it does have something to do with you?" Shang Qingshi questioned. It was an opportunity belonging to Xia Luyuan. No matter how much the plot had been altered, it would always try to find Xia Luyuan like a bone-deep sore. Unless in cases like Yunheng and Mingzhu, under Yunheng's consent, opportunities like this could transfer to Mingzhu. Moreover, Shang Qingshi didn't believe Wei Chongyue genuinely wanted to seal the blood spring for the benefit of both realms. That man was an antagonist, 8 out of 10 times he would want to keep it for himself. Besides, the blood spring was located deep within the demon realm. Without someone possessing Wei Chongyue's strength, entering there would surely mean certain death. This event was becoming a huge stone weighing heavily on Shang Qingshi's heart. He let out a long sigh, but Xia Luyuan didn't take it seriously at all. He gently hugged him and said reassuringly, "Don't worry, master. I won't get involved with those evil things." Shang Qingshi seemed like he had something to say, but... "There's no but," Xia Luyuan firmly cut him off. "If I say no, then it's no." Shang Qingshi was a bit confused. "Then what do you want?" "I want my master." They were discussing an important matter in a very serious tone, yet Xia Luyuan insisted on steering the conversation in strange directions. Given his unusually good behavior, Shang Qingshi didn't refuse but returned the embrace. He took off his outer robe and wore only a thin undergarment. With just a little force, one could feel the jagged scars on his back. With mixed feelings welling up in his heart, Shang Qingshi asked, "Xia Luyuan, what were you thinking about when you were beaten before?" Xia Luyuan was honest in a way that showed detachment as though narrating someone else's story. "I thought of taking fierce revenge. I wanted every person who hurt me to face retribution. I thought if I suffered, I would make everyone in this world suffer too. Since there's no one in this world I care for, I will turn the entire cultivation realm into a mountain of corpses drenched in blood." Shang Qingshi asked again, "Now? What do you think now?" "Now?" Xia Luyuan pondered over these two words repeatedly, staring into Shang Qingshi's eyes that shone like amber glass, all the malevolence in him disappearing completely in an instant. He then slowly smiled, leaning closer to Shang Qingshi's pale neck as his breathing grew heavier and heavier. "Now, I want to kiss my master." The hot breath caused Shang Qingshi's neck to flush red, resembling peach blossoms after the rain. It seemed like Shang Qingshi had done quite a bit of psychological preparation, somewhat embarrassed but perhaps enchanted by those dark as ink eyes, finally mustered up his courage, and slowly leaned towards him. Ignoring the thunderous heartbeat, his trembling lips gently closed, lightly touching the corner of his lips. Perhaps regretting his decision, he tried to flee, but Xia Luyuan gripped his head, merging their breaths together with an attitude that brooked no refusal. The night was filled with enchanting charm. Xiao Yuan's hand moved slowly upward from Shang Qingshi's waist and eventually slid into his collar. Chapter 134, He Escapes, I Chase, Impossible to Fly Away. Shang Qingshi had come to understand that Xia Luyuan was an expert at climbing the ladder of success. As long as he wasn't refused, his behavior would become increasingly outrageous each time. Just like now. Shang Qingshi pushed him away, tidying up her loose collar. Her eyes were red, as if she had applied the most vibrant rouge. "If you keep fidgeting, get out. I won't move anymore." Xia Luyuan obediently grabbed the blanket, lying straight and sound asleep with his eyes closed. He seemed as if nothing happened, leaving Shang Qingshi gritting her teeth all night, not having slept well. The next morning, she got up with dark circles under her eyes. When Feng Yang came to deliver food and saw her current state, he couldn't help but be surprised. "Leader, did you encounter a heart demon during your advancement into great perfection? Was this funny?" Shang Qingshi lost her appetite and waved him off. "I'm not hungry now, take the food away." "Don't." Feng Yang quickly opened the food box and took the dishes out one by one. "Today's food is different from usual. You must try it properly." Shang Qingshi glanced over. This dish. It wasn't curry, nor burnt, it was normal but slightly strange. She picked up her chopsticks tentatively, tried a piece of sweet and sour meat, and couldn't help but marvel that she hadn't eaten such normal dishes for a long time. She thought that apart from herself, no one in the entire cultivation world knew how to cook. Recalling the mung bean cake that Xia Luyuan once delivered, she asked, "Did Xia Luyuan make today's meal?" "How did you know?" Feng Yang seemed a little surprised. "Could it be that you two have some kind of mental connection?" Shang Qingji pursed her lips. "Feng Yang, which side are you really on?" "Of course I'm on your side," Feng Yang sincerely replied and pushed the chicken soup closer to Shang Qingji. "Xia Luyuan said this soup contains some herbs that will benefit your body. He instructed you to drink it all." Upon nearing, she indeed smelled medicinal herbs. Shang Qingji tried it cautiously. It tasted passable, much better than medicine. After drinking it all in one breath, she asked, "Where did he go?" There were some disputes among disciples in the training hall, and the mentors couldn't handle them. Other elders aren't present either. If I went, I fear I might grind someone to ashes without restraint, so I let him go deal with it. Hearing this response, Shang Qingji felt more reassured. Everything was evidently progressing towards the better direction. After finishing her meal, Shang Qingji practiced cultivation alone in the courtyard. Without anyone practicing swordplay beside her, she felt rather unaccustomed. Feeling bored, Ming Zhu sent many pictures via the Lingxiao mirror. There was one of her smiling brightly at the mirror while Yunheng was chased by a beast in the background. Another where she wore a beautiful flower garland on her head while Yunheng had a head full of lush green grass. And one where she ate local roasted insects while Yunheng fed those insects to the chicken. "Ming Zhu, we arrived at the hidden place of the legendary Hengyu Island. But here there's only endless sea. Villagers said we need to wait until the red moon night to see the exact location of Hengyu Island. We can't return for now. Yunheng, here we can only eat wild vegetables and insects. I miss our master's food OAO. What a trendy emoticon, clearly taught by Ming Zhu." Shang Qingji pondered for a moment and wrote a line. "Shang Qingji, during the red moon night, the demonic seeds will become active. Be careful." Afterwards, she packed away the Lingxiao mirror and continued practicing releasing the spell array. As evening approached, Xia Luyuan returned from outside. Hearing the footsteps, Shang Qingji tucked away her staff and looked at him, visibly shocked. "Did you just go to the training hall like this?" Her gaze fell on the bite mark on Xia Luyuan's neck. Not covering it with anything and appearing before others like this, as if daring others not to notice. Suddenly feeling a bit dizzy. Xia Luyuan blinked. "They asked many times, but I didn't say anything. Rest assured, master, they won't know it was you who bit me." Judging by his tone, he sounded quite proud. Shang Qingji's head became even dizzier. Rising to walk inside the hall, Xia Luyuan followed her. "Master, what are you going to do?" "To bathe. I need a bath too, let's do it together." Shang Qingji stopped her steps and looked at him. "Didn't you previously refuse even letting me see your back?" "That was because of the existence of the patterns. Now that Ming Tun has fallen into slumber, only a small mole remained on his back, and naturally, he no longer feared being seen." Xia Luyuan grinned innocently. "I used to be too reserved, later realized that master likes shameless people." "Who said she liked shameless ones?" Shang Qingji found herself at a loss for words how to counter. She simply gave in, and the two of them entered the hot spring together. As she fumbled to put away the candle, the surroundings grew pitch black. Shang Qingji said, "You're not allowed to take off your undergarments. We'll soak separately, and you'd better not disturb me." Xia Luyuan agreed. And he indeed did not strip entirely. But even though Shang Qingji had hidden herself at the edge, Xia Luyuan still approached her, sniffing the sandalwood fragrance from her silver hair, his voice mysteriously low and hoarse. "Master smells so good." Shang Qingji moved to the other side. Unyielding, Xia Luyuan followed after her. "There's something on your face, let me wipe it for you." He escaped as she chased. No matter what, there was no flying away for him. In the end, unable to tolerate it any longer, Shang Qingji wanted to get out of the water, but Xia Luyuan pulled her back, quietly embracing her. Mu Shen entered the Hall of Eternal Life with a token in hand. It had been a long time since he had been here, and looking at every flower, grass, and tree here made him feel both unfamiliar and familiar. When he entered the main hall, he vaguely sensed something amiss. The books placed on the cabinet were ordinary cultivation methods for disciples to practice. Beneath the books lay some talismans that were yet to be completed, very much resembling Xia Luyuan's style. An additional set of teacups rested on the table. A wooden comb appeared in front of the mirror. An extra pillow lay on the bed. It looked like this room was shared by two people. Mu Shen gripped the token tightly and shook his head, convincing himself. How could that be possible? The Hall of Eternal Life was Shang Qingji's residence. As the esteemed sect leader, how could she possibly live and eat together with someone else? Having finally reassured himself, Mu Shen regained his smile. Then, right before his eyes, Xia Luyuan emerged nonchalantly from the hot spring area. He was tending to his wet hair when he saw Mu Shen's feet, momentarily surprised, then glanced upward, fixing his gaze on Mu Shen's face and greeting him naturally. "Elder? What brings you here?" This tone of voice was as if the main hall belonged to Xia Luyuan. Mu Shen's lips twitched. Just as he was about to say something, Shang Qingji also came out from the hot spring area, standing next to Xia Luyuan. Her hair was still damp, a tiny droplet hanging from her jawline, slowly trailing down her neck, making that section of her neck look all the more luminous and snowy white. Apparently realizing where Mu Shen's gaze was going, Xia Luyuan stepped forward slightly to shield Shang Qingji. Mu Shen was completely flustered. After a long pause, he found his voice and awkwardly handed over the token. Someone from the Xinyang Palace sent an invitation to invite the sect leader to discuss plans for sealing the blood spring. Chapter 135, After all, it was a mistake. What? This time it was Shang Qing's turn to be bewildered. Feng Yang previously said that Wei Chongyue intended to lead the disciples of Xinyang Palace to seal the blood spring. Why did he suddenly change his mind and decide to join forces with all major sects? Get used to it, Xia Luyuan couldn't help but interject, his nature is spontaneous. Otherwise, he wouldn't have arbitrarily changed the competition rules of the cultivation conference before. Shang Qing subconsciously looked at him. The evaluation from the ultimate big villain towards the second-rate villain was still very fair. After some thought, Shang Qing said, Mushin, you go back first. When Feng Yang comes, I will discuss things further with him. Mushin nodded and carefully placed the token on the table. After hesitating for a while, he still couldn't resist asking out of curiosity, Master, are you staying together with someone? Before Shang Qing could answer, Xia Luyuan beat him to it by saying, staying with me, can't the elder see this? Who asked him? Mushin merely wanted to hear Shang Qing admit it herself. He ignored Xia Luyuan and stared intently at Shang Qing, hoping to get an answer from her. Under his probing gaze, Shang Qing had no choice but to respond stubbornly, yes, I am now living with Xia Luyuan. Mushin. Good, good, good. His heart which had been hanging in suspense finally died off. Previously, down the mountain, Xia Luyuan admitted openly in front of everyone that he was a homosexual. Now that Shang Qing was still living with him under one roof, the meaning was obvious without words. In his sadness, Mushin finally dared to look Xia Luyuan directly, then saw the prominent tooth marks on his neck. Mushin felt even sadder. He became wilted like a sunflower scorched by the sun. Seeing him this way, Shang Qing couldn't help but call his name, Mushin. I'm fine, he shook his head and left the Hall of Eternal Life with heavy steps, walking as if a soulless zombie, as if even his soul had been sucked away. He thought, perhaps he didn't have any more chances. Matters of love follow a principle of, first come, first served. Xia Luyuan not only arrived earlier, but also fought fiercely, leaving no room for compromise, eyes completely intolerant of any impurity. Most crucially, he didn't care about his reputation at all. His straightforward admission attitude on that day contrasted sharply with Mushin, making it seem like one was in heaven and the other was beneath. Mushin glanced back once more. It was such a pleasant weather on that day when they met. The other party wearing a veil sat on the grass, his clothes flapping in the wind, ethereal like a cloud. Attracted by his cool, unique demeanor unmatched in the world, Mushin took the initiative to greet him and chat, becoming even more excited when he noticed the Lingxiao mirror around his waist, assuming that they would have plenty to talk about. At that moment, Mushin only regarded Shang Qing as an elder of the Lingxiao sect, until the latter removed the veil, revealing that extraordinary face. White hair like snow, cold and pure like jade, yet surpassing all worldly colors. Mushin had never seen such a beautiful person. Not in the past, and definitely not in the future. But that fleeting encounter of the otherworldly figure, the lush green grass, the gentle breeze, the light and shadows in the sky, led to such a wonderful beginning, but ultimately failed to meet its appropriate end. Mushin sniffed and suddenly remembered he hadn't gone down the mountain to patrol today, so he sped up his pace and left. After watching him disappear outside the Eternal Life Hall, Shang Qing her gaze and wanted to say something more, but was carried away horizontally by Xia Luyuan. This kid. Full of energy all day long. Being carried onto the bed, Shang Qing tilted her chin toward him, bring that invitation over for me to take a look. Xia Luyuan went back to the table, picked up the token, and handed it over. Infusing it with spiritual power, 2 lines of text appeared on the token. Shang Qing read them and revealed a startled expression, Wei Chongyue specifically requested that you accompany me to Xinyang Palace. Xia Luyuan also found it strange, is it because last time I scared him with the frost descending sword, and now he wants to take revenge on me? Anyway, there wasn't any good thing about it. Shang Qing beckoned him over. Then she took out a bottle of bruise healing ointment from her space bracelet, dipped a little bit with her fingertip, and applied it to the bite mark on his neck. She only had this medicine. Maybe it wouldn't work much, but primarily provided psychological comfort. After finishing, she patted her wet hair that hadn't dried and stretched out her hand to Xia Luyuan, pass me a handkerchief. Xia Luyuan didn't give it, instead, he used his hands to gather cold air, evaporating the moisture in her hair. Unexpectedly, after the spiritual roots mutated again, they were no different than before, still able to dry hair. Being so close, Shang Qing's view adjusted, and she somehow grew accustomed to Xiao Yuan's disheveled appearance, no longer feeling as repelled as before. She reached out to tweak his eternal life braid, behave tonight, don't touch me everywhere. I've always been a good boy, Xia Luyuan responded boldly despite lacking justification. Yet, as night fell, his hands roamed freely, as if he had forgotten Shang Qing's words altogether. Teacher seems to have put on a bit of weight. This is perfect. You were too thin before. Teacher feels so soft. Teacher, there's a dip at your waist. Shang-Qin lost her patience, that's called a waist indentation. And you're incredibly noisy, go to sleep already. Xia Luyuan enjoyed seeing her on the verge of anger, making her seem like a real person. Moreover, Xia Luyuan had sworn an oath using his primary spirit. If the other party truly disliked it with all their heart, then he would be scorched by the reverse flow of flames within his bloodline, resulting in death both physically and spiritually. But the primary spirit oath showed no reaction. This meant that while Shang-Qin verbally refused, deep inside, she wasn't opposed to these actions. Sister taught me that when sleeping, one should say goodnight to the person they love. Xia Luyuan leaned into her ear, Teacher, good night. What has Sister Mingzhu been teaching him? Shang-Qin was utterly exhausted and had no energy left to ponder. When she woke up, there was no trace of him beside her, not even any warmth left behind. Fengyang rushed into the hall, looking quite weary. Yesterday, Yunheng's group ran into some small issues, and I went to help them resolve it. That's good. Shang-Qin gestured for him to come closer, then handed over the token. Wei Chongyue has invited various sects to Xinyang Palace, claiming that they will collectively head to the demon realm to seal the blood spring. What do you think about this? Does the master want to go? Fengyang asked in return, if you wish to go, let's leave now. If not, we simply ignore him. These words. Treating Wei Chongyue as if he were nothing, and should he really get enraged, no one might withstand the wrath. Shang-Qin questioned, if we don't go, what if Wei Chongyue goes berserk? Fengyang didn't hesitate, I've said before, even if I can't defeat him, I can ensure mutual destruction. His tone remained calm as ever, devoid of emotion. Shang-Qin's eyebrows twitched, myriad thoughts rushing through her mind, eventually turning into a sigh. I've also said this, stop uttering such discouraging words, I dislike hearing them. Puzzled, Fengyang looked up, blinking his eyes unsurely, then what does the master wish to do? What else? We are going to Xinyang Palace. Shang-Qin stood up, smoothing out the wrinkles in her sleeves, let's see what Wei Chongyue truly intends to pull off. Chapter 136, What level are you? Before they set off, Mu Shen approached, hesitating as he said, Patriarch, could I come with you? Knowing of his love for getting involved in events. But unexpectedly, he also wanted to be a part of this one. This time, with the current cultivation levels of Shang-Qinshi and Xia Luyuan, they would merely be burdens to Fengyang. And if Mu Shen were added to the mix, it would truly throw Fengyang into disarray. Thus, Shang-Qinshi said, you'd better just stay at Lingxiao sect. Bai Yao is still in the forbidden area and needs care. Moreover, this trip to Xinyang Palace will be dangerous, and I don't want anyone to get hurt because of it. Mu Shen paused slightly. The other words were ignored, and only from this sentence did he hear that Shang didn't want him injured. He hadn't had time to feel glad when he saw Xia Luyuan lowering his head, playing with Shang's sleeve. Shang clearly saw this but did not stop it, he merely gave a fleeting glare. Even though Xia Luyuan intensified his actions by holding onto the slender, snow-white wrist, Shang showed no sign of reprimanding him. Wasn't this a form of silent intimacy? Mu Shen's face fell, his back carrying a sense of loss and loneliness, like autumn leaves spinning down to the ground. After he left the Hall of Eternal Life, Fengyang seemed to have realized something, crossing his arms and saying, is there anyone normal in this Lingxiao sect besides me? Don't gabble. Let's go. Shang-Qinshi interrupted him. The three of them departed together, with Fengyang slowly trailing behind them. After 4 days of continuous flying without rest, they arrived at the foot of the mountain where Xinyang Palace stood. This time, Wei Chongyue finally agreed to withdraw the great defensive array around the sect, allowing people to quickly ascend. An elder of Xinyang Palace guided them to the council hall. At this moment, there wasn't a single person inside, quiet and vast. Shang-Qinshi asked, where are the others? The patriarchs are talking with other heads in another hall, the elder replied. He specifically instructed us to place you here alone, as he has matters to discuss with you. After the elder left, Fengyang wandered around the hall, commenting, no barriers, no surveillance. However, Wei Chongyue's taste is really poor, white curtains, white tables, white chairs, it looks like a morning hall from afar. As soon as these words were spoken, someone entered the hall. Everyone looked up to see it was Wei Chongyue. Still dressed as before, a mask covering half his face, leaving only a portion of his chin exposed. Dressed in black, just like Fengyang, the two standing side by side complemented each other well. Fengyang didn't show any embarrassment about being caught talking ill of others behind their backs, instead folding his arms and adopting an indifferent attitude. Wei Chongyue, too, didn't seem to care. As soon as he entered the hall, his gaze immediately focused on Xia Luyuan. During the final competition, it was this person who used Frostfall's sword to break through the technique Wei prided himself on. That day, from such a distance, Wei mistook Xia Luyuan for someone else, triggering his heart demon. Now, seeing so close up, Wei Chongyue noticed Xia Luyuan bore no resemblance to that individual, almost completely unrelated. That person, no matter where he stood, always carried an air of brimming confidence, exuding extreme self-assuredness and flamboyance, feeling the world should kneel before him. In contrast, Xia Luyuan quietly stood behind Shang Qingshi, neither showing off nor making a sound, his eyes humbly cast downward, looking entirely non-aggressive. If it weren't for his striking appearance, no one would have paid attention to him. This face made Wei Chongyue feel somewhat familiar, but perhaps due to living too long and having too many people and things to remember, he couldn't recall right away where exactly he had seen him. Wei Chongyue withdrew his gaze, stating, "I've already discussed with the other patriarchs. We will depart for the demon realm in 5 days. Your Lingxiao sect, as the winner of the last immortal cultivation conference, must contribute something after all." Shang Qingshi didn't answer but countered, "Did you separate us from the others just to say these things?" "Of course, there is something else." As Wei Chongyue spoke, he finally remembered who Xia Luyuan was. Long ago, his personal disciple destroyed a village, and Xia Luyuan was the sole survivor. He came alone to Xinyang Palace, seeking justice. At that time, Wei Chongyue, looking at the young man's dark, hateful eyes, thought it naive and laughable. What fairness could possibly exist under heaven? Survival of the fittest was the only law in this world. Being kind meant deserving to be bullied. By then, however, Wei Chongyue's heart demon issues were already quite severe, causing him frequent dizziness and insomnia. Not wanting to further aggravate the demon through more killing, he chose to spare the boy's life. Who would have thought that this slight hesitation back then allowed him to live until now, even joining Lingxiao's sect and obtaining the Frostfall sword? If he had known this would happen, he should have killed him personally back then. Wei Chongyue narrowed his eyes slightly, withdrawing from his memories, and said indifferently, "After all, I am the younger brother of your previous patriarch. That makes me a kind of half-elder to you all. There's no need for such hostility." He paused for a moment and then continued, "The reason I called you here separately is because there's something I want to know. Shang Qingshi, what level are you at now? Why can't I sense any aura from you?" This was a good question. Shang Qingshi silently took a step back. And Feng Yang also timely stepped in front of Shang Qingshi, coldly saying, "What business is it of yours? It doesn't concern you. So why do you bother?" "Of course, it concerns me." Wei Chongyue didn't get angry, he maintained his calm composure. With Ji Shizun's gone, the current cultivation world has only 2 greater ascension cultivators, you and I. You and I are destined to be the ones leading the charge, so I must understand clearly what level Shang Qingshi is at, to ensure he won't drag the team down. Lingxiao sect agreeing to let me come already fulfills its duties. Do you really expect our patriarch to expend even a bit of spiritual energy for this? Feng Yang didn't give in. Sealing the blood spring was entirely your idea, and even if everyone from Xinyang Palace dies in the demon realm, don't think we'll let the patriarch use an ounce of his power for it. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Feng Yang truly intended to fight Wei Chongyue to the death. Wei Chongyue decided to drop the matter and made another request, "Shang Qingshi, I won't force you to contribute effort. However, I hope you'll accompany the team to the demon realm. If we truly encounter life and death situations, you'll have to help." Before Feng Yang could speak again, Shang Qingshi placed a calming hand on his arm and responded, "Agreed. This is more like the son I knew." Wei Chongyue appeared satisfied, a strange light flickering in his eyes but hidden under the mask. "I've already arranged accommodations for you with the left guardian. In these 5 days, you can wander around as you please." After Wei Chongyue left, Feng Yang immediately asked, "Patriarch, why did you agree to him? The demon realm is an extremely dangerous place. How could you risk yourself?" Shang Qingshi seemed lost in thought. "Because I think I know what he intends to do." Chapter 137, Hypocritical Words but Honest Actions. Under the gaze of the two, Shang Qingshi slowly spoke up, "Is there any possibility that Wei Chongyue is not trying to seal the blood spring, but instead wants to absorb it?" Feng Yang's reaction was extreme. Wei Chongyue claims to be from a prestigious background and is currently the leading practitioner of law cultivation. How could he possibly put aside his dignity and do something so despised by the world? Why is it impossible? People always remember who is number 1, they don't care about the fate of number 2. Shang Qingshi blinked. Since he is on the righteous path, someone always has to be above him, making it hard for him to breathe. Why not become the first person in the demonic path, and find another way for people to remember him? Upon hearing these words, Feng Yang felt they were logical and irrefutable. Shang Qingshi continued, "I suspect he insists on having me go with him to the demon realm so that he can capture everyone at once. Anyone who follows him there will have no chance of coming back alive. If that's the case, why did the sect leader still agree to go with him?" Feng Yang became anxious. Shang Qingshi remained calm, sighing helplessly. "If he hadn't agreed, they probably would have turned against us right here. Do you guess why he asked about my cultivation level? Most likely, he's considering whether to deal with me outside or after we enter the demon realm. What should we do then?" Feng Yang thought for a moment, should we explain this matter to the other sect leaders? Let them all join forces and defeat Wei Chongyue together? He was still too naive. The reason Shang Qingshi knew that Wei Chongyue was the antagonist was because he was familiar with the plot. But the others didn't know. For such a long time, Xinyang Palace had been the champion of the cultivation conference, and Wei Chongyue had been the top figure among those practicing law cultivation. Although he unilaterally changed the rules of the cultivation conference before, sending disciples to face terrible demon seeds in secret realms. He did not force anyone to participate. Thanks to Xinjiang Palace's efforts to save face, this was glorified as testing the courage of disciples from various sects. In everyone's mind, they still regarded Wei Chongyue as a good person, believing that even at his age, he is still working tirelessly for the welfare of the entire cultivation realm without seeking rewards. Moreover, earlier in his life, Wei Chongyue indeed did some good deeds. For example, he took in some homeless beggars to work as laborers and helped several sects deal with internal conflicts. Now, if they tell everyone that Wei Chongyue is an evil person, they won't believe it. Instead, they might turn around and blame Lingshao's sect for causing trouble. Shang Qingshi patted Feng Yang's shoulder reassuringly. Feng Yang, things are not as bad as you think. Don't worry, Wei Chongyue will not be able to obtain the blood spring. You can sit out and conserve your strength. If nothing happens and we all come out alive, that would be best. If he loses control and attacks everyone, you can look for an opportunity to defeat him together with the rest. His tone was so certain that it calmed Feng Yang slightly. He immediately asked, then what should we do in the next few days? Should I protect you all the time? No, Shang Qingshi shook his head. The more you stick closely by my side, the more you prove to Wei Chongyue that I am useless. Pausing for a moment, he added, currently, the only ones within Xinjiang Palace that can pose a threat to me are Wei Chongyue and the left and right guardians. He won't personally act to test my strength. The left guardian is a good person. Your task is to help me keep an eye on the right guardian, and make sure he doesn't appear before me. Feng Yang nodded repeatedly. After sharing these thoughts, Shang Qingshi suddenly felt lighter. He yawned, revealing a hint of fatigue. Xinjiang Palace is too suffocating. In these 5 days, I want to stay in the town at the foot of the mountain. Xia Luyuan extended his hand toward him. Let's go, master, I'll take you down the mountain with my sword. Seeing the two holding hands and leaving, Feng Yang couldn't resist shouting behind them, sect leader, about the bead matter. Don't bring that up. Shang Qingshi stopped abruptly, almost tripped over something, and quickly interrupted him. I'll think about it myself. Feng Yang had no choice but to shut up. However, when they reached the foot of the mountain and checked into a spacious, brightened room with excellent views, Xia Luyuan couldn't help but ask curiously, Master, what bead was Elder Feng Yang talking about? Shang Qingshi turned her head away from him, but her neck blushed uncontrollably. Nothing. What does nothing mean? Xia Luyuan continued questioning. Shang Qingshi kicked him, and her neck turned even redder, as if blood was going to drip out. If you ask again, get out. Then I won't ask. Xia Luyuan always understood how to read his expressions, obediently tidying up his bed for him, and pouring him a cup of tea. After finishing the tea, Shang Qingshi jumped onto the bed, still unable to kick off her habit of sleeping with shoes on. Fortunately, thanks to flying, her shoe sole wasn't dirty at all. Xia Luyuan was about to tidy up when he was stopped by Shang Qingshi, who grabbed his wrist. His voice, softened by sleepiness, sounded almost like a whimper. This pillow isn't comfortable. Xia Luyuan understood immediately. He climbed onto the bed and placed his hand under Shang Qingshi's head to serve as a pillow. The sunlight outside was bright. One of them slept soundly, while the other felt no drowsiness at all. Finding the sun too dazzling, Xia Luyuan leaned down and used his free hand to brush the long, dense eyelashes of Shang Qingshi that resembled silver snow. Receiving an indistinct response from him, stop it, I don't like it. Did he really not like it? There was no reaction in the spiritual vow between them. Xia Luyuan curved his lips slightly and leaned down again to kiss the corner of his eye. That night, Wei Chongyue indeed sent someone to the inn. It was a mid-golden Dan practitioner, specializing in speed techniques, who silently sneaked into the room where Shang Qingshi was resting. Confident that he had concealed himself perfectly, until he touched something cold which inexplicably caused an unbearable burning sensation deep in his bones. He looked up suspiciously, only to see specks of snow falling. This wasn't right. They were indoors, how could there be snow? And with his protective spirit power surrounding him, how could the snow penetrate it? As he was pondering, a blue-white streak of sword energy rushed towards his face, causing him to hurriedly dodge. However, due to the effect of the snow, his speed had been significantly reduced, leaving him sluggish. He cursed inwardly. Having dedicated himself to ultimate speed, he had sacrificed strength. Now that his speed was hampered, he was like a fish on a chopping board, completely at the mercy of others. Sure enough, another streak of sword energy slashed toward his face, catching him off guard. His face was scratched open, blood streaming down his cheeks and splashing small spots of crimson onto the floor. At the same time, intricate arrays formed beneath his feet. Water pillars like serpentine snakes tightly bound his limbs, immobilizing him completely. The more he struggled, the tighter the water columns wrapped around him. Eventually, even breathing became difficult, his face turning an alarming purple as he was forced to open his mouth wide, emitting hoarse grunts. In terror, he stared straight ahead, his dilated pupils reflecting the flickering candlelight, then casting shadows of two figures standing side by side. Chapter 138, Father's Debt, Son's Repayment. Shang Qingyi and Xia Luyuan stood leisurely in front of him. He trembled like a leaf, as if he had already foreseen his own death. What do you want to do? Xia Luyuan raised his hand and punched him, smashing his nose and face into a mess. Just as he was about to cry, another punch came, and the sound of his nasal bone cracking echoed, clearly broken. The pain left him unable to speak, only shaking his head violently. Tears streamed down his face, and 2 trails of blood slowly flowed from his nose, making his bruised face even more ridiculous. Is this the best way Chongyue could send? Just a measly gold core cultivator. There's no need for master to act, I can deal with him alone. Xia Luyuan loudly exclaimed, does he disrespect my master or me? He should have sent at least an origin energy practitioner. The shadow outside the window disappeared. Xia Luyuan no longer wanted to pretend, so he gathered spiritual energy in his palm, knocking out the mid-gold core cultivator and throwing him out the window. The force was controlled perfectly, enough to render him unconscious for 5 or 6 days. The messenger returned to Xinyang Palace and reported confidently, Shang Qingyi is currently at the origin energy stage, but whether it's early, middle, or late period remains unknown. Wei Chongyue stood with his back turned, motionless for a long time. His dark robe flapped in the wind audibly. Without turning around, it sounded more like a self-accusation than a question, is he really an origin energy? Why does the sect leader ask that? The messenger found it strange, actually, there's no need to test. He's already 200 years old. Only someone with origin energy capabilities can maintain such a youthful appearance. That wasn't necessarily true. Wei Chongyue narrowed his eyes slightly. Nowadays, no one in the entire cultivation world except him knew that Shang Qingyi's mother was a furnace cauldron. When Wei Chongyue once said that Shang Qingyi didn't look anything like his father, it wasn't exaggerated in the slightest. Shang Qingyi's features, especially his eyes, were almost entirely inherited from his mother, there was at least a 60% resemblance. His facial contours were somewhat sharper though, less soft than a woman's, which was why he looked ambiguously handsome, indistinguishable as male or female. This couldn't help but make Wei Chongyue suspect whether Shang Qingyi had inherited the furnace cauldron constitution from his mother. But there was no strange fragrance on him. And yet, he dared to run around without Feng Yang's protection. How could someone with the furnace cauldron constitution act this way? Wei Chongyue became increasingly perplexed. He closed his eyes briefly and waved the messenger away, you may go. The man got up in response, but as he raised his head, shock flashed across his face, sect leader, your hands. Wei Chongyue followed his gaze. The once smooth and young back of his hand had suddenly sprouted countless wrinkles. His pupils quivered, and without hesitation, he darted to the side of the messenger and twisted his neck. As the other's frightened gaze locked onto him, his mask fell off. Like his hands, his face also started developing fine lines. Wei Chongyue released the still-warm corpse and staggered over to the mirror, staring with disgust at his neither human nor ghost-like face. He almost forgot what he originally looked like. Feng Yan always said he was pretentious, imitating the former head of Lingxiao's sect. However, this wasn't by his choice, but because his heart demon was gradually merging with his body. Blood Spring was his last chance. If he obtained the Blood Spring, his life could be extended, giving him more time to fight against the heart demon. But if not, he would be completely consumed by the heart demon, becoming a zombie. Staring at his reflection in the mirror, Wei Chongyue detested the face similar to the other person's even more. Like he didn't feel any pain, he lifted his hand and carved 2 bloody gashes across his face. Yet, due to his great perfection stage cultivation, his wounds healed automatically within moments, leaving not a trace behind. Amidst absolute silence, his gritted teeth spoke, Shang Jincheng, everything I've become now is all because of you. Since you're gone, all these sins shall be repaid by your son. Shang Qingyi sneezed and woke up from her dream. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Xiao Yuan's face up close. Concernedly, he asked, what happened, master? Did you catch a cold? No, Shang Qingyi shook her head and raised her eyes thoughtfully, I just suddenly felt an ominous premonition. But she didn't care enough to dwell too much on it. Smelling the fragrant aroma coming from outside the window, she quickly got up from bed, ran to the window, and leaned out from the second floor of the inn to take a look. Stalls of all kinds were set up on both sides of the street, and that strange and fascinating fragrance came from a stall selling cosmetics. Shang Qingyi was somewhat disappointed, such a pleasant aroma, I thought it was something edible. Xia Luyuan stood beside her and also leaned down to take a look, then curled his lips into a smile, it can be eaten too. Can rouge be eaten? Does this have anything to do with food? Shang Qingyi thought she might not have woken up yet, as she could almost hear Xia Luyuan talking nonsense. As she stared at him in confusion, Xia Luyuan went downstairs directly and soon returned with a small box of rouge. It was pink, especially translucent. That refreshing and invigorating fragrance carried a hint of delicate floral scent, which made one want to take a closer sniff. Just as Shang Qingyi was about to open her mouth, Xia Luyuan dipped his finger in some rouge and smeared it onto her lips. Judging by the color left on his fingertips, he smeared the remaining rouge on her neck. Something seemed amiss. Shang Qingyi roughly knew what he intended to do, and took a sharp breath, turning her head to walk towards the door, I'm very hungry, I want to eat something first. Unfortunately, no matter how much she tried moving her legs, they just stayed rooted to the spot. Xia Luyuan gripped her sleeve. With ease, he pulled her close into his arms, his gaze deep and serious. He bent over and nudged Shang Qingyi's nose tip with his own, softly asking, doesn't master wish to? Shang Qingyi shook her head violently, rejection written all over her face. Yet, the soul-binding vow still showed no reaction. Xia Luyuan laughed with his eyes half closed, deliberately misunderstanding her meaning. I get it, master. Shaking her head means she doesn't refuse. Not giving Shang Qingyi a chance to argue, he lowered for a kiss, smearing the rouge elsewhere as he went. Shang Qingyi had exceptionally fair skin, like the finest and most delicate sheep fat jade. The shade of the rouge melted slowly into her skin, creating a breathtaking beauty. Xia Luyuan couldn't get enough of tasting her lips. Then, following the trace of the rouge, he nibbled along her jawline. Half an incense stick later, the two sat down at a noodle stall downstairs. Xia Luyuan leisurely ate his noodles as if nothing happened. But the Shang Qingyi sitting beside him, wearing a veil with a high collar hiding her neck, had lost her appetite. A breeze blew past. It lifted a corner of the veil, revealing a faint tooth mark on her earlobe. She held the white silk raised by the wind, recovering herself thoroughly. Chapter 139, Liquor Emboldens the Cowardly. In recent days, the two practiced their techniques in the morning and explored various places around the town together in the afternoon. On the fifth day, they unintentionally wandered to the edge of the town. The path was lined with flowers, which seemed strangely familiar. Xia Luyuan stopped and stood motionless before the flower bed. Do you remember when we came to Jinyang Palace before, there was a little girl selling flowers to you? Shang Qingshi said, weren't the flowers she sold exactly the same as those by the road? They were indeed identical. So had he been swindled? Xia Luyuan raised an eyebrow, then she'd better pray that she never meets me again in her life. Just as he finished speaking, a sweet voice from behind called out, Big brother, would you like to buy a bouquet for your beloved one? 3 copper coins per flower, or 3 flowers for 10 copper coins. Xia Luyuan turned around and locked eyes with the little girl. After so much time, this face was still unforgettable for the young girl. There wasn't another person so handsome who let himself be duped by her. She looked at Xia Luyuan, then at her own bucket of flowers, and finally at the flowers on the roadside, suddenly sensing that something serious might happen. She was about to run but was caught by the neck by Xia Luyuan and lifted up effortlessly. With her feet off the ground, she felt like a helpless chick awaiting slaughter, tears streaming down her face while she pleaded for mercy. Brother, I'm sorry. I won't cheat anyone anymore. Can I return your money? No, Xia Luyuan said, you need some kind of lesson. Let me think. Should I throw you in the river, or should I hang you on a tree until you dry up under the sun? Panic-stricken, the girl nearly bit her tongue. She never would have thought that such a good-looking man could have such a cold heart. Crying miserably, she begged Shang Qingshi, whose face was concealed beneath a veil, brother, please restrain him. Murder is against the law. And I am still a child. Seeing no reaction from Shang Qingshi, she tearfully added, I didn't want to deceive people, but I have 80-year-old parents to support and 2 infants crying at home. Our family is so poor that we can't even make ends meet. Shang Qingshi frowned, you look only about 10 or so years old. How could you have 2 children? The girl blinked, I keep 2 kittens. Shang Qingshi sighed, and are your parents really 80 years old? The girl continued to blink, I was raised by a spirit beast, my parents are already 80 years old this year. Shang Qingshi retracted his gaze and said to Xia Luyuan, let her down. Soon her spirit beast parents will sense her scent and come to cause trouble. Xia Luyuan obediently released her. As her feet touched the ground again, she patted her chest in relief and took out a few flowers from the bucket to offer them, both of you are truly good-hearted people. Here, these are for you. Xia Luyuan didn't move to take them but said, tell me more flattering words, otherwise you're not going anywhere. Flattering? That was what the girl excelled at. Having long practiced deception, she knew how to speak to people as they wanted to hear. So she blurted out without hesitation, both of you are truly kind-hearted people. From head to toe, every single hair on you is well matched. You were meant for each other, destined to live harmoniously for 100 years, playing music together, through endless lives forever united. Xia Luyuan was pleased by her words and tossed her a piece of silver. Gratefully, she ran off. Xia Luyuan accompanied Shang Qingshi back to their room at the inn and was preparing to go downstairs to find a quiet place to practice. Shang Qingshi called him back, didn't you ask me before what the bead was? Now I'll tell you. Xia Luyuan halted, obediently sat beside him, looking fully ready to listen attentively. Though somewhat embarrassed, Shang Qingshi had no other choice but to open up hard. The bead refers to the heritage bead left behind by my father, which can help me quickly elevate my cultivation to the late Jindan stage. Looking at his ears gradually turning red, Xia Luyuan found it strange, then that's great, why is it so hard to say? Shang Qingshi was momentarily stuck. He fidgeted with his fingers, hesitating for quite some time before saying, but there's too much essence within the bead. My inner crystal and dantian cannot withstand it. Though he did not elaborate further, Xia Luyuan already realized what was going on, sitting up straight immediately, throat moving. Silence enveloped the room. Shang Qingshi nibbled on his lips and asked, so, do you understand what I mean? Not quite, Xia Luyuan revealed an innocent yet confused expression, blinking, Master, please continue. Shang Qingshi took a deep breath, I need you to help me draw out that part of the spiritual power. Oh, Xia Luyuan nodded repeatedly, still looking like an innocent person, how to draw it out. For a moment, Shang Qingshi thought about giving up. But tomorrow was the day they would set off for the demon realm. The higher his cultivation level, the safer it would be. Yet he just couldn't bring himself to say it outright. After racking his brains for a long time, he decided on the simplest and most primitive method. Liquor emboldens the cowardly. And after drinking, who knows what might happen. Thus, he said to Xia Luyuan, go downstairs and buy a jar of wine. Xia Luyuan obediently nodded and went downstairs. Not long after, he returned with a wine jar in hand. Shang Qingshi poured the wine into teacups, one for himself and one for the other. He gulped down his drink, and Xia Luyuan picked up his cup. Cold flames circled around the edges of the cup under his fingertips, instantly evaporating the wine inside. With an empty cup now, he pretended to take a sip from nothingness. After the first glass, Shang Qingshi felt as if it hadn't worked yet, so he poured another round for both of them. He drank, and Xia Luyuan kept pretending to drink air. By the fourth cup, his head started to spin. His legs wobbled, unsteady. Xia Luyuan reached out to steady his waist. Falling into the other's arms, Shang Qingshi managed to mutter with his last shred of consciousness, help me, onto the bed. Xia Luyuan followed through with his request. Initially planning to lay him down gently, unexpectedly, Shang Qingshi mustered some unknown strength, pushing Xia Luyuan down instead and straddling him. His head spun so badly. For a while, he couldn't remember what he was supposed to do, and he remained frozen, his light tea-colored eyes losing focus. After quite some time, he finally remembered. He formed a seal with his fingers and summoned the Jingja staff. He gathered spiritual energy at his fingertips and extracted the heritage bead from the staff. Holding it in his hands, he could feel the dense spiritual energy radiating within. With a snap, the heritage bead split in half, its threads of spiritual energy suddenly spreading all over Shang Qingshi's body. It seeped into his skin, entered his body, coursing through his veins before rushing uncontrollably into his inner crystal. Indeed, Feng had not been mistaken. This inner crystal couldn't fully absorb all the spiritual power. The inner crystal showed signs of cracking, with the surplus spiritual power unable to fit in and flowing towards the Dantian instead. However, his Dantian had already been saturated. Continuing like this would only result in him being overwhelmed by the excessive spiritual power. Shang Qingshi shakily lifted his eyes. His snowy eyelashes were dampened by sweat, droplets gleaming like crystalline tears. He addressed Xia Luyuan, his voice faltering, take off your clothes. Chapter 140, The Heartrending Friendship of Cannon Fodder. When the rustling sound arose, Shang Qingshi was becoming increasingly unconscious. The aftereffects of the alcohol were rather strong. His head almost fell over, and Xia Luyuan tried to gently lay him down. But Shang abruptly shook his head, weakly supporting himself on Xia Luyuan's side, with a dazed gaze and mumbling, Xia Luyuan, I want to be on top. Xia Luyuan couldn't help but curve his lips, softly enticing and coaxing, but master, right now I need to draw out your spiritual power from within you, it's not for you to take mine. I don't care, sweat slid down from the corner of his eye, likely unaware that he looked unbearably alluring, like a snow-white night blooming cereus drenched by evening rain, I am your master, I want to be on top. Xia Luyuan let out a low chuckle. He created a boundary within the room, then removed Shang Qingshi's bracelet, inserting his slender fingers into the crevices of Shang's hand in a pose of interlocked fingers. An unusual fragrance overwhelmed the air, consciousness drowning entirely in its aroma. From there on, whether above or below, Shang Qingshi had no say in the matter. When the first rays of morning light filtered into the room, Shang Qingshi opened his eyes, lifting a hand to shield against the blinding light. The headache was unbearable, preventing any coherent thought. All he could recognize was that he was still alive, not killed by excessive spiritual force. Turning his head, his clothes were neatly worn, no one beside him, no sign of anyone in the house, as if everything from yesterday afternoon was just an illusion. My mouth is so dry. Shang Qingshi wanted to pour himself a cup of tea. However, at the very moment he moved, he realized something was off. Memories before the bracelet was taken off came flooding back. Afterward, he remembered nothing except for a vague impression, how Xia Luyuan easily restrained both of his wrists with only one hand, preventing struggle. Then used the other hand to slide down from his waist. Truly, kindness invites exploitation. Shang Qingshi fainted again. When he woke up, dawn light already bathed the sky, and Xia Luyuan was sitting by his bedside. Upon seeing his eyes open, he immediately fetched tea and 2 bottles of pills, introducing them kindly, this bottle is for pain relief, that one is for promoting blood circulation and reducing bruises. Master, after you take them, we should go to the Xinyang Palace quickly. Wait a minute. Promoting blood circulation. Shang Qingshi tore open his collar and took a look, then clenched his teeth and asked, Xia Luyuan, are you a dog? Master, how can you say such things about me? I'm so sad. Xia Luyuan blinked, looking as innocent as could be. Whatever happened has happened, brooding over it is futile. Shang Qingshi grabbed the pill bottle, recklessly dumped several pills into his mouth, and swallowed them down with a gulp of tea. The pills circulated through his body. But when he stood up, he could still feel an occasional ache. Xia Lu Yuan promptly supported him, even taking the initiative to ride a sword to bring him up the mountain, being exceedingly considerate. When they arrived at the Zhenyang Palace, the leaders of the various sects were already gathered in the square. As Shang Qingshi had predicted, they indeed saw nothing wrong with Wei Chongyue's recent actions. Two leaders from minor sects even flattered, saying, "Devilish seeds are naturally cruel and murderous, always going solo. In the past, they stayed out of our affairs due to the old demon lord's influence. Now that the old demon lord is dead, they've been slaughtering each other, making their defenses far weaker than usual. At this time, Wei leading us to seal the blood spring in the demon realm is truly a brilliant strategy. Only those who obtain the blood spring can become the new demon lord. If we seal the blood spring, the demon realm will be without a leader, utterly disorganized, and will never be able to rival us again." Their voices rose higher and higher, causing Shang Qingshi to wrinkle his brow slightly. These two fools are at the late Jindan stage. When things go awry later, Wei Chongyue and Feng Yang can instantly teleport away, while the infant stage leaders might unite to break through. As for Jindan practitioners, they'll have no choice but to be cannon fodder, mere stepping stones. It's the first time Shang Qingshi has seen someone willing to be cannon fodder yet be so cheerful about it. Amidst their flattery, Wei Chongyue finally arrived, with Feng Yang conveniently showing up to block Shang Qingshi. Suddenly, the surrounding sound ceased as everyone waited for Wei Chongyue to speak. Today, he wore white robes, and his mask was also white. At a glance, he carried quite an air of ethereal mystique. Glancing around, he spoke lightly, "Feng Yang Elder, kindly assist me in casting the spell to open the demon realm passage." Feng Yang stood unmoving. Wei Chongyue furrowed his eyebrows, asking, "What? You refuse to cooperate?" The various sect leaders looked at each other, saying nothing. Under the gaze of several pairs of eyes, Feng Yang smirked insincerely, "I am not your Zhenyang Palace elder. Any matters should be addressed to the Lingxiao sect's leader. Once he agrees, let him give me orders." Wei Chongyue gritted his teeth in displeasure. But he forcibly suppressed his anger and turned to Shang Qingshi, "Would trouble you, Master Shang, to have your elder assist me in opening a passage to the demon realm." Shang Qingshi gave Feng Yang a slight nod of the chin. Feng Yang immediately stepped forward, none of the arrogance from earlier when facing Wei Chongyue remaining. This change in attitude deepened Wei Chongyue's hatred, yet thankfully, his mask concealed any ugly expressions. He calmed himself, summoned his staff, and forcefully carved a rift in the air. Feng Yang condensed his spiritual power, injecting it into the rift. Only someone at the Deshang cultivation stage could wield such ability, others merely watched as the rift gradually widened, becoming large enough for people to pass through. Finished. Wei Chongyue withdrew his hand and glanced back at the crowd, "Who wishes to go in first?" Instantly, the square fell silent, even the sound of a needle falling would be heard clearly. The two minor sect leaders who had just flattered Wei Chongyue exchanged uneasy looks before mustering their courage to enter together, one after another. Then came screams of agony from within, followed by spurts of blood. Feng Yang blinked, looking toward Wei Chongyue, "Where exactly did you open this passage?" Wei Chongyue responded, "Naturally around the blood spring. Currently, almost all the demonic seeds were gathered here to vie for the blood spring. And yet, Wei Chongyue had dared to open the passage right here, clearly harboring no good intentions. The passage is already open, if we don't go inside, the demonic seeds will flow out through this gap." Facing skeptical gazes all around, in order to calm the hearts of the people, Wei Chongyue gestured to the two guardians of the Zhenyang Palace, "You two go in first and clear a path for the masters." The two guards entered as instructed, leaving the rest with no choice but to grit their teeth and follow. Shang Qingshi was near the end of the line. As soon as he entered, he saw the bodies of the two minor sect leaders who had entered hand in hand earlier. One had his head devoured by the demonic seeds, the other had a gaping hole where his heart once was, obviously having been eviscerated by the demonic seeds. Even so, their hands remained tightly clasped together. Truly, an earth-shattering friendship among cannon fodder. Chapter 141, Twin-born Array. Thanks to Shang Qing's reminder, Feng Yang mixed among the crowd with absolutely no intention of casting spells or offering help. He was too lazy to even pretend. Wei Chongyue, whose eyesight was fine, naturally noticed but chose not to expose him. Once he obtained the blood spring, let alone Feng Yang, even all the people here together with the demon seeds would no longer be his match. Today, besides him, no one else will leave alive. In a deep voice, he instructed the left and right enforcers, "I'll repel the demon seeds around the blood spring, you two quickly form the array to block them outside." The left and right enforcers were both at the Yuanian cultivation stage, disciples raised personally by him since they were little. They had practiced an array called the twin-born array since childhood, which could produce effects comparable to that of a great enlightenment cultivator. Upon receiving instructions, the two started forming the array back-to-back. Wei Chongyue also picked up his staff, preparing to cast the repelling spell. Complicated yet intricate golden patterns extended from under his feet in all directions, changing the colors of heaven and earth in an instant as he was completely bathed in the light of the array, causing Shang Qing's mouth to slightly hang open. This is the ultimate array that only a great enlightenment cultivator can create. It's simply boundless. He wonders if, within his lifetime, he'll also be able to create such a stunning array. Around them rose cries of agony and despair from the demon seeds. Shang-Qing quietly pulled Xia Luyuan to hide deeper into the crowd. Wei Chongyue's repelling array had already formed, making the earth shake and the light shine brightly, as the demon seeds surrounding the blood spring were repelled far away. The twin-born array of the two enforcers also generated an invisible barrier at this moment, prompting everyone to hurriedly take shelter inside it. They had high cultivation and moved swiftly. Shang-Qing entered last, and upon turning back, she saw that there was still one person who hadn't come in. Xia Luyuan stood outside the barrier, his fingers touching its transparent surface. This barrier was clearly for blocking demon seeds, so why couldn't he enter? Was it because of the underworld crossing? Yet the main protective arrays of the Xinyang Palace and Lingxiao sect, which also have the ability to repel demon seeds, allowed him free access. Lost in thought, a half-transparent demon seed took advantage of the situation and quietly crept up behind him. Its sharp and long claws attacked his back, and if he had taken the hit, even if he didn't die, he'd certainly have lost a layer of skin. At a critical moment, Shang-Qing tried to pull Xia Luyuan inside, sensing a strange resistance. Before she had time to think why, she hastily pounced forward, rolling onto the ground outside the twin-born array with Xia Luyuan. The demon seed missed its target and roared angrily, persistently stretching its sharp claws toward the two on the ground. Finally reacting, flames of mutation instantly erupted around Xia Luyuan as the demon seed's claws caught fire. It screamed in pain before being pierced through the throat by Frost Descent Sword, dying completely. For now, they were safe. However, the twin-born array had completely closed off. Now, not just Xia Luyuan, even Shang-Qing couldn't get back inside. Just then, Wei Chongyue stared menacingly at the blood spring, and Feng Yang had no choice but to keep a close watch on his every move to prevent any tricks. With Shang-Qing and Xia Luyuan trapped outside the barrier, Feng Yang had no more time to concern himself with other matters. He tapped lightly on the edge of the barrier and spoke gravely, "Let me out." "Feng Yang elder, you must consider carefully," said Wei Chongyue calmly. "My two enforcers of Xinyang can only cast the twin-born array once. Your insistence on rescuing these two outside will endanger us all." Other sect leaders rushed to persuade, "Elder Feng Yang, please don't worry. Shang-Qing is a prodigy, and he has a student with a mutated fire essence root beside him. Demon seeds fear fire the most, they'll be all right." Feng Yang did not care about the lives of others. To him, the lives of everyone within this barrier weren't worth the life of Shang-Qing. Whoever dies is unrelated to him, but if something happens to Shang-Qing, he truly wouldn't hesitate to drag everyone down with him, ensuring no one leaves here alive. Right when he was about to speak, Shang-Qing shook his head at him from outside the barrier. Feng Yang was still uneasy, but at this moment Xia Luyuan assured him, "Don't worry, elder, I'm here." Indeed, the mutated fire essence root could scare off the demon seeds. Moreover, for the demon seeds, the blood spring was clearly much more important. They no longer focused their attention on the two individuals but instead relentlessly attacked the barrier. Shang-Qing and Xia Luyuan retreated to a relatively safe corner, watching the countless demon seeds encircle the barrier tightly, leaving no gaps. Even so, Shang-Qing did not dare to relax her vigilance. She cast a small water wall array spell, creating a protective barrier around the two of them. Then she turned and asked, "Why couldn't I pull you just now?" Looking at the puzzled eyes of Xia Luyuan, she felt uncertain. He lowered his eyelashes, pretending not to meet her gaze, and casually made up an excuse, "Because my leg cramped and I couldn't move, and teacher Shang's strength is too small." Shang-Qing didn't believe it. But seeing him hanging his head like a forlorn little dog, she decided not to press further. Instead, she straightened his head and carefully examined his expression, asking, "Are you scared?" "Yes, I am scared," Xia Luyuan nodded earnestly, "I'm so afraid." "Teacher, hold me." Shang-Qing was unsure whether he was truly scared or just pretending. Still, she leaned over and gently embraced him. Such a warm scene was unfortunately interrupted by an ignorant demon seed. It was a six-headed eclipse beast. Smelling a familiar scent on Shang-Qing, it recognized her as the one who had killed its kin and taken away the eclipse power and core. It roared as its 6 heads were raised high, and under its frenzied attack, the water wall array spell was quickly broken. Xia Luyuan hurriedly used the mutated flames to scare it off. Yet, the 6-headed eclipse beast lived up to its reputation as one of the most brutal and bloodthirsty demon seeds. After only hesitating for a moment, it pounced again. Even though its body was covered with hard scales, it still got burned by the flames. The pain instead ignited its fighting spirit, and it charged forward recklessly, eventually finding an opportunity to rip a bloody large wound on Xia Luyuan's arm. It proudly lifted its claw, looking at the blood staining it. Then it mysteriously stilled for a second. At this moment, Shang-Qing's spiritual energy sphere hit it directly. It didn't dodge, just getting slammed and rolling several times before finally coming to a stop. "Are you alright?" Shang-Qing immediately went to check Xia Luyuan's wound. "The attacks of the 6-headed eclipse beast are poisonous. You need to use the flame to expel the poison right away." Xia Luyuan placed his hand over the wound, letting the fire flow through his veins to squeeze out black blood. There was no time to bandage the wound, as he looked up toward the 6-headed eclipse beast in the distance. It transformed into human form. A slim teenage girl. Her arms were delicate and white but showed large areas of scorched wounds from being burned by the flames earlier. She stared at them from afar, without any intention of attacking further. When other demon seeds tried to approach, she waved them off. Standing a safe distance away, she suddenly grinned in a strange way, then turned around and disappeared from the spot. Something stirred in her heart, making Shang-Qing feel puzzled. What was she smiling about? Chapter 142, Blood Pearl. I don't know either. Xia Luyuan shook his head. Then he tugged at the wound on his arm, wincing as he inhaled a sharp breath of cold air. At this point, Shang-Qingshi no longer had the leisure to care why the demonic creatures were laughing. Instead, she rummaged through her bracelet space and handed him the unfinished bottle of pain-relieving pills. She also tore off a piece of her blouse to tightly bandage the still bleeding wound. Outside the barrier was peaceful, inside the barrier was pandemonium. The reason was that the seal technique Wei Chongyue gave everyone seemed strange. Why not use an ordinary sealing technique? Why must we learn it now? The sect leader of Xian Nuzong frowned and said, moreover, I've looked at your sealing technique, and something about it feels off. The sect leader of Wanshue Peak, also proficient in spellwork, was well versed in sealing techniques. I've seen over 20 types of sealing techniques, but I've never encountered one like this. Moreover, the patterns recorded here are too fragmented and complex. It's impossible for many people to master this quickly. Wei Chongyue didn't need to speak up. Naturally, the right guardian defended him. The blood spring itself is a peculiar object, so naturally a peculiar sealing technique must be used. Everyone, instead of hesitating, should hurry and learn. Once the barrier breaks and the demons rush in, there will be no way to seal the blood spring again. The group looked somewhat uncertain and shifted their eyes to Fengyang, who was watching idly from the side. What does Elder Fengyang think? Fengyang turned his head, adopting a posture as if it were none of his business. However, there were two rather bold individuals with a strong determination to get to the bottom of things, who opened their mouths again and said, Elder, among the people here aside from sect leader Wei, your cultivation level is the highest. You need to step forward and fulfill your duties. To begin with, Shang-Qingshi and Xia Luyuan being locked outside the barrier already irritated Fengyang. Additionally, those demon species surrounded the barrier tightly, allowing not a single ray of light to penetrate, making it impossible to see the conditions outside. Now, these two people buzzed around his ears again. That he hadn't swatted them like flies was already indicative of his relatively good temper. Fengyang turned back and stared coldly at the two of them, slowly squeezing out 4 words from his mouth, not my problem. The two were speechless for a moment, exchanging glances helplessly. Eventually, they could only pick up the scroll of sealing technique given by Wei Chongyue and started learning it. Fengyang turned his head and stared at the edge of the barrier. The right guardian asked Wei Chongyue, what shall we do if Elder Fengyang refuses to learn? It's fine. His only role is to help widen the passage. We have enough people to perform the array, we don't need him, said Wei Chongyue indifferently. Under the mask, his gaze remained fixed on the small pool at the center. Red spring water flowed inside it. Despite having no temperature, it boiled as though it had been heated. This contained the entire lifetime of cultivation from the old demon lord. Only the demons could drink it, humans would instantly turn to ashes upon contact. But it didn't matter. Once the array was completed, the blood spring would condense into a blood pearl. When that time came, if he could pass the trial of the blood spring's secret realm, it would become his. A cracking sound came from above. Wei Chongyue looked up to see a crack appearing in the barrier. The demons scattered in that area, leaving behind a massive, sky-obscuring Huangyul one-bird beast. From its appearance, its cultivation was probably comparable to a late Yuaning stage cultivator. Seeing Fengyang remain motionless, Wei Chongyue had no choice but to strengthen the barrier himself, reminding everyone, the barrier can hold for half an incense stick's worth of time. Everyone needs to hurry up, otherwise, this trip will be wasted. As soon as he finished speaking, another crack appeared on the right side of the barrier, belonging to the mate of the Huangyul one-bird beast, whose cultivation level was in the middle Yuaning stage. Wei Chongyue furrowed his brows. Clearly, relying on just himself to mend the barrier wouldn't work. If he exhausted all his spiritual energy, how would he complete the trial of the blood spring? He subconsciously glanced at the right guardian. Thankfully, he had planted the Xianxinggu, life-offering worm, within the other person's body, and now it was time for the worm to take effect. Watching the right guardian walk directly toward the broken part of the barrier, he slashed his palm open. The barrier acted as though it had life, swiftly absorbing his blood, repairing the cracks very quickly. Soon, the barrier was restored as if it were brand new, but the right guardian showed no intention of stopping and continued offering his own blood to strengthen the barrier further. The left guardian felt perplexed and hurriedly shouted toward him, "It's enough. Stop." The other person acted as if they hadn't heard. Instead, Wei Chongyue spoke up, "There's no time to hesitate. Let's begin the spell casting immediately." Leading the way, the other sect leaders were compelled to follow hastily under the threat posed by the demons. Before the left guardian could say more, he was interrupted by Wei Chongyue's cold voice, "The right guardian has willingly offered his blood for us to perform the spell smoothly. If you care about him so much, then hurry up and help me complete the sealing technique to end everything." With that said, the left guardian had no choice but to swallow his extra words back. The left and right guardians had been close childhood friends from the same village. Both of them possessed great talents and were recruited as inner disciples by Xingyang Palace. Later, they stood out during their intra-sect trials and became personal disciples of the sect leader, tutored directly by Wei Chongyue. To them, Wei Chongyue wasn't just their master and superior, he was like a father figure. The left guardian retracted his gaze and joined the spellcasting group. As for Feng Yang, having nothing better to do, he glanced at the right guardian. Seeing his vacant stare, it was as if he couldn't feel any pain at all. His face was paler than a corpse due to excessive blood loss. This clearly wasn't normal. Feng Yang tried pushing him lightly. He suddenly leaned backward, collapsing. Even though his body was no longer in contact with the barrier, his blood continued to be drained, an extremely bizarre situation. Unable to hold back, Feng Yang squatted down and placed his hand near the right guardian's nose. No breath. He was already dead. Feng Yang's eyebrows twitched, but unfortunately, no one paid attention to this scene. At that moment, the blood spring was being compressed violently, struggling as if it had a life of its own. Cold sweat poured from the heads of everyone casting the spell, and they put in all their effort without the slightest hesitation. The right guardian's blood had been completely drained. The barrier rang again with the sound of cracking. Some people began to panic, and Wei Chongyue quickly shouted, "Do not stop. The seal is almost complete." Everyone gritted their teeth and continued the ritual. The cracking sounds grew louder, while the blood spring grew smaller. Finally, as the barrier completely shattered, the blood spring shrank into a bead, radiating a mysterious and dangerous blood-red light that was irresistibly tempting. Wei Chongyue's face behind the mask revealed an excited expression. This was what he had always yearned for. It was also his lifeline. The demonic species outside rushed in all at once, scattering those around them thanks to the two Huang Yulwan bird beasts. However, they posed no threat to Wei Chongyue, who was at the Deshang stage. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he reached out to grab the blood pearl. But another hand moved faster than his, snatching the blood pearl before him. Chapter 143, The Villain Dies Because of Talking Too Much. Wei Chongyue's hand swiped at air. His expression suddenly changed, and with a grim face, he looked at the owner of the hand. "Feng Yang, what do you want to do?" "That's what I should ask you." Feng Yang glanced at the blood-red bead in his palm, then casually looked at Wei Chongyue. "What do you want to do with it?" A flash of killing intent crossed Wei Chongyue's eyes. He did not answer Feng Yang's question but raised the staff in his hand, producing dark ink-like water ripples under Feng Yang's feet. Countless humanoid creatures crawled out from the water, snarling as they charged toward Feng Yang. Feng Yang showed no fear. With his right hand, he formed a whip made of spiritual energy that was laced with lightning, striking down the humanoid creatures and smashing their bodies into pieces which dissolved back into the dark water patterns. Just after dealing with these creatures, a new magical array formed above him, rapidly compressing downward with the clear intent of crushing him into a meat pancake. Feng Yang smiled, the whip disappeared, and with both hands forming seals, the air was instantly filled with thunderous roars as lightning streaked across the sky. Several lightning bolts split from the edge of the magical array, carrying an overwhelming destructive force. Unable to withstand such extreme slashing power, the magical array shattered into pieces just before it touched Feng Yang. Feng Yang hovered mid-air, his dark robes and long hair were lifted by the wind. The blood bead remained peacefully resting in the palm of his hand. With a mocking smirk, he asked, "Do you have any more lessons to impart, Patriarch Wei?" Wei Chongyue felt somewhat angry and embarrassed. It was too slow for a magical cultivation practitioner to cast spells, leaving insufficient time to construct a large powerful array during one-on-one combat, thus making it disadvantageous. If only he was still a sword cultivator, Feng Yang surely wouldn't dare to be so arrogant in front of him. As Wei Chongyue gazed at the blood bead, he had no intention of giving up. Discarding his staff, his body suddenly shot upwards. Fine threads emerged from behind him, one end tied around his fingers while the other end attacked Feng Yang directly. This was 9 Mystic Control. Even more horrifying was its ultimate form where each thread had been stained with countless amounts of blood. "Good." Feng Yang raised his hand, his surroundings brimming with electricity crackling loudly, and once again, the whip appeared in his hand. "Today, let me witness your proudest technique, Patriarch Wei." The two figures entangled again. More than a dozen sect masters struggling arduously against demonic breeds were all stunned on the side. In the face of the formidable enemy, these two great cultivators with the highest level of cultivation didn't help, yet instead started fighting among themselves. In the face of two intimidatingly glaring Hung Yulwan birds and various other demon breeds, the masters had no choice but to unite and each bring out their best skills to push them back. Only the left guardian was still concerned about the right guardian beside them. Seeing the other lying motionlessly on the ground, his heart grew increasingly anxious. Finally, finding a chance, he broke through layer upon layer of surrounding demons, arrived at the right guardian's side, and reached out to support him. But when his fingers touched the cold skin of the other, his hand trembled slightly, frozen in place. "Xiao Yi." He called out the name. Yet, the other's face was deathly pale, his skin tightly adhering to the bone, obviously having been drained of all blood. Suddenly, something small and round appeared in the lifeless arm, darting around aimlessly like a headless fly until it finally found an exit, escaping through a wound in the palm. It was a black little bug with countless legs, no eyes, and 2 red spots on its back, looking incredibly bizarre. The left guardian suddenly widened his eyes. These were Wei Chongyue's soul insects. This thing was used by Wei Chongyue to cultivate death soil. During the early stages when the soil was weak, the insect was planted inside the body, connecting it to fate. In this way, even if the soil became powerful in the future, there was no hope of removing the soul insect. Once Wei Chongyue gave the command, the soul insect would take over the brain of the victim and follow orders. Qingyang Palace cultivated many of these death soils, most being people who had committed grievous sins. Wei Chongyue gave them a second life, allowing them to redeem their past sins. In their hearts, Wei Chongyue was a figure akin to a father and mentor. They never expected that, in the other's mind, they were no different from those death soils. They were merely pawns of Wei Chongyue, given some favors when convenient, inducing their gratitude and loyalty. When anything went awry, they were discarded without hesitation. It was Wei Chongyue who had killed Xiao Yi. The left guardian's eyes became vacant, tears streaming down his face. He raised his hand and gently closed the ever-unyielding eyes of the right guardian, then shakily stood up, looking towards Wei Chongyue in the sky. His toes lightly touched the ground, and his silhouette moved subtly, appearing behind Wei Chongyue. Wei Chongyue was preoccupied battling Feng Yang and could not spare attention. Taking the opportunity, the left guardian summoned a spiritual bow, drew it with a string, using his own blood as an arrow to shoot towards Wei Chongyue's heart. Wei Chongyue's body trembled violently. In disbelief, he looked at the arrow that had pierced through his body. At that very moment, Feng Yang broke Wei's technique. His body quickly plummeted down, falling clumsily onto the ground. His mask fell off to one side. Seeing the bruise beneath his eyes, Feng Yang couldn't help but scoff coldly, "I knew it. Someone like you would surely be plagued by mental demons." With that, Feng Yang gathered his spiritual power intending to finish him off, but the left guardian interjected with a shaky voice, "Let me do it." Feng Yang stepped back. The left guardian stood in front of Wei Chongyue, his voice trembling, "In your heart, what am I? What is Xiao Yi?" Wei Chongyue could not even recall who this Xiao Yi was. He just wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gave a smirk without any sincerity and cursed, "The Qingyang Palace has nurtured you for so many years, and I didn't expect you to turn out to be such an ungrateful traitor." "You still sound so self-righteous," Feng Yang couldn't resist interrupting, "after you caused someone's brother to die, how could you still expect him to continue risking everything for you?" As soon as he finished speaking, the Lingxiao mirror around his waist moved slightly, revealing golden words before his eyes. "Shang Qingshi, stop wasting time and kill him immediately, don't let him cause more trouble later." Feng Yang glanced back and saw Shang Qingshi and Xia Luyuan hiding in the corner, looking over here. Retrieving his gaze, he turned to the left guardian beside him and said, "Don't waste time talking to him. Kill him quickly, or else I will take over." Upon hearing this, the left guardian shivered again and drew the bowstring once more. At this point, strong light burst forth around the staff discarded by Wei Chongyue, then exploded violently. The explosive power was so great that Feng Yang himself was thrown away. Wei Chongyue struggled to rise, forcefully pulling out the arrow embedded in his chest. The bloody wound healed instantaneously. Looking at the left guardian, he gave a chilling smile devoid of warmth. "You fool, my heart naturally grows on the right side. You haven't injured my vital spot at all." Then he approached Feng Yang, his eyes filled with concealed malice. "I'm waiting for my magical array to complete." "What are you waiting for?" Shang Qingshi in the distance felt a dark shadow cross before his eyes. It really does make some sense that villains always talk too much and die because of it. There he was, Wei Chongyue extending his hand, trying to seize the blood bead from Feng Yang's palm. Unexpectedly, the blood bead seemed to suddenly gain self-awareness and detached itself from Feng Yang's hand, floating into the air. To Wei Chongyue's astonished gaze, it shot towards Xia Luyuan at lightning speed. Chapter 144, Lost the Way Home. Everything before their eyes turned into a glaring red. Xia Luyuan and Shang Qingshi were enveloped by cold blood mists, their bodies disappearing from the original spot. A gentle breeze swept by, brushing Xia Luyuan's bangs. He woke up abruptly. Raising his eyes, he saw a vast field of golden rice paddies. He was standing on a dike. In front of him was a rice paddy, behind him a babbling brook, and not far away, there were lowly thatched cottages. Everything seemed so familiar. Two children with little braids walked by, seemingly upset because he was blocking their way, muttering at him unhappily, "Yuan Gu, you're in our way." He was stunned. The dike underfoot was indeed too narrow for more than one person to pass. Instinctively, he stepped aside and fell into the brook. Seeing him like this, the two children burst into laughter. Yuan Gu must have slept himself dumb. He's still not fully awake. They skipped away while Xia Luyuan was just about to get up from the water when an additional hand appeared in front of him. It was a rough, sturdy hand covered in calluses from years of hard work, weathered by time. Following the hand upwards, the figure turned out to be tall, his face blackened from years of sun exposure from working outside. His eyebrows were thick and looked somewhat intimidating. But right now, concern filled his expression as he pulled Xia Luyuan out of the brook. Xia Luyuan opened his mouth hesitantly, "Third uncle. Boy, why are you so lost in spirit? The man asked, is it because you didn't measure up in terms of spiritual roots and are feeling sad? Xia Luyuan blankly stared at him, test spiritual roots. That's right, the other replied, you said before that people from a major sect came to the neighboring village. Once your spiritual roots were tested, you could cultivate magic. He continued, your parents refused to agree, so you had a big fight with them. They locked you inside, but it was me who helped you escape through the window. I fought with my parents. Xiao Yuan's mind was a complete fog, nothing came back to him. However, upon hearing these words, he rushed toward home in haste, the man called third uncle calling after him, a Yuan, go home and change clothes quickly. Don't catch a cold. Xia Luyuan ran urgently. By the time he reached the familiar house, his forehead was already drenched in sweat. Smoke curled gently from the roof, and he dashed quickly into the kitchen, seeing a busy figure, his voice choked, Mom. The figure stopped momentarily, setting down her greens, then turned around. Mother Xia was beautiful, her soft features exuding warmth and comfort. She waved Xia Luyuan over and, once close, wiped the sweat off his forehead, saying, Child, it's not even that hot today. Why are you all flushed? Speaking, she noticed Xiao Yuan's back was completely soaked by brook water. She commanded, go inside first and change clothes, then go up the mountain and bring your father back. I've prepared a meat soup today. Xiao Luyuan obediently changed clothes and left, asking towards the kitchen as he went, Mom, is Dad still mad at me? Fathers and sons don't hold grudges overnight, Mother Xia said from the kitchen, handing him a basket of wild fruit, take this to third aunt while you're at it. She's worried about your marriage prospects. What marriage prospects? Xiao Luyuan took the basket in confusion, puzzled. Yes, Mother Xia responded, people in our village usually marry around 15 or 16 years old, but you're 17 and haven't arranged a marriage yet. She softly sighed, saying, but third aunt has assured me this time she will find a reliable girl for you. She will come for a look in a few days. Xiao Luyuan found this odd. But exactly what felt strange, he couldn't explain. His head felt empty, as if he'd lost some important memories. Mother Xia urged him, what are you waiting for? Go. With a light push from her, Xiao Luyuan hastily set out for third aunt's house with the fruit basket. The gate was closed, and after calling for a long time with no response, he had to place the items outside the yard. Subsequently, heading up the mountain, he met his father returning from hunting in the woods. Father Xia had a stern appearance. Upon seeing his son, though, his expression softened visibly for a moment before he forcibly became serious again, ignoring him. Xiao Luyuan didn't say anything either but quietly followed Father Xia home silently. Mother Xia had already prepared dinner, a pot of meat soup placed on the stone table in the yard. There were also cold mixed greens and stir-fried mushrooms. As she brought out bowls of rice, noticing the silence between father and son, she asked proactively, didn't you go test for spiritual roots this morning, a Yuan? What were the results? I didn't go, Xiao Luyuan shook his head. Hearing this, Father Xia seemed somewhat surprised, looking awkwardly at him and said, didn't you have your heart set on cultivating? Hurry up after dinner, or the cultivators will leave. Xiao Luyuan asked puzzled, but weren't you unwilling for me to go all along? Those cultivators face terrifying beasts and demons, I only have one son, and I don't want anything bad to happen to you. Father Xia patted his shoulder, yet, I know you're a decisive child. Once you've made up your mind about something, no one can interfere. Xiao Luyuan stared at him for a long time, then suddenly threw himself into his father's arms, I won't go. I want to stay with you and mother. At this scene, Mother Xia couldn't help but shed tears, then smiled as she gently patted Xiao Yuan's head tenderly and softly said, come on, let's eat while the soup doesn't get cold. Shang Qingshi woke from a deep slumber. He found himself surrounded by endless green mountains. He lay amidst a cluster of trees, his luxurious, delicate attire riddled with holes from the branches. His hair was in disarray, and he looked quite bedraggled. However, that wasn't the worst part. Looking around, he saw no sign of Xiao Luyuan. Shang Qingshi stood up and tried moving his fingers, fortunately, his spiritual energy remained. He used his power to activate Lingxiao Mirror and send a message to Xiao Luyuan. Yet, despite waiting an interminable amount of time, there was no reply. As night grew darker, Shang Qingshi realized he couldn't remain passive anymore, so he attempted to step out of the woods to see what had happened. After just a few steps, something suddenly tugged at the hem of his clothes. Alarmed, he instinctively summoned his staff, but upon glancing down, he saw a small child gripping his sleeve. Moments before, there'd been nothing nearby. He had no idea where this child had come from. The little boy was sobbing, his shoulders shaking pitifully as he spoke in a childish, pathetic voice, Big brother, I can't find my way home. Can you take me back? The kid was so short that Shang Qingshi could only see his dark, unruly mop of hair. He carefully probed the boy with his spiritual senses, detecting absolutely no hostility. This was just an ordinary human child. Relaxing slightly, his rigid mood eased a bit. Who are you? Where is your home? Shang Qingshi squatted down to meet the child eye to eye, but when he caught sight of the boy's face, his breath caught in his throat. This face. It was unmistakably a miniature version of Xiao Luyuan. Chapter 145, Younger Version of Xia Luyuan. His facial features were not yet fully developed, with a pair of large eyes and round, dark pupils. His little face was smudged with mud from somewhere, making him look dirty. He was crying his heart out, tears covering his entire face. His hair was disheveled, and the long life braid that he used to wear was now limp and hanging in front of him. When Shang Qingshi squatted down to look at him, Xia Luyuan also clearly saw Shang Qingshi's face. At once, he stopped crying, wiping his face with his sleeve which only made it dirtier. He looked like a little flower cat. "Brother," he sincerely exclaimed, "you're so handsome." Shang Qingshi was already shocked speechless. Why did strange situations always happen no matter which secret realm they were in? What exactly is going on with this younger version of Xia Luyuan? He walked around little Xia Luyuan, touched his head, pinched his cheeks, and grabbed his long life braid. Ordinary children might consider him a kidnapper under these circumstances. But little Xia Luyuan just stared blankly at him. Finally, Shang Qingshi withdrew his hand and squatted down in front of him again, asking, "Xia Luyuan, how old are you?" 7 years old. After answering his question, little Xia Luyuan tilted his head in confusion. "Brother, how do you know my name?" "I don't remember telling you." "Because brother is not an ordinary person." Unconsciously, Shang Qingshi's voice softened as he used a cleansing spell to help clean the grubby little face. "Brother also knows that you will become a powerful sword cultivator in the future, and everyone will like you." Young Xia Luyuan listened to his gentle words, watching the spiritual power at his fingertips, and his eyes lit up. "How do you know so many things, brother? Are you a mirage beast?" Shang Qingshi paused. "A mirage beast? This is the name of a type of demon spawn. They are different from other demon spawns and do not possess aggressiveness. They often appear in graveyards and mass graves, feeding on human remains. Isn't this the Blood Spring secret realm? Why does it have anything to do with a mirage beast?" Looking at the little bundle in front of him, Shang Qingshi asked curiously, "Why are you looking for a mirage beast?" Little Xia Luyuan blinked his innocent eyes and said innocently, but his words sent chills down one's spine, "I killed Li Ergu from my village, but I don't know where to bury his body. So I ran into the forest to find you, hoping you could eat his body." Speaking of this, he lowered his head disappointingly and sniffed, "But I ran too far and can't find my way home." Shang Qingshi was stunned. Could this really come out of the mouth of a 7-year-old child? He thought, this child must not be the younger version of Xia Luyuan, but rather an illusion in the Blood Spring secret realm. He stood up to leave, but little Xia Luyuan quickly clung onto his leg, anxiously pleading, "Mirage beast brother, please don't go. I've been alone in the forest for a long time, and it's only now that I've met you." "I'm not a mirage beast," Shang Qingshi, unable to break free, asked instead, "Get down and tell me where your home is. Are there mountains or plains around? I'll send you back home first." "It's a plain." Little Xia Luyuan thought carefully, "There are golden rice fields everywhere, and there's a stream in the village along with a big water wheel. If it's a plain, it's easier to deal with." Shang Qingshi thought that after getting out of this forest, he would fly using his magical sword and look for the lowest point in the terrain. But with Xia Luyuan following, they had traveled a long distance until Shang Qingshi's legs were sore and still hadn't reached the end. The sky had already completely darkened, surrounded by sounds of birds and beasts, even wolf howls. Little Xia Luyuan was terrified, tears streaming down his face, holding Shang Qingshi's sleeve tightly while his body shook violently. "Brother, I'm so scared." Shang Qingshi helplessly glanced down at him. Who would have thought that this pitiful little crybaby could actually be capable of killing and destroying corpses? Unable to walk out of the woods, he decided to chop down the surrounding trees. But when his spiritual force touched the trunk, it was effortlessly deflected. "What's going on?" Shang Qingshi reached out to touch them, and those trunks seemed normal, without any peculiarities. Xia Luyuan cried louder, and Shang Qingshi worried that the sound would attract the wolves, so he gave up pondering and squatted down to comfort him. "Stop crying first, brother will tell you a story, alright?" "I don't want to hear a story." Xia Luyuan shook his head sorrowfully, huge teardrops falling continuously like beads unthreaded. His pupils were originally dark, and when he lowered his gaze, there wasn't a single spark of light, as if he were an island submerged in deep water. This appearance made Shang Qingshi somewhat bewildered. It was as if that day, when Xia Luyuan pretended to be drunk and cried in front of him, even the droop of his mouth corners were exactly the same. He retracted his thoughts and patiently asked gently, "Then what do you want?" Little Xia Luyuan patted his stomach, "I'm hungry, I want to eat." But all around there were only trees, and it was impossible to find food. Shang Qingshi rummaged through his spatial bracelet for a while. After a long time, he finally managed to pull out a candy from a corner. It had melted somewhat. The wrapper was dirty too. But little Xia Luyuan didn't mind at all. He just took it directly, tore open the wrapper, and popped it into his mouth. Shang Qingshi asked, "Do you like eating candies too?" "I've always liked candies." He looked up seemingly confused, using those red eyes from crying to look at Shang Qingshi and ask, "Who else besides me likes to eat them?" "No one." Shang Qingshi shook his head. For some reason, he missed Xia Luyuan. If the other person was here, they would surely take the initiative to chop down a tree to set up a tent, collect firewood, and embrace him to keep warm. Instead of being like now, drinking the cold north wind with a child in the woods. He rubbed his hands, and beside him, little Xia Luyuan seemed to have figured something out and asked, "Is Big Brother very cold?" Shang Qingshi nodded, so he stood up and fiddled with something nearby. In the pitch-black darkness, nothing could be seen clearly. Just as Shang Qingshi was about to ask, he saw flames ignite before him. Borrowing the light of the fire, he saw clearly that little Xia Luyuan was picking up dead branches. Startled, he asked, "How did you light the fire?" "I don't know either, but whenever I exert myself, flames can erupt from my palms. And my fire has a very high temperature, it can burn anything," little Xia Luyuan answered, then as if suddenly remembering something, cheerfully exclaimed, "I know. I can burn Li Ergu's body into ashes, this way no one will ever be able to find him." Flames in his palms, with extremely high temperature. Isn't this exactly Xia Luyuan's initial mutated fire spiritual root? This kid was undoubtedly 7-year-old Xia Luyuan. Only the matter of random killings made Shang Qingshi somewhat unable to accept it. He still couldn't comprehend and tentatively asked, "Did Li Ergu have any grudges against you? Why did you kill him?" "He kept harassing my mother, my father beat him many times, but he didn't repent. Instead, he took advantage of the adult's absence, tied me up and brought me to his house, wanting to use me to threaten my mother." Amidst the blazing firelight, little Xia Luyuan looked at Shang Qingshi, the dark pupils reflecting the flickering flames. "Dad said that a qualified hunter should aim to kill the prey instantly, not giving it any chance to struggle, so I killed him." Chapter 146, Brother is so easy to fool. That last sentence wasn't wrong. If Feng Yang had been even half as aware beside the blood spring earlier, Wei Chongyue's funeral could have already been arranged by now. Shang Qingshi sighed deeply. Xia Luyuan sat next to him at this moment, laying his head on Shang Qingshi's lap, and soon fell into a dreamland. It was very late at night. Looking at him sleeping, Shang Qingshi felt no drowsiness, stroking his soft hair again and again. As dawn approached and sunlight faintly lit the sky, Xia Luyuan woke up from his dream. He looked at Shang Qingshi who was lost in thought and asked, "Why aren't you sleeping, brother? Are you thinking about someone?" Shang Qingshi didn't answer, he just nodded. He was thinking of Xia Luyuan. He promised him he wouldn't touch the blood spring. But now they were separated, and he couldn't find the other's trace. Shang Qingshi was afraid. If, when they meet again, Xia Luyuan has already lost his mind, what would he do? A heavy stone seemed to be hanging in his heart, but Shang Qingshi didn't plan to wait around for disaster. He stood up, tore off a piece of his sleeve as a marker, and tied it on the tree trunk he passed. With this method, he walked slowly with Xia Luyuan through the woods. Passing a berry grove, the latter pulled on his sleeve and pouted, saying, "Brother, wait for a moment, I want to pick some fruits." Shang Qingshi, who had reached the late Jin Dan stage, didn't need to eat anymore. However, he still squatted down and helped Xia Luyuan pick wild berries. There was no water here, so Xia Luyuan wiped the dirty berries with his own sleeves before putting them into his mouth. Worried that he might fall ill after eating, Shang Qingshi took the berries away, washed them with a cleaning spell, then handed them back. "Thank you, brother," said Xia Luyuan politely. When he wasn't talking about killing or arson, he was actually a well-behaved child full of innocence and cheer typical for his age. Coupled with his round chubby cheeks and a pair of beautiful big eyes, he was like a jade-like sesame glutinous rice ball. After biting into the fruit, he cried out joyfully, squeezing his eyebrows together, "This fruit is so delicious." Shang Qingshi also tasted one, the sour taste spreading throughout his mouth followed by a bitter and astringent aftertaste, making him furrow his brows with an incomprehensible expression. "Brother is so easy to fool." Xia Luyuan laughed, jumping around in the woods. Then tragedy struck, as he was scratched on the back by a branch, tearing a hole in his clothes and causing blood to seep out. "Look at you, will you dare to be naughty again?" Shang Qingshi grabbed him, helped him take off his clothes, and took medicine powder from the space bracelet. Just as he was about to treat his wound, something abnormal caught his eye. He remembered that Xia Luyuan had a small mole on his back. However, there was nothing on Xia Luyuan's back, it was clean and tidy. "You're not really Xia Luyuan, are you?" Shang Qingshi pinched his face, simply treating the bleeding wound before sprinkling the medicine powder. "Tell me who you really are." In pain, Xia Luyuan's eyes were filled with tears as he mumbled, "I am Xia Luyuan. Does my brother recognize another Xia Luyuan?" Shang Qingshi leaned closer to him. His face remained calm, only blinking those pitch-black large eyes, looking bewildered and blameless. Almost exactly like Xia Luyuan. This made Shang Qingshi increasingly uncertain. He stopped obsessing over this matter, treated Xia Luyuan's wound, then continued walking through the mountains with him. His long robe was shredded to almost nothing, and the tree trunks were densely marked. After aimlessly wandering in the forest until his head spun, he saw bright light ahead. At first, he thought he was hallucinating. But after rubbing his eyes, the scene didn't change in the slightest. It was then that he confirmed he hadn't misjudged what he saw. Shang Qingshi held Xia Luyuan and quickly ran over, fearing he'd miss the opportunity to leave at any second. Finally stepping out of the woods, without the thick layers of leaves blocking the way, Shang Qingshi truly felt the warmth of the sun on his body. He took a deep breath. Holding Xia Luyuan, he flew using his sword while asking, "Look carefully below, where is your home?" Unexpectedly, the other person just buried his head in his chest in fear, his voice choked, "Brother, I'm scared of heights, put me down fast." Even his fear of heights was identical. Speechless, Shang Qingshi had no choice but to place him back on top of the mountain and walk together. Even though his legs touched the ground again, he kept wiping his tears, trembling and extremely upset. All right, Shang Qingshi consoled him gently, "Will your brother apologize to you? After I send you home, I'll make sweet jam out of these sour wild berries for you to eat." With that, little Xia Luyuan was appeased. He pointed ahead, "There's my home." Following the direction he pointed, the mountain below was flat, with scattered thatched houses. There were crisscrossing country paths and golden rice fields around, and Shang Qingshi even saw the water wheel that Xia Luyuan had mentioned earlier. It was a very beautiful little village. As the sun set in the west, it cast a warm afterglow over the entire village. Xia Luyuan took his hand, found the path down the mountain, and led him into the village toward a house at the tail end. "My home is there, let me take you." Meanwhile, 3 members of the Xia family gathered in their house. Xia mother was anxious. "Yuan, your third aunt said she would bring the girl here today for a meeting. The sun has already set, why hasn't the person come yet?" Xia father softly said, "Perhaps something happened along the way. Why don't you go check at the village entrance, Yuan?" Compared to their anxiety, Xia Luyuan showed no reaction. He hung his head low, looking at the scar on the edge of his right thumb, always feeling like he had forgotten something important. Seeing this, Xia mother patted his shoulder and scolded him, "Your parents are talking to you. What are you daydreaming about? Go check now. Your third aunt said that the girl being introduced to you this time is both beautiful and kind-hearted, a well-known beauty within the region. Her father runs a private school in town, he's very scholarly. Yuan, you must seize this chance." "I don't want to." Before he could finish his refusal, Xia father pulled him up from the chair, and Xia mother pushed him towards the door. Xia Luyuan simply stepped outside, planning to find a quiet spot to hide. The moment he opened the yard gate, a figure as if carved from frost and snow caught his eye. He froze for a moment. In front of him stood a man with white clothes and white hair, resembling an ethereal immortal who doesn't eat human food. His face was so refined and precious that it was difficult to distinguish between male and female, and he seemed completely out of place in this simple and rustic village. Even though his hair was slightly messy and his clothes somewhat dirty, this did not detract from his beauty in the slightest. Instead, it added an aura of purity rising above filth, like a lotus growing from muddy waters, unattainably noble. For a second, his breath caught, as if piercing through time and years. An unfamiliar sensation unexpectedly arose in Xia Luyuan's heart. Chapter 147, Are You Happy Now? Shang Qingji was stunned. She looked at Xia Luyuan, then glanced down at the little Xia Luyuan beside her. Little Xia Luyuan's expression suddenly changed as if he realized something, and he pulled Shang Qingji and ran. Such a small person seemed to have tremendous strength, dragging Shang Qingji all the way to the entrance of the village. When stepping out of the archway inscribed with Xia Family Village, he stumbled and fell to the ground. Shang Qingji wanted to help him up but found that his robe draped over nothing, his legs were gone. "What is going on here?" "The real Xia Luyuan has returned," said little Xia Luyuan as he raised his head from the mud, his dark eyes losing their luster. "I'm about to disappear." Then, as if remembering something, he shouted at Shang Qingji, "You must run. Don't let anyone else find out about your existence, or the mirage will erase you." Shang Qingji didn't understand what he meant. But for safety reasons, she still picked him up despite him being covered in dirt, looked around, and hid inside a cave. Little Xia Luyuan tightly closed his eyes, enduring pain silently. After a long while, he reopened his dim eyes and slowly explained, "All the people here have been eaten by the mirage beast." Shang Qingji remembered, 260 residents of Xia Family Village had been killed by Yingdu and Ning Feiyu, turning the village into a bloodbath. And the mirage beast loved to eat the bones of the dead, so his words must be true. The mirage beast weaves mirages for the deceased, allowing them to relive tranquil days from their past life. Xia father and Xia mother dearly missed their child, but since Xia Luyuan was still alive, they created me as a replacement. I share his same personality, preferences, experiences. As he spoke, his hands began disappearing gradually, and his expression became increasingly pained. Now the real Xia Luyuan has come home, no one needs me anymore, I am fading away. Shang Qingji furrowed her brows, isn't this place the Blood Spring secret realm? How did it turn into a mirage? Outside the forest is the Blood Spring secret realm, the mirage is protecting Xia Luyuan from leaving and dying, little Xia Luyuan answered, once he obtains the Blood Spring, he will lose his mind and become a killing machine. But as long as he lives within the mirage, he will be carefree, never feeling pain again in his life. Shang Qingji was greatly impacted by this news. She finally understood why pulling Xia Luyuan earlier had met resistance. The mirage must have already detected the existence of the Blood Spring and tried to pull him in before then, which caused Xia Luyuan to be surrounded by demonic energy. The twin birth formation mistook him for a demonic seed and refused to let him enter. Little Xia Luyuan reiterated what he had said earlier, you must remember, aside from Xia Luyuan, don't let anyone else discover your existence. The mirage will kill intruders, they won't let you take Xia Luyuan away. As soon as he finished speaking, his body grew weaker, falling into Shang Qingji's arms, his face as pale as paper. Unable to bear the intense pain, he lifted his hand, now half disappeared, and asked, "Brother, can you give me a hug?" His expression carried a glimmer of hope. It was as if someone in the darkness had clutched onto the last straw for survival. Shang Qingji eventually bent down and gently hugged him. At that moment, faint footsteps echoed outside the cave. The individual clearly didn't want to be discovered, but Shang Qingji was a practitioner who could identify who it was using spiritual power. She turned around and saw Xia Luyuan standing at the cave entrance. He couldn't see little Xia Luyuan and simply stared quietly at Shang Qingji for a long time. After a while, he tentatively asked, "Do we know each other? I feel like I've seen you somewhere before." "I've been abandoned by the mirage, except for outsiders, no one can see me anymore," explained little Xia Luyuan. His spiritual consciousness has been affected, only remembering everything related to Xia family village. "If you intend to take him away, tell him about the things outside. And if you don't want him to leave, don't say anything to him." Upon finishing, his body dissipated, leaving behind just a tiny flower. The choice was given to Shang Qingji, but she hesitated. She bent down to pick up the flower, slipping it into her sleeve, unable to describe how she felt. Seeing her lost in thought, Xia Luyuan gazed at her flat chest for a moment and asked another question, "Are you a man? Aren't you the girl that Aunt 3 introduced for our meeting?" Shang Qingji paused. In just a day or two, Xia Luyuan was already attending arranged meetings. Her originally heavy heart became overwhelmed with emotions, pressing down on her, making it difficult to breathe. He didn't really want to deal with people, but Xia Luyuan came over and asked cautiously, "I'm Xia Luyuan. What's your name?" Shang Qingji turned her head, but he wouldn't let up, and she unhappily said, "I'm not your girl. Go find your own." Upon hearing this, Xia Luyuan's lips curled into a smile, "I don't want any other girl. Where do you live? How many people are in your family? Am I still in time to propose?" Shang Qingji was at a loss for words. After a long while, she turned her head and looked at him with an incredulous gaze. This face was no different from the one in her memory, yet it seemed somewhat naive. There was not a trace of coldness or brutality in his features, as if he were a flower grown in a greenhouse. So, this is what Xia Luyuan looked like without experiencing those events. Lost in thought, Shang Qingji couldn't help but reach out and lightly stroke his cheek just like she used to. He didn't resist but leaned closer, letting her touch him like a puppy being stroked. Then Shang Qingji snapped back to reality and quickly withdrew her hand as if scalded. "Xia Luyuan," she asked, "are you happy living now?" Xia Luyuan earnestly nodded. Happy. Here, he had his parents and family, everything he cherished. Most importantly, he met someone he liked at first sight. The moment Shang Qingji appeared, he felt so familiar with her, as if they had known each other from their previous life. He thought that this must be a predestined connection ordained by heaven. Just as he wanted to say these words, he saw her stand up straight away, her figure lonely in the night. Moonlight shone down on Shang Qingji, soft and ethereal, making her look like a celestial person who might ascend to the heavens at any moment. Xia Luyuan hurried after her anxiously, "Where are you going?" "I'm going where I should be," Shang Qingji, as if having gone through some psychological preparation, glanced back at him, "Since you're doing well here, enjoy a carefree life for a while. I'll come find you later." By then, she would tell Xia Luyuan everything. Whether to stay or leave would be up to him to decide. Chapter 148, Are You Going to Abandon Me? Shang Qingji wanted to return to the initial forest, so no one would bump into her. However, as she took a couple of steps forward, she realized her sleeve was being tugged at. She stood there speechless for a moment, then turned around and looked at him. It's already dark. There are wild wolves outside the village, and along the roads, there are thugs and bandits. It wouldn't be safe for you to go out now. Xia Luyuan seemed to genuinely have her in mind. Come back to my home with me, and after tonight is over, I will send you away. But I cannot appear before people, and you shouldn't tell anyone you saw me here either, or it will get me killed, said Shang Qingji. Xia Luyuan tilted his head a bit and thoughtfully reflected for a while before asking, Are you a monster? Only monsters dare not show themselves in front of people, afraid they'd be captured by exorcists. Xia Luyuan blinked. You're so beautiful, surely you're a legendary fox spirit. Shang Qingxi's mouth twitched, but in the end, still agreed with his claim. So, consider me the fox spirit. Xia Luyuan walked around him in a circle, curiously asking, Then where are your ears and tail? Aren't fox spirits fond of sucking people's essence? Why don't you suck mine? He talked way too much. Shang Qingxi wanted to scare him, so she gripped his shoulders and leaned closer to him, faintly emitting spiritual energy and pretending like how a demon would absorb life force. Unexpectedly, not only was Xia Luyuan not the least bit scared, he bent down with great interest as if preparing to kiss her. When their lips were about to touch, Shang Qingxi quickly moved away, her ear tips reddening with embarrassment. You've got a lot of nerve. Would you do this if you encountered someone else today? I've willingly let you suck my essence, yet you're still unhappy. Xia Luyuan dragged her towards the cave. If you can't be seen by others, stay here. I'll find some food for you. Verbally agreeing, inside his heart he had made the decision to run away. Yet, Xia Luyuan was already by the cave entrance when he turned around and said one more thing, don't run around randomly. If you do, you'll be considered a little dog. How unreasonable. Shang Qingxi was mad enough to slap her knees continuously. Who on earth is the dog? She quietly picked up a stick, drawing circles upon circles on the ground. Xia Luyuan returned rather quickly and indeed brought some food with him. There were fruits, honey, and even a live little rabbit. Shang Qingxi held onto the rabbit's ears, observing it carefully for a moment. Are you worried I might get bored, so you've given me a playmate? Not a playmate, it's food. Don't foxes eat rabbits? Shang Qingxi suddenly let go, watching as the rabbit hopped and fled from the cave before softly murmuring, rabbit is so cute, how can we eat rabbits? You must be a kind-hearted fox spirit then, Xia Luyuan laughed. But since you've let it escape, you will only be able to eat vegetables. Shang Qingxi ignored him and nibbled on a fruit. Her eating habit looked familiar to Xia Luyuan, prompting him to finally ask, actually, you're not a fox spirit, but a rabbit spirit, right? Shang Qingxi kicked him. This confirmed his thoughts further, after all, rabbits love kicking people. Besides, Shang Qingxi had white hair, just like a snow-white and adorable lop-eared bunny. However, as the sky grew darker, Xia Luyuan had to rush home or his parents would worry. He stood up with a serious expression. Little rabbit spirit, I'm going home first. Outside there are wolves, foxes, and tigers, your natural enemies. Just stay here obediently, and whenever I have time, I'll bring food for you. Before waiting for a reply, he darted off like a streak. This left Shang Qingxi with her fury bottled up in her throat, unable to vent fully, eventually turning into a long sigh. He also kept the promise of not telling anyone about Shang Qingxi's affairs, constantly bringing food and toys whenever he had free time. He even specifically went up the tallest mountain to cut fresh grass, claiming to treat the rabbit spirit to a feast. For these past few days, Shang Qingxi occasionally came out of the cave to use an invisibility spell, watching the village from afar. She saw Xia Luyuan accompanying the village children up the mountain to catch rabbits and down the river to fish, charming them to look at him adoringly, making them all his fans. During harvest season, he helped his father reap rice fields, skilled and hardworking. When the sunlight was scorching hot, Mother Xia would deliver cooling mung bean soup for them, first wiping sweat off Father Xia's head, then helping Xia Luyuan. It seemed Xia Luyuan said something too far away for Shang Qingxi to hear, but Xia parents laughed together, the whole family laughing and teasing each other, their laughter spreading far and wide. Shang Qingxi watched for a long time. Suddenly, it seemed like a good idea to let Xia Luyuan stay here indefinitely. The Mirage City was truly protecting him, he was living well. But if he left this place and entered the Blood Spring's secret realm, all he would encounter would be endless suffering, his body eroded, his sanity devoured, and he would become a despised demonic being. As a breeze passed by, Shang Qingxi snapped back to her senses and decided she should leave instead. He approached the village entrance. Just as she stepped out 1 foot, Xia Luyuan appeared, having chased after her without her noticing. Blocking her path, his expression tinged with hurt, why are you still leaving? Isn't it good here? Where are you going? Faced with a string of questions, Shang Qingxi didn't know which one to answer first and simply remained silent. Seeing her silence, Xia Luyuan began to beg, stay. I still want to introduce you to my parents, and I want to. Before he could finish the words for eternal companionship, Shang Qingxi interrupted him. Xia Luyuan, this is your home, not mine. She patted his head gently, her tone tender yet carrying an unyielding aloofness. Stay with your family and friends. I can't remain here. I need to go where I belong. Helplessly watching her turn around, Xia Luyuan wouldn't let go and clutched onto her again, unwilling to let her leave. Shang Qingxi had already made up her mind. Yet, when his hand touched her wrist, her heart inexplicably softened. This can't go on. She told herself firmly and tried to break free with force. Xiao Youyuan's grip was usually strong, but surprisingly, this time he immediately released her the moment she exerted strength. Startled, Shang Qingxi saw Xia Luyuan collapsing in pain, his body engulfed by blue-white flames emitting a burnt smell. This. Was it a retaliation from his spirit core? Instinctively, Shang Qingxi went to embrace him, and only then did the flames die down. However, Xiao Youyuan's entire body was burned, large patches of skin peeling off his arm, leaving behind raw, bloody flesh, a grotesque and horrifying sight. When did you? His question trailed off, and Xia Luyuan suddenly grabbed her wrist again. The blood smeared across her delicate white wrist, an extreme contrast between red and white, shocking to behold. Lifting his eyes, Xia Luyuan gazed at her. That pair of eyes no longer held their previous clarity, but were now dark and bottomless like ancient wells. For the first time, Shang Qingxi detected a chilling coldness in his gaze. His voice was soft, devoid of any discernible emotion. Master, are you going to abandon me here? Chapter 149, I agree. When she heard the way he addressed her, she knew he had remembered everything. Her wrist was slightly hurt from being tightly gripped, but Shang Qingxi didn't know what oaths Xia Luyuan had made with his spirit, so she didn't resist. She just endured quietly, slightly furrowing her eyebrows. Realizing her discomfort, Xia Lu Yuan loosened his grip. A large part of his face was scorched by flames, and the wound was rough and grotesque. Yet, he acted as if he couldn't feel any pain and did not make a sound. Without paying attention to her own wrist, Shang Qingshi rummaged through her bracelet for some ointment, intending to treat the area that had been burnt by fire. However, Xia Lu Yuan turned his head away to avoid her touch, his eyes almost lacking any vitality. Shang Qingshi's hand paused midair. After a moment, it retracted. It was you who said that you are very happy here, he gently explained. Here, there is everything you care about. Therefore, I want you to stay here, leading the peaceful life you should have. What about you, master? After hearing his explanation, Xia Lu Yuan finally raised his eyes to meet hers, asking seriously, you are also someone I care about, yet in your eyes, I am not important at all, can be discarded at will, right? His expression was particularly stubborn, as if he truly believed that he had been abandoned. His dark eyes were shadowy, suppressing many strange emotions, as though he wanted to devour someone alive. When he looked at people this way, he was no different from the ruthless demon lord in the original plot. Yet, strangely enough, Shang Qingshi felt no fear at all. She remained calm, able to think rationally and calmly about what to do next. After a while, she lifted her already red wrist caused by his firm grip towards Xia Lu Yuan, speaking softly, as if trying to coax him, you hurt me just now. Rarely did she display such a fragile and breakable look. The name coming out of his mouth sounded like a poison drink mixed with honey, no matter how much calamity it would bring, it made one willing to swallow it down. Despite being still in the midst of a tantrum, Xia Lu Yuan unconsciously blew on her wrist for her. Shang Qingshi's skin was white, and she was afraid that the redness might turn into bruises. He then used his spiritual power to gradually massage the redness away, doing it so gently as if handling an irreplaceable treasure. After finishing, his expression was still sour, his tone still stiff. Go ahead, I won't hold you back. Shang Qingshi actually took 2 steps forward. Then she turned around again. Xia Lu Yuan had been staring fixedly at her figure without moving, quickly averting his gaze when she turned back. For a moment, silence enveloped the cave. Shang Qingshi returned, hugged Xia Lu Yuan, wary of aggravating his wounds, and quickly detached, her voice light as if sighing, do you want me to stay with you here? Surprisingly, Xia Lu Yuan shook his head. I want to leave. Why? Shang Qingshi was somewhat surprised, can you bear leaving your parents? Can you bear leaving the family and friends here? Xia Lu Yuan was well aware that everything before him was false. His relatives had long passed away, all 260 villagers were annihilated, their remains untraceable, with even barren grass refusing to grow on the desolate land, devoid of any signs of life. But Shang Qingshi was real. If he really had to choose, he would refuse to be trapped in this mirage, opting instead to leave with Shang Qingshi. As if sensing his thoughts, Shang Qingshi asked, once you leave here, endless suffering awaits. Are you willing? I agree. Xia Lu Yuan nodded without hesitation. The Blood Spring secret realm wasn't scary at all. What kind of suffering anyway? He'd experienced far too much hardship in his life, it had long become a familiar sensation. As long as Shang Qingshi didn't abandon him, everything was worth it. As soon as this thought surfaced, eerie sounds echoed around the village from all directions. In the blink of an eye, villagers stood behind Xia Lu Yuan. Mr. and Mrs. Xia stood in the center, crying as they begged him to stay. Don't go. Stay with us. The villagers turned into illusory shadows, their features blurred, their legs stuck to the ground, looking like lost souls wandering under daylight. They reached out to grab Shang Qingshi's sleeve, shouting, all because of this outsider. Just kill him and Xia Lu Yuan will obediently stay. Shang Qingshi summoned the Jingjia staff. Xia Lu Yuan, however, embraced her protectively and told her, no. When the mirage couldn't harm Shang Qingshi in Xia Lu Yuan's arms, it emitted shrill and ear-piercing sounds, like a baby crying, or the sorrowful wail of beasts. In no time, the entire mirage was affected, collapsing rapidly. Xia father's face cracked as he clutched onto Xia Lu Yuan's arm with an almost pleading look, his eyes gleaming with hope. You cannot leave us. Our family will be together forever. Xia mother's gentle expression suddenly turned grotesque as she trembled and reached out her hand to Xia Lu Yuan, blood tears streaming from her eyes. Don't let yourself be deceived by an outsider. He only wants to trick you out to absorb the blood spring and kill you. Xia Lu Yuan remained silent for a moment. Not even their words could sway him for a second. He kept telling himself repeatedly that everything here was fake. Whether it was for Shang Qingshi, or for unfinished vengeance, he could not indulge in this illusion. Therefore, he prized away each finger of Xia father and looked up at Xia mother, saying, Mother, he is not a deceiver. He is someone whom your son values most in this world right now. Shang Qingshi's sleeve moved slightly, and the flower emerged. In an instant, it transformed into little Xia Lu Yuan. He seemed bewildered, unable to comprehend why he hadn't completely dissipated. But when he met Xia Lu Yuan's gaze, he blinked, suddenly understanding. Only the outsider could see him. This meant that the real Xia Lu Yuan had come to know everything and chose not to stay here, becoming an outsider. Go, Xia Lu Yuan squatted down, giving a strand of his primordial spirit to little Xia Lu Yuan, pinching his still innocent cheeks. Go accompany them, they need you. Little Xia Lu Yuan nodded, then strode toward those distorted mirages and toward Xia parents. Suddenly, all became eerily quiet. At that very moment, the village stopped breaking apart, swiftly restoring to its original charming state, still the picturesque small village it had always been. The distorted mirage faces gradually calmed, transforming back into simple villagers. Some returned home, others headed to the fields. A few children, holding small windmills, ran joyfully shouting on narrow dikes. Father, mother, little Xia Lu Yuan extended his hands to Xia parents, sweetly, as if nothing had happened, saying, let's go home. Xia parents took his hands, the three silhouettes shining brilliantly under the sunset. Chapter 150, Seeing Oneself Being Stabbed Like a Sieve. Shang Qingji was deeply moved by this scene. Instead, Xia Lu Yuan tugged at his robe first, saying, let's go, master. It seemed that Xia Lu Yuan had no attachment to this mirage at all. Yet, his tightly clenched hand betrayed his current emotions. His palm had been scorched by the flames, and just a light pinch caused it to bleed, dripping continuously. Shang Qingji saw this in his eyes, and softly said to him, let me hold your hand. Upon hearing this, Xia Lu Yuan took her hand, and from then on refrained from pinching it. Their intertwined hands were wet and sticky with blood, an especially uncomfortable sensation. But Shang Qingji endured it, trying to shift his focus by bringing up other topics to help him out of such desolation. Fengyang changed his attitude towards you, didn't he? Was it because you made a Yuanshan vow? Xia Lu Yuan nodded. Let me guess, the content of the oath is not to violate your will, right? Xia Lu Yuan nodded again. He was already prepared for scolding. The Yuanshan vow was self-imposed, and his own rash action of dragging Shang Qingji along clearly constituted self-inflicted harm. If he died from the flames, it would be deserved. But Shang Qingji only paused, gently kissed his chin in a soothing manner, and spoke softly and warmly, I'm sorry. Why say sorry? After all, she knew nothing about it, nor did she do anything wrong. Xia Lu Yuan opened his mouth, but his throat was so dry that no sound could come out. Surely Fengyang forced you to take the Yuanshan vow, don't blame him, it was for my good. Shang Qingji kept speaking to herself, fell silent for a moment, drew a deep breath, as if determined to make a resolution. From now on, I'll try my best not to reject any of your requests, lest you suffer another backlash. Xia Lu Yuan was stunned. Though indeed Fengyang did force him to swear the oath, at the time, he was willing to do so, without coercion involved. At that very moment, looking into Shang Qingji's tea-colored eyes that appeared hazy with mist, it was as though he was bewitched. Thus, he chose to let Fengyang unjustly bear the blame. Master, he embraced Shang Qingji in return, rubbing against her neck affectionately, getting burned really hurts. As the old saying goes, children who cry get candy. Evidently, Xia Lu Yuan understood this well. Subsequently, whether kissing, touching, or cuddling, Shang Qingji did not refuse him once. Passing through the dark forest, they soon reached the edge of the mirage. They only needed to pass through that intangible barrier to enter the Blood Spring's secret realm. Shang Qingji tried to cross, but found the barrier stopping her. Xia Lu Yuan also gave it a try and easily crossed. It turned out that this secret realm truly was exclusively for Xia Liu Yuan's benefit, leaving others unable to intervene. But thus, Shang Qingji became even more worried, fearing that going in alone, he might be unable to resist the allure of the Blood Spring and embark on an irreversible path. If he didn't go in, the Blood Spring's secret realm would remain, trapping both of them here forever. Caught between a rock and a hard place. Seemingly sensing her concern, Xia Lu Yuan said, Master, wait for me here, I'll try to come back as fast as possible. Raising his foot to leave, Shang Qingji immediately held onto his hand, advising, no matter who tempts you to accept the Blood Spring later, don't listen. It can harm people. I know. Xia Lu Yuan seriously nodded. Seeing that her brow was still tightly furrowed, he stroked her forehead gently, feigning nonchalance and smiling, don't worry, master, trust me. Nevertheless, facing everything alone was inevitable. Having no choice, Shang Qingji loosened her grip and watched him cross the boundary. The scenery suddenly flipped around. Xia Lu Yuan thought the Blood Spring secret realm would be terrifying according to legend, yet upon seeing it in person, it didn't seem particularly scary. The world was bathed in bloody red, with a pool at its center. In the middle of the pool stood a gigantic skeleton. This skeleton had sharp dragon horns and 3 pairs of large wings, posed as if about to soar. Xia Lu Yuan remembered that the previous demon lord was a 6-winged Huiyu dragon, which matched perfectly with this skeleton. He flew over using his sword, but inside the skeleton, there was neither an inner core nor a demonic core, not even a trace of residual aura remaining, clearly all absorbed by the blood spring. Feeling somewhat disappointed, Xia Lu Yuan inadvertently glanced at the blood-red water of the pool and hesitated momentarily. The surface of the pool reflected his shadow. But it didn't look quite like him. In the pool, his eyes had turned a dark purple, his originally high-tied ponytail had fallen down, hanging behind his shoulders. He sported dragon horns on his head, yet the braid symbolizing immortality continued to sway slightly in front of him. Behind him, 6 black wings sprouted from his back, surrounded by a dense mist of demonic aura. Intricate and eerie patterns crawled across half of his face, while the other half was covered by a silver mask, leaving it unclear. Xia Luyuan thought for a moment and placed his hand over his own face, and the reflection in the pool did the same. He tried the motion of removing the mask, and so the figure in the pool water lifted off the mask, revealing what had been hidden beneath. There lay a long scar extending from the corner of his eye to his cheekbone, the mark of having been seared by spiritual energy, leaving an imprint that would be hard to erase. Suddenly, strange images surged into his mind. One showed Shang Qingji standing before him with a grotesque expression, wielding the trace shadow blade to slash across his face. Another displayed Yunheng summoning a sword formation, causing him to be pierced through the heart by 10,000 swords. And the senior and junior brothers of Lingxiao sect, those familiar faces, all smiled joyfully, cheering that the demon head had died well. Xia Luyuan fell into deep contemplation. So much so that he didn't even notice when a demon seed appeared behind him. "Have you seen your own fate in the Blood Spring secret realm?" came a smiling voice beside his ear. Xia Luyuan finally snapped back to reality, seeing a familiar face. It was the 6-headed erode moon beast who attacked him and Shang Qingji that day in the demon realm. He asked in confusion, "Why can you come here?" "That's because I am the guardian of the Blood Spring," she continued smiling cheerfully. "Didn't you see yourself in the Blood Spring as having boundless prospects? What are you waiting for? Absorb the Blood Spring now." Xia Luyuan gazed at her calmly, his eyes devoid of any ripples. "I didn't see boundless prospects. Instead, I saw myself being stabbed full of holes like a sieve." Her lips twitched momentarily. Then she appeared even more excited, "Then hurry up and absorb the Blood Spring. While the person who stabs you is currently weaker than you, get rid of him to ensure peace in the future." Xia Luyuan quietly watched her act, then suddenly remembered something, asking, "If I were willing to absorb the Blood Spring, could you agree to a small request of mine?" Perhaps because his gaze was too tranquil when he said this, the eyelids of the 6-headed erode moon beast inexplicably fluttered. As they say, the left eye jumping foretells wealth, the right eye disaster, but why were both her eyelids jumping? Still, to complete the task given to her by the old demon lord, she vigorously nodded her head, "As long as you quickly absorb the Blood Spring, you'll become the next demon lord. Afterward, no matter if I have to climb mountains of blades or descend into seas of fire for you, I won't utter a single word of refusal." Xia Luyuan seemed satisfied and stated, "Then hand over your inner pearl and the erode moon force." Chapter 151, Choose a Beautiful Way to Die. This. She was just saying it casually, but did Xia Luyuan really want her life? The erode moon power could barely be provided, but the inner pellet was absolutely impossible. Once she handed it over, she would immediately dissipate into nothingness, never to be reborn, not even leaving ashes. Seeing her full of panic, her elegant dark purple eyes flickered constantly, and there was no sign that she intended to hand over the items. Xia Luyuan turned to leave. At this moment, the 6-headed erode moon beast behind him asked, "Are you seeking the erode moon force and the inner pellet for your white-haired companion?" Xia Luyuan stopped in his tracks. Knowing she had guessed correctly, the 6-headed erode moon beast continued, "You didn't notice, did you? I can't possibly fight both of you. With the ability unique to my race to enhance fighting spirit through pain, I can barely match up with you too. I'm definitely not as strong as that other kind who has given you an inner pellet. An inner pellet cannot be stacked, it can only be replaced. Therefore, her inner pellet was useless for Shang Qingshi." Xia Luyuan gave her a glance and mocked, "I thought you'd have something extraordinary since you are the guardian of Blood Spring." In the end, her cultivation was still not as good as Ajing's. She helplessly spread her hands, "The old man chose me as the guardian because I am his favorite pet he picked up. He said he has 6 wings, and I have 6 heads, which is destined by heaven as an edge." While speaking, her gaze suddenly turned sorrowful, "The strong are destined to be lonely. All demon races eye his position greedily. He doesn't have any close friends or family, the only one he trusts is me, so he has to entrust me with his most important thing." Then she turned from sadness to laughter, "That group of brainless stupid demons don't even know they're fighting for false spring water. The real Blood Spring is inside the secret realm." "So," Xia Luyuan asked, "was it you who pulled me into the Blood Spring secret realm?" Yes, she nodded vigorously like a chick pecking. "Every demon lord eventually must sacrifice their body to the spring, within which flows the aura of all previous demon lords. From your blood, I smelled an aura consistent with the Blood Spring, recognizing you as a suitable candidate." Xia Luyuan furrowed his brows. Unsurprisingly, that aura belonged to Mingdu. Once Xia Luyuan absorbed the Blood Spring, and demonic energy filled his entire body, Mingdu would awaken from slumber and begin incessantly babbling in his mind again. Demonic energy enhances human emotions, amplifying love and hatred. Coupled with occasional temptations, it would be hard for him not to become demonized. Thus, the Blood Spring, aside from helping improve his cultivation, held no other benefits for him. Xia Luyuan had already planned to refuse. At this moment, the 6-headed erode moon beast murmured persuasively, "Your companion's inner pellet has reached its limit in absorbing spiritual energy. If he wants to further advance, he needs to replace it with a more powerful pellet. Unfortunately, our demon race is naturally cruel and selfish. In this lifetime, it's unlikely he'll encounter another willing to give him their inner pellet. She paused momentarily and then stated a reason that made Xia Luyuan unable to reject. However, if you absorb the blood spring, you can secretly channel demonic energy into the inner pellet, thereby strengthening it. Then, using the erode moon force to convert that demonic energy, he won't perceive anything. Xia Luyuan lifted his eyes and finally agreed to take her seriously. He really won't notice. Of course, if any word I've said is false, let me die without a trace, all 6 heads crushed to dust. She readily conceded, so, even for his sake, you need to absorb the blood spring. Silence enveloped the surroundings for a long while before Xia Luyuan ultimately moved towards the edge of the pool. His only concern was whether, after being possessed by demonic energy, no one could subdue him, resulting in widespread devastation. But if the ending turned out as he had seen on the water surface, being killed by Yunheng, his heart unexpectedly felt a bit lighter. Yet, he muttered to himself, it's truly rather unsightly to be stabbed to death. The 6-headed erode moon beast thought he was talking to her, so she replied, don't worry, as long as you strike first, eliminating the opponent ahead of time, in the future. Her voice abruptly halted. She watched helplessly as Xia Luyuan pulled something out from his storage ring. It was a very long tassel hairpin, with only half remaining of the jade-embedded tassel, otherwise, it was quite well preserved. She was somewhat confused, seeing Xia Luyuan turn around and calmly ask, do you think if I were stabbed to death by this hairpin, my appearance after death would look a little better? An eerie silence enveloped the area. The 6-headed erode moon beast could imagine the scene. Xia Luyuan was already distinguished in appearance, and if he were to fall slowly with this hairpin piercing his chest, his robes folding like blooming petals, it would be almost overly poignant and beautiful. But since he already knew how his story would end, why didn't he try to change it all? Why did he choose to face death calmly, even going so far as meticulously selecting his own weapon? The old demon master always said she was a bit dull, and indeed there were many things she couldn't understand. However, today's matter was stranger than anything she had ever encountered before. She anxiously scratched her head, noticing Xia Luyuan carefully putting away the hairpin and then squatting down at the edge of the pool. His clearly defined fingers brushed against the red water of the pool, creating ripples that spread out layer upon layer. Suddenly, they began shaking violently. Thin streams of water climbed along his fingertips, swirling circle after circle until they merged into his skin. The mole on his back began growing again, and at such speed that in just a short while, it had covered his entire back. A familiar voice rang in his mind. The taste of the blood spring. I will finally take over this body, ha. Before it could laugh again, reverse-flowing flames immediately engulfed his whole body, causing Xia Luyuan to painfully fall to the ground. Mediating in his mind, Mingdu let out an agonized scream. The spirit suffered from burning pain and had to release all the strength absorbed from the blood spring as defense, shrinking the patterns until it quickly fell asleep once more. Perceiving its temporary disappearance, the fire stopped burning. Xia Luyuan stood up, lowering his dark feather-like eyelashes as though he felt no pain coursing through his body. He watched the blood-soaked wounds, inflicted by the flames, heal bit by bit under the influence of the blood spring. As expected, swearing upon one's soul was a wise decision. At critical moments, as soon as he thought about harming Shang Qingshi, the flames around him would swiftly flow backward, forcefully making Mingdu fall asleep. The wounds had healed, and the water of the pool had dried up. Xia Luyuan looked emotionlessly at the 6-headed erode moon beast and asked, so, may I go? The beast was shocked. It mysteriously seemed unwise to have given the blood spring to Xia Luyuan. But now regretting was useless. She nodded dazedly, watching Xia Luyuan turn away mercilessly and leave without a second glance. Swallowing saliva hard, she felt a strange lump in her throat. Chapter 152, Instead of reflecting on oneself, blame others. Shang Qingshi was waiting outside. It had already turned dark, so he found a stone to sit on and took out a gemstone from his spatial bracelet for lighting purposes. The gem emitted a dim glow but just enough to illuminate the surroundings. Shang Qingshi lifted his eyes toward the boundary, when suddenly a much brighter light shone from there, blinding him momentarily. He raised a hand to shield himself, feeling a sudden weight on his knees as someone leaned onto his legs. Even without using spiritual energy perception, Shang Qingshi knew it was Xia Luyuan. Both living together in the Eternal Palace, they shared an identical sandalwood scent. The bright light before was from the flame on his palm. How are you? Shang Qingshi asked with a gentle tone. You weren't enticed by the blood spring, were you? No, Xia Luyuan replied without hesitation, rubbing against him affectionately and emitting a satisfied sigh from his throat, acting just like a little dog. Shang Qingshi touched his head and softly asked again, then when do we leave? Right now if you want, Xia Luyuan answered while looking up at him, his pitch-black eyes almost merging into the endless night. But before we go, can Master kiss me? No matter what topic they discussed, it always came back to this. Under the faint light of the gem, Shang Qingshi saw that all the burnt spots on Xia Luyuan's face and body had healed completely, his expression showing a hint of pleading, and it felt as if 2 ears were wagging atop his head non-stop. Why did these wounds heal so fast? Before he could figure it out, Xia Luyuan had already leaned towards him, intertwining their breaths. Amidst the warmth, Shang Qingshi smelled a trace of demonic aura. Where is this demonic aura coming from? It might be because I stayed inside too long and accidentally caught it, Xia Lu Yuan mumbled unclearly, leaning forward once more and touching the warmth. As they kissed, Xia Lu Yuan transferred the demonic aura to Shang Qingshi. As expected, he couldn't detect it. When the kiss ended, the surrounding scenery dissolved into a silver-white void. In the blink of an eye, both had returned to where they originally were. Everything around appeared still, remaining exactly as it was before their disappearance. Feng Yang and the left guardian had been sent flying by Wei Chongyu, who still maintained the stance of reaching for the blood pearl. Just as Shang Qingshi and Xia Lu Yuan stabilized themselves, time began flowing again. Wei Chongyu helplessly watched as the pearl disappeared beside Xia Lu Yuan, his fury nearly driving him mad. That's mine. His face looked eerily similar yet twisted and emaciated compared to the previous leader of Lingxiao sect as he muttered crazily, rushing towards Xia Lu Yuan. That's my property, give it back. The cultivation gap was too vast. Reacting swiftly, Xia Lu Yuan shoved Shang Qingshi away but took a direct blow from Wei Chongyu. His body was shaken violently, rolling clumsily several times on the ground. Strangely, he didn't feel any pain, not even shedding a drop of blood or showing any wounds on his entire body. To avoid suspicion, however, he remained lying silently on the ground, observing Wei Chongyu's next move. Wei Chongyu had clearly held back during the attack. If Xia Lu Yuan hadn't absorbed the blood spring, he would have been likely pulverized entirely, retaining only a single breath left. This sole remaining breath was naturally intended for questioning about the blood spring's whereabouts. Wei Chongyu advanced again, eyes red and asking in madness. Where is the blood pearl? Quickly return the blood pearl to me. Just as Wei Chongyu's hand was about to touch Xia Lu Yuan's neck, threads of water swiftly enveloped the former's body, locking him in place. Wei Chongyu attempted to move his fingers, glancing sideways at the person casting the spell array. Having never seen Shang Qingshi cast a spell before and unable to sense his spiritual power presence, Wei Chongyu had always been uncertain about his cultivation level. But through the spell array now, Wei Chongyu discovered that Shang Qingyi absolutely wasn't at the Yuan infant stage yet. Shang Jinshen, at 200 years old, had already ascended to the greater multiplication stage. Who would have thought that such a proud genius would end up having a son who's nothing more than trash? Wei Chongyu almost laughed aloud. His focus had shifted from Xia Lu Yuan. With ease, he broke free from the water strands and stepped toward Shang Qingshi, one step at a time. The person I hate the most in this world is your father. He stood right before Shang Qingshi. I entered the sect at the same time as him. He became the elder brother while I was made the younger brother. He possesses the weakest water element spiritual root among elemental damages, whereas I hold the extremely rare celestial spiritual root in this world. And yet, I've never once defeated him. The master gave him the Frostfall sword, as well as all his love and kindness. But he looked at me coldly and didn't leave me anything. Later, he established the Lingxiao sect, while I founded the Xingyang Palace. Before he ascended, Xingyang Palace had never won over Lingxiao sect in any competition. Wei Chongyu squatted down and glared at Shang Qingshi coldly, but I figured it out why all this has happened. Judging from his expression, it was clear that he had not properly reflected on himself but rather blamed others for his failures. Shang Qingshi thought so, and Wei Chongyu did not fail to meet his expectations, opening his mouth without hesitation. I've thought through it thoroughly. The reason your father kept winning against me is because your mother was a spiritual cauldron. He relied on absorbing the spiritual power and blood of the cauldron to defeat me. This mental state was miles ahead. Instead of reflecting on himself, he blamed others. He complained about everything under heaven and earth, but Wei Chongyu would never admit that it was due to his own lack of skill. Long before you were born, your mother was already sick to the point she couldn't get out of bed, reduced to skin and bones. This is proof of the damage caused by your father. He only managed to achieve what he has because of the spiritual cauldron, yet he still dared to give me advice with such hypocritical arrogance. Is there anyone more pompous than him? As he spoke, Wei Chongyu scrutinized Shang Qingshi up and down and asked, Shang Qingshi, I'm really curious, if your mother was a spiritual cauldron, then what are you? Fortunately, the distance was great, and those infant-stage sect leaders were busy fighting the demon seeds, leaving no time to worry about this side, so they likely couldn't hear his words. Under the oppressive aura of the greater stage, Shang Qingshi struggled to keep standing but still tried to maintain a calm face as he said to Wei Chongyu, since this is the case, let me tell you a secret. Wei Chongyu watched him, clearly doubting whether the other could cause any trouble. Under his gaze, Shang Qingshi slowly revealed, villains who talk too much will surely die. No sooner had these words left his lips when another arrow pierced Wei Chongyu's body, accurately hitting the heart on his right side this time. Simultaneously, the Frostfall sword stabbed into his abdomen, frost spreading from the wound and temporarily sealing his dantian. A whip attacked, tightly wrapping around Wei Chongyu's neck and dragging him to the side. Meanwhile, Shang Qingshi smiled slyly, throwing back the insult he had just received, I'm waiting for help. What are you waiting for? Chapter 153, Demon Possession. Wei Chongyu staggered backward several steps. Blood flowed down from the wounds on his chest and abdomen, but he did not fall. Black mist swirled around his body, and the red blood had turned into a thick, pitch-black substance, like indissoluble ink. Trouble, Feng Yang shouted, this person has been consumed by heart demons, run. While the heart demon occupies this body, he will temporarily enter the void, making him immune to all forms of attack. Fortunately, during this time, he is also unable to harm others, giving everyone enough opportunity to escape. Feng Yang alone was having an extremely hard time expanding the teleportation channel. At a critical moment, the left protector discarded the blood-soaked bow in his hand, limped over to Feng Yang's side, placed his fingers on Feng Yang's shoulder, and transmitted all his spiritual power into him. This bow had accompanied him for 300 years. As if sensing his determination, its glow faded, turning dull and blending with the surrounding dirt. Perceiving that the vitality of the left protector was slowly fading away, Feng Yang frowned and turned back to him, saying, "If you continue, you'll die." "Sorry," the left protector gave a wry smile. These words were not only directed at Feng Yang, but also at everyone here. In fact, he had long known that Wei Chongyue came to the demon realm to steal the blood pearl. But Wei Chongyue had promised that he wouldn't harm anyone. It was his excessive trust in him that led him to cover it up. Looking at the two disfigured bodies of the sect masters lying on the ground, and seeing those severely wounded infant soul sect masters being chased by the demon seeds, one by one, the left protector used his utmost strength to inject his last bit of spiritual power into Feng Yang. He could no longer stand, yet still forced himself to crawl to the corpse of the right protector. His vision blurred and his hearing gradually faded. Lying next to the right protector, it was just like when they were kids, cuddling together on the empty ground to keep each other warm. He tightly embraced the lifeless corpse and whispered inaudibly, "Shao Yi, take me away." And then his breath stopped forever. The passage was widened, large enough to accommodate a person to pass through. Feng Yang first let Xia Luyuan send Shang Qingshi out, while he himself stayed to help the sect masters repel the demon seeds. When everyone had left and the heart demon had not finished consuming, Feng Yang retrieved the bodies of the left and right protectors, bringing them back to Xinyang Palace. Xinyang Palace was already in utter chaos, and upon seeing the deaths of the left and right protectors, until the channel closed, Wei Chongyue never returned from the demon realm. 5 law enforcement elders gathered their courage and surrounded the crowd. Yet even if they all charged forward, they didn't have a chance to fight Feng Yang. Wei Chongyue has been counterattacked by the heart demon. The right protector died because of him, and the left protector voluntarily sacrificed his life to save everyone. Feng Yang coldly stared at them. It's time for Xinyang Palace to be disbanded. The sect masters standing behind Feng Yang looked ragged, many of them bleeding, none having any intention to speak up for Wei Chongyue. Even so, the leading law enforcement elder still refused to believe Feng Yang's words and angrily yelled, "Don't talk nonsense. Sect Master Wei always acts for the good of humanity, how could such a person be possessed by a demon? Can you present any evidence?" After these words were said, the messy-clothed sect master of Wanshue Peak almost burst into laughter. "Wei Chongyue brings blessings to the world. The sealing technique he taught us is actually a method for refining the blood spring into blood pearls." The sect master of Fusheng Zuimeng Tower added at this point. Fortunately, Elder Feng Yang noticed his intentions early and acted promptly to stop him. "If you really managed to obtain the blood pearl, we wouldn't have any chance to stand here now, we would have become nothing more than dry bones beneath his feet." Seeing the anger among the sect masters, the law enforcement elders dared not say anything more, and slinked off to one side with their tails between their legs. Feng Yang buried the left and right protectors on the rear mountain of Xinyang Palace, and before leaving, he said to that group of law enforcement elders, "Wei Chongyue has fallen into demonic possession, the protective array of Xinyang Palace is useless. Either you re-establish the array, or you flee immediately. If something happens later, don't blame me for not warning you." The elders glanced at each other. After everyone had gone, they finally came to a decision. They let all the disciples descend the mountain, while they themselves waited here for Wei Chongyue's return. Xinyang Palace exists, and I exist. If Xinyang Palace falls, so do I. I was personally picked up from a mass grave by the sect master. I believe he is a good person and won't harm us. Sect master, please come back. Xinyang Palace needs you. Amidst their countless pleas, 2 days passed in tranquility. On the 3rd day, a blood-red fissure appeared prominently in the sky. At the same time, the entire ancestral protection array produced violent fluctuations, causing the ground to shake fiercely around it. A group of enforcement elders stood dumbfounded as they watched Wei Chongyue emerge from the crack. That white robe was soaked with blood, without a mask on, that face had little flesh, the eye sockets deeply sunken, and his long hair wildly fluttering in the wind. At first glance, he looked no different from a wandering ghost. An enforcement elder cried out, "Why are the patriarch's eyes red? Could it be that Feng Yang and the other sect masters were telling the truth all along?" They refused to believe until they saw Wei Chongyue possessed by demons, but now their regret was too late. Sensing an abnormal presence, the ancestral protection array attempted to attack Wei Chongyue. But it was originally created by Wei Chongyue together with the left and right protectors. With just a slight raise of his hand, the protective array vanished into thin air in an instant. The townsfolk at the foot of the mountain only saw a white light shooting up to the heavens, then the tallest building of Xinyang Palace split down the middle, stirring up clouds of dust and triggering a landslide. They scattered in all directions, while the enforcement elders on the mountain had no chance to flee. Just under Wei Chongyue's gaze, their bodies became completely paralyzed, their legs trembling uncontrollably. The enforcement elder who had been rescued by Wei Chongyue from a mass grave did not wish to perish thusly and tried to evoke memories. "Patriarch, don't you remember? It was you who personally saved me, taught me magic, and gave me confidence. Someone as kind and benevolent as you must overcome the heart demons. The other elders nodded frantically and also began speaking well of Wei Chongyue. Amidst their vivid performances, Wei Chongyue's body stopped moving. Thinking it was effective, they redoubled their efforts in praising him, their lips almost chapped from speaking. Suddenly, an untimely sneer echoed in their ears. And the one laughing naturally was Wei Chongyue. It only dawned upon the enforcement elders moments later, but by then they had already exhausted every ounce of strength trying to escape, only for their heads to explode. The air was filled with bloody mist, brain matter, and their deathly screams. Chapter 154, Just Spoil Him. Upon hearing this news, Shang Qingshi and his group had already returned to Lingxiao sect. Feng Yang said, Wei Chongyue leveled the entire Xingyang palace. The law enforcement elders who stayed behind were all killed by him. He is no longer on Xingyang mountain, no one knows where he has gone. Do you think he will come to Lingxiao sect for revenge? Shang Qingshi took a sip of tea to calm his nerves, feeling somewhat worried. He wouldn't, Feng Yang replied, with me being the only douching cultivator left in the entire cultivation world, even heart demons aren't stupid. If he really sought revenge, he'd pick softer targets first. Shang Qingshi looked up, so isn't it dangerous for the other sects? The life or death of other sects has nothing to do with us. Feng Yang blurted out before quickly amending himself when he saw his displeased expression, should I go help them? Before Shang Qingshi could respond, the physician rushed in, exclaiming, didn't Elder Mu Shen say that Xia Luyuan was injured and wanted me to check? But there's no one in the side hall. No one. Shang Qingshi abruptly stood up, throwing the teacup onto the cabinet, and hurried toward the side hall to investigate. Previously, in the demon realm, Xia Luyuan had endured a heavy palm strike from Wei Chongyue. Shang Qingshi originally wanted to find a nearby physician for him, but Xia insisted he was fine and persisted on returning to Lingxiao sect. After they returned, Shang Qingshi still felt uneasy, so he asked Xia Luyuan to rest in the side hall while instructing Mu Shen to call the physician. Now, the physician had arrived, yet Xia Luyuan was nowhere to be found. The side hall was completely empty, with the quilt folded neatly as if no one had slept there at all. In an instant, Shang Qingshi conjured up many terrible thoughts. Could it be that Xia Luyuan was actually critically wounded by Wei Chongyue, and his ability to move around earlier was just a facade? Now, was he hiding somewhere preparing to meet death quietly? Or perhaps, Xia Luyuan hadn't expelled all the toxins of the six-headed eroding moon beast, so he slipped away without wanting others to see his suffering condition. Regardless, Shang Qingshi felt a wave of panic and struggled to catch his breath. Deciding that he would search for him alive or dead, Shang Qingshi was about to step outside the Chongqing Hall when he suddenly bumped into someone. This wasn't anyone else, this was exactly the person Shang Qingshi was looking for, Xia Luyuan. The tip of his nose stung painfully from the collision, but Shang Qingshi didn't feel any annoyance. Instead, he stared blankly and subconsciously reached out to embrace him. What's wrong, master? Xia Luyuan hugged him back and then noticed Feng Yang and the physician inside the hall. Understanding roughly what had happened, he continued, Wei Chongyue's slap was very light, I'm truly not hurt. I even practiced some sword techniques outside just now. Good, that's good. Shang Qingshi murmured softly, as if speaking to him but also comforting himself. He entirely forgot about the presence of others in the hall, hugging tighter towards Xia Luyuan, and breathed out deeply. Suddenly, a bewildered and shocked voice sounded from behind, ah. He thought his eyes were deceiving him, so he rubbed them quickly but discovered that the scene before him hadn't changed at all. The esteemed master of Lingxiao sect, publicly embracing his personal disciple. How disgraceful. How unreasonable. Under his gaze, Shang Qingshi hastily withdrew his hand, and simultaneously, a cool, detached look fell upon the physician, startling him into shivering. Turning his head, the physician saw Feng Yang staring at him intently, his eyes icy and thin as if he intended to murder him silently and dispose of the evidence. If you're alright, sweat poured down the physician's face as he forced a grin even uglier than crying, step by step retreating toward the entrance of the Chongqing Hall, then I'll return to the medicine room. It seems like rain today, I have to collect the herbs drying in the yard. But the sky was clear, without a single cloud. There was no sign of rain. Shang Qingshi stopped him, wait. The physician slightly froze, but almost instantly, he had already decided which feng shui treasure land his future body should be buried in. However, all Shang Qingshi said was, you've come this far, you may as well take a look before leaving. Since the master had personally ordered it, the physician had no reason to refuse. He let Xia Luyuan sit by the table. After a series of pulse-taking and checks, the physician determined and affirmed that Xia Luyuan's body had no issues, it was healthier than ever, strong enough to run 10 miles without a break. As he exited the door, he casually remarked, young man, your physical constitution is excellent. Upon hearing this, Feng Yang's pupils widened, glancing at Shang Qingshi with an empathetic expression. Mouth slightly open, clearly preparing to say something shocking once again. However, Xia Luyuan was faster, interrupting him mid-sentence, Elder, I've already mastered the sword techniques in the manual left by the previous master. Are there any others? The words caught in his throat, and after rummaging through for a bit, he handed over a new sword manual to Xia Luyuan. Xia Luyuan glanced at the cover, revealing yet again a bold character with an added small 2 beside it. It seemed this was the second sword technique personally created by the former sect master. Truly unpretentious. Subconsciously, Xia Luyuan asked, exactly how many sword manuals did the former sect master create? Feng Yang bent down and after more searching, pulled out another manual to show Xia Luyuan. Clearly written on the cover was. Xia Luyuan froze, taking quite a while before incredulously asking, he created 10,860 sword manuals. Impossible to master them all, just utterly impossible. No, Feng Yang shook his head. After comes 10086. That made more sense. Xia Luyuan asked, among these 6 sword manuals, which one is the strongest? Of course, it's the last one. Feng Yang said as he started to take that particular manual back. But don't dream of obtaining it unless the sect leader agrees. He never finished his sentence because Shang Qingshi had already spoken up, give it to him. Feng Yang maintained his open-mouthed expression as if struck by lightning, unable to regain his senses for a long time. After some time, he wore an indescribably complex look, his features nearly squished together, but eventually only let out a weary sigh, saying helplessly, "Sect leader, you just spoiled him. One day, he will grow arrogant from your favoritism." Xia Luyuan snatched the manual from Feng Yang's hand, storing it safely before standing next to Shang Qingshi. Shang Qingshi looked up at him, and he met her gaze. His lowered angle was just right, thick, crowfeather-like eyelashes draped down, casting faint shadows on his pupils, making him appear perfectly innocent and harmless. Shang Qingshi raised her hand, and he naturally leaned his head closer, obediently seeking a pat as if there were a furry tail wagging behind him. This was undeniably docile, where was the hint of arrogance due to favoritism? Chapter 155, A Relationship as Solid as a Rock. Feng Yang couldn't bear to look, and hurriedly left the Chongqing Hall. Once he was gone, Xia Luyuan had no more concerns. He would say his head hurt, then that his hands hurt, and then that he couldn't see things clearly. Even so, he still pretended to want to go practice swordplay. Under Shang Qing's repeated orders, he finally settled down, lying quietly in the bed of the main hall, holding the book, The Ruthless Swordsman Falls for Me, engrossed in reading it. The book had been brought from the Maple Leaf House, having undergone many changes, becoming old and broken, with some words blurred and unclear, so Xia Luyuan asked Shang Qing about them. When reading to a certain part, Xia Luyuan didn't quite agree with the book's words, furrowing his brows. This says that hatred lasts longer than love. To make someone remember you forever, you need to make them feel hate first. This sentence isn't good at all. Shang Qing wanted to tell him that it was just a novel, not worth taking so seriously. But before he could speak, Xia Luyuan had already lifted his dark eyes, earnestly saying, "If it were me, I only wish for Master to receive all my love, even if forgetting me later is fine." His voice always sounded pleasant. Like a clear spring slowly flowing over mountain brooks, melting winter's snow accumulation. Fool. Shang Qing's tone softened again and again, eventually becoming sticky and intimate, almost like whispering sweet nothings in his ear. "I won't forget you." Xia Luyuan said nothing more, but eagerly moved closer, pushing aside Shang Qing's long hair, kissing his red ear tips, cheeks, and the smooth, beautiful neck. It seemed he really enjoyed such affectionate embraces. Even though there was a reaction, he didn't proceed further. Shang Qing couldn't help but feel curious. Why? Understanding what he meant, Xia Luyuan pretended not to understand. Why what? Hearing this, Shang Qing immediately lost the desire to ask any further, just staying quietly in his embrace. "Never mind, let's sleep first. Go practice your swordplay after resting well." "All right." Xia Luyuan nodded, gently stroking his silver-white soft long hair, which resembled silk worth a fortune. Actually, he knew what the other was asking about. The reason was rather simple. Not removing the bracelet would cause pain to Shang Qing. But if removed, both their consciousnesses would be muddled by the spreading fragrance. Last time, it was exactly like that. Xia Luyuan stabbed himself several times in the leg, barely managing to maintain his last shred of rationality, refraining from doing anything harmful. That's why when Shang Qing woke up, he didn't see Xia immediately because he went outside to handle his wounds. But these matters, Shang Qing didn't need to know at all. Regaining his focus, Xia Luyuan stared at Shang Qing's peaceful sleeping face, inexplicably feeling a sense of deep satisfaction. It was good enough as it was. "Master?" he tentatively called out softly. Seeing that Shang Qing had no response, he began speaking to himself. "Do you remember before, when you praised me as a unique moon? That wasn't quite right. To me, you are the real moon. The moon should hang high in the sky." Therefore, no matter what cost he might pay, he would ensure Shang Qing smoothly ascended and escaped this ocean of suffering. "Stupid, how useful is your kindness toward him? These cultivators, each claiming they act for justice, will surely take your life once they discover you've absorbed the blood spring." Upon hearing the voice, Xia Luyuan was somewhat surprised. Indeed, the blood spring was no ordinary matter. Within such a short span, Mengdu had awoken again. But he showed no excessive emotion, only asking mentally, "Looks like the fire from last time didn't discipline you enough, do you want to try again?" Mengdu immediately shut up. After a long silence, it gritted its teeth and forced out a line. "Xia Luyuan, you lunatic. It regretted more and more deeply, why had an entire village of people led to its parasitism in precisely Xia Luyuan, this madman. He mocked it cruelly, used it to defeat enemies, and even set fire to it. It truly had bad luck beyond compare. If there were a chance to relive, it would certainly distance itself from this person as far as possible, never wanting to interact with him anymore. Unfortunately, there's no pill for regret, and it could only force itself back into dormancy to prevent Xia Luyuan from going berserk again. Once the sensation of Meng Du disappeared, Xia Luyuan continued caressing Shang Qing's long hair, hugging him and falling asleep heavily. After waking up, Xia Luyuan started studying the sword manual written by merchant Ling Ling Lu Ba. It was quite a struggle, with many parts being unclear, likely due to his low cultivation level. This sword manual could only be handled with ease after one reached the early Yuan infant stage at the very least. Rome wasn't built in a day. Xia Luyuan put away the manual and took out another given by Shang Qing. This one was much simpler. In just 2 hours, he had already perfected the first 10 stanzas of this manual. However, since there was no sparring partner, it was unclear how effective they would be during actual combat. Just as he was worrying about this matter, footsteps were heard outside the hall. Xia Luyuan looked up and saw Yunheng returning with aiding chicken in hand. Chongqing Hall. Yunheng's eyes brimmed with tears, but before he could continue, Ming Zhu bumped into him from the side. Chongqing Hall, I'm back. Ming Zhu carried various items towards the main hall when she noticed Xia Luyuan in the courtyard. She immediately stopped, handed him something heavy and large, saying, Brother Xia, it's been so long. How are you? Doing well. Xia Luyuan glanced down at the object. It was a rock. Heart-shaped. Xia Luyuan found it rather hard to accept such a gift. But soon enough, Ming Zhu pulled out another heart-shaped stone from her bundle and said, I found these on Hengyu Island. They look exactly alike. I'm going to give the other one to Master later, it symbolizes the solid relationship between you two. At this point, it became easier to accept. Xia Luyuan asked, Are you sure Master will accept it? Of course, Ming Zhu winked at him, not only must Master accept it, but also place it in the most prominent position in the main hall. So that's what he thought. Xia Luyuan considered for a moment, then placed the rock on the windowsill of the auxiliary hall. Ming Zhu happily went inside with the other stone, and under her relentless persuasion, Shang Qing agreed to accept it. As for where it should be placed, Ming Zhu already had her decision, putting the stone behind the threshold. Little brother Xia, I've also brought you a present. After searching through her storage pouch for a while, Yunheng took out a bottle of pills. This is the secret medicinal pill of the Hengyu clan. It brings great benefits to sword cultivators as it can enhance the connection between a person and their life sword. I've consumed one and there is one left, so I'll give it to you. Please don't tell anyone else. Chapter 156, Just Right. At the sight of this face, Xia Luyuan was reminded of a previous vision in the blood pool, of himself being pierced by 10,000 swords. He was somewhat dazed. But Yunheng now smiled warmly, with no trace of hostility in his eyes, which quickly brought Xia Luyuan back to his senses. He softly thanked him, Thank you, brother. What's there to thank? As sister said, we are an unbreakable family. Yunheng shoved a medicine bottle into his hand and then added, Come on, let's go to the main hall together. So absorbed in talking with Xia Luyuan that he didn't notice the stone behind the threshold, so naturally, he tripped over it. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and managed to keep his balance, frowning as he said, Sister, why did you put the stone here? Ming Zhu giggled, I told you I chose just the right place for my stones. Those who see it won't step on it, those who don't will trip and fall, thus discovering its presence. Thus, everyone entering the Eternal Life Hall would notice it. Xia Luyuan couldn't help but applaud her clever little mind. Yunheng, however, wasn't too approving, because it really could cause people to trip easily. But upon further reflection, only a few people could enter the Eternal Life Hall, all with fairly high cultivation levels, so falling wouldn't hurt them. Thus, he didn't argue. On the other side, Ming Zhu was showing Shang Qingshi the results of her recent trip to the Constant Isle. She pulled out countless rare medicinal herbs and spiritual fruits from her storage ring. While she continued explaining, Yunheng interjected first, Master, my biological parents are indeed alive. They told me that once I reach the Yuaning level, I can return to take over as clan leader. Shang Qingshi nodded, with your talent, advancing to Yuaning isn't a difficult matter. Ming Zhu finally took everything out and introduced them one by one. These are plants unique to the Constant Isle, these are nearly extinct medicinal herbs, and these too can be used to refine the Huangguang Luing pill. Before she had a chance to explain the function of this pill to everyone, someone walked in. This person obviously hadn't noticed the stone behind the threshold and was about to fall. Ming Zhu, quick on the draw, supported the person in time. After helping them up, she belatedly realized that the person was Bai Yao. Bai Yao also saw her, and during their gaze, an awkward atmosphere silently spread between them. Bai Yao pressed her lips together, her face turning slightly pale as she sincerely apologized, Sorry, before it wasn't your fault. It was Ah Xing causing trouble through your body, Ming Zhu interrupted her, pulling her inside the hall, Next time you come, watch out. I've placed a stone here, make sure you don't trip over it. The more she acted like it didn't matter, the guiltier Bai Yao felt. The biggest victim when her body was possessed by Ah Xing was Mingzhu. Ah Xing made Mingzhu endure ridicule from senior and junior disciples, to the point she dared not go to the practice hall. In the end, it was still Bai Yao's excessive trust in others that allowed Ah Xing to take advantage. Thinking about this, Bai Yao tightened her grip on her sleeves and spoke up, "My body has mostly recovered. To atone for the wrongdoing, I volunteer to do the sweeping and miscellaneous tasks for Lingxiao sect, cleaning the square and the practice halls." What she didn't expect was that the first person to speak up for her was Mingzhu again. "It really has nothing to do with you. Ah Xing was originally after elder brother Yunheng. Even if he hadn't taken over your body, he would have taken over someone else's. And we were already prepared to confront him. What he did to me doesn't even count." Bai Zhuming. Bai Yao's eyes instantly reddened. "Thank you." Mingzhu handed her a handkerchief and then, as if suddenly remembering something, eagerly said, "What did I just say?" "The Huan Guang Luing pill. This stuff can improve one's spiritual roots. Come with me, sister. Once I refine this pill, I'll ensure your cultivation path is smooth forevermore." Bai Yao froze, and her tears flowed even more furiously. Her beautiful eyes filled with shimmering water, misty and blurred. How could Mingzhu stand seeing this beautiful woman crying? She immediately hugged her, consoling softly, "You're not to blame. All of this is Ah Xing's fault. If anyone should be blamed, it's him for deceiving your trust and using your kindness against you, doing wrong things with your body. You're a wonderful girl." Bai Yao wiped her tears and instinctively looked toward Shang Qingshi. After all, he was the sect master of Lingxiao sect, every action needed his consent. Shang Qingshi simply nodded slightly without stopping her. Because he knew. Bai Yao also inherited a family ring. Watching the two girls leave, Yunheng scratched his head and said, "Then master, I'll go back to the annex to sleep." Shang Qingshi did not intervene, but Xia Luyuan spoke up, "Senior brother, can I spar with you?" "Huh?" Yunheng looked at him in bewilderment. It seemed that since they had joined the Lingxiao sect, the two of them had never sparred before. Thinking about this, Yunheng also became interested and was eager to try it out, curious about how the previous sect leader's frostfall sword would be wielded by Xia Luyuan. "Let's go then." Yunheng tilted his chin toward him, to the courtyard. Xia Luyuan followed, while Shang Qingshi reminded them from behind, "Go easy, neither of you should get injured." "Don't worry, master," Yunheng assured him, "we know our limits." The two arrived in the courtyard. Xia Luyuan drew the frostfall, and Yunheng summoned the black longsword. At first, both of them used the basic sword techniques taught by their mentor. Their swords clashed, sparking flew. Shang Qingshi opened the window to look outside. It was obvious that both were extremely familiar with this set of sword techniques, even timing their attacks identically. Their figures intertwined with each other's spiritual energy, impossible to separate, making every move a delightful sight. But soon, Xia Luyuan began using the techniques of the former sect leader, and Yunheng started employing the new moves he learned from the Hanyu clan. Surrounding Xia Luyuan were cold flames and snowflakes, whereas Yunheng, despite his innate talent not specializing in elemental attacks, unleashed overwhelming and continuous waves of sword qi, like an unending torrential river. The fight continued, and although there was no clear winner yet, Xia Luyuan could distinctly feel that Yunheng was beginning to tire. His own stamina, however, remained strong due to the effects of the blood spring. If this went on, he would surely defeat Yunheng. Even though Ming Dudu was still asleep, there was inexplicably a voice in his mind guiding Xia Luyuan towards dark thoughts. His body started to gradually lose control. A wild ferocity emerged in his pitch-black eyes. His hands trembled involuntarily. Simply defeating Yunheng wouldn't suffice. Why not just kill him directly? That way, the other party would have no chance to skewer him through with 10,000 swords later, causing such a pitiful and hideous death. As soon as the thought surfaced, Xiao Yuan's sword qi turned even more freezing, surging forward with the force of a dragon breaking bamboo straight toward Yunheng's neck. Chapter 157, No Weariness. Yunheng was unsure whether it was because he couldn't react fast enough, or if he was convinced that Xia Luyuan wouldn't truly harm him, so he didn't dodge. The sharp tip of the sword stopped just short of his neck. It was so close, Yunheng could have been pierced through. Fortunately, it missed by just a little bit. Drenched in cold sweat on his back, Xia Luyuan retracted his Shuangjin sword, but the hand that had held the sword was still trembling slightly. However, Yunheng didn't seem to notice his abnormality at all, and instead smiled as he bowed respectfully to him. "Brother Luyuan, your set of sword skills is incredible. Let's practice again sometime." "Alright," Xia Luyuan steadied his mind and managed to force a not-so-handsome smile, replying, "Then, elder brother, go take care of your own business." Yunheng nodded, turned around, and entered the side chamber to continue sleeping. And Xia Luyuan returned to the main hall. Yunheng hadn't noticed anything, but Shang Qingshi could clearly see that Xiao Yuan's condition wasn't quite right. Just as she was about to ask, he collapsed into her arms, his shoulders quivering slightly. "After beating Yunheng, why do you act so strangely?" Shang Qingshi said. Xia Luyuan didn't answer. The fingers with distinct knuckles wrapped around the slender waist of the other person, and all his restless emotions were greatly consoled at this moment. "Teacher." After a long while, he mumbled unclearly, "My head hurts so much." Why would he have a headache when there seemed to be no reason? Could it be that Wei Chongyue had hit him so hard that he incurred some strange after effects, which the doctor couldn't diagnose due to his low cultivation? With such thoughts in mind, Shang Qingshi patted his head and massaged his temples for him, while he obediently rested in her embrace without moving, presenting an image of a tranquil and peaceful scene. At night, Shang Qingshi thought of going to soak in the hot spring enclave. Rarely taking the initiative, she asked him, "Do you want to come with me?" Surprisingly, Xia Luyuan declined. "There's a bathtub in the side chamber, I can wash myself there." Before, he used to insistently follow her even when she refused. Now, she invited him, but he acted restrained. Shang Qingshi felt odd inside, but she couldn't pinpoint exactly what was strange. Entering the hot spring enclave alone, after bathing, she found the main hall empty upon coming out. Tossing and turning in bed, she saw no one coming. Uncontrollably, the words from Feng Yang earlier came to her mind, "Master, why don't you indulge him? He will eventually become conceited due to your favor." He's not coming, could it be as Feng Yang said, being favored and arrogant? Or, has he grown weary of everything in the Eternal Life Hall? As drowsiness swept over, she hazily sensed someone carefully opening the door of the hall, lying down beside her. The touch on her waist made her briefly feel dazed. In the night, she looked up at the figure, and the moonlight perfectly poured through the window frame at this moment, casting a soft, dreamy glow onto Xia Liuyuan's face. "I thought." Her voice, probably due to sleepiness, sounded sticky and soft, gentle yet lingering. "I thought you'd find staying with me boring all the time." How could that ever be the case? Xia Luyuan tightened his embrace. He wouldn't remain clear-headed for many more years. Just now in the side chamber, he had carefully examined the pattern on his back. Even though he had burned the Yinhua flames to reduce Medusa to a single point before, this time, the patterns grown back were larger than last time. He speculated that the fire could only temporarily send Medusa into dormancy, merely treating the symptoms, and it could not stop it from continuing to invade his body. When the patterns extended to his face, he was destined to become a puppet of Medusa. Deeply understanding all of this, Xia Luyuan wanted nothing more than to always stick by Shang Qingshi, forever remembering her scent. Even a brief moment of companionship meant eternity to him, how could he ever find it dull? Upon waking up, Shang Qingshi felt her body becoming lighter. In the past, her Dan field felt heavy, influenced by her Bosch Ding constitution. She couldn't fully access the spiritual energy stored within. But now, when she tried, she was able to draw out a tiny amount. Yet, it was merely a small portion. The once full inner pellet also seemed to have some vacancy, and she transferred the strand of spirit power from her Dan field into her inner pellet, succeeding. Before she could think further about the reasons behind these changes, Xia Luyuan walked in and asked, "Would teacher like to eat something? I can make it for you." Shang Qingshi shook her head at him, "Since I have abandoned my earthly diet, I no longer need food. Practice your swordsmanship more. Aim to master all the sword techniques left by my father sooner." Xia Luyuan had been waiting for precisely these words. "I wish to enter the training enclave where time flows slower compared to the outside. This way, a day can be utilized as two." "That's good." Shang Qingshi couldn't possibly guess what was on his mind and nodded, "You should go quickly." Xia Luyuan didn't move, only stared at him without blinking. His intense gaze made the other feel like sitting on pins and needles, appearing highly unnatural. Subconsciously, he touched his cheeks, they were clean, neither stained nor smeared with anything odd. Finally, Xia Luyuan spoke, "But practicing swords alone inside is so boring. Could my master accompany me?" Shang Qingshi wanted to try further if she could stir more spiritual energy within her Dan field. Yet, she feared that rejecting him might lead to Xia Luyuan reaching out to grab her again, triggering another backlash from her primordial soul. After pondering for a moment, she extended her hand towards Xia Luyuan, "Let's go." Xia Luyuan didn't hold her hand but embraced her, rubbing against her neck. The scorching breath poured onto the porcelain white skin of his partner. "I knew it, my master cares about me most. I'll only accompany you for 1 hour, after that, you must practice on your own." Shang Qingshi interjected appropriately. "All right." Xia Luyuan didn't seem to feel even a trace of loss but continued to smile merrily as he nibbled and licked her neck lightly. It was strange. Shang Qingshi thought his canines seemed sharper somehow. Even without much pressure, they brought a stinging pain. This hadn't been the case before. Unfortunately, before she could confirm her observation clearly, their bodies had already entered the cultivation secret realm. This place was too small. Practicing swordplay here barely allowed for any real movement at all. She intended to suggest changing places, but Xia Luyuan didn't care and began wielding the frost descent sword immediately. Shang Qingshi then chose to remain silent. Finding the atmosphere somewhat dull, she acted as an encouragement team. Praising how excellent each of his moves was, the fluidity of one strike like flowing clouds or graceful as the wind. Actually, as a magical cultivator, she didn't truly understand these techniques at all. Regardless, Xia Luyuan enjoyed being praised and, in the middle of practicing, inexplicably hugged Shang Qingshi tightly again. So close that their breathing intertwined completely. Staring at her lips, Xia Luyuan felt a stirring in his heart and wished to kiss her once more. Neither of them anticipated Yunheng would burst into the cultivation secret realm at this very moment. Looking at the pair embracing each other, his eyes were especially pure and innocent, as if assuming they were practicing some unique martial arts technique. Thus, he reached out toward Shang Qingshi, "Master, please embrace me too. This skill looks very distinctive, I want to learn it as well." Chapter 158, Blocking This Rotten Mouth. Naturally, the result was that he was driven out with his sword. Yunheng felt extremely wronged. The cultivation realm was shared among direct disciples, the master was everyone's master, so why did Shang Qingshi only embrace Xia Luyuan and not him? As he emerged from the side hall, he was still ruminating over this issue. Seeing Mu Shen approach, it seemed as though a savior who could clarify doubts had appeared. He hurriedly asked, "Elder Mu Shen, do you know of a peculiar martial art?" Mu Shen stopped in his tracks and attentively listened to him. He heard Yunheng continue saying, that martial art requires two people to embrace each other. Embrace, together. Mu Shen truly couldn't picture such a scene, who have you seen embracing? Yunheng blinked his eyes, master and junior brother Xia. There was silence all around. Mu Shen's pupils trembled, taking quite a while before recovering from his astonishment. Yunheng merely thought that his current expression looked incredibly sad, so he kindly inquired, "What's wrong, elder? Don't you understand what kind of martial art this is?" Mu Shen held his breath. "You shouldn't go asking everyone else about it. This isn't some kind of martial art at all. If it wasn't a martial art, then why were they embracing?" Yunheng suddenly recalled that previously, when in front of himself and Mingzhu, Xia Luyuan admitted he liked Shang Qingshi. He seemed to have understood somewhat. Yunheng humbly asked, "So they embraced because they liked each other, right?" Mu Shen fell into silence once more. Raising his right hand, he intended to block Yunheng's blabbering mouth but eventually let it fall back down helplessly. "Have you finished your studies? Have you mastered your sword techniques? If you really can't find anything to do, I'll take you on patrol later." While speaking, he headed towards the main hall of Chongqing Palace, solely focused on watching Yunheng and not realizing the rock behind the threshold. Unsurprisingly, he tripped and stumbled. Fortunately, with the protection of Gold Dan's spiritual energy, Mu Shen supported himself on one hand and stood up again. Immediately afterward, he saw Shang Qingshi and Xia Luyuan come out from the cultivation realm. Both of them clearly also suffered from Yunheng's harassment, looking unusually unnatural. Mu Shen exhaled, starting to get down to business. "Master, Elder Fengyang dispatched others to search for Wei Chongyue's whereabouts. We searched many places, but no useful information was obtained, it's as if he disappeared into thin air. It's best if he stops causing trouble," said Shang Qingshi, sitting down by the table to maintain his dignity as the headmaster of Lingxiao sect. He poured himself a cup of tea alone and continued, "You've done well. Go to Elder Fengyang for the treasure chamber keys and lead everyone inside to choose some items." "Understood," Mu Shen responded, "if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave." Shang Qingshi watched him leave and then seemed to remember something, calling out, "Wait." Mu Shen hesitated slightly. This was the first time Shang Qingshi had called him back. Overwhelmed with joy, Mu Shen turned around and saw Shang Qingshi searching through his space bracelet, finally pulling out a Lingxiao mirror and handing it over. "Here, take this. Remember to activate it with blood." Lingxiao mirror. Something he had longed for so much, he finally got it. Carefully reaching out to take it, Mu Shen pierced his finger and smeared the blood onto the mirror surface. A light screen appeared before his eyes, automatically displaying his name. Then, a friend ad prompt popped up in the lower right corner. Shang Qingshi had actively added him. Overjoyed and deeply honored, he accepted the friend request, followed by another friend ad prompt appearing. It was Xia Luyuan. His initially upward curving lips drooped after accepting, as Xia Luyuan cheerfully remarked, "Elder, you know this thing allows you to set remarks for friends. What kind of remark would you want?" Under Mu Shen's watchful gaze, Xia Luyuan folded his arms and replied lightly, "Master's wife." Shang Qingshi spewed out a mouthful of tea. Not only that, he even choked on the remaining tea in his mouth, coughing violently, unable to catch his breath. Mu Shen's lips twitched madly, his eyelids jumping uncontrollably, as if all his facial features were beyond his control. Ultimately, the remark he gave to Xia Luyuan was, "Overambitious daydreamer who fantasizes during broad daylight." If the Lingxiao mirror's remark limit wasn't 12 characters, he would have written even more. After leaving the Chongqing Hall, Mu Shen subsequently added Fengyang, Yunheng, and Mingzhu as friends. The first two agreed very quickly, whereas Mingzhu didn't approve his application for several days, staying secluded in her bamboo grove cabin, skipping classes, and avoiding people altogether. One could occasionally hear the strange sound of popping noises in the sky. Mingzhu was fully focused on refining medicine. The process of refining Huanguan Luing pills was extremely intricate, but luckily with Grandpa Lin's guidance, Mingzhu managed without panicking. She stayed in the room for 4 days, and Bai Yao kept guard outside for 4 days. As the first pale light of dawn emerged, the long-closed door finally opened. Bai Yao turned her head and looked at a piece of pale yellow clothing corner. "Mingzhu." As soon as she spoke, Mingzhu stood in front of her, pressing a pill into her hand. The sweet fragrance spread widely, judging by the faint patterns on the pill, it could nearly match the quality of a heavenly tier pill. Bai Yao shook her head quickly, "I don't have any money to pay you. You take it back." This is my gift to you, Mingzhu smiled at her. Elder Feng Yang mentioned that you once consumed strange things to improve your wasted spiritual root, which caused many toxins to accumulate in your body, making you very frail. If you don't take Huanguang Luiying pill, you won't live past 20. Feeling truly guilty, Bai Yao still refused to accept the pill. Mingzhu hugged her. If you really feel indebted to me, then after you leave the mountain, help me find those talented yet not yet recruited practitioners who are disinterested in women for companionship. I need them. All right. Bai Yao nodded, feeling less guilt creeping inside her. She tightly gripped the pill in her hand, large tears streaming down her cheeks and dropping onto the back of her hand. Don't cry, Sister Bai Yao. You're so beautiful, you should smile more often. Mingzhu pulled out a handkerchief and wiped her tears, the affection for her evident in her tone. Bai Yao nodded repeatedly, trying her best to control her tears. She took a ring from the pouch she carried with her and handed it over. This is an heirloom of my family. Although I'm unsure of its specific use, this is the only thing I possess that's worth anything. I give it to you. In the future, you will surely become the most powerful alchemist in the world. Thanks for your good wishes, Mingzhu received great encouragement, I'll work hard for it. The two chatted for a while longer before Bai Yao reluctantly departed. Mingzhu prepared to return to her room to rest. As her gaze casually passed over the veranda, her eyebrows furrowed sharply. She had planted many Dihu soul grass there. She carefully fed them leftovers from medicinal refinement and watered them daily, tending to them attentively, growing them tall and robust. But now, all that remained were two withered, lifeless sprouts, seemingly about to be blown over by the wind. Mingzhu screamed in despair, Dihu soul grass. Who pulled out my Dihu soul grass? Chapter 159, Cloud-Soaring Flying Boat. The Doshan grass was naturally plucked by Xia Luyuan. After absorbing the blood spring, there was always a faint trace of demonic aura on him, and he needed this grass to mask it. In order not to let Mingzhu notice anything unusual, for these few days, he had been avoiding her. Strangely enough, the looting chicken also seemed to encounter something it feared and hid as well. Yunqing placed chicken feed in the Chongqing Hall, and it would occasionally come to have a few bites, then continue hiding, making sure no one could find it. Mingzhu had just made up her mind, determined to reveal the culprit, when she received a letter seeking help from Wei Chunyi. The letter said that the newly established Changyue sect founded by her had initially taken shape, but had recently been targeted by the nearby Tianfeng Tower. The sect master of Tianfeng Tower was an infant yuan cultivator, whom she couldn't beat nor argue with, so she hoped to get help from Lingxiao sect. Mingzhu was naturally happy to oblige. But looking across the entire Lingxiao sect, only Feng Yang could defeat the Tianfeng Tower sect master. For this reason, Mingzhu specially used the Lingxiao mirror to send messages, gathering everyone together, and handed over the plea for help to Shang Qingshi to read. Defeating an infant yuan cultivator is a simple matter for Feng Yang, Shang Qingshi said, however, we need to figure out which sect is actually in the right, so we don't help wrongly and end up being criticized. Charioteers of great attainment possessed the ability to instantly move through space. Feng Yang could be there and back within half an incense burn's time, even having a bit of spare time for tea, food, or enjoying the scenery. Feng Yang was just about to leave, but Mingzhu pulled out another letter. Sister Chunyi also mentioned that the new Changyue sect is built at the place where the flute sound immortal perished, and recently, the remnants of the immortal's consciousness appeared there. She welcomes all law cultivators of the cultivation world to visit the new Changyue sect and accept the legacy of the immortal. Feng Yang stopped in his tracks, along with everyone else in the room, staring in unison towards Shang Qingshi. Among them, only he was a law cultivator. Shang Qingshi sat up straighter, quietly contemplating that it seemed he should make a trip to the new Changyue sect. And so he said, since it's like this, then we should all go. Even if they cannot receive the legacy, it can still be regarded as a journey. While pondering thus, the sound of disciples outside the Chongqing Hall rang out, Sister Mingzhu, there's a letter for you here. Thinking it might be a new plea for help sent by Wei Chunyi, Mingzhu rushed out, took the envelope inside. Seeing the signature on the letter, she paused slightly, it's Sister Jinyue's letter. Has she encountered some trouble at the Qinji sect? As she spoke, she hastily unfolded the letter, emitting a cry of surprise. Yunqing leaned over to look, also letting out a cry of surprise. Seeing the two of them standing dumbstruck, Xia Luyuan became curious as to what was written in the letter, stepping behind them, saying, the letter says that under the guidance of the sect master of Qinji sect, Lin Jingyue has manufactured a flying device called Cloud-Soaring Flying Boat, selling 5 units already, and gaining positive feedback. Originally thought this thing was her creation. A few days ago, I saw others operating it. It simply requires pre-injecting spiritual power, setting the course, and then it automatically arrives at its destination without constant supervision. Feng Yang added, however, this thing is quite expensive, each flying boat costs 100,000 spirit stones. 100,000. Initially, Shang Qingshi thought of buying one to try, but hearing such an absurd price, he immediately abandoned the idea. 100,000 spirit stones are equivalent to 1,000,000 taels of gold in human terms. The Lin grandfather inside the ring popped out, revealing a gratified expression, unable to hold back tears. If I had known earlier that you had such talent for mechanisms, I wouldn't have forced her to refine medicines back then. It's not too late now, Mingzhu comforted softly. Sister Jingyue joined the Qianji sect for less than a year and has already created the flying boat. In the future, she will surely achieve greater accomplishments. Lin grandfather nodded and returned to the ring. Mingzhu noticed traces of ink on the thin letter paper, realizing there were also words on the back, so she turned it around, issuing yet another cry of surprise. Yunqing similarly exclaimed. With expression surprisingly consistent, Xia Luyuan read out the content. Lin Jingyue said that she feels remorseful for previously selling counterfeit medicine, and considering Mingzhu's face, specially presents Lingxiao's sect with a cloud-soaring flying boat. Mingzhu found a small storage bag in the envelope, tossed it into the yard, and the cloud-soaring flying boat quickly expanded. Just looking at the exterior, it appeared exquisitely delicate and beautiful. Being able to assemble various intricate parts into such a massive contraption, Lin Jingyue's potential for mechanism arts truly seemed boundless. Mingzhu went aboard to take a look, then jumped down, saying, "There are 3 small rooms on board for resting purposes." Here comes the question. There were 6 people in the Chongqing Hall altogether, but since Mingzhu was a girl, she would occupy a room by herself. Xia Luyuan silently edged closer to Shang Qingshi. Yunheng looked around and volunteered, "Then how about master and younger brother Xia share a room, elder Fengyang and brother Mushin share a room, and I'll sleep in the corridor?" "No," Mushin shook his head. "As an elder, how can I let a disciple sleep in the corridor? You should share a room with elder Fengyang instead." "No problem, suffering is the path to greatness." "No, no matter what you say today, you must sleep in a room, absolutely cannot freeze outside." The two argued endlessly without reaching any conclusion for a while. Fengyang, seeing this, simply crossed his arms and said indifferently, "Since both of you are so polite and yielding, then you both sleep in the corridor, and I will take a whole room for myself." Yunheng and Mushin turned their heads toward him in disbelief. He tilted his head, "Would you expect me to sleep in the corridor, giving up the room for you too?" "Never never." Under the overwhelming pressure of the great perfection-level cultivator, they could only suppress their grievances silently. Before boarding the flying boat, Shang Qingshi took out a blanket from the space bracelet and kindly handed it over to them. "It's cold at night, remember to cover up and don't catch a cold." After boarding the flying boat, Shang Qingshi decisively chose the largest and brightest room. Xia Luyuan, as usual, went inside to clean everything and placed soft cotton quilts on the bed for a good rest. Mingzhu stroked her chin, choosing the one closer to the stern of the boat, with a large window, allowing her to refine medicines, and any smell would disperse quickly. Only one room remained. After injecting spiritual energy into the flying boat and setting the course, Fengyang swaggered in and slammed the door shut. This left Yunheng and Mushin sitting side by side in the corridor, glaring at each other. They started some awkward small talk. "Have you eaten?" "I haven't eaten yet." "Why didn't you eat?" "Because I'm abstaining from food." "Oh right, I'm abstaining too." Just when the two couldn't find any more topics, a loud explosion came from Mingzhu's room. As soon as the door opened, thick black smoke poured out. It looked like refining pills had failed. With her little face covered in furnace ash and her hair all blown up, she coughed a few times, tears streaming down as she said to Yunheng, "Big brother, help. I blew a hole in the deck of the flying boat, and there's a bit of wind coming through." Yunheng rushed into her room, fixing the damaged deck and then helping her tidy up the chaotic herbs. Thus, only Mushin was left in the corridor. The cool wind slapped directly against his face. Chapter 160, Backing Mountain. Changlu Mountain. 2 groups of people were confronting each other. On one side were Wei Chuni, wearing pink robes and a veil, along with the disciples of Changlu sect. On the other side stood the protector and disciples of Tianfeng Tower. "Didn't you say that you discovered the residual spirit of Dizzy Immortal, welcoming all practitioners to receive her inheritance?" "I am a practitioner, so why aren't you letting me in?" The protector of Tianfeng Tower sneered coldly, gently swaying a folding fan in an affected manner. Unfortunately, his pointed face and sharp features only made him look repulsively greasy and unpleasant. Wei Chuni clenched her teeth. "If you are truly here to receive the inheritance, naturally I would welcome you. But with such a large group accompanying you, it's clear that you're simply provoking trouble for no reason." The Tianfeng Tower protector closed his fan and gestured behind him. Dozens of spirit beasts surged forward, rushing towards the disciples of Changlu sect. Wei Chuni had to stand in front of them, activating a protective shield to ensure the safety of her disciples. Upon seeing the color of her spiritual energy, the protector from Tianfeng Tower's smirk grew wider, a heaven root. "There's no need to hide your face any longer, I've already guessed who you are, you're Wei Chongyue's adoptive daughter, Wei Chuni. Isn't Wei Chongyue that former leader of Xinjiang Palace who succumbed to heart demons?" Such an outwardly presentable man turned out to be someone worthy of disdain. "So she is Wei Chuni after all, no wonder I always found Changlu sect distasteful. Wei Chongyue's adoptive daughter really is as repugnant as her father." Wei Chuni hated nothing more than being compared to Wei Chongyue. Ever since he had challenged her by threatening death in case of defeat, their familial ties had been severed long ago. But at this moment, fending off these spirit beasts alone was already a tremendous struggle, leaving her no time to retort. With great interest, the Tianfeng Tower protector watched Wei Chuni sweat profusely. Glancing casually, his eyes caught something, moving swiftly to pull a little girl out of the lush grasses. This was precisely DZ Immortal's descendant, Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu had no spiritual root, she was merely an ordinary human. Being held tightly by the collar, her breathing became somewhat labored, but she didn't cry for help toward Wei Chunyi. Instead, she stared at the Tianfeng Tower protector with fierce hatred. Not much skill but plenty of attitude, huh? The Tianfeng Tower protector snorted disdainfully. Having been flattered endlessly for centuries, no one had dared to show such a disrespectful expression in at least 200 years. He decided that Xiao Yu needed a lesson. As his hand moved towards her neck, Wei Chunyi managed to temporarily drive away the spirit beasts, shouting hoarsely, "She's just a commoner, don't harm her. Take whatever grievances out on me instead." The Tianfeng Tower protector hesitated momentarily, smiling slyly, "Just because you say I shouldn't harm her doesn't mean I'll listen. What are you, anyway?" As he spoke, the spirit beasts once again pounced on Wei Chunyi, while his hand mercilessly clamped around Xiao Yu's throat. Watching her struggle fiercely, her small face turning bluish-purple before gradually losing strength, he seemed unfazed. Suddenly, a massive cloud-riding vessel descended from the heavens, flattening the spirit beasts of Tianfeng Tower into pancakes. A figure in dark robes appeared next to the Tianfeng Tower protector at a speed invisible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the latter was thrown 10 zhang away, tumbling off the cliffside. Blood scattered like a red carpet leading him to the underworld. Not even a scream escaped his lips. His disciples rushed over, only to find his left arm resting by the edge of the cliff, the right caught in vines hanging down the precipice. As for the rest of his body, it was nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, little Xiao Yu, who was almost strangled to death by the Tianfeng Tower protector, now rested completely unharmed in Feng Yang's arms. Feng Yang looked indifferently at the remaining disciples of Tianfeng Tower, stating, "Still haven't planned to leave? Are you considering going down there to keep him company?" Those individuals finally came to their senses, screaming as they scattered and ran away, quickly vanishing from sight. Ming Zhu jumped down from the flying vessel, taking Xiao Yu from Feng Yang's embrace, and gently stroking her head, "Look how tall you've grown, adorable one, let sister give you a kiss." She then approached Wei Chunyi, blinking exaggeratedly, "Long time no see. I received your letter and hurried over immediately. How about it, did I make it in time?" Wei Chunyi was deeply touched. Looking at the familiar figures descending one after another from the flying vessel, none were particularly strange except for the helpful Feng Yang. But tales of Feng Yang's battle against Wei Chunyi in the demon realm had been circulating recently. Even though she didn't recognize his face, she could guess correctly. Removing her veil, Wei Chunyi solemnly bowed deeply to everyone, "Please follow me to the meeting hall. I will host a banquet to treat you and refresh your travels." It wasn't until she led the group far away that several Changlo sect disciples exchanged glances, jaws nearly hitting the ground in astonishment. "Isn't our sect leader called the Autumn Color Fairy? Why is she Wei Chunyi's adoptive daughter, Wei Chunyi? As for those people we saw earlier, I've met them before at the cultivation conference, they're from Lingxiao's sect. Isn't Xinyang Palace supposed to be sworn enemies with Lingxiao's sect? Why would they be willing to help us?" Too many questions swirled in their heads, but answers remained elusive. But one thing was certain, they had gained immensely. The newly founded Changlo sect was only just starting to develop, so it could only take on disciples others didn't want. Most of these individuals were classified as waste materials, 3 or 4 spiritual roots at most, who wouldn't even qualify as outer sect disciples in larger sects. Now, however, they could proudly tell others that their sect had the backing of Lingxiao's sect. Anyone who dared come and provoke would need to carefully consider whether they could risk facing the wrath of Lingxiao's sect. With great delight, the group rushed to the meeting hall, busying themselves by serving tea and water while also getting a chance to marvel at the grandeur of the only Daoqing cultivation master currently in the realm of immortals. Then they watched as Feng Yang took a sip of tea, spat it out with a disdainful sound, and remarked critically, "This tastes strange." Wei Chunyi immediately began to sweat profusely. Knowing Feng Yang and Wei Chunyi hadn't seen eye to eye, she didn't expect Feng Yang to treat her kindly. She became somewhat awkward and stammered apologetically, "Building Changlo sect has practically drained all my funds. This is the best tea I could afford. Please excuse me." Feng Yang furrowed his brow, staring motionlessly at her for a moment. Under his gaze, she grew increasingly uneasy, struggling to swallow hard. Unable to discern his intent, she prepared to inquire when Feng Yang's figure suddenly vanished right before her eyes, leaving no trace of him in the meeting hall. This was far too disrespectful. Wiping the sweat off her forehead, Wei Chunyi forced herself to conjure up a smile. She racked her brain trying to think of something to say to break the odd silence. Just as she opened her mouth, Feng Yang reappeared, sweeping through the meeting hall and creating a gust of wind that blew toward Wei Chunyi's face. She froze in place for a second. Suddenly blinded by a burst of dazzling, multicolored light, she instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes. When she looked down, she noticed a burlap sack lying on the ground, and it was precisely from this sack that the light emanated. Chapter 161, Is this really normal? Wei Chunyi was confused, "This is. Didn't you just say there's no money?" Feng Yang's voice remained cold and indifferent, revealing no emotion. "I stole this from the room of the head of Tianfeng Tower. It's still warm." He spoke with a sense of righteousness that was unmatched. It was as if he wasn't an elder of Lingxiao sect, but rather a robber in the mountains, for whom robbery was as common as eating dinner. Wei Chunyi had never seen such an unconventional Great Ascension practitioner. Her mouth twitched slightly, and she tentatively asked, "Why are you giving me these?" "Of course they're not free." Feng Yang looked at her, his voice calm as usual. "The residual spirit of Dizzy Immortal must first be received by our sect leader for the inheritance. If he fails, only then can others try." She thought he would demand something outrageous, but it turned out to be just that. "Alright," Wei Chunyi sighed in relief, smiling again, "all of you have traveled far and surely must be tired. Take a short break, enjoy the food here, and afterwards, I will guide Head Shang to search for the Immortal's residual spirit." The delicacies she mentioned were merely some ordinary dishes, not much better in taste than what Master De Huang's dog could cook. The pastries were overly sweet, the chicken soup too fishy, and the meat particularly dry, perfectly amplifying all the flaws of the ingredients. Shang Qingshi lacked enthusiasm while eating, so he asked her, "How exactly did your Changlu sect end up feuding with Tianfeng Tower?" "This is a long story." Wei Chunyi helplessly shook her head, her mouth drooping, obviously troubled by this issue. Just as she was about to unload her complaints, Feng Yang interrupted from the side, "Then why don't you make it short?" He really gave no face at all. But she couldn't afford to offend him, so she had to swallow her annoyance. Wei Chunyi paused, organized her thoughts, and then slowly said, "Tianfeng Tower was established the year Dizzy Immortal perished, specifically to search for her residual spirit and remains in this area. For hundreds of years, they found nothing, but I did." She sighed, "I'm not a cultivation method specialist, and my little jade doesn't even have a spiritual root. We had no intention of monopolizing the residual spirit. However, the master of Tianfeng Tower has grudges against Wei Chongyue. He detests people with natural talents and, since I discovered the residual spirit before him, he harbors hatred for me. He ordered the Changlu sect to relocate from these mountains and find another place, so that he could possess the residual spirit for himself. But I spent all my money building Changlu sect. Moving now means taking my disciples to live off the northwest wind. In order to stay here, I sought help from Mingzhu and invited all method practitioners in the realm, hoping someone could save us. At this point, she said emotionally, "You've come just in time. The guardian of Tianfeng Tower arrived today to cause trouble. He deliberately injured Xiaoyu to provoke my anger, planning to blame everything on me conveniently, giving Tianfeng Tower the perfect reason to eradicate us." At this moment, Feng Yang pulled out a book from his sleeve and handed it over to Shang Qingshi, saying, "What she said seems true. I just found this in the master of Tianfeng Tower's room." Shang Qingshi took a glance at it. It was a wicked art for absorbing residual spirits. Even if one isn't chosen by the residual spirit to receive its inheritance, one could force the absorption using wicked arts. Although the results wouldn't be as good as the former, under the principle of benefiting oneself at the expense of others, it still reaped substantial benefits. How could he, being the leader of a righteous sect, practice wicked arts? Disappointed, Shang Qingshi shook his head, throwing the book to Xia Luyuan, who ignited flames in his palm, instantly reducing the book to ashes in his hand. Wei Chunyi scoffed, "Now that life is comfortable, these so-called righteous schools each harbor their own private interests. The higher the cultivation, the more selfish the person, and rightly so that none other than the previous master of Lingxiao sect succeeded in ascending within the last few centuries." Yunheng interjected, "Back in the days when demon seeds ran rampant, those were truly heroic times. Everyone fought to protect the world, each willing to sacrifice their lives without hesitation. In reality, the good times didn't last very long. The former demon sovereign was warlike, influencing the demon seeds to wreak havoc everywhere, causing misery wherever they went. But the last demon sovereign advocated non-interference. With him keeping them in check, most demon seeds stayed in the demon realm, leaving the human world alone, allowing the common folk to recover and live peacefully. Now that the old demon sovereign has passed, the demon realm is temporarily without a master." Shang Qingshi mused thoughtfully, a trace of worry lurking in his tone. "It's unclear what kind of personality the next demon sovereign will have. If he's like the one before last, extremely cruel and bloodthirsty, then all living beings in the world will once again suffer endlessly." Xia Luyuan beside him coughed lightly, then casually took a sip of tea, lowering his long, thick eyelashes to gaze at the blue and white porcelain teacup. Yunheng remained oblivious, standing up excitedly as he declared resoundingly, "What's there to fear? If the new demon sovereign dares to cause trouble, I'll beat any demon seeds who come, one or two, it doesn't matter. Even if he comes himself, I won't be afraid. I'll take up my sword and pierce him into a sieve." Xiao Yuan's hand trembled, and he feigned composure as he put down the cup. Recalling the time he had been stabbed, it had to be said, Yunheng really kept his word, he had indeed carried it out. Taking a deep breath, Xia Luyuan turned his head and reminded him gently, "Brother, your tea spilled." Yunheng looked down, and sure enough, the teacup had tipped over, spilling water onto his robes. He hurriedly sat back down, patting off the clumped tea leaves. At this moment, little Jade trotted over to Shang Qingshi on her short legs, holding out the bamboo flute she'd been carrying and batting her eyes at him. She had grown much plumper, her little face round and chubby like a blessing child from a New Year painting, especially endearing. "Is this for me?" Shang Qingshi stroked her head affectionately. "This was our ancestors' magical artifact. Take it with you when you meet her, she will surely recognize you, little Jade said earnestly. But remember to return it to me when you come back. Shang Qingshi smiled and nodded, unable to resist pinching her chubby cheeks. Children were truly the cutest. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Xia Luyuan leaned over and whispered softly, "Teacher, pinch me too." In public. What kind of words were these? Shang Qingshi turned his head away, but Xia Luyuan disregarded this and grabbed his hand, rubbing his face affectionately against his palm. And yet Shang Qingshi couldn't refuse, lest Xia Luyuan be scorched by reverse fire. Mu Shen watched nearby, grinding his teeth almost to pieces. Wei Chunyi observed this and could only gawk, resisting the urge to inch closer to Mingzhu and lower her voice to ask, Is this really how your Lingxiao sect acts normally? Ugh, is this actually normal? Chapter 162, Born with an Evil Soul. Get used to it. Mingzhu appeared calm as if she had seen countless storms, sipping tea and unintentionally revealing 4 rings on her right hand. Wei Chunyi was more stupefied. Don't you find it uncomfortable wearing rings like that? Mingzhu still replied with those 4 words, get used to it. Wei Chunyi smacked her lips, seeing that everyone had finished eating, then stood up and said to Shang Qingshi, Master Shang, please follow me. Feng Yang also stood up, clearly uneasy. Wei Chunyi quickly added, Master Shang can only go alone, otherwise, it would disturb the lingering presence of the immortal lady. Elder Feng Yang, please rest here peacefully. But what if something happens? Xia Luyuan spoke up at this moment. Wei Chunyi didn't understand where their worries were coming from. The immortal lady is not a bad person. Even if she hasn't chosen Master Shang as her successor, she certainly won't harm him. It seemed reasonable. They were anxious because they had previously encountered the remnant consciousness of a Zhang and the Mirage. But this time was different. Immortal Lady Dizzy sacrificed herself for all living beings. Her residual presence is gentle and harmless. She wouldn't hurt anyone. Thinking about this, Shang Qingshi shook his head at both of them. There's nothing to worry about. Stay here and take care. He then said to Wei Chunyi, let's go. Seeing Feng Yang and Xia Luyuan hadn't moved, she led Shang Qingshi away. The sandalwood fragrance on your body will interfere with the immortal lady. Before meeting her residual consciousness, you need to bathe and wash off the scent. Adrian, who had calmed down already, immediately stood by Shang Qingshi upon hearing this. Before Wei Chunyi could ask, he justified himself convincingly. I won't meet the residual presence, but I can help my master bathe, right? Wei Chunyi couldn't find any words to refute him for a moment. Eventually, she led both into the hot spring on Changyue Mountain and asked the disciples to deliver a set of clean clothes. Before leaving, she folded her hands in prayer and sincerely wished them, wishing you happiness. Shang Qingshi pinched his temple. After she left, he said to Xia Luyuan, be low-key, can't you see her face was almost turning purple? Who knows what she thinks of us behind our backs? I can't. Xia Luyuan shook his head. Why be low-key? He wished to announce his relationship with Shang Qingshi to the whole world. Only then would life truly have meaning. He stood behind Shang Qingshi, untangled his hair, and helped him remove layers of clothing. Shang Qingshi stepped into the hot spring and carefully washed his hair and body with a towel, soaking in the water for a while. Afterward, he dressed properly, letting his wet hair drape over his shoulders, and sniffed his body meticulously. Because he'd stayed in the Hall of Eternal Life for too long, he really couldn't tell if there was still a trace of sandalwood scent, so he approached Xia Luyuan and asked, is there still a smell? Xia Luyuan leaned in and sniffed. Then he laughed and said, yes. Ah. That meant he'd have to wash again. Turning around, Shang Qingshi was about to step back into the water when Xia Luyuan grabbed him in time, tricking my master, there's no smell anymore. Caught off guard, Shang Qingshi pressed his lips together and ultimately sighed lightly, saying one sentence, next time, don't make things up or I'll get mad. Yet his expression wasn't angry. Rather, because of the scorching hot spring, the corners of his eyes turned red from the misty vapor, stunningly beautiful beyond compare. Xia Luyuan embraced him, kissing his neck. Watching the pale skin blush into a color of delicate allure, akin to a red plum blooming amidst the snow, he caressed it with his fingertips for a while and smirked triumphantly, now, my master smells like me, and needs to bathe again. Shang Qingshi pushed him weakly but couldn't push him away, so he just let him be. An hour later, they finally came out. Wei Chunyi looked at Xia Luyuan who was still clinging to Shang Qingshi and said, you can only go this far and cannot go further. Xia Luyuan had no choice but to stop and stand quietly in place, looking like a rock waiting for someone far away. It was very quiet throughout the journey. Wei Chunyi led Shang Qingshi through a cliffside, and before their eyes appeared a thatched cottage, with a pear blossom tree in front. The scenery was tranquil and pleasant. Even though it wasn't the season for pear blossoms, this tree was covered in flowers, heavy petals bending the branches downward, scattering all over the ground. This is the place, Wei Chunyi told him, wait here a moment. If there's karmic connection, you'll see the residual presence of the immortal lady. With that, she turned around and left, leaving Shang Qingshi alone there. Shang Qingshi walked to the edge of the house. Holding a bamboo flute in one hand, he took a snow-white petal with the other, watching as it spun gently into his palm and finally turned into mist, vanishing. It seemed that this tree and the small house were also remnants of a lingering presence. He closed his eyes briefly, hearing a warm voice like a spring breeze. How did my flute end up with you? Shang Qingshi turned his head and saw a woman draped in white. Presumably, this was the residual spirit of Dizzy Lady, the flute immortal. He said, your descendant entrusted this flute to me, saying that if I carry it, you will recognize me. Dizzy Lady appeared to scrutinize him earnestly for a moment, then spoke softly, but you were born with an evil soul, not the kind of person I had hoped would inherit my legacy. Shang Qingshi was stunned. Born with an evil soul. In his life, he has done good deeds, never engaging in any wicked acts like theft or arson. Even in modern times, he used to help grandmothers cross the street, aid the homeless, and visit children at orphanages. Why would Dizzy Lady say he was born with an evil soul? Could it be because he became the canon fodder villain in this book? Yet even so, the sins belonged to this body, not to his pure soul. He didn't understand. Moreover, Dizzy Lady had already stated that he wasn't the successor she hoped for. Shang Qingshi felt he shouldn't stay any longer, so he turned to leave. At this moment, her voice came from behind, odd. People born with evil souls are moody, petty, and vengeful. Why are you not angry at all after what I've said? Shang Qingshi turned around. His expression clearly carried no trace of resentment. Inheriting your power belongs to you, mistress. You have every right to choose anyone. Why should I be angry? Dizzy Lady curved her lips slightly, appearing intrigued as she approached Shang Qingshi, circling around him while carefully sensing something. As though uncovering some truth, she nodded knowingly, the laughter in her eyes deepening. I see. Shang Qingshi was confused but then saw Dizzy Lady extend a hand toward him. Someone tried to alter your destiny, paying an enormous price in the process. She said. Since this is the case, I shall choose you as my successor and lend you a helping hand. I hope you do not disappoint their expectations and strive to overcome the fate of being born with an evil soul. Chapter 163, Level Crossing Combat is Professional. The wind blew, stirring up the fallen pear blossoms. Countless petals enveloped Shang Qingshi. His body lifted into the air, and he felt streams of spiritual energy flowing orderly into his inner pellet. Meanwhile, one array pattern after another appeared in his mind. Dizzy Fairy was once the leading figure among spell cultivators. The old Changyue sect she founded also specialized in teaching spell cultivation techniques. However, Shang Qingshi had chosen to become a spell cultivator because of his poor physical condition, which prevented him from engaging in close combat with others. Secret arts of all sects were never passed on externally. Lingxiao sect was famous for its sword Dao and did not possess many rare arrays. Even though the previous sect leader had painstakingly gathered some decent great arrays for Shang Qingshi, they were only a few. Now, the array patterns appearing in his mind had mostly disappeared. Judging by the size and complexity of the patterns alone, their killing power was extremely strong. The pear blossoms fell. Dizzy Fairy waved her hand at him, signaling for him to leave. Shang Qingshi solemnly bowed to her and turned around. In that instant, the pear trees and houses behind him turned to dust, and Dizzy Fairy's remnant consciousness dissipated in the twilight. Shang Qingshi returned to the conference hall. As soon as he stepped through the door, the people of Lingxiao sect quickly surrounded him. Wei Qioni and Xiao Yu also curiously asked, how did it go? It was successful, he nodded and handed the bamboo flute back to Xiao Yu. He still had doubts and couldn't help but looked around, asking, do I look very malevolent? No, Xia Luyuan grabbed his hand in public, gently caressing his pale fingertips with the scar on his right hand. Master is the best person in the world. Feng Yang angrily said, who dares to say the sect leader is malevolent? Watch me rip his mouth apart. There's no need to care about the evaluations of irrelevant people. To me, Master is the best master in the whole world. Mingzhu blinked her eyes, and Yunheng continued her sentence. Master isn't malevolent at all. You care for and love your disciples, sparing no effort for us. We admire you the most. They said all the good words, so Mushin just nodded repeatedly to confirm their heartfelt sincerity without any falsehood. In this way, Shang Qingshi's tense emotions got somewhat comforted. He said, let's pay a visit to Tianfeng Tower. We must give them a lesson so that they dare not bother Changyue sect anymore. Seeing his exhausted appearance, Feng Yang suggested, I can go alone. Sect leader, please take a rest first. No, Shang Qingshi rejected his suggestion. Isn't the sect leader of Tianfeng Tower an early Yuaning cultivator specializing in earth attributes? Wei Qioni conscientiously supplemented, he's a spell cultivator with a wind affinity root bone, and his renowned skill is the hurricane spell array. Shang Qingshi glanced at Xia Luyuan, Yunheng, and Mingzhu, saying, you three haven't fought together for a long time, have you? As soon as he spoke, the three of them understood what he meant and nodded in succession. Then let's meet him. Although letting the disciples exercise more is a good thing, letting 3 gold core practitioners fight against an early Yuaning cultivator is a bit too risky. Wei Qioni wanted to say something, but Mingzhu tilted her chin at her. Don't worry, we 3 are professionals when it comes to level crossing combat. It makes sense. Back during the cultivation conference, the strength of Lingxiao's sect was evident to all. Putting aside her worries, Wei Qioni smiled brightly, thank you all. Your kindness will never be forgotten by me. Under her appreciative gaze, Shang Qingshi and his group traveled aboard a flying boat to the territory of Tianfeng Tower. There was a great defensive array here, but Feng Yang just shook his sleeves lightly, shattering the great array in an instant. The Tianfeng Tower disciples prepared for battle and surrounded those who disembarked from the flying boat. After quite some time, the sect leader of Tianfeng Tower finally arrived, dismissing those disciples with a flattery-filled smile. Isn't this Shang Qingshi, the sect leader of Lingshao's sect, and Feng Yang, the elder? What brings you to Tianfeng Tower? What have you done? Don't tell me you're unaware. Mingzhu put her hands on her hips and shouted at him, those disciples causing trouble at Changyue's sect should have already come back by now. The people indeed came back. Only then did the sect leader of Tianfeng Tower learn that the new Changyue sect had a deep relationship with Lingshao's sect. Since Tianfeng Tower had already offended Changyue's sect, begging for mercy now wouldn't work, so it was better to face things head-on. The sect leader of Tianfeng Tower asked, so what? Does Lingshao's sect think you can bully my small sect just because you're bigger and stronger? How is Tianfeng Tower small? Feng Yang mocked sarcastically, didn't they rank over 10 places higher than Lingshao's sect in the last cultivation competition? The past is the past. Nowadays, Lingshao's sect has elder Feng Yang, the only Deshang cultivator in the cultivation world, and sect leader Shang has 3 exceptionally talented disciples. We Tianfeng Tower are no match for you. Though it seemed like praise on the surface, every word was laced with sarcasm. According to the messages relayed back by my disciples, the leader of Changyue's sect is the adopted daughter of Wei Chongyue, who committed numerous atrocities. I'm sure his adopted daughter isn't a good person either. Isn't Lingshao's sect supposed to detest Jinyang Palace the most? Why would you come pick a fight at our Tianfeng Tower for her? You've misunderstood, Shang Qingshi smiled insincerely. We came here to exchange skills with you. Exchange skills? The sect leader of Tianfeng Tower straightened his back. Surely Lingshao's sect didn't send Feng Yang for this exchange, did they? Even if all of Tianfeng Tower combined, they wouldn't be able to stand against him. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his cheek as he pondered how to decline. But then he saw Shang Qingshi beckon the 3 people behind him. This immediately made the sect leader of Tianfeng Tower breathe a sigh of relief. But when he carefully felt their auras, his brows furrowed again. Yunheng was about to reach the late Jindan stage. Mingzhu was about to enter the mid-Jindan stage. As for Xia Luyuan, he couldn't sense the other's presence, but knowing that Xia had been the champion of the individual competition in the previous cultivation contest, he understood this person wasn't someone easy to deal with. Their ages and cultivation levels were already explosive by the standards of the entire cultivation world. There wasn't a single disciple within Tianfeng Tower who could match them in age and cultivation level. They would surely be beaten to a pulp. The sect leader of Tianfeng Tower wiped away his cold sweat. Just as he was about to speak, Shang Qingshi murmured ominously, my 3 disciples wish to learn a trick or 2 from you, sect leader. What do you think? What? These 3 wanted to challenge him. At once, the heart of the sect leader of Tianfeng Tower steadied. Wasn't he a Yuaning cultivator? Would he possibly fear these few Jindan cultivators? One move, and it would show restraint if it didn't leave these 3 battered and bruised. Thinking thus, the sect leader of Tianfeng Tower smiled genuinely for the first time and kindly said, these 3 juniors give me greater joy the more I look at them. Since you wish to learn from me, I will ensure you don't leave disappointed today. Chapter 164, No Hands But Feet. Just by looking at that smiling face, one would think he was an amiable elder with a kind expression. But as he spoke, he took out his staff and quickly conjured up his most skilled hurricane array. As the array gradually formed beneath his feet, a gale-force wind immediately arose, bending all the surrounding trees. Mingzhu's hair was blown askew, and as her robes fluttered in the wind, she summoned her ancient zither, shouting loudly, fate is with me. She had long wanted to show off just once. And finally, she got her chance. Not only did she show off herself, but she also turned around and urged Xia Luyuan and Yunheng, what are you waiting for? Call your magical weapons names quickly. Xia Luyuan didn't want to do it, he could simply summon his sword without such theatrics, which seemed a bit foolish. But resisting Mingzhu's incessant winking, her eyelids almost twitching uncontrollably, he had no choice but to raise his hand and call out, Shuangjiang. The Shuangjiang sword appeared in his palm, instantly enveloping him in a vast snow's cape that settled on his raven-like eyelashes. Mingzhu was thoroughly satisfied and then glanced over at Yunheng. Yunheng pursed his lips, seemingly feeling somewhat embarrassed. Do I really have to call it? Mingzhu nodded vigorously, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Under her earnest gaze, Yunheng reluctantly raised his hand, his voice firm and loud, little flying stick is here. The surrounding crowd fell silent. All the disciples of Tianfeng Tower looked at him with bewildered expressions. Even the headmaster of Tianfeng Tower almost lost his grip on his staff. Shang Qingshi adjusted his forehead, Feng Yang and Mushin standing beside him on either side, their expressions incomprehensible. I told you that name wasn't good, Yunheng rarely felt so self-conscious, pulling his neck inward and avoiding everyone's looks. Don't dwell on it, Mingzhu had achieved her goal and couldn't suppress the corner of her mouth, yet forced herself to look serious, didn't you see his array about to complete? She was right. The headmaster of Tianfeng Tower's array was missing its last corner. Surrounding gusts filled the air. Mingzhu sat on the ground, unconcerned about her skirt getting dirty from the soil, placing her delicate fingers on her zither. Slowly strumming the strings, ear-piercing sounds accompanied by ripple-like sound waves flowed forth from her fingertips. Previously well known at the Immortal Cultivation Conference, she had already prepared mentally for this, yet found that even her preparation was insufficient. Compared to before, Mingzhu's zither music had become more unpleasant, even more terrifying, as if countless people were whispering ghost stories into everyone's ears. Startled by the disturbance, the headmaster of Tianfeng Tower faltered for a moment, allowing Xia Luyuan to seize this opportunity and rush forward with his sword, the Xuanjiang sword creating beautiful trails through the air. Seeing this, the headmaster of Tianfeng Tower decided not to wait passively, continuing to form the array with one hand while raising fierce winds with the other, directing them straight towards Xia Luyuan. Xia Luyuan dodged sideways, causing the strong winds to blow towards Mingzhu. The collision between wind and sound waves acted like an amplifier, amplifying the tune she played throughout the entire Tianfeng mountain. After evading the attack, Xia Luyuan finally reached close range to the Tianfeng Tower headmaster, the snowy whiteness landing on his face and hands, burning numerous small wounds. The Frostfall sword of Lingxiao Sect's previous master truly lives up to its reputation. The Tianfeng Tower headmaster showed a challenging smile, dodging a sword thrust aimed at his face by Xia Luyuan, while simultaneously evading a strike from Yunheng behind him. He turned his head toward Yunheng. "Young man, you're still too inexperienced if you think you can sneak attack me." At the level of an infant spirit cultivator, spiritual energy could be expanded to a vast area around them, making it possible to perceive even the slightest airflow changes beforehand. He had noticed Yunheng's intent to ambush him silently, wanting to observe how capable Yunheng was. Unfortunately, it was not enough. If another 10 years passed, he might not be a match for these three kids. However, considering the current significant gap in cultivation, he could easily manipulate them. There was just a little left for the array underfoot. The advantage of spell users lay in the fact that although casting spells was slow, the damage dealt was extremely high. Having formed this array for so long, the power could rival an attack of a late infant spirit cultivator. Once unleashed, there would be doubts about whether any of them would survive. The Tianfeng Tower headmaster confidently curled his lips. Then he realized that the hand holding his staff could no longer move. The array paused there, waiting anxiously for him to continue, slowly fading away in color. How could this happen? He looked at his hand, covered with tiny burns. Yunheng was at the late half-step golden stage, Mingzhu at the mid-half-step golden dan stage, and it was only natural for the Tianfeng Tower headmaster to assume that Xia Luyuan, whose age fell between them, should also possess a cultivation level in between. But if that were true, how could Xia Luyuan possibly restrain him, a Yuan cultivator, with just the Frostfall sword? Something wasn't right. Xiao Yuan's cultivation must be at least at the late golden dan stage. He was by far the most inscrutable person on the field. As Yunheng's sword aimed toward his uninjured left hand, the Tianfeng Tower headmaster quickly conjured up a protective layer of spirit energy and tried to finish the array with his left hand, hastily picking up the staff. But fortune didn't smile upon him. His left hand froze the moment it touched the staff, utterly unmovable despite all his efforts. Even his fingers wouldn't budge. No, this was wrong. His staff had been enveloped in black smoke. It had been tampered with by Xia Luyuan. Before the Tianfeng Tower headmaster could fully discern what that black smoke was, Yunheng and Xia Luyuan had already shattered his spiritual protection and knocked his staff out of his hand. The black smoke disappeared instantly without a trace, as if it had never existed. But the Tianfeng Tower headmaster knew he hadn't been mistaken. Xia Luyuan had definitely used some underhanded trick. Otherwise, there was no way he would have lost. And since his weapon had slipped from his grip, there was no point in continuing the duel. Xia Luyuan retracted his sword and said expressionlessly, "I take my leave." Yunheng also sheathed his sword, giving him a nod of acknowledgement. Mingzhu stopped playing her zither, holding it aloft while spinning around, humming a tune that was completely off-key to celebrate their effortless victory. The Tianfeng Tower disciples barely noticed the damage inflicted on their ears by Mingzhu's music. Instead, they stood there dumbfounded, staring at their own master. Did the headmaster lose? How could he even lose to a disciple of Lingxiao sect? He's old enough to be their great-grandfather. How did he still lose? Amidst the murmurs of disappointment, the Tianfeng Tower headmaster gritted his teeth and shouted at the trio, "The match isn't over yet. Why are you leaving?" Xia Luyuan and Yunheng both turned back, looking at him in confusion. "But you can't even hold your staff anymore." Mingzhu revealed a smug grin, mocking him teasingly, "Big bad guy, sore loser, la 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 la. I said I could still use my staff. You're celebrating too soon." With a clench of his teeth, the Tianfeng Tower headmaster, under everyone's watchful eyes, hooked the staff with his foot and completed the unfinished array. Chapter 165, On What Grounds? The sky suddenly darkened. Above the magic formation, a huge tornado formed. Anything it passed over, whether flowers, grass, or people, was all sucked into it. The surroundings were destroyed by the violent wind, the scene too. Such overwhelming power, no wonder it was the signature move of the headmaster of Tianfeng Tower. Feng Yang promptly created a barrier, protecting Shang Qingshi and Mu Shen well. Mingzhu's speed was extremely fast, she managed to slip in right before the barrier formed, patting her chest as if she had narrowly escaped disaster. Xia Luyuan, Yunheng, and the disciples of Tianfeng Tower weren't so lucky. The sky grew darker and darker, accompanied by roaring thunder and lightning, everything outside became unclear. All that could be heard were the sounds of objects colliding with each other and the screams of the disciples in agony. After quite some time, the wind gradually subsided. The headmaster of Tianfeng Tower panted heavily, looking around. Everywhere were plants and structures that had been demolished, mixed with soil and dust. The disciples lay all over the ground, some wounded, some unconscious, a few slightly unlucky ones were hanging from tree branches, their survival uncertain. But there was no sign of Xia Luyuan and Yunheng. Where did these two go? Could they have been blown off the cliff by his wind? Full of doubts, the headmaster of Tianfeng Tower wiggled his fingers hard. After being controlled for so long, his hands finally regained some feeling. He bent down to pick up his staff, and when he looked up, the tip of a black sword was pressed against his neck. It was Yunheng. The body of the Tianfeng Tower headmaster stiffened, and upon turning his head, he saw Yunheng was covered in wounds, but seemingly didn't feel any pain at all, brimming with excitement after defeating him. Before he could figure out why, another sword tip pressed against his heart. This time it was Xia Luyuan. The opponent was even more outrageous than Yunheng. His clothes were dirty, his hair disheveled, yet there wasn't a single wound on his entire body, his expression indifferent, as if this had all been expected. How would he know that these two individuals, one had Bing CC system which made him effectively immortal, immune to any pain no matter how severe the injury or loss of blood. The other possessed a blood spring giving him a self-healing ability akin to that of an advanced cultivator, automatically healing all non-fatal injuries instantly. The headmaster of Tianfeng Tower couldn't process this reality, grabbing his head and shouting, "Why? Why can't I even defeat you young whelps? What grounds do you have? Is there still divine justice, still imperial law?" Seeing that the man was close to collapse, Yunheng lowered his sword and reasoned with him, "From now on, conduct yourself properly and don't use the 100 years accumulation of Tianfeng Tower to bully Changlo sect anymore. If you lay down your arms and reform yourself, focus on cultivating, one day you will be able to defeat us." Hearing these words, the headmaster felt even worse inside. Ever since the age of 300 when he ascended to Yuaning, already 150 years had passed, and his cultivation hadn't advanced a bit. How should he cultivate? What else could he do? He hugged his head and wept bitterly, paying no attention to his dignity as the Grand Master. It must be because of the spirit root problems. You two, one is a heavenly spirit root, the other is a mutated fire spirit root, while I am just an ordinary wind spirit root. Xia Luyuan and Yunheng instinctively looked towards Feng Yang. The headmaster of Tianfeng Tower also sensed the change in their gaze, following it only to wish he could spit out a mouthful of thousand-year-old blood. Feng Yang was merely an ordinary thunder spirit root. On what grounds could that person ascend to the Cheng while he remained stuck at early Yuaning? Feeling as if all his strength was drained, the headmaster of Tianfeng Tower collapsed messily to the ground, his Tao heart shattered, without any hopes left, seeing nothing but darkness in the future. His eyes were disordered, his body swaying precariously in the wind, looking incredibly pitiful. Yunheng wanted to say something, but was stopped by Xia Luyuan. "Big brother, don't speak anymore, let's not end up killing him." Thus, Yunheng obediently closed his mouth and returned to Shang Qingshi's side. Xia Luyuan also went over, using his wide sleeve to cover as he used blood to make slashes on his arm, pretending that he too had been injured. Objective achieved, Shang Qingshi didn't intend to linger. Upon boarding the flying boat, Feng Yang asked, "Shall we go to Changlo sect?" "Back to Lingshao sect," said Shang Qingshi. "So soon?" Mingzhu was somewhat surprised, she hadn't yet bid Niu Qiu and I a proper farewell. But then again, there would be many opportunities to meet in the future, it certainly didn't matter missing this one. She returned to the little room on the boat, continuing to refine her elixirs, making them explode with crackling noises across the deck. Xia Luyuan, for once, did not go into the room with Shang Qingshi. Instead, he went alone to a corner of the flying boat. He rolled up his sleeves. The patterns had grown all over his arms. During the fight earlier, he noticed that it was very easy to beat the opponent. Even without Yunheng and Mingzhu today, he could still defeat the headmaster of Tianfeng Tower easily. The blood spring flowed through his body, spreading strong dark energy throughout his limbs. Combined with the effects of the Tihun grass, he couldn't figure out what level of cultivation he had reached. Xia Luyuan thought for a moment, took out the 186 sword manual from Shang Yifeng, and began practicing. The sword manual that seemed incomprehensible a few days ago now appeared rather simple. He swung the sword effortlessly. "No wonder those devilish seeds all wanted to seize the blood spring, this is indeed a good thing," said Xia Luyuan. "Mingdu, do you agree?" There was no response in his mind. Xia Luyuan added, "If you keep pretending to be dead, I will burn you with fire." Mingdu quickly responded, sounding flustered. "I'm not happy when you speak, so you want to burn me with fire. You're unhappy when I pretend to be dead too, so you still want to burn me with fire. What exactly do you want me to do, you madman?" In the face of its angry outburst, Xia Luyuan remained unusually calm. "I just want to ask how much longer it will take for you to completely take over this body." 2 years at the latest, Mingdu honestly admitted. At that time, I will surely destroy the entire Ling Shao sect to vent the anger I have accumulated from being with you all these days. Xia Luyuan blinked, seemingly pondering something. You mustn't think about committing suicide to take me along. My spirit essence has been purified by the blood spring and is already different from before. If you die, I can immediately possess this body. It suddenly paused mid-sentence. That wasn't right. Why should it tell Xia Luyuan this? If the other really dared to commit suicide, it wouldn't have to wait 2 more years. It immediately lost its voice, regretting deeply the words it had blurted out. But Xia Luyuan just smirked, I'm not ready to die yet. 2 years' time is enough for me to accomplish many things. Mingdu didn't understand and tentatively asked. What were you thinking about just now? I was thinking. Xia Luyuan deliberately drew out the last word, his smile becoming increasingly mischievous, about burning you with fire. Then, true to his word, reverse flow flames spread all over his body. Amidst Mingdu's screams, the patterns slowly shrank until they turned into a small dot again. Chapter 166, Nightmare. Back at Lingshao's sect, Mingzhu stretched lazily and pulled out a small package of pills, taking one from it and offering it to Mu Shen. Seeing that she was only giving it to him and not the others, Mu Shen felt surprised and asked, what is this? This is the Qianyuan Yuling pill. I had enough materials to refine 11 of them. Normally, pills come in bottles of 10, so the extra one should go to the person who needs it most, which is you, elder. Mu Shen was even more astonished. A Qianyuan Yuling pill sells for 10,000 spirit stones per pill outside, and you're just giving it to me like that? Mingzhu didn't seem too concerned. She glanced around and said, although this pill can enhance one's cultivation, the improvements gained from pills are unstable and weak, making it hard to compete with others of the same level. Hence, unless absolutely necessary, those who can still ascend won't choose to take it. She paused momentarily before continuing, but you, elder, are different. Haven't you been stuck in the golden core stage for quite some time now? It's unlikely you'll have any more room for improvement in this lifetime. Having a pill will do you no harm. Mu Shen's smile froze on his lips, feeling inexplicably choked up. Indeed, everyone else present still had the potential for advancement, except for him whose cultivation hadn't improved much in 5 or 6 years. He accepted the pill reluctantly, unsure of what he was feeling deep inside when Mingzhu handed over the remaining 10 Qianyuan Yuling pills. Please, elder, while patrolling below the mountain, help sell these pills for me. Remember, they must be converted into gold coins, the profits we will share 9 to 1, as your reward. Shang Qingshe didn't understand. I saw you carrying gold and silver earlier, and I thought it was strange. Why don't you convert them into spirit stones? Wouldn't that be easier for circulation? Mingzhu smirked, leaning close to his ear and whispering softly, the system said that once I complete my mission, I can bring some personal items back to the real world. So, for her, silver drafts and spirit stones were useless, she preferred hard cash. Shang Qingshe immediately understood. Mingzhu continued, when I return, I'll make a grand debut by spending lavishly and become a superstar through sheer personal charm. If you ever find a way back, look me up, I'll lead you to indulge in luxury and success. Shang Qingshe whistled in amazement. To this day, he wasn't sure about how exactly one could return. But he appreciated Mingzhu's kind intentions. Turning back to the group, he announced, everyone, go back and rest. Then, taking Xiao Yuan's hand, he dragged him along. Come with me to the Forbidden Zone's Maple Leaf residence. Xiao Yuan obediently followed, asking, is it because Wei Chongyue mentioned earlier that the previous sect master relied on siphoning off the essence and blood of his wife to gain the qualification for ascension? Our teacher refuses to believe his nonsense but wants to search for evidence, right? Shang Qingshe nodded in agreement. The path to Maple Leaf residence was still overgrown with weeds, but Shang Qingshe now had spiritual energy to protect himself from being cut by plants. Upon revisiting this straw hut, his mindset had changed significantly. Flipping through the place again, he couldn't find any useful clues. Eventually, Xia Luyuan helped him rummage out a dusty little box from the corner and handed it to him. Shang Qingshe took it in his hands. Ordinarily, such unremarkable boxes would either contain extraordinary martial arts manuals like in wuxia dramas, or fairy tale-like genies that grant wishes. However, when he cautiously opened it, what lay inside was an obviously old rabbit stuffed toy. Its head and limbs had been twisted off and then resewn with thread. It was clear the seamstress wasn't skilled, the stitches were uneven and haphazard, infusing the plain rabbit plush with an eerie sensation. Xiao Yuan's fingers gently grazed over the stuffed rabbit. He remarked, there's no residual spiritual energy surrounding it, so it's definitely not something malevolent. I've also never seen such intricately crafted rabbits. Shang Qingshe stroked the rabbit's ears, feeling a peculiar sensation rise in his heart. He closed the lid, circling around the room one more time but still finding nothing significant. Placing the box back where it was, he sighed deeply. Xia Luyuan quickly consoled him, Wei Chongyue must be lying. Just the sword intent left behind in Frostfall sword is enough to prove that the previous sect master didn't view his wife as a furnace. They truly loved each other. That statement seemed reasonable, and Shang Qingshe nodded. At this point, Xia Luyuan cupped Shang Qingshe's chin, forcing their eyes to meet. Old folks say that only when parents genuinely love each other does their child turn out to be the most beautiful. I think the previous sect master and his wife must have loved each other dearly. This also made sense. Shang Qingshi nodded again and then belatedly realized that Xia Luyuan was subtly complimenting his good looks. The long-suppressed emotions were instantly relieved, and with a notably improved mood, he leaned in and kissed Xia Luyuan's chin. That night, Shang Qingshi had a dream. In the dream, there was a man whose face was indistinct, but his figure stood tall and upright like jade, with a crane embroidered on the hem of his robes as if ready to take flight. A little child dressed in the disciple uniform of Lingxiao's sect stood obediently before the man, receiving praise. Beside them stood Shang Qingshi at only 6 or 7 years old. At this time, his hair was still pitch black. Signs of the constitution had already started to show, even at such a young age, he was astonishingly handsome. There wasn't a trace of baby fat on his face that other children had. His frail body was encased in oversized robes, fluttering in the wind like a mountain tea flower that had bloomed to exhaustion. Watching the man praise the child, Shang Qingshi's eyes burned with jealousy. His long, thick eyelashes hung low, and his expression was chillingly cold. In his hand, he held a small rabbit doll. As he turned away, spiritual energy gathered in his palm, shredding the doll into pieces, scattering cotton everywhere. The scene flickered and changed to another one. On high steps, he pushed the previously praised child down, listening to the screams of pain, a twisted and horrifying smile curling at the corner of his lips. Then, the dream ended. When he opened his eyes, the candlelight in the Chongqing hall emitted a faint glow. A hand covered his forehead, and the icy sensation made his shoulders tremble uncontrollably. But when he turned his head and saw the concerned look on Xia Luyuan's face, the fear seemed to vanish completely all at once. Shang Qingshi buried his head in Xia Luyuan's embrace. Did the master have a nightmare? Why is your forehead all sweaty? Xia Luyuan asked while gently wiping the sweat off, his movements soft and meticulous. Shang Qingshi didn't answer, just nodding slightly in Xia Luyuan's arms. It was rare to see him so frightened. Xia Luyuan couldn't help but wonder what kind of nightmare he might have had. But since Shang Qingshi didn't want to talk about it, Xia Luyuan wouldn't press. He always respected Shang Qingshi's wishes. After wiping the sweat away, Xia Luyuan gently patted Shang Qingshi's back, softly consoling him, "Don't be afraid, master. I'm here." Chapter 167, Seclusion. Shang Qingshi glanced out the half-open window. The night was thick with darkness, and no one knew when it would dawn. Retracting his gaze, he snuggled forcefully into Xia Luyuan's embrace, not uttering a word since waking up. But Xia Luyuan still patiently stroked his silver-white long hair, whispering by his ear, "Master, sleep. I will watch over you." Shang Qingshi still didn't speak. However, his breathing gradually steadied, and he soon drifted back to sleep. Xia Luyuan kept his vigil throughout the night. The lights in the Eternal Life Hall remained unextinguished all night, casting shadows of the two on the paper window. The next day, Shang Qingshi called Feng Yang over and asked him about the rabbit doll. "Are you talking about that pink one, the very beautiful rabbit?" Feng Yang replied, "That was made personally by the late master's wife for you. You loved it when you were young and always slept with it. But no one knows what happened later, it got ruined and thrown away in the corner of the square." When he reached this part, Feng Yang seemed somewhat nostalgic. The late master found it and tried to restore it using spiritual energy so as not to make the late mistress sad. But it was damaged too severely, so the late master could only stitch it together with needle and thread. In the end, it turned out too ugly to be shown, so it was hidden away. Shang Qingshi didn't understand, these things were never described in the original book. Why had he dreamed about them? Could it be that remnants of the previous owner's consciousness still lingered within this body? No matter how much he thought, he couldn't figure out why. Shang Qingshi didn't say anything, and Feng Yang thought he was reminiscing about his childhood, continuing to recall, "I remember that year when you were 8 and wet the bed. When the late master was tidying up the blanket, he said something, and you hid in the forbidden area, refusing to come out. We searched everywhere for you and almost got scared." Just as he finished speaking, Xia Luyuan walked in from outside, curious and asking, "What bedwetting?" "It's nothing." Shang Qingshi pushed Feng Yang slightly toward the door and looked at the bowl of soup in Xia Luyuan's hands. "I already told you that I've started abstaining from food, so I don't need to eat. Why are you still making me food?" "This is a soothing soup." Xia Luyuan placed the bowl in front of him, feeling the temperature which was still quite hot, and stirred it gently with a spoon, saying softly, "You were almost frightened to death last night from nightmares. You need to eat something to replenish yourself." "I wasn't scared, silly, I was just thinking about problems." Shang Qingshi muttered, taking the spoon from his hand, and tasting it lightly. It wasn't too unpleasant, barely edible. Even so, he still didn't want to finish the whole bowl. Pointing outside with his finger, he said, "Someone is coming." Taking advantage of Xia Luyuan turning around to check, Shang Qingshi picked up the bowl and tried to pour its contents under the table. He failed. Xia Luyuan caught his wrist, effortlessly stopping his movement, making it impossible for him to move even an inch. Furious but feigning anger, Shang Qingshi said, "How dare you? If I don't want to drink it, then I won't." Xia Luyuan let go of his hand, suddenly revealing a hurt expression and earnestly making something up, but master, this soup was personally selected by me with painstaking efforts to boil it. Just for this, I have several blisters on my palms. Shang Qingshi glanced down. His hands were completely intact, and even the scar that used to be on the edge of his right thumb was gone without a trace. Still, Shang Qingshi drank the entire calming soup in one gulp. Drinking too quickly, some water dripped from his chin. Xia Luyuan kindly wiped it for him, looking perfectly proper while another hand wasn't behaving well, circling behind Shang Qingshi, touching through his thick clothes, skimming over his waistline. Just as Shang Qingshi was about to get angry, he heard Xia Luyuan say seriously, compared to before, master's body is in much better condition now, unlike before where I felt like I could snap your waist with just a bit of strength. His voice and expression were exceptionally serious, drawing Shang Qingshi's attention off track. Is that so? It might be the effect of the moonlight elixir. It seems capable of purifying the alchemical constitution, but the process is slow. Xia Luyuan nodded and then continued, nevertheless, you should practice more. You may look slightly better now, but actually, your body is still weak. Not true, Shang Qingshi contradicted, I feel I can run 3 circles around Lingshao Mountain without stopping. Xia Luyuan just stared at him, his dark eyes reflecting a slightly mischievous smile, do you know why I know your body is weak? Mentioning this incident brought us back to when Xia Luyuan helped extract his excess spiritual energy. At that time, Shang Qingshi insisted on sitting on top. After only a few movements, he collapsed pitifully onto Xia Luyuan's chest. It was only then that Xia Luyuan, out of great mercy, pinched his waist and finished what followed. However, under the influence of the strange fragrance at that time, Shang Qingshi could barely recall any details. And now, seeing Xia Luyuan's mysterious smile, Shang Qingshi felt sure that nothing good would come out of his mouth, so he quickly shook his head. I don't want to know. Xia Luyuan wouldn't give up so easily. Do you really not want to know? Shang Qingshi continued shaking his head and warned as he saw Xia Luyuan still about to speak, I really don't want to know. Watch out or I'll set fire on you. Since that was the case, Xia Luyuan obediently shut his mouth, but kept winking at him with his pitch-black eyes, looking entirely innocent. Shang Qingshi was too lazy to figure out what bad schemes were brewing inside his mind, so he pulled him toward the courtyard, taking advantage of the good daylight to practice their respective techniques. That night, he inexplicably started having nightmares again. These dreams revisited the events from when this body was younger. As the canon fodder antagonist in a book, he had shown an extremely malicious side from a very young age. Envious of his sect mates, jealous of his sect mates, hateful toward his sect mates, cursing his sect mates. He was either going crazy or on his way to it. Crazy to the extreme point, he even tried to push Fengyang into the pond once. But instead, he failed miserably, fell into the water himself, and became gravely ill, which finally made him behave for a while. For half a month straight, Shang Qingshi was plagued by nightmares every night. His previously well-restored body became emaciated again, his chin turning sharp, resembling a flower blooming to its peak, ready to fall off the branch. Neither the soothing soup nor the elixirs worked. In order to survive, Shang Qingshi had no choice but to summon the elders and some personal disciples to the Eternal Life Hall and gave instructions, I'm preparing to enter seclusion soon to properly digest the cultivation techniques passed down by Lady Dizzy. While I'm away, I entrust all of you with the responsibility of guarding the entire Lingshao sect carefully. Cultivators entering seclusion may stay secluded for as short as half a month or as long as 10 to 100 years. Fengyang asked with concern, how long does the sect leader plan to be in seclusion? Shang Qingshi thought for a moment. Don't worry, I'll thoroughly understand all the techniques within a year at most, and won't be gone for too long. Chapter 168, Shizi's heart-clutching makeup. A year of time is, to those practitioners who can live for 500 years, no more than a fleeting moment in their lives. But for Xia Luyuan, every single moment was extremely important, and he did not wish to waste so much time. However, looking at Shang Qingshi's slightly haggard face, he ultimately couldn't bring himself to say the words of refusal. Retreating into seclusion indeed could alleviate the pain brought by nightmares and even delay the heart demons. This is why cultivators with high abilities particularly enjoyed such retreats. After leaving the Hall of Eternal Life, Xia Luyuan made a trip to the library. After searching through various texts for quite a while, he carried an ancient scripture to the Bamboo Grove cottage. The roof had been blasted with another hole by Mingzhu, causing the surrounding bamboo forest to suffer, leaves all gone, leaving behind bare bamboo trunks. She was sitting under the eaves, combing her hair that had been turned into a chicken coop after the explosion, while Yunheng was on the roof helping her mend the broken holes. Xia Luyuan walked straight over, flipped open a page of the ancient scripture, and handed it to Mingzhu to look at. Sister, can you refine this pill? Mingzhu hadn't finished combing her hair yet when she stretched her neck to take a look, then furrowed her brow, clearly disapproving. This is the dream creation pill. After consuming it, one would be day and night in a state of restless anxiety, having their psychological defenses gradually eroded. It could be considered an evil pill. Even if you have grudges against someone, you shouldn't feed them this stuff secretly. It's not for others, Xia Luyuan sincerely stated, I am going to take it myself. Upon hearing these words, Yunheng lost his footing on the roof and tumbled down, rolling and falling. Using all fours, he came beside Xia Luyuan, tears streaming from his eyes. Brother Xia, this world is so beautiful, you mustn't give up. There's hope as long as one is alive, but once dead, there's nothing left. Mingzhu seemed to understand something, pushing away Yunheng, who was crying uncontrollably, and said to Xia Luyuan, elder brother, surely you don't plan to use this medicine to appear weak and make master abandon seclusion to stay and care for you? Huh? Yunheng, realizing late, scratched his head and stopped crying, curious now. Oh, that's how it is. Brother, why didn't you say earlier? You made me worry for nothing. No, Xia Luyuan responded, I want to enter seclusion with master. Mingzhu and Yunheng looked at each other in confusion. Since ancient times, entering seclusion meant going alone, only then could one truly quiet their mind and discard all distractions. Thinking this, Yunheng spoke out, that wouldn't be good, if you're inside, how can master possibly focus? Before Yunheng could finish, Mingzhu reached out again to push him aside. He complained, sister, isn't what I said correct? Of course not. Mingzhu looked at him like a hopeless case, master goes away for a year, and as your most trusted senior brothers and sisters, how can we let brother Xia guard an empty house? After pondering, she then turned seriously back to Xia Luyuan, there's no way I'd give you the dream creation pill, it harms the body too much. I can get you something mild and harmless. But, because of the blood spring, Xia Luyuan's body would not retain any scars. These gentle and harmless medicines could have no visible effect on him. As he was pondering how to explain half-truthfully, he saw Mingzhu go back into the room, bringing out a small box. Inside were rouge and powder, along with brushes and makeup tools of various sizes, everything fully prepared. Under Xia Luyuan's puzzled gaze, Mingzhu grinned, I'll give you the ultimate makeup, a beauty suffering like Shizi clutches her heart. Master will definitely feel compassion for you and comply with whatever you wish. Xia Luyuan thought for a moment, he had never seen Mingzhu put on makeup. Most of the time, she remained completely unadorned, occasionally painting her lips lightly or applying faint blush, remaining fresh and natural always. He doubted her makeup skills. But Mingzhu lifted her chin high, almost writing confidence on her forehead. She asked Xia Luyuan to sit on the stone stool, carefully observed his face for a while, and commented thoughtfully, Brother Xia's face is truly a masterpiece. No wonder master likes it. Worthy rival antagonist. Beautiful, yes, he was truly handsome. Powerful, yes, he was truly strong. Miserable, yes, he was genuinely pitiful. Speaking, she lowered her head and picked out the thickest brush from the box, dipped it in white rouge, and began to paint Xia Luyuan's face. Yunheng leaned closer and asked, isn't this too white? Too white. Mingzhu blinked, dipped some honey-colored powder, should I add a little more of this? Xia Luyuan felt as though sitting on needles, utterly uncomfortable. As he tried to stand up, Yunheng pushed him back down, don't move around, or you'll mess it up. Senior brother Xia, just trust me, I'm a pro at this. Mingzhu fiercely powdered Xia Luyuan's face, sending clouds of powder into the air. Yunheng coughed repeatedly due to the powder but still managed to remind her, don't forget, cough cough, his neck, cough cough, needs powder too, cough cough. After the sun had set, the makeup was finally complete. How does it look? Pretty good, right? Mingzhu pulled out the Lingxiao mirror and waved it in front of Xia Luyuan. His reflection shimmered on the smooth surface. Though the process wasn't pleasant, the result was quite satisfactory. A quick glance showed that this face truly looked terribly sickly. The shadows beneath his eyes were like thick ink that couldn't be dispersed, giving off an appearance of exhaustion and pitifulness without detracting from his handsomeness. It was still an appealing face. Senior brother Xia, you lie down in the side hall. I'll go fetch master for a private chat with you, Mingzhu said. How you act after that is all on you. As she was about to leave, Yunheng suddenly grabbed her sleeve and asked, sister, are you really going to see master looking like this? Mingzhu then realized something. She had been so busy applying makeup to Xia Luyuan that she forgot to fix her hair and clothes. Hastily heading back into the room, she muttered, just wait a moment while I tidy myself up. No worries, you stay here and fix yourself properly. I can handle Chang'an Hall alone, Yunheng assured, patting his chest firmly. I think what you just said makes total sense, being seniors, we should help junior brother Xia. Leave this to me, and I promise to do a great job. Mingzhu paused in her step, seemingly distrustful and suspicious. Brother Yunheng, are you really sure you can handle it? Isn't this simple? We just need to make master feel sorry for junior brother Xia. Yunheng's eyes gleamed with determination as he started encouraging himself, I can do this, I am capable. Seeing his confidence, Mingzhu didn't say much and instead patted her messy hair, which resembled a chicken coop. Then good luck to you both. Xia Luyuan and Yunheng left the little house and returned to the Chang'an Hall. The former went inside and lay down in the main hall. The latter approached the main hall, constantly reminding himself that he must evoke love and pity from Shang Qingshi towards Xia Luyuan. However, standing before Shang Qingshi, Yunheng's brain froze, and not a single word came out. Just as Shang Qingshi was about to ask why he had come, Yunheng blurted out, Master, junior brother Xia has died. Chapter 169, I love you. Shang Qingshi's pupils trembled. Realizing he had said the wrong thing, Yunheng quickly changed his words. No, I just misspoke earlier. It's actually Xia Shidi who is sick. To be honest, his previous sentence had indeed scared Shang Qingshi. However, his quick change in words made Shang Qingshi suspect the matter. Could it be that this group of kids were all fooling him? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a loud cough came from the side hall, and it seemed like Xia Luyuan also knew Yunheng was unreliable and decided to play along. You. Shang Qingshi examined Yunheng from head to toe and said, run 10 laps around the Hall of Eternal Life without stopping for rest. Think carefully about where you went wrong. Judging from his expression, Yunheng knew that he had already realized everything was fake. A mix of guilt and unease bubbled up inside him as his hands fidgeted nervously. It was all his fault things got messed up. He hoped Xia Luyuan wouldn't blame him later. Yunheng, knowing fully well he was at fault, resigned himself to go out for the run. As Shang Qingshi took large strides toward the side hall and pushed open the heavy wooden door, light illuminated the entire room. Xia Luyuan lay on the bed. He truly looked the part. His complexion was pale and frail, looking pitiful to the extreme. In such a hot day, he still had a thick quilt over him, seemingly weak, but if one paid close attention, it wasn't hard to notice that every strand of hair was perfectly disheveled, clearly meticulously arranged. Shang Qingshi sighed and wanted to ask Xia Luyuan why he pretended to be ill to deceive him. But when the other party glanced up at him, all his words choked back into his throat, unable to ask even a single question. Those dark, deep eyes seemed to have passed through time and history, mixing with countless things Shang Qingshi couldn't understand. After a moment of silence, Shang Qingshi ultimately did not expose him but instead sat by his side, helping him smooth out his messy hair. I don't want to retreat into meditation either, but I dreamt of those strange things night after night, and I really couldn't sleep. I can't endure it anymore. Do not underestimate how stable Shang Qingshi's emotions currently are. Truthfully, he truly wanted to crawl in darkness, roar uncontrollably, and swing back and forth on the trees of the Hall of Eternal Life. I didn't mean to hinder the master's retreat, Xia Luyuan whispered gently, I just want to go with the master. Retreating into meditation emphasizes tranquility, Shang Qingshi questioned, if two people go, how could there be any tranquility? Xia Luyuan looked at him, I will not disturb the master. I'll just serve tea and water, wash clothes, cook meals, there are many things I can do. Will the master take me along? His voice bordered on pleading. Shang Qingshi chuckled and patted his head, with your great talent, the most important thing to do is focus on cultivation. I can take care of myself. Yet, he did not want to refuse Xiao Yuan's kindness. After pondering for a bit, he still nodded, although I haven't heard of anyone bringing someone else during their retreat, if you really want to stay by my side, then let's go together. Xia Luyuan didn't expect that he would agree so easily. In a daze, Shang Qingshi stretched out a hand and pinched Xiao Yuan's face, I always feel like you've been carrying heavy thoughts lately. Now that I've agreed, are you feeling a little happier? He noticed. Ripples arose in Xiao Yuan's heart, and he quickly pretended nothing was wrong, happy. Since you're happy, Shang Qingshi leaned closer to look at him, with an expression so gentle it seemed as though water could overflow from it, then don't furrow your brows anymore. Show me a more joyful expression. Upon hearing this, Xia Luyuan tried hard to forget about the blood spring and the crossing of Mengpo River, forcing himself to crack an unappealing smile. Shang Qingshi obviously wasn't satisfied, that won't do. Smile again. Also, what's the matter with your face? Are you really sick? The purpose was already achieved, and Xia Luyuan no longer needed to continue deceiving him. He quickly used a cleansing spell to wipe off the makeup on his face and, without hesitation, betrayed Mingzhu. It was sister who insisted on applying makeup for me. She said that this way, the master might pity me and agree to my request. However, he didn't need any makeup. Even the slightest grievance on his part could always be well addressed by Shang Qingshi. This was true before, and it remains the same now. There's still some left on your neck. Lowering his head, Shang Qingshi carefully wiped away the remaining powder bit by bit. He was too close, and Xia Luyuan remained still, gazing at him intently, feeling greatly consoled these days by that anxious heart. Whether it was the Mimpa crossing in his mind or the two six-headed Jueshu moon-eating beasts, they kept questioning Shang Qingshi's feelings for Xia Luyuan, believing he was one-sided in love, foolishly doing so much for the other without expecting anything in return, a stupid behavior indeed. But it wasn't like that. On the surface, Shang Qingshi didn't say much, but he kept indulging Xia Luyuan without limits. No matter how unreasonable Xiao Yuan's demands were, as long as he acted cute or pitiful, Shang Qingshi would end up agreeing in the end. Even if his words refused, his actions would semi-reluctantly cooperate. Aside from liking him, Xia Luyuan could not think of any other reasons why Shang Qingshi indulged him so much. Unfortunately, although Xia Luyuan appeared no different from an ordinary person on the surface, he was still a deeply insecure and love-starved child deep down, sensitive and suspicious. He had always wanted to hear Shang Qingshi admit outright that he liked him. Shang Qingshi took care of him, kissed him willingly, and even engaged in intimate acts with him, but never said those two words. This became Xiao Yuan's obsession, amplifying the sensitivity and insecurity in his heart, driving him to cling tightly to Shang Qingshi in front of others to prove his existence. Master, I love you. Xiao Luyuan looked straight into Shang Qingshi's eyes and said earnestly. He had said this before. However, at that time, Shang Qingshi thought it was out of respect for elders by the juniors. Now it was different. He made no effort to hide the affection and desire in his eyes. His gaze was intense, even stubborn. His pitch-black pupils seemed like ancient wells, drawing anyone in until they completely drowned. The light flickered. It played across Shang Qingshi's snowy eyelashes, casting uneven rays. Xia Luyuan couldn't resist leaning closer. Though Shang Qingshi smelled of sandalwood rather than the enticing aroma of an incense burner, Xia Luyuan still felt insatiable and began breathing heavily. Just as he was about to kiss him, Shang Qingshi moved back slightly. This subtle action caused Xia Luyuan to pause momentarily. Overwhelmed by negative emotions, he froze in place. He silently told himself that all of this was because of the blood spring. The blood spring magnified the darker side, making him become an anxious, pessimistic, and easily irritable person. Yet, he lost control regardless. His body trembled uncontrollably as he wanted to escape this situation. At that moment, Shang Qingshi suddenly grabbed his trembling hand firmly, speaking word by word with a soft voice but resolute determination. Xia Luyuan. He said. I love you. Chapter 170, The Compassionate Deity. All the worries and anxieties of this moment vanished. The self-conscious, sensitive, and love-starved child finally encountered a deity who was exclusively gentle towards him alone. Xia Luyuan leaned in again, kissing Shang Qingshi's cheek. Amidst intertwined breaths, something was emerging, with an accumulation of profound desire in his eyes. He tried to remove Shang Qingshi's bracelet but received a question, why must you take it off when doing such things? Does master not want me to? Xia Luyuan asked vaguely, the tip of his fingers, covered with a thin layer of calluses, tracing the other's delicate and beautiful collarbone that resembled a butterfly flapping its wings. Shang Qingshi shook his head. So Xia Luyuan really didn't remove his bracelet, but instead used his free hand to intertwine their fingers. Unaffected by any strange fragrance, Shang Qingshi's mind remained incredibly clear, and he could distinctly feel every move Xia Luyuan made next. Then, his dantian reversed, causing the stored spiritual energy to rapidly deplete. His blood was also being drained, leaving his entire body feeling as though it were being pierced by needles. Before Shang Qingshi could cry out in pain, Xia Luyuan had already removed the bracelet. As the strange fragrance dispersed, a barrier was erected in the main hall. Their white and black hair tangled together, spread across their bodies like they were melting into the allure of spring. When the news came out about Xia Luyuan and Shang Qingshi entering seclusion together, the first one to oppose it was Fengyang. How can two people go into seclusion? I just don't understand, he said. Why must Xia Luyuan cling to the master like a dog plaster all the time? Even if he usually does so, why during seclusion as well? He's taking advantage of the master's compassionate nature, knowing he won't refuse. Exactly. Mu Shen nodded in agreement. Elder, you absolutely must stop him from getting more and more presumptuous. Mingzhu firmly stood on Xiao Youyuan's side, speaking for him. If the master has agreed, there must be a reason. Moreover, Xia brother is at an age where he needs someone nearby. Would you let him suffer being alone, lonely and desolate? The three bickered fiercely. Yunheng yawned incessantly nearby, rubbing his eyes or stretching lazily as if this was none of his business. Finally, the three turned their gazes to him, demanding, why haven't you voiced your opinion? What do you think about this matter? After a brief silence, Yunheng shocked everyone awake, saying, Master and Brother Xia have already gone into seclusion. Our arguing here serves no purpose whatsoever. Can we even forcibly pull them out? Of course not. They froze in place. Then Mingzhu happily left, Mu Shen walked away in sorrow, and Fengyang clutched his head in despair, shouting, Master, how muddled. You're really going to indulge Xia Luyuan until he becomes arrogant due to favoritism. However, regardless of their protests, as Yunheng said, what's done is done, with no turning back. In the days following Shang Qingshi and Xiao Youyuan's absence, everything carried on as normal. Fengyang and Mu Shen led the other elders, diligently patrolling the mountain below and answering questions for the disciples. Yunheng immersed himself in studying sword techniques, while Mingzhu spent her days inside a bamboo grove cottage refining medicine. The Dan pills she sold brought her money, which she used to buy more herbs, leading to her refining even more Qianyuan Yuling pills. Feeling the quality of the pills hadn't yet reached her ideal state, she used Mu Shen as a guinea pig, feeding him these pills day after day until he unwillingly ascended to the Yuan stage. But the cultivation level gained through the pills was extremely inflated. A Yuan stage Mu Shen fought against Jin Dan late stage Yunheng, and broke into sweat. From this, Mingzhu summarized, the cultivation achieved through pill stacking looks impressive, but it utterly fails in actual combat. Still, for those whose talent had reached its limit, these pills were a good option. At least outwardly they appeared powerful, forcing others to hesitate before deciding whether to act, weighing the pros and cons. Later, she abandoned further refinement of the Qianyuan Yuling pills, and instead began making some fundamental consolidating pills to stabilize another person's cultivation. One day, when she encountered a difficult problem during the creation of a new pill, she questioned Grandpa Lin in the ring as usual, but got no response. Grandpa? Mingzhu's heart trembled. When she obtained the ring, the effectiveness of the Hunaiying pill had only 2 years remaining. And now, it had been nearly exactly 2 years since then. Grandpa Woo-woo, her tears streamed down, how could you leave without a word? You should have said goodbye properly. I haven't even taken you to meet Sister Jinhua, and I haven't yet won the top prize in the alchemist conference on my own strength. She cried with a nose running and tears streaming when someone suddenly patted her head. Startled, she looked up and saw Grandpa Lin's soul standing in front of her. Previously, there had only been a head, but for some unknown reason, Grandpa Lin now had a complete body, with hands and feet. With a light laugh under Mingzhu's amazed gaze, he said, humans have a last flicker of light before they pass, and our souls do too. Don't worry, I still have about a month left, enough time to say farewell to both you and you. Pausing briefly, he added, although I won't make it to the next cultivator conference, with your talent, claiming the top spot will not be an issue. Grandpa believes in you. Mingzhu's little mouth twisted, and she was about to burst into tears again. Grandpa Lin quickly consoled her, I've been dead for long already, surviving 10 years on the Huiying pill has been plenty. Mingzhu, you're the most talented alchemy child I've ever met. Meeting you is the greatest fortune of my life. There wasn't an ounce of exaggeration in that statement. Being an alchemist was dull and complicated. Just memorizing the pill recipes and identifying every herb would dissuade many. It was rare to encounter someone like Mingzhu who possessed extraordinary talent, remained humble and composed, and dedicated her focus on perfecting her alchemical skills. Each time the cauldron exploded, she never became discouraged, instead, she grew more determined. Even though she spent day and night cooped up in the room, coughing from the fumes, getting soot all over her face from the exploding furnaces, she never once complained. In time, she would surely become the best alchemist in the cultivation world. Looking at her with satisfaction, Grandpa Lin then turned his gaze toward the south. Qi Ji sect lay in that direction. Reflecting carefully, the person he felt guiltiest towards in his entire life was Lin Jinhua. This granddaughter had been raised by him alone. He knew very well that she lacked talent in alchemy but forced her into it nonetheless. Now thinking back to those days, he was overwhelmed with regret. After being silent for a long time, he said, I wonder how Yu is doing. I'd like to see her. I'll take you to Qi Ji sect right now. Sister Jinhua must miss you terribly. Wiping her tears, Mingzhu hastily packed up and set off as quickly as possible. Chapter 171, Promise. After arriving at the Qianji sect, Mingzhu and Lin Jinhua sat quietly together in a secluded place without saying a word. Neither had the intention to speak first. The two girls looked worried, but as the party involved, Grandpa Lin actually wore a broad smile. He wrapped an arm around each granddaughter and lovingly patted their heads. I still remember how Moon was rebellious as a child and always refused to listen to me. He gazed at the perfectly blue sky and lost himself in memories. Why did he have to force Lin Jinhua to study alchemy? Because his son and daughter-in-law had participated in the battle against the demon seeds and were killed in the demon realm, leaving behind no remains, only Lin Jinhua who was not yet 1 year old. His frail granddaughter was like a shriveled kitten when she was born, barely able to cry weakly. People around him advised that this child's constitution was too weak, her parents were gone, so it would be better to abandon her and let her reincarnate with better fortune. But he refused. This was the only family he had left. He tried every method imaginable to keep Lin Jinhua alive. Feeding her spirit pills, feeding blood, transferring spiritual power. Fortunately, his efforts did not go to waste, allowing his little granddaughter to grow up day by day without major mishaps. He didn't want her to repeat the mistakes of his son and daughter-in-law. Therefore, from the start, he thought about retiring with Lin Jinhua, letting her live as an ordinary human instead of entering the cultivation path. But Lin Jinhua had a mischievous character, always arguing against him. When he said sharp knives were dangerous, she loved using them anyway to carve strange wooden figurines or small parts. When he warned that it was unsafe for young women to roam alone outside, she dressed as a boy to sneak out anyway. When he said it was arduous to be a cultivator, she insisted on testing for spiritual root abilities anyway. Unable to manage his granddaughter, he started teaching her alchemy. At least an alchemist was relatively safe in the Xian world, without needing to fight life and death battles like others. That period became nearly the darkest days in Lin Jinghua's life. She lacked talent in alchemy and was often scorched by the fire of cauldrons until her hands were full of blisters. Moreover, she wasn't particularly sensitive to herb odors and could easily confuse similar herbs. This often led to failed attempts at alchemy or injuries caused by exploded pill furnaces, which left serpentine scars across her skin. She loathed the alchemy technique, sometimes crying through the entire process while working at it, from morning to night. She cried hoarsely, even to the point where just smelling the herbs made her vomit during certain periods. Things changed on the day Grandpa Lin passed away. Lin Jinghua clung helplessly to his lifeless body, as if finally realizing she had lost her only living relative. She called his name repeatedly until her voice broke completely, drifting mindlessly through 7 days. After 7 days, the effect of the soul shadow pill appeared. Watching the remnant soul inside the ring, Lin Jinghua felt nothing but happiness at regaining what she almost lost. From then on, she no longer resisted learning alchemy. Even without natural talent, she forced herself to master it. In the past, when her medicinal furnace would explode and cause injuries, Grandpa Lin would kindly make scar-healing medicine for her and bandage her wounds with care. However, after the residual soul lost its ability to practice alchemy until she transferred the ring to Mingzhu, over 80 cuts, both large and small, appeared on her body. Yet, she never complained once about the pain. Reflecting back to this moment, Grandpa Lin's eyes couldn't help but redden. Jingyue, he softly said, Grandpa is sorry, I nearly ruined your whole life and feel unworthy before your deceased parents. Luckily, you're a strong-willed girl and chose the right path. From now on, pursue anything you desire without restraint, Grandpa supports you. Lin Jingyue said nothing. She kept her head lowered, letting her long bangs cover her emotions, seemingly very calm. But Mingzhu clearly saw tears dripping from her chin, landing on the back of her hand. She was crying. Mingzhu wanted to say many things but eventually swallowed them all back and hugged Lin Jingyue. Being hugged by her friend, Lin Jingyue couldn't maintain her composure any longer. Her tears fell like broken beads, and she began sobbing loudly in Mingzhu's arms. Once she cried her fill, Lin Jingyue quickly returned to her normal self. She asked for a month off from the sect leader of Qianji sect and took both Grandpa Lin and Mingzhu sightseeing everywhere. She introduced them to her latest research project, a submersible boat, and took them to try local delicacies around Qianji sect and visit nearby scenic spots. The somberness between grandfather and grandchild seemed to have disappeared. They happily enjoyed themselves without mentioning that the effects of the soul shadow pill would soon fade. Time passed quickly, and that evening, Grandpa Lin told the girls stories as usual to send them off to sleep. It was still the same old story about how he outperformed the great benefactor of his time and became the champion of the alchemist competition when he was young. Mingzhu had heard this story so many times that her ears almost got tired. She soon fell asleep. When she woke up the next morning, something seemed missing. She glanced at the ring on her finger, it had lost its luster, turned pitch black, and there wasn't a trace of spiritual power left around it. Mingzhu froze for a moment. At that exact time, Lin Jingyue walked in with a basin of water, her eyes puffy and red from crying but forcing a faint smile anyway. Her voice was hoarse as she asked, when do you plan to leave and return to Lingxiao sect? Mingzhu's heart felt heavy, yet she couldn't describe the sensation. Her eyes watered too as she sniffled, I'll go back tonight. While saying this, she took off the ring and handed it to Lin Jingyue. Lin Jingyue didn't take it, shaking her head instead, you can keep wearing it. But now that Grandpa Lin was gone, the ring should naturally be kept by his only surviving family member. Just as Mingzhu was about to ask why, Lin Jingyue continued, even though earlier you were just joking with him, saying you'd take his last name Lin and become his granddaughter, after you fell asleep last night, he secretly told me that he hoped you would one day become the top alchemist. He entrusted me to protect you and treat you like my own younger sister. At these words, tears burst forth uncontrollably. Mingzhu sobbed and said, actually, last night, while you were asleep, your grandpa quietly woke me up. He told me how previously, while refining medicines, you suffered countless injuries all over your body but, as a residual soul, he couldn't refine any scar-healing medicine for you. So, he wanted me to create some and pass them to you. He knew about your extraordinary talent in mechanical engineering and hoped that one day you would become the master of that field. The two looked at each other for a while, then hugged tightly and cried together. After they'd cried enough, Mingzhu wiped her nose and went to work refining some medicine. After handing over the prepared ointment to Lin Jingyue, she bid her farewell. Before leaving, they made a pact. When they met again, both would have grown into the individuals their grandfather had hoped they would be. Then, carrying her little pack, Mingzhu departed from Qianji sect. With the dimmed ring still on her finger, she returned to Lingxiao sect. Chapter 172, Destined to be Busy. With more than half a year left, all the sects began making preparations for the next Immortal Cultivation Conference. According to the original rotation, the venue for this event would have been at the old Changlet Men's sect. However, the old Changlet Men's sect had already disbanded. The new Changlet Men's sect seemed rather shabby, with less than 30 people in the entire sect. The only decent-looking place on their mountain was the main hall, while the rest were as desolate as they could be. Their square was just a large patch of muddy ground, which was quite unfriendly to cultivators who liked to look elegant and ethereal. The patriarchs gathered together for 5 days and 5 nights of discussion and ultimately decided to hold the competition at the Lingxiao sect, with them acting as the hosts. When the patriarchs sent their petition letter, Feng Yang rolled his eyes, they are so clever. They obviously just don't want to spend money. Hosting the Immortal Cultivation Conference always requires enormous financial and material resources. If you can't win the top spot in the current session, it's simply like losing your wife and breaking your army, an effort that doesn't pay off. Mu Shen didn't see it that way. The once every 3 years Immortal Cultivation Conference was simply the most exciting competition for him. You could see geniuses consistently perform well and defend their thrones, but also observe unknown participants emerging out of nowhere and surpassing expectations, outshining their predecessors. In short, until the very end, one could never know who the victor would be. Mu Shen, full of anticipation, said, I think this is an excellent opportunity. Even though Xia Luyuan has gone into seclusion with the sect leader, we have Yunheng and Mingzhu here. We must take the lead. Once we establish our reputation, when talented individuals choose a sect, they will naturally prioritize our Lingxiao sect. Feng Yang raised an eyebrow and seeing Mu Shen's interest, asked, how about you host this Immortal Cultivation Conference? Really? Mu Shen was taken aback by the honor. Of course, it's real. Feng Yang, uncaringly, crossed his arms. All arrangements related to the Immortal Cultivation Conference, including every detail, process, and receiving other sects, arranging their accommodations, all these matters will be under your management. By the time he heard this, Mu Shen already sensed something amiss. As if on cue, Feng Yang added quietly, and by the way, I only have 50,000 spirit stones left. If you can use 50,000 spirit stones to host the conference beautifully, I'll let the sect leader promote you. But before, Feng Yang himself mentioned that the Lingxiao sect wouldn't have deputy sect leaders or left/right guardians, only elder positions. And how could a mere 50,000 spirit stones suffice? It was rumored that the previous Immortal Cultivation Conference held at Jingyang Palace cost a whopping 300,000 spirit stones. Feng Yang patted Mu Shen on the shoulder and said, we didn't set up deputy sect leader and left/right guardian positions earlier due to some special reasons. But now those issues are resolved. I think you're perfect for the role of deputy sect leader. Just then, Mu Shen, who had previously been fretting over everything, suddenly perked up. He immediately straightened his back, regaining his luster in his eyes. Really? Elder Feng Yang truly believes my abilities are enough to become the deputy sect leader? That goes without saying. Feng Yang nodded emphatically. Among our group, your cultivation is the most stable. Should we all ascend someday, the Lingxiao sect will rely on you. Mu Shen. For a moment, he couldn't tell if Feng Yang was praising or criticizing him. Indeed, his cultivation was stable, having reached the Yuanying stage solely through the help of Qianyuan Yiling pills. In this life, he might not have many more opportunities to advance further. Yet, Feng Yang was too confident. Though their group indeed consisted of prodigies, it wasn't as if everyone would ascend, was it? After all, throughout thousands of years, the number of successful ascenders was barely more than 3 or 4. Mu Shen's face twitched, but Feng Yang, pretending not to notice, smiled brightly and tossed a sack filled with 50,000 spirit stones at his feet, encouraging him softly, work hard, I have high hopes for you. Then he fled. He used the long-distance teleportation technique unique to Desheng cultivators, and for the following period, no matter how much Mu Shen turned Lingxiao sect upside down, he couldn't find even a trace of him. As the conference approached, the various sects sent their elders for preliminary discussions, which caused Mu Shen significant anxiety. At the point when he was the most strapped for cash, Mingzhu, the richest person around, approached him, taking out box after box of gold from her storage ring. It nearly blinded him. Elder, consider this my contribution towards funding this conference. Mingzhu blinked mischievously, but I do have 2 small requests. Mu Shen watched her warily. I'd like to personally decorate the conference square, designing it according to my preferences. Since she was contributing the funds, letting her design it seemed reasonable. This request wasn't too much, so Mu Shen tentatively asked, what's the other request? Mingzhu went on, I want to be the host of the competition. You're joking, right? Mu Shen was flabbergasted. You are hosting it and also participating? Will you have time for both? Mingzhu didn't reply directly but instead feigned hesitation as she tapped her fingers. Since the elder disagrees, I'll just take my money back then. She dragged out the last word deliberately while making a show of reaching to grab back the gold-filled boxes. Mu Shen quickly stopped her from doing so. He took a deep breath and resignedly said, all right. It's a deal. Great. The elder is truly generous. Then go ahead and attend to other matters. Feel free to leave the square in my hands. Mingzhu clapped her hands and turned away quickly as if fearing he might change his mind. Her behavior made Mu Shen uneasy inside. For several days afterward, his eyelids kept twitching incessantly, as though predicting something bad would happen. However, when Mu Shen visited the square, everything appeared normal except that all flags around were covered with black cloths. Mingzhu explained that the old Baihe flags had been replaced because they were worn out. To avoid damage from the weather, she temporarily wrapped them up and planned to reveal them at the opening ceremony of the cultivation conference. The explanation seemed reasonable, so Mu Shen didn't give it another thought, immersing himself entirely in other tasks. As the day drew near, Shang Qingshi and Xia Lu Yuan remained in seclusion, while Feng Yang had gone off somewhere to relax, leaving Mu Shen alone to rush about tirelessly. Finally, it was the day of the conference's opening ceremony. Representatives from all sects arrived one after another, everything being organized impeccably. Mu Shen finally caught a short breather. At this moment, Feng Yang appeared too, wandering around Lingxiao sect before stopping next to Mu Shen and commented, it seems you're naturally born for hard work, perfectly suited to be the sect leader, except your cultivation level, which lags behind. Otherwise, I can't find any fault. Though complimented, Mu Shen felt no joy. Just as he was about to retort, he noticed disciples tearing down the black cloths covering the flags. His pupils contracted immediately. They weren't the Baihe flags, which symbolized Lingxiao sect. Instead, they were portraits of Mingzhu herself. Chapter 173, The Wrong Way Out. The style was very abstract, but with the goose-yellow dress and 4 rings on her right hand, it was still easy to recognize that it was her. In the painting, she bared her teeth, holding a bottle of pills. In the lower right corner, there were many small characters. Mu Shen leaned closer and finally recognized the content. I am Mingzhu, the only apprentice of Master Lin. The pills I refined are good for those in the Lingxiao sect. 1 bottle refreshes you, 2 bottles grant immortality, 3 bottles let you indulge in freedom. Mu Shen's expression, like everyone present at this moment, was completely dumbfounded. Such a large square, not a single person dared to speak up. It was Feng Yang who, trembling lips, gritted his teeth and waved a hand. The portrait immediately turned into a white crane banner. Mingzhu was originally satisfied with her own publicity, but when she looked up, the heavens seemed to have collapsed. She angrily glanced around, wanting to know who had changed her portrait. When she saw Feng Yang's dead fish face, she shrunk her neck and hurriedly acted as if nothing had happened. In just that short time, her fame had spread. Regaining their senses, the onlookers began discussing fervently. Who is Mingzhu? Why does the Lingxiao sect hang so many portraits of her? This name sounds familiar. Isn't she the Mingzhu who played the guqin at the last Immortal Cultivation Conference? Her guqin playing was terrible. The pills she refines probably aren't proper pills either. She said she is the closing disciple of Master Lin. Could it be that famous Lin master who once won the top prize at the Alchemist Conference? Not possible. I haven't heard that the master took any closing disciples before passing away. Amidst the cacophony, Mu Shen helplessly massaged his forehead. And Feng Yang perceived some unusual movement from where Shang Qingshi was in seclusion and momentarily couldn't care about these troubles anymore. You watch over here, don't let her cause any more chaos, he said to Mu Shen. Then he glared at Mingzhu unhappily and silently said something to her. Judging from his mouth movements, it should have been. I'll deal with you later. Mingzhu wasn't the least bit afraid. After Feng Yang left, she confidently strolled onto the stage. Mu Shen quickly went up to pull her back. She struggled fiercely. Elder, you've already taken my money, we agreed that I would host this event. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you? I don't believe you genuinely want to host this. Just tell me, what exactly do you want to do? While they were tugging and pulling, Mingzhu suddenly came up with an idea and whispered in a low voice, Elder, if you admit you're a homosexual, I'll roll off the stage right now. Upon hearing these 2 words, Mu Shen reacted as if shocked, shaking his head strongly. What homosexual? Who is a homosexual? I'm not. Well then, you'd better step down. Mingzhu shoved him off the stage and signaled to Yunheng. Yunheng hesitated as he ascended the stage, frowning and asking, should we really do this? Mingzhu winked, only by earning money will our Lingxiao sect have a brighter future. Brother, what are you hesitating about? Encouraged by her words, Yunheng reluctantly lay down on the ground. The spectators looked puzzled, all focusing their gaze on him. He coughed forcefully, my waist aches, my back hurts, my legs are cramping. I'm so fragile. Then Mingzhu took out a bottle of pills and performed dramatically, rest assured, after taking my pills, I guarantee you'll feel full of energy. No dizziness, no kidney deficiency. You can run 10 laps around Lingxiao Mountain in one breath. Yunheng swallowed the pills, stood up afterward, and spoke without inflection as though reading from a script, I truly feel full of energy. Thank you, divine medicinal goddess. After finishing, he soared through the sky on his sword for 3 circles above everyone's heads, then hung onto the largest banyan tree beside them, looking like a monkey. The square fell silent again. And just as Shang Qingshi and Xia Luyuan emerged from their seclusion, this was the scene they encountered. Shang Qingshi pressed his lips together, am I hallucinating because I've secluded myself too long, or is it because I came out the wrong way? Xia Luyuan, on the other hand, looked toward Yunheng hanging upside down on the tree and drew in a cold breath, could our brother have gone stupid from eating medicine? Feng Yang couldn't bear it anymore, yanking Mingzhu down from the stage, along with Yunheng from the tree. Upon reuniting with Shang Qingshi and Xia Luyuan, both appeared delighted, but were harshly glared at by Feng Yang and forced to close their mouths. Mu Shen was still stuck over the matter of whether he was a homosexual or not. Seeing no one else able to take charge, Feng Yang looked left and right, eventually settling his eyes on Xia Luyuan, how about you take the stage first? Xia Luyuan instinctively wanted to refuse, I don't know how. It's really simple to be the host, Mingzhu interjected, just welcome all the sect leaders, thank all the disciples, explain the upcoming competition schedule again, and then let the disciples of various sects draw lots. Listening to her, it seemed indeed not very difficult. Xia Luyuan pondered for a moment, then turned to Shang Qingshi and asked, Master, do you think I can handle hosting? Shang Qingshi naturally nodded, giving him encouragement, I believe in you. These short 4 words made him feel greatly at ease. Xia Luyuan walked straight up to the stage. The onlookers had been discussing the exaggerated performance of Mingzhu and Yunheng just moments ago, but now their attention was entirely focused on him. I recognize him, he is Xia Luyuan, the champion of the individual competition in the last cultivation conference. He's holding Frostfall's sword, which belonged to the former head of Lingxiao sect. I wonder if he will participate in this year's cultivation conference. He should, right? The rule states any disciple under 25 years old can compete. Besides this year, he could even participate in the next one. With Wei Chongyue out of the way this time, I'm curious what ranking Lingxiao sect might secure. The discussions continued without stopping, but few could resist the charm of Xiao Yuan's good looks. Many young female cultivators threw flowers onto the stage, and even one male cultivator sent him a flirtatious glance. He acted as if he didn't notice, then cleared his throat, Could everyone please quiet down for a moment and listen to me? His voice echoed throughout the venue. In deference to Ling Xiao's sect, most of the people shut their mouths, except for a few who, seeing his young age, paid no respect and continued whispering amongst themselves. Xia Luyuan wasn't bothered. With an indifferent tone, he added, "Is there anyone from any sect that still wants to comment? If you look down on Ling Xiao's sect, you don't have to listen to my nonsense and can come challenge me right now." He drew out the Frostfall sword. Snow swirled around him, making his presence even more imposing than before. Everyone present felt a chill rising from their feet to the top of their heads. The few who had spoken earlier trembled with cold and dared not say another word. Feng Yang was deeply moved. He isn't afraid of the crowd at all, seems like he was born to be a host. Just as Feng Yang was about to applaud him, Xia Luyuan glanced around the surroundings and continued, "Very well. I'm here to tell all of you. I like Master Shangqing." Chapter 174, Get the Lost Face Back. Feng Yang's eyebrows twitched. His hands moved faster than his brain reacted, instantly pulling someone off the stage, leaving only a group of onlookers with bewildered faces. What did he just say? I didn't hear it clearly. Was it Shangqing? Shangqing Pill or Shangqing County? I seem to faintly remember that the name of Master Shang from Lingxiao sect is Shang Qingshi. Seeing that the gossipy onlookers' conversation was getting closer to the truth, Feng Yang immediately summoned lightning. A bolt of thunder struck in the clear sky miles away, the sound shaking heaven and earth, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Seeing it effective, Feng Yang relaxed his tense expression slightly and said indifferently, "Now begins the team competition draw. Please send one disciple to the stage for each sect." The person responsible for holding the lottery cylinder was Murong. He obediently stood in the middle, allowing the various sects to line up to draw lots. And under the stage, Shang Qingshi looked at his three personally taught disciples and inexplicably felt a headache coming on. He first asked Yunheng, "Did Mingzhu catch you doing something wrong? Why are you cooperating with her performance?" "Sister told me that the Lingxiao sect has no money left, even the money for hosting this cultivation conference was provided by her." Yunheng said frankly, "She said as the elder brother, should help her sell more pills. Only then can the Lingxiao sect have a bright future." Shang Qingshi puckered his lips and then looked at Mingzhu. Mingzhu looked left and right, appearing guilty and not daring to meet his eyes. So Shang Qingshi turned to Xia Luyuan and asked, "What about you? What were you going to say on stage just now?" "Nothing," Xia Luyuan deliberately changed the topic, "the Lingxiao sect hasn't sent anyone up to draw lots yet. Let me do it." He ran quickly. After returning to the stage again, Feng Yang watched him warily, fearing some trouble might ensue once more. But Xia Luyuan behaved quite well, properly drawing lots and not forgetting to show the word on the lot to everyone. It was a large number one. The sect that drew the same number one lot was Chang Lu Men led by Wei Chushi. She wore a veil, hidden among the noisy crowd. Upon seeing the lot, her hanging heart immediately died out. Without any surprises, the team selected for the Lingxiao sect's team match would still be Xia Luyuan, Yunheng, and Mingzhu. Even the headmaster of Tianfeng Tower, who was at the Yuaning cultivation stage, could not fight against them. How could her wasted spirit root disciples possibly be opponents for these three? All she could do was silently pray that her disciples wouldn't get beaten until their noses and faces were swollen, and then they would be considered successful. As the Lingxiao sect trio stepped onto the trial platform, the three disciples of Chang Lu Men also walked over. Xia Luyuan called forth Frostfall sword, around which emerged vast snowflakes. As soon as the snow fell onto the disciples of Chang Lu Men, they screamed painfully. One immediately fainted, while the other two rolled off the trial platform due to excruciating pain. The competition hadn't even started yet and had already ended. The spectators below watched blankly and eventually couldn't help but ridicule. Is this new Chang Lu Men here for fun? Quickly go back home. Don't embarrass yourselves. After putting away the sword, Xia Luyuan helped Yunheng and Mingzhu carry the injured Chang Lu Men disciples to the rest area. Mingzhu gave them healing pills, while Yunheng remarked, "Those who were shouting loudly just now belong to Tianfeng Tower." Xia Luyuan raised an eyebrow. "Is there any way to ensure we draw their lot in our next round?" The three thought about it for a moment and then all looked towards Murong, who was guarding the lottery cylinder. Murong sneezed. He was already feeling chilly, but he'd been too busy helping his uncle with arrangements for the cultivation conference to take care of himself. Although his uncle assigned him the task of guarding the lottery cylinder and forbade him from leaving his post, the competition had just begun. The second round of the lottery probably wouldn't happen until evening. With that in mind, he slipped the lottery cylinder into his sleeve and started walking toward the medical hall, intending to make a quick trip. At that moment, Mingzhu collided with him head-on, exaggerating an "oh," and falling gracefully to the ground, crying out dramatically, "Oh my, I'm injured." Murong was startled, hurriedly going to help her up. "Sister, where did you fall? I'll take you to the medical hall right away." Mingzhu took the opportunity to hold his arm, while using her other hand to fish the lottery cylinder out of his sleeve and toss it to Xia Luyuan. Xia Luyuan caught it easily, specially transferring a layer of spiritual energy into his palm to prevent the cylinder from making any noise. After finishing, Mingzhu sniffled and complained, "I think I sprained my ankle. Brother Murong, please take me to the medical hall quickly." Murong was greatly distressed. It had never occurred to anyone that Mingzhu, a speed-focused alchemist, could sprain her ankle just from a simple fall, nor would she lack medicinal pills for treating bruises. After the two left, Xia Luyuan casually fished out two identical lots from the sign tube and stashed them away. It wasn't until afternoon that all sects finished their matches. For the second round of drawing lots, Xia Luyuan stood calmly in the center of the stage with no trace of fault on his face. Mr. Morong has diarrhea, so I will stand in for him to hold the sign tube. Meanwhile, Yunheng managed to delay the disciple from Tianfeng Tower who was responsible for drawing lots, making sure they lined up at the end of the queue. Despite often botching things, this time he finally proved reliable. After other sects had drawn their lots, Xia Luyuan took out the hidden lots. The two remaining identical lots naturally belonged to Tianfeng Tower and Lingxiao sect. The Tianfeng Tower disciple had a vague sense of something being off. How could it happen that the last two identical lots were left? He suspected that someone from the Lingxiao sect must have tampered with the process. But before he could open his mouth, Xia Luyuan pretended to lean over to look at his lot, then suddenly bumped into his chin. Being only at the foundation establishment level without any protective spiritual energy, the disciple accidentally bit his tongue in pain and couldn't even speak coherently. Sorry, Xia Luyuan gave him a faint smile, I accidentally bumped into you, but you won't blame me, right? The Tianfeng Tower disciple held his mouth and emitted incessant muffled cries. This wasn't an accident, it was clearly premeditated. Yet even if he jumped around in rage, the audience below couldn't hear what he was saying, shouting impatiently, hurry up and get down, don't delay our viewing of the match. With resentment, the Tianfeng Tower disciple had no choice but to quickly step down and return to his companions. The previously ridiculing Tianfeng Tower group now fell silent, lifeless. What should we do? Even our sect master can't beat those three. Can we? I'm really scared, maybe we should just surrender. Surrender my foot, one of them yelled angrily. He was Yang Shi, the chief disciple of Tianfeng Tower, 24 years old, an early gold core cultivator, and the master's personally taught disciple. Sweeping his eyes across his juniors, a cold snort escaped his lips. Today, we will defeat the Lingxiao sect and take back the face our master lost. Chapter 175, The Mundane Mirror. Although his words were exhilarated and impassioned, the disciples of Tianfeng Tower still lacked confidence. They hung their heads low, sighing repeatedly. They feared that instead of reclaiming their lost pride, they would be defeated in one move, completely losing face. Yang Shi paid no heed to these concerns. Recalling how their previous sect leader cried uncontrollably in his arms after defeat, anger flared in his heart, wishing he could carve the Lingxiao sect members into pieces. But with Feng Yang, a great cultivator at the grand stage level guarding the Lingxiao sect, Yang Shi dared not confront them openly. This immortal cultivation contest was a rare chance to avenge their master. During the competition, no consideration for life or death would be given. From a distance, Yang Shi looked towards Xia Luyuan who was tinkering with an empty draw tube, a flash of hostility crossing his eyes. The sect leader had told him that this man was very mysterious, deliberately concealing his aura with obvious ulterior motives. He must have practiced some sort of evil technique in secret. Yang Shi specialized in illusion spells and possessed the Dusty World Mirror as a magical artifact. When the time came, he could first pull Xia Luyuan into an illusion, use illusionary spells to stir up the darker aspects within him, then display his dark and ugly side through the Dusty World Mirror for everyone to see. Even if he ended up losing to Xia Luyuan, it would still be enough to ruin his reputation, bringing shame upon the Lingxiao sect. Yang Shi's lips curled into a satisfied smile, as if victory was right before him, within reach. The disciples of Tianfeng Tower, seeing his smile, felt even more anxious. Big brother, do you really think we can beat those three from the Lingxiao sect? What's the point of your incessant sighing? You're just emboldening others while diminishing our own morale. Yang Shi glared at them. Dejected, they lowered their heads silently. Seeing this, his expression softened slightly. You can all rest assured, I've already figured out a plan. Hearing him say this, the disciples became curious. What plan? You'll see when the time comes. Yang Shi deliberately left them hanging, holding the Dusty World Mirror, admiring his own exceptional beauty with a joyful and carefree smile. Their good days are about to come to an end, I won't let them have it easy. None of them knew that Wei Qiyunyi was standing behind them, blending into the bustling crowd, listening carefully to every word of their conversation. She adjusted the veil covering her face and began searching for Mingzhu's figure. Morning and Mingzhu had just exited the medical hall and noticed the second round of the match had already started. He paused, instinctively feeling his sleeve only to realize the draw tube was gone. Looking up, he saw the empty draw tube in Xiao Yuan's hand, instantly feeling as though he'd been swindled so thoroughly he'd lost everything. Sobbing, he pointed at Mingzhu, all of you tricked me. That's enough crying, Mingzhu blinked innocently, her expression pure and harmless, patting his head as she tried to soothe the victim. Be a good boy now, I'll make Brother Xie return the draw tube to you. However, the draw had already finished. He had failed the task his uncle entrusted him with. Morning crouched down dejectedly, using a small branch he'd picked up to draw circles on the muddy ground. His childish appearance was truly adorable. Mingzhu wanted to tease him further when Wei Qiyunyi suddenly rushed over, pulling her aside into a corner. The people from Tianfeng Tower just said they wouldn't let you have it easy, Wei Qiyunyi declared earnestly. Their laughter wasn't kind-hearted, so you must be cautious. They. Mingzhu laughed loudly as if hearing the funniest joke ever. We intentionally drew the same lot as them just to teach them a lesson. Now they want revenge. It's hard to imagine a funnier story. Her expression showed no trace of vigilance, as if she genuinely didn't take Tianfeng Tower seriously. Underestimating an enemy isn't a good habit. Wei Qianyai quickly corrected her. In the previous immortal cultivation contest, I didn't take the Lingxiao sect seriously either, but ended up losing to you. I've already paid the price for underestimating my opponent, you absolutely mustn't repeat the same mistake. Seeing her so serious was a rarity, so Mingzhu could only suppress her laughter for a moment, taking a glance towards the direction of Tianfeng Tower. Noticing Yang Shi looking at himself in the mirror, Mingzhu curiously asked, what type of magic tool is the mirror he's holding? Generally speaking, mirrors fell into 3 categories. 1. Used purely for vanity. 2. Reflecting faces to summon a mirror image double to assist the user in battle. 3. Projecting images visible to everyone. In short, this type of magical tool could only be considered an auxiliary device, relatively gentle and unable to cause fatal harm like swords or knives. Wei Qianyai thought for a moment and said, I remember in the Grand Cultivation competition 2 editions ago, when I was still at Jingyang Palace, I faced them. But before he could use his mirror magic, we had already knocked him off the stage, so I currently don't know what exactly his mirror can do. Mingzhu rolled her eyes, what's there to be afraid of? My speed is super fast, as soon as he gets on the trial platform, I'll kick him off before he can cast any spells. The times have changed, Wei Qianyai shook her head, I heard that their Tianfeng Tower encountered some kind of secret realm. The master specially sent Yang Shi to inherit the secret realm knowledge, which is why he didn't appear in the last Grand Cultivation competition. Secret realms were indeed valuable things. Upon hearing this, Mingzhu began to take the matter seriously. However, it was strange that the head of Tianfeng Tower only allowed Yang Shi alone to receive the inheritance. Ever since she had obtained the Fire Eye system, she always liked observing everyone around her. So at this moment, she stroked her chin and muttered, the head of Tianfeng Tower and elder brother Yang Shi, could they possibly be lovers? Unfortunately, these two weren't from the Lingxiao sect, otherwise, even if she risked being struck by lightning, she would still have tried reporting their names to test it out. After bidding farewell to Wei Qianyai, Mingzhu went to Xiao Yuan's side and relayed every word of their earlier conversation. When Yunheng arrived, she laboriously repeated it all again. Standing together, the 3 eventually reached a decision. To reveal 3/10 of their strength and have a good fight with Tianfeng Tower. After concluding the plan, the 3 stood together waiting for their turn. Currently on stage, Xuangu Pavilion and Juyu Tower, both famous shield-cultivating sects, were competing. The disciples on stage were all tough-skinned and thick-bodied, incapable of harming each other. Their patience gradually wore thin. Xia Luyuan remained outwardly calm, exuding a chilly air forbidding others from approaching. Mingzhu, arms crossed, tapped her leg nervously, looking more like a street thug than a legitimate disciple of an established sect. On the other hand, Yunheng stood tall and rigid like a straight stake, emanating righteousness at every moment. Chapter 176, Calm and Terrifying. Several disciples from different sects tried to come over and cozy up, but they were deterred by the unique and independent aura of these 3. When Lingxiao sect faced off against Tianfeng Tower, it was already pitch dark. The square lit up with faint candlelight, but the spectators remained enthusiastic. Cheers rose one after another as both teams ascended the trial platform under countless eyes. On the side of Lingxiao sect, the 3 followed protocol, giving a slight bow to their opponents as a greeting. 2 disciples of Tianfeng Tower reciprocated the gesture, but Yang Shi did not move. Instead, he mocked them coldly, your performance on the stage at the beginning was just like 3 stupid monkeys that haven't awakened. Mingzhu immediately straightened her spine, ignoring herself and looking toward Yunheng and Xia Luyuan, blinking her eyes, my goodness, he called you 2 stupid monkeys. Yunheng tried to reason with them, the fight hasn't even started, yet you're hurling insults first. Such behavior is not proper. If you apologize now, I would forgive your rudeness. Xia Luyuan didn't bother responding, directly unsheathing Xuanjiang, ready to resolve the matter with force. Among the 3 members of Tianfeng Tower was 1 Jin Dan disciple and 2 Zhu Ji disciples, all possessing single spiritual roots, far surpassing the 3 waste spiritual root Lian Qi disciples of Chang'e sect. Xuanxue fell upon the 2 Zhu Ji disciples, who merely felt some discomfort, gritting their teeth and enduring without rolling off the platform like the disciples of Chang'e sect. Perhaps because of their performance, the audience below was highly excited, and disciples of other sects cheered even more for Tianfeng Tower. After all, Lingxiao sect's paper strength was overly formidable. Having 3 such young Jin Dan cultivators was unheard of. If Tianfeng Tower could eliminate Lingxiao sect, they wouldn't have to face such strong enemies afterward. The result was naturally a great disappointment. Mingzhu had just taken out her ancient zither and strummed a few chords, using sound waves to send the 2 Zhu Ji disciples flying. Only Yang Shi remained standing. The audience let out a collective sigh. It seems the champion of this year's cultivation competition will be Lingxiao sect again. No matter how hard I think, I can't figure out how other sects might win. In my opinion, even if Wei Chongyue hadn't interfered last time, Lingxiao sect would still be in first place. Their 3 personally taught disciples are just too strong, there's no questioning them now. Ah, Lingxiao's sect has taken all the good things. They have 3 very young Jin Dan disciples, the only Daching cultivator in the cultivation world currently, and an extraordinarily beautiful sect master. When they start recruiting disciples, I must give it a try. You look about 50 already, do you still plan to become a disciple? Even if you wanted to do menial work there, they probably wouldn't take you for fear of hurting your back. Amidst the discussions, Xia Luyuan drew his sword and advanced on Yang Shi with rapid attacks. Tianfeng Tower's impending defeat seemed evident. But suddenly Yang Shi laughed, as though he had anticipated this all along. Light erupted from his body, and in an instant, the scene before Xia Luyuan transformed dramatically into a sea of corpses and blood. The sky above was dyed red by blood mist, and sand was whipped up beneath his feet. He stood in it, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Yang Shi's illusionary technique activated far quicker than it should have, even a Yuaning period cultivator might not be so fast. But then, recalling what Ming Zhu said about Yang Shi having received the power of inheritance from a secret realm, it wasn't all that strange. The wind and sand blew painfully into his eyes, so he raised a hand to block it. When he lowered his hand, the scene before him returned to the age of 7, to Xia family village destroyed by Mington's forces. Xia Luyuan looked on coldly. After the mirage experience, he had let go of his obsession with his family. He had split a wisp of his soul to allow little Xia Luyuan and everyone else to live peacefully there. Thus, he clearly understood that everything before him was an illusion. Moreover, Yang Shi evidently underestimated Xiao Yuan's cultivation level, he was no longer at the Jin Dan stage but had reached the Yuaning level. With just a wave of his hand, the illusion would vanish instantly. But Xia Luyuan did not move. He wanted to know the purpose of Yang Shi's Qinhuan mirror. Outside the illusion, Yunheng watched helplessly as Xia Luyuan disappeared from where he stood. He quickly struck Yang Shi down from the stage. Before falling, Yang Shi managed to throw the Qinhuan mirror into the air, where it grew countless times in size, turning transparent, reflecting the figure of Xia Luyuan within. What kind of magic is this? Ming Zhu was completely dumbstruck. Ordinary illusion techniques made people stay immobile and dazed, causing consciousness to blur and inducing hallucinations. However, Yang Shi's technique pulled the person into a sealed space, an extremely esoteric art she had never seen before. Yunheng said, "You've already lost, quickly release Brother Xia." Yang Shi laughed menacingly, "This isn't something I can just let go of as I please, unless he himself can break free from the illusion's bindings." Upon hearing this, Yunheng looked toward the floating Qinhuan mirror, ready to strike it down. But Yang Shi added ominously, "It's useless. If you destroy the Qinhuan mirror, he will be trapped there forever with no way out." Yunheng had no choice but to lower his hand. Looking around, though the match was clearly over, everyone was still excitedly watching the Qinhuan mirror, seemingly curious about how Xia Luyuan was performing inside the illusion. At that moment, the Xia Luyuan inside the mirror was pondering how to extract this instant activation ability of illusions from Yang Shi and transfer it to Shang Qing's use. Shang Qing specialized in method cultivation, but the formation techniques were too slow for her needs. If she could get hold of such a skill, it would greatly enhance her survival capabilities. The illusion changed its scene at the blink of an eye. Thick, spiky vines surged from all sides, wrapping themselves around Xiao Yuan's body, attempting to confine him in their midst. Xia Luyuan couldn't afford to play along, icy flames erupted around him, immediately incinerating the vines into ash. Outside the illusion, the audience was baffled. They couldn't see the details within the illusion through the Qinhuan mirror, only able to observe every expressionless movement of Xia Luyuan. Even Yang Shi, lying on the ground ignored by everyone, was stunned. Didn't it say that those who practiced evil techniques were most afraid of illusions? Because they harbored guilty consciences, and illusions revealed the ugliest, vilest facets of their hearts. But Xia Luyuan strolled through the white void space, looking as if he hadn't seen anything terrifying at all, leisurely like taking a countryside trip. How can it be like this? Yang Shi shouted in disbelief, he should have been frightened to cry loudly, kneeling on the ground begging me to let him out. Unless Xia Yuan's cultivation level was an entire realm higher than his. In other words, Xia Luyuan wasn't Jin Dan but Yuaning. A 19 or 20-year-old cultivator at the Yuaning stage, how was that even possible? Chapter 177, The Deteriorating Morals of Society. Yang Shi shook his head vigorously, expelling the terrible thought from his mind. His eyes were fixed on Xiao Yuan's figure in the dusty world mirror. He kept comforting himself that this person might just be a bit bold, and once more time passed, he would definitely be frightened to tears by the illusory magic. However, things did not go as planned. Illusions switched scene after scene, whether it was a mountain of blades or a sea of fire, or a hill of corpses and an ocean of blood, Xia Luyuan remained expressionless. He moved around, seemingly looking for something. This sparked enthusiastic discussions among the spectators below. I remember in the last session of the Immortal Cultivator Conference, someone used the illusion technique against Xia Luyuan, and ended up completely defeated, losing their life. Yang Shi has no sense either. Before fighting, one should know the opponent's strength. If Xia Luyuan hasn't been scared, why doesn't he destroy the illusion and get out quickly? What is he searching for? Who knows? The ideas of a genius are always different from ordinary people. Amidst the heated discussions, Yang Shi vaguely sensed that things were not going well. As he watched Xia Luyuan move in a certain direction within the illusion, his heart leaped with tension. Xia Luyuan had discovered a pattern. Whenever he moved toward the right corner, the roar and wind sounds grew stronger, and the surrounding scenes became increasingly grotesque and terrifying. It looked pretty frightening, but he wasn't afraid at all, walking step by step toward it. There, he saw a small mirror. This should be the true form of Yang Shi's magic tool in the illusion. Not meant for showing off, nor for creating reflected doubles, this tool's function was clearly projecting the images within the illusion outside for everyone to see. He guessed that Yang Shi wanted to scare him into losing composure, then clearly project the images to let others ridicule him. But now, with the tool in his hands, it was Yang Shi's turn to lose face. Xia Luyuan stretched out his hand to touch the mirror, smirking slightly, satisfied with his progress. The mirror tried to resist for its last stand, and the surrounding scenery changed once again. This time, the roars and screams abruptly ceased, and a voice called behind him, Xia Luyuan. For a moment, he was stunned. His fingers suspended in mid-air as he turned to stare at the caller. Behind him stood Yunheng, but yet, it didn't quite feel like Yunheng. The usually gentle face was devoid of any emotion, with a calm and cold aura, holding a black sword drenched in blood, his robes flapping wildly in the wind. Above his head hovered Ludi Chicken, who had fully transformed into a phoenix. Every feather burned with raging fire, his beautiful tail shimmering brilliantly, his fiery wings slowly spreading. When Yunheng spoke, a piercing phoenix cry rang out, causing fear among all beasts. Xia Luyuan arched an eyebrow, very clear that all of this was an illusion. If he couldn't resist moving and attacked, he wouldn't be able to stop, exhausting his spiritual energy, resulting either in being scared to death or scared insane. Still, he remained standing, allowing the other party to thrust forward, piercing his chest. The pain accompanied by flowing blood felt so real, and Xia Luyuan could not help but feel an indescribable strangeness inside. Watching someone he used to trust deeply turn their weapon on him brought an inexplicable feeling of disappointment. He stopped pondering, picking up the mirror lying on the ground. In an instant, the wound disappeared, Yunheng and Ludi Chicken vanished as well, leaving the entire space covered in white fog. Xia Luyuan toyed with the mirror, suddenly lowering his gaze, accurately locking onto Yang Shi through the dusty world mirror beyond the illusion. Yang Shi's already pale complexion became ashen gray, his pupils wide open, screaming panic-stricken, "No!" Despite his resistance, the illusion shattered. Xia Luyuan appeared on the stage. The enormous dusty world mirror projection in the air still hadn't disappeared, while the original mirror lay in Xia Luyuan's hand. He smirked at Yang Shi, "It's no fun enjoying alone. Let everyone else also see your performance inside the illusion." Yang Shi, naturally, did not agree. After falling off the stage earlier, his legs seemed injured, unable to stand up. Crawling towards the crowd on all fours, he thought that would help him evade. But Xia Luyuan was in no mood to let him off easily. Using the dusty world mirror, he accurately smashed it onto Yang Shi's back. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared from the original spot, while the large mirror in the sky projected his image. Compared to Xia Luyuan's composed demeanor, Yang Shi immediately collapsed and began crying uncontrollably as soon as he entered the illusion. The previous battle had already left him utterly exhausted, and the current illusion frightened him to the point of losing control of his bowels and bladder, leaving him in an extremely embarrassing state. "Stay away." He seemed to see someone terrifying, wildly flailing his arms in the air. "It wasn't my fault. You accidentally stumbled into the beast surge yourself." The onlookers outside the illusion all perked up their ears as if they had stumbled upon some astonishing scandal. It's rumored that Tianfeng Tower was once besieged by demon beasts. Logically, their attacks are weaker than fiendish seeds. The disciples should have just received minor injuries at most, but for some unknown reason, one person died, and it happened to be their most talented eldest disciple. After he was gone, Yang Shi was able to ascend to the position of senior brother. The biggest beneficiary of this incident is none other than him. Could it be possible that the former eldest disciple was killed by him? Such explosive information was enough to fuel their conversations for 5 days and nights, and the gossips were thoroughly satisfied. But what unfolded next within the illusion shocked everyone even further. There he was, embracing thin air, his expression gradually shifting from tears of anguish to one of grotesque distortion. His eyes blazed with endless envy. "Why do you deserve such exceptional talent? Why does only you receive master's affection? I am going to kill you and take your place as the respected elder brother admired by all. Not only that, I will also possess the master and make him forget about you, ensuring that his body and soul only accommodate me." The onlookers outside the illusion almost dropped their jaws in shock. This revelation was beyond belief. It was too sensational. The current elder brother had plotted meticulously to eliminate the previous elder brother just so he could get close to the sect leader. If such a story were not set in a cultivation world but rather in a folk novel, it would still be seen as melodramatic and dramatic beyond belief. Even Mingzhu couldn't suppress her excitement, finding a little stool and a handful of melon seeds from who knows where, sitting down to snack with great anticipation. At that moment, she couldn't help but wonder eagerly who was on top and who was on bottom between the sect leader of Tianfeng Tower and Yang Shi. Yun Heng coughed several times in surprise, his lips twitching slightly, his face written all over with disbelief. Truly, the moral fabric of society has deteriorated. Ethical standards have collapsed. The hearts of people are no longer what they used to be. How cold and bleak this world has become. Chapter 178, All is Lost. When Yang Shi emerged from the illusion and saw everyone below looking at him with a mix of emotions, he realized his life was in tatters. He had intended for Xia Luyuan to be humiliated, but instead, his plan backfired, leaving him utterly disgraced. As people around him pointed fingers, Yang Shi wished he could vanish into a hole. At this moment, one disciple of Tianfeng Tower began shouting, "So it was you who killed our former senior apprentice. You wicked person, I will tell our master." The elder leading the Tianfeng Tower team this time was an elder since the abbot refused to leave after their previous defeat. Relieved that the master didn't see the whole spectacle, Yang Shi's calm shattered at the disciple's words. No. He knew all too well how much their master cared for that person. When the other had first died, the master cried until his eyes swelled and did nothing but sit quietly by the grave, indifferent to anyone's attempts at consolation. Yang Shi had barely replaced that person in the master's heart through painstaking effort. If the master were to know he was responsible for the death, everything would collapse. The consequences then would be unimaginable. No. With bloodshot eyes, Yang Shi tried desperately to catch up with the disciple to stop him from leaving. However, with wounds on his legs, no matter how hard he struggled, he could only watch as the disciple flew away on a sword. It's over. All is lost. Blood rushed to Yang Shi's head, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Mingzhu was still munching her melon seeds when she quickly handed the rest to Yun Heng and hurried to support Yang Shi towards the medical hall. She just so happened to have made truth pills. As long as someone's cultivation was lower than hers, feeding them the pill and channeling spiritual energy would force the person to answer truthfully while unconscious. She couldn't wait to uncover the drama behind the three individuals from Tianfeng Tower. The competition on stage continued, but the audience was too distracted by what had happened. Xia Luyuan came beside Yun Heng, intently staring at his face without blinking. It unnerved him to the point that his scalp tingled, brows furrowed, and finally, he asked impatiently, "What's wrong, brother Xie? Is there something on my face?" "Nothing." Xia Luyuan shook his head, withdrawing his gaze at last. This Yun Heng bore little resemblance to the Yun Heng inside the illusion. He could not fathom under what circumstances Yun Heng would become the cold, distant figure from the illusion. Remembering something, Xia Luyuan turned and asked, "Where's your looting chicken, senior brother?" "I'm not sure." Upon mentioning this, Yun Heng started talking non-stop. "It seems ever since we returned from the demon realm, it has been avoiding people, hiding everywhere, occasionally coming out for some feed, but its presence is rare." "That's interesting," Xia Luyuan mused, "then let me look for it." Since the second round concluded and the third would not begin until tomorrow, Yun Heng didn't stop him. Out of good-heartedness, he reminded, "Get some rest early tonight. You'll need the energy for tomorrow's competition." "All right," Xia Luyuan replied and left the bustling square to search for the looting chicken in the Chongqing Hall. After combing through both the main hall and side chambers, he eventually spotted the bird's shaking rear end perched on the tree at the edge. It seemed like it wanted to hide further, wriggling amidst the leaves. Alas, its plump body was far too large to be concealed by sparse foliage. Xia Luyuan chuckled, reaching out to poke its fluffed-up feathers. Suddenly, as if sensing something terrifying, the bird let out a mournful shriek that reverberated throughout the Chongqing Hall, sounding like someone was about to slaughter it. Xia Luyuan's smile froze. Now he knew, it wasn't others the looting chicken was avoiding, it was solely him. The perception abilities of divine beasts surpassed those of ordinary humans and cultivators. It likely detected the demon aura within Xia Luyuan due to the purification grass. What should he do? If it kept acting this way, everyone would soon notice something amiss, unraveling the situation step by step, ultimately revealing Xia Luyuan's identity. Considering this, he attempted to appeal to it emotionally, trying to awaken old memories. "Don't you remember? Your first fiery rebirth used my flames." It was true. Back then, it quite liked Xia Luyuan, often playing atop his shoulder. The looting chicken ceased wailing and hesitated before cautiously peeking out from the leaves, its tiny eyes fixed on the young man. Xia Luyuan gently patted its head, his tone as tender as ever. "Why do you fear me? I won't harm you." The looting chicken wanted to communicate with him, but unfortunately, could only let out a string of continuous chirps. Seeing this, Xia Luyuan opened his arms and asked peacefully, "Can I hold you?" The looting chicken was clearly unwilling, turning its head away and continuing to burrow into the leaves. Exhausted from the effort, it couldn't hide its bottom after all, so it gave up with a chirp. When it looked at Xia Luyuan again, he was still maintaining the same posture. It was moved. And yet also afraid. After a long standoff between man and chicken, it concluded with its soft-heartedness taking over. It dove straight into Xia Luyuan's arms. Even with its protective energy shielding it, the impact caused Xia Luyuan no small shock. Struggling to steady himself, before he could say anything, flames ignited all around the looting chicken's body. Xia Luyuan was surprised. It was using its own life source fire to dispel the demonic aura from him. It thought Xia Luyuan was merely contaminated by the demonic aura, which would be gone once dispersed. But only Xia Luyuan knew that this could only temporarily slow down the demonic invasion, it wouldn't make much difference. Alright, he patted the looting chicken's head, I'll prepare something for you to eat. You haven't eaten properly these past few days, you've grown thin. Through the concealment of the purification grass, the looting chicken could clearly feel that the demonic aura hadn't completely disappeared. Divine beasts were natural enemies of low-level demonic entities, these entities might even become its food. It loathed the demonic aura, but it didn't dislike Xia Luyuan. Xia Luyuan took it to the kitchen and made a pot of mashed potatoes, cabbage, and radish stew with the remaining ingredients. It was quite happy. Finishing its meal in large bites, it used its wings to pat its plump belly, letting out a contented burp. Seeing this, Xia Luyuan said to it, don't avoid me anymore, otherwise others will think I'm bullying you. But the looting chicken still wanted to evade. Xia Luyuan reached out and pulled it back, assuring it, don't worry, if one day I'm truly invaded by the demonic aura, I'll end my own life, I won't hurt anyone. This made it withdraw its little wings and look at Xia Luyuan seriously for a while. Then it nodded. Chapter 179, Absolutely Terrifying. After calming the emotions of Looty Chicken, Xia Luyuan came to the medical hall again. Ming Zhu, after using the truth pill, learned about the remaining secrets of Yang Shi and became so excited that she jumped up 3 feet high and left the person behind before running off. The hall was empty, but Xia Luyuan easily found Yang Shi curled up in a corner. His hair was disheveled, his body could not stop trembling slightly. Upon hearing footsteps, he looked up and met eyes with Xia Luyuan. His eyes were bloodshot as if filled with blood. Truly pitiful, Xia Luyuan looked at him coldly without any extra expressions, but such a result is all that you deserve. Yang Shi screamed and rushed over, but was effortlessly choked by Xia Luyuan who easily lifted him up. Feet off the ground, all of his spiritual power was suppressed by an overwhelming pressure, intertwining feelings of despair and suffocation. For a moment, he truly thought Xia Luyuan would strangle him to death. But just before his consciousness became blurred, Xia Luyuan suddenly let go and watched leisurely as he gasped for fresh air, awkwardly kneeling on the ground like a dog lying at his feet. Yang Shi felt no joy from escaping death, instead, big tears rolled down his face as he said weakly, no wonder you weren't afraid of my illusion. Such powerful pressure indicates your cultivation has definitely reached the Yuan baby stage. He had been wrong from the start. He shouldn't have underestimated this person so much as to provoke them. It was already too late to regret now. Soon, the master would know it was him who killed his former lover. He couldn't return to the Tianfeng Tower, nor did he have the face to see the master. He broke down into tears, and Xia Luyuan quietly watched him. Once he cried enough, Xia asked, I'm curious, how did you manage the instant activation spell for the illusion? Yang Shi gave him a look of death itself. Without getting a response, Xia Luyuan didn't become angry, instead sneering slightly, seemingly finding his appearance quite laughable. As a defeated opponent, Yang Shi had no heart left for resistance. At this moment, Xia Luyuan squatted down in front of him, gripping Yang Shi's chin and forcing eye contact. Word by word, softly spoken, with a casual tone that conveyed something bone-chilling, the one you've already killed, what else do you have to fear? He couldn't even hurt you while alive, can he come back as a ghost when dead? A mere illusion terrifies you into confessing everything without hesitation, you're truly a waste. Yang Shi froze. Looking into Xia Luyuan's deep black, calm eyes, his body trembled involuntarily. After some time, he struggled fiercely to break free from the other's grip, staggering several steps back with even his jaw quivering. You're a madman. Say whatever you want, Xia Luyuan wiped his hands as if they were dirty, I just want to know how you instantly activated the illusion spell. Yang Shi took a deep breath, if I don't tell you, will you kill me? Kill you? Xia Luyuan laughed coldly, I'm too lazy to waste spirit energy on you. If you really want to die, just crash your head against one of the pillars in the medical hall. Upon hearing this, Yang Shi actually stood up and walked towards the pillar. But just as his head touched it, he hesitated again. He didn't want to die. Yet, he lacked the courage to keep living. Even he didn't know what to do next. He embraced the pillar crying, I didn't mean to kill the elder brother either, but as long as he was around, Master's attention always went to him and there was never room for even a little bit of me. Crying gradually turned into laughing, but the louder he laughed, the faster the tears flowed, nearly choking his voice. When he first died, I became the elder brother of the Tianfeng Tower. Junior siblings relied on me, the master depended on me, it was the happiest and proudest time in my life, yet it was all stolen. Time ran out, and now I must pay. Perhaps because Yang Shi's sorrow seemed so genuine, Xia Luyuan felt a trace of resonance. Isn't everything now stolen by Xia Luyuan? If anyone discovered he had absorbed blood spring, he would immediately turn into a monster everyone hunted down. Everyone would abandon him, Shang Qingxi probably wouldn't accept him anymore. But unlike Yang Shi, Xia Luyuan wasn't self-pitying. He'd enjoy every day he could and carefully conceal all his secrets and schemes. Even if it were revealed someday, he'd still want to make a glorious exit before Shang Qingxi, leaving her only warm and beautiful memories. Seeing Yang Shi's crazed appearance, Xia Luyuan no longer wished to waste his time. Although he was very eager to learn the secrets of the illusion spell, given Yang Shi's current psychological state, it was clear that nothing useful could be obtained from questioning him. If he were to torture him severely on Lingxiao Mountain, being found out would be problematic. Xia Luyuan planned to wait until they had descended the mountain before making a move. Hence, he merely glanced coldly at him and was about to leave. Just as he was stepping out the door, he sensed an extremely familiar aura. He paused slightly, then turned back, lifting Yang Shi off the ground. Yang Shi thought Xia Luyuan had changed his mind and was going to kill him to silence him, so he trembled with fear. However, Xia Luyuan simply threw him onto the bed, considerately covering him with a blanket, and began speaking, "I know you love your master and envy your elder brother, but under no circumstances should you have committed such grave mistakes." Yang Shi opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something. Xia Luyuan swiftly placed his hand on his neck and released some spiritual power, placing a silencing spell on his throat. Xia Luyuan continued, "If I were in your position, even if my master loved someone else, I wouldn't care. As long as I can catch a glimpse of him from afar, I would already be satisfied and wouldn't dare ask for more." Just as these words finished, his head was gently patted. He froze slightly, turning back to see Shang Qingxi who appeared behind him, and revealed an appropriately surprised expression, "Master. When did you arrive?" "I just came," Shang Qingxi said. "Yunheng told me he saw you come to the medical hall, and I thought there might be something wrong with your body. But it seems you've only come here to see him." "Yes indeed," Xia Luyuan took hold of Shang Qingxi's arm and sighed, "This person is both pitiful and hateful. Just to obtain his master's affection, he mercilessly murdered his elder brother who treated him like a younger sibling, truly too frightening." Yang Shi seemed to want to refute this, but after struggling on the bed for quite some time, he still couldn't utter a single word. Shang Qingxi had no interest in such a despicable person and said, "After what happened today, he has already ruined his reputation and will never be able to face the people of Tianfeng Tower again. Let's not concern ourselves with him and return to the Chongqing Hall to rest." Chapter 180, Wings. "Good." Xia Luyuan naturally complied, holding Shang Qing's hand and was about to leave. Yang Shi suddenly became agitated, rolling off the bed with the blanket, even knocking over the medicine rack beside him, scattering herbs and grasses all over the floor. This reaction clearly meant he wanted to say something. Thus Xia Luyuan said, "It seems he has something to tell me. Master, please wait outside for a while, I'll be out soon." Shang Qing didn't think too much, and waited for him in the courtyard of the medical hall. Xia Luyuan returned to Yang Shi's side, undoing the silencing spell, not forgetting to set up a barrier so that Shang Qing wouldn't hear anything inappropriate. Yang Shi hurriedly shouted, "So it seems you and your master have this kind of relationship too. If my magic had advanced further, then the one disgraced today would be you." "Disgraced?" Xia Luyuan couldn't help but find it amusing, looking at him with nonchalance. "I wish everyone knew about the relationship between me and my master. And there is no if in this world. You lost, and you will never win against me in your entire life." Defeated, Yang Shi lay on the ground, while Xia Luyuan looked down on him, adding indifferently, "Get out of my way, you're blocking me." Humiliated like this, even dogs know to bite when they're cornered. Yang Shi gathered all his spiritual energy into his palm, thinking that no matter what price he might pay, he needed to give him some trouble. But against absolute power, Yang Shi's counterattack was just like child's play, not worth mentioning. Xia Luyuan stepped on Yang Shi's hand and crushed it heavily, watching as Yang Shi's face contorted in pain, then stepped over him. Walking to the door, Yang Shi glared at his back maliciously, gritting his teeth and saying, "You must have practiced some evil art, otherwise how could you reach the Yuan stage at the age of 18 or 19? I will wait to see the day when your disgrace comes to light, just like me losing all my dignity, being despised by all. Take care of yourself. My affairs don't require your concern." Xia Luyuan spared not even a glance for him, striding into the courtyard. Bathed in moonlight, Shang Qing's long hair seemed like a satin ribbon soaking water, basking in the soft silver glow, as if it were a pure white night blooming cereus slowly blossoming under the moonlight. Xia Luyuan smiled faintly, holding his hand and saying, "I've come, master. Let's return to the Eternal Palace." The two walked side by side on the road. All the competitions of the day had ended, disciples from other sects passed by. Fortunately, their sleeves were wide enough to hide their interlaced hands, keeping their actions unnoticed by others. Most disciples were quite prudent, accustomed to being careful, and dared not look directly at Shang Qingshi as the headmaster of the Lingxiao sect. Only a few, dazzled by such rare beauty, stared for a moment, only to end up either bumping into a tree or tripped by rocks unseen underfoot, landing flat on their backs in an embarrassing scene. Returning to the Longevity Hall, Xia Luyuan embraced Shang Qingshi tightly, without uttering a word, yet his grip grew tighter and tighter. Shang Qingshi did not complain about his sudden mood swing but patted his back soothingly like comforting a child, saying, "Earlier you told Yang Shi that even if I liked someone else, you wouldn't care. Why now, are you unhappy because others glanced at me more?" Xia Luyuan felt somewhat guilty. Those words were intentionally spoken for Shang Qingshi to hear. In truth, he was the stingiest. He wished to gouge out all their eyes and eliminate everyone around him, so Shang Qingshi's beautiful eyes would forever look only at him. He even thought of forging a golden cage, locking Shang Qingshi inside, making him forever dependent on him to survive. However, just as this idea arose, a reverse flow of flames surged through his entire body. Xia Luyuan recoiled with a hiss, quickly extinguishing the notion, feeling aggrieved and burying his head against Shang Qingshi's neck to rub affectionately. Will master kiss me? Perhaps only Shang Qingshi would indulge in his whimsical bad habits. Which kid acts so unreasonable? Holding his face in both hands, examining him closely for a while, and then lightly laughing, kissing the corner of his lips, his voice gentle as if after hundreds of years of sedimentation, it seems mine does. Naturally, Xia Luyuan would not be satisfied with such superficial affection. One hand encircled Shang Qingshi's waist, the other caressing his nape, deepening the kiss. Until he made the other's clothes disheveled, redness appearing at the corners of his eyes, chestnut-colored eyes glistening with moisture, his fair skin flushed pink from the hot steam like peach blossoms opening, mesmerizingly captivating. Xiao Youyuan's breathing grew increasingly rapid, but Shang Qingshi coldly pushed him away with a trembling voice. Go to sleep. All right. He took a deep breath, straightening the creases in the other's clothes, and asked, will master have nightmares again? After being in seclusion for so long, he only frequently dreamt of those fragmented scenes during the first 2 months. Things had improved afterward. It was the first day out of seclusion, and neither knew what would happen next. Shang Qingshi shook his head. No need to worry, let's sleep now. If I have nightmares, we'll think of another solution then. I won't sleep, Xia Luyuan sat on the edge of the bed. I'll keep watch here. But you still have a match tomorrow. Without rest, how will you stay in good spirits? Shang Qingshi pulled his hand, drawing him closer. Since he said that, Xia Luyuan lay back down, tightly holding the other in his arms. The night deepened, the frost heavy. The cold wind beat against the window lattice. Shang Qingshi didn't have any nightmares, but Xia Luyuan woke up startled instead. The demonic energy surged chaotically within him, causing him immense pain until sweat drenched his head as he stumbled off the bed. He covered his mouth, trying not to make a sound, gritting his teeth and heading toward the side hall. Upon reaching his own room, he couldn't endure it any longer and collapsed onto the cold floor before he even reached the bed. His back made contact with the ground, and something clearly pressed into it painfully. Xia Luyuan hastily tore open his shirt, grabbed a mirror, and saw strange patterns crawling up his shoulder. Feeling his back, he realized something had indeed grown there, long black strips just poking through the skin. Reaching over, he plucked out a black feather from that spot. Could this be wings? Xia Luyuan froze slightly. By absorbing the blood spring as a human body, naturally there will be side effects. In the future, you will grow 6 wings and horns, transforming into the appearance of the previous demon lord, the 6-winged Huiyu dragon. Mingtu's malicious tone echoed in his mind, but Xia Luyuan paid no attention, attempting to use a concealment spell to hide the incomplete wings protruding from his back. However, it had no effect at all. Don't waste your effort. You're not of demonic origin, and thus lack the ability to conceal your original form. I want to see how you plan to stay in Lingshao's sect with wings sprouting from your back, pretending nothing is wrong. Xia Luyuan lowered his eyelashes as if deep in thought, devising a plan. Then, he retrieved a dagger from his storage ring, forcefully severing the partially formed wing from his back. Chapter 181, The Faint Monarch and the Demon Empress. Thanks to the effect of blood spring, the wound did not heal immediately. Cold and sticky blood flowed down his spine. Xia Luyuan casually sprinkled some hemostatic powder and tore a strip of cloth from his robe to bandage it. Then, after putting on his clothes, he endured the excruciating pain and returned to the main hall, lying down beside Shang Qingshi. He instinctively reached out to touch the top of his head. Thank goodness the wings grew first. If the horns had grown first, he would have appeared before everyone with a bleeding head, which wouldn't look good at all. He managed to let out a sigh of relief, placed his hand on Shang Qingshi's waist, closed his eyes, and forced himself to sleep. After the pain in his back eased somewhat, drowsiness began to creep in amidst the haze. Then there was a rustling sound by his ear, followed by Shang Qingshi swatting his hand away and getting out of bed on his own. Xia Luyuan opened his eyes and saw him stagger towards the door, his frail figure thin and weak, his swaying robes resembling a butterfly flapping its beautiful wings. He must have had a nightmare again. Xia Luyuan wanted to call out to Shang Qingshi, but as the latter walked outside, it was clearly an effort to avoid waking him, fearing to delay his preparation for tomorrow's competition. The words got stuck in his throat, and he watched as Shang Qingshi sat by the door, silver-white moonlight falling gently onto his soft long hair. His frail fingers slightly trembled, finally resting lightly against the edge of the door frame. Xia Luyuan thought that since he infused magical energy into him, Shang Qingshi had started having nightmares every night. Was it because of him? His original intention was merely to hope that Shang Qingshi could practice cultivation, ascend soon, and get rid of that body meant for the alchemical cauldron. But if this continued, when Shang Qingshi advanced to the great multiplication stage, he would undoubtedly be tormented by heart demons. At that point, let alone ascending, even staying true to his original self would be difficult. With good luck, he might live peacefully until the age of 500, with bad luck, he would end up like Wei Chongyue, being devoured by the heart demon and becoming a living corpse. Shang Qingshi, outside the door, felt cold and rubbed his slightly red hands. Xia Luyuan didn't want to pretend to be asleep anymore. He grabbed the fox fur near the bed, intending to bring it over to him. At this moment, Shang Qingshi happened to turn around and rise to take the fox fur. Their gazes met. "Why aren't you sleeping?" asked Shang Qingshi in surprise. Xia Luyuan didn't respond, walked over to him, draped the fox fur over his shoulders, held his hand, and sat together at the door. At this time of night, the Lingxiao sect would usually fall into a serene quiet. However, perhaps due to the cultivation immortal assembly, the mountain was filled with people. There were those who enjoyed staying awake late at night, shouting and screaming outside, creating quite a commotion. Ultimately unable to suppress the curiosity in his heart, Xia Luyuan cautiously asked, "Master, what kind of nightmare did you have?" He thought Shang Qingshi would, as usual, mumble something vague and fob him off. However, after a brief silence, the other softly said, "It wasn't exactly a nightmare, just remembered some things from childhood." Childhood memories, what's there to be scared of? Xia Luyuan had heard about it long ago. The previous sect leader of Lingxiao had doted on their only son, Shang Qingshi, going so far as to gather everything wonderful from the entire world for him. Shang Qingshi must have grown up in a bubble of love since he was little. Master during childhood, Xia Luyuan laughed, must have been very cute. Shang Qingshi pressed his lips together and suddenly looked up at him, pushing people down the steps, throwing dead mice into their rooms, locking the timid ones in the cultivation hall for an entire night. Is any of that considered cute? Xia Luyuan stared at the tea-colored eyes for a long while and finally couldn't help himself, planting a kiss on his cheek. Still very cute, no argument allowed. Shang Qingshi was originally somewhat upset. After that little episode, the gloom dispersed entirely, and he helplessly remarked, "Good thing you didn't become an emperor, otherwise you'd definitely be a faint monarch." Master looks so beautiful, certainly destined to be a demon empress. Xia Luyuan smiled sweetly, "Whether Master overturns my kingdom or destroys my country, I have no complaints." He was willing to offer up everything he had. Even his life. He traced the delicate features of the person in his arms, features so beautiful they seemed otherworldly. The noise outside gradually disappeared, evidently those night owls couldn't hold out any longer either. Xia Luyuan pulled Shang Qingshi back inside. They both urged each other to go to sleep, yet neither felt sleepy, staring blankly at one another. As dawn was fast approaching, Xia Luyuan was truly worried that Shang Qingshi wouldn't rest well. He reached out and covered Shang Qingshi's eyes, feeling the long lashes brushing against his palm, producing a tingling sensation. "When I was a child and couldn't sleep, my mother would hum a lullaby to put me to sleep." Xia Luyuan carefully recalled the melody from his fragmented memories, softly humming the tune. It was a very tender melody. Combined with his intentionally low voice, Shang Qingshi found himself truly starting to feel drowsy. As the first light of dawn appeared, Xia Luyuan got out of bed quietly. He tucked the other one in snugly, moved the messy white hair behind his ear, planted a kiss on his forehead, and then left the Hall of Eternal Life. Xia Luyuan saw Yang Shi waiting outside for a long time. After a night of reflection, he seemed to have come to terms with something. He handed over a piece of paper. "This is the key point and incantation of the instantaneous activation illusion spell you want." Xia Luyuan raised an eyebrow. Then he saw him seriously entrusting a blood-stained white cloth. "This is my final letter to the master. Please give it to him. It's my payment for teaching you the illusion spell." The white cloth was folded up, no one knows what was written inside. Xia Luyuan had no interest in prying into others' privacy and did not intend to unfold and look at it. He asked Yang Shi, "What are your plans next?" "To die." Yang Shi's expression was calm, his eyes empty, devoid of any brilliance. "I killed the senior brother, the master will never forgive me. Only if I die more miserably than the senior brother might he think of my good qualities during the night." Taking a deep breath as he spoke, "I wonder, in the master's heart, who matters more between me and the senior brother? Unfortunately, there's no chance to know that in this lifetime." Xia Luyuan showed absolutely no mercy, mocking with sarcasm, "You, who ruthlessly conspired against the senior brother for selfish reasons, he won't love you. He'll only wish to dismember you." Yang Shi had long been used to Xiao Yuan's nature, retaliating with clenched teeth, cursing, "As if you were any better, secretly cultivating evil powers, you could be nothing but a bad person. You will definitely go to the 18th level of hell when you die, I'll be waiting for you there." After saying this, Yang Shi turned around and walked away resolutely. Xia Luyuan reviewed the method to activate the illusion spell repeatedly, confirming there were no major issues, before returning to the Hall of Eternal Life. He placed the sheet of paper under Shang Qingshi's pillow. Then proceeded to the square. The third round draw for matches had ended, with the 10,000 Sword sect being chosen by Yunheng as their opponent. Chapter 182, Natural Sword Bone. This is definitely worth watching. The Myriad Sword sect and the Lingxiao sect are both schools skilled in swordsmanship. The founding master of the Myriad Sword sect wielded a heavy sword to slay countless villains, earning him the title of Sword Dao Master. The former head of the Lingxiao sect's mastery over light swords was so refined that it rid the world of all injustices. Wherever the frost-descending sword passed, evil spirits were exorcised and banished. Both sects had once claimed the top prize at the Cultivators' Assembly, and had ancestors who successfully ascended. However, they both fell into decline shortly after, but now show signs of resurgence. This will be one of the most anticipated matches in the third round of the lottery. Mingzhu glanced at the lineup from the Myriad Sword sect and commented, 2 golden elixir cultivators, 1 chi refinement practitioner, so as a sound cultivator, I'll sit this one out. Let you 5 sword cultivators fight it out to your heart's content. Great. Yunhang was eager with anticipation. I've heard that the Myriad Sword sect's most powerful technique is the 10,000 directions sword formation. As long as there are more than 3 people, they can form an array. I wonder if we'll see them perform it today. Xia Luyuan shook his head. Perhaps 3 golden elixir practitioners would work, but since they brought along a chi refiner, it'll be too much of a stretch for them. Indeed, that was the case. Chi refining spells were far too slow to keep up with golden elixir speed. This would result in large gaps forming during the formation of their array. Yunhang suddenly understood but scratched his head afterward. It's strange, why do they have multi-person formations while we don't? Because the founding master of the Myriad Sword sect had 2 younger brothers, Xia Luyuan explained. Even though the brothers' talents weren't on par with his, they were close enough. Blood ties bound them, enhancing their coordination. This allowed them to create several multi-person formations. He paused before continuing, as for our Lingxiao sect. Before he could finish, Mingzhu interjected, it must be because our former sect leader had such incredible talent that no one could keep up. That's probably why we got used to fighting alone. You're wrong, Feng Yang suddenly appeared behind them and murmured. Our former sect leader actually learned multi-person formations, but then, someone betrayed him. All 3 were stunned and obediently stood there, waiting for him to continue. Feng Yang shrugged. Don't look at me. He only casually mentioned it to me. I don't know who stabbed him in the back. After thinking for a moment, he pulled out a martial arts manual from his storage ring. This is the book containing the multi-person formations that our sect leader studied. If you 3 want to learn, take it. Yunhang curiously reached for the book, just about to open it, when Feng Yang said, during these formations, you need to expose your vital points to your teammates. If any teammate turns traitor, there's a 90% chance someone dies. You absolutely need to consider whether or not you're willing to fully trust each other. After finishing his words, Yunhang glanced first at Mingzhu beside him, then at Xia Luyuan. He then extended a hand firmly, saying, I believe neither of you will harm me. I also trust you guys. Mingzhu placed her hand on top of his and grinned, but even if anyone does decide to harm me, well, you 2 might end up killing each other, and by that point, I'd be long gone. Xia Luyuan didn't say anything but stretched out his hand. Together, their hands came together. Before the match began, Mingzhu thought that if she didn't show herself, it might seem somewhat impolite and disrespectful toward the opponent. So, she carried her guqin to the trial platform and sat down at a corner. Since all 5 of you sword cultivators are involved, I can't really join in, but I'll play some music for you while you swing swords. On the Myriad Sword sect side, were a pair of twin Golden Dan sisters, accompanied by their younger brother at chi refinement stage. These 3 had long appreciated her musical prowess. The younger twin sister spoke, I didn't participate in the last cultivators assembly, but I've heard others mention how you use your guqin as a close combat weapon to strike people's heads. Why don't you stop playing and come fight us seriously? The spectators below began yelling as well, exactly, stop playing. Your music nearly deafened me. Contrary to their urging, this ignited Mingzhu's rebellious streak. She placed her hands on her hips and declared, then let's hear it. Whether we win or lose, it has nothing to do with me. Don't hit me. I'll just be setting the mood. Ignoring everyone's objections, her fingers brushed across the strings. A jarring sound echoed through the entire square, tormenting everyone's ears. Yunhang's mouth twitched at the corner. I have a question. Why can everyone else tell that sister's music sounds bad, but she doesn't notice herself? When she plays, her spirit power supports the tune, and it won't harm herself. Xia Luyuan unsheathed his sword. Only when she plays without spirit power might she realize its quality. He added quietly, of course, this assumes her hearing isn't impaired, and that she possesses her own aesthetic sense. From a distance, Mingzhu glanced at him, her eyes filled with suspicion. What are the 2 of you whispering about? Are you saying bad things about me behind my back? Look, Xia Luyuan tilted his chin and tried to suppress his laughter, her hearing is quite sharp. Indeed, Yunhang nodded in agreement and then drew his sword as well. On the Myriad Sword sect side, the twin sisters had positioned their little junior brother behind them for protection. It was already hard to understand why 2 golden elixir cultivators would be paired with a chi refinement practitioner. Now, letting the sisters protect this young man seemed completely absurd. In the previous 2 rounds, the Myriad Sword sect's opponents weren't very strong, so the junior brother hadn't participated in any battles. Everyone speculated that apart from the twin sisters, there were no other talented disciples within the Myriad Sword sect worth mentioning. This time around, however, facing the formidable opponent Lingxiao sect, they actually let the seemingly useless chi refinement practitioner, the younger junior brother, take the stage. There must certainly be something fishy here. Be careful, Xia Luyuan warned Yunhang by his side, that little junior brother hasn't drawn his sword yet, it doesn't feel right. Just as Yunhang nodded, silver light flooded the entire trial platform. The silver glow emanated from the younger junior brother himself as he ascended into the air. The Myriad Sword sect's Myriad Directions sword formation required divine-grade magical artifacts to set up the array. Yet, he held no weapon. Yunheng was extremely surprised, his jaw almost dropping open. Could this be a natural sword bone? A person born with a natural sword bone was the perfect candidate for a sacrificial ritual. During the process of forging a sword, the individual's blood would be drained while still alive, their corpse thrown into the furnace. After the sword emerged, it would be quenched with their blood again to forge an extraordinary divine blade. An individual with a natural sword bone was almost treated like someone with a cauldron constitution, seen as objects or resources to be plundered by all sorts of forces. The difference was that a person with the cauldron constitution had absolutely no resistance capability, whereas those with a natural sword bone advanced in cultivation rapidly and became powerful experts. Most often, they ended up being overwhelmed and killed in combat. The Myriad Sword sect, famous for their mastery of the sword, not only refrained from casting this person into a weapon but also brought him along to participate in the cultivators' assembly. For this single reason, they stood out as better than most so-called prestigious orthodox sects. While amazed, Yunheng raised a finger and pointed towards the palace master of the Feiyu pavilion sitting among the audience. I remember their palace's treasured artifact is a divine sword forged from the natural sword bone of someone. Chapter 183, Myriad Phenomena Sword Formation. Seeing that everyone around him was looking in his direction, the patriarch of Feiyu pavilion almost couldn't catch his breath. The ancestors of Feiyu pavilion used their innate sword bones to sacrifice for swords, whereas the Myriad Sword sect treated the innate sword bones as real people, which clearly showed a difference in perspective. The patriarch of Feiyu pavilion took a deep breath and silently cursed Yunheng's 18 generations of ancestors in his heart. Why bring this up when everything was fine? In the past, it wasn't rare to use living people as sacrifices for swords, many sects had done so. Only in the last few hundred years, as moral standards rose, did numerous rules appear, restraining everyone's actions. But those were only outward appearances masking the ugly truth inside. What are you looking at me for? The patriarch of Feiyu pavilion feigned calmness. Pay attention to the competition. It seems the Myriad Phenomena sword formation is about to form. The onlookers turned back to the stage all at once. Even without an artifact, the little junior brother with the innate sword bone standing there himself was a kind of divine weapon. With him activating the Myriad Phenomena sword formation, and the twin sisters defending against Xia Luyuan and Yunheng's attacks, guarding him. Xia Luyuan realized these sisters were putting forth their utmost effort. It didn't seem like a match but more like a life-or-death struggle with a desperate will to fight to the death. Ling Xiao's sect had no long-standing feud with the Myriad Sword sect, so he reigned in his strength, thinking that merely knocking the three off the stage would be enough. However, even if the sisters fell, they stood up again, protecting the little junior brother behind them from start to finish, never letting Xia Luyuan or Yunheng approach him by even a bit. In this situation now, either one must deal harsh blows to the trio, or watch as the Myriad Phenomena sword formation forms. Xia Luyuan hesitated. The presence in his mind, Ming Tu, however, could not stay still. You can simply kill these three people right now, why wait? Waiting for their formation to complete means inviting your own death. Xia Luyuan lifted his eyes, twirled the frostfall sword in his hand, just about to step forward when Yunheng suddenly reached out to stop him. Junior brother, you go down first. I can handle the sword formation alone, then defeat them afterward. Yunheng said this with some justification. With the assistance of the Bing Cc system, no matter how severe his injuries, he wouldn't die. But Xia Luyuan didn't know this. He blankly stared at Yunheng, whose expression was firm, and finally gave him a light shove, saying, I'm the one who can truly withstand this Myriad Phenomena sword formation. Elder brother, don't overestimate yourself. Go down and rest quickly. He also had grounds for this statement. As long as blood spring remained in his possession, any wounds inflicted would heal rapidly unless they were lethal. Yet Yunheng was unaware of this too. Thus, the two began pushing each other around on the stage. The three from Myriad Sword sect watched, dumbfounded. The twin sisters caught a brief moment to breathe, exchanged glances, and held each other's hands. The body of the little junior brother was entirely enveloped by blinding light, and amidst the air above, the sounds of ringing blades resonated. Dark clouds gathered, and the surroundings grew increasingly dark. Light beams pierced through the thick layers of clouds, drenching the entire square below. The Myriad Phenomena sword formation summoned by divine weapons is truly different from ordinary formations, Feng Yang remarked as if amused, conjuring shields all around to protect innocent spectators from potential harm caused by the sword formation. Xia Luyuan and Yunheng had only heard of the Myriad Phenomena sword formation before, never actually witnessed it. Now, hearing the increasingly loud sword calls yet seeing no visible swords around them, an eerie feeling crept into their hearts. Would the swords fall from the sky? Both looked upward. Layer upon layer of dark clouds blocked their view, and anything hidden within them was unclear. In a trance-like moment, the twin sisters leapt off the stage out of fear of being harmed by the formation, remembering to remind them, it's not too late to forfeit. If you don't want to die, get off quickly. Mingzhu listened to the buzzing sound of the swords, a chilling sensation rushing to her skull, feeling her life might be in danger. For the sake of personal safety, she hastily carried her Qin down the stage. She seemed to have something to say to Yunheng and Xia Luyuan, but as the words reached her lips, she suddenly stopped. One was the protagonist, and the other the ultimate big villain, neither would perish so easily. She changed her tone and nodded affirmatively at the two, saying, "Hold steady, you two can do it." Then she ran away without looking back. Her figure was fast like the wind, retreating to what she deemed the safest place in the whole area. Behind Feng Yang. Peering cautiously from there, she noticed the myriad phenomena sword formation had completely taken shape, but instead of falling from the sky, swords emerged from beneath the ground. The silhouette of the little junior brother was concealed within swirling clouds, with hundreds or thousands of swords aimlessly flying across the trial platform, nearly enclosing it so tightly that nothing of the current scene was visible. There are actually so many swords. Good thing I ran fast. Mingzhu patted her chest as if she had just survived a disaster, almost dropping her jaw in shock. But then she thought of something else and her little face turned pale. They wouldn't really be in trouble, would they? If I'd known this, I should have pulled them off. The competition was crucial, but nothing could beat the importance of one's life. Her heart was all tied up, and the onlookers were the same. Dead silence reigned over the entire scene, with only the sound of tense breathing audible. Suddenly, countless fine threads pierced through the sword formation, and Yunhang's figure emerged from within. Screams erupted chaotically from the audience below. The 9 mysterious illusions. He's using Wei Chongyue's self-created 9 mysterious illusions. The secret techniques of Shenyang Palace are never passed down outside, so where did he learn it? Yunhang had practiced the 9 mysterious illusions to the 7th level, with delicate threads dancing nimbly at his fingertips. Though appearing utterly non-aggressive, these threads effortlessly immobilized the glinting swords, forging a path for him. Wei Chunyi's eyes caught sight of the threads. She opened her mouth, but no words came out. Indeed, geniuses were fundamentally different from others. Even though she and Yunhang both possessed heavenly attribute spiritual roots and had trained in the 9 mysterious illusions, when she performed the spell, it bore no resemblance to his calm, effortless demeanor. It seemed as if this technique was inherently meant for him. She swallowed hard, feeling deeply impressed, which eventually condensed into a phrase, "Gods bless Lingshao sect, 9 skies invite cranes to come." This unexpected voice jolted the crowd out of their breath-holding trance, with more and more people joining in her arm-waving cheers, each voice louder than the last. The twin sisters of Wanjian's sect looked anxiously at the stage, the elder sister shaking her head disappointedly. "It's not surprising that we can't win, Lingshao sect is too strong. Even after unleashing the myriad phenomena sword formation, we still couldn't defeat them. We've done our best." The younger sister patted the elder sister's shoulder consolingly, "and the match hasn't ended yet. Relying solely on the 9 mysterious illusions definitely won't clear all the swords from the field, perhaps we still stand a chance." The two clasped their hands together and closed their eyes, praying silently. Meanwhile, the spectators noticed something amiss. How come all we see is Yunhang? Where did Xia Luyuan go? He was on stage before, he can't have just slipped away, right? Their response came as a streak of cold light cut through all the swords, shooting directly into the dark clouds. Chapter 184, Mutual Lies. The dark clouds had all dissipated, turning into vast white snowflakes that fluttered down. A grayish-blue flame suddenly spread across the entire trial platform, intertwining with the snow. Despite having no heat, it caused all the swords to melt into pools of iron in an instant. It was only then that people could clearly see what that glimmer of cold light had been. Frostfall, that's Frostfall's sword. Frostfall could be seen soaring through the sky, akin to a crane spreading its wings, and it charged towards the youngest disciple of the 10,000 sword sect. After knocking him down, it gently carried him back to the ground. The snow on the stage disappeared. The audience below erupted in cheers, their enthusiasm reaching unprecedented heights. The match from 16 to 8 was already so spectacular, I wonder how breathtaking the quarterfinals will be. It's all Wei Chongyue's fault. If he hadn't interfered with last year's cultivation competition, we would have seen matches like this long ago. All sects are really pulling out all the stops, almost revealing their signature techniques. But this sword technique that Xia Luyuan used, how come I've never seen it before? Of course he hadn't. This was the last move from the commercial 10,086 sword manual. Feng Yang crossed his arms, eyeing Xia Luyuan on the stage with a strange gaze. How odd. The former headmaster had explicitly stated that one needed to reach the Yuaning stage before understanding this manual thoroughly. Yet, how was Xia Luyuan, merely at the gold core stage, able to use it? Cheers rang out around them, but Feng Yang continued to fixate on Xia Luyuan with suspicion flashing in his eyes. On the stage, Xia Luyuan and Yunhang also looked at each other, showing no sign of happiness for winning the match. Both of them saw clearly, the moment the sword array was activated, both had been injured by the blades. Yunhang's arm had been pierced, which normally should leave him unable to move from the pain, yet not only was he moving, but he could still perform the Jiu Xian Yuhuan technique. Xia Luyuan, too, was cut by a blade. Right now, through his tattered clothing, one could clearly see the injured skin repairing itself instantly without a trace of blood. They stared at each other. Finally, Yunhang couldn't help but ask, "Junior brother, your injury?" "In the Thousand Stars' rich secret realm, I inherited a legacy that heals wounds." Xia Luyuan bluffed seriously but quickly countered with a question, "And you? Doesn't your hand hurt?" Compared to Xia Luyuan's calmness, Yunhang appeared extremely uneasy, his gaze flickering constantly. "I've also received such a legacy, wounds like this mean nothing to me." Xia Luyuan nodded. Then, as if nothing unusual had happened, he said, let's go down and rest for a while. Though saying this, he made no effort to wait for Yunhang. Glancing around, seeing no sign of Shang Qingshi, Xia Luyuan decided to return to the Eternal Life Hall. Taking only a few steps, his sharp senses detected someone following him. Furrowing his brow, he turned around and saw the twin sisters from the 10,000 Sword sect standing nearby with their youngest brother. Walking forward a distance, noticing they were still following, he asked, what is it? Are you going to kill me to silence me after losing the match? This is the Ling Xiao sect's territory, think twice before making a move. It's not like that. The older twin sister rushed to say urgently, your master Shang's personal disciple. Can you introduce us? We have something important to discuss with him face to face. During the match, Xia Luyuan had already felt their determination, as if losing would lead to a catastrophic end. Now observing their expressions, the elder sister was clearly anxious, biting her lips tightly, while the younger sister cried until her eyes were red. Only the young brother showed no additional emotion, standing quietly there. Xia Luyuan was curious about what kind of conversation they might have. With that thought, he nodded, all right, follow me. The group arrived at the Eternal Life Hall. The three of them stood outside the door, seemingly waiting for Xia Luyuan to go inside and announce their presence, hoping to gain permission from the Ling Xiao sect's headmaster before entering the Grand Hall. However, Xia Luyuan simply said coolly, there's no need to wait. Just come in directly. That's inappropriate, the younger twin hesitated, even though you're the master's personal disciple, you can't just bring anyone in. What if he gets upset? They were evidently accustomed to strict rules, unwilling to overstep even slightly. Xia Luyuan didn't bother explaining. He went to the side chamber and changed clothes. Upon noticing fresh blood seeping from the wound where his back had grown wings, he rebandaged it. Turning back, he entered the main hall just as Shang Qingshi, who had just woken up and looked quite groggy, emerged. The three of them were forgotten behind him as he glanced at the moon-white attire he wore, and suggested to Shang Qingshi, Master, you should wear that moon-white brocade robe, paired with that semi-transparent lustrous shark silk. It will definitely look great on you. Shang Qingshi's mind was still muddled when Xia Luyuan brought over the clothes, which he put on without even looking. While dressing, he asked, what time is it now? Noon. Noon. His jumbled thoughts became a bit clearer, then wouldn't the third round of competitions be almost over? Xia Luyuan tidied his messy hair for him, Ling Xiao sect has already advanced to the top 8. For this result, Shang Qingshi did not find it surprising. With the caliber of Xia Luyuan, Yunhang, and Mingzhu, taking first place was a certainty. After getting dressed, he opened the cabinet and looked at the densely packed jewelry inside. He took out a jade hairpin carved with white crane feathers, twisted 3 strands of long hair at the back of his head casually into a small braid, then coiled it up and inserted the hairpin. It seemed like something was missing. He found a slender silver chain in the cabinet, originally intending to decorate his own head, but at this moment, Xia Luyuan leaned over, lightly kissing his earlobe as if trying to play. Don't fool around, it tickles. In the end, Shang Qingshi tied the chain around the ribbon used by Xia Luyuan to tie his hair, letting it fall along with his high ponytail. Does it look good? Xia Luyuan smiled, his eyes filled with anticipation, like a child asking for candy. And Shang Qingshi, as if indulging his own child, carefully examined his face for a while before seriously nodding, it looks good. There was nothing more joyful than receiving praise from one's beloved. Xia Luyuan reached out to hold his waist, pulling him into an embrace and kissing him. My freshly combed hair will get messy again. Between breaths, Shang Qingshi complained unhappily. Perhaps because he had just woken up, his voice was soft and lacking in strength, sounding as though he was whining. It doesn't matter, Xia Luyuan licked his lips as if still unsatisfied, I remember how it was combed, I'll do it for master later personally. Saying this, he kissed again. After being intimate for quite some time, he finally remembered the main issue, by the way, there are a pair of twin sisters outside with a natural sword bone, saying they want to see master. Should I let them in? Chapter 185, absolutely not ruining the character setup. If only you had said the important things earlier instead of just messing around here. Shang Qingshi quickly combed her somewhat disheveled hair and asked, how long have the people from 10,000 Sword sect been waiting outside? As long as I've been in here, that's how long they've waited. He answered with utmost confidence. However, Shang Qingshi furrowed her brows upon hearing this. She pinched his face gently without much force, it didn't seem like punishment but rather a reward, you, in the future don't do this again. Call them in quickly. Alright, master, Xia Luyuan replied with consistent respect, explaining, they deployed the myriad direction sword formation on stage, nearly turning me and senior brother Yuncheng into sieves. I thought it best to give them a lesson by leaving them waiting for a bit. The three from 10,000 Sword sect went from being full of anticipation at the start, then feeling greatly disappointed, and finally becoming utterly heartbroken, akin to leaves falling and wilting in the autumn wind. It seems sect leader Shang does not wish to see us, the youngest disciple forced out a smile and consoled the two elder sisters by patting their handbacks, let's go. But The twin sisters tried to speak but felt as if their throats were gripped tightly, unable to finish what they wanted to say before tears began streaming down their cheeks first. As the three were feeling sorrowful, Xia Lu Yuan appeared at the doorway like a descending god, announcing, "Quickly come in, the master is willing to see you now." Surprise came suddenly, causing the three to rush boldly into the hall. In front of Shang Qingshi, the twin sisters knelt down, sincerely bowing deeply with tears in their eyes, pleading, "We beg sect leader Shang to save our 10,000 sword sect." This spectacle startled Shang Qingshi. He pretended to be calm, clearing his throat and sitting upright. "What has happened to the 10,000 sword sect?" The twin sisters continued to cry. It was as though they truly encountered unspeakable difficulties. Shang Qingshi fetched a handkerchief and handed it to them so they could wipe away their tears. Instead, the two cried even harder, speaking intermittently about the events concerning 10,000 sword sect. Originally, the old sect leader of 10,000 sword sect passed away recently. He had no children nor spouse during his lifetime. Normally, the position would be taken over by the vice sect leader. But the vice sect leader was a radical, wanting to expel all disciples with mixed spirit roots from the sect. Moreover, he foolishly planned to use the blood and flesh of the youngest disciple to sacrifice to the swords and forge an ultimate divine weapon. If he were really allowed to ascend, the 10,000 sword sect would perish. Fortunately, there was the kind grand elder who united the other elders to put pressure on the vice sect leader. In the end, both parties reached an agreement. If 10,000 sword sect could claim the championship of this year's Immortal Cultivation Conference, the vice sect leader would cancel his previous plan. Almost 8/10 of 10,000 sword sect's disciples are of mixed spirit roots. They spent all the money from their homes, breaking the bank, just to get a chance to cultivate. Although their talents may not be high, everyone has worked really hard in cultivation. The twin sisters sobbed uncontrollably, but even though we brought out the myriad direction sword formation, we still couldn't win. Grand Elder must be very disappointed, and the junior brothers and sisters must also be very disappointed in us. Xia Lu Yuan leaned towards Shang Qingshi and softly said, "It is indeed true that 10,000 sword sect recruits a large number of mixed spirit root disciples every year, tricking them for money under various pretexts. After bringing the disciples up the mountain, they are made to fend for themselves. Other sects cultivate flowers and herbs creating beautiful scenery, whereas 10,000 sword sect plants potatoes, Chinese cabbage, sweet potatoes. It's like entering a village when returning to the sect." Shang Qingshi looked puzzled. "Didn't I remember that 10,000 sword sect used to be a powerful sect?" "Yes, but the 6th generation sect leader kept a male favorite who clouded his judgment, leading him to give away the treasure vault key. Ultimately, he lost everything, even his underwear." Xia Lu Yuan explained, "Because of this, they came up with the bad idea of recruiting mixed spirit root disciples, resulting in inconsistent disciple quality, getting worse each year. Gradually, the sect fell into decline." This is indeed, quite a dramatic and twisted story. Shang Qingshi made such an evaluation and then waved Xia Lu Yuan over. Even without explicit instructions, Xia Lu Yuan seemed in perfect harmony with him, knowing exactly what he wanted. Pouring a cup of tea from the table, he handed it over. Shang Qingshi took it, drank lightly, and looked at the twin sisters. "So, your meaning is? We would like to ask sect leader Shang for help." The sisters bowed heavily 3 times more. "If you could personally negotiate with our vice sect leader, it might lead him to reconsider his plans." Regarding matters of other sects, Shang Qingshi did not meddle easily. His help last time to Changlu sect was due to the friendship between Wei Qiuanai and Ming Zhu. Shang Qingshi lowered his head to think, and Xia Lu Yuan saw his dilemma, calmly saying, "The matters of your own sect should be handled by yourselves. If our Ling Xiao sect interferes, there will inevitably be rumors circulating that my master makes decisions alone and interferes unnecessarily." Little junior disciple said, "Rest assured, we won't let sect leader Shang's efforts go to waste. Once the 10,000 sword sect achieves stability, a fitting reward will naturally be offered." Speaking of rewards, Xia Lu Yuan was actually quite interested in the myriad direction sword formation of the 10,000 sword sect. However, this was their sect's signature technique, and it was unlikely they'd part with it. He remained silent, and so did Shang Qingshi. An eerie silence enveloped the Eternal Life Hall. Seeing no response, the young junior disciple seemed anxious. He stepped forward and declared, "As long as sect leader Shang is willing to help, I'll submit myself to your disposal." Xia Lu Yuan arched an eyebrow. "Is this what you call a reward? A living person? Other than Grand Elder and my 2 sisters, no one sees me as human." The junior disciple clenched his fists tightly, more resolute in sacrificing himself for those he cared about. Though Frostfall is a fine sword, it still falls short of being a true divine weapon. But with me, it could shine brightly. Shang Qingshi was fully aware of this fact. True divine weapons always had spirit souls within them. These spirit souls came from live sacrifices, people who lost their memories and whose souls fused completely with the divine weapon, eternally confined inside it. Shang Qingshi would never resort to such a cruel act as using a live person to sacrifice to a sword. Witnessing the sorrow of the twin sisters, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. Recalling his recent nightmares, he felt that doing good deeds might alleviate some of his inner guilt. So he said, "You may leave now, I'll send Feng Yang over to take a look at the 10,000 sword sect." His willingness to help moved the three deeply, and they repeatedly expressed their gratitude, which made Shang Qingshi's headache worse. Once the visitors were sent away, he asked Xia Lu Yuan, "Do you want a divine sword?" Xia Lu Yuan kept his composure, lowering his jet-black eyelashes thoughtfully after pondering briefly. This question posed a dilemma. To be honest, he actually wanted one very much. A divine weapon could offer immense assistance, even bridging the gap of an entire cultivation realm. If he possessed a divine weapon, he might even have a chance to spar with Feng Yang. However, in front of Shang Qingshi, he had always maintained the image of being compliant and benevolent. He didn't want to ruin his character setup. Thus, Xia Lu Yuan looked up again, shaking his head forcefully while seriously replying, with just the sword intent left by the former sect leader, Frostfall should not be stained with innocent blood. Chapter 186, The Eavesdropping Storm. Shang Qingshi was very satisfied with this answer. She felt that Xia Lu Yuan had truly transformed from the bloodthirsty demon master of the original storyline into a well-behaved and obedient good boy. With a smile in his eyes, Xia Lu Yuan knew his response had pleased the other party, so he moved closer again to seek affection. The two were affectionate until the afternoon, when it was time for the competition, and only then did Xia Lu Yuan reluctantly leave, not forgetting to remind her, "There's something good under the pillow, teacher. Remember to check." Shang Qingshi curiously flipped through it and found a piece of paper, which turned out to be the method Yang Shi had given Xia Lu Yuan earlier for instantly activating the illusion spell. Before she could ask how this item came about, Xia Lu Yuan had already left the Hall of Eternal Life, leaving the hall peaceful and harmonious. At the draw site, Yunheng was the one going on stage. With 8 sects remaining, he thought to draw a slightly weaker opponent to conserve strength for tomorrow's final, but instead drew Feiyu Pavilion. Feiyu Pavilion's sect leader still remembered the deeds Yunheng had done in the morning, now filled with anger and frustration, his old face wrinkled like a dry chrysanthemum. A disciple beside him asked, "Sect leader, can we still bring the divine sword onto the stage? Since Wanjian's sect is so noble and Yunheng intentionally pointed us out, if we still bring the divine sword forged from the innate sword bones to the stage, we're definitely going to get bashed by everyone." Feiyu Pavilion's sect leader gritted his teeth as he glanced at the 3 disciples participating in the contest this time. 2 at the foundation building stage and 1 at the chi-refining stage. They had been able to fight until now solely because of the divine sword's help. Even with the divine sword in hand, their lineup would probably lose 8 out of 10 times against Lingxiao's sect. Let alone without the divine sword, they would have no way of matching up against Lingxiao's sect. Still, Feiyu Pavilion's sect leader gave his disciples a stern order, "I don't require you to win, just make sure Yunheng gets some punishment. Preferably tear his mouth to pieces so he can never speak again." As soon as these words were spoken, Yunheng sneezed on the Lingxiao sect side. Xia Lu Yuan concernedly asked, "Big brother, are you feeling cold? I think someone is talking ill of him behind his back." Mingzhu beckoned to the two with her fingers and handed over the wooden cup in her hands. Yunheng carefully examined it but couldn't find anything unusual, so he asked, "What is this thing?" "This is a mechanical eavesdropping device developed by Sister Jingyue. Listen by putting it to your ear." Upon receiving the hint, Yunheng hastily placed the wooden cup to his ear and indeed heard voices. It was the group from Feiyu Pavilion discussing how to damage Yunheng's mouth. Yunheng was deeply hurt. "Did I say anything wrong? Why do they harbor such animosity towards my mouth?" Xia Lu Yuan took the wooden cup, also listened to it, and said afterward, "They say that even if they cannot win on the field, after stepping down, they will coat their mouths with poison and forcibly kiss senior brother Yunheng, making all their mouths rot together." Eehee. Mingzhu clapped her hands. "If they want to coat their mouths, I'll give detoxifying pills to senior brother ahead of time, causing their mouths to rot while senior brother's remains intact. I don't want to be forcibly kissed by them." Yunheng seriously looked around and finally tore a strip of cloth from his clothes, covering his mouth carefully. However, since he was wearing black clothing today, the cloth strip was naturally black too. At a glance, it gave an impression of secrecy and sneakiness. The match was about to start, and Mingzhu snatched the wooden cup from Xia Liu Yuan's hand, shaking it lightly. The little spider-like mechanisms under the feet of the Feiyu Pavilion members rushed back to her on wheel-like legs, obediently crawling into the wooden cup. She put them away neatly, intending to use them for eavesdropping next time. Placing her hand above her eyes and looking far away at the formation of the disciples of Feiyu Pavilion, she remarked, "I feel senior brother Yunheng alone can beat them, so I won't go on stage." "Then I won't either." Xia Lu Yuan followed immediately. "It's up to you, senior brother Yunheng." Having no choice, Yunheng went to the trial platform alone. Seeing this, the 3 people from Feiyu Pavilion seemed insulted and complained, "Your Lingxiao sect disrespects us." The official match began, and the 3 quickly took positions, 1 offense-based, 1 defense-based, and 1 healing-based, appearing to form a very reasonable team configuration. But against absolute strength, even the most reasonable arrangement proved useless. Yunheng didn't even need to use any martial arts techniques, he merely used ordinary sword techniques to knock them down one by one like dumplings being dropped into boiling water, landing the 3 haphazardly in a heap on the ground below. Winning so effortlessly further confirmed that Feiyu Pavilion's success up to this point had been entirely due to the divine sword. Without the divine sword, they were utterly powerless. Yunheng bowed to the 3 of them, and then prepared to walk away. At this moment, the senior disciple of Feiyu Pavilion brushed off the dust on his clothes and stood up, walking towards him step by step. Seeing the other's bright red lips, Yunheng thought that it was fortunate he had learned about their plan in advance, otherwise, these people would have succeeded. He ran as fast as he could, and Feiyu Pavilion's group chased after him relentlessly, making the scene rather chaotic for a while. Xia Luyuan and Mingzhu watched from the side. Mingzhu handed over the sunflower seeds in her hands and asked, "Do you want some, senior brother?" He graciously took a few without hesitation. Just as he was about to put them in his mouth, he caught a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. It was the sect leader of Tianfeng Tower. Behind him were several old white-bearded elders who must be the law enforcement elders of Tianfeng Tower. Judging from their imposing presence, it seemed the disciples sent with the message had already informed them thoroughly of the situation, so they came to capture Yangshi. Xia Luyuan placed the sunflower seeds back into Mingzhu's hand, then walked over to the sect leader of Tianfeng Tower. The latter did not show any friendly demeanor, but as Lingshao's sect was the host venue, he couldn't afford to be too brash. Restraining himself, he slightly toned down and said, "According to the disciples guarding the gate at Lingshao's sect, you and Shang Qingxi live in the same great hall. Could you deliver my message? I need permission to search Lingshao's sect to find Yangshi." "That's unnecessary." Xia Luyuan pulled out a farewell letter written by Yangshi from his sleeve and handed it over. "This is Yangshi's parting note to you." The bloodstain had already dried, standing out shockingly against the white cloth strip. The sect leader of Tianfeng Tower hesitated momentarily, taking an incredibly long time before finally tremblingly reaching out to receive it. Upon unfolding the strip, the words written thereon were deeply sorrowful. His eyes moistened slightly, but facing such a crowd, tears gathered in his eyes but remained unshed. Xia Luyuan said, "He told me, he wonders very much, in your heart, which one means more to you, the deceased first elder brother or him?" The sect leader of Tianfeng Tower did not respond. A prolonged silence followed, long enough that the enforcement elders behind couldn't help but inquire, "Master, what should we do now?" After regaining his composure eventually, he coldly stored away the farewell letter, looking at Xia Luyuan and saying, "A parting note proves nothing. I still have to conduct a search throughout the entire Lingshao mountain. Whether alive or dead, I want to see him." Xia Luyuan raised his eyebrows lightly. Apparently, Yangshi had lost out to the first elder brother. Chapter 187, You Must Do Justice for Me. If the person the patriarch of Tianfeng Tower truly cared about was Yangshi, then he would have ended it there, allowing Yangshi a chance at survival. However, he still insisted on finding Yangshi. Given the crimes committed by Yangshi, his return to Tianfeng Tower would only result in certain death. Yangshi had lost. And he lost badly. Xia Luyuan didn't say much, leading the patriarch of Tianfeng Tower to the Hall of Eternal Life. With Shang Qingxi's permission, they searched around the mountain but found nothing. Descending to the nearby town, they eventually discovered Yangshi's body the next morning by a small stream. He appeared to have just died. The body was slightly swollen from being submerged in water, with ghostly pale skin and his tall frame curled up unnaturally. The law enforcement elders sighed deeply, while the patriarch of Tianfeng Tower stood frozen in place. It felt as though an unbearable ringing filled his ears, he could hear no other sound, and everything before his eyes gradually grew blurry. Suddenly, he remembered another sunny day many years ago when he had passed the stream below Tianfeng Mountain, discovering young Yangshi, whose parents had died, attempting to take his own life. He took him back to Tianfeng Tower, taught him magic, and accepted him as a personal disciple. Young Yangshi had been very obedient, gentle, and polite, always abiding by rules, often gazing far away at his master with shining eyes, brimming with starlight. When did things begin to change? The patriarch of Tianfeng Tower could not recall. Standing silently, sorrow enveloped him as the law enforcement elders began their cold taunts. It seems he realized his wrongdoing and committed suicide out of fear. If a Ling hadn't died, he surely would have become an outstanding figure. All because of Yangshi, it was him who killed a Ling. Hearing that name startled the patriarch. A Ling, once his most talented disciple and also his lover. Possessing rare wind element mutation roots, yet remaining humble and steady, he would greet everyone with a gentle smile, never seeming angry. The elders praised his limitless potential. The disciples lauded him as the best big brother. His image re-emerged briefly in the patriarch's mind, only to shift back to Yangshi's face. As the noise of the elders' gossip buzzed around him, the patriarch experienced mixed emotions, finally erupting with a roar, silence. Complete quiet enveloped the area. He bent down and gently lifted Yangshi's body into his arms. The law enforcement elders exchanged uncertain glances, wanting to ask where he intended to take the corpse, but none dared offend him. Trembling, they remained rooted to the spot as the patriarch walked further and further away. When the news of Yangshi's death reached Lingshao's sect, Mingzhu sighed, "Love can indeed ruin people, but really, Yangshi deserved what he got. There's nothing to mourn over." Yunheng looked at the sky, Xia Luyuan at the ground, neither inclined to offer any comment. Mingzhu suddenly became curious, staring directly at Xia Luyuan, "Brother, if you were Yangshi, and our master had someone he loved, would you make the same choice he did or step aside for them?" It was an intriguing question. Xia Luyuan glanced around to ensure they were alone, then spoke nonchalantly, "I would choose to join." What does that mean? The unexpected answer left Mingzhu wide-eyed, her mouth agape, even dropping the sunflower seed she held. Remaining calm, Xia Luyuan continued, I am here to join this family, not to destroy it. Wow, Mingzhu raised her thumb and let out continuous admiring whistles, saying, I used to worry that you wouldn't measure up against others, but now I see, no one can beat you. Confused by their chatter, Yunheng found the entire exchange utterly uninteresting. Suddenly recalling something, he suggested, didn't Elder Fengyang give us a formation for multiple people? Let's practice it while we have time. So the three gathered and carefully studied it for a while. It required the trio to stand back to back. No wonder Fengyang had mentioned how teammates could stab each other in the back during the execution of such formations. Mingzhu touched her chin thoughtfully, casting skeptical glances between the two faces, questioning, you two won't stab me in the back, right? They innocently shook their heads. Even after taking position together, Mingzhu was still uneasy and reiterated her concern, are you sure you two won't stab me? We have no feud with you. Why would we stab you? Yunheng patted her head, gesturing for her to stand straight, assuring her, have complete peace of mind. Having shared numerous competitions and real-life combat experiences, they had a certain level of chemistry, successfully completing their first trial of the multi-person formation. Yes, yes. Mingzhu happily hopped and made her way to the kitchen by herself, reward me with a delicious big pig's trotter. Yunheng thought for a moment, then I will reward myself by practicing the sword for a while longer. Xia Luyuan watched them leave. Before the draw began, he wanted to find a place to check on the state of his back injuries. Just as he turned around, a surge of spiritual energy suddenly came at him from behind. Instinctively, he dodged it, sensing a figure approaching him. Moreover, this person had far greater cultivation than him, so he swiftly summoned the Shuangjiang sword and, as the person stepped in front of him, accurately thrust toward their neck. Then abruptly stopped. Because it was Fengyang. Elder Fengyang. Xia Luyuan felt somewhat surprised, and an ominous foreboding began to creep up within him. Fengyang had clearly held back, deliberately probing his abilities, otherwise, he wouldn't have had any chance to counterattack. But why would he probe him without reason? Sure enough, as Xia Luyuan had anticipated, curiosity gleamed in Fengyang's eyes as he scrutinized him carefully from head to toe before asking, why can't I feel even a hint of your spiritual presence? What realm are you currently at? Xia Luyuan chose to ignore the first question and only answer the latter, I'm at the golden core stage. Impossible, Fengyang rejected it firmly, I just used the power of an early nascent soul, yet you were able to keep up with my moves. His tone deepened as he continued, Yunheng's cultivation speed is already beyond imagination, but yours surpasses his absurdly. It's hard not to suspect whether you've secretly practiced some evil arts behind closed doors. I can't trust someone like that to become the sect leader. Xia Luyuan calmly met his gaze, that's nonsense. How could I possibly practice evil arts? Elder, you're overthinking it. His expression was genuinely innocent, as if Fengyang had been slandering him without evidence. Fengyang opened his mouth to say more when, coincidentally, Shang Qingshi passed by at that moment. The final match was coming up, and as the patriarch of Lingxiao sect, his presence was mandatory. Seizing the opportunity like a lifeline, Xia Luyuan immediately rushed over, clinging onto Shang Qingshi's arm with a weak and aggrieved demeanor, pleading, Master, the elder is being mean to me. You must do justice for me. Fengyang. What does this even mean? Shocked, he pointed his finger at Xia Luyuan's nose, his eyelids twitching furiously as his brain buzzed. Just as he was about to speak, Shang Qingshi interjected, protecting Xia Luyuan behind him and saying, Fengyang, don't be rough with him. Speak nicely. Chapter 188, Refining Medicine at the Scene. Where did I intimidate him? Fengyang felt utterly aggrieved, unable to express his grievance, it's clearly his behavior that is strange. Shang Qingshi looked at Xia Luyuan. Xia Luyuan only shook his head, exuding a bit of bewilderment with an air of innocence, as if he knew nothing. Well, I've already promised to help the Myriad Sword sect. Fengyang, you go first, Shang Qingshi consoled, I still have to preside over the final draw. After the assembly is over, we'll talk about your situation, okay? Since he had spoken this way, Fengyang could do nothing but follow. Seeing him turn around and walk away, Xia Luyuan's expression cleared instantly. He gave Shang Qingshi a compliant smile, then let me accompany Master. There were only 4 sects left in the team competition, striving for the ultimate championship. In Shang Qingshi's hand was the lottery cylinder bearing the names of these 4 sections. Following the dice thrown by participating disciples, the 2 sects that rolled the highest numbers were chosen to draw. Celestial Altitude Sect faced Medicine Remnant Sect. Luoshui Pavilion confronted Chaotic Snow Peak. They were all familiar foes. The Medicine Remnant sect caused a tremendous ruckus at the previous alchemist convention. Their sect leader, the revered world-saving master, indiscriminately slaughtered people, turning the entire plaza into ruins. Despite this, they managed to push through into the top 4, revealing their profound strength. Luoshui Pavilion's rankings had always been surprisingly stable, earning them the mocking nickname, the Eternal Runner-Up. For more than 30 consecutive tournaments, they had been the second-place background figure for champions. As for Chaotic Snow Peak, their leader had followed Wei Chongyu into the demon realm, sustaining serious injuries, yet personally led his disciples to participate. This highlighted his high regard for this convention. After stepping off the stage, Shang Qingshi patted Xia Lu Yuan's hand gently. Be cautious. The medicine remnant sect excels in poison. I understand, Xia Lu Yuan nodded, instinctively casting a glance toward the lineup from the medicine remnant sect. 1 core formation, 1 foundation laying, and 1 chi cultivation. It seemed there was no great threat. However, once on the field, when that foundation-laying disciple pulled out a large cauldron, something subtly didn't feel right. The onlookers below were deeply shocked. Is he going to refine medicine right here? That must be it. The competition rules prohibit pre-taking medicine off stage but allow for live refinement. Ming Zhu, who held a chicken leg, bit off a piece of meat, wiped the grease off her mouth, and also brought out her own cauldron. The face of the opposing foundation-laying disciple momentarily froze. Then, as if nothing happened, he acted as if pulling herbs without concern. Ming Zhu focused intently on his every movement and every herb he placed, curiously asking, lamp-wicking flower, withered bone grass, 5 poison spirit, 1,000 filaments lead, are you trying to refine a poison? He appeared prepared but hesitated upon hearing Ming Zhu's words. After deep contemplation, he continued to pull out other medicinal herbs. Ming Zhu pressed further, snow-melting vine, 1,000-colored spider, jade-falling cold plum. Adding those with earlier 5 poison spirit and 1,000 filaments lead makes the ideal concoction to temporarily enhance spiritual power. However, I advise against consuming it since its damage to the body is substantial. You should try refining the floating spirit mystical light pill, which is much gentler. At that moment, the opponent froze again, furrowing his brows intensely as though trying to crush a fly. Apparently irritated, he discarded several ingredients, replacing them with new ones. Unwilling to keep pestering someone unresponsive, Ming Zhu just turned to Xia Lu Yuan and Yun Heng beside her. Judging from the remaining herbs, he's back to attempting to refine poison again. But no worries, I can make antidote pills faster than him. Plus, I can make 5 at once. 3 to keep, and I could sell the other 2. The foundation-laying disciple couldn't hold back any longer and glared daggers at Ming Zhu, as if willing to stare holes into her. A fellow disciple beside him patted his shoulder to calm him down, then retorted fiercely, you better not celebrate too early. Laugh after 9 levels of hell. Ming Zhu scratched her head, I'm not laughing. Indeed, she wasn't laughing. She earnestly offered advice, but evidently, the other side was unwilling to listen. I testify my junior sister indeed isn't laughing, Yun Heng said, shifting his gaze to Xia Lu Yuan. Is she laughing? Xia Lu Yuan shook his head. The 3 members of Medicine Remnant sect became so agitated that they nearly stomped their feet. Once Mu Shen announced the start of the match, the foundation-laying disciple hastily began refining medicine. The core formation shield cultivator deployed a defensive shield surrounding him, while the chi cultivation disciple summoned a sword, adopting a ready posture to defend against imminent attacks. Shang Qingshi hadn't watched the previous matches, but judging merely from the Medicine Remnant sect's formation, it was apparent they relied on their shield cultivation to withstand attacks, using the effects of their refined medicines to poison and subdue everyone. Yet they seemingly overlooked a critical issue. Most of the other sects usually fielded a lineup consisting of 1 attacker, 1 defender, and 1 support. Some slightly more aggressive lineups had 2 attackers and 1 support. However, Ling Xiao's sect this time consisted entirely of 3 attackers. Under such immense pressure, it was certain that the shield cultivator wouldn't be able to hold up for long. As Shang Qingshi had anticipated, Xia Lu Yuan and Yun Heng alone forced the shield cultivator into a series of retreats. In fact, the other chi cultivation disciple who was just filling in numbers was already knocked off the stage quite early. But for the sake of the honor of Yao Hai sect, the shield cultivator stubbornly held on, despite his life-bound shield cracking without any sign of fear in his expression. He roared, channeling his spiritual energy to form a transparent armor around him. Yet his spiritual energy shone an ominous deep green color, making him resemble something between an enchanted tortoise and a demon turtle spirit. Bring it on. I'm not afraid. Before he could finish, Xuanjiang's hilt struck directly at his only unprotected area, his abdomen. Taking advantage of the momentary daze caused by his pain, Yun Heng seized the opportunity, delivering a forceful blow to his back that sent him flying off the stage. The poison-refining disciple stood frozen in shock. Seeing Xia Lu Yuan retrieving Xuanjiang and walking step by step towards him, the young man started sweating profusely, stuttering, Do you dare let me finish refining my poison? Am I even stupid? Xia Lu Yuan grinned sinisterly as he raised his sword high, as if intending to knock both man and cauldron away. Just then, Ming Zhu, who was busy preparing antidote pills, suddenly called out, Wait. Xia Lu Yuan paused mid-motion, looking over at her. Let him continue. Ming Zhu placed a hand on her hip with a cunning smile, it'll be good publicity for my antidote pills. They'll definitely sell well. Since she put it that way, Xia Lu Yuan returned his sword and went back to stand beside Yun Heng. The two quietly observed while the 2 cauldrons emitted thick aromatic fumes. As time passed, white smoke rose from one side, whereas black smoke swirled violently from the other. Ming Zhu's progress was evidently much quicker. She produced the refined pills, keeping one for herself and giving one each to Xia Lu Yuan and Yun Heng, storing the remaining 2 into a bottle. They waited on the stage together. Even Ming Zhu grew impatient, chewing dried herbs under the sun, one after another. Finally, their opponent managed to complete the toxin refinement. The moment the cauldron lid opened, purple mist surged out, instantly engulfing the entire trial platform. Chapter 189, like listening to immortal music, the ears become clear for a moment. Is it successful? As if even he couldn't believe it himself, an expression of utter astonishment appeared on his face. He had just chosen to refine the poison due to being provoked by Ming Zhu, a choice that had failed countless times and never succeeded. Unexpectedly, it succeeded. Truly, pressure is the mother of motivation. Overwhelmed with joy, he wanted nothing more than to throw his head back and roar with laughter 3 times. But as the poisonous fog spread, there was no reaction from the 3 people on the other side. His excitement gradually turned into shock, then transformed into rage. It's impossible. Impossible. The rank of my poison mist is nearly reaching the earth level, how can mere detox pills possibly be effective against it? Ming Zhu blinked her eyes and said sincerely, little fool, next time make sure to take a closer look. What I refined wasn't an ordinary detox pill, it's an earth-level detox pill. Frozen in place, he recalled that when refining the medicine, one must concentrate fully, otherwise the cauldron would easily explode. As a result, he hadn't seen what Ming Zhu had actually refined. Now, hearing this from her, his heart sank like a stone, his body quivering as though shaken by sifting grain. Looking at the 2 elder brothers who were thrown off the stage, he suddenly clenched his teeth, ready to fight his last desperate battle. Raising his hand, the dense purple toxic mist coalesced into the shape of a translucent giant snake. Hissing, it lunged with its mouth wide open toward the trio. Yet, his counterattack was utterly useless against them. Xia Luyuan merely used frost descent to summon snowflakes, which caused the toxic mist to freeze, transforming into crystal-clear shards that clinked to the ground. He too was thrown off the stage, lying flat on his back with a vacant, scattered gaze, as if all hope had drained away. Finally, someone carried him away. Such occurrences were not unusual. Nearly every spiritual cultivation conference bore witness to similar events. Whenever some individuals obstinately believed themselves to be 1 in 10,000 geniuses, true talents always emerged, swelling their faces and shattering their hopes completely. The spectators alternated between cheering and sighing, each with varied expressions. Ling Xiao's sect advanced smoothly to the finals. Next up, they would see who between Luoshui Pavilion and Chaotic Snow Peak would win or lose. After both parties took the field, the 3 of them sat below watching the match, where colorful spiritual energies flew about chaotically, mixing ice and fire in fierce combat. In the end, the shield held by the 2nd disciple of Luoshui Pavilion protected them in front while the eldest sister's cage formation trapped the 3 of Chaotic Snow Peak in place. The youngest sister summoned her faded jade flute, playing waves of sound that defeated the trio of Chaotic Snow Peak, bringing the match to a close. After enduring the torment of Mingzhu's harp music, the flute sound of Luoshui Pavilion's youngest sister seemed divine, soothing the hearts of everyone present and cleansing the souls of all. Truly like listening to immortal music, the ears become momentarily clear. Only someone like her deserves to practice sound cultivation, Mingzhu should focus on refining medicine. Caught off guard by yet another round of criticism from the audience, Mingzhu found herself doubting her confidence in her own harp music for the first time. Could it really be that I play poorly? Xia Luyuan nodded. Seeing this, Mingzhu's lower lip pouted, adopting a stance as if about to cry. However, Yun Heng, always brutally honest, decided to tell a lie upon witnessing her expression. Not true at all, junior sister, you play beautifully, it's just that they lack appreciation skills. Hearing this response, Mingzhu retracted her tears and regained her full self-confidence. But Yun Heng quickly followed with another line, though perhaps, could you refrain from playing in the future? Mingzhu's newly gained confidence immediately evaporated. The final competition wouldn't commence until the afternoon. Before descending from the stage, the 3 disciples of Luoshui Pavilion delivered heartfelt speeches through their tears. This is our most promising year for Luoshui Pavilion, we will certainly claim the top spot, please look forward to it enthusiastically. That statement was something the crowd had heard so many times they could almost recite it in their sleep. You say this is your most hopeful year every time, but you always end up second. I bet Luoshui Pavilion will be second again this time. The ranking of Luoshui Pavilion is as stable as their sect master's cultivation progress. Who didn't know that Luoshui Pavilion's sect master had announced 200 years ago he was on the verge of advancing to the Great Ascension stage, but after 200 years, there has been no sign of any movement whatsoever. Although truthful, how could Luoshui Pavilion let their dignity be trampled upon? The youngest sister picked up a rock from the ground beneath the stage and hurled it accurately at the person who spoke. It didn't hit hard enough to leave more than just a red mark. Approaching the person, realizing she wasn't tall enough, she stood on tiptoes, towering above him with an authoritative demeanor. If you're so talented, why don't you join the competition yourself instead of just barking here? If I hear you say another word against sect master, I'll smash your head to pieces. Yaoying, it was at this moment that the elder sister came out to stop her. Let's go. Luo elder sister is coming. The younger sister, proud, raised her chin toward the person she had hit and then trotted back to the elder sister's side. Hearing them call each other by name, Shang Qingshe remembered. The elder sister was named Su Luo, the younger sister was named Yan Ning. These two were both close female friends of Yunheng in the original storyline. Originally, they should have fallen for Yunheng quietly when he first showed his brilliance at the first cultivation meeting, guarding him silently from afar ever since, hoping for a glance from him. But because Wei Chongyu meddled, the cultivation competition schedule was disrupted, turning the team matches into demon seed hunting contests. The headmaster of Luo Shui Pavilion, worried about the safety of his disciples, did not let them participate, hence deviating the plot drastically. Shang Qingshi began to speculate if these two would still fall in love with Yunheng as per the original plot or end up having some strange connections with Mingzhu like other female friends did. Then he saw Yan Ning affectionately take hold of Su Luo's hand, leaning close to whisper something in her ear. Su Luo responded with a gentle smile, raising her sleeve to partially cover herself. When the sleeve fell, there was a faint streak of rouge left on Yan Ying's cheek, which she gently rubbed away herself. Shang Qingshi was greatly shocked. Even after they had walked far away, he remained in a state of disarray amidst the wind. By his side, Mingzhu released a mechanical little spider, ready to secretly listen to Luo Shui Pavilion's plan. However, when she placed the wooden cup to her ear, her face immediately turned pale. She wanted to listen more but found no sound coming through. She shook the wooden cup, unsure what malfunction had occurred. Just as she planned to disassemble it for investigation, the broken body of the mechanical spider dragged itself back to her feet. Out of its 8 legs, only one remained, its head was cracked open, spilling mechanical parts as it moved. By the time it returned to her, it was nearly disintegrated. Oh no! How did they find me? Poor little spider. Mingzhu sorrowfully picked it up and placed it back in the wooden cup, mourning for 3 seconds in silence. She then put the wooden cup away into her storage ring and lifted her foot to leave, only to be promptly blocked by Shang Qingshi. Wait, are you thinking of personally sneaking to Luo Shui Pavilion to eavesdrop? Chapter 190, Making a Bet. Of course I wasn't eavesdropping, Mingzhu blinked her eyes, looking as sincere as could be. I just wanted to discuss the cultivation methods of sound practitioners with Yan Ning. While saying this, she tried to flee on her little legs but was caught by Shang Qingshi at the back of her neck. With her strength, breaking free would have been an easy matter. However, there was a ticklish spot on the back of her neck. Once touched, all her strength went away, and she sneezed several times in a row, leaving her unable to resist any further. Don't wave that cup of yours around everywhere and casually eavesdrop on others' privacy, Shang Qingshi lectured. Imagine if you had secrets you didn't want others to know about. Finding this statement reasonable, Mingzhu admitted her mistake with a good attitude. I understand, I won't eavesdrop anymore from now on. Only then did Shang Qingshi let go of her. Mingzhu shrunk her neck and said, Master, you're truly born for this job. I suspect in your previous life, you were a teacher. When I see you, I immediately feel an oppressive force, subconsciously obeying your orders. Shang Qingshi is indeed a teacher. During their earlier heart-to-heart talk, Mingzhu had spoken at length, telling him where she lived, how many people were in her family, and even the password lock of her door. He, however, hadn't discussed much about himself. He only mentioned that he had come here due to eating the wrong thing. Beyond that, there was nothing more. He coughed twice. Mingzhu waved her hand, then I'll go back and refine some medicine. See you this afternoon, Teacher Shang. After she left, Xia Luyuan slowly leaned over and softly called, Teacher Shang. Shang Qingshi turned to look at him and couldn't help but pinch his face. Why are you copying everything? At the same time, Yunheng demonstrated his diligent curiosity, asking curiously, what does teacher mean? How to explain this? Shang Qingshi thought for a moment and replied, it also means master. I see, Yunheng nodded like a chick pecking at rice. My younger sister and master really understand a lot. Then it seemed he remembered something and added, it's like the two of you belong to the same world. After saying this, he happily returned to the Hall of Longevity. In recent days, Lilingji no longer hid from people as much as before, and he needed to familiarize himself better with its friendly nature. Yunheng left quickly and did not see Xia Liuyuan's sudden change in complexion. Shang Qingshi, however, noticed it completely. He deeply suspected that in the original plotline, half the reason for Yunheng and Xia Luyuan eventually becoming irreconcilable enemies stemmed from Xia Liuyuan's inferiority complex and melancholic personality, while the other half came from Yunheng's carefree words without choosing them wisely. Even though his tone sounded very sincere, what he said often led to misunderstandings. Sighing, Shang Qingshi pulled Xia Luyuan aside to an empty corner, buried his head in his chest, and whispered gently, don't be upset, he didn't mean it. Xia Luyuan certainly knew Yunheng didn't mean it. Nor was he angry. He was just jealous. When Shang Qingshi and Mingzhu were chatting about those strange words, he felt completely excluded, making him feel like an outsider. So he still looked sullen. If it were in the past, he wouldn't have shown such obvious emotions on his face. Shang Qingshi thought perhaps it was because he acted overly confident out of favoritism. But his sulky manner was rather cute, so Shang Qingshi decided to indulge him as usual. After pondering for a while, he freed himself from his embrace and softly said, let me perform a spell for you. Xia Luyuan watched quietly as Shang Qingshi clasped his hands together, his fingertips glowing with silver light, and then suddenly, a flower appeared in his palm. What kind of spell was this? The flower was clearly one he had taken from his spatial bracelet. Still. This flower was so familiar. Xia Luyuan blinked, and memories flooded back into his mind in an instant. He remembered. 3 years ago, during the cultivation conference, he had spent money buying this flower for Shang Qingxi in the town at the foot of Xinyang Palace. Despite the long time that had passed, the petals were still as fresh as ever, surrounded by a faint aura of spiritual energy, blossoming beautifully. Xia Luyuan stood stunned for a long time. He heard his own voice, so light it seemed to float in from afar. Master still kept it? Shang Qingxi nodded. At first, he had merely intended to care for the fragile and sensitive inner world of this self-conscious and reclusive child. Seeing the other person gradually change, being able to accept others' kindness and reciprocate it warmly, no longer as silent and withdrawn as before, with all traces of gloom disappearing from his features. Unable to resist, he wanted to give him more warmth. Xia Luyuan, Shang Qingxi said, "You are the most important person to me, no one can compare to you." All the negative emotions were smoothed out at this moment. Xia Luyuan reached out to take the flower, removed the jade hairpin from Shang Qingxi's head, and used the flower to tie his hair. He bent down and kissed Shang Qingxi's lips. Meanwhile, he decided to be nice to everyone. Until the final match in the afternoon, Yan Ying sound wave attack fell on Xiao Yuan's face, leaving a thin wound. With the efficacy of blood spring, the wound healed instantly, but the bloodstain still lingered on his face, looking much like a scar. He pressed his lips together, and the smile that had lasted so long finally disappeared. "You're done for." Mingzhu hugged her zither and laughed with schadenfreude. "My elder brother values his image management the most. Since you've damaged his face, you're going to get a severe beating." The poor thing is scared, Yening cooed as she hid behind Su Luo. "Sister Su, protect me." Su Luo indeed guarded her tightly, with a wary look as she watched Xia Luyuan. Xia Luyuan didn't seem too concerned, it was just a competition after all. He had no feud with Luo Shui Pavilion, so there was no way he'd use a fatal move. Even if they were truly injured, taking anti-scarring pills after stepping off the stage would suffice. Therefore, ignoring the wound, he continued casting spells. Blue-white flames extended from around him, quickly covering the entire trial platform. The three from Luo Shui Pavilion didn't feel an ounce of heat, instead, they experienced endless bone-chilling coldness. However, since all three of them were golden core cultivators protected by their spiritual powers, this fire couldn't cause them significant harm. Su Luo smirked, summoning her innate magic staff. Ice and frost spread around her, forming one petal after another along the edge of her staff. "Thank you for your fire." She cast a hand sign, intricate and complex patterns generating step by step beneath her feet. "I was worried there wouldn't be enough temperature to activate my smoky pole array." Smoky pole array. A secret technique never passed outside of Luo Shui Pavilion, only its direct disciples could cultivate it. The conditions for activation were extremely strict, it required being performed under icy skies, but correspondingly, the power of the array was immense. With a golden core's strength, it could challenge an origin essence cultivator. But Su Luo didn't know that Xia Luyuan deliberately allowed her to use this array. Whenever he encountered anything good, he wanted to share it with Shang Qingxi, naturally unwilling to let such a rare treasure slip away. Xia Luyuan looked at Su Luo and said, "Let's make a bet. If I can withstand your smoky pole array alone, you will give me the technique of this power. And if I can't hold up, I'll give you my frostfall sword." Chapter 191, Smoke Gang Array. Su Luo raised an eyebrow. She was the most mild and harmless of all spiritual roots, the water spiritual root, while Frost Descent Sword had the effect of condensing water into ice, which was exactly what she needed most at the moment. If she could fuse the Frost Descent Sword with her staff, then in the future, she would no longer need to worry about failing to reach the temperature conditions required for the Smoke Gang Array, allowing her to use it anytime, anywhere. "You'd better think carefully. Once the Smoke Gang Array is formed, I might even be able to defeat a Yuaning cultivation level earth cultivator across levels." Su Luo said, unconsciously glancing at Shang Qingxi below the stage. "If I accidentally kill you later, will your master come after me?" Shang Qingxi frowned, not entirely agreeing with the bet, but Xia Luyuan shook his head towards him, signaling him to relax. Then he turned back and said to Su Luo, "Life or death on the arena doesn't matter, even if you kill me, no one will hold you accountable." Yening put down her jade flute, eagerly looking at Su Luo. "Since he said this, let's bet with him. Let's bring down the arrogance of Lingxiao's sect." Even the usually low-profile second elder of Luo Shui Pavilion shouted at this moment, "That's right, elder sister, with the Frost Descent Sword, your technique will improve further, leading us Luo Shui Pavilion to new heights." Su Luo hesitated slightly. She was thinking whether there was any hidden trick behind Xia Luyuan being able to pass through 10,000 sword sex myriad images sword formation without a scratch. But she wanted the Frost Descent Sword too much. When she was young, everyone praised her as a genius, saying her future was boundless. Yet, she could clearly feel that her cultivation had stagnated for quite a while. If she could condense water into ice, making her spiritual root more offensive, the damage of the formation would be advanced further, compensating for the lack in cultivation progress. Thus, after some hesitation, Su Luo still accepted the bet. "All right, please all here bear witness. If the Smoke Gang Array is completed and you can still stand, then you win." As she spoke, she continued outlining the incomplete formation. Xia Luyuan looked back at Yunheng and Ming Zhu, saying, "Trouble master brother and sister to help me drive those two spectators off the stage, so they don't interfere with my bet with Su Luo." "Who are you calling spectators?" Yanning couldn't tolerate this and placed her jade flute back to her lips. The melodious flute sound accompanied by waves of sound energy reverberated on the trial stage. Ming Zhu wouldn't give in either and started playing her ancient zither. Her music completely drowned out Yan Ying's flute, and the audience noticed that intertwined in this way, it made Ming Zhu's zither sound even more unpleasant. Even Yunheng couldn't endure it anymore, drawing his sword and rushing towards Luo Shui Pavilion's second elder, deciding to quickly end the battle and get away from this dreadful noise as soon as possible. The second elder had just broken through to gold core and was the lowest cultivator among them, also like water spiritual root, earth spiritual root didn't have much offensiveness. But luckily, he was tall and sturdy, standing there like a small mountain. Yunheng used a series of sword techniques, only causing him to retreat a few steps without inflicting much harm. Just when he was about to continue, Ming Zhu suddenly drew back her zither, standing before Luo Shui Pavilion's second elder and rolling up her wide, cumbersome sleeves. "Let me do it." The petite girl formed a stark contrast with the robust and substantial man. She must have gone mad. Even her elder brother can't beat him, what can she do with her thin arms and legs? Could she be planning to rely on charm to make him lose interest and voluntarily quit the match? Among the doubts of the bystanders, Wei Chunyi recalled Ming Zhu's previous feat of knocking down a towering ancient tree with one punch, silently mourning for Luo Shui Pavilion's second elder for a moment. As Wei Chunyi expected, Ming Zhu condensed her spiritual power into her palm and clenched her fist tightly. Since the second elder of Luo Shui Pavilion wasn't as cultivated as her, it meant she could purely rely on brute force to knock him off the stage. Her figure moved fast as the wind, and upon seeing this, the second elder's tension eased somewhat. People who trained speed usually wouldn't have very strong strength. Moreover, Ming Zhu appeared to be a frail little girl who could barely lift a chicken, her strength definitely wouldn't be much. He even relaxed a bit, avoiding being hurt by the rebounded spiritual power. However, as Ming Zhu's punch landed, he instantly felt a wave of dizziness. By the time the scene before his eyes stopped changing, he found himself already under the trial stage. The second elder of Luo Shui Pavilion was stunned. The spectators were also stunned, the sounds of gasps rising one after another around them. Even Yanning was dumbstruck, almost dropping her jade flute, catching it promptly when she came to her senses. Alone, Su Luo stood still, calling out to remind them, Ying, don't daydream. They will be dealing with you next. Just hang on a bit longer, the smoke gang array will soon be completed. All right. Yanning wiped her face and raised her jade flute again, preparing to blow. However, before she could make a sound, Yunheng's sword had already swung toward her. Unlike Ming Zhu who possessed incredible natural strength, without the protection of her second master brother, she had no way to defend herself. Seeing the sword at her neck, she jumped off the stage, still flailing her arms as she encouraged, "Sister Luo Luo, you must defeat them and avenge me and second master brother." Ming Zhu retracted her fists, and Yunheng also put away his sword. They both looked at Xia Luyuan. "Let's handle it together then." "It's fine," Xia Luyuan shook his head, "if three people fought simultaneously, it would seem dishonorable. I can do it alone." Since that was the case, they both stepped down early, cheering along with everyone else. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the final corner of the smoke gang array was outlined. Chilly air spread across the trial platform as Su Luo released her grip, letting her staff rise slowly, emitting an intense light that gathered the cold air and gradually transformed it into a massive ice dragon. Most attacks were mere illusions, but this ice dragon was real, its long body coiling around the edge of the stage as it opened its mouth wide and roared with a thunderous sound. Countless ice spears howled through the air, rushing directly towards Xia Luyuan. He blocked them with his sword, easily deflecting the ice spears aside, which only deepened his foreboding. How could the legendary smoke gang array stop here? Suddenly, he heard something above and looked up. Phoenixes made entirely of snow and ice spread their wings, while the dragon's form rapidly condensed, leaving Xia Luyuan completely trapped without any escape routes. He couldn't leave the stage or even fly upward using his sword. His only option was to shatter both the dragon and the phoenix, forcefully breaking free and fighting his way out. And that's exactly what he tried to do. But these two creatures were extraordinarily tough. Despite giving it his all, he could barely scratch their bodies, creating only shallow marks. Chapter 192, The Champion. Su Luo spoke at this moment, "You can surrender now. If the formation continues to tighten, you will be squeezed into a pile of mush. By then, others won't even be able to collect your remains properly." Shang Qingyi pinched her palm secretly, fearing that Xia Luyuan might encounter some accident. However, Xia Luyuan, who was surrounded by the formation, didn't utter a single word but managed to find an opening and throw the frostbite sword out. Is he throwing away his weapon as a sign of surrender? But he's not mute. Could it be because he feels embarrassed and doesn't want to speak up? The onlookers began discussing. Su Luo also found it strange and was hesitating whether to immediately end the array when she heard Xiao Yuan's voice from inside, "I haven't admitted defeat yet." Given this, Su Luo felt there was no need for her to hold back anymore. Being stubborn comes with a price. She raised her hand, and the giant dragon's body tightened more and more, while the phoenix above flapped its wings and dived straight down. With such a fierce offensive, Xia Luyuan would certainly be crushed. In the best-case scenario, he would end up scattered in pieces. In the worst case, as Su Luo had said earlier, they wouldn't even be able to piece his body together to recover the remains. People were too scared to watch anymore. Only Shang Qingyi still stared intently at the stage. Just as the phoenix's body merged with the giant dragon, the discarded frostbite sword suddenly moved. Its blade transformed into a swirling blizzard, vanishing in its place. Instead, Xia Luyuan appeared there, frost clinging to his robes, his tightly tied-up ponytail swaying gently in the wind. Su Luo widened her eyes in astonishment. If Xia Luyuan was outside, then what was that thing confined in the array? Then, a flash of cold light emerged from the coiled-up giant dragon, answering her question. Xia Luyuan extended his hand, and the cold light accompanied by frost returned to his grip, revealing to be none other than the frostbite sword that had vanished just moments ago. Su Luo stepped back in disbelief. What kind of bizarre story is this? If Xia Luyuan was the one trapped, how could he switch positions with the frostbite sword? Someone in the audience called out, "This is the shape-switching technique passed down by the former leader of the Lingxiao sect." It said that a person must first form a resonance with their sword before any cultivation training can begin. I originally thought that since Elder Shang chose magical techniques instead of inheriting his father's legacy, this technique was already lost forever. Who would have known we could witness it once again today? Following the shouts from below, Xia Luyuan effortlessly knocked Su Luo off the stage after her body grew weak from performing her magic. Even though Mu Shen disliked Xia Luyuan personally, he was equally pleased about Lingxiao's sect achieving honor. He went up onto the stage and announced loudly, "The champion of this year's Immortal Cultivation Congress team competition is the Lingxiao sect." As soon as the announcement was made, cheers erupted continuously. Su Luo sat dazedly on the steps below. Yanning quickly helped her up, consoling her, "It's fine. Anyway, everyone says we're always second place after 1,000 years. Winning would have been good, but losing is okay too, senior sister. Please don't blame yourself." An elder from Luo Shui Pavilion also approached at this time, speaking kindly, "Losing a bet isn't a big deal. The smoky gang formation is very demanding in terms of temperature conditions when used. Besides, unless one has a natural affinity for ice, it requires years-long immersion in icy water for cultivation. Even if Lingxiao's sect obtained it, very few could bear such hardship." Su Luo shook her head in a state of disorientation. It wasn't because she lost the bet that troubled her, she just couldn't understand. According to what people below had said, only when a person and a sword reached an extreme level of harmony could they cultivate the form-splitting illusion technique. Yet, why did the frostbite sword, which belonged to Lingxiao's sect's previous patriarch, resonate with Xia Luyuan? Her staff was similarly passed down by predecessors of the Luo Shui Pavilion, yet she never experienced any feeling of resonance with it. When Xia Luyuan came over asking for the manual of the smoky gang formation, Su Luo couldn't resist posing this question to him. He lowered his eyelashes, seriously contemplating for a while before answering, "Perhaps it's because, both I and the former patriarch wish to protect the same person." Su Luo opened her mouth to speak, suddenly looking toward the seat of Lingxiao's sect. Shang Qingyi was sitting there, his silver-white hair like snow untainted, the sunset's afterglow falling on his clothing. When Su Luo raised her eyes to look at him, he also turned his gaze toward this direction. But he wasn't looking at her, he was gazing at Xia Luyuan, his delicate and handsome features gentle as if they could overflow with water. In a daze, Su Luo seemed to have grasped something. She took a deep breath, pulling out the manual of the smoky gang formation from her storage pouch and handing it over to Xia Luyuan. "Your Lingxiao sect truly deserves this championship. Thank you." Xia Luyuan extended his hand to take the manual, then ran all the way back to Shang Qingyi, enthusiastically shoving the manual into his arms. They were too far away, so Su Luo couldn't hear what they were saying. She sniffed and held back her tears, turning to look at the crowd from Luo Shui Pavilion. "It's fine. In 3 years' time, at the next Immortal Cultivation Congress, we will have our most promising year yet." However, she was already 24 this year, and the rules stated that only cultivators under 25 could participate in the Immortal Cultivation Congress. In other words, this had been her last chance to compete. Yanning hugged her and cried, "Senior sister Luo, don't worry. I am younger than those 3 from Lingxiao's sect, so when they lose their eligibility to compete, I'll definitely win first place for you to see." As she cried, the others couldn't maintain their composure either. Soon enough, everyone was crying uncontrollably in a heap. After the team competition concluded, the individual matches were relatively straightforward. A bunch of geniuses who lost hope for personal achievement after witnessing the previous team battles performed poorly on the personal match arena. Packing their bags, they returned home disgraced. A few participants tried proving themselves but ultimately ran out of all strength and tricks after an exhausting series of matches. On the Lingxiao sect side, only 2 ordinary disciples failed, but once Yunheng took to the stage, with the support of the Bing CC system and Star Force, he continuously replenished his stamina and spirit energy, standing firm until the end and securing the championship in the individual matches. This time, no one dared to tamper with the competition rules anymore, nor question the legitimacy of Lingxiao sect's victory. The white crane flag below the mountain fluttered gently in the wind. No matter who passed by, they would praise the Shang patriarch for having keen eyes and enrolling 3 extraordinary disciples. Shang Qingshi followed Feng Yang's earlier suggestion and promoted Mu Shen to the position of deputy patriarch. This move baffled many people. After all, even Feng Yang, a true great cultivator, could only be an elder, so how could Mu Shen, someone who relied on pills to ascend to Yuaning level, qualify as deputy patriarch? Regardless of the numerous criticisms, Shang Qingshi stood firmly behind his decision. Moreover, he handed over the task of recruiting new disciples to Mu Shen. This time was different from the last. Last time, it was a spur-of-the-moment recruitment due to the need to find a Xing, and they ended up taking in about a dozen disciples. This time, it was an official recruitment event, with at least 100 spots to fill. Meanwhile, those who turned 25 were graduating and leaving Lingxiao's sect. Everyone was busy saying farewell, but as the sect's leader, Shang Qingshi remained locked away in the Chongqing Hall with Xia Luyuan for a full half-month without stepping outside. Chapter 193, Days to Come. Without going out, naturally he was practicing the 2 methods of gong that Xia Luyuan had procured for him from Yang Shi and Su Luo. For instant illusion technique, because he hadn't received the corresponding secret realm inheritance, it would only succeed once every 20 attempts. As for the smoky gang array, he wasn't born with a natural affinity for ice, so he had to soak his whole body in icy water to practice. Xia Luyuan prepared the icy water for him, but each time Shang Qingshi just tentatively touched the water with his toes, slightly furrowing his brow, Xia Luyuan would immediately scoop him away. Forget it, this is too arduous. We'll skip this one. Just like being a deadbeat for half a month, Shang Qingshi finally decided to strive with determination. When the icy water was prepared again, this time no matter what Xia Luyuan said, he did not intend to back down. He began trying to practice the smoky gang array. His body submerged into the icy water, and soon his limbs became numb from the cold. Shang Qingshi activated the array center and found the temperature wasn't quite low enough, so he turned and said, "Help me with your fire." Looking at him shivering with cold, Xia Luyuan was truly pained, yet he still let fire spread around lowering the surrounding temperature. No choice, Xia Luyuan knew Shang Qingshi's nature. If he set his mind on doing something, no one could stop him. After the external conditions were met, Shang Qingshi lifted his hand, trembling as he followed the blueprint to complete the array diagram. A mere crooked stroke led to the collapse of the entire array, with the giant dragon barely poking its head out of the array before shattering, becoming pieces of ice shards scattered all over the ground. Shang Qingshi also discovered the mistake, gritting his teeth against the chill preparing to start anew. However, Xia Luyuan approached, grabbing his hand and shaking his head. "It's fine," Shang Qingshi managed a less than pleasant smile, consoled, "practicing high-level gong will inherently involve a lot of hardship. Don't worry, I'm not that delicate." In the end, Xia Luyuan released his grip. Watching him redraw the array, he finally completed the first attempt of the smoky gang array while nearly frozen stiff. The giant dragon coiled upwards. The phoenix bird flapped its wings and descended. Then Xia Luyuan hurriedly fished him out from the icy water, evaporated the water marks, and stuffed him into several layers of blankets, hugging tightly. "If my fire spirit root was warm, it'd be better." "Now is fine too." Shang Qingshi's lips were frostbitten until they lost color, but he insisted, "I want to practice again later. Only by getting used to the cold can I wield this array better." Xia Luyuan truly regretted it now. Had he known how complicated the smoky gang array was, he wouldn't have given it to Shang Qingshi. Master must have forgotten those days tormented by the cold poison. This question caused a momentary daze for Shang Qingshi. It may have been 3 years ago, but to him, it felt like a very long time had passed, so much so that the memories had become blurred. When Xia Luyuan mentioned it, the sealed memories gradually became clear, slowly flooding back into his mind. He smiled. "I remember, back then every evening I looked forward to you coming. And you were really diligent, even though I treated you harshly before, you still tirelessly helped me purge the cold poison." Speaking of this, he looked at Xia Luyuan and asked curiously, "By the way, you seem to have never wondered why my character before and after differs so greatly." There's no need for him to explain, Xia Luyuan already had the answer for him. "That's because I know Master is sent by heaven to save me." Shang Qingshi blinked. Watching the other slowly approach, their breaths intertwined. Xia Luyuan had just spoken offhandedly, but looking at Shang Qingshi's reaction, it seemed like this statement was indeed correct. Yet all along, he secretly hoped Shang Qingshi didn't belong to this world and would return to where he should be sooner. That way, he wouldn't see the grotesque form of Xia Luyuan after being thoroughly eroded by blood springs and the nether passage, sprouting wings and horns. The pain lingered in his back. The wound where his wings had been cut off hadn't healed, instead, sharp wing bones started protruding. Xia Luyuan suddenly felt inexplicable annoyance, burying his head in Shang Qingshi's neck, sniffing the faint sandalwood fragrance unique to this person, forcing himself to suppress the messy emotions stirring within. "Master," he mumbled calling Shang Qingshi, "stop practicing gong techniques, come take a walk with me." Shang Qingshi thought Xia Luyuan these days has been strange. But since the latter rarely made a request to him, he readily agreed without hesitation. Time is early. Days to come are endless. Leaving the house, Shang Qingshi ran into Mingzhu who was about to enter the hall. Her eyes gleaming, she said, "Deputy sect leader Mu Shen won't let me take the disciple acceptance test." Esteemed master, please quickly hand over the sect leader's golden seal to me so I can see the new juniors. Shang Qingshi of course knew what scheme she had in mind. He sighed deeply and asked, are you not afraid of being electrocuted again then? It won't happen. Mingzhu shook her head with a lively expression. Sister Bai Yao has already found all my mission targets for me. As long as I bring them all into the Lingxiao sect, I'll be able to go home smoothly. If that was the case, Shang Qingshi waved his hand towards Xia Luyuan, signaling him to take out the sect leader's golden seal. As Xia Luyuan handed over the item, he asked confusedly, what is the mission target? And where is your home, sister? Why do you want to return so badly? Mingzhu did not answer but just tucked the sect leader's golden seal into her bosom, and then ran off like lightning. It seemed like she couldn't wait another moment. After descending the mountain, armed with the sect leader's golden seal, Mu Shen could not deny her request, and ended up accepting all the 43 misfit candidates brought by Bai Yao as disciples. Mingzhu submitted their names one after another. She got shocked twice, but the rest were all successful. I'm still short by 2. Where on earth should I look for 2 more? Her body shaking from the shock, she completely ignored the physical pain and obstinately thought. The limelight has been enjoyed, money has been earned. It's time for her to go home. Seeing her anxiously pacing back and forth, Bai Yao cautiously asked, are you alright, Mingzhu? Just wait a bit longer, and I will find 2 more people for you. Lost and dejected, Mingzhu nodded. Just when she was about to cry, suddenly something struck her. That's right, she hasn't reported the names of Shang Qingshi and Xia Luyuan yet. With hope reigniting in her heart, she quietly recited these 2 names, then clasped her hands together, waiting for the system's response. After a while, a mechanical sound resounded in her mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Settling rewards. The latter half of the sentence abruptly stopped, but Mingzhu assumed it was malfunctioning and would auto-repair soon. Taking advantage of this time, she happily waved goodbye to everyone. Farewell, Sister Bai Yao. Farewell, Deputy Sect Leader Mu Shen. Then, swiftly mounting her sword for flight, she ascended the mountain to Yunheng, saying, farewell, senior brother Yunheng and little chicken. Chapter 194, Can't Go Home. Yunheng was grooming the Luton chicken when he heard her words, and the wooden comb in his hand dropped to the ground with a clatter. Startled, he asked, younger sister, where are you going? I'm going home. We probably won't see each other again. You must cultivate well. I believe that one day you will definitely become the most powerful cultivator in the world. As she spoke, she pulled out a bunch of bottles from her storage ring. Feed all these elixirs to the little chicken. After I'm gone, you two must take care of yourselves. After Mingzhu finished speaking, she was about to leave, but the Luton chicken rushed into her arms, affectionately rubbing its head against her arm. She handed it back to Yunheng, lifted her skirt, and turned to run, only to be stopped as he grabbed her hand. This time there were no sleeves between them, their skin touched directly. Surprised by the unexpected touch, Mingzhu turned around to look at him. He hesitated for a long moment, mumbling uncertainly, and finally asked softly, do we really never see each other again? Mingzhu nodded hard and added, don't worry, big brother, I will miss both of you. As she tried to pull her hand away, feeling her struggle, Yunheng gradually loosened his grip and watched her hop away. She seemed very happy. So be it. After running all the way back to the bamboo forest hut, Mingzhu wrote farewell letters to Wei Qioni and Lin Jingyue. Strangely, the glitched system remained silent, unresponsive to her repeated calls. But she thought, up to now, the system had only instructed her to find a homosexual person, not asking her to do anything strange, so it shouldn't deceive her. She packed away the letters and went to the Hall of Eternal Life to find Shang Qingshi and Xia Luyuan. Unfortunately, they were still out. Mingzhu waited outside the hall until twilight, finally spotting their figures appearing outside. She quickly handed the letter to Shang Qingshi and said, could you please pass these letters to the 2 elder sisters for me? Shang Qingshi glanced at the envelope and asked, have you completed your task? Aha, Mingzhu nodded, but it seems to have glitches. So we still have time to say goodbye properly. There was no need to name it, Shang Qingshi already knew she was talking about the system. Just as Mingzhu was pondering what touching farewell words to say, as she opened her mouth, suddenly a current of sound echoed in her brain. It's here. It's here. She jumped excitedly, it's reacting. Shang Qingshi immediately concentrated, then a mechanical voice came. Congratulations, host has completed the mission. Rewards are being settled. Points increased by 100. Current points, 160. Shop category, 500 gold coins, worth 10 points, repeatable redemption. Universal charm constitution, worth 50 points. Direct promotion of cultivation level to Yuan baby, worth 100 points. Refining skills promoted to heavenly standard, worth 100 points. Please exchange all points accordingly. Mingzhu didn't understand. Since she was going home, why would she need cultivation level and refining skills? Could she still practice immortality in the real world? In one go, she exchanged everything for gold and expectantly conversed with the system mentally. Finished exchanging, can I go home now? Sure thing. The only way home is ascension. Given the host's spiritual root and talent, it's estimated that the goal could be reached around the age of 250. Please look forward to it. Mingzhu stood there dumbfounded. Host, cheer up. Our system will accompany you up to this point. Moi moi. As the mechanical sound ended, it felt as if something in her mind was extracted. Her footing unstable, she looked skyward and screamed in a series of prairie dog-like screeches, "You moi moi, what big-headed ghost. I want to go home." After yelling, Mingzhu rolled her eyes and fainted. Xia Luyuan instinctively caught her and then noticed Shang Qingshi retreating several steps, trembling slightly. Had he misheard? Did Mingzhu's system just say that the only way home was through ascension? Does that mean all those who successfully ascended have gone to the real world? Lowering his gaze, Shang Qingshi stared at his own thin, delicate hands. Mingzhu still had hope, but with his body reaching the greater achievement stage was a far stretch, let alone successful ascension. Such thoughts crossing his mind, Shang Qingshi felt all his strength drained, collapsing limply onto the ground. Seeing this, Xia Luyuan put the unconscious Mingzhu aside, steadily supporting the master, confusion etched on his face. What exactly happened, master? The mechanical sound of the system could not reach his ears. I don't understand how one fainted and the other became unsteady on his feet. Shang Qingshi silently remained in his arms without a word, so Xia Luyuan had no choice but to send a message with the Lingxiao mirror to Mu Shen and Yunheng, asking them to come over and take Mingzhu away. He then helped Shang Qingshi into the hall and anxiously stayed by his side. After a long while, Shang Qingshi spoke, "I can't go home." "But master, the Lingxiao sect is your home." Xia Luyuan grabbed his hand, the confusion in his heart not only not dissipating, but growing more and more. However, Shang Qingshi didn't have the mood to explain. He quietly stared at Xia Luyuan's face, and finally let out a long sigh. Never mind. If he can't go home, then so be it. His parents would take good care of each other whether he was there or not. Just by the average age of cultivators, he could still live for a very long time. By the time Xia Luyuan, Yunheng, Mingzhu, and Feng Yang all ascended, the only person left who could keep him company would be Mu Shen. Xia Luyuan, Shang Qingshi leaned towards Xia Luyuan, extending his hand to trace the handsome features of his face. "When you won't be around to keep me company, what am I supposed to do?" For a moment, Xia Luyuan thought that Shang Qingshi knew something, almost ready to confess that he shouldn't have absorbed the blood spring and shouldn't have hidden the matter of crossing over to the afterlife. But then Shang Qingshi buried his head in Xia Luyuan's chest, muttering, "With your talent, you should be able to ascend successfully within 100 years. So, he was just worried about this. Xia Luyuan forcibly held back the words that were about to slip from his mouth, gently embracing him. His voice was calm as ever, "I won't leave. For as long as I live, I will always stay by Master's side." He was telling the truth. Before he was completely overtaken by the blood spring, every moment of every day, he would remain with Shang Qingshi. But Shang Qingshi only thought he was foolish, snuggling closer into his embrace, saying, "You fool, why should you stop because of others? It looks like that book was right, most sword cultivators have romance on their minds. It doesn't matter. If Master thinks I do, then I do." Xia Luyuan tightened his grip around Shang Qingshi's waist. Just holding this person made him feel that the unnamed fierceness in his heart was being gradually soothed. Xia Luyuan thought, if there was another life, he must remember Shang Qingshi's name and return to his side. If there wasn't another life, then he would become a blade of grass or a tree in the eternal life hall. He wanted to be with him forever, no matter what way it came to pass. Chapter 195, Swinging on the Swing. When Feng Yang returned from the 10,000 Sword sect, he felt that everything about the Lingxiao sect had changed. There were many unfamiliar disciples who could be seen as having especially poor talent at a glance. That wasn't all. Male disciples played with male disciples, female disciples played with female disciples. Their eyes flickered, and the air seemed filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. He frowned slightly and quickly walked into the Chongqing Hall. From afar, he saw Mingzhu seemingly swinging on a swing tied to a tree in the yard. As he approached, Feng Yang realized she wasn't swinging but attempting to hang herself. She placed her head inside the rope knot, her tiptoes off the ground, swaying back and forth. But Yunheng stood below her, using his spiritual energy to envelop her neck, making it impossible for her to strangle herself to death. "Sister disciple, don't do this. Where's your home? I'll take you back there, please don't despair." Yunheng was so anxious that he resembled an ant on a hot pot. Seeing Feng Yang in that moment, he cried out like he'd seen a savior, "Elder, you've finally come back. Please talk some sense into sister disciple. She seems to have gone mad." Seeing that she wouldn't die easily, Feng Yang waved his hand, dismissing the scene, "You keep an eye on her first. I need to see the sect master now. I'll deal with you two later." With large strides, he entered the hall and noticed Shang Qingshi's expression also seemed amiss. She looked like a flower drenched by rain, her long lashes drooping. Clutching a cup of hot tea in her hands, she didn't drink it, only gently tapping the edge with her slender, pale fingers. Xia Luyuan sat next to her, brazenly hugging her waist, showing no intention of letting go even after Feng Yang came in. Boomf. Feng Yang pretended to cough seriously. Xia Luyuan remained still. On the contrary, Shang Qingshi snapped out of her trance and looked up at him, saying, "You're back. How did things go at the 10,000 Sword sect? All settled?" The deputy sect leader refused to listen to me, so I gave him a slap. That made him behave. After hearing Feng Yang's reply, Xiao Yuan's eyelid twitched, unable to resist asking, what kind of behavior? Flew away and broke both his legs, lying flat on the bed makes him well behaved. Feng Yang answered confidently, glancing outside the window with considerable confusion, what's up with those two outside? Why are they trying to kill themselves? I don't know, Xiao Yuan shook his head honestly, yesterday she inexplicably fainted in front of the Changqing Hall. When she woke up, she was like this. Feng Yang nodded to himself and then looked at Shang Qingshi with concern, Sect Master, why do you seem unhappy? I'm fine, Shang Qingshi didn't want to burden others with her negative emotions, so she forced a smile, which wasn't particularly pretty, Feng Yang, you've worked hard. Go rest first. He had rushed to the 10,000 Sword Sect a few days ago and hurriedly returned. He hadn't rested yet. With that said, indeed, he felt a bit sleepy. Just as he turned around, footsteps echoed outside the hall. Feng Yang carefully sensed them. The aura outside was completely unfamiliar. He had mentioned long ago that non-essential people weren't allowed to enter the Changqing Hall, not even other elders could enter without permission. Curious to see who dared intrude without regard, he saw a shadow of light green rush into the hall, kneel down before Shang Qingshi with a thud, please, Sect Master Shang, save my elder sister. Wasn't this Yanning? At this moment, her hair was disheveled, clots of blood stuck to it, emitting an unpleasant metallic smell. Her little face was smeared with dirt, her tears mixing with sweat. Her clothes were tattered beyond repair, and several cuts lined her hands. Her overall appearance exuded a state of complete distress. Shang Qingshi put down the teacup in his hands. He remembered that Luo Shui Pavilion's team was the last to leave the Lingxiao sect. In just half a day, how had Yanning become such a mess? What happened? He asked, where are the others from Luo Shui Pavilion? A black-clad person blocked us on the road. He took our elder sister. Our elders and senior brothers tried to stop him but were killed by him, Yanning sobbed uncontrollably. The black-clothed person also dealt a killing blow to me, but since I've always been weak due to illness, my elder sister bound herself with me through a symbiotic charm. As long as she is alive, I can sustain myself by drawing upon her life force through the connection between the charm bugs, allowing me to survive narrowly. She had already sent a message back to Luo Shui Pavilion, but Luo Shui lacked any convenient or fast magical artifacts like the Lingxiao mirror used by the Lingxiao sect. It would take some time for the letter to arrive. Hence, Yanning decided to seek help from Lingxiao sect. Feng Yang found it strange, why did the black-clad person attack you? Was it a grudge between Luo Shui Pavilion and him, or was it your elder sister who had a conflict with him? Shang Qingshi also asked, I remember the elder leading your group this time was a Yuanyin cultivator. Could he not defeat that black-clad person either? Yanning carefully recalled what happened at that moment, then shook her head affirmatively. After the black-clad person appeared, he didn't say a word. He was clearly going straight for the elder sister. The elder sister usually treats people kindly and could not have any grudges. At this point, her tears flowed even more profusely. What's more, the elder had no resistance in front of that black-clad person and his neck was easily snapped. A Yuanyin cultivator isn't as common as cabbages on the roadside, how could one be so easily killed by someone? Unless the other party was a great reach cultivator. But looking across the entire cultivation world, there was only Feng Yang as a great reach cultivator. Shang Qingshi looked at Feng Yang, and Feng Yang shrugged, it wasn't me, I have no enmity with Luo Shui Pavilion. Why would I kill someone and abduct a young girl? You forgot. Shang Qingshi took a deep breath, there is another great reach. Feng Yang froze. After quite some time, he frowned and said a name, Wei Chongyue. The problem is, why did he take Su Luo? That young girl is just an ordinary water elemental root cultivator and her abilities are far from reaching a level that could make him wary. Shang Qingshi was deeply confused, could it be because of the smoke gang array? Impossible, Zhenyang Palace is renowned for various formations. Wei Chongyue himself was once the premier among array cultivators. A mere smoke gang array couldn't possibly hold his attention, Feng Yang dismissed Shang Qingshi's speculation. For a while, the atmosphere grew heavy, but Xia Luyuan suddenly remembered something. Previously in the demon realm, Wei Chongyue had ranted like a madman, accusing the previous leader of Lingxiao sect of defeating him by using a spiritual furnace. A long time ago, when Xia Luyuan was sweeping the library tower, he came across an ancient text. It spoke about a near-forgotten technique where young girls were turned into spiritual furnaces. Su Luo's age and her natural water elemental roots made her an ideal vessel for creating such a spiritual furnace. With this in mind, Xia Luyuan tentatively voiced out, could it be possible that Wei Chongyue wants a spiritual furnace and believes this will replicate the former sect leader's path to ascension? Chapter 196, Seize the Opportunity. Upon these words, everyone else in the hall turned their eyes to him. Even Mingzhu outside the hall stopped hanging herself and rushed in with big strides, shocked, Wei Chongyue has gone mad to this extent. That despicable man, unable to find a natural furnace cauldron, he's going to turn Su Luo into one. Shang Qingshi quietly clenched his fingers. Fortunately, Lingxiao's sect had Feng Yang on guard, otherwise the one who would have suffered misfortune this time would be him. However, that young girl Su Luo seemed to have fallen victim for no reason. Shang Qingji helped Yanning off the ground, turning his head to look at Feng Yang. Is there a way to find Wei Chongyue's current location? Feng Yang shook his head. His cultivation is a step higher than mine. If he deliberately hides his presence, I simply can't detect it. As he said this, he looked at Yanning. You take me to see the place where Luo Shui Pavilion was attacked first. Hopefully, your elder sister was smart enough to leave some clues along the way. Upon hearing this, Yanning seemed to remember something, shaking off Shang Qingji's hand, kneeling down again. I share a parasitic poison with my elder sister. As long as the insect in my body is extracted, it will fly over to her side to search for its mate. However, she herself also admitted that since the insect had been planted since childhood, it wouldn't be easy now to remove it. Not only would it cause her severe backlash, but thereafter, her health would deteriorate day by day, and she would lose all of her cultivation. Shang Qingji disagreed with this proposal, but Yanning clung tightly to his robe, pleading, this is the only method to find my elder sister in the shortest time possible. President Shang, please help me. A made cauldron cannot compare to a naturally born one. Without exotic fragrances, they cannot relieve the pain caused by being drained of spiritual power and blood during coitus. Yanning did not want to see Su Luo descend into such a tragic situation. For Su Luo, she was willing to give up everything she had. She released her grip, solemnly bowed down deeply to Shang Qingji. If it weren't for my elder sister, I would have died a long time ago. Now, it's merely dispersing my cultivation. I am willing. Seeing her determination, and lacking better alternatives, after hesitating for a while, Shang Qingji finally agreed. Extracting the poison insect would be bloody. Feng Yang took Yanning alone to a side hall. After a long while, screams were heard from inside. It could be heard that she tried her best to suppress them, but the pain of peeling her skin along the veins and extracting the poison insect from her flesh was unbearable for an ordinary person. To keep the poison insect active, even pain-relieving pills could not be consumed. Everyone listened to her stifled cries, as if dark clouds hung over their heads. After a long time, Yan Ying's shouts gradually weakened, and Feng Yang entered holding the poison insect, drops of fresh blood flowing out between his fingers. He said, then I will follow the poison insect to look for Wei Chongyue and Su Luo right away. From his words, it sounded like he intended to go alone. Shang Qingji stopped him, let's go together. You alone are not a match for Wei Chongyue. Mingzhu nodded, pulling Yunheng beside her. Yes, elder, take brother Yunheng and brother Xia Luyuan. They too can hold their ground. Hearing this, Shang Qingji looked at her. Are you not coming? Mingzhu's greed for life and fear of death was no longer a secret. Such dangerous confrontations with Wei Chongyue were something she actually didn't want to participate in. But since fate left her in this place, she didn't want to just live idly waiting for death. Thinking about Yanning next door whose insect had been peeled off, she eventually bit her lip, saying, then let's all go. So, in the end, the five of them took the cloud-flying boat together, while Mushin stayed behind, not only temporarily replacing the position of the sect leader, but also taking care of the weakened Yanning. The flying boat followed the trail of the poison insect, and the further it went, the more Feng Yang felt it wasn't right. He couldn't help but say to Shang Qingji, why do I feel that following this direction will lead us to Xian NV sect? Yunheng suddenly remembered something important. I remember now, Xian NV sect didn't participate in this cultivator conference. Have they met with misfortune? The invitation they sent indicated that the two sect leaders' opinions did not align, leaving them no time to compete. Xia Luyuan shook his head. Moreover, even if Wei Chongyue attacked Xian NV sect, given their strength, they had enough time to seek help, yet no sect received their distress signal. Xian NV sect was rather special, having two sect leaders simultaneously. One was the descendant of the sect's founding ancestor, Fu Guang goddess. It might sound impressive, but in reality, the goddess bloodline had already been diluted almost completely. In the hands of each generation's female descendants, there was no actual power. But as long as generation after generation bore daughters, they could continuously occupy this position, serving as symbols of good fortune. The other one is elected by all members of the sect and serves as the true master in every sense. She has the power to make unilateral decisions on all matters, controlling the fate and life or death of the sect. The sect leader Shang Qingji met before was the latter. This sect leader's spiritual power, along with the bloodline of the goddess from the other leader, would be sufficient to create a defensive sect array that could resist great ascension cultivators. Unless one of them had their brains kicked by a donkey and deliberately withdrew the protective array, Wei Chongyue wouldn't have had an opportunity to infiltrate. Shang Qingji had a habit of thinking positively. Since we haven't received any distress signal, they should be fine. Maybe Wei Chongyue just passed through Xian NV sect. Slaps always come so quickly. The flying boat stopped above Xian NV sect. Looking down, there wasn't even a sign of the protective array. The entire Xian NV sect was shrouded in dark clouds, without a single person in sight. The main hall bore traces of a fight, blood even splattered onto the roof. A massive crack split the square from the center, scattered with fallen leaves and eerie white bones. At this scene, Shang Qingji couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. A fierce spiritual power surged toward him, only to be waved off by Feng Yang. Feng Yang condensed lightning into a long whip, darting straight across the sky and accurately pinpointing a shadow amidst the dark clouds. The long whip struck toward the shadow, but it dissolved into smoke, leaving Feng Yang to strike empty air. He glanced around, seemingly surprised by the speed of his opponent. At this moment, Shang Qingji shouted, "Be careful, Feng Yang. He's behind you." Feng Yang immediately turned back, indeed finding the shadow behind him. Its extended hand was as pale as paper, utterly devoid of color, clearly targeting his heart. He hurriedly evaded, summoning rolling thunder and lightning with one hand, which hacked onto the shadow. The lightning pierced through the dark clouds, momentarily illuminating the surroundings like broad daylight. The cloak covering his face was shattered, revealing the long-hidden identity of the shadow. It turned out to be Wei Chongyue's face. If previously he looked only 80% similar to the previous sect master of Lingxiao sect, now he was a spitting image. However, regretfully, his face was unnaturally white, as if he had never seen sunlight, even allowing for the bluish veins at his temples to be visible, making him appear both sinister and ghostly. His crimson eyes added a touch of eerie strangeness to him. Chapter 197, Are You Really That Brave? Feng Yang almost stared blankly, and after regaining his composure, he cursed, "I've always said you're a crafty person, but you refuse to admit it." Wei Chongyue lifted his eyes. In theory, someone being consumed by their inner demon would lose self-awareness, completely becoming a creature of slaughter. But he clearly recognized everyone present, with the same arrogant demeanor, evidently not fully swallowed by the heart demon. Crafty person. He chewed on these 3 words repeatedly, then laughed, his face suddenly becoming exceptionally ferocious. "Let you say what you will, anyway, you are just like Shang Jinchen, standing forever at the moral high ground, pointing fingers at others." Who is Shang Jinchen? Yunheng scratched his head in confusion, then had an epiphany. Someone with the same surname, Shang, who was hated so deeply by Wei Chongyue, could it be the former master of the Lingxiao sect? It was strange, for such a long time within the Lingxiao sect, he didn't even know the name of the previous master. As if this name had been deliberately erased, leaving only a very small number of people remembering it. Xia Luyuan and Mingzhu shared a similar feeling, even as a party involved. Shang Qingshi learned today that her adoptive father's name was Shang Jinchen. Feng Yang opened his mouth, about to start sarcastically mocking Wei Chongyue once again. Shang Qingshi quickly interjected, "Don't bother talking nonsense to him, just look up at the sky." Hearing this, Feng Yang looked up and saw a black spell array gradually extending out. Truly worthy of Wei Chongyue. His habit of quietly weaving magical arrays has never changed. However, very unfortunately, this time Feng Yang wouldn't let him complete the spell. Lightning cracked through the air, pulling the opponent's staff hard, causing the unfinished spell array to dissipate instantly. Wei Chongyue frowned in displeasure. Just then, Yunheng rushed forward with his sword. Shang Qingshi widened her eyes in astonishment. "Are you really that brave? 2 great ascendants fighting there, how could a mere golden core stage cultivator like him join in? Wasn't he afraid to die too quickly?" Before he managed to call Yunheng back, the black longsword already pierced through Wei Chongyue's body without a single drop of blood flowing out. Wei Chongyue glanced at Feng Yang, then Yunheng, and finally fixed his gaze on Shang Qingshi's face. He still needed to wait. Fighting with Feng Yang was far too disadvantageous for him, a practitioner specializing in spells. It was impossible for him to properly focus on creating a magical array. The plan to refine a spiritual stove cauldron has not succeeded yet. He captured over a dozen girls with innate water root affinities but ended in failure each time. Thinking of this, Wei Chongyue cast a subtle smirk towards the desolate Xian Nu sect. "Since all of you love to clean up messes, I'll generously hand this place over to you." With that, his body transformed again into ethereal black mist, vanishing into the void. There wasn't a trace of him left. Feng Yang wanted to chase him further, but was stopped by Shang Qingshi. "Let's first check if there are any survivors inside the Xian Nu sect." Thus, Feng Yang gave up the thought of pursuing him, flashing into the Xian Nu sect interior to search. There was no trace of life anywhere else except for the dilapidated main hall which exuded a pungent smell of rust. The odor was too strong, so Feng Yang covered his nose with one hand and pushed the door open with the other. What met his eyes inside completely shocked him. Inside the hall, over a dozen young girls were restrained by iron chains on their hands and feet. Some were disheveled, some had vacant stares, some were in contorted positions, while others barely had any last breath left. Scrolls of talismans were scattered across the ground, flying around upon his opening of the door, then swirling back down. Shang Qingshi, arriving shortly afterward, was equally shocked by the scene. She quickly averted her eyes and spoke to Mingzhu, "You go help those girls cleanse themselves." Mingzhu nodded and entered the hall, closing the large doors behind her. A talisman drawn with strange patterns flew to Shang Qingshi's foot. She picked it up and observed it carefully, confirming that it was definitely not a normal talisman pattern. She handed it over to Feng Yang, who examined it meticulously. Perhaps Xia Luyuan was right, Wei Chongyue truly did intend to transform them into spirit cauldrons. This current situation was simply disastrous. The sole silver lining was that before completion, the body cannot be broken. Thus, these little girls within the hall, as failures in the process, Wei Chongyue probably wouldn't have done anything to them. After a long while, Mingzhu opened the door, leading out the girl among the group who was most conscious of mind. Shang Qingshi asked, "Why did the Xian Nu sect not send out a distress signal to other sects when attacked by Wei Chongyue?" "The goddess secretly withdrew the protective array of the sect, leaving us no time to react as he broke in," she answered weakly. The sect leader used all her strength to battle Wei Chongyue in order to protect her disciples and ultimately died under his staff. The disciple sent to deliver the distress message was also killed by him before she could send out any signal. All survivors were Water Spirit Root disciples, as well as Water Spirit Root girls captured by Wei Chongyue from other places. Mingzhu helped others out of the main hall one after another. Feng Yang carefully examined them and said, Wei Chongyue should only have a fragmentary scroll for creating the furnace cauldron. His forcing activation of the magical array caused all of them to be harmed by the backlash. If I help the sect leader retrieve their lost souls, they will recover. Only when Feng Yang's gaze landed on Su Luo did he pause abruptly. There was a small mark on her forehead. The others could be considered complete failures, but she had already been partially transformed into a cauldron. When the mark deepened, she would completely become a container for spiritual energy and blood, available for harvest at will. Shang Qingshi waved her hand in front of Su Luo's eyes, but received no response. She just stood there quietly like a puppet controlled by someone else. Is there any way to save her? Shang Qingshi paused as she spoke, recalling something. I seem to have read an ancient book that mentioned ways to reverse the process if the furnace cauldron was created artificially. No sooner had she finished than Mingzhu murmured a name, Ronggu Xiaopa liquid. Shang Qingshi nodded, that sounds right. But, Mingzhu added, only a celestial-level alchemist can concoct this medicine. There were no longer any celestial-level alchemists left in the cultivation world. The last one was Ji Shizun's. He not only perished himself, but took with him over a dozen earthly-level alchemists, leading to a current scarcity of alchemists. Even Mingzhu's skills could rank in the top 3 among alchemy circles. A momentary silence descended. Mingzhu seemed to remember something and hurried to a far-off corner lifting her skirt. Fire Eye Golden Vision System. She closed her eyes, sensing carefully to confirm the system was truly gone from her mind. Then, opening her eyes forcefully, she looked around trying to find its traces. If you told me earlier that ascending would let me return home, I'd have exchanged my points for advanced alchemy techniques to reach the celestial level. Don't you plan to come out and give me an explanation? Chapter 198, Goddess. The surroundings were still as quiet as ever, and she received no response. System. She turned around and looked at the girls on the square who had been struck back by the array. Her voice was tinged with pleading as she called again, I don't want to exchange for gold anymore, I want a high-level alchemy technique. I can give you all the money I have. But the system still ignored her, as if it had completely abandoned her. She returned to Shang Qing's side in a daze and muttered, it's all my fault. If I had asked one more question before exchanging things, this situation wouldn't have happened. Shang Qing gently patted her head and consoled her softly, the main culprit is Wei Chongyue, it has nothing to do with you. Perhaps you can try making Ronggu Xiaopei liquid. Didn't you succeed previously when you surpassed your level in alchemy? It sounded like that. Among the 3,000 scrolls of elixir formulas left by Grandpa Lin, there indeed was a method for making Ronggu Xiaopei liquid. Her previous success was because the kind of medicine needed cold energy to suppress it, and Xiao Yuan's spiritual root attribute was extremely cold, which could perfectly restrain it. However, making Ronggu Xiaopei liquid relied solely on the alchemist herself, without help from others. Even though she knew the result wouldn't change, seeing Su Luo standing quietly like a doll, Mingzhu decided to give it a try. She flew down the mountain and bought the necessary herbs. Feng Yang assisted Shang Qing in completing the soul summoning array and retrieved the souls of the other girls who were affected by the backlash. After they regained consciousness, Shang Qing pieced together the details from their accounts. The current leader of the Xian NV sect, originally known as a mascot-like goddess, was mischievous in her childhood and fell off the roof once. She was accidentally caught by Shang Jincheng, who came to the sect for an immortal cultivation conference. At the time, she didn't ask his name, and he didn't tell hers. She kept this event in her heart, looking forward to the day when they would meet again. However, she was merely a mascot. After becoming an adult, she wasn't allowed to roam freely or represent the Xian NV sect in diplomatic missions with other sections. Her sole role was to offer her divine bloodline to maintain the stability of the protective array. Thus, she never had the chance to reunite with Shang Jincheng. Until recently, when she encountered Wei Chongyue, who bore a striking resemblance to Shang Jincheng. Seeing him afflicted by a mind-demonic curse, her intricate seven-hearted mind was stirred, thinking she could enlighten him. She imagined herself as a savior akin to her ancestors, saving the world and also one person. Needless to say, it ended disastrously. Adding up everyone within the Xian NV sect, numbering 3,000 people, only a dozen survived due to her actions, even causing another sect master's soul to disintegrate. Shang Qing was perplexed, where is she now? Was she killed by Wei Chongyue? Not. One of the girls replied, protected by her divine bloodline, at the moment Wei Chongyue attacked her, her body merged into the Xian NV secret realm and must have been teleported somewhere else. So after harming so many people, not only did she walk away unscathed, but she also brushed it off. Shang Qing instructed the girls who had returned to normal to stay inside the flying boat, preparing to take them back. He also used Lingxiao Mirror to warn Mu Shen, advising various factions that if they had any female disciples with water elemental roots, they should protect them as much as possible or send them to Lingxiao sect. Next, they would wait for Mingzhu to return with the herbs and make further plans upon returning to Lingxiao sect. As the sun set, Mingzhu finally returned. Not only did she return alone but she also brought someone. It was a ragged woman, with messy hair, barefoot without shoes. Shang-Qing couldn't help but ask, "Who is this?" Mingzhu glanced back at her, seemingly expecting her to provide the answer herself. However, after hesitating for a while, words failed her, and tears fell first without uttering any sound. From this behavior, Shang-Qing already suspected her identity. The reaction of the Xian NV sect disciples aboard the flying ship confirmed his suspicions. They peered down from the flying boat and shouted at the woman, "Goddess Master." This was the descendant of the goddess who caused the extinction of the Xian NV sect. Shang-Qing was momentarily speechless. After pondering for a moment, he decided to tell her, "I am the son of the person you are looking for." "I already know." She finally spoke, sobbing and saying, He told me before dying that she always knew the person who saved me from falling off the roof was the former master of Lingxiao sect. But since the former master married at 17 years old, she didn't want to disappoint me, so she didn't tell me the truth." The He she spoke of was the maiden name of another leading disciple of the Xian NV sect. Because of a temporary concealment, it led to the current major mistake. When He died, she still claimed that Wei Chongyue had despicably exploited her kindness and the fault wasn't on her. However, it was her who deactivated the sect's protective array, and also her who invited Wei Chongyue in. What could she possibly argue? She cried louder and louder, and Shang-Qing didn't want to look at her anymore. He simply said to her, "Since you have the divine bloodline protecting you, and Wei Chongyue couldn't hurt you, then stay in the Xian NV sect and gather the remains of the fallen." Xia Luyuan did not agree with this statement. In his opinion, the one responsible for so many deaths should descend to pay tribute alongside these innocent victims. But with her divine bloodline, everyone was truly powerless against her, unless she voluntarily chose to die. "Let's go, master." The wound on his back began hurting again. Xia Luyuan urged, "We'll talk about other matters when we return." Shang-Qing nodded and boarded the flying ship with him. Mingzhu approached the goddess, took out a small bottle, and handed over a small knife. "I would like to take some of your blood, as it might be useful for alchemy." Wiping away her tears, she accepted the knife and cut her own finger. Her blood flowed down, collected by Mingzhu in the bottle. After filling the bottle completely, Mingzhu turned around and boarded the flying ship. The goddess stood there, watching the ship rise slowly, stirring up a flurry of dust. Something was blown towards her feet by the wind. She looked down and saw a thin strap. When she had yet to inherit the Xian NV secret realm from her mother, He protected her and got her neck slashed by a malevolent force, leaving a visible mark. From then on, He started tying a strap around her neck, wrapping it several times to both cover the wound and appear delicately beautiful. The goddess finally realized how drastically wrong she was. The person who had been best to her had always been by her side, but she stubbornly focused elsewhere, ultimately causing such a grave mistake. She lowered her head and stared at the dagger Mingzhu had given her earlier. Without hesitation, she thrust it into her own heart. In that moment, a blood-red rain fell from the sky. All the souls that had perished miserably found rest, their path to rebirth opened, granting them a chance for reincarnation. Chapter 199, Clouded by Old Age. Weeds and grass grew wildly, quickly spreading across the entire Xian NV sect, enveloping the former ruins in a blanket of greenery. The blood rain fell incessantly. Shang-Qing wanted to enter the cabin but discovered that upon touching her skin, the raindrops soon seeped inside. The bloodline of the goddess had the power to cleanse one's soul and assist in cultivation advancement. Before dying, she dispersed all her cultivation, returning it as spiritual rain to nourish all living things. It was, in a way, atonement for her sins. Shang-Qing silently raised her hand toward the direction of Xian NV sect in respect. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Xia Luyuan taking shelter from the rain at the edge of the cabin. She asked, "This rain can help with cultivation, why are you dodging it?" The goddess's bloodline conflicted with the devil seed blood spring. Just after being hit by a few drops, Xia Luyuan felt as if needles pricked his whole body. His wing bones had grown even longer. To prevent Shang-Qing from noticing anything unusual, Xia Luyuan removed his hairband, allowing his black hair to fall down and cover the suspicious protrusion. He lifted his eyes, his eyelids slightly red. "Master, I suddenly feel unwell." But he hadn't participated in the battle nor eaten anything strange. Could it possibly be seasickness? Shang-Qing couldn't figure it out but still approached him and touched his head. "Then go take a nap first. If it hasn't improved when we return to Lingxiao sect, have the doctor check on you." "Alright," Xia Luyuan nodded and quickly retreated into the cabin. He touched the wings behind his back. No matter how much he shaved them off, they continued to grow, and the wounds on his back never healed. What method could thoroughly solve this? In deep thought, the sound of Mendingu emerged in his mind. "Xia Luyuan, do you want to know how to hide your wings?" "I can tell you." Xia Luyuan frowned. "Didn't you say last time that this ability is unique to the devil seeds and cannot be done by humans?" "Of course, that was a lie. I just wanted to see your identity exposed so that you wouldn't be able to stay in Lingxiao sect. Who would have known that you'd rather cut your wings than leave here?" Xia Luyuan didn't trust Mendingu much and ignored him, yet it continued speaking in his mind. The place where the goddess perished may harbor the secret realm of Xian Nv. Sneak back to Xian Nv sect after nightfall, find the secret realm, and accept its inheritance. Xia Luyuan now understood what it was planning. The stronger he trained this body, the more rare skills he acquired, the more prepared Mendingu would be to take over when the time came. He chuckled coldly, fine, since it's not dark yet, tell me the method to hide my wings now, let me try it out. He didn't trust Mendingu, and naturally, Mendingu didn't trust him either. After some haggling, it only told Xia Luyuan half of the incantation. This half could only conceal the wings, not the horns. But Xia Luyuan touched himself. His horns hadn't grown yet, so for now, he didn't need the second half of the incantation. Trying it out, it indeed worked. The protruding wing bones disappeared, and he peeled open his shirt to check with Lingxiao mirror. Even the wounds had healed. Relieved, he retied the Lingxiao mirror around his waist. As he touched the collar to put the other half of his shirt back on, someone suddenly pushed the door open. He froze, maintaining the posture of a half-exposed shoulder, turning his head to look at Shang Qingxi standing by the doorway. I'm still not reassured, so I came to keep you company. Shang Qingxi's words trailed off as she also paused in shock. She clearly saw intricate black patterns wrapped around Xia Liyuan's shoulders. But before she could carefully discern exactly what those marks were, he quickly adjusted his loose clothing, feigning nothing unusual had happened. Shang Qingxi approached, wanting to pull open his clothes for a closer inspection, but Xia Liyuan caught her hand and held it high above her head. I just saw black marks on your shoulders. His sentence was cut short by Xia Luyuan, who forcefully interrupted him, lying without batting an eye. Master must have been mistaken, it's my hair. How could that be possible? Even if Shang Qingxi's vision blurred due to old age, she certainly wouldn't mistake imprints for hair. As she opened her mouth to say something, Xia Luyuan once again interrupted her. Master, my head hurts a lot. Please fetch some pain-relieving pills for my junior sister. Shang Qingxi looked at him, and he really did make a pitiful face, as if enduring severe pain. Seeing this, Shang Qingxi eventually got up and left the room. Once she was gone, Xia Luyuan immediately used reverse flow flames to burn away the large patterns on his body, leaving only a small dot. Accompanying the cries of agony and curses echoing in his mind from Mendingu, he gritted his teeth tightly but remained silent. When Shang Qingxi returned with the pain-relieving pills from Mingzhu and proposed to look at his back, Xia Luyuan readily took off his clothes to show her, turning the situation around. There are no black marks on my back. Could it be that you just wanted me to undress? Talking nonsense. Shang Qingxi blushed furiously as she hastily tried to help him put his clothes back on. But he wouldn't let up, gently sucking and nibbling on her fragile collarbone. His teeth were so sharp. It almost made Shang Qingxi feel as if he would pierce through her skin and cause her to die from blood loss. You. Shang Qingxi was about to say something when Xia Luyuan had already shifted his focus, sealing her lips in a kiss and cutting off all her words. At night, Xia Luyuan touched the sleeping face of Shang Qingxi before quietly slipping out of the room. He rushed back to Xian Nv sect, treading through grass higher than his waist, searching around. The patterns had regrown a bit. Mendingu commanded in his mind. Xia Luyuan, think carefully. What does the goddess care most about? If you can obtain a token, it might open the secret realm. Who should I ask? He retorted bitterly, I just met her today, not even knowing her name. How would I know what she cares about? Wasn't the previous head of Lingxiao's sect indebted to her for saving her life? Why don't you try pulling out the frostbite sword? Upon hearing this, Xia Luyuan summoned the frostbite sword and walked around with it. Everything remained eerily quiet, without a hint of reaction. I shouldn't have listened to your ridiculous suggestion. He stored the sword away and set off towards the living quarters of the sect's head. Mendingu roared furiously in his mind. The goddess perished here. Where else are you going? Come back. Don't run around aimlessly. Ignoring its helpless rage, Xia Luyuan burned the weeds outside the house. The two masters' residences of Xian Nv sect were adjacent. He strode into the dwelling of the goddess master. The room was neatly arranged, and every item revealed the living habits of its former occupant. She favored white, so most of the decorations inside were white. She loved sweet fragrances, thus the room contained fruitwood incense. Additionally, there was a lamp still lit inside. Chapter 200, Making a Bridal Gown for Others. Word spread that the sect leader of the Xian Nv sect was afraid of the dark, and with the tears of a mermaid and the blood of an evil seed, she created an eternal burning lamp. But now, this lamp was placed in the divine maiden's room. Xia Luyuan picked up the lamp and returned to the plaza. In this pitch-black night, the lamp shone bright and dazzling, its warm yellow light illuminating Xia Liyuan's face. He sat down cross-legged. You don't go look for the entrance to the secret realm, what are you sitting here for? Did I tell you to rest? The voice of Meng Du in his mind was still noisy, but it quieted down once it was subdued by the fire. Before long, Xia Luyuan felt sleepy. One hand protected the flame, while the other propped up his chin. After a brief nap, when he opened his eyes again, he was no longer at the Xian Nv sect. The surrounding scenery was unfamiliar, like some mountain stream. Beside the mountain stream, the creek water flowed gently. The water hitting the rocks splashed countless droplets, each droplet containing fragments of memories. Without exception, they were all related to the two leaders of the Xian NV sect. There were scenes of them practicing martial arts together, running on the mountaintop, and also huddling together during a stormy night, warming each other. Xia Luyuan silently observed, not uttering a single word. Until a rustling sound came from behind him, he turned around and saw the divine maiden picking some flowers and grass, seemingly wanting to weave a flower wreath. However, no matter how she tried, she couldn't make it into the shape she wanted. Xia Luyuan put down the eternal burning lamp, picked up the remaining flowers and grass. His nimble fingers quickly formed a small wreath. He handed it over to the divine maiden. The divine maiden had no intention of taking it. Instead, she asked, "Am I very foolish? My whole life has been chasing after the moon, yet the moon has always been shining upon me." Xia Luyuan didn't know what to say for a moment, merely pointing at the eternal burning lamp on the ground. The divine maiden bent down to pick it up and revealed a smile that wasn't exactly pleasant. "Thank you for bringing it here." Her soul was trapped in the secret realm and could not leave. It was pitch black inside the secret realm, and she had been scared of the dark since childhood. With this lamp, she was no longer as frightened as before. The divine maiden closed her eyes, and a surge of light poured out of her body, drilling into the wreath in Xia Luyuan's hand. After the light disappeared, she said, "Take this wreath out. The secret realm is about to collapse." The secret realm would only dissipate after finding its successor. So, the light just now was her legacy power. Xia Luyuan tightened his grip on the wreath and gave her a slight nod, "Thank you." Before leaving the secret realm, he heard the divine maiden's voice, "There is a little box full of amethysts under my bed. Take it with you. He really likes amethysts. If you encounter her reincarnation in the future, please help me give the box to her." Thus, Xia Luyuan visited her room again, found the box, and stored it in his storage ring. Based on his current progress, he should have missed the flying boat. He thought he'd better find a good excuse for disappearing halfway through the journey. Xia Luyuan took out the Lingxiao mirror, wrote a message, and sent it to the family group chat named Interference Family. "Xia Luyuan, I just passed by a town where they were selling candied fruits. I will go buy some first. You don't need to wait for me." Thinking that they would already be asleep at this time, unexpectedly, the screen lit up, blinding him. "Mu Shen, there's no rush, anyway the Lingxiao sect functions with or without you, you can take your time enjoying the mountains and waters and come back." "Yunheng, phew, I thought you were secretly practicing somewhere without telling me, but it turns out you just want to eat candy." "Minju, buy more so I can have some. Consider it as eating your celebratory candy beforehand." "Feng Yang, nonsense. I think you're talking nonsense." Feng Yang kicked Minju out of the Interference Family. Minju reapplied to join the Interference Family. Yunheng agreed to the application. So lively. Only Shang Qingshi was sleeping quietly, the others were chatting animatedly as if they had inexhaustible energy. Xia Luyuan summoned Shuangjiang and rode towards the direction of the Lingxiao sect on his sword. When the light of dawn dimly appeared, the patterns grew again, and Mengdu noticed the wreath in Xia Luyuan's arms, then it suddenly exclaimed joyfully. "Legacy power? I didn't expect such a good thing to be so easily obtained. Hurry up and wear it, absorb its power." Xia Luyuan remained unmoved, as if he didn't hear it at all. Mengdu knew he was pretending to be deaf and dumb, so it continued to coax patiently. Although the process was very easy, it's still something you gained at the risk of being permanently trapped in the secret realm. You wouldn't consider giving it to someone else, making a bridal gown for others, right? "That's right," Xia Luyuan smiled slightly, finally deciding to acknowledge the other party. "Do you want to guess who I plan to give it to?" Mengdu felt as if struck by lightning. Even though it had no physical form, Xia Luyuan still heard the grinding of teeth in his mind. "Are you going to give it to Shang Qingshi?" "You got it," Xia Luyuan said with a laugh. "But there's no reward for you. I see that you're truly beyond saving, stupid to an extreme. There is an ancient saying among your kind that I find very reasonable. If humans don't act for themselves, heaven will destroy them and earth will annihilate them. Has he put a spell on you or saved your life, making it worth for you to be so good to him?" Xia Luyuan looked puzzled. "Is there not even one person you care about in this world? Don't you understand, when you truly love someone, you want to gather all the best things in the world and give them to that person?" One sentence turned Mengdu into a mute. Love? What is love? The demon realm always followed the survival of the fittest. As the youngest son of the previous demon lord, it grew up under the disdainful glances and bullying of its elder brothers. After barely defeating all of its brothers, it thought it could firmly take the throne, but was kicked out of the demon palace by the sudden appearance of the former demon lord, becoming a homeless orphan. When the old retainers of its father found it and offered their help to restore it to the position of demon lord, it naively believed them, only to be betrayed and nearly killed for its magic core upon returning home. On top of the severe injuries, it encountered heavenly tribulations, hid somewhere to escape, and ended up being stabbed by Ning Feiyu who happened to pass by. Later, Ning Feiyu lured it to Xia village, where he slaughtered the villagers and lost his body, forcing it to parasitize on Xia Luyuan. Mengdu harbored immense malice towards the world. Having never been loved, it didn't know what love was. All it had in its heart was pure hatred, desiring nothing more than to slaughter everyone under heaven to honor its pitiful past. As Mengdu remained silent, Xia Luyuan also ignored it and steadily returned to Lingshao sect. Walking into the Hall of Eternal Life, he immediately took out the flower wreath and placed it on Shang Qingshi's head. When Shang Qingshi reached out to touch it, the wreath vanished, leaving only traces of faint green spiritual energy filled with vitality. As fingers lightly brushed against them, they twinkled like fireflies, emitting intermittent glimmers of light. Chapter 201, Go Play Elsewhere. Shang Qingshi looked at the faint glow and was puzzled. What is this? Xia Luyuan smiled. Master might want to take a guess. Still perplexed, Shang Qingshi closed his eyes and carefully felt the subtle spiritual power that had increased in his body. He slowly gathered them at the tips of his fingers until they swirled into green lines. He tentatively placed the line into the flower pot by the window. A verdant sprout emerged from the soil, brimming with vitality. Is it the power of a healing goddess that can cure all things? Shang Qingshi paused. Where did you get this? Didn't you just go out to buy candy? I did go to buy candy, Xia Luyuan said earnestly, fabricating an outrageous tale. I happened upon a secret realm, obtained the power of succession, and then returned to give it to master. Shang Qingshi obviously didn't quite believe him and was about to say something when he abruptly gasped. Nowadays, his body contained not only Zheng's eroding moon power but also the power inherited from Diyin Fairy. Now, on top of those, he possessed the goddess power, a veritable mishmash. Without even much cultivation, his spirit powers were already abundant throughout his body. He looked up at Xia Luyuan. The internal pellet has reached its limit for stored spirit energy. Xia Luyuan raised an eyebrow, innocently blinking his eyes. So what? Embarrassed, Shang Qingshi kicked him with his foot, his ears quickly turning a bright red color. You're pretending again. I'm not pretending. In order to prove that what he said was true, Xia Luyuan wasn't hesitant about calling himself names. I am truly a fool. This left Shang Qingshi speechless. After some time, he finally stuttered out, I need you to help me remove the excess spiritual power from my body. That's all there is to it. Watching his face turn almost blood red, Xia Luyuan grew mischievous and sighed dramatically. It seems I'm merely the vessel for practice. Master only desires me when needed. Not wanting to hear more bizarre talk from him, Shang Qingshi took the initiative, kissing his lips in a sealing kiss. Plan achieved, Xia Luyuan lifted him onto the bed as the bed curtains fell, concealing their amorous scene. When the bracelet was removed, Shang Qingshi's consciousness felt like being adrift in an ocean before getting dragged into an unfathomable abyss. Then he was bitten. Devoured whole. His delicate and frail wrist slid powerless off the edge of the bed only to be pulled back. A clearly defined hand forcibly pried open his fingers, locking their fingers tenaciously without refusal. An overwhelming wave of invading sensation surrounded him entirely until he succumbed once more. Su Luo and Yanning were settled beside Feng Yang's residence, in a small pavilion. Seeing her lifeless gaze, Yanning tenderly brushed away the stray hairs from her forehead, then drew her down to sit while she buried her head in Su Luo's lap. As in the old days, she remained quietly by her side. Don't worry sister, we'll find a way to save you, Yanning consoled softly, speaking as if addressing Su Luo or comforting herself. There are so many skilled individuals in Lingshao sect, Ming Zhu's herbal concoction skills are unparalleled. You'll soon return to normal. Receiving no reply after a long wait, she lifted her gaze to find Su Luo unmoving as ever, tears suddenly springing to her eyes and falling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Ming Zhu was also crying inside the bamboo grove cottage. She had spent the entire night refining medicine, without any success, resulting in 50 complete explosions of the pill stove. Pill stove shards flew everywhere, and one directly pierced her forehead before she could react, leaving her instantly bloodied. Ignoring the wound, she sat amidst the chaos, curling into a ball, tearfully staring at the ring on her hand which had lost its luster. Grandfather, what should I do? What must I do to succeed? Knocks came from outside. Wiping away her tears hastily, she got up to open the door, seeing Yunheng standing outside looking flustered, clutching freshly bought herbs in his hands. Thank you, senior brother. She extended her hand to take the herbs, but the moment she turned, Yunheng held onto her sleeve, whispering softly, your head. It's fine, just got hit by a shard from the pill stove. I'll put some medicinal ointment on it later. She dismissed it lightly, trying to pull her hand back, yet Yunheng showed no sign of letting go. She looked at him quizzically. Yunheng extended his other hand, removing the shard lodged in her hair, then gently wiped away the blood on her face. Afterward, he went into the room, picking up and cleaning all the scattered pill stove shards around, tidying up the whole room. I'll stay here with you. Yunheng brought over a small stool, sat down in the corner, and said, you continue refining the medicine. Ming Zhu sniffed. Her head drooped listlessly, and she muttered under her breath, it's impossible to succeed. I can't even refine celestial-class medicines. I'm nothing but a complete waste of talent. Yunheng had known her for so long that she had always been extremely confident about her alchemical skills. But now, all that confidence was gone, replaced by dejection and weakness. After pondering for a moment, he rummaged through his storage pouch and eventually took out a small pill, handing it to her. The quality of the pill was poor, at least in the eyes of Ming Zhu as she was now. It seemed like an utter waste of herbs. She didn't understand. What is this? Long ago, when you first started refining pills, you gave me, Xia Lu Yuan, and Elder Feng Yang each one of your pills. This is the one you gave me back then. Ming Zhu was somewhat astonished. It was hard to imagine that she had once given away something of such inferior quality, which felt so embarrassing. Yet, Yunheng looked at her calmly and said, back then, I already thought you were incredibly talented, to be able to refine such good pills at such a young age. Later, when I saw you shine brilliantly at the alchemist assembly, I felt again that you are no less remarkable than the master of benevolence sitting on the main seat. Pausing for a moment, he looked straight into Ming Zhu's eyes. Even Lin Old acknowledged that you have extraordinary talent and limitless potential. Younger sister, regardless of what others think of you, you will always be the greatest alchemist in my heart. Don't lose confidence because of temporary setbacks. Rarely did he say these words so seriously, leaving Ming Zhu with tear-filled eyes, wiping her tears hard. Thank you, brother, I feel much better now. I'm glad you understand. Yunheng nodded and continued, by the way, there's one more thing I want to tell you. What is it? Ming Zhu waited anxiously for him to speak. Sincerely, he opened his mouth and said, please stop wiping your face, it's full of soot. You're practically rubbing it all over evenly. This was the Yunheng she knew. In a burst of embarrassment and frustration, Ming Zhu forcefully dragged him off the stool and kicked him out of the room. Her furious shouts reverberated throughout the Bamboo Grove house, go play somewhere else. Chapter 202, Family. Even so, Ming Zhu's mood improved, and she started to dedicate herself to refining medicine again. The Bamboo Grove cottage echoed with crackling sounds. These days, Feng Yang had been busy rescuing people everywhere. Wherever Wei Chongyue appeared, he followed. The two were almost in balance, neither could defeat nor injure the other. However, this way, other water element girls could be saved from being harmed. Wei Chongyue was extremely annoyed, and after Feng Yang interrupted him for the 10th time, he finally couldn't help but speak up. What use is it following me? Why don't you just stay in Lingshao's sect to cultivate and strive for early ascension? Feng Yang crossed his arms and looked him up and down with disdain, casually spitting out a sentence, you're truly nauseating. Unable to defeat the previous sect leader, you parade around pretending to be him, seeking to ruin his reputation. In response to the ridicule, Wei Chongyue chose to retort, you make me sick too. You're a born good dog, loyally following Shang Jindrang, then his son after that. Feng Yang remembered the word said by Shang Qingshi, the villain dies because of talking too much. He didn't want to argue anymore and lifted his hand to condense a long whip, which he struck towards him. Wei Chongyue barely dodged, revealing a playful smile, so what? Did I hit a nerve? Shang Qingshi never treated you like a person. And yet, you have given your life for him, willing to climb knife mountains and descend into fiery seas, ready to die for him. Feng Yang wanted to contradict him. The sect leader made delicious meals for him, gave him rare devil pills, and helped him resolve his inner conflicts to ascend to great cultivation, so how could it be that he didn't treat him as a person? Is this guy completely brainless, just making things up randomly? But he also thought that even if he did contradict him, it wouldn't do any good. Wei Chongyue acted arbitrarily, only listened to what he liked, and once he made up his mind about something, he ignored anything others said, always having his own strange set of self-sufficient logic. With that thought, he whipped out his whip and attacked Wei Chongyue again. After days of fighting, he was already feeling overwhelmed. But Wei Chongyue had an endless supply of devilish energy to nourish him, and thus he gradually took the upper hand. He grabbed Feng Yang's whip, allowing thunder and lightning to course through his arm with a hissing sound, haven't you noticed? When Shang Qingshi was young, he tried several times to kill you. It wasn't until after his father ascended and left him without support that he bestowed some favors on you to make you willingly serve him. Feng Yang finally couldn't help but say, stop spewing nonsense here. How sect leader treats me is none of your business. Lightning surged instantly, and Wei Chongyue emitted a burnt smell all over his body. He furrowed his brow slightly, not intending to continue arguing, and quickly dissipated into the void, leaving Feng Yang panting heavily behind. You have no shame running away. A grand legal cultivator, resorting to fleeing when it gets tough, this is hilarious. Feng Yang angrily scolded at the sky, but there was no response, only his own echoes reverberating. Infuriated, he swung his whip at nothingness and suddenly lowered his head, recalling a few small details. For instance, he used to take young Shang Qingshi for a walk, passing by a pond where Shang Qingshi suddenly reached out, startling him and causing him to dodge aside. Shang Qingshi ended up falling into the pool with a splash. And another time, young Shang Qingshi brought him a bowl of soup full of white bubbles, assuming the boy's lack of culinary skills led to such an appearance. Just as he was about to take a sip, he accidentally spilled it and the soup splashed into the flower pot. The flowers instantly withered away. And during one phase, his bed would frequently contain odd things. Sometimes it was snakes, sometimes poisonous spiders, and even once the entire bed was covered with nails. If he hadn't checked beforehand, his bottom would have surely been pierced through. These incidents were very long ago, and when Feng Yang dredged them up, he couldn't even recall their outcomes. He faintly remembered how Shang Qingshi used to look at him back then. Big eyes, staring straight at him unwaveringly, very beautiful, yet seeming to harbor deep, seemingly bottomless murky water. He sneezed. Then shook his head, trying to convince himself, how can I doubt the sect leader because of Wei Chongyue's words? There must be a reason for whatever the sect leader does. Having reassured himself, he descended, looked at the water root girl he had rescued, and said, to avoid Wei Chonghua targeting you again, come with me to Lingxiao sect. The girl gratefully nodded, and was then picked up like a chick by Feng Yang, her collar held firmly. She pressed her lips and said the exact same words as Lin Jingyue before her. Could you change the position? This is really embarrassing for me. Then she received the same treatment as Lin Jingyue. Feng Yang grabbed her by the foot, suspending her upside down in the air. Back at Lingxiao sect, Feng Yang settled her down, then cheerfully went to the Hall of Eternal Life to report to Shang Qingshi, today I saved 2 more girls, and didn't let Wei Chonghua succeed. Shang Qingshi was practicing the technique left by the fairy of flute sounds. Upon hearing his words, he put down the manual and turned around, saying, you've done well, I thank you on their behalf. It's my duty. Praised, Feng Yang felt dazed. On parting, he casually mentioned, Wei Chonghua is really shameless. In order to drive a wedge between us, he actually claimed that when you were young, you tried to kill me. It's laughable. He said it offhandedly, but Shang Qingshi froze on the spot. The nightmares he had been having lately clearly told him that the young Shang Qingshi was indeed antisocial, disliking everyone, even viewing Feng Yang as a thorn in his side. For some reason, he felt uneasy. He turned away, not daring to look directly at Feng Yang. Feng Yang failed to notice his abnormality and suddenly had an idea, I haven't patrolled the mountain today. I'll have Mu Shen take over later, he will surely be glad to. Upon hearing this, Shang Qingshi nodded, after you deal with Wei Chonghua's matters, don't patrol anymore. Rest more and keep your spirit up. Since he had spoken, Feng Yang could now lazily avoid work guilt-free. Just as he was about to go back to sleep, Shang Qingshi reached out and pulled his sleeve. As if hesitating for a moment, he then spoke, to me, you are like family. Feng Yang paused, then turned back, flashing him a brilliant smile, to me, the sect leader is my only family in this world. After speaking, the crimson mark on his brow flickered, as if reminding him of something, and he hastily corrected himself, no, there's also sister. To me, the sect leader is one of the 2 people in this world I consider family. No matter what happens, I will always protect you. Chapter 203, Frost Spirit Flower. He had said similar words many times before. And he had indeed done a good job fulfilling his promises. Under his protection, the entire Lingxiao sect displayed an atmosphere of prosperity and vitality. Shang Qingshi released his hand and watched as he left the Chongqing Hall. She wasn't sure if it was because Feng Yang had brought up those old memories earlier, but during her afternoon nap, Shang Qingshi started having nightmares again. In the dream, she sat alone on the threshold of the Chongqing Hall. The yard was bathed in brilliant sunlight, yet none of it reached her. Her small figure was thin and fragile, with overly large robes making her look even weaker, as if she might vanish at any moment. The serving maids hiding far away were snickering as they looked in her direction. Even though they were distant, their voices still rang clearly in her ears. Doesn't our young master feel like he's not the headmaster's biological child? Can't hold a sword steady, and bedwetting is still a problem at this age. Who knows, doesn't look like the headmaster either. Though he's supposed to be a master, his features carry the air of someone beguiling, who does he take after? Shang Qingshi woke up from her nightmare, the jeers still ringing in her ears. Her heart felt as if squeezed by an invisible hand, constricting so tightly that it became difficult to breathe. It was like as if it wasn't just a nightmare, but rather something she truly experienced. Propping herself up, Xia Lu Yuan entered the room just then and asked, has master awoken? I saw you sleeping earlier and didn't want to disturb you. As he drew closer, he noticed Shang Qingshi's damp forehead with cold sweat, her white hair on the side of her face soaking wet, as if she had just emerged from water. Xia Lu Yuan paused in his steps, turning around to go outside, I'll brew some calming soup for master. It won't do much good, Shang Qingshi wiped the sweat and said, you should stay here and keep me company instead. Having said that, Xia Lu Yuan returned, sitting next to her and holding her trembling hand. A loud clang echoed from a bamboo house in the distance. Not long after, Mingzhu rushed into the Chongqing Hall. Her back was riddled with fragments of alchemical furnaces, making her look like a porcupine. There was no time to wipe off the furnace ash on her face, and she exclaimed, I finally understand why my attempts always failed. Shang Qingshi pursed her lips and handed her a handkerchief. Mingzhu accepted it but did not use it to wipe her face, instead, she bit down on it, realizing it wasn't edible, and promptly spat it out. Her actions made her seem utterly mad. Xia Lu Yuan inhaled sharply, fearing that her alchemy experiments might have driven her crazy. Are you alright, junior sister? I'm perfectly fine, Mingzhu placed the handkerchief on top of her head and continued, among the ingredients of bone fusion soul essence liquid, the most crucial herb is called frost spirit flower. All I have right now are regular ones purchased externally. But legend has it that in the extreme cold regions, there grows an extraordinary quality of frost spirit flower. If I could obtain one, I will surely succeed. Shang Qingshi turned her gaze to Xia Lu Yuan and asked, have you heard about the exceptional frost spirit flower? Xia Lu Yuan shook his head. Do you want me to fetch the complete herb book from the archives right now? I've already got it. Mingzhu pulled out a piece of paper from her disheveled hair and showed it to them both. On the paper was the description of the extraordinary frost spirit flower. It stated very clearly that the herb grew only in remote areas characterized by freezing cold weather, specifically choosing cliff edges to root itself upon. It took 10 years buried in soil, 100 years to sprout, 1,000 years to bloom, and its appearance every 10,000 years was rare indeed. Mingzhu blinked eagerly, although in the frigid regions, wind and snow wreak havoc, and even high-level cultivators find it difficult to remain in such places for extended periods. Yet, senior brother Xie has a variant fire spiritual root, so he's unfazed by frost and cold. He's the best person to help me search for the premium frost spirit flower. But that place wasn't merely characterized by harsh weather, it was also infested with magical beasts that fed on cold energy. If a practitioner dared to enter rashly, they would risk certain death without much warning. Xie Lu Yuan wanted to refuse. Yet, seeing Mingzhu's ridiculous appearance with shards embedded all over her back, he recalled Su Luo Yenying's challenging sisters-in-law, and found himself unable to voice the refusal. He thought to himself. His life must really be over. He had always believed in minding his own business, but never had he imagined there would be a day when he would extend compassion towards unrelated people. If I go, and still fail to find it, don't blame me, Xie Lu Yuan said. I knew you'd agree, senior brother, you're truly a great person. I'll quietly pray for you within Lingxiao sect. Grateful, Mingzhu bowed 3 times, her posture so standard it seemed more like paying respects to graves. So you really have gone insane from alchemy. Xie Lu Yuan's expression was unreadable, speaking gently, go get some rest first. Don't continue pushing yourself. Mingzhu nodded, accepting his suggestion. But she couldn't even tell east from west anymore. After spinning around several times, she finally managed to spot the door and stumbled out, 1 step deep, the next shallow. This was because she had a shoe on one foot, but none on the other. It wasn't until she had walked far away that Shang Qingshi curiously asked, how cold is the extremely frigid place? Probably. Xie Lu Yuan also didn't know how to describe it, pondering for a moment before tentatively saying, probably as cold as when the cold poison in your body flared up during last winter. Oh, that is indeed very cold. Shang Qingshi mumbled to herself, lowering her frost-covered eyelashes, then lifting her gaze to look at him, let's go together then. Xie Lu Yuan froze for a moment. He almost thought he had heard wrong. Practicing the smoky chi formation in icy weather would be perfect, wouldn't it? Seeing his stunned expression, Shang Qingshi questioned him instead. The temperature there would be unbearable for ordinary people. Thoughts and reactions would slow down drastically in such conditions. If attacked by evil seeds, one could easily lose their life. Xie Lu Yuan tried to dissuade her from this terrifying idea, but Shang Qingshi's eyes were eerily calm, indicating that she had already made up her mind. You shouldn't indulge me. Only those who endure great hardship can achieve greatness. Shang Qingshi said faintly, her mind replaying the sneering voices and malicious smiles of the maidservants from her nightmare earlier. She added another sentence, don't worry, I won't be a burden to you. I've never thought master would ever hold me back. Xie Lu Yuan embraced her, hesitating for a moment, still attempting to persuade her, but... Before he could finish, Shang Qingshi interrupted him with a tinge of helplessness, if you keep refusing, you'll risk getting burned later. Xie Lu Yuan wanted to say that even if he were burned to ashes, he wouldn't allow Shang Qingshi to suffer from the cold. But the words reached his lips and he swallowed them back. After he was gone, Shang Qingshi would have to rely on herself. As the other party had said, this might be an excellent training opportunity. Thinking about this, he held on to the person in his arms even tighter, softly saying, all right, let's go together. Chapter 204, Fuwan's Secret Realm. Feng Yan woke up and learned that Shang Qingshi had followed Xie Lu Yuan to the freezing land, feeling as if the sky was falling. The sect leader is frail in body, how could he possibly endure such cold? I have to bring him back. He looked extremely worried, but at this moment, Mu Shen came over and said, Fuyao sect sent a signal. Wei Chongyue has appeared. On one side was Shang Qingshi, on the other side were people who had suffered from Wei Chongyue's persecution. Feng Yang was hesitating when Lingxiao mirror suddenly flickered. Shang Qingshi, are you awake? Before I left, I stewed chicken soup in the kitchen. Remember to drink it. It wasn't sent through the group chat, this message was individually sent to him, so only he could see it. Mu Shen noticed he was spacing out and waved his hand in front of him, what's wrong, Elder Feng Yang? It's nothing. Feng Yang shook his head, I'll go to Fuyao sect now. You go to the kitchen and help me bring the stewed chicken soup to my room. I'll drink it after I come back. Understood. Mu Shen nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Although he was the deputy sect leader, ranked higher than Feng Yang, he still instinctively followed Feng Yang's lead. He turned around and walked towards the kitchen. In the blink of an eye, Feng Yang's figure disappeared, rushing to Fuyao sect at top speed. The moment the protective ancestral array broke, the master of Fuyao sect stood alone in front, frightened enough for his shoulders to tremble, yet he still protected the disciples behind him. He drew talismans, looking flashy, but in front of Wei Chongyue, they were just like children's tricks, having no effect whatsoever. Wei Chongyue easily neutralized his attack and gathered dark energy to counterattack. The master of Fuyao sect couldn't avoid the attack, so he closed his eyes and waited for death. However, the expected pain never came. The sound of thunder piercing through the air rang out, along with the disciples' cries of shock. He opened his eyes and saw Feng Yang locked in battle with Wei Chongyue. Elder Feng Yang. It was as if he had seen salvation itself, shedding tears of joy that marked his survival, then turning to embrace his disciples. We're saved. Wei Chongyue seemed somewhat irritable. In the morning, he had said so much to Feng Yang, but apparently, none of it was heard. Here Feng Yang was again, meddling in things that didn't concern him. This level of determination was commendable. No wonder there was no sign of him being corrupted by heart demons after breaking through to the Grand Ascension stage. Wei Chongyue stared at Feng Yang's face and clicked his tongue lightly. I've been wondering, what kind of spell did Shang Qingshi cast on you? Halfway through speaking, as if suddenly enlightened, he sneered coldly, could it be that Shang Qingshi is actually a cultivation vessel, and there are some underhanded deals between the two of you? Fortunately, Feng Yang already knew this man spoke ill words. He preemptively cast a sound barrier so that the people below wouldn't hear these nonsense. A whip swung forward, catching Wei Chongyue off guard. The pale face got a ghastly wound which healed instantly. But the residual pain couldn't be erased. Wei Chongyue touched the spot that stung painfully, and when he looked up again, his expression was unfriendly. Another whip from Feng Yang. This time, Wei Chongyue finally managed to dodge in time. His figure faded into the void, leaving behind a taunt, come if you dare. Sure, let's go. Who's afraid of whom? Feng Yang pursued. This time, Wei Chongyue didn't conceal his presence. Following the aura, Feng Yang eventually halted, lowering his gaze to observe the scenery beneath him. So familiar. It was the old site of Xingyang Palace. After all this time, the stench of blood on the mountain had dissipated. The remnants of the structures lay covered with fallen leaves and dust, exuding a desolate and mournful atmosphere when viewed from above. Feng Yang asked confusedly, why did you bring me here? Wei Chongyue didn't answer, instead counter-asking, do you know why I built Xingyang Palace here? Feng Yang had a vague understanding. Xingyang Palace possessed a skill. After practicing, its user would fear cold and heat, hence the necessity to build the sect where seasons remain spring-like year-round. He kept silent, prompting Wei Chongyue to ask another question, do you know why, despite advancing to Grand Ascension earlier than you, we're always evenly matched? This time, Feng Yang couldn't hold himself back, because you're plagued by heart demons, and you're a method cultivator, thus placing you at a disadvantage in one-on-one combat. You're wrong. Wei Chongyue smiled. The laughter echoed throughout the entire Xingyang mountain range, eerie and unsettling, making the hairs on one's scalp rise. It's because beneath this mountain range, the Fuhuan secret realm is sealed away. After reaching the Grand Ascension stage, you earn the eligibility to enter the secret realm. Passing the trial allows for a successful ascension. But failing will result in your cultivation level dropping by an entire stage. Upon hearing this, Feng Yang arched an eyebrow, so you went into the secret realm when you said you were retreating? Wei Chongyue raised his hand, and the staff beside him quickly shrank, finally turning into the shape of a key. His smile didn't fade, but his blood-red eyes were filled with malice. Now it's your turn to try. When you come out as a Yuan infant, I will definitely tear you apart to relieve my hatred. The surrounding light grew brighter. Feng Yang tried to leave but was too late. The light formed a dense net, encircling him. He struggled but couldn't break free, so he looked up at Wei Chongyue. Aren't you afraid I'll pass the test? I don't believe you can. I tried 3 times and endured the pain of spiritual power being torn from my body 3 times. Wei Chongyue excitedly curled his lips, stay inside nicely. Now I need to go back to Fuyao sect for a while. That sect leader's daughter is a rare variant water root. With her, I'm sure to refine a perfect stove cauldron. He disappeared from his original place. Feng Yang wanted to stop him, but his body was dragged into the secret realm, gradually becoming completely dark, seeing nothing. Finally getting rid of Feng Yang, Wei Chongyue was so excited that his hands were trembling. Arriving at Fuyao sect, those disciples looked up at him in the sky, their expressions not showing an ounce of fear. He found it strangely funny. Were these fools still waiting for Feng Yang to save them? Gathering spiritual energy in his palm, ready to make Fuyao sect a mountain of corpses and rivers of blood, something unusual seemed to happen overhead. Wei Chongyue looked up, then froze in shock. A huge magical formation was hidden behind thick layers of clouds, escaping his notice at first. Such formations could only be wielded by great cultivation experts, yet besides himself and Feng Yang, there were no other great ascension cultivators in today's cultivation world. Moreover, Feng Yang wasn't a magic practitioner. How could he possibly create such a precise and complex array? Baffled, Wei Chongyue swiftly summoned demonic aura to protect himself, attempting to hide away in the void. But this was the nature of magic users. Although spellcasting was extremely slow and took a long time to form, once the array became active, those who were locked onto could neither escape nor avoid it, having no choice but to withstand it. Wei Chongyue's body was completely immobilized in place. A giant ice phoenix coalesced in the heart of the formation and charged straight towards him. In an instant before approaching his body, it disintegrated into countless sharp ice blades, unleashing an overwhelming assault that pierced him into Swiss cheese. Chapter 205, I Am the Kindest. Wei Chongyue's body quickly plummeted, falling into the dust. Ignoring the pain in his body, he gritted his teeth and screamed out a name in disbelief, Luo Qijing. As he had expected, that familiar figure came into view. It was indeed the head of Luo Shuai Pavilion, Luo Qijing. Luo Qijing looked at Wei Chongyue, his eyes gradually growing colder. You injured my disciple, slaughtered the members of the Zun sect. Your sins are unpardonable. The wounds on his body slowly healed as Wei Chongyue wiped the blood from the corner of his lips, his eyes almost narrowing to slits, a glint of surprise in his probing gaze. This person had said long ago that he would break through to great transcendence, but there had been no sign of it. He had thought this person would stagnate here for life, but unexpectedly, he really did ascend. Wei Chongyue had always looked down upon Luo Shuai Pavilion and never regarded Luo Qijing in his eyes. Now seeing the other one ascending, his heart was very uncomfortable. The wounds were not yet fully healed, with demonic energy leaking out of his body. Since he fell into the path of demons, this was the first time he suffered such severe injuries. Afraid that Luo Qijing would strike a fatal blow, he dared not stay here any longer, fleeing in haste with his severely injured body. Even as he concealed himself within the void, he could still hear the voice, "From now on, we shall be sworn enemies. Whenever you show up, I will definitely tear you limb from limb. It's just because you caught me off guard. Once I heal, the first person I'll deal with is you." Wei Chongyue muttered under his breath, hiding in a state of wretchedness. After cursing, he realized something was wrong inside his body. Not only was there leaked demonic energy, but also strands of cold energy. After the wounds self-healed, the remaining cold energy found no outlet, so it roamed within his body, causing him to kneel in pain, feeling like he was plunged into an ice pit, his hands and feet almost losing all sensation. To alleviate it, he could only reopen the wound, forcing the blood and cold energy out together. At the same time, Shang Qingshi and Xia Luyuan arrived at the extreme cold region. As rumored, blizzards raged everywhere, blanketing the landscape in white, without a trace of green. Shang Qingshi's feet barely touched the ground when she started shivering uncontrollably from the cold. Xia Luyuan worriedly said, "If the master cannot endure it, you can go out early and wait for me outside." Shang Qingshi shook her head. Actually, it wasn't as bitterly cold as imagined. Perhaps due to once suffering from cold poison, her tolerance for cold had increased. She took out a fox fur coat from her spatial bracelet, carefully draping it over herself, her face nestled within the soft fluff, exhaling gently, "Let's continue moving forward." The further they went, the colder it became. Xia Luyuan took out a damaged map, drawn by someone who had come to collect frostcore flowers 1,000 years ago in the extreme cold region. Beyond that, they couldn't find any other maps, since ordinary people wouldn't come to such a place where death awaited. 1,000 years had passed, the terrain had already changed. According to the map, there should have been a mountain ahead, but when Xia Luyuan looked up, instead of a mountain, he saw a large pit. He descended into the pit using his flying sword, discovering a protruding object. Melting the snow covering it, he realized that the protrusion was the skeleton of a demon seed, its chest ribs shattered into pieces, clearly having been killed. Such broken bones had little value left. Returning to Shang Qingshi's side, Xia Luyuan said, "Master, be careful. It seems this place indeed houses demon seeds." Shang Qingshi nodded. Subsequently, she felt an abnormal aura coming from behind. She sidestepped swiftly, and a demon seed missed her completely, passing by her side. This demon seed was half man, half beast, snake-bodied. Its lower body lacked feet, replaced by a long, snow-white snake tail, almost blending seamlessly with the environment. It stopped its attack abruptly, grinning ear to ear, a vivid red tongue flickering out. Just its appearance was quite terrifying, but what added a touch of oddity was its bald head, giving it a somewhat comical look. Xia Luyuan summoned the Frostfall sword, charging directly at it. The creature coiled itself tightly using its long snake tail, its hard scales resisting most of the damage. Seeing this, Xia Luyuan abandoned using the sword and instead summoned flames, immediately charring the opponent till its exterior was scorched and the insides tender. This snake-like demon seed encountered such bizarre flames for the first time. Although it only felt coolness on its body, it distinctly experienced the smell of being cooked. Out of the natural fear that demon seeds have towards fire, it screeched and burrowed into the snow, trying to smother the flames on its body. Despite darting a great distance, it achieved nothing, its snake tail swelling until the hard scales suddenly burst open, revealing the flesh within that had been roasted. Xia Luyuan controlled the Frostfall sword to fly over and sever its neck, then retracted his sword gracefully, his movements smooth and fluid. It wasn't until he realized that Shang Qingshi was looking at him that Xia Luyuan suddenly showed an expression of both surprise and fear, his dark pupils filled with terror. "I didn't want to kill it, but if it lived, the ones who would die would be the two of us." Shang Qingshi pursed her lips, "I never said anything about sparing its life either." "Then why are you looking at me?" Xia Luyuan looked puzzled. "It's just that," Shang Qingshi paused here for a moment before continuing after a long while, "you seem very skilled at what you did. It's as though you've done it many times before." "Nonsense." Xia Luyuan buried his head on her shoulder in a docile manner, refuting, "It was just a necessary measure to save my own life." But back in the Mirage, the young Xia Luyuan had mentioned that he was created with a personality, style, and even experiences exactly like those of the real Xia Luyuan. Young Xia Luyuan had killed the villager Li Erdog. Although it was true that Li Erdog brought it upon himself, For such a young child to kill someone so confidently and then calmly look for ways to deal with the body was extraordinary. Both characters of this book were antagonists, 8-year-old Shang Qingshi still with the bed, whereas 8-year-old Xia Luyuan already carried a human life on his shoulders. Was this the difference between cannon fodder villains and ultimate big villains? Shang Qingshi took a deep breath. You must promise me that the sword in your hand can only be used to punish evildoers and remove wrongdoers, and must not harm innocent people. As soon as she finished speaking, Xia Luyuan obediently nodded. From childhood to now, those he killed were far from good people. He hadn't lost his mind to the point where he slashed indiscriminately. Seeing that Shang Qingshi's frown hadn't relaxed, Xia Luyuan spoke to assure her, "Don't worry, master. I'm the kindest. I never start conflict with others actively. When people bully me, I generally endure it, only retaliating when I can no longer tolerate it." "Is that so?" Shang Qingshi didn't fully believe him, but just then a cold wind blew past, freezing her to the point that she shivered involuntarily. Xia Luyuan immediately pulled her into his arms, which made it difficult for her to continue questioning him. When the wind passed, Xia Luyuan unfolded the map again and said, "A bit further ahead there's a cliff. With some luck, we'll find the supreme frost core flower quickly." The two continued their journey until they reached the location marked on the map. Instead of a cliff ahead, there was merely a flat piece of land. Chapter 206, Chasing the Wind. The two stood speechless. Xia Luyuan directly tore the map and questioned, "That person probably never came to this freezing land. He just drew blindly, but because no one willingly comes here, no one has exposed him in 1,000 years, right?" "Reasonable." Shang Qingshi nodded, looking at the snow that stretched endlessly, almost shrinking entirely into his fox fur coat. "Then we can only explore slowly. To thoroughly explore such a vast area would take at least 10 days. If they encountered demonic beings obstructing their way, it would take even longer." Shang Qingshi sighed, "If only grass grew here, then I could use the power of the goddess to sense the location of the cliff." This remark reminded Xia Luyuan. A spirit infant cultivator could sense the surroundings without relying on any external force, simply using spiritual energy. He closed his eyes, carefully sensing for a moment. There was no cliff nearby, but instead several demonic creatures. Xia Luyuan deliberately avoided the direction of those demonic creatures, pointing to the right. "Teacher, let's go that way." His certainty naturally raised Shang Qingshi's curiosity. "Do you know the way?" "I don't," he answered confidently, "but my intuition tells me there's a cliff in that place." What an intuition! Though unreliable, perhaps due to love blinding one, Shang Qingshi still chose to follow him. From day until night, Xia Luyuan finally perceived the existence of the cliff, so he took Shang Qingshi's hand and ran all the way. The wind and snow blew fiercely. Upon reaching the destination, he used fire to melt the snow off Shang Qingshi's body, then pointed forward. "Teacher, look." Upon hearing this, Shang Qingshi lifted his eyes, and what caught his sight was clearly a cliff. Glancing over the edge, the bottom was unfathomably deep. He thought about kicking a stone down to test the depth, but as soon as his foot extended out, he heard a demonic creature's roar. The roar echoed from the bottom of the cliff, amplified by the cliff walls, creating wave after wave of echoes that made the hairs on his arms stand up. Xia Luyuan didn't give it a second thought, taking a step forward. "I'll go check around the edge of the cliff now. If I can find the frost spirit flower, we can return sooner." Shang Qingshi pulled at Xia Luyuan, who stopped at that very moment as if remembering something, bending down and letting his forehead touch Shang Qingshi's forehead, passing him a strand of his primordial spirit. Then he summoned flames, spreading them throughout Shang Qingshi's entire body. This way, no demonic creatures would dare approach him. With that strand of primordial spirit, even with the flames constantly burning, he wouldn't be injured. "Teacher, wait for me here." Xia Luyuan patted his head, turning around again without hesitation and descending the cliff with his flying sword. Shang Qingshi's hand missed its mark. In fact, he wanted to say that he always had a foreboding feeling deep in his heart, thinking this place should not be lingered too long. But with all around silent, he also thought it might just be his own illusion. Again, a roar from the demonic creatures came from below the cliff. For safety's sake, Shang Qingshi summoned his staff and began to cast the smoke strength formation. In this harsh weather of ice and snow, the formation received tremendous reinforcement. As he expected, there were indeed hidden demonic creatures around. At the moment they appeared, the smoke strength formation encircled them, the ice dragons and phoenixes formed by the formation gradually tightening, squeezing them into mush. Combined with the flames around his body, other hiding demonic creatures dared not advance, instead slinking away with their tails between their legs. Even so, the oppressive sensation in Shang Qingshi's heart did not completely dissipate. The same formation couldn't be cast twice in a short period, so Shang Qingshi created a small shield formation. At this time, Xia Luyuan returned from beneath the cliff. He had nothing in his hands, clearly having not found the frost spirit flower. "Teacher, let's change our location," he said. "Let's go west. There's another cliff over there." Alright, Shang Qingshi didn't bother to inquire why he knew the locations of other cliffs, he just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Just as their hands touched, suddenly a roar came from below the cliff. Compared to before, this sound was evidently clearer, clear enough to seem like it had already climbed up. The two turned around, only to see a demonic creature flapping its wings, floating in midair. Its head resembled a sheep, but its body was like a wolf, one hand like a tiger claw, the other like a pig hoof, its 2 feet black and white respectively, with wings on its back. It could only be described as grotesquely shaped. Despite its piecemeal appearance, it lacked any sort of intimidating aura. Yet, at this moment, the voice of the nether crossing in Xiao Yuan's mind called out. Damn, it's chasing the wind. Kid, you'd better drop Shang Qingshi and run for your life. Don't die here, I don't want to be buried with you. What is chasing the wind? Xiao Yuan had never even heard of it. He tentatively drew his sword, and the nether crossing voice in his mind called out again, almost losing its composure. I'm telling you to run now. You might want to die, but I don't. Before he could finish speaking, the grotesquely shaped demonic being was already right in front of Xiao Yuan, moving so fast it seemed to teleport. It raised its hand slightly, and before Xiao Yuan could react, a bloodied, flesh-tearing wound appeared on his chest. The blood from the wound gathered into a purple hue, clearly indicating that its attack was poisonous. In his disheveled state, Xiao Yuan retreated a few steps as flames traveled along his veins, preventing the toxin from entering his body. This demon's speed was beyond belief. Just as Xiao Yuan regained his footing, it lunged toward Shang Qingshi. Fortunately, Shang Qingshi had already cast a shield spell, causing the demon to rebound off the shield without inflicting much damage. Although the shield shattered, it didn't intend to quit, attacking Shang Qingshi once more. This time, the staff in Shang Qingshi's hands emitted an intense light, making its body vanish instantly. Xiao Yuan dumbly looked at the beam of light. It felt familiar, resembling Yangshi's instant illusion. Previously, Shang Qingshi could only succeed once out of 20 attempts, but under this crisis, he managed to unleash his potential. Opening his mouth, Xiao Yuan was about to speak when Shang Qingshi quickly supported him, asking, "Are you okay?" Under the effect of the blood spring, the wound on his chest was slowly healing, though it still appeared horrifyingly bloody. "I'm fine," he said. "Illusory magic won't hold it for long, teacher. Cast your strongest spell. Should it break through, I will buy you enough time." The most powerful spell currently within Shang Qingshi's arsenal was the Lo Sui Pavilion Smoke Strength Formation. However, the duration required to cast Smoke Strength was too long, and Shang Qingshi feared Xiao Yuan wouldn't be able to hold out. As if sensing his worry, Xiao Yuan took his hand. "Teacher, have faith, I will not go back on my word. Even if I die today, I will protect you. After all, time waits for no one." Shang Qingshi did not hesitate long. Taking a deep breath, he gripped his staff, forming the array as white patterns traced themselves underfoot. Chapter 207, Promotion. Taking advantage of the moment before the demon seed emerged from the illusion, Xiao Yuan inquired within his mind Si Mingdu about what exactly the so-called Zoe phone was. "This thing has no brain, cannot think independently, and only knows how to kill. Unless it's dead, its attacks will never stop. You'd better pray you can defeat it in one strike, otherwise, both you and Shang Qingyi will die here today. Now he understood. Xiao Yuan instinctively glanced in the direction of Shang Qingyi. The demon seed was too fast, he couldn't be sure if he could hold it off. So he decided to deliberately expose a flaw, diverting all the demon seed's attention towards himself. Xiao Yuan moved farther away, almost standing at the edge of the cliff. He gathered demonic energy at his fingertips and released a hint of the blood spring's aura, ensuring that when the demon seed got close to him, it would sense this aura, while Shang Qingyi far away wouldn't notice it. The snow and wind above gradually twisted, rippling like water, signaling that the illusion spell couldn't hold on much longer. Even though Xiao Yuan had expected as much, the speed of the demon seed was still ghost-like, leaving him insufficient time to react, with a bloody gash clawed into his back. The demon seed's gaze locked onto Shang Qingyi. Suddenly, as if sensing something, it stiffly turned its head, twitched its nose, sniffing the faint aroma emanating from Xiao Yuan. Even though its mind was completely blank, the innate instincts of the demon seed made it covetous of this particular scent. It yearned desperately to obtain it. Thus, the demon seed's full focus fell upon Xiao Yuan, ignoring Shang Qingyi altogether. It roared, causing wind and snow around it to coalesce into ice spikes that it hurled towards Xiao Yuan. As the latter employed spiritual energy to shield himself and raised his sword for defense, managing to block most of the assault, some of the ice spikes managed to pierce through his protective barrier, grazing his face and arms, leaving thin scars. Yet the demon seed's attack never ceased, flapping its wings and charging towards Xiao Yuan again. In an instant, Xiao Yuan lost his balance and almost got knocked off the 10,000-foot cliff by its massive body. Regaining stability just barely, he slashed with his Frost Descent sword toward the extended hand that sought to gouge out his heart. The Frost Descent sword was incredibly sharp. Without scales for protection, the wound carved deep to the bone. But what flowed out wasn't blood, but rather purple mist. Xiao Yuan avoided the mist but couldn't escape the other hand extended toward him by the demon seed. The hand, laced with demonic energy, effortlessly pierced through cloth and flesh. The demon seed grinned with excitement. However, in the next moment, its grin froze. Initially aiming to puncture Xiao Yuan's heart, now it seemed as though there was some sort of suction force there, swiftly siphoning off the demonic energy surrounding it. Trying to pull its hand back proved futile. No matter what, the hand was as if firmly anchored to the opponent's chest, making all attempts useless. Furious with embarrassment, the demon seed bit down on Xiao Yuan's neck, intending to twist off his head. At this moment, the weather dramatically shifted, and suddenly Xiao Yuan disappeared beside it. In his place was the Frost Descent sword, transforming the neck it had bitten into the hard blade of the Frost Descent sword. With its non-existent brain, it couldn't figure out how this had happened. It let go of the sword and then saw white patterns spread beneath its feet. These patterns morphed into a colossal ice dragon that tightly entwined around it, leaving no way to retreat except breaking through from above. However, just as it tried to fly, a giant phoenix bird descended from the sky, directly slamming it back into the tightly coiled ice dragon. After having most of its demonic energy extracted by Xiao Yuan, it had no power left to resist. It struggled to open its wings to prevent being crushed. But such feeble effort paled before the great ice dragon, which only squeezed tighter. Blood poured out from all 7 orifices, and the poison concealed within the array seeped in through wounds, spreading throughout its body and paralyzing it entirely. When the smoke gang array finally dissipated, it was left gasping for breath, trapped on the spot. Clearly, its wing bones were broken entirely, and its whole body lay in a distorted shape. Its regal and exquisite purple eyes were wide open, seemingly unable to comprehend why it had lost. Its fingers twitched, attempting to stand. The intent in its heart told it that it must kill these 2 people. Seeing this, Shang Qingyi ignored the gravely injured Xiao Yuan nearby, approaching the demon seed, picking up the Frost Descent sword, and plunging it into its heart. Panicked, he missed his target slightly, leaving the demon seed still alive. It bellowed loudly toward him. He drew his sword again and with all his might, plunged it into the demon seed. This time, he struck true. The demon seed opened its mouth wide in agony but emitted no sound. Its body decayed rapidly, leaving behind a pile of dry bones, from which emerged a small, purple magic core. Shang Qingyi carefully stored it away. As he turned around, he suddenly sensed a strange change happening to his body. He looked up to the sky, seeing a beam of light piercing through the clouds and falling straight onto him. This was the promotion to a nascent soul. It had never come at other times, yet now of all moments it decided to arrive. Xiao Yuan was severely injured, and during his promotion phase, he would be unable to protect himself. If another demon seed appeared at this time, both of them would certainly meet their end. But there was no way for him to halt the process. His body felt as if it were sinking into warm water, and his heavy eyelids closed. Cold winds whipped around, carrying frost and snow howling past, accompanied by hissing sounds. Xiao Yuan summoned back the Frost Descent sword beside the pile of dry bones and struggled to his feet. The wounds on his body had already healed. The demonic energy extracted earlier from the demon seed now roamed chaotically within him like headless flies, but it was quickly tamed by his mutated fire spiritual root and integrated into his bloodstream. His head inexplicably throbbed with dizziness. Touching it with his hand, he unexpectedly felt something sharp and hard. Looking into the reflection of the blade, he clearly saw horns growing from his head. Together with the pair of wings hidden behind him, it made him look exactly like a 6-winged Huayo dragon. But there was no time to dwell on the horns because the glow from Shang Qingyi's promotion had alarmed the nearby demon seeds. They gathered together and began tentatively approaching step by step. Xiao Yuan wiped the blood off his face, picked up his sword, and allowed the demonic energy coursing through him to emanate freely. Demon seeds depended on demonic energy to determine strength and weakness, and this overwhelming aura caused them to hesitate, too frightened to move forward. At the same time, fire blazed in Xiao Yuan's palm. His face showed no extra emotion, only the cold, black eyes bore a lethal intent. Want to live? Then back off. His voice carried to every demon seed present. Some were scared away, while others remained rooted to the spot, neither daring to advance nor willing to give up, frozen in hesitation. One demon seed, thinking itself brave, attempted to step forward, only to be restrained by its companion. Are you crazy? Look at his horns, that's a 6-winged Huayo dragon. Chapter 208, Origin Baby. In the demon realm, if any creature's name contains the character, dragon, they are descendants of the dragon god. The dragon is lustful beyond measure, mating with all sorts of mixed and disorderly creatures, giving birth to various kinds of chaotic offspring. But the dragon god is the strongest being between heaven and earth, its bloodline powerful. Even if its descendants inherit only a tiny bit of its bloodline, they can still dominate in the demon realm. Among them, the 6-winged Huiyu dragon is considered one of those who inherited a relatively complete bloodline. It has dragon horns and dragon claws, with its body covered in dragon scales. From afar, it looks like a dragon with 6 protruding wings. The last few demon species that knew better than to mess with him were scared off, leaving only a few unintelligent ones, akin to the childhood phase of demon species. They rushed over, but Xiao Yuan simply used fire to burn them, making their behinds smoke as they fled while furiously slapping their own backsides. All returned to quietness around them. Xiao Yuan could no longer hold on, collapsing into the vast expanse of white snow. He said to Mingdu, "There's half a hidden saying left to conceal these horns. Tell me quickly. Why should I? I let you get the power of the Mystic Empress, and you took it, then turned around and gave it to Shang Qingyi. That's something I haven't yet confronted you about." Xiao Yuan had no time to argue with it. "Don't you always think Master knows I absorbed the blood spring and would kill me? If you don't tell me, when he finishes his advancement, neither of us will have any good outcomes. Then why don't you stab him? Cultivators are at their weakest during their advancement. Even if you twist his head off, he wouldn't have any ability to fight back. Mingdu laughed carelessly. Plus, given my current control over this body, once you die, I can immediately take over. Although I might not be able to beat Xuefeng, taking on a freshly advanced Shang Qingji would be more than enough. Are you sure? Xia Luyuan smiled. I've taken an origin spirit oath never to harm him in this life. Otherwise, I'll die utterly, dissipating into nothing. Although Mingdu didn't swear the oath, as long as there remains a thread of Xia Luyuan's origin spirit in this body, the oath will manifest its effects. Even if it occupies this body, it would take at least 10 days to half a month to completely eradicate Xia Luyuan's residual origin spirit. Mingdu fell silent. After a long time, it finally told him the remaining half of the saying with great reluctance. Following it, Xia Luyuan tentatively reached out to touch his forehead, and indeed, the two horns vanished. With his final strength, he cast a sword formation around Shang Qingji. Any demon within range would trigger the sword formation, killing the demon and waking him up. Having done that, he fell in the icy wasteland and slept soundly. 5 full days later, Shang Qingji finally finished advancing. Opening his eyes, he saw the sweeping snowstorm, somewhat surprised, not having thought he could come through the advancement unscathed. Looking down at Xia Luyuan by his side, his navy blue robe was torn both front and back from the demon's claws, revealing a snow-white inner garment dyed red with blood. His expression was weary, even in sleep, his brows still furrowed with unease. The long lashes, like crow feathers, trembled slightly, casting a faint shadow over his eyes. Shang Qingji poked his face. No response. Trying again, he undid Xia Luyuan's collar to check. Strangely, the wounds were fully healed, without even a trace of a scar. Just as his hand was reaching towards the back of the collar, wanting to see the wound on Xia Luyuan's back, the latter suddenly woke up, hastily covering his clothes so Shang Qingji wouldn't see the patterns extending from his back to his neck. So much strength behind it that Shang Qingji couldn't open his clothes, but Xia Luyuan's voice was extremely weak. Master, your advancement is complete? Shang Qingji felt curious and asked, why shouldn't I look? All my injuries are healed, Xia Luyuan replied vaguely, reaching out to fiddle with Shang Qingji's clothes. Rather, did Master sustain any injuries? Doing this, cold wind rushed into the gaps of Shang Qingji's clothing, causing him to sneeze. He hurriedly said, all right, I won't look at you anymore, and you stop messing with my clothes. Finally getting past this, Xia Luyuan carefully wrapped Shang Qingji's fox fur cloak tightly, ensuring there wasn't the slightest gap. Only then did he audaciously rub Shang Qingji's head. Then, Master, let's go to another cliff. Without needing directions, Shang Qingji, now possessing the special perception of the nascent origin baby stage, could locate the specific position of the cliff. Step by step, they arrived at their destination. After thoroughly searching, they found not even a trace of supreme frost essence flower, there wasn't even a blade of grass growing on the cliff walls. Under the endless wind and snow, Shang Qingji and Xia Luyuan spent another 5 days, locating around 20 cliffs in total. The moment they spotted the frost spirit flower, all their hardships and weariness seemed to vanish. Xia Luyuan carefully picked the flower, wrapped it in icy flames, and stored it gently into his holding ring. Finally, they could make their way back. Shang Qingji's mind was clearly still numb from the cold. In order to return faster, Xia Luyuan carried him on his back and stepped boldly into the fierce wind and snow. As soon as they left the place of extreme cold, a series of bright light screens from Lingxiao mirror lit up before them. These were messages sent by Mu Shen. Mu Shen, Elder Fengyang has disappeared. Before he left, he asked me to bring some chicken soup to his room, but the soup has gone sour and he hasn't returned to drink it. Mu Shen, fortunately, the master of Luo Shui Pavilion managed to ascend to great multiplication stage and injured Wei Chongyue. They probably won't dare to cause trouble for now. Mu Shen, today is the 5th day since you, master, have left. Elder Fengyang still hasn't returned. Mu Shen, today is the 7th day since your departure, master. The disciples sent out to search for Elder Fengyang have returned empty-handed. Shang Qingji hadn't fully recovered from the cold when he was suddenly hit with these messages, widening his eyes. How could Elder Fengyang be missing? He felt worried inside. Even if he couldn't defeat Wei Chongyue, he certainly had the ability to escape. There's no reason he'd just vanish like this without a sound. Upon hearing this, Xia Luyuan also took out his Lingxiao mirror to check. There were quite a few people still in the group chat, meaning that Elder Fengyang was still alive. He held Shang Qingji's hand and consoled him quietly, "Teacher, don't worry too much. Trust Elder Fengyang, whatever he encounters, he'll surely find a way to handle it himself." At this very moment, inside the Fu Huan secret realm, Fengyang was with a young girl. Big brother, the little girl had big, round eyes and sweetly called out to him, "Come with me, I've prepared a surprise for you." Fengyang nodded and followed her behind. Up ahead, an abnormal shine flickered, gradually forming a gate. If he stepped through that gate, the trial within the secret realm would be deemed a failure, and his cultivation level would drop directly from the great multiplication stage back to the infant soul stage. But he didn't even have time to think about anything else. He simply stared blankly at the little girl and followed her without hesitation. His foot was already halfway over the threshold. Chapter 209, The Swimming Fish. At this moment, the red mark on his brow emerged, transforming into the shape of a swimming fish and pushing his body backward slightly. Caught off guard, he stumbled back a few steps while the young girl in front of him continued urging, "Big brother, why haven't you come yet?" Feng Yang stared blankly at the young girl. She was fair-skinned and blinked with beautiful eyes, smiling warmly and innocently. Her actions did not pause, she kept beckoning Feng Yang towards the gate. Feng Yang called out to her, "Sister." "It's me, big brother," the young girl responded naturally, "come quickly. Just go through here, and you will see the surprise I've prepared for you." "No, you're not her," Feng Yang suddenly snapped back to reality, lowering his head and looking at the red swimming fish lying quietly in his palm before speaking. The girl tilted her head, and her figure crumbled beneath Feng Yang's eyes, turning into a pile of ash. The glowing door also gradually became silent, leaving no light around them, so dark that it was pitch black. Instinctively, Feng Yang touched the tooth marks on his arm. However, after entering the Great Multiplication period, all but scars made by special instruments would be automatically healed. The tooth marks were just those he had bitten himself, now his arms were smooth, without a trace. A little light reappeared from a distance, growing stronger and brighter, ultimately illuminating the entire space as bright as daylight. Feng Yang instinctively raised his hand to block the light. When he lowered his hand, he found the scene before him was Lingshao's sect from long ago. As a child, Shang Qingshi accidentally fell into the river and got furious after being fished out. She had people fill up the river and convert it into a small garden. But now, Feng Yang saw the slowly flowing stream again and two figures walking from afar. It was clearly him and young Shang Qingshi. In front of her, he always unconsciously lowered his stance, gently coaxing softly, "Although you haven't learned how to control water magic yet, don't lose heart. Once we return to the Eternal Life Hall, I will teach you again patiently, and surely you'll succeed in casting it." Back then, he was only focused on talking and didn't see Shang Qingshi's expression. However, now, Feng Yang, observing from a third-party perspective, clearly saw the resentment and bitterness written all over Shang Qingshi's young but stunning face. Such a grotesque expression on a child was enough to make Feng Yang shudder involuntarily. Then, Shang Qingshi imperceptibly slowed her steps, moving behind him, silently pushing him while mouthing a silent sentence. That sentence was, "Go die." Struck like being hit by lightning, Feng Yang stood rooted to the spot for a long time, unable to regain consciousness from the shock. Wei Chongyue really hadn't deceived him. Young Shang Qingshi indeed harbored thoughts of killing him. He sucked in a cold breath. With a piercing scream, the surrounding scenery changed rapidly. There were scenes of Shang Qingshi throwing poisonous snakes and dead rats into his blanket. Shang Qingshi intentionally tearing up his martial arts scrolls and throwing them into the fireplace. Shang Qingshi coming to his room with a knife when he ascended in rank, stopped just in time by the former sect master. All signs indicated that he went all out to take care of Shang Qingshi, yet she showed no gratitude whatsoever. The turning point was the day the former sect master and his wife flew away. After losing their backing, Shang Qingshi was cornered in the Eternal Life Hall by disciples who once bullied her, discussing together. "Since his mouth is so venomous, let's sew it shut with needles. She loves to meddle with her hands, so let's cut them off. I hate her eyes most. She always looks down on others arrogantly, thinking she's better than everyone else. Without your sect leader father, what are you? You deserve to crawl under my legs like a dog." Shang Qingshi wanted to resist, but her feeble efforts sank without a ripple. She cried, tears streaming down her face. But her hands slowly dropped, seemingly resigned. The disciples wielded knives, pointing at her body but did not end up cutting. They looked at each other knowingly and whistled appreciatively. For no other reason. Shang Qingshi was venomous, but her face was too beautiful. Especially now, looking pitiful with tear-streaked cheeks, submissive and helpless, it stirred something beastly within them. Just as they reached out their inappropriate hands, Feng Yang appeared. Successive cries of pain echoed, those disciples sprawled haphazardly on the ground. Feng Yang took Shang Qingshi's hand, leading her into the hall, using a handkerchief to carefully wipe the tears from her face. At this moment, Shang Qingshi seemed to have finally noticed. Feng Yang was different from the others. His kindness towards him was more like making up for someone else who was no longer around. As long as he shed a few tears, put on a wronged appearance, and tossed out a little favor, Feng Yang would obediently follow his commands, pledging his loyalty and allegiance without hesitation. So he calmly handed over the affairs of Lingshao's sect to Feng Yang. "I don't understand any of this, so I leave it to you." And once Feng Yang left, he revealed a malicious smile, muttering mockingly, "Idiot." Feng Yang watched all this unfold, his fists slowly clenching and then loosening again. The red swimming fish seemed restless, fluttering quickly before his eyes, but he stared blankly ahead as if unable to see it anymore. That glowing door brightened again, and the young girl reappeared in front of him. "Big brother," she called softly, "throughout all these years, he never treated you as a human being. We are the true family. Follow me, and I'll take you to the pure land of bliss, where there will be no pain. We can live happily ever after together." Saying this, she extended her hand, her beautiful large eyes brimming with anticipation. The pure land of bliss, huh? Feng Yang fixed his gaze on her palm and reached out his hand. The red swimming fish made one last attempt to stop him. It sensed the presence of Feng Yang's thunder spirit root within his dantian. Lightning surged through Feng Yang's body, causing him immense pain. He withdrew his hand, his vision temporarily cleared, and he saw the red swimming fish anxiously flicking its tail beside him. No, he cupped the swimming fish into his palm and whispered faintly, it was through the power of the demon pill and the former sect master's legacy that I ascended to great multiplication. I cannot afford to fail, or there will be no chance for advancement in this lifetime. This wasn't the most crucial point. What mattered was that this mark of the swimming fish had only appeared after he entered the great multiplication period. Residual traces of his sister's soul must have remained within it, explaining why it repeatedly helped him. If he regressed back to nascent soul stage, the mark would vanish along with his sister. He could not allow such an event to occur. Feng Yang raised his eyes, firmly locking them onto the young girl. Stop trying to bewitch me, imposter. Chapter 210 Benevolent Eyebrows and Kind Eyes. The little girl turned into a shadow, her voice becoming ethereal and melodious, indistinguishable as male or female. It asked, don't you have even an ounce of hatred in your heart? Shang Qingshi has played you around, don't you want to take revenge on him? It wanted to glimpse hatred between Feng Yang's eyebrows, just half a bit would be fine. But unexpectedly, his expression was calm, showing no emotion. Feng Yang closed his eyes briefly, even if he plays me, what can I do? Even if it's for the gratitude of saving the former sect leader's life, I should use this life to protect his son. He paused for a moment, looked up at the gray sky, and besides, if it weren't for the sect leader, I wouldn't have had the courage to keep living long ago. What he said was true. If the former sect leader hadn't shown him the infant Shang Qingshi, if at that time Shang Qingshi didn't smile at him, perhaps he would have consumed himself in guilt long ago and followed his younger sister. Suddenly, Feng Yang remembered something from long ago, when he and the former sect leader stood by the square watching Shang Qingshi sleeping in a corner. The former sect leader suddenly asked him, Feng Yang, if in the future you marry and have a child, and that child turns out to be a naturally evil soul, what would you do? How did he respond back then? He said, I will teach him well. Since he is naturally an evil soul, we'll nurture him with much love. It's like cultivating flowers on barren land, irrigation will eventually make beautiful flowers bloom. Frankly speaking, he had always treated Shang Qingshi as a younger brother. No matter how undutiful the younger brother may be, as an older brother, he will still accept all his bad behavior. Seeing Feng Yang completely unmoved, after thinking for a moment, the shadow directed its gaze to the red fish on Feng Yang's palm and asked again, in your heart, who is more important, your younger sister or Shang Qingshi? Are you trying to stir trouble? Feng Yang smiled, then you're mistaken. My younger sister is the best girl in the world. Even though other children mocked her for having an ugly mute brother, she never despised me. She still likes me. She won't become estranged from me just because of these few words. As he spoke, the red fish returned to Feng Yang's brow. His eyes remained clear, unaffected by the secrets of the realm. The shadow nodded, seemingly satisfied with his firm character. Then it cursed with gritted teeth, that damn Wei Chongyue, unstable in disposition and character, insists on testing people again and again. He couldn't try himself successfully, so he hid the secret realm, not letting others attempt it either. But then it sighed in relief, its tone lightening, I'm finally free. After you ascend, if you ever meet my disciple, please tell him that his master indeed wronged him, and that the master owes him. Looking around, there was no one else. Clearly, those words were meant for Feng Yang. Frowning slightly, Feng Yang asked, who is your disciple? The shadow dissipated completely. At the same time, an ethereal voice fell upon Feng Yang's ear. Shang Jincheng. Feng Yang's face froze in astonishment. Before he could ask anything else, there was already no remaining trace around him. Closing his eyes, he attempted to sense the other's presence. Suddenly, something lightly touched his hand. Assuming it was the shadow from before, but upon turning his head, he saw a translucent body of an unfamiliar teenage girl, about 17 or 18 years old. Her features seemed familiar. Are you the shadow from earlier? Feng Yang questioned. Hands on her hips, the girl feigned anger, you've actually forgotten me. Staring at her characteristic movement, Feng Yang was rooted to the spot. He realized whose features this girl resembled, almost 90% like the little fish, except slightly matured, with the arc at the corners of her eyes slightly upward curving, laughing eyes resembling crescent moons. Lost in thought, the girl slowly leaned over to whisper in his ear, calling, brother. These two words made the already rigid Feng Yang even more disoriented, feeling as if nailed to the spot, unable to move. Brother, why are you still stunned? The girl pointed towards the sky, the lightning calamity is coming. As long as you get through it successfully, we can ascend together. Seeming not to hear her, Feng Yang stared dumbly at her. She pouted, displaying an expression of confusion, didn't the former sect leader of the merchant clan ever tell you? A sliver of my soul remains in the thunder spirit root. Once your cultivation reaches the required level, you'll be able to see me. After finishing, she muttered again. It should be that he was afraid you would become too eager for quick gains and cause a disaster, so he withheld the truth from you. I've always been in the spiritual route, watching you transform from a steady and reliable older brother into someone who only knows how to whip others. It really made me furious. Fortunately, you returned to the right path, and seeing everyone in Lingxia sect respect and like you makes me happy as well. Just now in the secret realm, I was truly scared to death. There were such obvious traps that you didn't even notice. Luckily, I used all my strength to pull you back, otherwise, by now your cultivation level would have dropped to that of a foundation establishment stage practitioner, and we wouldn't be able to speak. She had said so much, yet Feng Yang remained silent. Reaching out to touch her, his fingers merely passed through her transparent spirit body. Disappointment clouded his features as he muttered softly, "Is it an evil illusion? What kind of evil illusion looks like me?" The young girl protested angrily. "I'm really Xiao Yu. Once you ascend, I'll be able to appear before you in physical form. However, at that time, you must share a bit of your lifespan with me. My request isn't extravagant, just living for 10 or 20 years would be fine." Feng Yang looked around. Clearly, this was Mount Xingyang Palace, outside Fu Huan's secret realm. He finally chose to believe that all this wasn't an evil illusion, not a mirage, but truly happening. "All yours," he firmly declared, "my lifespan is all yours. As long as you desire it, I'll give you everything. It's still too early to talk about these things." The girl pointed toward the sky, somewhat concerned. "We can discuss all this after successfully enduring the lightning calamity." Feng Yang gazed in the direction she pointed. Rosy clouds filled the sky, indicating clear weather, yet it carried the ominous calm before a storm. Rumbles echoed from above as though some hidden entity lurked behind the clouds, ready to descend and change the skies. Lowering his head, he glanced tenderly at the young girl and asked softly, "Xiao Yu, are you afraid?" "Not at all," she replied with a gentle smile, obediently snuggling close to him, her eyes brimming with trust. "Wherever brother is, Xiao Yu will be there too." It was just like that nursery rhyme she loved humming when she was younger. Little fish, where do you swim? Your tail sways gently till the end of your stream. The sky vast blue, mist wide grey. This heart's at peace, here stays my stay. Chapter 211, Brother. She embraced Feng Yang as her fragmented soul returned to the lay spirit root within him, and together they faced the upcoming celestial thunder tribulation. The earth shook violently, and a grey dust covered the land. The rosy clouds had dispersed, leaving the sky hazy and misty. Birds and beasts fled in panic, their cries echoing continuously in everyone's ears. The first heavenly thunder descended, striking directly at Feng Yang. More lightning followed, converging from all directions onto him. At that time, his 5 organs and 6 viscera would be scorched, his body shattered, while his spirit undergoes purification, growing powerful enough to pierce through the time corridor and enter another world. Few can endure the pain of forsaking one's physical form. The dark shadow in the secret realm was testing Feng Yang's mental fortitude, likely to determine if he is indecisive or not. However, Feng Yang has always been merciless since he was young, merciless to others, but even more so to himself. Even when he was an ordinary human, he could quietly cut off his own finger to achieve his goals. Now, being struck by lightning was merely a trivial matter for him since enduring it would let him reunite with his younger sister. He longed for this outcome. His body floated in the air, surrounded by radiant thunderlight. The great commotion at the old site of Xingyang Palace drew a large crowd to witness it. Everyone initially thought this disturbance was caused by Wei Chongyue, causing them deep concern. But upon looking inside the thunderclouds, they realized it was Feng Yang, thus they exhaled with relief. "This is Elder Feng Yang from Lingxiao sect. Quickly inform their sect leader, he is ascending." People scrambled frantically, some sending messages, others expressing awe. Still others, fearing that the rolling thunders might strike them, suppressed their curiosity and hesitantly watched from a distance. Mingzhu was busy refining medicine, Shang Qingshi only brought Xia Luyuan and Yunheng along. By the time they arrived here, it was already 2 days later. The thunder calamity had ended. Feng Yang's body remained suspended mid-air, motionless. Surrounding mountains were filled with people, none daring to approach. Xia Luyuan said, "They say those who ascend will discard their bodies. Is Elder Feng done ascending?" "Perhaps not." Yunheng placed his hand over his eyes and squinted far away, enthusiastically saying, "There's also the possibility of failing the ascension and being killed by the thunder." In the air, Feng Yang's fingers moved slightly. Realizing this, Yunheng quickly corrected himself, "But what kind of person is the elder? How could his ascension fail? You two stay here obediently. I'll go take a look." Shang Qingshi wasn't quite at ease. Relying on the floating ability of the nascent Yuan infant cultivators, she reached Feng Yang without needing a flying sword. Up close, the intense smell of burning wafted over. Feng Yang had his eyes tightly shut, the skin revealed was almost completely charred, raw and bloody with no intact place left. As Shang Qingshi questioned whether Yunheng's jinx took effect, a glowing wall suddenly lit up around them, creating a protective barrier isolating both her and Feng Yang from outsiders' view. Leader sect. Feng Yang opened his eyes. Despite his body being severely damaged, his gaze remained clear. He softly called out. "There's only one step left before ascending. Once I abandon this physical body, successfully pass through the Rainbow Gate and Time Channel, I'll have completed it smoothly." Upon hearing this, Shang Qingshi put her heart at rest and nodded, "Perhaps there you can find my parents." "Not just that," Feng Yang continued, "there's also your sister. She'll accompany me there too. That would be even better. Seeing him alter the grim fate set out for him in the original storyline brought genuine comfort to Shang Qingxi's heart. Feng Yang further said, Wei Chongyue led me to Fu Wan's secret realm, where I must follow the guidance for ascending, otherwise, I'll face backlash, my divine soul and mortal self extinguished. From here on, I can no longer walk alongside you. That's fine, Shang Qingxi shook her head at him, I've mentioned before, it's solely because of the life-saving grace extended by my father that you've gone to such lengths for me. This shows true kindness and duty, and I deeply appreciate all the companionship you've given these past years. Feng Yang gazed at Shang Qingxi. He intentionally allowed her to come near him. If she were still like when they were children, intent on seeing him dead, now would be the perfect chance. But even with such obvious vulnerabilities, Shang Qingxi didn't make a move, instead standing quietly and conversing with him. The images seen in the secret realm, along with Wei Chongyue's words, seemed irrelevant to Feng Yang. He considered all events as merely mischievous antics from his younger brother during childhood. After pondering for a while, Feng Yang started reminding Shang Qingxi about matters after his departure. The weather's gradually turning colder. Remember to dress warmly, leader sect, and don't catch a chill. When you sleep at night, you can grab Yunheng's chicken to keep you warm. I can't sense Wei Chongyue's presence now, and there isn't enough time to find him. I can't help you deal with him, so be very careful. Has Luo Qijing already reached the Great Enlightenment? You can use Su Luo and Yan Ning as excuses and have him serve as a free bodyguard for Lingxiao sect for a while. After I die, I will condense my blood, flesh, and spiritual power into an inheritance pill. You must absorb it as soon as possible, striving to advance to the Great Enlightenment early. Once that happens, Wei Chongyue won't be able to pose a threat to you anymore. And there's more. He kept rambling on endlessly. Shang Qingxi listened quietly, occasionally nodding her head to indicate she wasn't distracted and would follow through on his words. When the first light of dawn appeared and a rainbow showed up overhead, Feng Yang finally paused in his speech, surprised, the rainbow gate has appeared. He closed his eyes, his body seemingly drained dry in an instant, collapsing silently onto the ground. Shang Qingxi watched as two translucent souls emerged from his body. Feng Yang, holding hands with a delicate girl, swiftly moved towards the glowing portal of the rainbow gate. Though she should congratulate him, her heart felt empty, like something was missing. It seemed like it might be a long time before she would see Feng Yang again. Worse yet, if she never ascended herself in the future, this could be their final farewell. A flood of emotions clogged her throat, and Shang Qingxi understood clearly that if she didn't speak certain things now, there may never be another opportunity. She took a deep breath and shouted towards Feng Yang's fading figure, brother. At that moment, Feng Yang hesitated mid-step in the sky and turned around, a look of astonishment in his eyes. This was the first time she had ever called him by those two simple characters, even when the previous sect leader had instructed her during her babyhood years, she had never done so. But then, Feng Yang smiled softly. Without formally addressing her as sect leader, he gestured warmly instead, saying, Qingxi, take care of yourself. As his words faded away, Feng Yang took the hand of the young girl, their silhouettes vanishing completely within the radiant glow of the rainbow gate. His corpse transformed into luminous specks, coalescing into a palm-sized bead within Shang Qingxi's hand. Chapter 212, Can I Still Come for a Free Meal? The furnace constitution was not yet cured, and the inner pellet could temporarily absorb very little spiritual energy. Shang Qingxi thought about it and placed the bead on top of his staff, replacing the inheritance bead that he had already used. The barrier dissipated, and the people outside only saw Shang Qingxi standing in place while Feng Yang had vanished without a trace. They looked around left and right, voicing their doubts. Where is he? Did he just ascend? Weren't they saying that ascending individuals can leave behind an inheritance bead? How come there's nothing? Of course, they couldn't see. Because the staff along with the bead had already been carefully stored by Shang Qingxi. He flashed over to Xia Luyuan and Yunheng's side, his robes flowing gracefully like clouds descending from the heavens. Xia Luyuan asked, Master, what did Elder say to you? Yunheng also leaned in curiously, asking, Elder only spoke to you, did he leave no message for us? That was a good question. Feng Yang seemed to have really left nothing for them. Just as he was about to open his mouth, something plummeted directly down. Shang Qingxi reached out to catch it, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the storage ring that Feng Yang had previously worn. He held the ring in his palm and probed with his divine sense into the item stored inside, subsequently stunned. Feng Yang truly kept his talents hidden. Inside the ring were many cultivation techniques, as well as a thick manual titled, Precautions for Taking Care of the Sect Leader. But what most captivated Shang Qingxi was a large box. He didn't know exactly what was inside. But this was clearly not a suitable place to open the box. Shang Qingxi beckoned his two disciples, let's go back to Lingxiao sect and talk about it later. After they left, the people around thoroughly searched the entire Xinjiang mountain range but found nothing left behind by Feng Yang. Everyone sighed deeply. Knowing now, we should have taken advantage of the chaos and snatched that storage ring. Lingxiao sect has already produced 2 practitioners who ascended. That ring must contain some good stuff. I think your head's clouded with greed. The cultivation depth of sect leader Shang is unfathomable, and his 2 disciples beside him are prodigies. Would you, with just a foundation establishment cultivation base, dare to snatch their belongings? You probably wouldn't even last a single move from them before begging for mercy on your knees. A group of them bickered and argued, searching for much longer. They confirmed that there was nothing valuable left on the mountain, then dispersed reluctantly. By nightfall, the once bustling mountaintop was empty. In the air, a long blood-red fissure appeared, and Wei Chongyue emerged from it. His injuries hadn't healed yet, one hand guarding his chest, the other tightly gripping the dimmed key, his teeth nearly grinding apart. The trial that caused him 3 failures, Feng Yang managed to succeed at so effortlessly. Old bastard, why do you always leave the best things for others? I am your disciple too, so why won't you treat me better? He muttered, still refusing to find fault with himself and instead attributing everything to others. I was hoping you'd feel remorse and be willing to help me ascend. Yet in the end, you'd rather help Feng Yang than me. Could it be because of Feng Yang's relationship with Shang Jinchen? Why must you favor Shang Jinchen so much? Silence reigned all around, and no one answered his questions. After a long pause, he suddenly chuckled. His laughter echoed through the vast blackness, seeming sinister and eerie. Forget it. Someone like Feng Yang isn't worth my attention. Shang Qingxi, I'm somewhat curious, now that you're without a backing pillar, how do you intend to fight me with just a furnace constitution? But the most important thing now was to focus on recovering properly. Wei Chongyue emitted demonic qi throughout his body and disappeared into the void again. Upon returning to Lingxiao sect, Shang Qingxi's first action was to write letters to the various sects asking for their assistance in reconstructing the protective ancestral array. The original ancestral array was set up by Feng Yang in collaboration with the elder members. Now that he had ascended, the array had lost its support and had completely disappeared. Fortunately, Luo Qijing was still present in Lingxiao sect accompanying Su Luo and Yan Ning. Thus, during this period, Shang Qingxi was not worried about Wei Chongyue causing trouble. However, the ancestral array needed to be set up as soon as possible, otherwise, future security would be jeopardized. As the letters were sent out, within just 5 short days, numerous people arrived. Representative Wei Qioni from Chang'el sect, the master of Qinji sect whom Lin Jingyue had begged to come, the new master of Zhangqiong sect, the master of Luanshufeng sect, the master of Fuxing Zui Menglu sect, and even the deputy sect leader of Wanjian sect, who had been beaten by Feng Yang until saliva ran down his crooked neck, had brought along his talented younger brother with innate sword bones. With the younger brother with innate sword bones serving as the array core and the others assisting Luo Qijing, it didn't take long before a new ancestral array was successfully reconstructed. Yunheng was amazed. I've only heard of the 100 family rice, but this is the first time I've seen the 100 family sect protection formation. It's so powerful that Wei Chongyue would crack his head trying to get in. Indeed, it could effectively prevent Wei Chongyue from entering. However, in the future, any one of these people who operated the array could enter and exit Lingxiao sect at will, which was also a kind of hidden danger. But even if they harbored ill intentions, it was far less harmful than the damage Wei Chongyue could cause. Since they were willing to help, Shang Qingxi was also willing to trust them. To reward everyone, Shang Qingxi personally cooked a sumptuous lunch. The various abbots had already ceased eating long ago and had no desire for food, so even faced with this table full of delicious-looking dishes, they couldn't feel much interest. At this point, Yunheng was already chewing on a pig's trotter in one hand while quickly piling his bowl with food in the other. In no time, he had formed a small mountain in his bowl. Luo Qijing questioned curiously, Abbot Shang, does your disciple never get enough to eat? Even if he doesn't eat, he won't starve to death as he has reached the gold dan level, Wei Qioni answered while stuffing a piece of stir-fried lotus root into her mouth, then suddenly she nearly dropped her chopsticks in surprise. No, she said, when I participated in the cultivators' gathering, the food did not taste like this. The food back then was made by a chef, Yunheng mumbled through a mouthful of braised pork belly before answering unclearly, now it's made by our master. Can Abbot Shang actually cook? The abbot of Luanshufeng seemed to have discovered some earth-shattering secret. He originally had no appetite, but after hearing this, he became somewhat curious. When he put a piece of sweet and sour fish meat into his mouth, he immediately experienced a shockwave and handed his empty bowl to his nearby disciple, go and fetch me more rice. I want 3 bowls. The other abbots, seeing his reaction, couldn't help but grow somewhat curious and began picking up their chopsticks. Then, the table echoed with the clinking of chopsticks. Even Luo Qijing was lost in the allure of the delicious food, disregarding the dignity expected of the sole Grand Ascension cultivator, joining the vegetable-grabbing squad. After having their fill, the abbots of all the sects took their leave. Before departing, each of them looked back at Shang Qingxi with lingering affection, Master Shang, can we still come for a free meal? Chapter 213, Inheriting the Family Business. Shang Qingxi naturally welcomed everyone and gave each person a small piece of su bing as a keepsake. After the others left, only Luo Qijing remained. He was waiting for Mingzhu's medicinal pill to finish refining so he could take Su Luo and Yanning back to Luo Shui Pavilion. But Mingzhu had been in the Bamboo Grove house all day, with no sign of her progress from outside. Bored, Luo Qijing sipped on some clear tea and started talking about the past with Shang Qingxi. You probably don't know, he said, I almost became your father's junior apprentice. Is there such a thing? Shang Qingshi showed surprise on her face. Luo Qijing reminisced, your father's master, Xian Ji Zuns, was once the top independent cultivator in the cultivation world. He cultivated to the Yuaning stage using windwood dual spiritual roots, which is unprecedented. He longed for leisure all his life, and it was rare for him to accept apprentices. Unfortunately, I was eliminated and had to return to Luo Shui Pavilion, inheriting my parents' family business. Shang Qingshi pursed her lips. What an inheritance of family business. 3 years ago, when Shang Qingshi first met the current Luo Shui Pavilion headmaster, her impression of him was this, like a bright moon in the clouds, floating snow on the mountaintop, untouchable. However, after personal interaction, she found that this person was quite fun, and did not preach lessons in the way elders usually do. Shang Qingshi asked, apart from my father, who else did he take as a disciple? There's also Wei Chongyue, Luo Qijing shrugged, it proves that Zun's discernment was indeed sharp, both disciples turned out to be top talents in the cultivation world. Recalling how Wei Chongyue went mad in the demon realm earlier, Shang Qingshi asked again, I heard that Zun's favored my father, always ignoring Wei Chongyue. On the contrary, Luo Qijing shook his head, anybody with eyes can see that Xian Ji Zuns clearly treated Wei Chongyue like his own son, while your father was the one who was always overlooked. So, Wei Chongyue just got the upper hand and still complained. Clearly possessing everything, yet still dissatisfied. Shang Qingshi grew even more confused, and Luo Qijing, now opening up, continued telling stories. Because Zuns himself had windwood waste spiritual roots, he understood the importance of spiritual roots for the path of cultivation, hence showing special attention to Tian Ling Zhen Wei Chongyue, taking him everywhere, practically tying him to his waistband. For a long time, everyone thought he had only accepted one disciple. Your father was rash too. To gain the master's approval, at the age of 13, he ventured alone into the scattered poison cliffs, killed 3 demonic species, and captured 10,000-year-old black iron, leaving a deep impression on me at the age of 7 at the time. It was then that the master began to pay attention to him, helping forge the black iron into the frost-descending sword and pushing him to practice sword techniques every day. Unfortunately, just 2 short years later, your father and Wei Chongyue had a dispute. The master chose to stand by Wei Chongyue, leading to your father leaving in despair, founding his own school and establishing the Lingxiao sect. After he left, Wei Chongyue had no more concerns and exposed his competitive nature. His actions grew increasingly extreme, and he resorted to any means necessary, actually driving the master to death out of anger. At this point, Luo Qijing sighed deeply, in my opinion, Zuns would have been better off choosing me. Although my talent doesn't match either of his 2 apprentices, I have a broad-minded and optimistic personality. Even being stuck as number 2 for so long, I've never thought of retaliating against the world. Upon hearing this, Shang Qingshi couldn't help but look at the other's face. He looked radiant, full of energy, without any sign of depression from heart demons, it was indeed truthful. At this moment, a loud sound came from the bamboo forest house, and even bamboo leaves were blown into the sky. A thick plume of smoke rushed toward the heavens, mixed with a strange smell. Both immediately stopped their conversation and rushed over. During their walk, Luo Qijing furrowed his brows tightly, obviously fearing that her refinement would fail, ruining Su Luo's future. When they reached the hut, they found that half of the house had been charred. The fire burned onto the rain-drenched, not yet dry straw roof, causing the thick smoke to spread. Facing such a terrible scene, Luo Qijing couldn't help but clutch his fingers and mutter under his breath, did she fail? Just as he finished speaking, someone kicked open the wooden door. Mingzhu was tremblingly holding a small bottle in her hands, her voice hoarse, success. I've succeeded. Yet, her appearance was truly unbearable to look at, her hair was disheveled, her eyes surrounded by dark circles. Her goose-yellow clothes were scorched in parts and stained in blue-green patches. She appeared to have been drained of her vitality, looking like a wandering spirit. Seeing her expression, Luo Qijing revealed a skeptical look. Before he could speak, behind Mingzhu, 2 translucent souls suddenly appeared, standing to her left and right. One of them was an old man with an ethereal air around him. The other one was also an old man. One was dark, the other bright, as if the black and white constables had come to claim Mingzhu's life. Shang Qingshi and Luo Qijing immediately went on high alert. Sensing their unease, Mingzhu glanced back and explained, there's no need to be afraid. These are my 2 grandfathers. With their help, I was able to successfully refine the bone-melting spirit-dissolving liquid. Upon hearing this, Shang Qingshi understood that the 1 dark and 1 bright figures were residual souls residing in her ring. Then he took the medicine from her hand and said to Luo Qijing with a side glance, it's fine now. Let's go find Su Luo. He didn't forget to leave a parting message for Mingzhu, clearly, this place can't be lived in after being burnt like this. Go clean up, then take a good rest in the disciple quarters. I'll send someone later to fix this broken house. Alright, master, Mingzhu yawned widely. See you, master. After arriving at Su Luo's residence, Shang Qingshi fed her the medicine. At the same time, he let Luo Qijing assist with spiritual energy, channeling the liquid throughout Su Luo's body to clear out impurities as quickly as possible. Su Luo closed her eyes and slept soundly, the mark between her eyebrows had faded significantly and would soon be completely gone. Yan Ying, who was standing guard beside them, asked anxiously, is senior sister Luo all right? A physician who arrived checked Su Luo's pulse meticulously and replied, there is still some mild poison remaining, but there's nothing serious. She just needs to take some detoxifying pills of the Xian level or higher. I don't have any stock here, so we'd still need Mingzhu's help. Hearing this, Luo Qijing shook his head, there's no need to bother her. Our Luo Shui pavilion has a cultivation technique where after little Luo wakes up, she can detoxify herself using the water spiritual root within her body. Is there such a technique? Shang Qingshi was extremely curious. Luo Qijing didn't notice the change in his expression. He stood up and bowed slightly, thank you, sect leader Shang, for taking care of my 2 disciples and assisting Mingzhu with her pill refining. Once I return to Luo Shui pavilion, I will prepare a generous gift to reciprocate Lingxiao's sect's favor. Chapter 214, Amiable Mentor. It sounded like an empty promise. Shang Qingshi wasn't interested in his so-called generous gifts but stared straight at him instead. Luo Qijing finally noticed the other party's gaze and, after hesitating for a moment, asked, President Shang, is there anything you would like to say to me? Shang Qingshi nodded, could we have a private word? So the two went to the tree outside the house together. The moment they stood, Shang Qingshi beat around the bush, can your technique purify any kind of poison? Of course. Luo Qijing was evidently very confident in his own technique, and this technique becomes stronger as the practitioner's cultivation increases. Once someone advances to the great multiplication stage, it can even help purify devilish energy, which is why I appear to be completely unaffected by heart demons. He bragged about his technique like it could do wonders. But from the actual situation, this technique couldn't purify Su Luo's acquired alchemical constitution and thus had no chance against Shang Qingxi's innate one. But he mentioned that this thing could purify devilish qi. Shang Qingxi thought of his recent nightmares and couldn't help but develop a yearning for this technique. As if sensing his longing in his eyes, Luo Qijing stepped back and said indifferently, this is the secret of the Luo Shui pavilion not passed on externally. Even if your apprentice has done me a life-saving favor, I don't. Before he finished, Shang Qingxi directly interrupted him, mentor. Luo Qijing was stunned. After opening and closing his mouth for a while, he eventually managed to incredulously utter, what did you just call me? Aren't you the one who almost became my father's junior brother? Shang Qingxi respectfully called out, mentor. The long-standing regret of not being able to become senior Xian Ji's disciple seemed instantly made up. Luo Qijing's gradually rising smile couldn't be suppressed, and with a big wave of his hand, he said, isn't it just a technique? Anyway, I only have 2 more years to live, so if you want it, take it. Thank you, mentor. Shang Qingxi looked at him expectantly, continuing to persuade, I didn't get to interact with you before and assumed that people of your great cultivation wouldn't bother with us younger ones. Who would have thought that once I started interacting with you, I realized how easygoing and approachable you are. Even though Luo Qijing was already used to flattery, the praise from Shang Qingxi still made his heart leap for joy. Shang Qingxi pressed his advantage, since both mentor and I are Dharma cultivators and have water elemental roots, this must be our destined bond. If I can receive mentor's guidance, surely my future cultivation path will also become easier. Lecturing might not count, but I do have some other techniques that I can give you, Luo Qijing gave generously, stuffing thick stacks of scrolls into Shang Qingxi's arms including that purification technique. Shang Qingxi received them with gratitude. Watching Luo Qijing take Su Luo and Yan Ning away, leaving Lingxiao sect, Shang Qingxi then quickly returned to the Hall of Eternal Life. There, among the pile of books, he chose what he liked, and then took everything out of Fenyang's storage ring. He then used the Lingxiao mirror to notify Mu Shen and the 3 direct disciples. After they arrived, he let them choose whatever they wished. Mu Shen picked a technique for physical strengthening. Yunheng selected the now empty storage ring. Mingzhu grabbed a lot, intending to sell all of it later. Xia Luyuan had been the quickest since the start and had already taken Fenyang's left-behind book, Notes on Taking Care of the President, holding it tightly in his arms. As for the rest, Shang Qingxi instructed Mu Shen to take them to the cultivation hall for other disciples to select from. Once the items were moved out, the ground was left empty except for a large box taken out of Fenyang's storage ring. Too curious about what was inside, Shang Qingxi carefully lifted the lid. In an instant, densely packed paper cranes emerged and flew out through windows and doors. One crane landed in Shang Qingxi's palm. Upon unfolding it, he found it to be a letter written to him by Fenyang. This letter had definitely been written long ago. At the time, Fenyang had never considered the possibility of one day ascending to immortality. Thus, the first sentence read. President, by the time you read this letter, I am already dead. Shang Qingxi massaged his forehead, watching the other paper cranes disperse. By this number, Fenyang probably wrote to everyone in the Lingxiao sect, perhaps even those in menial cleaning jobs. Only when the last crane slowly floated out of the box did Shang Qingxi continue reading the letter in his hand. A long page, with the majority of the words telling Shang Qingxi to take care of his health. The remaining half was written in a much more refined style compared to the earlier text, clearly added much later. The words were written in red cinnabar ink, and they all repeated the same sentence. Don't indulge Xia Luyuan, don't let him become arrogant because of favoritism. Shang Qingxi fell silent again. Folding the letter back into a paper crane, he carefully put it away. Then, as he looked up, he noticed Xia Luyuan standing by the door, also holding a paper crane in his hand. Huh? He asked curiously, what did Feng Yang write to you? Xia Luyuan handed over the crane without hesitation. Unfolding it, Shang Qingshi saw that most of the paper was covered in black ink blots. However, from the few legible words, it seemed Feng Yang had praised Xia Luyuan for being diligent and hardworking in cultivation. Unfortunately, Feng Yang had later changed his mind and crossed those words out, replacing them with red cinnabar ink that read, "Take good care of the president. I will always be watching you from heaven, forever." It was slightly alarming at first glance. Shang Qingshi returned the paper crane to Xia Luyuan, glancing at the sky outside and saying, "It's still early. Let's go for a walk." Xia Luyuan immediately took his hand, and the two of them walked out together, passing through the small garden and veranda, reaching the square. The disciples had all gathered there, each holding a paper crane, crying their eyes out. Not wanting others to see, Shang Qingshi tried to pull his hand back but couldn't break free. So, he gave up. Fortunately, no one was paying attention to them. Instead, everyone chatted among themselves about Feng Yang's contributions to the Lingxiao sect and his quiet kindness toward them. Turns out Elder Feng Yang only seemed strict, but actually cared about all of us. He even remembered that I had a chronic cough and secretly mixed some expensive medicine I'd never been able to afford into my water, which is why my condition suddenly got better. I'm a dual spiritual root cultivator and considered a failure. My parents wanted me to return home and work on the farm. But then they changed their minds and allowed me to continue cultivating. It was Elder Feng Yang who helped persuade them. And me. Once, I urinated wherever I pleased and got bitten by a stray dog which took away my tool. It was Elder Feng Yang who used magic to make the dog spit it out so I could wash it and put it back in place. Chapter 215, Not This Head. Shang Qingshi was greatly shocked. After the disciples chattered on and finished speaking, they burst into tears once again. For some reason, it felt inauspicious. Shang Qingshi spoke up, "He has ascended, he is not dead. You shouldn't cry, you should rejoice and bless him." The disciples turned their heads back. At the same time, Xia Luyuan finally let go of his hand, took a step back voluntarily, keeping an appropriate distance from Shang Qingshi. Finding his words reasonable, the disciples brought out a string of firecrackers from somewhere, lit them, producing a loud popping sound. When their attention was completely off Shang Qingshi, Xia Luyuan reached for his hand again, pulling him to wander elsewhere. Meanwhile, the townspeople at the foot of the mountain were all perplexed. "I just heard wailing coming from up there, like someone had died. How come they're lighting firecrackers so soon? Are they celebrating?" "It's definitely because the banquet has started." After taking a walk, Xia Luyuan went to the kitchen to stew a calming soup while Shang Qingshi returned alone to the Hall of Eternal Life and took out that method capable of purifying heart demons. With Shang Qingshi's current cultivation level, practicing this method was very easy, and within a short moment, he comprehended it thoroughly. After finishing the practice, he rested by the window, and surprisingly did not have nightmares anymore. When Xia Luyuan entered with the calming soup, Shang Qingshi declined to take it. "I no longer need this." To prevent the other party from doubting, he specifically retrieved the method book and placed it on the table. Xia Luyuan flipped through it briefly. If this thing could counteract the heart demon, it would certainly suppress the blood spring inside his body. Unfortunately, only those with a water spiritual root of gentle nature could practice it, and he was unable to cultivate it. He sighed softly. Recalling his troubled appearance lately, Shang Qingshi thought for a moment and waved him over, saying, "Come closer." Uncertain what the other intended to do, Xia Luyuan obediently came closer. Shang Qingshi then leaned in as well, foreheads touching, dividing a thread of his spirit energy to give to him. The primordial water source-laden spirit energy meandered through Xiao Yuan's limbs and bones before sinking into the blood spring, causing ripples one after another. The mediator behind him screamed at this point. "What is this? Get rid of it quickly." Pretending not to hear, Xia Luyuan blinked at Shang Qingshi and lied coolly, "Master. That strand of spirit seems to be dried up by my primordial fiery source." Shang Qingshi couldn't help but voice his confusion. This thing can actually be dried up. Although somewhat skeptical, he still reapproached and handed another strand of spirit energy to the other. Remembering to caution, splitting the spirit energy drains one's spirit power greatly. "This is the last time I will share mine with you. If it gets burned up again, it'll be gone forever. Be cautious." Xia Luyuan nodded rapidly. As soon as the spirit energy entered, the mediator became even more agitated, leading Xia Luyuan to instinctively cover his ears. It didn't help. The sounds were like a boiling kettle exploding in his mind. Xia Luyuan embraced Shang Qingshi, his eyebrows furrowing unconsciously in a place unseen by the latter. Silent, Shang Qingshi also refrained from disturbing him, lightly patting his shoulder to soothe him. After a long while, the mediator's screams finally ceased. Xia Luyuan voiced at that time, "My head hurts so much, master." Shang Qingshi replied gently, "Would you like me to massage it for you?" Her hand was already extended, when Xia Luyuan suddenly said, "Not this head." Could it be he had two heads? Confused, Shang Qingshi's extended hand paused in midair. Suddenly realizing something, her elegant brows furrowed slightly, glancing toward a certain spot. And then her eyelids fluttered slightly, biting her lip tightly, pointing towards the door without needing further explanation. However, Xia Luyuan did not intend to leave, instead continuing to snuggle closer into Shang Qingshi's embrace shamelessly. Really, master, my head truly aches. After all, having a constantly screaming boiling kettle in one's brain isn't pleasant for anyone. In the end, Shang Qingshi put her hand atop his head, reducing the force slightly, adding a soothing touch as she lightly rubbed it. After hesitating for a moment, she asked again. The place you mentioned earlier, does it need any massaging too? Xia Luyuan raised his eyebrows. His master was indeed as soft-hearted as always. He deliberately elongated the tail of his response, adopting a reluctant stance. No problem, master, I can handle it myself. Leaning into his embrace, Shang Qingshi lingered for quite a while, deeply inhaling before hesitantly extending her trembling hand. Xia Luyuan could no longer suppress the desires in his heart as he began to kiss Shang Qingshi's neck. As expected, Shang Qingshi wouldn't get a good night's sleep tonight. But then, something unexpected happened. A beam of light swooped down straight toward the bamboo grove hut where Yunheng was repairing the house. Shang Qingshi hastily pushed Xia Luyuan away, opened the tightly shut window, and looked from afar. Is Yunheng about to advance to the yuaning stage? He sighed, that's quick. He really lived up to being the main male character. Advancing was as easy for him as drinking water. According to the original plot, Xia Liuyuan's and Yunheng's cultivation levels were not far apart. Now that Yunheng had lost the old man in the ring and Xia Luyuan had lost the blood spring's empowerment, Shang Qingshi was indeed curious about the gap between the two. Thinking about this, he turned back and asked, what level are you at now? Xia Luyuan choked slightly. How dare he tell Shang Qingshi that the blood spring had transformed his body into something almost like a demon seed. His current cultivation level couldn't be measured by normal practitioner stages, and even his advancement would not bring any unusual phenomena. If they had to compare, his strength could let him defeat Yunheng within 20 moves. Xia Luyuan casually lied without revealing his true feelings, I'm at the Jindan stage. Shang Qingshi followed up, early, middle, or late stage. Perhaps. Xia Luyuan said, middle. Shang Qingshi always felt this answer was unreliable. Leaning closer, he carefully sensed Xia Luyuan and furrowed his brows, there's something I've wanted to ask before. Why do you hide your energy signature? Before Xia Luyuan could answer, another light beam descended from the sky, rushing directly towards Yunheng. All of Shang Qingshi's attention was drawn there, leaving no time for anything else. Hurriedly, he grabbed Xia Luyuan and ran over. Xia Luyuan breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for the well-timed light, otherwise he wouldn't have known how to respond to that question. The appearance of two beams of light drew large numbers of disciples to gather outside the bamboo grove hut. To avoid their interference with Yunheng, Shang Qingshi ordered everyone unrelated to leave, then created a barrier to enclose the entire hut. This way, Yunheng could ascend safely. Shang Qingshi looked off into the distance and murmured to himself, I wonder how long it will take for him to ascend. After a long while without receiving a reply, he curiously turned his head and saw that Xia Luyuan was silently gazing at him, motionless. Chapter 216, 30 Years East of the River. Shang Qingshi thought that he was once again plagued by jealousy, and cautiously asked, when you ascend, shall I help create a boundary for you? However, the truth was, Xia Luyuan simply thought he looked handsome when performing spells earnestly, and just wanted to watch more. Even so, Xia Luyuan still smiled graciously and said, good. In that case, let me thank Master in advance. The sudden gratitude made Shang Qingshi think that there had been some estrangement between them. But the next moment, Xia Luyuan took advantage of the solitude around them, smiling softly as he bent down to kiss him on the cheek. There was no estrangement at all. Under the dual protection of the great array for the sex defense and the boundary, they didn't need to guard Yunheng continuously. After night fell, the two returned to the Changxing Hall. Untroubled by nightmares, Shang Qingshi felt completely relaxed and soon fell into deep sleep. As usual, Xia Luyuan called his name twice, then waved his hand in front of Shang Qingshi. Confirming he was asleep, he carefully approached and gradually transferred a little demonic qi into his body, reinforcing that inner core to allow it to accommodate more spiritual energy. After finishing these actions, he stood up and moved to the side hall. He lifted his pitch-black long hair and saw through the mirror in the room that patterns had already covered his neck. Next, it would be time for them to grow on his face. He asked, since the horns and wings can be hidden by spells, is there a way to hide these patterns? All around was dead silence, with no one answering his question. Annoyed, Xia Luyuan said, if you keep pretending to be dead, I'll set fire to you. Still, there was no movement. He felt strange. Recalling today's hysterical screams from Midu crossing, could it be, the other had been purified? However, if Midu could be easily dealt with, it wouldn't have haunted Xia Luyuan for so long. After a while, it finally gritted its teeth and spoke out. If there were ways to hide the patterns, I would have told you long ago. Do you think I enjoy being burned by you multiple times? Even though it feigned ferocity, its voice sounded lethargic. Xia Luyuan suddenly found it amusing, could it be that the two threads of Master's divine essence inside my body are harming your residual soul? Although he framed it as a question, his tone was very certain, as if he had already determined this to be the fact. Midu Crossing could only stubbornly deny. There's absolutely no such thing. Don't misjudge here. A few strands of divine essence, how could they possibly affect me? Is that so? Xia Luyuan laughed, if I managed to kill you before I die, it would be perfect. His voice was light and casual, as if discussing weather with the other party, yet it made Midu Crossing shiver with fear. The pain endured today and Xia Luyuan's previous words thoroughly enraged it. I've helped you so many times. Humans always claim to repay even the smallest favor generously. Why do you show not a trace of gratitude, always plotting to kill me? At times like these, Xia Luyuan wished he could peel open Midu's brain to see what kind of structure it held inside. Just a few instances of helping under duress, even if exaggerated wildly by him, could they ever offset the 360 lives in Xia village murdered by it? Not only do I want to kill you, Xia Luyuan said very calmly, I also want to eat your flesh, drink your blood, curse your soul, and prevent you from reincarnating forever. Midu Crossing became so angry it stopped speaking altogether. Even if it did speak, Xia Luyuan wouldn't bother acknowledging it. Moving back to the main hall quietly, he sneaked onto the bed and gently lay down beside Shang Qingshi. 3 days later, Yun Heng's ascension concluded, and the boundary surrounding the bamboo forest cottage disappeared as he walked out. It seemed that after every ascension, his appearance grew increasingly handsome, and his profile more severe. Yet, seeing Shang Qingshi, Xia Luyuan, and Ming Zhu nearby, the severity dissipated instantly. He walked quickly over here, obediently standing before Shang Qingshi with an eager-to-be-praised look on his face. Shang Qingshi praised him indeed, you practice so hard and ascend so rapidly, serving as a role model for your junior siblings. I am quite pleased. Yun Heng was thrilled, as if a little tail was wagging happily behind him. Shang Qingshi then said, I remember you mentioned before that upon reaching the Yuan Yin stage, you'd be able to return to the Hengyu clan to succeed as clan leader. When do you plan to go back? That posed a problem. Initially, Yun Heng intended to leave the Lingxiao sect once he reached the Golden Dan stage, to travel extensively and uphold justice everywhere. But perhaps because the meals cooked by Shang Qingshi were too delicious, or perhaps due to the cuteness of his juniors, he stayed till now. He looked up and saw the undulating waves of the great sect protection array, then said resolutely to Shang Qingshi, I won't return to the Hengyu clan for now. I will stay here until we get rid of Wei Chongyue, and then I'll leave. That was truly excellent. With him staying, it added another layer of security for the protagonist's safety. Shang Qingshi sighed with relief. Then they heard an electronic tone from Yun Heng's Chosen One system. Phase 4 mission completed, reward, an ancient jade ring. Following the sound, a ring appeared in Yun Heng's palm. Ming Zhu looked curiously at it, her big eyes twinkling. She wanted it but didn't ask outright. Uncharacteristically, Yun Heng noticed her longing and offered the ring to her willingly, here you go, Sister Ming. Thank you, elder brother. Ming Zhu happily put it on. With this new ring and the 3 others given by different people, plus a storage ring, she had enough to fill all fingers of one hand. Xia Luyuan found this strange, standing nearby with his arms crossed and looking at Yun Heng perplexedly as he asked, is the iron tree about to bloom? What do you mean? Yun Heng responded, equally puzzled, I just thought it wouldn't look balanced if only the middle finger on Sister Ming's hand lacked a ring. Alright then. Thinking he might have finally woken up emotionally, Xia Luyuan realized it was merely an episode of OCD instead. He lowered his head slightly in disappointment. In high spirits after handling her rings, Ming Zhu enthusiastically said, Elder brother Yun, could you perform something like this for me? As she spoke, she held out a piece of paper in front of Yun Heng and said, be serious, and read what's written there. Although unsure of the purpose, Yun Heng decided to satisfy her request. He straightened up, cleared his throat, and recited word for word, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, don't bully a young man who is poor. The moment he finished speaking, Ming Zhu jumped up excitedly and turned toward Shang Qingshi, saying, Master, look quickly. Does he have that essence yet? Honestly speaking, this kind of bearing suited the image of a male lead from mainstream novels. However, this dignity didn't last long. Yun Heng sniffed himself, scratched his head dumbfoundedly, and asked, why does it smell? I used cleaning spells before leaving, so why does this happen? Chapter 217, What a Coincidence. Shang Qingyi coughed twice and patted his shoulder in comfort, explaining, Ming Zhu means that you should talk less and scratch your head less from now on. That way, you'll look like a real strong man. Yun Heng didn't hear the first part, he was only focused on the last sentence, does Master really think I am a strong man? How could he not be? At this age, with such cultivation, it was enough for him to dominate the world of cultivators. Not to mention, he had a dazzling identity that blinded everyone. The heavenly destined hero. However, in order to avoid Xiao Yuan's jealousy surfacing again, Shang Qingyi waved to his 3 disciples, stroking their heads one by one, praising them equally. In my heart, you are all the most talented. One day in the future, your names will surely be recorded in the annals like other greats, praised and admired, earning respect and reverence from people around the world. Yun Heng was overjoyed at being complimented. He looked at Shang Qingyi, then at his junior siblings, and suggested, choosing a date is not as good as seizing the day. Let's take advantage of the pleasant weather and go on an outing. An outing would be a fine way to deepen their bond. Shang Qingyi nodded in agreement. However, for safety reasons, they could not leave the range of the great array protecting the sect. After much consideration, Shang Qingyi decided the location of their outing would be near Funya Cottage within the forbidden area. There were lakes and forests, green mountains in the distance, smoke curling gently near the water, where mountain colors mirrored against lake lights. It was undoubtedly the best place to go. The group set out and arrived at Funya Cottage. Yunheng couldn't wait to jump into the lake to catch fish, while Mingzhu entered the house to browse through the shelves of melodramatic books. As for Shang Qingyi and Xia Luyuan, they found a spot, gathered dry twigs around them, and lit a fire. Yunheng, who went to the lake to catch fish, ended up catching no fish scales at all. On the way back, however, he discovered some colorful mushrooms and quickly picked them, returning to the bonfire. These mushrooms seemed familiar. They resembled the last lunch Shang Qingyi had eaten before arriving in this world. Seeing Yunheng stringing up the mushrooms to roast over the fire, Shang Qingyi raised his hand to stop him but reconsidered after a moment and put his hand down again. Even if he did come here because of these mushrooms, it certainly wasn't because they were poisonous but rather because they hadn't been cooked thoroughly. Thinking about this, he supervised Yunheng seriously as he roasted the mushrooms. But Yunheng's barbecue skills were truly abysmal. He kept placing the mushrooms in areas of high heat until they almost got burnt, slowly flipping them over. Shang Qingyi took the mushrooms straight from his hands, skillfully flipping them to toast them. The mushrooms soon exuded a savory fragrance. Mingzhu came out of the house, drawn by the smell, just as Shang Qingyi sighed, "Unfortunately, we don't have cumin or chili. But I have cumin-flavored and spicy medicines," Mingzhu said, pulling 2 pills out from her storage ring and lightly crushing them into powder with spiritual energy. She made a show of sprinkling the powder onto the mushroom skewers, prompting Shang Qingyi to question, "Are you sure eating it won't cause poisoning?" "It won't," she swore confidently. "These 2 are antidotes, their taste differing merely due to their different grades." Since she said so, Shang Qingyi allowed her to sprinkle the powder onto the mushroom skewers. It looked quite professional, but after roasting, no one dared to try. The 4 of them looked at each other, trying to break the awkward silence. Mingzhu picked up a skewer first, but instead of putting it into her own mouth, she extended it to Yunheng. "Big brother, you've worked hard recently advancing. Have something nourishing to replenish yourself." Surprisingly, Yunheng accepted with slight hesitation upon seeing nods of approval from Shang Qingyi and Xia Luyuan. Finally, summoning courage, he shakily grabbed it and bit into a big piece. To everyone's surprise, it tasted decent. After he finished, the 3 others immediately clustered around him, reassured by his unharmed state, taking the mushrooms in front of them. Meanwhile, Yunheng had already marched deep into the maple forest, searching for wild fruits and chickens, even capturing a little spirit beast. The fruits and wild chickens were shared, but Shang Qingyi, observing the spirit beast's eyes resembling wet grapes, hesitated to eat it. He said, "This little thing has cultivated for so many years, it isn't easy. Besides, it has wings and horns, which is pretty odd, it doesn't seem edible." He released the spirit beast without objection from either Yunheng or Mingzhu, except for Xia Luyuan, who paused thoughtfully for a moment, pretending nonchalantly to ask, "Is having horns and wings strange? Is master afraid?" Shang Qingyi turned to look at him, his brows furrowing slightly in confusion. "Why are you asking such questions? You don't have horns or wings. What if one day you grow them?" Xia Luyuan persistently followed up. Their eyes met. Mingzhu seemed to have sensed something and quickly pulled Yunheng into the house, giving them some private space. With no one around, Xia Luyuan stopped holding back, moving closer to Shang Qingyi and repeating his earlier question, "What if I grew horns and wings? Would master be afraid?" "No." Shang Qingyi answered quickly, without hesitation. Pausing for a moment, he thought that Xia Luyuan now resembled those first-grade children he had taught in the real world. Except those kids would ask questions like, "Teacher, if one day I turned into a caterpillar, would you still like me?" Recalling this, Shang Qingyi couldn't help but smile wryly and pinched Xia Luyuan's cheek, adding, "Whether you grow horns, wings, or even a tail, I will never be afraid." His smile was gentle, his tea-colored pupils like melting snow in spring, inviting one to drown in their warmth. Xia Luyuan continued to stare at him motionlessly and asked again, "What if I had 6 wings? What on earth could grow 6 wings?" Not only had Shang Qingyi never seen it, but he hadn't even heard of such a thing. Yet, he patiently coaxed, "No matter if you have 6 wings or 10 wings, I wouldn't care, because..." He intentionally stretched out the pause. Xia Luyuan waited anxiously for the rest of the sentence and finally couldn't resist asking, "Because what?" "Because no matter what form you take, I will always love you for who you are." Shang Qingyi's voice was soft, as though comforting a child. He leaned over and gently kissed Xia Luyuan's cheek. The faint scent of sandalwood filled the air, captivating yet fleeting. Xia Luyuan's Adam's apple bobbed as he wanted to capture the scent that soothed his restless heart. He raised his slender fingers and brushed over Shang Qingyi's flawless profile, treating him as gently as one would with a rare treasure. Then, he lowered his head and moved slowly to kiss. Their noses were almost touching, they were just about to share a kiss when... Suddenly, a voice came from not far away. "What a coincidence. Didn't expect to run into the sect leader here." What are you doing with them here? Chapter 218, I'm truly a sinner. Shang Qingshi and Xia Luyuan turned around at the same time, while Yunheng and Mingzhu, hiding inside the house, also peeked out through the door crack. The arrival was Mu Shen. What a coincidence, Xia Luyuan said with a smirk that didn't reach his eyes. Though he spoke lightly, everyone in the room knew well that this place was a forbidden area. Even if Mu Shen had been wandering blindly, it was impossible for him to have ended up here by chance. The only explanation was that he had followed them. However, since Mu Shen was already here, Shang Qingshi invited him over saying, "Come and sit down. You've worked hard these days." Feng Yan had left, but those few elders showed not an ounce of rebellion, they continued to work diligently. This wouldn't have happened without Mu Shen's efforts. Shang Qingshi increasingly felt that bringing Mu Shen back from the audience seats of the cultivation competition was the wisest decision she had ever made. Seeing some fruit on the ground, Shang Qingshi picked them up, cleaned them with a purification spell, strung them together, and placed them over the fire to roast. The original taste of the fruits was bitter, but after being roasted by the flames, their bitterness evaporated entirely. She handed the fruit to Mu Shen. Mu Shen received it humbly, took a bite, and as he chewed, tears began streaming down his face. Shang Qingshi gasped audibly, fumbling for a handkerchief so he could wipe away his tears. Mu Shen cried so hard his shoulders shook uncontrollably. Perhaps it was because the scenery was too beautiful, or perhaps because of Shang Qingshi's previous gentle demeanor, that made him spill the truth. In fact, I am not a solitary cultivator but an expelled disciple of Chuxing Tower. At the prospect of a good gossip session, Mingzhu immediately dragged Yunheng out from inside the house. The two sat down on either side of Mu Shen, boxing him in. Chuxing Tower? Wasn't that a sect that went bankrupt 10 years ago? Yunheng said, it's rumored that the sect leader privately consumed forbidden pills. Unable to control the dosage, he went crazy, running naked into the winter town and drowned. Yes, Mu Shen nodded, that's exactly the Chuxing Tower. Shang Qingshi also nodded, waiting for him to continue. However, at this point, Mu Shen became silent, merely wiping his tears and never opening his mouth again. Among the group, Mingzhu was the most impatient. Without the full scoop of the story, she paced anxiously around Mu Shen like an ant on a hot pan. Vice leader, Yunheng said, if you have any grievances, feel free to express them. Keeping it bottled up won't do you any good. That's right, Xia Luyuan chimed in, feel free to vent your unhappiness, it'll make us happy, comfort you instead. Knowing well that Xia Luyuan harbored ill intentions, Mu Shen still decided to reveal the long-buried secret in his heart. The reason Chuxing Tower expelled me is because several senior disciples found out about my inappropriate orientation. After being expelled by Chuxing Tower, my family deemed me a disgrace and removed my name from the family genealogy, letting me fend for myself. Fortunately, a master hermit accepted me. She told me our experiences were similar, we were both rejected by the world. She spared no effort in teaching me cultivation techniques and passing on her spear techniques. Unfortunately, she served as my mentor for only 5 years before passing away naturally. After her ascension, I returned to a life of solitary wandering. Upon hearing this, Shang Qingshi asked, so, your aimless roaming is just because you don't want to be too lonely? Mu Shen nodded repeatedly. Looking back now, he considered himself incredibly fortunate. He managed to join Lingxiao's sect, became the vice leader, and met so many kind-hearted people. These were things he'd once never dared to dream of. When he first got expelled unmercifully by his family, young Murong held onto his sleeve and promised him earnestly, once I become the head of the family, I will certainly restore uncle's name to the genealogy. However, before Murong could achieve his goal, the family had already reinstated Mu Shen's erased name. They then eagerly tried to win back his affection, groveling shamelessly in front of him. Ultimately, thanks to his identity as the vice leader of Lingxiao's sect, Mu Shen regained his pride. His reminiscence stopped here abruptly. Mu Shen wiped away his tears, scanning around one last time, his voice still thick with a heavy nose, laugh if you must, I can no longer bear keeping these words buried within me. After he finished speaking, the anticipated laughter did not rise. Instead, there was complete silence. Even Xia Luyuan, who had always been at odds with him, remained quiet. Mu Shen looked back curiously. The moment their eyes met, Xia Luyuan spoke earnestly and seriously, there's nothing strange about this, love itself is all-encompassing, whether it's identity, age, or gender, none of these should be obstacles. Mingzhu chimed in boldly at this moment, Deputy Leader Mu, I support you. It's not just that you like the same gender. Even if you and Master Murong were into each other, I would still back you. Although she wasn't sure what bone department meant, Mingzhu inferred it probably wasn't something good. Mu Shen choked on her comment, holding back the tears about to flow out. At that moment, Yunheng suddenly realized something and exclaimed, now I get it. That's why when I mentioned Master and Brother Xie hugging before, your expression, Deputy Leader Mu, was so strange. So, do you have feelings for Master or Brother Xie? Not only did the people outside want to tear Yunheng's mouth apart after hearing this, even those present felt like lashing out at him. Recalling Shang Qingshi's earlier advice to be calm and composed, Yunheng quickly clamped his hand over his own mouth. Cough, cough, Shang Qingshi forced out a couple of dry coughs, subtly passing over the matter, everything discussed today is strictly confidential, not a word can leak outside. She then added, while there's still daylight, let's find more food. As others ventured into the maple forest, Xia Luyuan stayed rooted in his spot. Realizing he was still upset about being interrupted earlier, Shang Qingshi voluntarily leaned close to him and kissed his lips gently. In the distance, Mu Shen watched the scene unfold and sighed softly. It seemed that even after admitting his sexual orientation, there would be no place for him in Shang Qingshi's heart. Oh well, one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Success in one's career often comes with loss in love. He silently accepted it and sincerely hoped that Shang Qingshi and Xia Luyuan could change people's views so they no longer treated same-sex affection as a dirty little secret or an embarrassing habit. They gathered a great deal of food and spent a pleasant day by the bonfire. As the night deepened, and everyone returned to the repaired bamboo house, Mingzhu still couldn't shake off the guilt gnawing at her. Mu Shen must have been humiliated and abused at Juxing Tower, which caused him to lose control and go blank every time the term same-sex preference came up. And yet, she repeatedly brought up this topic in front of him, effectively pouring salt on his wound. Tossing and turning, sleep evaded her until finally, she managed to fall asleep, only to wake up abruptly soon after due to remorse. Covering her chest, she sighed deeply, I'm truly a sinner. Chapter 219, Ultimate Villain. Mingzhu decided to be a little kinder to Mu Shen. It was still dark, but she could no longer sleep after tossing and turning. She got up to prepare for refining medicine. When she went to the side room to fetch medicinal herbs, passing by the half-open window, she saw a furtive figure standing next to the patch of Dihun grass. She finally figured out how the previous batch of Dihun grass had disappeared. Thief! Mingzhu's alarm bells rang loud. Afraid that the person might escape, she quickly erected a light wall, then flipped over the window to try to catch the individual. However, as she got closer, she realized it was Xia Luyuan. He was holding a water pot. Her hand, already extended to apprehend him, hesitated mid-air, her face revealing astonishment as she asked, Big brother Xia, why aren't you sleeping well at night? Why are you here? Xia Luyuan didn't even turn his head, silently watering the plants. And it wasn't ordinary water. Mingzhu saw with her own eyes that the Dihun grass, after being drenched in the liquid, grew at an incredible speed right before her eyes. The leaves turned lush green, full of vitality. Strange, what did you add to the water? She curiously asked. Still, Xia Luyuan said nothing. After finishing watering, he neatly put away the water pot, quietly standing still beside the grass. It was too dark for Mingzhu to see his face or the expression on it. Most of the moonlight was blocked by clouds, leaving only a faint glimmer to fall, casting an eerie atmosphere around, strangely reminiscent of scenes from a horror movie. Mingzhu involuntarily rubbed her arms and took a step toward the bamboo house. At this moment, Xia Luyuan finally spoke, Sister, neither you nor our master should belong here, right? Hearing this, Mingzhu froze mid-step, bewilderedly turning back to look at him. Xia Luyuan was still facing away from her as he continued, the strange words you mentioned before, I searched through all the ancient books and couldn't find any records, yet our master clearly knew exactly what they meant. Mingzhu faltered, wanting to lie but felt it wrong to deceive him. After racking her brains for quite some time, she explained, the place you go to after ascending is the world we once lived in. The place you go to after ascending? Unfortunately, Xia Luyuan would never have the chance to ascend in this life. He asked again, what's that world like? Seeing that he wasn't surprised at all, Mingzhu thought perhaps she could tell him the truth. There isn't much concentrated spiritual energy there, so one cannot practice cultivation. Nonetheless, everyone works hard to live their lives. There, you can find all sorts of delicious foods and fun things unseen here. There's something called a mobile phone, which is my favorite. It's akin to an upgraded version of the Ling Xiao mirror. You can not only chat with others but also play games and read novels. Our buildings there are extremely tall, even taller than the Zhaixing Tower of the Hundred Birds Kingdom's palace. You could practically touch the blue sky and white clouds just by reaching your hand out. There, although people can't ride swords, they've invented many modes of transportation. Flying ones in the sky, swimming ones in the water, and running ones on the ground, everything imaginable is there. Big brother Xia, don't worry. With your talents, you'll ascend soon. When that time comes, I can serve as a guide for you and our master, taking both of you on tours around the world to see all the beautiful places. After saying all this in one breath, her mouth felt dry, but Xia Luyuan remained motionless, lost in thought. After a long silence, Mingzhu tentatively called out, Big brother Xia. Xia Luyuan responded. Finally, he turned to face her. In that very moment, the heavy layers of clouds dissipated, and the moonlight unreservedly illuminated Xia Luyuan's body. Mingzhu saw clearly, a peculiar cluster of patterns appeared on the right side of his cheek, looking bizarre and ghostly under the moonlight. The pale moonlight stretched his shadow long. For some unknown reason, perhaps due to the angle, that shadow looked strange, as though wings were sprouting from behind his back. You. Mingzhu stammered, unable to articulate properly. Big brother Xia, what are those on your face? Xia Luyuan didn't answer, instead swiftly turning around and disappearing outside the bamboo hut. Only Mingzhu was left standing there dumbfounded, her entire being disoriented in the wind. Meanwhile, Yunheng, who was sound asleep, heard electronic tones echoing in his brain. Wake up. The sun is shining on your butt. Now announcing the fourth phase task, defeat the villain Wei Chongyue within 2 days. In his half-asleep, half-awake state, Yunheng thought it was an illusion. But the system, probably fearing he hadn't heard, sent an electric shock, instantly waking him up, almost causing him to roll off the bed in pain. Struggling to steady himself, he truly couldn't understand, asking, "What are you exactly? Why should I listen to your orders?" In short, the world you are in is actually a book, and you are the most important character in the book, known as the predestined main male lead. The storyline of this book unfolds because of you, and all stories revolve around you. My task is to urge you to correct the main line and achieve your perfect ending of dominating the cultivation realm. The more Yunheng heard, the more confused he became. According to what you said, doesn't that mean I can do whatever I want? Of course. Without you, the plot of this book cannot proceed. As the main male lead, you have absolute rights, you can sleep with whoever you want and fight whomever you wish. If that's the case, Yunheng said, why should I still listen to you? It seems like you're the real predestined main male lead. The system fell silent for a moment. Then it replied. I don't know where the malfunction occurred, but the plot has veered off into the gutter. If I don't help you, your position as the predestined main male lead will be lost. But I don't feel anything is wrong. Yunheng hugged his pillow and yawned, I like everything right now very much. As he spoke, he lay back down again, can you stop directing me? I have my own judgment, and I know what I should do. Do you even know? According to the original plot's development, you would already possess 5 rings, bear the power of the stars, and carry the inheritance of 3 secret realms. You'd become the chief disciple of Xingyang Palace, bring the 9 profound mystical illusions to its ultimate level, and be welcomed back by the Hengyu clan to serve as their leader. Take a look at your current situation, there's nothing on your hand, no inheritance from the 3 secret realms, and not even Xingyang Palace anymore. You'd better quickly deal with Wei Chongyue, take away his cultivation, and make up for these deficiencies. Otherwise, you won't be able to defeat the ultimate villain in the future. Yunheng suddenly propped himself up, curious, what ultimate villain? Self-explanatory, it is naturally the only person in the entire cultivation realm who can rival you. Only by defeating him can you achieve true elevation. Yunheng seemed thoughtful and furrowed his brows, even someone as powerful as Wei Chongyue isn't the ultimate villain. So how powerful is the real ultimate villain? What's his name, and what's his background? Amidst his puzzled gaze, the system solemnly responded. I assented clear. You know him, his surname is Xie, his given name is Luyuan, and he is your junior disciple. Chapter 220, Confession. Yunheng pursed his lips, his eyelashes drooping as he thought for a long time before finally speaking, do you think everyone in the world is out to harm you? The system clearly didn't expect him to say such a thing. After emitting an array of chaotic electric noise, it finally asked hesitantly. What? You said Master was the villain before, and now you say Brother Xie is the villain. Will you later say Sister Mingzhu is the villain too? Of course not. In the original plot, she's one of your concubines, deeply in love with you. She silently watches and supports you from behind, and in the end, even blocks a blade for you, damaging her foundation. Not long after, she falls ill and dies, becoming a streak of white moonlight in your heart. Yunheng was speechless. If that accursed original plot truly was this terrible, he would rather never go back. He pulled the blanket over his head, leaving no gaps, not wanting to argue further with this absurd system. Seeing that he was obstinate, the system remained silent for a moment before saying. If you don't want her to die miserably like she did in the original plot, then follow my tasks carefully. Finish Wei Chongyue quickly and take his cultivation. Yunheng still said nothing. His eyes blinked under the blanket. It sounds easy enough, but with only 2 days given to him, where could he possibly find Wei Chongyue? And even if he found him, how could he defeat him? He was afraid that with his current cultivation, he'd be beaten into a cloud of bloody mist by the other party, and not even CC system could save him. He sighed heavily, unable to sleep. He lifted the blanket slightly to stare out of the window absent-mindedly. Among them all, Shang Qingshi had slept best during the night without nightmares. When he woke up, he was feeling refreshed, tidying his messy hair before barefoot walking to the cabinet to carefully select what he would wear today. Finally, he chose a blue and white robe with a hem adorned with semi-transparent jiaosha fabric. The shimmering light as he walked made it look very beautiful. While dressing, someone hugged his waist from behind and rested their head on his shoulder. Familiar scent lingered at his nose tip. Even without turning around, Shang Qingshi knew exactly who it was. He asked, with such good weather, why don't you practice cultivation? Xia Luyuan, behind him, did not answer but instead hugged him tighter. His breath grazed against Shang Qingshi's neck, causing the skin, white as jade, to quickly flush lightly red. Shang Qingshi wanted to move away, but Xia Luyuan tightened his grip on him and said, Master, please don't move. I just want to hold you for a while. His voice was very soft, devoid of any discernible emotion. But strangely, a peculiar feeling arose in Shang Qingshi's heart, as if they were about to part for life. And the next words from Xia Luyuan deepened this feeling. I've moved my things out of the main hall. If there are any leftovers, Master, if you find them bothersome, feel free to dispose of them. If you want to keep them as a memento, you can. All the cultivation manuals I obtained have been neatly arranged on the table. Master, remember to take care of them. As for Frostfall's sword, I don't wish to break the contract with it temporarily. Once I'm gone, when the connection between us vanishes, it will automatically resolve itself. Shang Qingshi stood there, stunned. Turning around, he looked confusedly and dumbfoundedly asking, what are you talking about? When he saw the current state of Xia Luyuan, his snowy eyelashes trembled, and those light brown irises widened. On the right side of Xia Luyuan's cheek, strange patterns had grown. Vaguely, Shang Qingshi recalled that time on the flying vessel when he had noticed similar patterns on Xia Luyuan's back. Thinking about it, Shang Qingshi reached out to tear off his clothing. He didn't resist at all. After pulling down his clothes, all the marks on his back, neck, and arms were exposed to Shang Qingshi's view. What is this? Xia Luyuan did not intend to conceal it. Or rather, since the pattern had already appeared on his face, it was impossible to hide anymore. Despite his repeated attempts to burn it, he couldn't keep it hidden for long. He didn't know how long it would take before the demon called Mingtun took over his body. He wasn't willing to gamble anymore, so he decided to come clean now. Tidying his scattered clothes, he asked, Master, do you remember the tragic scene of the Xia family village? A demon named Mingtun killed all 360 villagers, leaving me as the only survivor. It kept me alive because its ascension failed and it was severely injured. To survive, it needed to parasitize onto a human body, and it chose me. Shang Qingshi stepped back, her mind blank, unsure of how to react. Xia Luyuan, however, remained remarkably calm as he continued, I wanted to stay by your side and dared not tell you these things. But after I absorbed the blood spring, the patterns have been growing faster and faster. Even if I wanted to hide it, I can't anymore. Absorbing the blood spring. These 4 words struck Shang Qingshi like a bolt of lightning, leaving him stunned for a long time. All those fleeting thoughts that occasionally surfaced in his mind before were indeed not illusions. He really had never, from start to finish, seen through Xia Luyuan at all. Shang Qingshi almost laughed in anger, yet his eyes involuntarily reddened slightly at the corners. What else are you hiding from me? Instinctively, Xia Luyuan reached out to wipe away the tears brimming in Shang Qingshi's eyes. But Shang Qingshi dodged. His hand hesitated for a moment before slowly falling back down. This was for the best, only by making Shang Qingshi hate him enough would there be no hesitation when it came time to kill him. Xia Luyuan took a deep breath and forced a smile, one that didn't quite reach his eyes. It was me who set Yi Zhao on fire, and Yi Xian along with the 2 rich young gentlemen from the town, including Jiang Chuji, were all deliberately killed by me. To his surprise, after hearing this confession, Shang Qingshi did not show any sign of anger. Instead, he just stared at Xia Luyuan for a long time before asking hoarsely, why? What was your reason for killing them? Xia Luyuan opened his mouth. In his expectation, Shang Qingshi should have stabbed him with a knife right then and there, not questioning everything like this. Rather than being expelled from his body by Mingdu, Xia Luyuan preferred to die under Shang Qingshi's hands. Thus, he spoke each word clearly, there is no why. I wanted to kill, so I killed. Doesn't Master know? I started killing people when I was still very young. I'm malevolent, I cannot bear seeing others better off, I am an utter bad seed from head to toe. After finishing, he unhurriedly pulled out the prepared Suizhu hairpin from his storage ring and handed it over, saying softly, if Master feels sorry for them, kill me. Offer my life as a tribute for them. Shang Qingshi fiercely swung the hairpin away. It fell to the ground, scattering its jade and crystal decorations everywhere. It was the first time seeing him so enraged. Hot tears flowed like a string of broken pearls, big drops splashing down one after another. Though the person crying was him, the one suffering nearly to suffocation was Xia Luyuan. Does Master not want to use this? Xia Luyuan averted his gaze, unable to look straight at Shang Qingshi's face anymore. Pretending he didn't care, he summoned the Frostfall sword and passed it over, whispering quietly, then use this. It'll be quicker. Chapter 221, Are you starving? Shang Qingshi reached out toward him. However, her hand was not directed at Shuangjiang but instead moved toward his face. Just as the palm neared his cheek, it froze in midair. He had ultimately been unable to bring himself to act. The sunlight outside the house shone brightly, yet the atmosphere inside had plunged to an icy point. Xia Luyuan couldn't help but think that even at this stage, Shang Qingshi could not bear to slap him. Whether it be cursing or beating him, or even killing him, he could accept all of it because those were just desserts awaiting him. Yet Shang Qingshi stood in front of him with red eyes, her frail and slender body wavering dangerously. The hot tears rolling down her cheeks seemed to scorch everything around them into ashes. The forced calm demeanor she had maintained for so long finally broke. Xia Luyuan embraced Shang Qingshi, flustered, and said, Why are you crying? It's my fault, I deceived you. I'm the one who deserves death. Shang Qingshi buried her head against his chest. In moments, his shirt became soaked with her tears. It's my arrogance, she began, her voice trembling. I thought I could change Feng Yang's fate, and certainly alter yours too. She asked sharply, Xia Luyuan, do you know what the consequence of your actions is? Yes, Xia Luyuan replied, I've seen my own end in the blood spring. Then he added, but none of that matters. Before he could finish his sentence, Shang Qingshi forcefully pushed him away, her expression fragile and bewildered. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Is it fun to toy with me like this? Xia Lu Yuan wanted to explain, it wasn't like that. From beginning to end, he never once had the intention of mocking her. Master, Xia Lu Yuan called her. As the words formed on his lips, two other voices sounded from outside, Master. It was Yunheng and Ming Zhu arriving. Seeing the situation already this dire, Xia Lu Yuan recklessly decided to let go. If Shang Qingshi wouldn't take action, perhaps Yunheng would. He started to leave the room, but Shang Qingshi grabbed his arm and forcibly pulled him back inside. You stay here, Shang Qingshi, having calmed down, instructed him. Don't leave anywhere. After speaking, she released her hold, cast a spell to seal the door, wiped her remaining tears, and stepped outside resolutely. Yunheng immediately rushed up upon seeing Shang Qingshi and anxiously spoke, Master, the thing inside my mind is talking again. It's telling me to kill Wei Chongyu within the next 2 days. What should I do? If your system assigns such a task, Shang Qingshi explained, it means that Wei Chongyu will appear within 2 days. You notify Mu Shen and ask him to evacuate all Ling Xiao sect disciples so they won't get involved. Understood, Master. Yunheng obeyed and left to deliver the message, leaving Ming Zhu standing there hesitantly. Shang Qingshi softened his tone and attempted to give her a gentle look, saying, You leave with Mu Shen too, come back after we've dealt with Wei Chongyu. Unexpectedly, Ming Zhu shook her head. This typically cowardly woman actually opted to stay now. I'll stay if neither of you will go, she declared. I can assist in concocting potions. If things turn violent, I'll help replenish your spiritual energy. Shang Qingshi nodded approvingly and reminded her, Be careful then, place your safety first. Ming Zhu agreed. With the issue seemingly resolved, Shang Qingshi noticed Ming Zhu still rooted to the spot. Curious, Shang Qingshi asked, Is there anything else you wish to say? Ming Zhu bit her lips and took several deep breaths, as if fortifying herself internally, before eventually replying hesitantly. Where's Brother Xie? Shang Qingshi's gaze flickered slightly as he shook his head, I don't know. Why are you looking for him? It's nothing, Ming Zhu quickly shook her head and darted off, saying, just a random question. Even though Shang Qingshi had placed a restriction on Chongqing Hall, Xia Lu Yuan was still able to clearly observe everything happening outside. He was somewhat surprised. He hadn't known until now how tight-lipped Ming Zhu could be. When Shang Qingshi re-entered the room, Xia Lu Yuan quietly said, My sister saw the mark on my face last night. She might have been wanting to tell you about this matter. Upon finishing, however, Shang Qingshi remained silent, gazing at him unblinkingly. The hall grew eerily quiet, as though even the sound of a pin dropping would echo audibly. Xia Lu Yuan was just about to offer the frost-descending sword again when Shang Qingshi finally spoke, Did I give you permission to speak? Go sit over there. His tone was cold and harsh. There was no expression on that face, leaving a person slightly dazed. This demeanor was almost exactly like the Shang Qingshi of old who was aloof and fond of whipping people with a lash. But upon closer inspection, it was slightly different. In those beautiful eyes, there was no arrogance or twisted jealousy. Instead, there was only a faint sorrow. Xia Lu Yuan obediently sat on the chair. Shang Qingshi said, Tell me everything in detail. What was your motive for killing those people? The way he phrased it was as if Xia Lu Yuan could invent a proper excuse, and Shang Qingshi would let him go unpunished. But that wasn't what Xia Lu Yuan wanted. All he desired was swift liberation while the patterns hadn't yet spread across his entire face. So, he replied, Killed is killed, what's so much to explain? I just love slaughtering people indiscriminately, I have no conscience. Master, why do you waste so many words on me? Just stab me to death. Xia Lu Yuan, has your pride grown too big? Shang Qingshi asked angrily. He reached out to slap him but ended up not hitting him hard enough. That light slap barely touched the other's face, only slightly heavier than a normal caress, light enough to seem like flotation. Xia Lu Yuan couldn't help but ask, Master, did you forget to eat? Hit harder. You could even make my face swell if you wish. Oh well, well. It seemed he was practically begging for a slap. But Shang Qingshi's personality had always been gentle and agreeable since he was young, he rarely bore grudges or resorted to violence to solve problems. And this being Xia Lu Yuan, how could he ever bring himself to hurt him? But soon he reacted, snatching the frost-descending sword from Xia Lu Yuan's hand and positioning it against his delicate neck as if preparing to commit suicide. If the child is not educated, it's the father's fault. If teaching isn't strict, it's the teacher's laziness. It's because I taught you into this wretched state. Today, I will descend into hell to atone for the lives you've taken. As soon as these words were spoken, Xia Lu Yuan panicked entirely, fearing he would really harm himself. Hurriedly, he summoned back the sword and gripped his master's hand tightly. Master, don't be impulsive. If you want to know anything, I'll tell you everything. Chapter 222, I'm afraid you'll die. Life and death were at stake, so Xia Lu Yuan dared not beat around the bush anymore. Whatever Shang Qingshi asked, he answered. After explaining the ins and outs, Shang Qingshi's slender, white fingers traced the patterns on his face as she asked, Is there really no way to get rid of the mediation? I've thoroughly searched through all the ancient texts in the library during my free time, Xia Luyuan replied. The parasitic method used by the mediation is an ancient lost array technique from a long-forgotten era. At that time, we couldn't drive it out. Now, its remnant soul clings to me like a bone-deep parasite, tightly gripping my vital force. There's no way to remove it. With this, as if recalling something, he chuckled bitterly. Perhaps the cultivation method from Luo Water Pavilion might actually be useful. The day Master transmitted her spirit into my body, I distinctly felt the mediation weaken. But because of the blood spring, the growth rate of these patterns couldn't be slowed down, and whatever effect it had was utterly insignificant. Shang Qingshi didn't say anything. It wasn't clear whether she was thinking about how to deal with the mediation or how to handle Xia Luyuan himself. At this moment, Xia Luyuan reached out and held her sleeve, laughing. In fact, when I saw my own future in the blood spring, I already accepted such an outcome. Master, I don't fear death at all. My only wish is to die looking good. If you're hesitant to make the move, I could violate the spirit vow myself and burn to death in reverse flames. It's just, that would look rather ugly, with blood splattered everywhere. He pretended to be nonchalant and spoke lightly and breezily. But Shang Qingshi hugged him again, burying her head in his chest, saying softly, "Yet, I'm afraid." After a long silence, she tremulously added, "I'm afraid of losing you." Xia Luyuan instinctively wanted to hold her tightly but then despaired, feeling he didn't deserve to touch her in his current state. So, he awkwardly withdrew his hand. Master once said she didn't want me to betray your trust, yet I've been deceiving you all along. His thoughts drifted aimlessly. Shang Qingshi remembered uttering those words before. But immediately, her muffled voice echoed in Xiao Yuan's arms. Anyway, I've indulged you more times than I can count. Indulging you one more time won't matter much. This time, Xia Luyuan finally dared to embrace her, his heart filled with a mix of emotions he couldn't quite identify. Things had taken a turn completely beyond his expectations. In the end, Mingzhu knew something was off but chose to help cover it up, while Shang Qingshi remained unfazed despite knowing everything. So, Yunheng was his only hope left within Lingxiao's sect. If even Yunheng wouldn't take action, Xia Luyuan would have no choice but to choose a grotesque demise, consumed entirely by flames. As if speaking of Cao Cao, he arrived. Yunheng's voice came from outside. The vice leader has already brought the disciples down the mountain. My sister is cultivating medicine in the bamboo hut and doesn't want to be disturbed. I don't want to stay alone, so may I come inside the main hall? Shang Qingshi hesitated for a moment before turning back to Xia Luyuan and saying, don't tell him anything later. If he asks about your face, just tell him it's paint. But master, if the pattern grows a little more, I'll become the mediation's puppet. By then, things might spiral out of control, and what if I accidentally harm you? Xia Luyuan stubbornly insisted, I still think you should settle this with me now. You've made a spirit vow and can't hurt me. Yunheng carries the system, you wouldn't be able to kill him either. Shang Qingshi said. Stop fantasizing. The fact that the mediation hasn't fully taken over the body yet means you still have a chance to resist. Sit still and don't say anything. In this period, I will do everything possible to save you. She paused for a moment, as if making up her mind, if I fail to save you, eliminating you afterward won't be too late. After these words, Shang Qingshi lifted the restriction set on the main hall, allowing Yunheng, who was accompanied by Looting Chicken, to enter. Seeing Xia Luyuan sitting there, Yunheng also fetched a chair and sat beside him, straightening up properly but couldn't help but give him sideways glances. However, his stealthy looks were far too obvious. It was as if he was about to stick his face right next to Xia Luyuan's. Xia Luyuan subtly moved his chair a little to the left. Just at that moment, Yunheng asked, what are these marks on your face, Brother Xie? According to their previous agreement, Xia Luyuan responded, they're painted on. Yunheng looked puzzled, did I ask if the tear or sweat near your eye was paint? What's with that answer? All his heavy thoughts suddenly dissipated, leaving behind a trail of ellipses instead. Xia Luyuan looked at Yunheng and realized that Yunheng had sat on his left side ever since he came in, so he couldn't see the patterns on the right side of Xia's face. Thus, Xia casually fabricated an excuse, that isn't a tear or sweat, it's something I accidentally splashed on myself while drinking tea. Was he drinking with his eyes? Yunheng couldn't figure it out, but he didn't press for more. He took Looting Chicken off his head and pulled out a brazier full of charcoal from his storage satchel. After lighting the coals, he placed the chicken on it to roast. The flames burned fiercely against its round body, but it seemed utterly unaffected by the unusually high temperature, instead comfortably falling asleep in the brazier. Meanwhile, Yunheng picked up the Lingxiao mirror, capturing snippets of images here and there, then sighed to himself, I wonder what Lingxiao's sect will look like when I fight Wei Chongyue. Please don't let it become ruins, or I'll be very sad. It was better that he hadn't spoken before, because after saying this, Shang Qingshi actually felt a very ominous premonition. Xia Luyuan said, brother, don't be such a harbinger of bad luck. Lingxiao's sect will definitely be fine. Let's hope so. Yunheng was still uneasy and left with the Lingxiao mirror, determined to take photos of every corner of the sect. After he left, the Chongqing Hall fell into an oppressive silence. Xia Luyuan opened his mouth to speak, only to be cut off by Shang Qingshi, don't talk. I don't want anything to do with you right now. Xia Luyuan wanted to pour her a cup of tea to calm her down, but Shang Qingshi wouldn't give him the chance. Just sit there and don't move, or I'll get even more upset. Xia Luyuan had no choice but to sit properly as evening approached, nearly cramping his legs until they were about to seize up. It wasn't until then that Yunheng returned from outside. The moment his foot crossed the threshold, something triggered the protective array of the sect, causing the Buddhist bell suspended atop the mountain to react. Dong! The deep toll of the bell resounded throughout the entire Lingshao mountain range. Has Wei Chongyue arrived? Shang Qingshi clenched her hands, leading 2 disciples out of the Changxing Hall. Above the protective array, a rip appeared in the sky, and Wei Chongyue slowly stepped out of it. With black hair and clad in black robes, he held a black staff in his hand, surrounded by black mists. The only feature clearly visible was his pair of crimson eyes. Surprisingly, there was another person standing beside him. Chapter 223, Why So Hard to Kill? Yunheng placed her hand above her eyes and keenly noticed something. That person's eyes are purple. He is not human, Xia Luyuan said, he is a demon seed. This was the first time Shang Qingqi had seen such a clear-eyed male demon seed after transformation. The previous demon seeds they encountered had been grotesque. The females were all similarly beautiful, but the males were ugly in various ways. Some were bald, while others couldn't hide their species traits completely. They might expose a few scales or keep sharp claws, and as for ears or tails, they tended to show them off, perhaps thinking it looked mighty. But this demon seed was different. From afar, he resembled an elegant young master. His black hair was tied up by a jade crown, and he wore a long blue-green robe with vividly embroidered orchids at its hem. A gentle smile played on his lips. His regal purple eyes looked through the great defensive array of the sect and gazed down upon the 3 people below. He opened his mouth, and his voice sounded as clean and refined as his appearance, whose body carries the blood spring. Wei Chongyue extended his finger and pointed without hesitation at Xia Luyuan standing behind Shang Qingqi. At the same moment, Xia Luyuan's mind-hearing ability emitted a sound filled with grinding teeth. That demon seed is Lan Qing, my father King's former subordinates. It was him who stabbed me from behind back then, attempting to snatch my demon pearl and causing me serious injuries, which led to my current state. While Minda was speaking, Lan Qing was also staring at Xia Luyuan. With the great defensive array blocking his way, he couldn't feel Xia Luyuan's presence, only able to identify the latter through his deep as a cold pool of water black eyes. The one with black eyes appears to be a human. Humans can't survive the blood spring challenge, let alone touch its water without turning into ashes instantly. Could you possibly be deceiving me? How could I deceive you? Wei Chongyue became anxious. I clearly saw the droplets of blood land near him. Right now, the blood spring is evidently inside his body. Lan Qing crossed his arms and glanced at the irate Wei Chongyue, a mocking curve appearing on his lips. It seems like you have quite some hatred towards him. I don't just hate him. Wei Chongyue's gaze burned fiercely, his voice venomous. I detest every single person from Lingshao sect, wishing they'd all die. Saying so, he lifted his staff, condensed spiritual energy along with demonic chi, and fiercely struck it against the great defensive array. The assault was effortlessly dissolved, prompting him to say to Lan Qing, this great defensive array must have been set up by Shang Qingqi together with people from other factions. Based solely on me, there's no way I can breach it. I need your help. In that case, the blood spring belongs to me as previously agreed, Lan Qing responded leisurely. If you turn around and deny our agreement later, I won't hesitate to send you down there for burial with them. Feel free to do as you wish. I just want to capture Shang Qingqi alive. As for the rest, feel free to deal with them however you like. Wei Chongyue spoke thusly, yet his eyes never left Xia Luyuan. Naturally, Lan Qing noticed, but without Wei Chongyue's assistance, even he couldn't independently penetrate the great defensive array, each relying on the other. Thus, they formed an alliance each harboring hidden intentions, intending to adapt as circumstances unfolded. He stretched out both hands, enveloping his figure in a flood of overwhelming demonic chi, reverting to his true form. It was a swallow-the-sun gigantic python, 2 pointed protuberances sprouting from its head, seeming to be merely 1 step away from becoming a dragon. Shang Qingqi observed these details in mind, comprehending the situation fully. That explained why this demon seed was so eager to obtain the blood spring. For snake-like demon seeds to become dragons, they must undergo a trial of heaven's punishment, a success rate of merely 10,000. However, if possessed by the blood spring, wounds could continuously heal as long as not entirely struck dead by lightning, constantly replenishing one's demonic chi. Taking a deep breath, Shang Qingqi summoned the start of spring rod. Before anyone could speak, Yunheng had already stepped forward saying, Junior brother Xia, we need to restrain Wei Chongyue and that demon seed. We cannot let them interfere with master casting spells. I understand, Xia Luyuan nodded silently, gripping the frost descent sword tightly in his hand. The swallow-the-sun gigantic python roared, immediately enveloping the entire protective sect array in thick black mist. Seizing the opportunity, Wei Chongyue casted a spell, and soon enough, a sound akin to breaking dried glass resounded in the sky. The mountaintop temple bells chimed repeatedly, the villagers down the mountain having fled long ago. Under the joint attack of Lan Qing and Wei Chongyue, the sect defense formation split in the middle, producing a large gap. A violent tremor shook the earth, and at the moment when the sect protection array thoroughly dissipated, Wei Chongyue excitedly curled the corners of his lips. Just then, Yunheng rushed over and swung a sword right at his face. The wound didn't even have time to bleed before it healed instantly due to the powerful self-healing abilities of a Grand Mastery cultivator. Wei Chongyue sneered, "And what are you? Just a mere spirit embryo cultivator daring to act recklessly before me." After finishing his sentence, he flicked his sleeve effortlessly and knocked Yunheng down. Ordinary Yuanyin cultivators would lose half their lives after suffering such an attack. However, after landing, Yunheng stood up full of energy and even charged toward Wei Chongyue with his sword again. "I don't believe it. Let's go again." Wei Chongyue showed a look of shock, blocking the sword with his staff in one hand while quickly gathering spiritual power with the other and hitting Yunheng's abdomen. Yunheng was knocked down again. This time he directly crashed into the ground, creating a large pit. Humph, making a show of strength. Wei Chongyue relaxed for a moment, just as he was about to mock Yunheng when he saw him get up like nothing happened, once again charging over with his sword. What did this mean? He was merely a Yuanyin cultivator, so why was he so hard to kill? Wei Chongyue felt anger and astonishment, his lips twitching involuntarily. Various emotions interwove together, and a crack seemed to appear on his calm face. He refused to admit defeat and formed a simple small array. The array exploded around Yunheng, and Wei Chongyue heard the sound of bones breaking. He thought this time it should be certain. Unexpectedly, after the smoke from the explosion cleared, Yunheng continued to rush at him unscathed, stabbing his chest with the sword. Fortunately, Yunheng didn't know that his heart was on the right side. Otherwise, this strike would have certainly caused fatal damage. Wei Chongyue pushed Yunheng back, holding on to the injured spot where blood seeped through his fingers, flowing down with traces of black mist. "You're seeking death." Annoyed and ashamed, Wei Chongyue transformed the surrounding black mist into a humanoid form and fought with Yunheng. At the same time, the Swallow the Sun gigantic python reverted to its human form. Lan Qing leisurely gazed at Xia Luyuan, seemingly contemplating whether the blood spring was indeed on the ladder. Xia Luyuan drew his sword and blocked Shang Qingqi, who was forming a magic array. He listened as Mindu spoke in his mind. "If you don't want to be killed by him, release the aura of the blood spring and let its demonic qi suppress his demonic qi. As a snake, he harbors a natural fear of dragons in his bones. Moreover, since you possess variant fire spiritual roots, with good fortune, you may find an opportunity to kill him." Chapter 224, Haunting Me Like a Ghost. Upon hearing this, Xia Luyuan hesitated for only a moment before closing his eyes and sensing the power of the blood spring within him, fully releasing it. Instantly, his surroundings were enveloped in a blood-colored mist. Sharp, elongated dragon horns appeared on his head, and 6 wings unfurled from his back. He refined his sword with the blood mist, causing an abrupt change in the heavens as crimson snow began to fall from the sky. "Is the blood spring truly in your possession?" Lan Qing was somewhat surprised, his hands, hanging at his sides, involuntarily started to tremble. No matter how hard he tried, he could not control them. After a long time had passed, he still remembered clearly how, out of kindness, he gave advice to the previous demon lord regarding invading the human world, only to be slapped away, a metallic taste of blood rising in his throat. He spat up several mouthfuls of blood and lay on the cold floor of the demon palace like a dead dog. At that time, the previous demon lord stood towering over him, adorned with dragon horns and bearing 6 wings. The look in his eyes was like watching a mere clown. But there was nothing he could do. The true dragon's blood flowed through the veins of the 6-winged Huiyu dragon, a serpent like himself could never contend against such a foe. Lan Qing took a deep breath, his gaze suddenly becoming sharp as if he had finally found a vent for his anger. If he couldn't match the former demon lord, then he would take revenge by going after Xia Luyuan for the past humiliation. However, there was still a lingering question in his heart, so Lan Qing asked, "Relying on this human body to absorb the blood spring is one thing, but why are you able to wield the blood spring so skillfully? Who exactly is teaching you behind the scenes?" While being beaten badly by Yunheng, Wei Chongyue seized a moment to reply, "Didn't you notice what's on his face? His village suffered a demon seed attack when he was young, and that demon seed likely parasitized his body." Upon this reminder, Lan Qing finally noticed the markings on Xiao Yuan's face. This wasn't good. If the demon seed inside Xiao Yuan's body were to take over, retrieving the blood spring would become far more difficult. Deciding to strike first, Lan Qing launched directly towards Xia Luyuan. In order to prevent harming Shang Qingqi behind him, Xia Luyuan stepped forward with his sword drawn. The Frost Descent sword coalesced into frost, aimed precisely at the most vulnerable part of Lan Qing's body, his neck. Calmly, Lan Qing gathered demonic energy around him, forming a protective shield. The shield was thick, and at the instant Xia Luyuan attacked, he realized the level of this demon seed's cultivation was extremely high, comparable to that of a great enlightenment practitioner. Frost Descent couldn't pierce the shield, and Lan Qing, who had no intention of leaving any survivors, thrust his hand covered with intense demonic energy straight towards Xiao Yuan's chest. If everything went as planned, he'd pierce straight through Xiao Yuan's heart. Then all he'd need to do is devour the corpse to obtain the blood spring. However, as soon as his hand touched Xiao Yuan's body, ripples of blood mist spread outward, tightly binding Lan Qing's reaching hand. Trying to withdraw his hand, Xia Luyuan acted even faster. With a final swing, frost descent shattered the shield. Fragments of the shield, frozen by ice, splattered onto Lan Qing's face. Despite the pain, he did not lose focus and grabbed the incoming frost descent sword with his bare hands. Its icy edge sliced through his palm, sending waves of cold coursing through his hand. Still, he didn't let go. The flowing blood transformed into a pillar of water that wrapped around the frost descent sword. He was casting a seal to imprison the sword. Now it was Xia Liuyuan's turn to try pulling the sword back, while Lan Qing wore an expression of triumph, clutching the blade tightly. With a derisive laugh, he sneered, "I wonder what you'll do next once your magical tool is gone." Xia Liuyuan's eyes flickered, and without hesitation, he ignited his life fire source. Blue-white flames coursed down his arm to the frost descent sword, crawling through the weapon and onto Lan Qing's body. Demon seeds are inherently afraid of fire, regardless of how powerful they may be, and Lan Qing was no exception. He was forced to stop casting the seal and hastily released the sword, feeling a bone-chilling pain where the fire had touched him, freezing him so severely that his teeth chattered. At this moment, Xia Luyuan spread his wings, black feathers lashing out as if striking Lan Qing across the face. Thrown off balance, Lan Qing helplessly fell to the ground. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Shang Qingxi's spell formation materialized beside him, torrents of water surged towards him, pinning him firmly in place. Xia Luyuan rushed forward with his sword drawn. If this blow hit Lan Qing's heart, his fate would be sealed. With wide eyes, Lan Qing abandoned all attempts at preserving composure and transformed back into his original form. As Xia Luyuan drew closer, the sun-devouring giant python finally broke free from the spell's restraints. The serpent's body twisted and entwined itself around the welcome pavilion of the Lingxiao sect. He fully understood that among fighters, those skilled in the way of the elements were often the most decisive in battle. If given enough time, Shang Qingxi could deploy a world-destroying array, which would decisively tip the battle in Xia Liuyuan's favor. Thus, the sun-devouring giant python crushed houses and trees in its path, racing toward Shang Qingxi at an incredible speed. Xia Luyuan, whose cultivation was not as high as the python's, attempted to intercept it. However, the python's massive body was too large, his sword only managed to pierce its skin, causing no significant harm. Shang Qingxi was no fool. Seeing the python approaching, she immediately summoned the powers of the Xian female goddess. As the python opened its mouth to bite her, she vanished from the spot. The python bit nothing but air, its upper jaw clacking against its lower jaw. Enraged, it turned around, intent on swallowing Xia Luyuan whole. Xia Luyuan dodged to the side, flinging the frost descent sword far away. With the aid of his 6 wings, he flew quickly, leaving Lan Qing far behind. In a rage, Lan Qing lost all ability to think rationally. A light slap of his snake tail reduced the surrounding structures to rubble. As he caught up to Xia Luyuan, he failed to notice Shang Qingxi moving closer to the frost descent sword. Sensing the familiar power of bloodlines, the frost descent willingly submitted to Shang Qingxi's control, freezing the water traces she released into icy frost. Once the temperature condition was met, the smoky gang array could be activated smoothly. Lan Qing finally realized something was amiss, but blinded by his bloodlust, he dismissed Shang Qingxi as irrelevant. His sole focus was on catching up to Xia Luyuan and seizing the blood spring. He turned to Wei Chongyue and shouted, "Stop fighting that kid. Go take care of the Lingxiao sect master. Do you think I want to fight Yunheng? He's clinging to me like a ghost." Wei Chongyue panted heavily, struggling to defend himself against Yunheng's relentless assault. As a spell cultivator, he had no time to form his arrays, which significantly hindered his abilities. Glancing sideways, Wei Chongyue noticed Shang Qingxi initiating the smoky gang array. Alarmed, he gritted his teeth and, while fending off Yunheng's attacks, hurled his staff in her direction. The staff, enveloped in black mist, carried a strand of Wei Chongyue's spirit essence toward Shang Qingxi. If she blocked it, she would have to stop casting her spell. If she continued the spell, the black mist around the staff would invade her body, sealing her bloodline and eroding her soul. Chapter 225, G. At this moment, a fiery red figure darted out from the Hall of Eternal Life. Its radiant wings swept up the staff that Wei Chongyue had thrown, returning it along the same path. Wei Chongyue reached out to catch it, but Yunheng's sword strikes were as dense as raindrops, giving him no chance to catch his breath. He wasn't endowed with 3 heads and 6 arms, he was only focused on both Yunheng and the staff, failing to notice the fiery red figure rapidly charging toward him. By the time Wei Chongyue realized, it was already too late. Sharp claws viciously struck his face, and only then did he finally see what that figure was. It was the divine bird, Feng Huang. Its form was much smaller than the nearby swallowing sun serpent, yet the aura it radiated far surpassed that of the serpent. Its feathers were covered in a bright red flame, its long tail feathers dragging beautiful arcs across the sky. It opened its mouth and then let out a sound crystal clear. Gee! The people around fell silent, those fighting stopped fighting, and those casting spells ceased their incantations. All eyes turned to it. It seemed to also realize its mistake, using its wings to cover its beak before calling out again. This call was melodious, echoing like a mournful zither song, carrying an awe-inspiring momentum that reverberated throughout Lingxiao Mountain. Those whose actions had been interrupted earlier finally returned to their respective tasks, no longer looking at it. In perfect harmony with Yunheng, it surrounded Wei Chongyue from both front and back. Wei Chongyue originally thought that, with an endless supply of demonic energy replenishing him, even though Yunheng was somewhat bizarre, he would eventually deal with him. But no matter how many exchanges they had, Yunheng remained spirited, showing no sign of fatigue, instead growing fiercer with each fight, as if he too possessed some hidden source of strength. As for the swallowing sun serpent, upon seeing the phoenix, it transformed into human form. The phoenix, being such a divine beast, loves nothing more than pecking out the eyes of demon seeds for food. If it were to continue moving around in its beastly form, there's a chance the phoenix might suppress its nature and attack it. However, after transforming into human form, Lan Qing found his body seemed to have grown sluggish, lacking strength. He raised his hand and saw black blood flowing through his veins. During Shang Qing's earlier formation, there had indeed been poison involved, and this was a kind of toxin he had encountered before. I didn't expect the esteemed head of the Lingxiao sect to resort to such base tactics as hiding poison within formations. Lan Qing smirked nonchalantly, but then again, the poison of a low-level demon seed like a six-headed eclipse beast means little to me. Within a short while, my body will automatically neutralize it. He wasn't exaggerating. The blood coursing through his veins soon restored to its normal color. Xiao Yuan's attention, however, was drawn to another of his remarks. The swallowing sun serpent ranked just below those magical creatures whose names carried dragon in the demon realm. It certainly had the right to refer to the six-headed eclipse beasts as low-class demons. Lan Qing's internal pellet must surely hold immense spiritual power. But how to make the other party willingly hand it over? Mingdu seemed to understand Xiao Yuan's thoughts as clearly as reading his mind and suggested. You find an opportunity to defeat him, leaving just a thread of life in him, then use the blood spring's power to cast a spell on him. That way, you can make him obedient and under your control. That was truly excellent. The Frost Descent sword was left for Shang Qing to deploy the smoke gang array. Now, without any magic tools in Xiao Yuan's hands, he couldn't execute any sword techniques. He closed his eyes for a moment. And then he discovered that this blood spring seemed naturally attuned to him. Without any guidance from Mingdu, he grasped it completely. The entire sky was stained a bloody red color. Sparse streaks of blood mist pervaded around Lan Qing, penetrating every pore, eroding his consciousness. The objects in sight slowly became blurry, and buzzing sounds filled his ears. Lan Qing knew this was one ability of the blood spring, as he had once felt it near two successive demon lords. But he couldn't perceive the blood mist around him, thus naturally not understanding the cause of this result. Lan Qing understood one principle: the longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it became for him. He must quickly resolve Xia Yuan. Therefore, he released a strong current of demon qi outward, concealing himself in the thick black fog, attempting to confuse and deceive while inching closer to Xia Yuan. Upon finding the right opportunity, his palm gathered demon energy, and he forcefully struck at Xiao Yuan's chest. However, his hand passed through emptily, like hitting cotton. Startled, Lan Qing watched as Xia Yuan dissolved into a cloud of blood mist before vanishing into thin air. The person before him wasn't real. Where had the person gone? Lan Qing's heart was in a state of panic, and he nervously glanced around. He gradually realized that the blood mist surrounding him was becoming thicker. No matter whether he opened his mouth or breathed, a large amount of blood mist would enter his body. He quickly raised his hand to cover his mouth, no longer caring about the distant phoenix. All he wanted was to return to his original form as soon as possible, relying on his massive size to alleviate the effects of the blood mist. His legs transformed into a snake tail. Scales sprouted on his cheeks. Just as he intended to continue transforming, Xia Yuan silently appeared behind him and kicked him down with a foot. His transformation interrupted, the blood mist inside his body began to boil. Lan Qing fell onto the ground again, this time suffering more severe injuries than before. He protected his chest, and his snake tail struggled twice trying to rise, but it was stepped on by the arriving Xia Yuan. Do you want to harm my master? Xia Yuan squatted down calmly, grabbing a small part of the snake tail. Do you still want to kill me and take the blood spring? Lan Qing was in a state of panic. The calmer he was at the beginning, the more disheveled he was now. He wanted to ask Xia Yuan to stop, but before the words could reach his lips, Xia Yuan exerted force and broke a piece of his snake tail. Bright red blood spurted out, and Lan Qing rolled on the ground in pain, screaming like a pig being slaughtered. Wei Chongyue spared a glance at him after freeing up some space from battle, then sneered coldly, still have the face to call yourself a high-class demon seed, unable to even defeat Xia Yuan. Yet Wei Chongyue wasn't faring much better himself. Just as he blocked Yunheng's sword, the phoenix's fireball whizzed past his face. The speed of wound recovery became slower and slower. Wei Chongyue gritted his teeth, clearly showing signs of struggle. An ancient saying goes well, as long as there is green hill in sight, there will be no worry for lack of firewood. Seeing Lan Qing beaten so badly, Wei Chongyue decided to look for an opportunity to leave. 9 strings dominate illusions. He shouted, and tens of thousands of threads appeared out of nowhere, all connected to the tips of his fingers. He manipulated these threads, not to hurt people, but to surround himself, keeping Yunheng from coming close, so he could escape. The threads of the ultimate 9 strings dominate illusions were extremely lethal indeed, which effectively intimidated Yunheng. But the phoenix behind him showed no fear towards these threads. It emitted its cry, ignited its innate fire source, and flames around it grew increasingly fierce, with its tail feathers even more brilliant like the clouds in the evening sky set ablaze. It charged towards Wei Chongyue, and the threads imbued with killing intent touched its feathers, only to be instantly burned to ashes. Wei Chongyue watched helplessly as it rushed towards him at an unstoppable speed, its giant claws targeting his face, and for the first time, fear showed in his eyes. As the claws drew closer and closer, he almost thought it was the end. But at this moment, the huge claws and the body shrank smaller and smaller, the gorgeous feathers lost their luster, and it turned into a plump, pudgy partridge-like bird. Its tiny claws landed on Wei Chongyue's face, causing no damage whatsoever. Chapter 226, A Fatal Blow. Gee. The leaping pheasant blinked its tiny eyes, seemingly still confused about what had happened. Wei Chongyue, however, revealed a smirk of relief as he easily grabbed its leg and slammed it onto the ground. Heaven is on my side. Truly, heaven is on my side. Gee. The pheasant fell from the sky, flapping its small wings which left only shadows but couldn't slow down its descent at all. If it hit the ground this way, there was a good chance that the bird would meet its end right here today. Chick. Yunheng tried to catch it, but Wei Chongyue took advantage of Yunheng's distraction and slapped his back. Kid, weren't you just showing off in front of me with your phoenix? You go die with it. Dark energy instantly surged into every vein of Yunheng's body, causing him to stagger and start falling as well. At this moment, a pale yellow figure darted through the air, catching the leaping pheasant first, then firmly supporting Yunheng. The figure landed lightly and glanced towards Wei Chongyue's direction. Wei Chongyue sneered, Yunheng is at least a yuaning cultivator, while you are nothing more than an insignificant golden core cultivator girl. And yet you dare to stay behind and seek death. Ignoring him completely, Ming Zhu placed Yunheng and the leaping pheasant beside a tree, feeding each one a pill consecutively. With his staff in hand, Wei Chongyue prepared to take advantage of the time Yunheng needed to expel the dark energy to explode him, eliminating any future trouble. He sketched out the explosive magic array with his staff. This magic array had been performed thousands of times before. For him, it was as natural as eating or drinking water. Since he first learned it at the age of 6, he had never failed to execute it. But now, as soon as he started sketching out a corner of the array, he suddenly paused. Because beneath his feet was a formed white magic array resembling the smoke might array of Luo Water Pavilion. Could it be Luo Qijing had arrived? Carrying this thought, Wei Chongyue looked around everywhere. He did not see Luo Qijing but instead noticed Shang Qingshi putting away her staff. Damn it! Luo Qijing always boasted that the smoke might array was a secret technique of Luo Water Pavilion, impossible for outsiders to learn, yet somehow Shang Qingshi had learned it. Wei Chongyue wanted to flee, but it was too late already. The center of the array locked onto him, following him wherever he moved. He watched with his own eyes as a massive ice dragon took shape in front of him, its cold-laden body contracting. No matter whether it was the smoke might array or Shang Qingshi herself, Wei Chongyue had never taken them seriously. But today, fate had made him fall exactly here. A phoenix descended from the heavens. The reflection of the bloodthirsty mouth of the ice dragon filled Wei Chongyue's eyes, and frost spread around the magical array. When the magical array finally dispersed, Wei Chongyue helplessly knelt on the ground, his self-healing abilities failing, allowing magical energy leaks out from his wounds, forming a shallow pool of blood under his body. Trying to resist, he reached out to grab his staff, but was pierced through the arm by Yunheng, who had recovered. His senses along with his pain were extremely dulled. Wei Chongyue belatedly looked at Yunheng, utterly puzzled, opening his mouth several times but producing no sound. Wei Chongyue, you, as the venerable sect leader of Xingyang Palace, sheltered your personally transmitted disciple guilty of many evils, captured innocent young girls intending to refine them into alchemical stoves, and even killed the enforcers and elder guardians who faithfully followed you. Do you admit your guilt? Yunheng withdrew his sword and pointed it straight at Wei Chongyue's neck, angrily questioning him. Wei Chongyue let his injured hand hang down, blood trickling down from his fingertips, appearing unfazed by the pain as he gazed towards Shang Qingshi. He finally spoke, his voice like a saw dragging across dry wood, hoarse and obscure, that old bastard letting Shang Jincheng leave because he thought Shang Jincheng was capable enough to handle things alone and should go explore. While keeping me behind was merely to preach some nonsense grand principles every day, trying to brainwash me into someone without opinions, blindly following him. And saying this, Wei Chongyue's expression became increasingly grotesque. Otherwise, how do you explain it? When he created the Fuchuan secret realm, he didn't assist my ascension but chose to help Fengyang. You don't realize your mistakes yet, do you? Shang Qingshi approached him. The head of Luo Water Pavilion told me, my father barely survived to gain Xian Jizun's approval. But you, Wei Chongyue, solely because you possessed the heavenly spiritual root, were taught by the Venerable as if you were his own son. Even after you clearly committed faults, the Venerable chose to exile my father and keep you. It was clearly you who received endless favoritism, yet you always felt wronged, felt pitiful. That old monster sent Shang Jincheng away because he believed Shang Jincheng was already competent to stand on his own, ready to go explore. Wei Chongyue insisted stubbornly, keeping me was merely to lecture me every day with bizarre big truths, trying to brainwash me into becoming someone without independent thoughts, only blindly obeying him. Even if Shang Qingshi didn't know the specific ins and outs, she could still guess that with Wei Chongyue's nature, there was no way he could withstand the lightning tribulation, leap beyond the rainbow gate, or traverse the time channel. Xian Ji Zun's hadn't let him ascend. Instead, he had been indirectly helping him. But explaining these things to Wei Chongyue would be like playing music to a cow. Shang Qingshi pursed her lips. You said earlier that Xian Ji Zun's refused to pass on the frost descending sword to you, but the materials used to forge the frost descending sword were painstakingly gathered by my father. What does it have to do with you? Why should he give it to you? This left Wei Chongyue speechless. But he soon found another argument. That old bastard always talks about how generous Shang Jincheng is, but Shang Jincheng wouldn't even teach me his self-created sword techniques. He wouldn't even tell me the name of the technique. Xia Luyuan, who was standing on Lan Qing, turned his head upon hearing this and said, but the sword technique created by the former sect leader never had a name. In case Wei Chongyue didn't believe him, Xia Luyuan asked Ming Zhu, who was watching from the side, I left the sword manual in the hall. Would you bring it out for him to see? Ming Zhu nodded and quickly retrieved the sword manual, showing it in front of Wei Chongyue. Wei Chongyue's pupils contracted sharply. Many years ago, when he persistently begged Shang Jincheng for the sword manual, Shang Jincheng gave him exactly this one. Back then, the book cover, just like now, wrote Shang 1, Shang 2, and Shang 10086, which didn't seem like a legitimate sword manual at all. At the time, Wei Chongyue thought Shang Jincheng was merely fobbing him off, so he threw away the manual without even opening it once. In the end, is this the real name of the sword manual? Wei Chongyue became momentarily distracted. And Xia Luyuan released Lan Qing, who was barely alive, summoned the frost descending sword, and stepped forward. Just as they were about to start, Yunheng said, let me take care of it. Xia Luyuan didn't want to miss this opportunity to settle matters with Wei Chongyue personally. After pondering for a while, he asked Yunheng, together. All right. Yunheng nodded. It was mainly due to the strange systems issued task that he wanted to complete and see what reward awaited him. They both raised their swords. The cold glow of the sword jolted Wei Chongyue back from his reminiscence, and the fear of imminent death made him roar in terror, crying out, wait. Yunheng instinctively stopped to hear what else he had to say. But Xia Luyuan hesitated not for a moment, and the frost-descending sword charged towards Wei Chongyue's chest with spiritual power. He remembered Wei Chongyue's heart was located on the right side. The frost-descending sword pierced through Wei Chongyue's heart accurately, moving cleanly and efficiently for a fatal strike.